I am clearly a natural-born martial arts genius, yet I was framed, blinded, and had my arms severed. My father said our family does not have such scum. My mother said that by the age of 5, I was no longer her son. Brother. They even threw my body into the sewer to feed the rats. Despairing, I closed my eyes. My enmity with the Ning family runs deep, irreconcilable until death. When my consciousness awakened again, I felt my body moving in all directions. The familiar scent of blood filled my nostrils, and at the same time, I recognized the presence of someone familiar. I was tied to their back. Master, is that you? Tears of blood flowed from my ruined eyes, tears of gratitude. Even if the whole world abandoned me, there was still my master. Child, don't speak. I will take you home, the old man's gentle voice echoed. I'm still alive. I felt even more excited. With the master here, you won't die. It's not your time yet. The old man ran through the mountains, slaying the bizarre creatures that charged at us. Don't be discouraged. After this experience, your will in the sword path will become even stronger. Trust in your master. You will surely break through the level that I could not. I fell silent. At this moment, I had only one obsession: revenge. 5 years later, atop the mountain, a handsome young man stood with a cane resembling a sword sheath. His eyes were covered with black cloth, and a gust of wind lifted his empty left sleeve. Surrounding him were hundreds of grotesque creatures, glaring with blood-red eyes, fixated on the young man. Good, good, good. Suddenly, the leading giant monster roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. It leaped forward, charging ahead, followed by a torrent of hundreds of bizarre creatures. I remained expressionless until the bizarre torrent rushed in front of me, at which point I pressed down hard. The tip of my cane glimmered like snow. In the next second, hundreds of demon beasts seemed to split in half simultaneously, blood raining down, and flesh flying everywhere. With a single sword stroke, I annihilated hundreds of such bizarre monsters, shocking the world. With a clang, my long sword returned to its sheath, transforming back into a cane. Hey, 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 child, you are very strong. An old voice came from behind. I turned around, my covered eyes facing an old man resembling a withered tree. Master, can I go down the mountain now? The old man slowly approached me and asked in a hoarse voice, What do you want to go down the mountain for? To kill, I replied flatly, carrying an overwhelming intent to murder. The old man looked at me and slowly shook his head. You don't need to, I will kill for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly struck, his sharp claws piercing my heart like a blade. My whole body trembled violently, my cold face contorted as I asked, Why? My voice became hoarse, and tears slowly slid from beneath the black cloth. Compared to the pain in my body, my heart hurt even more. Is there not a single person in this world who understands feelings? Child, you are too naive and too sentimental, making you easy to deceive. The old man looked at me, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by fervor. Suddenly, he exerted force. The violent power within me was sucked away like a tidal wave. It flowed into the old man's body, and his once withered form gradually became plump, his old face turning rosy. You've always treated me like a pig, fattening me up only to slaughter me, I said, my voice filled with heartache. The old man bore a strange smile, his eyes filled with excitement. Don't blame your master, it's because you are naturally strong. When you were 5, I saw your natural physique and martial arts talent, so I took you away to train you in the sword of slaughter, to be my disciple and consume. But your heart is too kind, and your killing intent insufficient, making it hard for you to succeed. So I sent you back to Foam City to join the demon hunters, leading to what happened afterward. I finally understood that my life since I went missing at 5 had been entirely controlled by my beloved master. Child, remember, in a time when reason collapses, don't be so naive and kind in your next life. The old man spoke kind words, yet his face bore a sinister expression. Am I the next? My pale lips whispered weakly, as if I would turn into a pile of tears in the next moment. You are the 20th, don't worry, you're neither the first nor the last. The old man's eyes glowed with a strange intensity. No, I shook my head. I should be the last. The old man was taken aback, his expression suddenly changing, and terror and disbelief appeared in his eyes as he stared at me. The power he absorbed surged back toward me like a tide. Not only that, but his own power was being absorbed by me. The old man was filled with horror. He tried to stop it but was utterly powerless. How could you betray your master? In fact, I knew your secret 3 years ago, but I didn't believe you would harm me, so I kept silent. I never expected. I shook my head in disappointment, my expression pained. At that moment, I was disillusioned with the entire world. Now, my only belief in living was to descend the mountain for revenge and murder. The fear of death twisted the old man's wrinkled face into a contorted mass. In his eyes, a plea emerged, Can you spare me? After all, we were master and disciple. I said nothing, merely shaking my head slowly. My heart was already dead. In fear and despair, the old man quickly turned into a withered body and slowly fell. Having absorbed my master's power, my strength increased, yet my heart felt no excitement or joy, only desolation and heart-wrenching pain. I don't know how long it passed, but my expression shifted from pain and sorrow to indifference, as if at that moment, my heart had lost all emotion. I piled earth for the old man, leaning the sword-sheath cane against the grave, then turned and left, descending the mountain as a god of slaughter was about to descend upon the events. In the mountains, a young man and woman were cornered by a mutant mountain rat the size of a cow. The young man was already bruised and battered. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, he held a broken in two pieces. The young woman, dressed in dazzling red, had lost her beauty, her face pale as she watched the approaching mutant mountain rat, her eyes filled with fear and despair. The mountain rat emitted a piercing screech and suddenly lunged forward with force. "Help!" the girl screamed in a hysterical panic. With a loud crash, the charging mountain rat was violently knocked back, crashing into a tree, which snapped in response. A woman in a black leather jacket, holding a massive double-barreled shotgun, shouted, "Yiling, are you okay?" The woman in red hugged the girl in the leather jacket, sobbing with excitement. "Tang Xian, I almost didn't get to see you." "Woo, Sister Yiling, don't be afraid, that beast has already been killed by me," Tang Xian said proudly. The mountain rat suddenly stood up, its screeching cry sharper than before, its eyes turning blood-red. It was enraged, and a wave of violent energy surged forth. Tang Jing's face turned pale, her voice trembling. "Sister, that beast survived your shot. It's at least a level 3 abnormality. Run!" With a loud bang, Tang Chen fired rapidly once more. This time, the mountain rat was on guard, dodging the huge bullet with lightning speed, and lunged at the group with a shriek. "Help!" As the group was in a moment of despair, a bizarre scene suddenly unfolded. The mountain rat, which had been aggressive moments ago, seemed to see a ghost, abruptly halted its attack, then turned to flee, vanishing without a trace. As the three were stunned, a young man appeared in their sight, his eyes covered with a black cloth, his left sleeve empty, walking towards them with a cane. Little did they know, this very person was their savior, as the mutated monsters in the surrounding mountains had long become their nightmare during my 5 years of slaughter. Wherever I appear, if they catch a whiff of my presence, unless they are top-tier abnormalities or not afraid of death, they will run as far as they can. "Quick, stop him." Suddenly, Yiling shouted sharply, "Ming Bufan, how are you still alive?" She stared at me, her face filled with disbelief and hatred. "Weren't you dead?" Two figures swiftly followed, and the Tang siblings were startled. Linger recognized this person, and Tang Jing curiously asked. Yiling nodded, a mocking smile curling her lips. "This is the infamous scoundrel, Brother Jing. He barged into my cousin Yi Qian's bathroom to peep while she was showering, stole the life-saving pills from him, and was then expelled from the Ghost Hunters Association, left blind and mutilated." The siblings looked at him, his left arm empty and his eyes covered, and finally realized, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Even his own parents abandoned him. How could he appear in this forbidden zone of the surrounding mountains? Yiling was curious as well, looking down at me. "Ming Bufan, you scoundrel, how did you end up here?" With a flash, a beam of light appeared. It vanished without warning in a flash. Suddenly, a straight line of blood appeared on Yiling's beautiful face, slowly splitting open with a loud bang, and a perfectly healthy person was cleaved in half. The Tang siblings screamed and instinctively jumped back far away. When they steadied themselves and looked at Yiling, now split in two, their faces turned pale, and their eyelids twitched violently. "Brother, he killed Sister Ling," Tang Qian exclaimed, his face filled with shock. "No, it's impossible." Tang Jing looked at her girlfriend's corpse, her heart shattering. How could a blind man with a severed arm possibly kill Linger? I didn't even see him move. "Brother, whether it's him or not, we need to kill this scoundrel to prevent him from harming other women." Tang Qian's eyes gleamed with a fierce snarl as he raised his double-barreled shotgun, ready to fire. My cold, indifferent face showed no emotion as I gently flicked the index finger holding the cane. With a flash, a blade of light appeared. In a loud bang, both the gun barrel and the man split in half, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome sight. Tang Jing's mind went blank with terror, but her body instinctively screamed and turned to flee for her life. With a swoosh, a sharp sound pierced the air, cleaving Tang Jing's body in half from behind, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. My cold, handsome face showed no signs of emotion as I continued to walk forward with my cane, as if nothing had happened. 3 days later, on a nearly abandoned highway, I walked tirelessly forward with my cane, heading towards Feng City, the place where my nightmare began, the graveyard that would end that nightmare. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine and deafening music echoed from behind as an off-road vehicle sped towards me. The driver was a girl in a black t-shirt with short hair, and in the passenger seat sat a stunning woman in a white dress. The short-haired girl appeared overly excited, shaking her head as if she were on drugs, while the woman in white turned pale with fear, exclaiming, "Shang Nan, slow down. You're scaring me to death." "Hee, beautiful Miss Xia Xinxin, please trust my skills. I guarantee no one will die. The short-haired girl named Shang Nan instead accelerated. Ah! The girl named Xia Xinxin screamed loudly, "Break! There's someone in front!" Shit! Shang Nan was suddenly alarmed as he saw a figure walking on the road ahead. Without hesitation, he slammed on the brakes. The screeching brakes echoed through the air, cutting through the surroundings as the car skidded uncontrollably forward. The car roared like a steel beast, screeching past me, whipping up a whirlwind that fluttered my clothes, yet my expression remained cold and unchanged. With a loud crash, the car slammed into a slope and finally came to a stop. "It's fine, we're fine," he said, though his face was pale as paper, devoid of color, and he gasped heavily. Fortunately, his driving skills were solid enough to stop the car. What infuriated Shang Nan was that the culprit was now calmly walking ahead, not even glancing at them, acting as if nothing had happened. The hot-tempered Shang Nan couldn't tolerate this. She kicked open the car door, furious as she rushed out, cursing, "You bastard! Stop right there! Are you blind? This is a highway. Who told you to walk here?" He rushed up to block my path, but when he saw my face, he froze in disbelief, his anger morphing into shock. Yes, I was indeed a blind man, a severed-armed invalid. It was tragic. I pretended not to hear, my face cold, continuing to walk forward with my cane, as if in this world, no one could make me stop. "Shang Nan, isn't it too dangerous for a blind man to walk on the road?" Xia Xinxin felt a twinge of compassion. She wanted to call out to me, but her modesty held her back. Shang Nan rolled her eyes at Xia Xinxin. "Your compassion is overflowing. In this world, you can't be like that. Come on, let's get in the car and talk." The front of the car was crumpled, but it didn't affect the driving. Shang Nan backed the car onto the main road, stepped on the gas, and asked me, "So where are you headed? We'll give you a ride." As the car pulled up beside me, Shang Nan slowed down and shouted out the window, but I didn't respond, continuing to walk with only the sound of my cane hitting the ground. After several calls with no response, Shang Nan wondered if I was still deaf. "How pitiful," Xia Xinxin said in a low voice, her gaze filled with sympathy. I found it hard to endure the pitying looks from others and suddenly spoke up, "Feng City." Xia Xinxin felt embarrassed, her face flushing. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you could still talk." Realizing something was off, she hurriedly added, "I didn't mean it like that. Why not respond if you can talk?" Shang Nan pouted in dissatisfaction. "Feng City is over 100 kilometers away. A blind man walking there on foot is just insane. What do you want to go there for?" The words "to kill" slipped from my lips, and suddenly, a chilling killing intent enveloped the two girls. Shang Nan felt the horrifying killing intent radiating from me, her face changing drastically, fear welling up inside her. "Xing Xing, this guy is a madman. Let's not get involved. Step on it." The car roared away, kicking up dust. I paid no attention and continued walking forward. An hour later, I arrived at the mouth of a tunnel, where the smell of blood lingered in the air. In front of the tunnel, an off-road vehicle was parked by the roadside. It was the same one I had encountered earlier. The ground was flooded with corpses, blood everywhere, and the sound of wailing filled the air. There were both human bodies and the corpses of bizarre monsters on the ground. This was the edge of the forbidden area of the surrounding mountains, where those with power often came to hunt mutated creatures, making such scenes not uncommon. A few people were busy tending to the wounded. Among them were two girls, Shang Nan and Xia Xinxin. "Xing Xing, hurry and treat him. This person is about to die." At that moment, Shang Nan rushed in, carrying a middle-aged woman, and came before Xia Xinxin, who was busy tending to other injured. "Put her down," Xia Xinxin said, looking at the middle-aged woman's chest, where a bloody and mangled wound lay. She quickly crouched down, spread her hands over the wound, and a faint white light flickered, visibly healing the woman's injury. As a few people around witnessed this scene, a glint of greed flashed in someone's eyes. With the arrival of the bazaar, some people awakened special abilities. Xia Xinxin had awakened a healing ability and was also a young medical doctor. Who wouldn't want to possess such a beautiful woman with special powers? The injured woman soon regained her strength under Xia Xinxin's treatment, but Xia Xinxin's face turned pale, her neck showing signs of strain, feeling dizzy from the continuous exertion. "Thank you for your hard work, ladies. Here, drink some water." A man in short sleeves, over 50 years old, said gratefully as he enthusiastically handed a water bottle to the two girls. Xia Xinxin took the water bottle, took a sip, and felt something was off. She looked up in shock at the man with a short beard. "Did you put something in this water?" "What?" Shang Nan was taken aback, then suddenly stood up and shouted angrily at the short-bearded man and his companions, "Bastards! We helped you save people, and you drugged us?" With a muffled thud, the short-bearded man suddenly lunged forward, swinging a long knife at Shang Nan's neck. Shang Nan fell to the ground but did not lose consciousness. He gritted his teeth and glared at them, his eyes filled with rage. "Hee hee, Uncle Wu, this girl has some skills. She didn't even faint after taking a hit from you." A young man stepped forward, a sinister smile on his face as he leered at the two girls lying on the ground. Alright, Xiaosong, stop that. This isn't the time to be distracted by beauty. Hurry and get the injured onto the vehicle and head back. We shouldn't stay here long. This time, the hunt for the abnormal was a heavy loss for us, but acquiring someone with healing abilities like you is worth it. We've struck it rich. Ahaha, block him. Suddenly, rhythmic sounds echoed from the ground. Hey! The group shouted, turning to look, and in their view was a figure that startled them. Damn, it's just a blind man with a severed arm, Xiaosong scoffed. Go kill him, the short-bearded man said coldly. Just consider it practice for killing someone, he casually dismissed. Xiaosong suddenly understood and laughed. Uncle Wu, I get it. I'll just practice my skills then. He walked over to me, drawing a long knife. I kept my steps steady, expressionless, continuing to walk forward. Suddenly, I flicked my finger lightly while holding the cane, and a flash of sword light shot out, too fast for the eye to see. Unaware, Xiaosong continued walking forward. His legs moved ahead while his body was sliced in half by something. He fell heavily to the ground, blood staining the earth, and his severed legs took several steps before collapsing. Gulps echoed as one man struggled to speak, trembling. How did Xiaosong die? The lecherous short-bearded man said nothing, his eyes glued to the figure approaching, gripping the hilt of his knife, which trembled slightly. Let's all kill him, the bald man shouted, drawing his battle knife. A flash of sword light shot out from me, sweeping across the crowd. In the next second, the thuds of bodies hitting the ground filled the air as everyone, including the wounded, was cut down by that sword light. Some were severed horizontally, others diagonally, and some vertically. Shang Nan and Xia Xingxing, still conscious, witnessed the scene, their minds going blank. This blind man is surprisingly powerful. I walked over and helped Shang Nan and Xia Xingxing to their feet. Their eyes were filled with fear. Thank you for saving us, Xia Xingxing bravely expressed her gratitude. No need. My saving you has a purpose. My voice was flat, seemingly devoid of emotion. You will take me to Feng City. I took a few steps forward. At this moment, darkness had fallen, and a car was driving alone with its lights on along the abandoned highway, devoid of life. Once, there were thriving cities along this highway, but now it had nearly become a forbidden area for humans. I was actually curious as to why these two girls dared to drive down this road. They must either be crazy or foolish. Of course, it had nothing to do with me. Leaning back in my seat, I remained silent, while Shang Nan couldn't hold back her curiosity and bravely broke the silence. Hey, why didn't you get in the car when I called you earlier, but now you're taking the initiative to ride with us? I don't like being indebted to others, nor do I like others owing me. Right now, it's a fair trade. No one owes anyone, Shang Nan mumbled under her breath. What a strange person. What did you say? I frowned, my cold face growing even colder in the darkness, a subtle meaning spreading in the car that sent shivers down the spines of the two girls. Shang Nan felt a bit dissatisfied and was about to say something when Xia Xingxing suddenly screamed, startling her. Shang Nan, look what's ahead. Shang Nan's eyes widened as she looked ahead. Under the high beams, a piercing shriek shattered the air, and the sound of emergency brakes echoed through the surrounding mountains. The car slid several meters before coming to a stop due to inertia. I frowned, my fingers tightening slightly around the sword sheath. Through the car windows, Shang Nan and Xia Xingxing looked at the road ahead, less than 50 meters away. Under the headlights, a mass of bizarre creatures made their skin crawl, their faces turning as pale as paper. Those mutated bizarre creatures had glowing green eyes, their faces twisted in a terrifying manner. Shang Nan, I told you we shouldn't take this road, and now look what happened. Xia Xingxing's voice was trembling, on the verge of tears. Shang Nan's throat moved as she struggled to speak. Don't be scared, I'll call for help right away. She hurriedly pulled out her phone. While the two girls were at a loss, the back door of the car opened. I got out, walking step by step towards the front of the vehicle with my sword sheath. Upon seeing someone emerge, the bizarre creatures emitted various eerie sounds that sent chills down one's spine. One mutated gorilla suddenly lifted its head, glaring at me with blood-red eyes, but when our eyes met, it looked as if it had seen a ghost, letting out a terrified screech before turning and fleeing. The other bizarre creatures were left confused. Having caught the scent of a human at night, they had intended to feast, but their leader had just bolted. However, soon the other bizarre creatures sensed something was off. In the next second, they retreated like a tide, fleeing in all directions. It was as if a vengeful spirit was chasing them from behind. The two girls in the car were left stunned, their faces blank. One person had scared off dozens of bizarre creatures without lifting a finger, something even the top hunters and the Ghost Hunters Association couldn't achieve. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine echoed like thunder from the opposite direction, with several headlights piercing the darkness like swords. They were driving this way. The vehicles on the opposite side spotted the off-road vehicle and quickly stopped. A total of 5 cars, and several people jumped down from the leading Hummer. Quick, go check if it's Shang Nan's car. Yes, yes. Look at that license plate. It's definitely Shang Nan's. Excitedly, the people over there confirmed it. Hearing the familiar voice, Shang Nan excitedly hugged the young man and cried, "Xing Xing, my brother has come to get us. We're okay. Woo, brother." Shang Nan rushed over and hugged a sturdy young man, crying as if to seek comfort. "I almost didn't see you. Just now, dozens of bizarre creatures surrounded me, but thankfully you all arrived just in time and scared them away." Upon hearing this, a cold glint passed through my brows. Then I silently slipped into the darkness, disappearing from sight. The next day, the western gate of Ping'an town, which led into the surrounding mountains, was heavily guarded and sealed off, as this area was one of the most severely affected by the bizarre creatures. A squad of ghost hunters was stationed here. After being rescued last night, Shang Nan and Xia Xingxing spent the night here. Shang Nan's brother, Shang Hao, was one of the ghost hunters in this stationed unit and served as the captain of a small squad. "Shao Nan, look how dangerous this was. You can't be so reckless again," Shang Hao said sternly while eating noodles in a breakfast shop. "Finish your breakfast, and I'll arrange a car to take you home." "That's not acceptable," Shang Nan immediately refused. "Xing Xing and I are going to Feng City to attend a friend's wedding, right, Xing Xing?" Shang Hao looked at Xia Xingxing with affectionate eyes, causing her face to turn red as she shyly lowered her head and nodded vigorously. "Brother, why don't you escort us to Feng City? This is a rare opportunity." Shang Nan knew her brother's intentions and kept giving him meaningful glances. Shang Hao was quite tempted, but he had official duties to attend to and couldn't just decide to leave. Feng City belonged to the Ning family, specifically the young master Ning Yifan. "This is the century wedding of our close friend Yang Luyan, and not just anyone can attend. If you go, you might meet many prominent figures, which would be of great benefit to your future. Not only can you be a chivalrous protector, but you can also meet important people." Shang Hao found it hard to decline, gritting his teeth, ready to agree. Suddenly, a person rushed in, declaring, "Captain Shang, we have an urgent mission." It was Shang Hao's vice captain. Li Shi, from the 5 great families of Feng City, reports that the Tang siblings, Tang Jing and Tang Xian, and Tang Jing's girlfriend, Yi Ling, have gone missing in the surrounding mountains. The squad leader has ordered us to head into the mountains immediately to search for them. Shang Hao furrowed his brows tightly. "Shao Nan, Xing Xing, I'm sorry, but I can't go. I'll arrange for someone to take you to Feng City later. I need to head into the mountains immediately to search for them." "No need to search, they're already dead," a sudden voice interrupted Shang Hao, causing everyone to freeze. It was Ning Bufan, who was also having breakfast there. "Hero, is that you?" Xia Xingxing stood up suddenly, her tone filled with surprise. "How do you know they're dead? Have you seen them?" Shang Hao's subordinate rushed up to Ning Bufan. "Ning Bufan," he replied in 3 brief words, lifting his head. When Li Shi recognized Ning Bufan's face, his pupils suddenly constricted as if he had seen a ghost. He stepped back in shock, his face filled with dread. Li Shi had once worked at the Ghost Hunters Association in Feng City and was a colleague of Ning Bufan. They were familiar with each other, but at that time, he had also been a witness involved in falsely accusing Ning Bufan. "Ning, are you human or a ghost?" Li Shi nearly collapsed in fear, almost sitting on the ground. Ning Bufan pulled out a bill and placed it on the table, then slowly stood up with his cane. "I am both human and ghost." He suddenly swung the cane, and a flash of light vanished in an instant. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and with a thud, Li Shi's head fell to the ground, blood gushing up like a fountain. "Ah!" The terrified screams pierced the air. Though Shang Nan and Xia Xingxing had witnessed Ning Bufan's terrifying ability to kill before, they were still pale with fear. With a thunderous roar, Shang Hao's anger erupted as he witnessed the vice captain's tragic death before his eyes. "I want you dead." He instinctively reached for his knife, only to realize it wasn't the right time for a mission, and he wasn't carrying it. "Don't!" Shang Nan and Xia Xingxing screamed, desperately holding back Shang Hao. "He's the one I told you about last night, the one who saved us. He killed several people with one sword strike. Don't provoke him. Oomph, move aside." Shang Hao, consumed by anger, pushed the 2 girls aside forcefully. "Your brother is not some lowly character. He's a captain level 3 ghost hunter." With a clatter, he drew his sidearm, aiming it at Ning Bufan's head and growling through gritted teeth, "Give me a reason to kill you, or I'll blow your brains out." Shang Hao's face was filled with rage. If it weren't for his status, he would have already pulled the trigger and blown Ning Bufan's head off for his brother. Revenge! Everyone in the Feng City Ghost Hunters Association must die, that's all there is to it, Ning Bufan uttered in a calm, emotionless tone, as if this was a matter of course, unworthy of any alarm. After speaking, he stepped forward with his sword-sheath cane, completely ignoring the weapon in Shang Hao's hand. "Stop!" Shang Hao's eyes burned with fierce rage as he issued a warning. "If you take one more step forward, I'll shoot." "Shooting me will only get you killed," Ning Bufan said, unfazed, his voice cold and indifferent. Enraged, Shang Hao was about to pull the trigger when a figure suddenly dashed forward, blocking the gun. "Shang Hao, calm down. Don't shoot," Xia Xingxing urged anxiously. Seeing the girl he admired defending another man made Shang Hao furious. He didn't realize that Xia Xingxing was trying to save him. "Xingxing, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed for a blind man with a severed arm? Is it worth it?" Shang Nan rushed forward and pulled Xia Xingxing away, a bit disgruntled. Xia Xingxing was sweating in anxiety, gritting her teeth as she explained in a low voice, "Shang Nan, stop. Your brother, I'm a doctor. After observation, I can determine that Ning Bufan is a patient with severe mental illness. He has violent type autism and schizophrenia, with a strong tendency for aggression. This condition usually develops after severe psychological trauma, making it even more frightening. Your brother's current behavior is very dangerous. Do you understand?" Shang Nan suddenly realized. Xia Xingxing was one of the youngest medical doctors, a medical genius. Her words could not be dismissed. "Ning Bufan, 5 years ago, your despicable behavior at the Feng City Ghost Hunters Association is known to all. Indeed, the punishment you received was harsh, but it was your own fault, and now you have no face to return and cause them trouble." When the past was mentioned, Ning Bufan's unchanging cold expression shifted slightly. His grip on the cane tightened, and a chilling killing intent spread around. Fearful, Shang Nan quickly rushed over, shouting, "Brother, please stop talking. Let him go, Shao Nan. My brother died here. How could I let him go?" Shang Hao forcefully pushed Shang Nan aside, roaring with anger, "Ning Bufan, I'll say this one more time. Take another step, and I'll shoot." Ning Bufan suddenly swung the cane behind him, and though the sword remained sheathed, its light cleaved through Shang Hao's body. A heart-wrenching, piercing scream erupted, shattering the atmosphere and splitting the air. Shang Hao's body was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, a shocking sight. "Something's wrong. Someone has been killed." The onlookers screamed in panic and fled in all directions. Xia Xingxing sat on the ground, her beautiful face drained of color. Shang Nan knelt on the ground, staring at her brother's shattered body, crying almost to the point of being voiceless. "Why? Why?" A moment later, her tear-filled, bloodshot eyes glared at Ning Bufan, who was filled with frenzied rage. Ning Bufan retracted his cane and spoke coldly, "He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. What is there to question?" With that, he dropped the cane to the ground and walked away without looking back. "You devil! You're a devil! I won't let you go!" Shang Nan roared, her heart filled with hatred. Any feelings she had for Ning Bufan had vanished completely. Ghost hunters are on duty, outsiders should move aside. Just then, a loud shout rang out as a team rushed from the street corner. Someone had already reported what was happening here. "They killed a ghost hunter in the street. This cannot stand." A group of ghost hunters rushed over with fierce intensity, but unfortunately, they had arrived too late. When they saw the gruesome bodies of their captain Shang Hao and Vice Captain Li Shi, the team erupted in anger, drawing their sharp blades and surrounding Ning Bufan. "Who dares to kill my ghost hunters?" the leading man roared. "Kill him!" Everyone was filled with explosive rage, brandishing their sharp knives to attack. As the attackers surrounded from all directions, they were anything but ordinary. I tightened my grip on the cane, and a sword emerged from the top, spinning in the air and drawing a circular arc before being sheathed again. As the sword returned to its sheath, all sound ceased. The ghost hunters held their attacking positions but stopped all movement. The surroundings suddenly enveloped in eerie silence. With a rhythmic sound, the cane clattered to the ground as the solitary figure did not pause, walking out of the encirclement formed by the ghost hunters, gradually fading into the distance. "What's going on? Why did they just let him go?" The onlookers stared at the scene from afar, puzzled, but they soon began to understand. Thud, 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 heads dropped, hitting the ground with a chilling sound. Every ghost hunter's head rolled off, and all who witnessed the scene felt their hearts shatter, terrified screams once again piercing the air. Ning Bufan ignored the sounds behind him and walked out of the town. To him, nothing else mattered except going to Feng City to kill. Just after leaving the town, a fierce wind suddenly howled behind him as figures surged like a hurricane, charging towards him at lightning speed. Ping'an Town was heavily guarded. If he killed a ghost hunter and then left nonchalantly, it would be a slap in the face to the entire Ghost Hunters Association. Soon, Ning Bufan was surrounded again, with the leader being a gloomy middle-aged man, the commanding officer of the Ghost Hunters station in Ping'an Town, Captain Chen Yu, a powerful 5-star ghost hunter. Yuan Yu coldly stared at Ning Bufan, his eyes filled with a murderous intent as hard as stone. At this moment, he felt both anger and surprise, having learned the events that transpired. The Ning Bufan who had died 5 years ago had actually returned, with a severed arm and destroyed eyes. Indeed, he was the one punished by the Ghost Hunters Association back then. To be honest, Ning Bufan felt that such a cruel punishment was somewhat justified, though it was none of his concern. Now, he had to kill Ning Bufan to avenge his subordinates and restore his own dignity. Captain Chen, is this useless man truly the one who killed Shang Hao and the others? A subordinate asked Shen Yu, glancing at Ning Bufan in disbelief. The others had similar expressions. A man with only one arm and blind eyes, relying on a cane to walk, could someone like this live independently? Yet he could still kill, and he was a powerful ghost hunter. Shen Yu's expression grew somewhat grim, but since he was already here, he had to ask. He stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Ning Bufan. You are Ning Bufan? Ning Bufan is dead. Please call me Sword without emotion, Ning Bufan replied in a flat tone. I will count to 3, move aside, or I will kill. Hee, a cripple like you has quite the mouth. Who can you kill? Let me count for you, 1, 2, 3. Alright, I've counted, go ahead and kill me. With a flash of sword light that was almost invisible to the naked eye, a head flew into the air, and blood rained down. With a thud, the head hit the ground, rolling like a ball. The mocking expressions on the faces of the crowd froze. Shen Yu and the others finally reacted, abandoning their earlier ridicule and disdain, drawing their long knives, each face filled with anger and murderous intent. Damn it, I misjudged, a big man cursed, turning to Chen Yu. Captain Chen, did you see him just now? Chen Yu's forehead broke out in fine beads of sweat as he shook his head. I didn't see, he was too fast. It seems Shang Hao and the others were indeed killed by him. Everyone, be careful, Chen Yu shouted, launching a powerful punch. With his strength, he could release true energy, and his punch could shatter boulders. However, when the sword light flashed, that energy was as fragile as paper, and his fist was sliced apart effortlessly. Fall back, Chen Yu yelled in horror, but it was too late. A sword swept across, and some people halted mid-action, unable to even draw their blades, frozen in place. The sound emitted by the turtle shell was crisp and pleasant. Ning Bufan continued to walk forward, and when he reached Shen Yu, he gently pushed with his cane. A muffled sound, Shen Yu fell down, clearing the way, his body suddenly split in half, blood gushing, and in the next second, the people around began to fall down, mostly with their bodies severed, a sight too horrific to bear. In the distance at the edge of the sky, the morning sun has already risen, shining on the blood-colored earth, illuminating the lonely figure that is leaving, casting a long diagonal shadow that slowly disappears at the end of the road. Boom boom boom, the roar of the car came, a speeding SUV drove over and stopped. Two women hurriedly got out of the car, the leftover man and Xia Xinxin. The two women saw the horrific scene before them, looking at the bodies lying all over the ground, the glaring blood color, the earth itself seemed to curse, all dead. The remaining men sat on the ground in despair, their faces devoid of color. The devil is truly a wicked devil. Xia Xinxin took a few deep breaths of air filled with the smell of blood and said tremulously, we must dissuade her, otherwise, once we reach the lockdown, it will become a hell on earth. This sentence reminded Shangnan, and he immediately took out his phone and dialed a number, but the car suddenly started at that moment. Xinxin, what are you doing? Shangnan asked in shock. I went to chase Ning Bufan, Xia Xinxin replied. I know how to treat this kind of patient, Xia Xinxin answered. The car has already driven out. She was not only unafraid but rather a bit fanatical, thinking about challenging the dangerously high-risk patient Ning Bufan. This would become the greatest subject of her research. You come back, wait for me, Shang Nan shouted frantically from behind. Xia Xinxin did not stop because she was worried that Shang Nan would cause trouble if she went. It could lead to loss of life. Soon, news spread that the entire team of ghost hunters in Ping'an Town had been wiped out. It was as if a small earthquake had struck within the Ghost Hunter Association. In an instant, the big shots were furious. Naturally, the Fengcheng Ghost Hunter Association also received the news. Upon learning that Ning Bufan had returned for revenge, the association immediately convened an emergency meeting. The president who had imposed the punishment 5 years ago had been promoted and transferred, and the current president was a stern middle-aged man, Gao Sanfeng. In the conference room, Gao Sanfeng looked at the senior members of the association, his authoritative square face serious and grim. Everyone present was staring at the big screen, their expressions varied. It was a video sent from the surveillance in Ping'an Town. The image showed a young man in a black trench coat. The young man's eyes were covered with a black cloth, his left arm empty, leaning on a cane that resembled a sword sheath. It was Ning Bufan. Many in attendance were all too familiar with him. 5 years had passed, and Ning Bufan's appearance had not changed much. He was still as handsome as before, but gone was the youthful innocence and kindness, replaced by coldness and indifference. Vice President Yi, you talk about Ning Bufan's revenge, Gao Sanfeng said, looking at a young woman with an exquisite face sitting next to him. Yi Qian, the person involved in the Ning Bufan incident 5 years ago. Over the 5 years, she had grown rapidly and had now become one of the 3 vice presidents of the Fengcheng Ghost Hunter Association. Hearing the president's voice, Yi Qian's expression trembled, her gaze pulled back from the big screen, a trace of inexplicable panic flashing in her eyes. Yi Qian could hardly imagine how someone who had been declared dead by doctors could suddenly come back to life. 5 years ago, when she heard that Ning Bufan's body had been stolen, she didn't care. It was just a corpse. If it was taken, so be it. Who would have thought that the body could actually be revived? However, in this bizarre world that had descended, anything strange could happen, so it was not surprising. Ha! Yi Qian took a deep breath to calm her racing heart and said seriously, President, the case from back then was a solid case handled personally by the old president, with complete case files that everyone can review. There should be no controversy about this. Gao Sanfeng frowned tightly. What I am curious about is why such a cruel punishment was given back then. I have gone through all the punishment cases in the Ghost Hunter Association, and you are the first case, and there is no regulatory basis for such punishment. The most severe punishment would be the death penalty. Ning Bufan's mistakes did not warrant the death penalty, yet his punishment was more brutal than death, worse than living. This raised suspicions. Now that Ning Bufan had returned with such great resentment for revenge, it was not surprising. I don't know about that, it was the old president's decision back then. Yi Qian directly shifted the blame to the old president, implying that if you have the ability, you should ask the old president yourself. Gao Sanfeng's face darkened, but he had nothing to say. President, the urgent matter now is to discuss how to eliminate this scoundrel Ning Bufan, a middle-aged man interjected at this moment. Cheng Yong, who was in charge of the enforcement hall 5 years ago, had now been promoted to one of the vice presidents. He was the one who personally executed Ning Bufan's punishment. Those who were responsible for Ning Bufan's case back then had almost all received promotions to varying degrees. This made Gao Sanfeng suspicious that there might be some hidden agenda behind this case. But now he could not reopen the case. The urgent matter was indeed how to deal with Ning Bufan. Perhaps there were issues with Ning Bufan's case back then, but now it was a fact that he had killed so many people, which had sealed his death sentence. Alright, President Chang, I will leave this matter to you, Gao Sanfeng said, causing Cheng Yong's eyelids to twitch. Just as he was about to refuse, the next sentence calmed his heart. The special team will go with you. In every major city, there is a special team of 5 to 6 members within the Hunter Association. Each member of the team has a rank of at least 5 stars. They are either martial arts experts or awakened individuals with special abilities. Their strength is formidable. The special team in Feng City may not be the top tier, but they are undoubtedly a nightmare for countless bizarre monsters. Ning Bufan, a useless person, even if strong, is still just a cripple. When the special team takes action, it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, ensuring absolute success. Cheng Yong immediately stood up and assured, President, rest assured, we will complete the mission. In his heart, he was sneering, Ning Bufan, oh Ning Bufan, you should have hidden away and lived quietly after escaping death, yet you dare to seek revenge. This time, you won't have a chance to survive. President, I want to go too, Yi Qian eagerly volunteered. With the special team in action, she wanted to ride on the coattails of their success. Back then, Ning Bufan was the one who helped her achieve her current status, and now, 5 years later, she would use him to advance further. You have other arrangements? Gao Sanfeng rejected Yi Qian's proposal, solemnly addressing Cheng Yong. President Chang, remember, I want him alive. The reason for sending the special team was to capture him alive. He wanted to uncover the truth behind the case from years ago. Cheng Yong paused and replied, understood. While he said he understood, he was secretly mocking. When the fighting starts, with blades and guns flying, who can guarantee they will capture him alive? After making the arrangements, everyone dispersed, and Cheng Yong got up to leave. Yi Qian hurriedly caught up with Cheng Yong and whispered, President Chang, since President Gao came here, he has been very concerned about Ning Bufan's case from back then, so we absolutely cannot let Ning Bufan return alive. Cheng Yong smiled sinisterly, rest assured, I can ensure he comes back alive, that would be digging a pit for myself. Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, after returning to his office, Gao Sanfeng instructed his trusted secretary, Xiao Zhang, arrange for Nightingale to secretly follow Cheng Yong and them, and act according to the situation. I'm worried Cheng Yong won't let Ning Bufan come back alive. The secretary, a young man in his 30s named Zhang Wei, was a loyal confidant who had come to Feng City with Gao Sanfeng. Zhang Wei felt conflicted. He knew his boss too well. He was upright and could not stand injustice. He had been paying attention to Ning Bufan's case for a long time. It wasn't a major case, but the cruel punishment methods broke the norm and sent chills down people's spines, which made the case widely known internally. President, are you really going to overturn Ning Bufan's case? Ning Bufan wiped out a whole squad of hunters. Dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins, Zhang Wei said cautiously. Gao Sanfeng's expression darkened. That's two different matters. Ning Bufan cannot escape the death penalty, he must die. But the case from back then must be corrected, otherwise, if other associations follow suit, what difference is there between the Hunter Association and those illegal organizations? This. Zhang Wei was taken aback and said, I understand, I'll take care of it right away. At the same time, on a secondary road leading to Feng City, Ning Bufan walked tirelessly. Behind him, a SUV followed at a leisurely pace, and the person inside was Xia Xinxin. Xia Xinxin trailed behind like a stubborn adhesive, not daring to get too close. Ning Bufan knew Xia Xinxin was following him, but as long as she didn't disturb him, he couldn't be bothered and continued on his way. Xia Xinxin tried to invite Ning Bufan to get in the car for a ride. Ning Bufan stubbornly refused to owe anyone anything and completely ignored her. As the sky gradually darkened and night fell, for Ning Bufan, it made no difference whether it was day or night since he couldn't see anyway. So he had no plans to rest. He just stopped at a small shop by the roadside to buy a bottle of water and a pack of biscuits, pulling out a crumpled bill to pay. Sorry, we only accept payments via QR code. The plump shop owner looked at the wrinkled bill with disdain, coldly returning the money and placing a payment code in front of Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan was taken aback. He no longer used a mobile phone, and besides, how could a blind man scan a payment code? Wasn't that just making things difficult for him? He withdrew the cash and turned to leave, not even wanting the items he had placed on the counter. The female shop owner was furious. Hey, you blind man, I've already taken out my goods and you don't want them? Are you messing with me? No wonder you're a cripple. Ning Bufan stopped in his tracks, his fingers tightening slightly around the cane. The words cripple struck a nerve in his sensitive heart. A chilling killing intent enveloped the shop owner. She felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart, her pores suddenly erupting, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. At that critical moment, a white figure rushed over urgently. Boss, I'll pay for this gentleman's items, and also bring me some bread and water. It was Xia Xinxin who appeared just in time. The shop owner broke into a cold sweat, nodding in panic. Oh, okay. While the owner was fetching the items, Xia Xinxin hurriedly pulled her aside, lowering her voice urgently. Boss lady, quickly apologize to that gentleman, or someone might die. The shop owner was flustered inside but retorted defiantly. I don't believe he would dare to kill someone in broad daylight. Besides, he's a cripple. Why should I be afraid of him? Xia Xinxin was speechless, realizing that it was futile to reason with a stubborn fool. The killing intent surged suddenly. Ning Bufan raised his cane. Wait! Xia Xinxin shouted, instinctively stepping in front of the shop owner, trembling as she said, Ning. Mr. Ning, she's just an ordinary person. Before she could finish, 3 cars came rushing in, kicking up a cloud of dust. Screech, screech, screech. The harsh sound of brakes echoed. The 3 cars stopped in front of the shop, forming a half-circle to surround Ning Bufan. He turned his head, his cold face facing the vehicles. The doors opened, and a plump middle-aged man stepped out, accompanied by others. Cheng Yong, vice president of the Fengcheng Hunter Association. Sensing Cheng Yong's familiar aura, Ning Bufan's killing intent immediately shifted its target. Cheng Yong got out of the car. With the people from the first 2 cars, plus himself, a total of 10 surrounded Ning Bufan. The last car remained still, quietly parked there. Ning Bufan, long time no see, it's been a while. Cheng Yong approached with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. You're still alive, which surprises us. It's a pity you don't know how to cherish the chance to live, not hiding away somewhere to survive, but coming here for revenge. Truly, you don't take the path to heaven, yet you seek out hell. Ha ha ha. Cheng Yong laughed loudly. Ning Bufan remained expressionless, neither sad nor happy. Officer, hello. At that moment, the female shop owner rushed up to Cheng Yong, pointing at Ning Bufan and accusing him, this cripple, he bought things without paying and even wants to kill me. You must arrest him and throw him in prison. Seeing the shop owner's behavior, Xia Xinxin silently stepped back behind the old lady, acting as a bystander. With someone accusing him, Cheng Yong became even happier. Ning Bufan, you're becoming more inhumane. Now you even rob ordinary people. A scum like you living is a disaster. You deserve to die without a burial place. Are you done talking? Ning Bufan suddenly asked. Once you're done, you can die. With a whoosh, the long sword was drawn, soaring into the sky. Cheng Yong's expression changed, his face contorted in rage as he shouted, kill him. The hunters behind him charged forward with a howl. Swish! The sword light was like snow, bringing a rain of blood. The attackers were severed in half without exception. Cheng Yong's pupils dilated suddenly, filled with disbelief. He had brought skilled fighters, yet they were all wiped out with a single sword. The female shop owner standing nearby was so frightened she collapsed to the ground, losing control of her bodily functions. Bang, bang, bang. Body parts fell to the ground, staining it red with blood. Thud, thud, thud. Chung Yong retreated frantically, his face pale. Special team, attack. The hysterical shout echoed throughout the scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind howled, and shadows flickered. The last car's door was smashed open, and 5 figures appeared before Ning Bufan like 5 tornadoes. Each person wore a golden white-collared uniform and a golden conical hat. This was the most elite team among the hunters, the special team. Ning Bufan knew the power of the special team. He drove his sword into the ground and gripped the hilt with one hand. Ning Bufan, aren't you supposed to be tough? Let's see how you fight against the special team. Go die. Chung Yong laughed maniacally. Ning Bufan's expression was cold as he swung his long sword. In the next second, the sword light crisscrossed. The special team sensed something was wrong and roared in unison. The 5 of them unleashed their ultimate moves. Some released the awakened ability of blazing fire. Some unleashed terrifying lightning. Others charged with violent blade light and sword rain. In an instant, various terrifying killing moves converged and crashed fiercely against Ning Bufan's sword light. Boom! The clash of 2 powers erupted like thunder. The ground shook, and dust flew. The nearest female shopkeeper and Chang Yong were directly blown away. The onlookers, including Xia Xinxin, were left stunned with their mouths agape. Was this still a human battle? After a moment, all sounds ceased, and the dust settled. The 2 sides in the battle slowly revealed themselves. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, standing there with an indifferent expression. The wind lifted his clothing and the black cloth ribbon tied behind his head, making a whoosh sound. Opposite him, the 5 stood like wooden stakes, motionless. But soon, blood began to ooze from their bodies. Some from their necks, some from their chests, some from their waists. Thud! The first person fell to the ground, his head rolling away. Immediately after, the remaining 4 also collapsed, their bodies severed. Total annihilation. Everyone who witnessed the scene was left dumbfounded. Chung Yong was stunned, sitting on the ground with a blank mind. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane hitting the ground broke the silence, rhythmically echoing. Ning Bufan walked step by step towards Chung Yong. No, it has nothing to do with me, I'm just a seller, please don't kill me. The female shopkeeper, covered in dirt and dust, had just gotten up when she saw Ning Bufan standing before her, instantly terrified and collapsing back down. Hero, I was wrong, the things in my shop are free, take whatever you want, I'll get it for you right now. Her voice was laced with sobs. Swish! The sword light flashed by, and a head rolled away, landing right at Chung Yong's feet. Chung Yong, the vice president, was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. His pants were already soaked, the stench of urine pungent in the air. The cowardice of this opportunist was now laid bare. Don't kill me. Chung Yong saw Ning Bufan approaching like the Grim Reaper, panicking so much that he forgot to run, frantically begging for mercy. I was forced to frame you back then, it was all Yi Qian and that adopted son of the Ning family, Ning Yifun's conspiracy. If you want trouble, go find them, it has nothing to do with me, woo woo. Ning Bufan turned a deaf ear, driving the sword sheath into the ground again, slowly drawing out the long sword. The sword light was blinding, the killing intent soaring. No. Chung Yong, terrified of death, knelt and knocked his head on the ground, crying uncontrollably, Lord Ning, don't kill me, I still have use. The new president wants to overturn your case, I can be a witness to accuse Yi Qian in them. No need. 3 words, devoid of emotion. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the sword light rampaged, flesh and blood flying. The dense sword light sliced through Chung Yong's body as if chopping vegetables. Clang! The sound of the sword returning to its sheath finally quieted the sword light. Chung Yong lay on the ground, his terrified pupils wide open, breathless. Ning Bufan turned around, his cold face facing the small shop. The onlookers in that direction were so frightened that they fled as if ghosts were chasing them. Swish! A sword swept across. A moment later, with a loud boom, the small shop was sliced in half, collapsing into ruins. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword and turned to walk into the darkness ahead. It wasn't until that terrifying figure disappeared into the shadows that the shaken people finally came to their senses. A bold individual cautiously approached to check on Chung Yong's condition. Upon seeing it, he immediately collapsed to the ground and began to vomit. Chung Yong's body was already torn apart, blood and flesh a gruesome mess, resembling shredded radishes after being hacked by a cleaver. With Chung Yong's demise, an entire special squad was lost as well. The news spread, causing a stir in the Hunter Association, and some panicked. If even the special squad was no match, who could stand against this? Only a master could be dispatched.
President, Nightingale witnessed that battle firsthand.
No, it wasn't even a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter, reported Secretary Zhang Wei to Gao Sanfeng in the president's office of the Fengcheng Hunter Association. As he reported, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat.
Gao Sanfeng was stunned.
A single person, and a cripple at that, could be this powerful.
Now he was heading towards Fengcheng. What should they do? President, should we leave Fengcheng first? The secretary asked in a panic. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The phone on the desk rang at that moment. Gao Sanfeng grabbed the receiver and answered. Hello, this is Gao Sanfeng. Instructor Wu, hello.
Upon realizing who was on the other end, Gao Sanfeng quickly stood up, his tone filled with respect. This was one of the most renowned instructors in the Hunter Association, known for his terrifying strength and for training countless accomplished hunters.
Damn it, are you all a bunch of useless fools at the Fengcheng Hunter Association?
A rough male voice shouted angrily from the phone.
To handle a cripple and end up like this is simply disgraceful.
Keep a close watch on that cripple, I'll come to meet him personally.
Don't let him escape.
And this matter must be kept under wraps, we can't afford to lose face. Gao Sanfeng bitterly smiled to himself. The person wasn't escaping, he was boldly heading towards Fengcheng. The real question was whether their side should flee Fengcheng. After finishing the call with Instructor Wu, Gao Sanfeng felt a mix of joy and worry.
The good news was that Instructor Wu was coming personally to deal with Ning Bufan.
There was no doubt about the instructor's strength. If he took action, it would be a true display of power. The worry was that with Instructor Wu's volatile temper, after Ning Bufan had killed so many hunters, it was nearly impossible for him to spare Ning Bufan's life, let alone overturn the situation.
Without overturning it, incidents like Ning Bufan's would only continue. Sigh. Gao Sanfeng sighed, feeling a headache coming on. After a while, he seemed to make a significant decision, gritting his teeth as he stood up and instructed the secretary, Xiao Zhang, prepare the car. Zhang Wei looked puzzled. President, it's so late, where are you going? Gao Sanfeng replied, to meet that Ning Bufan. What? Zhang Wei exclaimed, nearly jumping up. No, President, absolutely not. Gao Sanfeng glared, are you the president or am I? Just listen to me. This. Zhang Wei's expression was almost in tears. This was a matter of life and death.
But he had no choice but to follow the president's orders.
The night was already late. On the road to Fengcheng, Ning Bufan walked forward tirelessly.
Xia Xinshan still followed him like a stubborn adhesive. However, after a day of driving without rest, she was severely fatigued and struggling to keep her eyes open, her eyelids heavy. In the pitch black of night, suddenly, she lost focus, and the car veered off the roadside.
Ah! Amidst the panicked screams, the car rolled down the embankment.
Fortunately, the embankment wasn't high, and after rolling, the car came to a stop upside down. Xia Xinshan was terrified, her soul nearly leaving her body. Thankfully, she was unharmed, but when she tried to get out, the door was jammed shut and wouldn't budge.
Help! Help!
Xia Xinshan could only shout for help while desperately trying to find a way to crawl out. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp flash of swordlight zipped by, stirring up a whirlwind that made her scalp tingle. The next second, she felt her vision blur, and she could see the stars in the sky. The entire underside of the overturned car was forcibly sliced off by a beam of swordlight and flew into the air. After a loud crash, the car's underside, along with its four wheels, was flipped far away. This. Xia Xinshan looked at Ning Bufan standing beside the car as if she were looking at a monster. Although Ning Bufan had brought her many shocks along the way, she was still stunned at this moment. Ning Bufan ignored Xia Xinshan and walked straight over, picking up a bottle of mineral water and a pack of biscuits that had fallen from the car. I saved you, so taking these things is a fair exchange. No one owes anyone anything. His calm voice came out as he leaned on his cane and sat down by the roadside to eat the biscuits. Xia Xinshan came back to her senses, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. She quickly got up, gathered the scattered water and food from the car into a large plastic bag, and climbed up to the roadside. Ning Bufan was enjoying his food when a woman's fragrant breeze wafted by. Xia Xinshan cautiously sat down beside him, placing the bag of food between them, and said in a somewhat nervous tone, These are all for you. Ning Bufan paused for a moment and shook his head in refusal. You saved my life again, these things can't possibly make up for what I owe you, so they are all yours. Xia Xinshan said earnestly. Ning Bufan was slightly taken aback, as if he found her reasoning valid. Seeing that Ning Bufan did not refuse, Xia Xinshan gained a bit of courage. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent, these things are all yours now. Ning Bufan clearly had no interest in the food and suddenly asked, what you said earlier about Yang Luyan marrying Ning Yifan, is it true? Mentioning Yang Luyan made Ning Bufan's brow furrow slightly. Before he turned 5, he and Yang Luyan were childhood sweethearts. They had an engagement. But later, he went missing, and when he was found, everything had changed. Yang Luyan had already fallen for that adopted son, Ning Yifan. Unexpectedly, they were now both getting married. However, with his return, this wedding was destined to turn into a funeral. Thinking of this, a cold smile crept onto Ning Bufan's lips, making him seem somewhat eerie under the starlight.
Of course it's true, Xia Xinxin replied confidently, unaware of Ning Bufan's unusual demeanor. I, Shang Nan, and Yang Luyan were the best of friends and partners in crime at Kyoto University. Yang Luyan specifically invited us to her wedding. But, Shang Nan's brother was killed by you, so she might not be in the mood to go. As she said this, her tone became somber and a bit sad. Are you following me to find an opportunity to take revenge for her brother? Ning Bufan suddenly interjected, releasing a hint of coldness. No, Xia Xinxin hurriedly waved her hands. I am a doctor, someone who heals, not a killer. I'm following you to help you. Ning Bufan was somewhat surprised. What can you help me with? Xia Xinxin looked at Ning Bufan, hesitating. First, I need to say this. I said it, you mustn't get angry. Ning Bufan was silent for a moment and nodded. All right. With Ning Bufan's consent, Xia Xinxin gained a bit of courage. I have a PhD in medicine, and I suspect you might have violent-type schizophrenia. After saying this, she dared not continue, as a terrifying chill enveloped her, making her feel as if she were falling into an ice cellar, her heart seemingly frozen and suffocating. You said you wouldn't get angry. Xia Xinxin trembled as she spoke. Ning Bufan stood up, picked up his cane, and coldly uttered, Stay away from me, or I can't guarantee I won't kill you. Mr. Ning, wait, Xia Xinxin was not discouraged. Listen to me, if I'm not mistaken, you must have suffered a great psychological trauma. I have deep research in psychological medicine, I can really help you. Get lost. A furious roar erupted, and a terrifying wave of air surged forth, as if a hurricane had swept up. Ah! Xia Xinxin screamed as she was thrown out, crashing heavily to the ground. Hoo! Ning Bufan gasped for breath, the sword sheath he used as a cane nearly deformed under his grip. Veins bulged on his hands, and his knuckles turned white. What Xia Xinxin said brought back painful memories from the past. For a moment, he truly felt the urge to kill. Don't follow me anymore. He coldly tossed this sentence aside, leaning on his cane as he stepped into the darkness. Xia Xinxin wanted to get up, but her whole body ached, leaving her helplessly watching Ning Bufan leave. Suddenly, Ning Bufan stopped. Come out, or die. His icy voice carried a chilling murderous intent that swept through the surroundings. Ha ha ha. A man's loud laughter echoed. Then, a man and a woman emerged from the darkness, each followed by a strange beast. Behind the woman was a two-headed green giant snake. Behind the man was a giant spider. The Temple of Anomalies? A gasp came from behind Ning Bufan. It was Xia Xinxin's voice. At this moment, she had managed to crawl up with great difficulty, looking somewhat disheveled. Her beautiful eyes stared at the two people and the two beasts that appeared, her face paling in fear as she instinctively stepped back. The Temple of Anomalies, the nemesis of anomaly hunters. Anomaly hunters took it upon themselves to hunt strange monsters. In contrast, the Temple of Anomalies worshipped the god of anomalies, considering themselves the servants of the anomaly god. They practiced special techniques that allowed them to summon or raise strange beasts to fight alongside them, making them incredibly powerful. Of course, very few could summon and raise strange beasts, all of them were elite trump cards within the temple. The fact that two trump cards were dispatched at once made the situation quite serious. Miss Xia, we meet again. The seductive woman with the snake let out a piercing laugh. Accompanying her laughter, the two-headed snake behind her flicked its tongue, hissing ominously. Xia Xinxin felt her scalp tingle, trembling all over, her pretty face turning completely pale. The snake woman laughed even more joyfully, doubling over. Look at you, are we really that scary? Enough, snake woman, let's get to business. The Spider-Man beside her interrupted, his cold gaze fixed on Ning Bufan, asking with an arrogant tone, Are you Ning Bufan? What do you want? Ning Bufan coldly retorted. We are from the Temple of Anomalies. We've heard that you specialize in opposing anomaly hunters and have killed quite a few. This aligns with our goals, so I offer you the honor of joining the temple. The Spider-Man held a proud posture. Now, as long as you show your submission, you can qualify to become my servant. If you perform well later, your future will be limitless. No, don't join them. Xia Xinxin shouted anxiously, rushing to Ning Bufan's side without a second thought, urgently saying, They are an evil organization. The snake woman immediately interrupted, looking at Xia Xinxin with a sinister smile. Miss Xia, we are not an evil organization, the anomaly hunters are the real evil. I told you last time, once you join us, you will understand our sanctity. Come now, be my servant. Xia Xinshin was an awakener with healing abilities. Although this type of awakener lacked combat power, having such an assistant was like carrying a blood bank, instantly transforming into an indestructible cockroach. People like her were highly sought after by countless forces, and those from the Temple of Anomalies naturally wanted to recruit her. They had sought Xia Xinshin before, which was why she recognized them and appeared so terrified. No, I won't join you. Xia Xinshin, frightened, hid behind Ning Bufan, seemingly seeking protection. The snake woman laughed heartily. Miss Xia, you can't escape this time, this blind man can't protect you. Just right, you both can join together. Get lost. Ning Bufan suddenly shouted, a cold aura sweeping over, lifting the edges of their clothes. The two were not as weak as Xia Xinshin and remained unfazed. Ning Bufan's action, however, enraged the Spider-Man. Refusing a toast and instead asking for punishment, since you won't submit, let me make you a supplement for my divine spider. The Spider-Man, with a fierce expression, shouted, Spider, eat him. Hiss. The giant spider immediately let out a terrifying hiss and lunged forward. Ah! Xia Xinshin instinctively closed her eyes in fear, her terrified scream echoing through the night sky. Ning Bufan's face was cold as ice, his finger twitched, and the long sword was drawn, transforming into a dazzling arc of light in midair. The spider's massive body soared into the air, and a flash of sword light passed through its abdomen. Thus, the spider was split in two, one half soaring into the sky while the other fell to the ground, green liquid splattering everywhere. The sword arc did not lose momentum and continued to slash out. The Spider-Man suddenly realized something was wrong and let out a loud roar, a powerful force erupting from his body. Almost simultaneously, the snake woman beside him also had her pupils suddenly constrict, shouting, damn it! She struck out with her palm, distorting the air with her wind. The two-headed spirit snake behind her attacked at the same moment, transforming into a streak of blue lightning. Swish! The sword light flashed by. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword. His tall figure stood against the night wind, his handsome face as cold as ever, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Crack! The head of the two-headed snake fell to the ground, yet it still showed no signs of dying, writhing on the ground. The massive headless snake tail behind it, losing its head's command, attacked again out of instinct, like a giant ironwood violently striking towards Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan's long sword was drawn again for a slash. In an instant, the sword energy crisscrossed, and the giant snake tail was engulfed in the dense sword energy. When the long sword was sheathed, the giant snake had already turned into countless pieces of flesh raining down. You! The Spider-Man looked at the indifferent Ning Bufan with a horrified gaze, wanting to say something, but he collapsed with a loud thud, his body splitting in two. W.I. Kill me! The snake woman's voice was filled with fear and unwillingness. She felt wronged. It wasn't her who attacked Ning Bufan, so why was she killed too? Unfortunately, no one answered her, and with a muffled sound, she fell, her body also splitting in two, dying tragically on the spot. Xia Xinshin opened her eyes, staring at the scene before her, her eyelids twitching. Fortunately, she was already accustomed to Ning Bufan's methods and was not paralyzed by fear. Don't follow me anymore. After Ning Bufan uttered a warning tone, he stepped over the bloodstains on the ground and walked away. Xia Xinshin stood frozen in place, wanting to say something but daring not to, only able to silently watch that lonely figure grow distant. But suddenly, with a thud, Ning Bufan, who was walking, collapsed to the ground without warning, startling Xia Xinshin into a scream. Seeing that Ning Bufan had not gotten up, she steeled her courage and cautiously approached. Hey, are you okay? Wake up! Xia Xinshin crouched down, driven by her instinct as a doctor to save lives, hurriedly checking Ning Bufan, only to find no signs of injury on him. Could it be internal injuries? Xia Xinshin closed her eyes, her hands spread open, her white jade-like palms pressing against Ning Bufan, emitting strands of white light that seeped in, slowly repairing the damaged heart. Ning Bufan's heart had stopped beating, and Xia Xinshin didn't know if she could bring him back to life. All she knew was that as a healer, she could not stand by and watch someone die. Time passed slowly, and Xia Xinshin's face gradually turned pale. She had almost exhausted all her strength, yet Ning Bufan still showed no signs of waking up. Xia Xinshin could have given up, but she gritted her teeth and continued the treatment until she finally collapsed from exhaustion on Ning Bufan. When Xia Xinshin woke up, the sky was already bright. She found herself sleeping in a tent made of branches and leaves. This startled her, and she hurriedly checked her clothes, relieved to find no signs of having been disturbed. Amidst the rustling sounds, she quickly crawled out of the tent. Outside, Ning Bufan sat cross-legged on a rock, his back to the tent, as if he were an old monk in meditation, completely still. You are awake? He asked in a flat tone, surprisingly lacking his usual coldness, which left Xia Xinshin a bit astonished. Are you okay? Xia Xinshin walked over and whispered, how's your heart injury?
I owe you a life, Ning Bufan interrupted her, his expression still as indifferent as ever.
Let's part ways here. Don't follow me, it's dangerous.
Wait, your injury isn't fully healed yet, you still need at least 2 more treatments, Xia Xinxin hurriedly reminded him.
Ning Bufan shook his head again. I don't want to owe you twice more.
This. Xia Xinxin was at a loss for words.
Soon, she thought of a reason. Aren't you going to Fengcheng? I'm going there too, we can travel together. I'm just a girl in this desolate mountain area, and I'm scared.
Ning Bufan paused, frowned in thought, and reluctantly sighed, let's go. Xia Xinxin was overjoyed, quickly grabbing her food and water to follow him. She had already decided that when she got back, she would write a travelogue titled Walking with Wolves. In her heart, Ning Bufan was undoubtedly a highly dangerous wolf. On the road to Fengcheng, a man and a woman walked side by side. Along the way, Xia Xinxin carefully observed Ning Bufan, whom she regarded as her patient, constantly trying to find topics to talk about.
Soon, Xia Xinxin discovered that Ning Bufan's inner world was not as cold and heartless as he appeared on the surface.
She could sense that he had undoubtedly suffered immense trauma and stimulation, causing him to shut down his heart and become cruel and unfeeling.
Bufan, can you tell me about your family? Now Xia Xinxin could boldly call him Bufan.
I have no family. Ning Bufan's tone turned cold again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Xia Xinxin read the room and stopped pressing the issue.
Suddenly, the screeching sound of a car's brakes pierced the air. A business vehicle approached from the opposite direction and stopped a few meters in front of them. Ning Bufan tightened his grip on his cane, a murderous intent suddenly erupting. Xia Xinxin felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her hair standing on end, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she looked at the business vehicle. She was curious about what this vehicle was that elicited such a strong reaction from Ning Bufan. The business vehicle belonged to the Hunters Association. Ning Bufan had previously been part of the Fengcheng Hunters Association and had ridden in this vehicle before. He sensed a familiar aura. The Fengcheng Hunters Association and the Ning family were his targets for revenge. They had come right to his doorstep. With a click, the car door opened, and a young man in the passenger seat got out to open the back door. Then, a middle-aged man with a square face stepped out, followed by a sharp-eyed, deep-breathing woman in black. It was Gao Sanfeng, the newly appointed president of the Fengcheng Hunters Association, who had come to find Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan did not hide his whereabouts, and being one-armed and blind made him too conspicuous. It was easy for Gao Sanfeng to find him. Gao Sanfeng had long known about the punishment Ning Bufan had received, but seeing Ning Bufan's current state still made his heart tremble. It was too cruel. No wonder Ning Bufan had returned and was killing so frantically. The killing intent emanating from Ning Bufan at this moment was enough to make one feel the deep hatred in his heart. Hello, Ning Bufan, I am the new president of the Fengcheng Hunter Association, Gao Sanifeng. Gao Sanifeng disliked small talk and introduced himself directly. He then turned his gaze to the side, looking at Xia Xinxin. You must be Miss Xia. Your family is very worried about your safety and insists that you return with us. Xia Xinxin shrank back behind Ning Bufan. She hadn't finished her research yet. How could she just give up everything? Besides, Ning Bufan still needed her treatment. Seeing Xia Xinxin's movement, Gao Sanifeng frowned slightly. What was up with this Miss Xia? Was she not afraid to be next to someone as dangerous as Ning Bufan, or was she threatened by him and dared not leave? Yes, it must be that way. Gao Sanifeng exhaled, trying to keep his tone calm, and looked at Ning Bufan again. Ning Bufan, you don't need to harbor such hostility towards me. I sympathize with your situation and want to investigate the truth of the events from back then. So, I hope we can sit down and have a good talk. You see, I didn't bring anyone else, it's just us here. Ning Bufan curled his lips into a sarcastic smile. The truth is not important to you, and it is no longer important to me. No, I think it is very important, Gao Sanifeng said firmly. You were in the Hunter Association back then, you should know my reputation, Gao Sanifeng. I cannot stand to see any wrongful cases. Within the Hunter Association, Ning Bufan had indeed heard of Gao Sanifeng's reputation, a rare upright figure. If he had been in Fengcheng back then, perhaps the tragedy would not have happened. But unfortunately, there is no if in this world. President Gao, I've said it before, it's no longer important. Ning Bufan's tone was equally resolute. It's dangerous for Miss Xia to be by my side, you should take her away. I will handle the matters ahead myself. The grievances from 5 years ago will soon come to an end. Killing won't solve your problems, Gao Sanifeng's voice suddenly rose. Even if you kill everyone, if your case from back then isn't overturned, you will still be the scum and villain in their eyes, a heinous criminal. Ha ha ha. Ning Bufan laughed loudly, but as he laughed, his expression gradually turned cold. I've become like this, worse than death. Do you think I still care about that? This. Gao Sanifeng was at a loss for words. Bufan, actually, I have a way to help you restore your eyes and hands. Xiao Xinxin seized the opportunity and said earnestly. For Ning Bufan, if he could recover his eyes and hands, it would be the best treatment for his psychological trauma. Ning Bufan was stunned, and a slight emotional fluctuation appeared on his cold face. But soon, that flicker of emotion vanished without a trace, returning to indifference. Xia Xinxin saw this and hurriedly said, Bufan, please believe me, I'm serious, I can definitely do it. Ning Bufan shook his head slightly. No need, for me, it's better not to see the darkness and danger of this world. He had long since died inside. After settling this grievance, I will disappear from the world. In a few years, no one will remember me. So whether I recover or not is meaningless. Ning Bufan's voice was flat, but it sank Xia Xinxin and Gao Sanifeng's hearts to the bottom. Ning Bufan had come to Fengchang with a heart set on death. Asking him to give up revenge was nearly impossible. The only way was to kill him. But the strength he displayed made it unclear what price would be paid to kill him. Gao Sanifeng was not discouraged and earnestly advised, Ning Bufan, you are too extreme. I do not deny the evils in this world, but you must also see that there are still many kind people and much beauty in this world. Just as he spoke halfway, suddenly, the roar of a helicopter came from above. Bang 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 bang. This was the roaring sound made by the helicopter's rotor blades. Looking up, a helicopter flew over from a mountain peak, the whirlwind created by the spinning blades causing the surrounding grass and trees to sway wildly. President, it seems to be Instructor Wu's helicopter, shouted the secretary, Zhang Wei. In an instant, Gao Sanfeng's expression changed dramatically. It had come so quickly, this was bad. Gao Sanfeng was well aware of Instructor Wu's temper. Once he got angry, no one could stop him. So many hunters had died at Ning Bufan's hands, and many of them were students he had taught. Especially the annihilation of that special squad had made him furious. They were elite troops he had personally trained. Ning Bufan, there's no time. Please come with me immediately for questioning, Gao Sanfeng said gravely, no longer able to reason. He solemnly assured, don't worry, if you are innocent, I, Gao Sanfeng, will risk my life to clear your name. Ning Bufan curled his lips into a cold smile, slightly raising his head towards the helicopter above. You brought them here, didn't you? This. Gao Sanfeng didn't know how to respond. If he said it wasn't him, it indeed was him. Swish! A long sword suddenly unsheathed. President, be careful! The woman in black behind him shouted, rushing forward like lightning to shield him. Nightingale had witnessed Ning Bufan annihilate that special squad in secret. She knew that she couldn't stop Ning Bufan if he drew his sword, but she had to try. Fortunately, Ning Bufan's target was not them. The terrifying sword light shot up into the sky, crashing down towards the helicopter overhead. The massive steel machine in the air was sliced open like tofu under this sword strike. As Gao Sanfeng and the others stared in shock, the helicopter suddenly disintegrated in midair. You dare! A furious roar echoed, reverberating like thunder across the sky. At the moment the helicopter disintegrated, a towering figure leaped down, plummeting straight from the sky. Following closely, 5 figures jumped down as well, but they all opened parachutes. The people had jumped down, but the disintegrating helicopter was falling towards the ground. Get out of the way! Nightingale screamed in terror. 3 people transformed into 3 shadows, urgently evacuating the area. Xia Xinxin instinctively grabbed Ning Bufan's clothing and shouted, hurry up! Ning Bufan remained unmoved, his expression calm. In the next second, he gripped the long sword and swung it fiercely. In an instant, a dense array of sword energy surged forth, engulfing the falling helicopter like a storm. Clang! The sound of the sword returning to its sheath rang out. The helicopter in the air exploded with a loud bang, turning into a shower of metal debris, which fell like a rain of metal in the astonished eyes of everyone. Was this really something a human could do? Gao Sanfeng and the others' minds went blank. Boom! A tremendous sound shook the ground. Gao Sanfeng and the others snapped back to reality. The towering figure that had jumped down first landed on the ground. The earth was forcefully smashed into a huge pit by his feet. Jumping down from the helicopter without a parachute, the strength was enough to leave people utterly shocked. Instructor Wu. Gao Sanfeng swallowed hard, trying to calm the shock that Ning Bufan had brought him, and hurried over to greet him. Wu Lei, a top-tier martial artist. He had served multiple times as the deputy chief instructor of the hunter training camp. Countless students had been trained under him. Instructor Wu, are you alright? Gao Sanfeng rushed to Wu Lei's side, braving the metallic rain. Wu Lei said nothing, originally furious and ready to kill Ning Bufan on the spot. He now looked at the figure standing resolutely amidst the falling debris, speechless for a long time. Yes, he was also shocked. It was the greatest shock he had ever experienced in his life. If this person were a well-known, seasoned expert in his 60s or 70s, he could accept it. But looking at Ning Bufan, who was merely in his 20s, he found it hard to comprehend. With the terrifying strength he displayed, if he were to grow stronger in the future, he could single-handedly annihilate all the hunters of the strange.
This is not an exaggeration.
Therefore, today, it no longer matters whether this young man was wronged back then. For the future of the hunters of the strange, this person cannot be left alive, he must die.
Instructor Wu, Instructor Wu.
Gao Sanfeng, seeing Wu Lei silent, anxiously called out several times.
Get out of the way. Wu Lei shouted. Instructor.
At that moment, several figures flew over.
5 people descending with parachutes rushed forward, each exuding a powerful aura and extraordinary strength.
Wu Lei fixed his gaze on Ning Bufan, his eyes cold with murderous intent. Join me in killing this thief and avenge our fallen brothers.
Kill!
The 5 roared in unison, their killing intent overwhelming.
Gao Sanfeng felt a sense of despair and shouted, Instructor Wu,
give me some time, if you want to kill him, it shouldn't be now. The case from 5 years ago is still unresolved.
Once I clarify it, get lost. Wu Lei slapped out. Smack!
Gao Sanfeng, caught off guard, was knocked back several steps, his face instantly turning red. There was anger, but also humiliation. After all, he was the president of a city. Was it too much for Wu Lei to slap him in public like this?
Wu Lei, don't go too far.
Gao Sanfeng was also enraged. Wu Lei disdainfully snorted and coldly said, Gao Sanfeng, don't forget your own position. This person has killed countless hunters of the strange, and the hunters of the strange in Pingyang Town were completely slaughtered, leading to countless strange monsters breaking through the blockade and harming countless civilians.
Shouldn't he be killed?
That's a different matter, but the case from 5 years ago.
Gao Sanfeng argued unwillingly.
I don't care about your case, all I know is that he must die today. Wu Lei clenched his fists, stepping forward, his killing intent soaring to the sky in an instant. The 5 behind him also released their own killing intent.
In an instant, the overwhelming killing intent locked onto Ning Bufan like a cage.
Xia Xinxing beside him was so frightened that her very soul trembled. With so many powerful people's killing intent converging, as a weak woman, she could hardly withstand even a hint of the aftermath.
Don't be afraid.
A calm voice sounded, as if a strong heart tonic was injected into Xia Xinxing's heart, instantly putting her at ease. Gao Sanfeng knew he could not stop Wu Lei's actions today. He could only sigh helplessly and emphasize, Instructor Wu, Miss Xia is innocent, don't harm her. Humph. Being with this thief surely means she is not a good person, kill them both. Wu Lei's command left Gao Sanfeng completely stunned, his face looking extremely ugly.
Kill! The 5 shouted in unison, drawing their battle blades, transforming into shadows, like unsheathed swords rushing towards Ning Bufan. A cold smile crept onto Ning Bufan's lips.
Suddenly, he flicked his thumb.
Whoosh!
The long sword shot out of its sheath, one hand gripping the hilt.
In the next second, the sword light swept out like snow.
Swish! The upper bodies of the 5 rushing figures stopped in place, while their lower halves, propelled by the inertia of their charge, shot out several meters.
Bang bang bang!
The severed bodies crashed to the ground, blood staining the surface. Only then did the lower halves that had rushed out react, collapsing one after another. 5 top elites, killed in a second by a single sword. Wu Lei and the others were left dumbfounded, their eyelids twitching wildly. Due to the news being sealed, the outside world did not know of Ning Bufan's terror, but Wu Lei and Gao Sanfeng did. The special elite of Feng City had been wiped out by Ning Bufan, showcasing his formidable strength. Therefore, Wu Lei had brought the strongest special elite team, all composed of instructors, whose strength was several times greater than that of the special elite from Feng City. But unexpectedly, they were still resolved by Ning Bufan with a single sword. At this moment, Wu Lei felt numb, starting to panic. This small team, even if he personally intervened, could not be killed in one blow.
This meant he was not Ning Bufan's opponent.
How is this possible? Wu Lei found it hard to accept for a moment. Ning Bufan had killed 5 people with a single sword. Without pausing, the tip of his sword suddenly pointing at Wu Lei.
Wait!
Gao Sanfeng tried to stop it, but it was futile. A point of sword light suddenly expanded in Wu Lei's pupils. Wu Lei's pores erupted, and his pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints.
Ah! In a moment of crisis, a loud shout erupted.
A terrifying power burst forth from him. The aura of a master warrior soared into the sky, and the air around him was whipped up into a whirlwind. The specialized tang knife of the hunter was enveloped in a flash of white light as it fiercely slashed toward that point of sword light.
Bang!
The point of sword light collided with the battle knife, the blade's light dissipating, while the hard battle knife made of special materials shattered.
The sword light's momentum remained undiminished, piercing through Wu Lei's throat. In the next moment, time seemed to freeze.
Wu Lei stood motionless, holding the broken knife with both hands, his eyes wide open like copper bells, his face filled with terror and disbelief. This battle knife in his hand had slain countless strange beasts, earning him great military merit. Yet it could not withstand the point of sword light from his opponent. A once-renowned martial arts master had thus fallen. Gao Sanfeng's head buzzed, feeling somewhat unreal.
At this moment, he finally realized the terror of Ning Bufan.
The members of the Fengcheng Hunter Association had to escape.
With a master dead, the entire Hunter Association would never let Ning Bufan go.
The situation had escalated beyond redemption. However, he could still do one thing. If they were to kill Ning Bufan, they must send their top-tier warriors, no more sending random people to deliver their heads, only increasing the casualties among the hunters.
Bang! A muffled sound echoed.
Wu Lei, filled with killing intent, fell to the ground as a corpse. Ning Bufan's cold face turned toward the stunned Gao Sanfeng, causing him to shudder, his heart turning cold.
President, hurry and go. Nightingale and Secretary Zhang Wei instinctively rushed forward, blocking in front of Gao Sanfeng. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said to Ning Bufan, Mr.
Ning. Mr. Ning, our president means you no harm. He was even thinking of clearing your name, so we hope you will let us go.
Ning Bufan, expressionless, looked at Gao Sanfeng. You just had the intent to kill me.
Gao Sanfeng pushed the two aside and sighed softly. Ning Bufan, you have killed so many hunters, and now you have killed one of our masters. This is an inescapable death penalty.
Death penalty? Ning Bufan sneered. I died 5 years ago.
As he spoke, his thumb pressed against the sword hilt. Secretary Zhang, take the president away.
Nightingale shouted.
Suddenly, her beautiful lips split open, revealing a row of terrifying fangs.
Ah!
Xia Xinxin, witnessing this scene, covered her eyes in fright.
Strange beast. Ning Bufan was also somewhat surprised.
The duty of the hunters was to hunt strange monsters, yet he never expected that Gao Sanfeng would have a strange beast as a bodyguard.
President, go. Zhang Wei saw Nightingale transform and forcibly pulled Gao Sanfeng toward the business car parked on the road.
Hiss, crack, crack. Amidst the horrifying hissing sounds, Nightingale's entire body was undergoing a transformation, her neck sprouting patches of black scales. The sleeves of her arms burst open, and barbs emerged, densely packed, sending chills down one's spine. Ning Bufan initially wanted to see what kind of monster this was, but noticing Xia Xinxin's fearful expression, he slashed out with his sword. Nightingale let out a shriek. Unable to fully transform, she crossed her fists suddenly, the scales on her hands hardening like iron. These scales could withstand the violent bullet attacks. Yet under Ning Bufan's sword, they merely produced a crisp sound, and blood mist erupted instantly.
Nightingale! Gao Sanfeng, just getting into the car, let out a cry of grief and anger upon seeing this scene. Bang!
Nightingale's body exploded, splitting in half and falling to the ground, dying on the spot. Gao Sanfeng gritted his teeth, painfully closed his eyes, and let out a roar. Drive!
Boom!
The car roared, swiftly making a U-turn and speeding away, billowing black smoke like an arrow released from a bow.
Ning Bufan did not strike again.
Although he and Gao Sanfeng stood on opposite sides, it had to be said that Gao Sanfeng was a good official. He also needed Gao Sanfeng to return, bringing death and panic to the Ning family and the Fengcheng Hunter Association.
Well, they knew the news might make them flee. But could they escape? Ning Bufan would hunt them down across the world, making them experience the fear of being alive. Ha!
Ning Bufan looked up, exhaling a breath so cold it felt extreme. Fengcheng, I'm coming. You, await death. At that moment, in the Fengcheng Hunter Association, in the office of Vice President Yi Qian, who was on the phone, suddenly shivered, a chill running down her spine.
What's going on?
She hung up the phone, her brows furrowed, feeling inexplicably anxious.
Knock knock knock.
At that moment, there was a hurried knock at the door. Immediately after, a young woman adorned in gold and silver, heavily made up, rushed in, her expression frantic. President Yi, it's bad.
Xin Yan, what's wrong? Yi Qian looked at the woman with some displeasure. Xin Yan, not bothering to apologize, said urgently, President Yi, I just got news that last night President Gao left Fengcheng with his secretary.
I heard he went to find that cripple Ning Bufan. He's dead set on overturning the case.
Xin Yan was both angry and scared. That old man, if he really overturns the case, won't we who framed Ning Bufan be in trouble? Smack!
Yi Qian slammed her hand on the table, startling Xin Yan, her voice cutting off abruptly. Yi Qian's face was icy, and she angrily said, What's your words, what framing?
We did it for justice, to eliminate scum. Xin Yan reacted and nodded frantically, yes, yes. So, what do we do?
Yi Qian snorted coldly, a smug smile curling her lips. I just spoke with the old president, this case, Gao Sanfeng can't overturn it, it's a solid case. Qin Yan let out a heavy sigh of relief and smiled, that's good, but I still suggest we hurry and kill that scum Ning Bufan to eliminate future troubles. Don't worry, the old president doesn't want him alive either. People have already been dispatched to take a private plane over, and they will arrive by noon. We just need to prepare to welcome them. Yi Qian's lips curled into an excited arc. Qin Yan, from now on, Fengcheng will be under our control. Qin Yan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly seemed to understand something, her face immediately showing a fawning ecstasy. You mean that old Gao Sanfeng is going to be ousted, and you will take his place? Ha, that's great, that's great. Yi Qian stood up slowly, her expression filled with the glee of a petty person achieving success. Ning Bufan, you want revenge, right? Then I'll be waiting for you. I don't believe that with the combined power of all Fengcheng, we can't kill you. This time, I won't give you a single chance to live. With a loud bang, a fist slammed down on the table, producing a deafening roar. At noon, Gao Sanfeng and his secretary returned to the Fengcheng Hunter Association in a disheveled state. However, what awaited him was a cold order. Due to work needs, Gao Sanfeng is reassigned from Fengcheng to a certain border city in the northwest. The Fengcheng Hunter Association will be temporarily presided over by Vice President Yi Qian. Seeing this order, Gao Sanfeng trembled with anger. What nonsense work needs, he knew someone was targeting him. President Gao, the order is urgent, they really need you there. Please set off immediately, I've already bought your plane ticket. Yi Qian said with a smile. Leave now. Secretary Zhang Wei was somewhat annoyed. President Yi, this is too much. Yi Qian said helplessly, I can't help it, this is an order from above. Mainly, the Northwest really needs President Gao to oversee the situation, there's no time to lose. Zhang Wei was so angry he nearly exploded. Xiaoshang, stop talking. Gao Sanfeng's face was dark. At this point, he knew that saying more was pointless. President Yi, before I leave, let me give you a piece of advice. If Ning Bufan comes, you should escape quickly. Gao Sanfeng still couldn't bear to see the entire association slaughtered by Ning Bufan. Yi Qian laughed, escape? What a joke. I just took the position of acting president, and I was scared off by a cripple. Is there still a future for me after this? My bright future is about to turn into a bubble. Gao Sanfeng, how vicious is your heart, trying to harm yourself out of frustration. President Gao, you should focus on the matters in the northwest, you needn't worry about Fengcheng. Yi Qian's voice turned cold as she commanded, someone, prepare a car for President Gao and take him to the airport. In the car to the airport, Zhang Wei felt a bit worried. President, look at Yi Qian's stance, she seems determined to clash with Ning Bufan. Shouldn't we remind her that even Master Wu, a renowned instructor, couldn't withstand a blow from Ning Bufan? Shut up! Gao Sanfeng snapped, his voice icy. The matters of Fengcheng have nothing to do with us anymore. Besides, I like that woman's unruly demeanor. The last sentence was accompanied by a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, in the Ning family, the head of the 5 great families of Fengcheng. Inside the Ning family's grand hotel, the Ning family members were busy preparing for the wedding of Ning Yifan and Yang Luyan the next day. Ning Yifan, dressed in a white suit, was directing the arrangements with elegance. At that moment, a phone call came in, and after answering, he hurried outside. Not far outside, a business car was parked, with Yi Qian sitting inside. Upon seeing Yi Qian get into the car, Ning Yifan immediately put on a beaming smile. President Yi, congratulations. I just heard that old dog Gao Sanfeng is gone, and you've taken over as president. Truly a cause for celebration. Yi Qian smiled faintly. Young Master Ning, you're quite well informed. You already know about the recent events. But do you know that Ning Bufan is back? Ning Yifan's expression stiffened. The news about Ning Bufan had been kept under wraps by the Hunter Association, and he genuinely didn't know. President Yi, you must be joking. That scum Ning Bufan is probably just a pile of bones by now. How could he possibly return? Ning Yifan quickly caught on and laughed. Yi Qian's face turned serious. He's not dead, he really has come back, and he can arrive in Fengcheng tomorrow. Ning Yifan's expression changed, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, he shook his head vigorously. No, it's impossible. Although his body was taken away back then, the doctors had already declared him dead. He can't still be alive. Yi Qian coldly took out her phone and opened a photo, handing it over. In the photo was a man with blindfolded eyes, leaning on a cane, a man with a severed arm, Ning Bufan. Ning Yifan was all too familiar with that face. As he looked at the person in the photo, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and his eyelids twitched violently. What the hell, he really is still alive. A sinister glint flashed in Ning Yifan's eyes as he sneered, just a cripple, living is probably worse than being dead, huh? His handsome face twisted into a somewhat deranged smile. He's here for revenge. Many of our hunters have died at his hands. Yi Qian's words froze Ning Yifan's smile, and the hand holding the phone began to tremble. How is that possible? You hunters are all skilled individuals. He's just a cripple. I could crush him with one hand. Ning Yifan simply didn't believe it. I don't believe it either, but the facts are as they are. Yi Qian's face was cold as she stared at Ning Yifan. Young Master Ning, this isn't a matter of belief. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Back then, I helped you, and now everything that belongs to Ning Bufan, even his woman, is yours. You promised me half of the Ning family's assets. Yi Qian's tone was aggressive. Ning Yifan's eyelids twitched, feeling a bit troubled. President Yi, after my wedding with Yang Luyan, that old man Ning Xiao will hand over the family business to me, so we just need to wait a couple of days. Yi Qian shook her head firmly. I don't have time to wait. I need money to hire experts. This time, we must kill Ning Bufan to eliminate future troubles, otherwise, it won't be good for either of us. Ning Yifan fell into deep thought. To be honest, he found it hard to believe Yi Qian's words. A cripple like Ning Bufan, was it worth spending a fortune to deal with him? Wasn't he just looking for an excuse to ask for money? Yi Qian is currently just the acting president and has not yet officially taken office. To remove the acting title, a substantial amount of money is needed for arrangements. How about this? I'll give you 10 million first. Ning Yifan had no choice but to say, once I take over the entire Ning family group, I'll give you everything I promised. Wow! Yi Qian suddenly made a move, grabbing Ning Yifan by the neck, her eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity and anger. Ning Yifan turned pale with fear. Yi. President Yi, what are you doing? Ning Yifan, are you sending me off to beg? Yi Qian was furious. Listen to me, I'm not negotiating with you, nor am I joking with you. Ning Bufan is currently very ruthless. He single-handedly wiped out all the hunters in Ping'an town, and my elite team of hunters was completely annihilated. Even Vice President Chun Yang is dead. Now, to kill Ning Bufan, we must enlist a master-level expert. Do you think 1 billion can hire a master to take action? Don't bargain with me. 20 billion must be given to me before dark. Otherwise, I will make everything you have as an adopted son turn to nothing. Yi Qian's fierce threat scared Ning Yifan into a frantic nod. As an adopted son who had worked hard to achieve everything he had today, he certainly didn't want it all to turn into smoke. But to come up with 20 billion in such a short time, he really couldn't do it. After sending Yi Qian away, Ning Yifan's family racked their brains for a solution. Just then, a hurried phone call rang. Yifan, where are you? Dad is in trouble. Hurry to the hospital. A woman's anxious voice came from the phone. It was his third sister, Ning Wushuang. Ning Yifan was puzzled. How did he end up in the hospital? More than 10 minutes later, he rushed to the hospital. His father, Ning Xiao, had a dark complexion, trembling all over, and the blood he coughed up was black. Yifan, you're here, that's great. A woman saw Ning Yifan and pulled him to the bedside as if she had seen a savior. Your dad rushed back to attend your wedding and was attacked on the way, bitten by a strange beast and poisoned. Remember, your dad was bitten before, and you saved him. Now you must save him. Yifan, Dad is not going to make it. You need to save him. Ning Wushuan was almost in tears beside him. Ning Yifan, however, was in a dilemma. He didn't know how to save anyone. Back then, he hadn't saved anyone, he had merely taken credit for Ning Bufan's achievements. Yifan, what are you still dawdling for? The doctor has no way to help. Hurry and save your dad. Lin Mei urged loudly. Suddenly, she clutched her chest in severe pain. Ah! With a cry of pain, Lin Mei collapsed, holding her chest. Mom! Madam! Lin Mei's sudden collapse caught everyone off guard, and the ward was thrown into chaos. Ning Xiao hadn't been saved yet, and now Lin Mei was in trouble. Soon, Lin Mei was taken into the ward. After a diagnosis, the doctor said with a serious expression, Miss Ning, young Master Ning, your wife has relapsed from an old illness. The life-prolonging pill she took 5 years ago has completely worn off. To save her, she needs to take another life-prolonging pill. Upon hearing this, Ning Wushuan's hopeful gaze fell on Ning Yifan. Yifan, Dad and Mom's lives depend on you. Ning Yifan's eyelids twitched violently. Yifan, my good son, please save your mom. On the hospital bed, Lin Mei weakly called out to Ning Yifan, Mom doesn't want to die yet. She still wants to see you in Luyan's wedding. Ha! Ning Yifan took a deep breath, countless thoughts and ideas flashing through his mind, and finally came up with a brilliant plan. He immediately grasped Lin Mei's hand tightly and said with deep emotion, Mom, even if it costs me my life, I will find a way to save you. But the life-prolonging pill is extremely precious. 5 years ago, I begged others for it, and they gave me one out of appreciation for my filial piety. Now, asking them for another won't be so easy, we must pay a great price. Ning Wushuang immediately interjected, no matter the cost, as long as it can save Mom, it's worth it. Yes, child, at what cost, you say?
Lin Mei gasped. At least 2 billion. The number spoken by Ning Yifan made both Ning Wuxuang and Lin Mei gasp.
The Ning family was wealthy, but taking out 2 billion at once was not that easy. Mom, I know 2 billion is a lot, but saving your life is worth it, Ning Yifan said with red eyes.
Even if the Ning family goes bankrupt, it's worth it.
It's just that I'm not the chairman yet, and I have no authority to mobilize that much capital. At this moment, Ning Yifan was laughing inwardly. Heaven is helping me. The opportunity to seize control of the Ning group is right here. Ning Wuxuan thought for a moment and immediately agreed. Mom, Yifan is right.
As long as it can save you, 2 billion is nothing.
I suggest we hand over the group to Yifan now. After all, the Ning family will eventually be handed over to him.
Lin Mei didn't think much of it.
Both she and her husband were ill, and the group needed someone to hold the fort. Anyway, Ning Yifan was the designated heir. The power would be given sooner or later. At this critical moment of saving a life, it was the most appropriate time to give it to him. Alright, call the secretary and the lawyer right away. Your dad and I will hand over all the power of the group to Yifan. From now on, the Ning family will rely on Yifan. Ning Yifan was so excited he almost jumped up. He suppressed the joy in his heart, tightly held Lin Mei's hand, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Mom, thank you for trusting me. Those tears were not tears of gratitude but crocodile tears. This trio of fools, he really liked them too much. An hour later, the authorization for Ning Yifan to take control of the Ning group was signed and sealed in the hospital. At this moment, Ning Yifan held all the power. Third sister, you stay in the hospital with Mom and Dad. I'll go get the money and find the medicine to save them, Ning Yifan said and left in a hurry. He wasn't looking for medicine. Instead, he went to the group to immediately hold a board meeting to dismiss several old-timers who usually clashed with him and replace them with his own trusted aides. Then, he had people raise money to prepare for Yi Qian. Thinking about giving Yi Qian 2 billion all at once, Ning Yifan couldn't help but feel a bit pained. Damn it, it costs so much to kill a cripple, and I have to hire some master.
Who am I fooling? In the office, Ning Yifan was quite displeased.
Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, I already hold all the power now. I don't need your help at all.
2 billion? Dream on. Ning Bufan, I'll send someone to kill myself.
With that thought, he called the most capable expert from the Ning family and instructed him to bring Ning Bufan in, alive. He wanted Ning Bufan to witness his glorious achievements while alive, and then humiliate him to death.
After arranging everything, the sky had darkened. Yifan, have you found the medicine? Mom and Dad are running out of time.
Suddenly, Ning Wuxuang burst into the office, her face full of anxiety. Ning Yifan calmly pulled Ning Wuxuang over to sit on the sofa, poured her a glass of water, and smiled to reassure her. Don't worry, the medicine will be here soon. Drink some water to calm down. When the medicine arrives, we'll go to the hospital together to save Mom and Dad. Ning Wuxuang let out a long sigh of relief, took the cup, and drank it all. After seeing Ning Wuxuang finish the water, a trace of barely noticeable wickedness flashed in Ning Yifan's eyes. Yifan, the eldest sister, second sister, and fourth sister are not home. It's just the two of us taking care of Mom and Dad. I'm just a girl and not very capable. I really rely on you, Ning Wuxuang said, looking at Ning Yifan, feeling emotional. But as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a wave of dizziness, and Ning Yifan's face gradually became blurry in her vision. Suddenly, she had a strange illusion. In her blurred vision, Ning Yifan's once obedient face had turned so evil and sinister. She had no time to consider the reason. Her vision went black, and she fainted. It was unclear how long it had been, but Ning Wuxuang was jolted awake by waves of pain. The moment she opened her eyes, she completely collapsed, her pupils almost bursting, and her head buzzed. She and a man were both completely naked, with her pinned beneath him as he was frantically. This man was none other than her beloved and cherished younger brother, Ning Yifan. No, this isn't real, this is a dream, a dream. Ning Wuxuang frantically tried to numb herself, but the pain radiating from her body told her this was not a dream, it was reality. No, the heart-wrenching cry of a woman shattered the air. Ning Wuxuang unleashed a powerful force, grabbing the man's shoulders and violently throwing him off. Her nails left deep scratches on his shoulders. Ning Yifan, lost in ecstasy, was caught off guard and toppled to the ground, a sharp pain shooting through his shoulder. Ah! He couldn't help but cry out in pain, his furious gaze fixed on the awakening Ning Wuxuang. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the deep sibling bond they once shared vanished.
Ning Yifan, what are you doing? Are you crazy?
I'm your third sister. Ning Wuxuang yanked the bedsheet to cover her body and screamed at Ning Yifan in a hysterical rage. At first, Ning Yifan was a bit flustered, but he quickly regained his composure.
Why panic?
Now he held all the power. Everyone in the Ning family was just fish on his chopping board.
Ning Wuxuang, I'm not one of your Ning family. My surname is Long, and I have no kinship with you.
Ning Yifan scoffed derisively. All these years, I've been playing the role of a grandson in your Ning family, constantly having to disguise myself, pretending to be obedient and well-behaved.
I've had enough of that.
Today, I'm taking control. The Ning family is mine now, and you Ning family members are out. Ha!
Ning Yifan couldn't contain his excitement and exhilaration, laughing maniacally. Ning Wuxuan felt as if struck by lightning, her mind nearly shattering. You mean everything before was a lie? You never considered yourself a part of the Ning family? No, it can't be, this can't be true. So damn stupid, the facts are right in front of you, and you still don't believe it, tsk. Ning Yifan marveled, his eyes fixed on Ning Wuxuan, his face full of mockery. I've never seen someone so foolish. In fact, Ning Bufan is your true relative. Back then, when that old man Ning Xiao was bitten and poisoned by a strange beast, it was Ning Bufan who sucked the poison out of him, saving his life, and Ning Bufan nearly died himself. Also, the life-prolonging pill that foolish old woman Lin Mei got was also obtained by Ning Bufan. Hearing Ning Yifan speak these truths, Ning Wuxuan was left dumbfounded, driven to madness. No! You're lying, it can't be like this, how could it be like this, woo-woo? She cried, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing Ning Wuxuan's breakdown, Ning Yifan felt a sense of satisfaction. Is it hard to accept? But that's the truth. I merely used a little trick to steal his fruits. Of course, you can't blame me, blame your own stupidity for believing me so easily while not trusting your true relative, Ning Bufan. He. Ning Yifan grew more excited as he spoke. No, stop talking, please stop. Ning Wuxuan covered her ears, appearing almost insane. No, I haven't finished yet. Ning Yifan was even more thrilled. 5 years ago, he was crippled by the Hunter Association, losing his eyes and an arm. It was my collaboration with Yi Qian that framed him. Oh, wahaha. Ning Yifan laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Beast, you are a beast. You are not human. Ah! Ning Wuxuan screamed in agony, grabbing a pillow and throwing it at him with all her might. Ning Yifan effortlessly caught the pillow, his mocking laughter growing even more reckless. Ning Wuxuan cried out in despair, lamenting her own foolishness and regret. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Ning Yifan, you ungrateful wretch, I won't let you go. I will expose your ugly face and make mom and dad take back your control of the company. Ning Wuxuan gritted her teeth, pointing at Ning Yifan and screaming. Ha ha ha. Ning Yifan laughed maniacally. Ning Wuxuan, you're still dreaming. How much longer can your two stupid parents live? Now there's no Ning Bufan to save them, no one to get them drugs, and no one to beg for life-extending pills. Do they have any other choice besides death? Ha ha ha. This, Ning Wuxuan slumped weakly, only able to cry out in grief and anger. I hate it. Ning Wuxuan raised her tear-filled eyes, gritting her teeth and glaring at Ning Yifan. Ning Yifan, I will definitely expose your ugly true face. Even if my parents die, I will make sure the world knows your despicable shamelessness, and you will be pointed at by thousands. Eldest sister, second sister, and fourth sister know your true colors. They will definitely come back to deal with you, making you infamous and ensuring you die a miserable death. TCH. Ning Yifan scoffed disdainfully. Ning Wuxuan, you are still so naive and foolish. Since I let you know these things, there's no way I can let you live. Not just you, to eradicate the roots and eliminate future troubles, so that the Ning family's assets truly belong to me, all of you from the Ning family must die. Hearing this, Ning Wuxuan despaired. No, Ning Yifan, you can't do this, you can't. Come here. Ning Yifan shouted with a gleeful sneer. The door swung open, and 2 burly men rushed in. Take this woman away and have your fun with her. I only have one request. She must not see the sun tomorrow. Ning Yifan's tone was filled with murderous intent. Thank you, Chairman. The 2 strong men excitedly rushed forward, dragging Ning Wuxuan away. Ning Yifan, you will not have a good death. Let go of me. You all let go of me. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Ning Wuxuan struggled desperately, shouting, but it was all in vain. The Ning family was reaping the bitter fruits of their past actions. Listening to Ning Wuxuan's screams fade away, Ning Yifan revealed a proud smile. Ah, Ning Bufan, you really are my lucky star. When you went missing, I, a lonely and abandoned child, transformed into the young master of the Ning family. Now that you've returned, I've taken all the power of the Ning family. Ha ha. The more Ning Yifan thought about it, the happier he became. Ning Yifan. No, I should restore my real name now. I am Long Tianyi, a bloodline of the Long family, one of the 6 hidden ancient clans. The Ning family isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes, Long Tianyi revealed his true self. He was indeed of the Long family bloodline, but unfortunately, he was a shameful illegitimate child. If he hadn't concealed his identity and become an abandoned child, he would have almost been exterminated. He had worked hard to grow up,
hoping that one day he could gain his family's recognition and acknowledge his noble identity.
Ning Bufan, I, Long Tianny, should really thank you for being my lucky star. I look forward to meeting you, hee hee.
At this moment, Ning Bufan was surrounded by a group of people in the dark. They were sent by Xia Xinxin's family. There were quite a few, more than 30. 2 young men were at the forefront.
Xinxin, Mom and Dad are very worried about you. Come home with me right now, the tall young man said loudly, his voice leaving no room for doubt, while his angry gaze fixed on Ning Bufan. If I find out what you did to my sister, I will not let you go.
Xia Tao, Xia Xinxin's brother. Xia Xinxin was still thinking about continuing her research. After several days of effort, she had just pried open a tiny bit of Ning Bufan's reclusive heart and clearly did not want to give up easily. Tao Ge, there's no need to waste words with this blind cripple. He must have bullied Xinxin these days. The short young man glared at Ning Bufan with a face full of anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It was as if Ning Bufan had stolen his wife and put a green hat on him. Damn it, daring to kidnap Xinxin, brothers, kill him. The short young man shouted furiously as he lunged forward. Kill him. The brothers behind him roared in unison.
Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent as his hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Don't! Xia Xinxin shouted anxiously, rushing to block the short young man. Zhao Quan, what are you doing? No one is allowed to make a move.
I was not bullied by him, nor was I kidnapped.
I willingly followed him to Fengcheng.
Seeing Xia Xinxin still protecting Ning Bufan, Zhao Quan's eyes turned green with anger. Xia Xinxin, you need to understand that we have an engagement.
How can you defend another man in front of your fiancé? What do you mean by that? Xia Xinxin shook her head. Zhao Quan, the engagement is just a joke from the past adults. In modern times, love is free. I have never acknowledged any engagement. This statement completely broke Zhao Quan. Xia Xinxin, you deny our engagement for a cripple, which means I am not even as good as a cripple, right? This is an insult to me. Get away.
I must kill him today. Zhao Quan, consumed by rage, completely lost his reason and forcefully pushed aside Xia Xinxin's obstruction.
Ah!
Xia Xinxin screamed as she was pushed down. Xia Tao rushed up to support Xia Xinxin and shouted angrily at Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan, what are you doing?
Calm down. I can't calm down. Zhao Quan's face was twisted with rage as he snatched a machete from a thug behind him, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, kill! No! Xia Xinxin shouted. She wasn't worried about Ning Bufan, she was afraid that Ning Bufan would kill them all in an instant. Swish! The sword light flickered, and in the darkness, heads flew into the sky, blood raining down. Xia Tao and the others were dumbfounded as they saw Zhao Quan and the others' heads fall to the ground like dumplings, thud thud thud. In an instant, 2/3 of the people here had lost their heads. The headless corpses only reacted after their heads hit the ground, collapsing one by one. Xia Xinxin was already used to it, but Xia Tao and the others were horrified, their minds blank. It was all because the Hunters Association had sealed off the news, otherwise, Zhao Quan and the others wouldn't have come to their doom like this. Gulp! After a long while, Xia Tao swallowed hard, opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. His hand supporting Xia Xinxin trembled wildly. Sister! Sister! What? What is this? A devil! Xia Tao spoke, his teeth chattering. Xia Xinxin sighed, brother, you all should leave quickly. Yes, let's go, everyone hurry up and leave. Xia Tao, now too scared to even think about taking his sister away, felt as if he had received a death pardon and ran away. But his legs trembled so much that he stumbled and fell flat on his face. Hurry! Help me up, quickly! Let's go! The attendants, feeling as if they had been granted amnesty, rushed to help Xia Tao. Wait! Ning Bufan suddenly spoke, his cold voice seeming to possess freezing magic, instantly freezing everyone in place, not daring to move. Their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. Ning Bufan, with his eyes covered by a black cloth, turned towards Xia Xinxin. Go with them, or I will kill them. This was a blatant threat, the killing intent permeating the air. Xia Xinxin wanted to say something, but Ning Bufan's thumb was already pressing on the sword hilt. Alright, I'll go with my brother. Just don't kill. Xia Xinxin was frightened. This guy would really kill Xia Tao and the others. Xinxin, hurry up and go. Xia Tao was now terrified to the extreme, every second spent here was torture, and he just wanted to leave immediately. But at that moment, the roar of cars echoed. Ahead, several beams of headlights sliced through the darkness, speeding towards them. Get out of the car, hurry up! A loud shout broke the silence of the night. A group of fierce-looking men jumped out of the cars. Ning Bufan's ears perked up. From the voice, he recognized a familiar sound. After all, he had stayed with the Ning family 5 years ago, and he was familiar with them. The Ning family had actually come on their own. With a whoosh, the long sword suddenly flicked out half an inch. The Ning family consists of 12 people, led by an elderly man in his 50s, slightly hunchbacked.
The old man got out of the car, looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, all headless, and the faces of the group changed color. Only the hunchbacked old man remained calm, as if he were accustomed to such scenes.
He raised his head, using the car's headlights to look at Ning Bufan. His eyes were damaged, and his left arm was empty, but he was very familiar with that handsome face. It was indeed the young master Ning Bufan from 5 years ago. Unfortunately, the Ning family did not welcome this young master, who later became a despised scoundrel, much to the disdain of the old man who had come to the Ning family. Old man Ning Kuan, I've met the young master, he said, stepping on the bloodstains on the ground as he approached Ning Bufan, slightly bowing. Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent. Who sent you here? Ning Kuan replied, young master Yifan asked us to bring you back. Ning Bufan asked, Ning Yifan?
Ning Kuan nodded, young master, please don't make it difficult for us. You're overthinking it. You don't need to feel troubled at all. Ning Bufan's long sword shot up into the sky, cutting through the dark night and leaving a sharp sword mark. Ning Kuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he shouted, throwing a punch that emitted a white fist light. The others, including Xia Tao, who had not yet left, gasped in low voices. The true energy is released, forming a fist light. A master, that cripple is in danger. A hint of excitement flashed across his face. Deep down, he hoped Ning Bufan would be killed. But soon, his expression froze. Swish! The sword light easily crushed the fist light, slicing through Ning Kuan's body. Almost simultaneously, a flash of sword light also passed over the Ning family members behind him. Clang! The long sword returned to its sheath. Ning Bufan stood coldly in the night wind, standing tall and unyielding. Ning Kuan stared blankly at Ning Bufan, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. You. How is it possible? Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Immediately after, countless others fell, their bodies split in two. Xia Tao was once again shocked, terrified to the point of collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, as if all his strength had been drained away, unable to move. Out of the 12 people from Ning Kuan, 11 fell, leaving the last one trembling in the night wind, his mind in chaos. Tap tap tap. The footsteps sounded like a tolling death knell, making the remaining person unable to bear it any longer, and he thudded to his knees. Why, young master, please, don't kill me, I was brought here by them. Woo-woo. The man cried in fear, not daring to even think of escaping. Ning Bufan stood before him, the sword sheath turned into a cane pointing at a nearby car. Drive, go to Maple City. One more word, and you die. Yes, yes. The man nodded frantically as if granted a reprieve. Then he drove away with Ning Bufan. Once Ning Bufan left, Xia Tao and the others were almost in tears, holding their heads and crying. The god of death had finally left. Woo-woo. Brother, get in the car quickly, we're going to Maple City, Xia Xingxin urged anxiously. Xia Tao, who had just stood up, almost collapsed again. No, I won't go, even if you beat me to death, I don't want to face that. That guy again, he's too terrifying. Xia Xingxin wanted to say something else but was forcibly dragged into the car by Xia Tao, speeding away and disappearing into the night. Time passed, and the next day at 6 in the morning. In early autumn, the sky in Maple City was just beginning to brighten, and the morning wind was still a bit cold. After entering the city, Ning Bufan ordered the car to stop. He wanted to personally feel the city he once protected. He got out and walked step by step into the street. In his perception, the city still had that familiar scent, but now that he had returned, everything had changed. Behind him, after Ning Bufan got out of the car, the driver let out a heavy sigh of relief. At that moment, he could have slipped away, but he did not do so. Looking at Ning Bufan's unguarded back, he thought that if he could take down Ning Bufan alone, he would surely receive a tremendous reward and live a life above others from then on. Wealth and danger go hand in hand, how could this opportunity be missed? He gritted his teeth and slammed down on the accelerator. In the next second, the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, roaring towards Ning Bufan's back with deadly intent. Die, ha 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 ha. The people inside the car laughed maniacally. Ning Bufan's cold face twitched slightly as he pressed his thumb hard against the hilt of his sword. Swish! The long sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp gleam. With a loud bang, the car exploded into two halves as it crashed forward, then tumbled violently to the ground. The people inside were dead beyond any doubt. They had brought this upon themselves. The tremendous noise attracted the attention of a few passers-by. When they saw the scene before them, they were left dumbfounded. Oh my god, sis, come quick, it's terrifying, the car is in two pieces. A petite woman at the entrance of a bridal shop covered her mouth and let out an exaggerated scream. What happened? The shop door swung open, and several women rushed out, curious to see the commotion. The tallest among them was particularly striking, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, her exquisite features making her even more noble and beautiful, captivating all who looked upon her. If Ning Bufan could see, he would surely recognize her. She was Yang Luyen, his former fiancée. Of course, she was now the fiancée of his adopted son, Ning Yifan, and was set to walk down the aisle with him today.
To prepare for this wedding, Yang Luyen had come to this renowned bridal shop to try on dresses before dawn.
At this moment, Ning Bufan seemed oblivious to everything that had happened, leaning on the hilt of his sword like a cane, walking step by step in the direction of his home, guided by his familiar memories.
Unknowingly, he was heading towards Yang Luyen.
On her side, someone soon noticed him.
Hey, that blind man is walking down the street. Isn't he afraid of getting hit by a car? The women all turned to look at Ning Bufan not far away.
Yang Luoyan's pupils suddenly constricted, her mind ringing with disbelief. A faded black trench coat was draped over that tall figure. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, his left arm empty, and he leaned on a strange cane, taking slow but steady steps as he walked past. That familiar handsome face, now colder and more distant than 5 years ago. Ning Bufan? No, it can't be. How could he still be alive? Yang Luyen could hardly believe her eyes. Sis, that blind man looks so familiar, like someone I know. Beside her, the petite girl noticed something was off.
Her name was Yang Liujiao, Yang Liuyen's younger sister, who had seen Ning Bufan before. Oh my god, he can't be Ning Bufan, can he?
Yang Liujiao's exaggerated scream rang out again.
Ning Bufan seemed to sense something and suddenly stopped.
He slowly turned his head, his covered eyes facing Yang Liuyen's direction. Yang Liuyen's heart skipped a beat. Ning Bufan paused for just a moment before turning away, continuing to walk forward with an indifferent expression. He brushed past Yang Luyen and the others, leaving them with only a cold silhouette. Sis, why are you covering your face?
He can't see you at all, his eyes are blind.
Yang Liujiao exclaimed loudly, then dashed out. Liujiao, what are you doing?
Come back.
Yang Luyen shouted. I want to catch up and see if he really is Ning Bufan. Without looking back, Yang Liujiao had already caught up to Ning Bufan's pace. Hey, are you
Ning Bufan?
Ning Bufan did not respond, continuing to walk forward, his handsome face as cold as ever. Yang Liujiao, undeterred, suddenly grabbed the empty sleeve of Ning Bufan's coat. Don't go, tell me, are you really Ning Bufan? Her voice was tinged with urgency. Gripping that empty sleeve, her eyes turned red, glistening with unshed tears.
Ning Bufan is already dead.
Ning Bufan spoke up, you can call me Jian Wuching. As the words fell, a flash of swordlight suddenly swept by.
With a swish, the sleeve was severed, and Yang Liujiao was knocked back by a tremendous force. Ah!
Thud thud thud. Yang Liujiao cried out in surprise, retreating several steps before stopping. Looking at the half-sleeve in her hand, gazing at the cold figure that was leaving, and thinking of the name Jian Wuching, a wave of bitterness and pain surged in her chest.
So tragic, woo.
Yang Liujiao suddenly covered her face and wept.
Jia, why are you crying?
Yang Luyen chased after her, dissatisfied. A scoundrel like him, reduced to this state, is entirely self-inflicted. He's not worth your tears. I never expected he was still alive. Truly, good people don't live long, while bad ones live for 1,000 years.
Sister, do you really believe in the case from 5 years ago?
Yang Liujiao shouted in dissatisfaction.
With both witness and material evidence, what's there not to believe? Yang Luyen retorted angrily, her voice rising.
Moreover, your brother-in-law Yifan personally verified it. Don't you trust what he says? I think your brain is waterlogged.
Yang Luyen was exasperated.
Poof. Yang Liujiao sneered. Sister, I think you're the one whose brain is waterlogged, insisting on marrying Ning Yifan. He doesn't seem like a good person at all.
Don't speak ill of your brother-in-law.
Yang Luyen shouted angrily, slapping her hand.
Smack! The loud sound of the slap echoed, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints on Yang Liujiao's delicate face.
You're simply unreasonable. You don't believe your brother-in-law but choose to believe a scoundrel.
Yang Luyen was so furious it seemed her head might explode.
Yang Liujiao covered her stinging face, tears in her eyes as she coldly looked at her sister, gritting her teeth and saying, I believe him, so what?
You have no say in it, woo. The petite girl cried as she ran away. Come back. Aren't you attending my wedding? You're driving me crazy.
Yang Luyen shouted angrily, about to chase after her when someone behind her pulled her back. Miss, the wedding is about to start. You should hurry to get your makeup done and put on your wedding dress. The bridesmaids urged anxiously. With no choice, Yang Luyen, too frustrated to care about Yang Liujiao, suppressed her anger and returned to the bridal shop.
More than an hour later,
at the Ning family villa, although this was not the main venue for the wedding, it was still decorated festively, filled with joy. Everyone in the Ning family wore bright red clothing, bustling about the villa, preparing various necessities for the wedding. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, leaving those at the door stunned. The newcomer was blindfolded, leaning on a cane, with the left sleeve of his clothing hanging empty, having been severed. Was this a beggar coming to ask for wedding money upon seeing the Ning family celebrating? What a joke! A family like the Nings was not a place where beggars had the right to come. Two male servants, one fat and one thin, dressed in bright red, charged over aggressively. Blind man, you better scram. From a distance, the fat servant raised his hand, pointing at Ning Bufan, cursing fiercely. Wait, this person looks so familiar, he seems to be. The thin one stared at Ning Bufan, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. The fat one suddenly realized, recognizing Ning Bufan's familiar face, and was also stunned. Thud! A muffled sound echoed from the ground as Ning Bufan's cane, sword sheath, was forcefully thrust into the ground. His hand gripped the sword hilt. With a cold expression, a chilling killing intent radiated from him. Ning family, our grievances should come to an end. He slightly raised his head, exhaling a breath of cold air. Revenge, begin. Ning Bufan, he's that scoundrel Ning Bufan. The fat man finally snapped out of his shock. Damn it, wasn't that scum dead? How could he? Swish! A flash of sword light swept across. A head flew into the air, blood gushing from the severed neck. The thin one let out a piercing scream, shaking the entire Ning family villa. A sword light slashed down, and the scream abruptly ceased. Ning Bufan had already appeared behind the thin one. Bang! The body exploded, the thin figure split in half, collapsing alongside the headless corpse of the fat man. Blood stained the ground. Such a commotion immediately attracted countless members of the Ning family. In an instant, a dozen people rushed out in a swarm. When they saw the scene before them, each one was frozen in shock. Who dares to cause trouble at the Ning family's doorstep, seeking death? A roar echoed like thunder, reverberating around. A burly man charged out with a fierce demeanor. What are you all standing around for? Get out of the way! The burly man shouted as he pushed through the crowd. A one-armed youth, holding a bloodied long sword and blindfolded, stood before them. The burly man was quite displeased. A bunch of useless fools, scared stiff by a blind man, truly. Puff! The long sword pierced his throat, cutting off his voice abruptly. The burly man's eyes widened in terror. You! Swish! The long sword swept, and his head rolled away. At this moment, those behind finally reacted, letting out piercing screams and cries. Someone's been killed, run! Quick! Report to the city guards, tell young Master Yifun. The cries were heart-wrenching, mingling with the sounds of weeping and screams. Ning Bufan's expression was cold as he swung his long sword, pursuing those who had broken through the gates. In truth, he could have slain them all with a single stroke. But he did not do so. Instead, he took one life at a time, venting his hatred and fury towards the Ning family in this manner. Soon, bodies fell, blood staining the ground. The surroundings, adorned with festive red carpets, red lanterns, and red double happiness characters, became even redder with blood. Bang! A loud crash, the glass doors shattered, collapsing amidst the terrified screams of countless people. Those who had not been killed frantically fled inside. Ning Bufan, sword in hand, leisurely pursued from behind. Along the way, severed limbs flew, blood flowed like a river. After all, the Ning family was a prominent clan in Maple City, with their own guard team. After a brief moment of chaos, the guard team finally rushed over in a hurry. The leader was a middle-aged man with a grim expression, Ning Hong. By seniority, Ning Bufan had to call him cousin. Raise your guns, aim at him. Ning Hong looked at the corpses and blood strewn everywhere, seeing the festive decorations ruined, nearly exploding with rage. Clatter, clatter. The guard team had almost a gun in every hand, all gun muzzles aimed at Ning Bufan's back. Ning Bufan turned around, his cold face meeting the dense array of gun barrels. When Ning Hong recognized Ning Bufan's face, his head buzzed, momentarily stunned. After a while, he took a deep breath and incredulously asked, You are Ning Bufan? How is this possible? You're still alive. Ning Bufan is dead. I am Jian Wuching, here to settle the grudges with your Ning family. Kill. The long sword suddenly struck out. Fire! Ning Hong instinctively issued a frantic command. The guards, following their instincts, pulled the triggers. However, no gunfire was heard. A flash of swordlight, like cutting through wheat, swept across everyone's necks. It was too fast, too quick to feel any pain. By the time they sensed it, blood was already flowing. Thud, thud, thud. Heads rolled cleanly from shoulders to the ground. In an instant, balls rolled at Ning Hong's feet, one after another. Following that, the entire guard team fell, not a single one surviving. Ning Hong was numb. The Ning family members who had just stopped fleeing prepared to watch Ning Bufan die.
Who would have thought they would witness an even more terrifying scene? A run, he's a devil, a devil. The screams erupted once more, the living fleeing in madness. Ning Bufan swung his sword, cutting down those who were escaping, their bodies exploding one by one. Some heads rolled, some were severed at the waist, some lost their legs. In an instant, the entire hall turned into a hell on earth, the scene unbearable to behold. Ning Hong's eyelids twitched violently, unable to contain his roar. Ning Bufan, that's enough. You are also a member of the Ning family, how can you be so cruel? Ning Bufan curled his lips into a mocking cold smile. Cruel? How did the Ning family treat me back then? Don't you know in your heart? Ning Hong opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Can't say it, huh? Then there's no need to say anything. Ning Bufan's long sword shot out like lightning. No, I am your uncle, you can't. Poof. The sharp long sword pierced through the throat, then twisted and sliced. The head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The hall was quickly cleared of people. Ning Bufan's expression was emotionless, truly heartless. He did not stop, sensing everything to the maximum, holding the bloodied sword, and continued to hunt down anyone in sight. Anyone he sensed who had insulted him back then was met with a swift sword strike. At that moment, a plump woman, covered in grease, fled into the kitchen, forcing her fat body into a large cupboard, trembling inside. She remembered that when she delivered meals before, everyone else received delicacies, while Ning Bufan mostly got leftovers, and sometimes she even spat into his food during delivery. Once, when caught in the act, when Ning Bufan scolded her, Ning Xiao and Lin Mei, among others, said Ning Bufan was making a big deal out of nothing and was narrow-minded, so the matter was left unresolved, making her even more reckless. Now, with Ning Bufan returning in a fury, killing anyone he saw, she certainly wouldn't escape his wrath. Buddha bless, that damned bastard Ning Bufan can't see me, he won't find me. The fat woman clasped her hands together, mumbling softly, her sweat soaking her completely. Her heart was filled with fear. Swish! Suddenly, from the dark cupboard, she saw a flash of light dart past her body. Blood mist erupted in the cupboard, staining the narrow space red, and her eyes turned crimson. She felt her body slowly splitting apart. How? How is this possible? As the cupboard door exploded open, her round body rolled out, split in two, a bloody mess on the ground. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that she had died just like that. Ning Bufan slowly walked over, standing in front of the fat woman. You can't escape, no one can escape. He spoke in a cold voice laced with the scent of death, suddenly sensing a familiar presence, and swung his sword towards a certain direction in the wall. The sword light sliced through the wall and vanished. A few rooms away, under a table, several people huddled together. It's so hidden here, that crippled blind man shouldn't be able to find us, right? Don't worry, he definitely won't find us. This is young Master Yifun's room. That cripple didn't even have the right to come close back then, so he isn't familiar with this place. In the dark, he can't possibly find us. Yes, we're safe then. We're so clever to hide here. The group sighed in relief. But at that moment, a sudden aura of death enveloped them, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Poof! The wall behind them suddenly burst open, a beam of light appearing, flashing past their bodies and creating a cloud of blood mist. On the ground, bloodstains dotted the floor. The group was filled with terror, despair, and disbelief. They couldn't believe that killing could be done like this. In the kitchen, Ning Bufan expressionlessly surveyed the surroundings, continuously unleashing sword light from his long sword. It wasn't until he could no longer sense any familiar presence that he stopped. The entire villa was now marked with sword scars, blood everywhere, and corpses scattered about. They're not here? Ning Bufan did not find Ning Xiao, Lin Mei, or Ning Yifan. He felt a slight regret. But it didn't matter, he could continue searching. Let the Ning family villa be completely destroyed. With this thought, he swung his long sword, striking the gas stove. A burst of sparks erupted, and in an instant, the flames surged fiercely. When Ning Bufan stepped out of the kitchen, thick smoke was already billowing, and fire was raging. Whoosh! Soon, the fire in the kitchen roared violently, spreading to the surroundings. Ning Bufan held his sword, stepping outside one step at a time. Blood dripped continuously from the sword, staining the ground red. Hurry, get out of the car, surround the entrance. At that moment, several vehicles of various sizes stopped at the entrance. A squad of armed personnel rushed out of the cars. It was the city guards of Fengcheng. The captain of the guard was a man in his 30s, and upon seeing the tragic scene at the Ning family villa and the raging fire within, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Captain, who is so ruthless? They want to annihilate the entire Ning family. The subordinates gathered around the captain, sweating profusely. Just as the captain was about to speak, a one-armed man with his eyes covered walked out the entrance.
Ning Bufan emerged from the bloodstained gate, his sword sheath still firmly planted in the ground, unmoving.
Raise your guns.
Everyone instinctively raised their guns, aiming at the figure that had stepped out.
Wait for my command to fire, the captain said, his eyes wide as he looked at the man who had emerged, his eyelids twitching violently.
Ning Bufan, it really is Ning Bufan.
5 years ago, Ning Bufan, as the eldest son of the Ning family, was known to many. Moreover, the person who reported to them had said that Ning Bufan had returned to the Ning family villa to kill indiscriminately.
Captain, he's blind and has lost an arm.
How could he have slaughtered the entire Ning family villa?
Someone exclaimed in disbelief. His ruthlessness shows how deep his hatred for the Ning family is. The captain's mouth twitched. None of that matters. What matters is that we must take him down today and present a grand gift for young Master Ning Yifun's wedding, which will surely benefit the brothers. That's true, a disabled blind man is nothing to worry about, one of the subordinates grinned savagely. While they were talking, Ning Bufan was already walking towards them, a murderous intent instantly enveloping them.
Ning Bufan, stop! The captain stepped forward, pointing at Ning Bufan, and shouted sternly, put down your weapon, surrender is your only way out, otherwise. Ning Bufan swung his sword. The captain's pupils suddenly constricted, and he shouted, fire! Bang bang bang! The dense gunfire echoed over the Ning family villa. The violent rain of bullets tore through the air, whistling with death as they shot towards Ning Bufan.
Suddenly, a sword shield formed in front of Ning Bufan, made up of countless sword lights. The torrential bullets struck the sword shield, instantly being shredded to pieces.
The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Shoot, shoot!
People continued to shout, their voices filled with fear and tension.
Bang bang bang!
The gunfire continued, the rain of bullets growing increasingly violent and fierce.
However, it was all in vain. Ning Bufan stood there, expressionless, completely unmoving. Behind him, the fire at the Ning family villa had already reached the sky. The wind fueled the flames, and the fire aided the wind. In an instant, the raging fire swept everything away, devouring all. Before long, the entire villa was engulfed in roaring flames.
The nearby crowd gasped at the sight. Some wanted to go check the situation, but upon hearing the dense gunfire, no one dared to approach. The captain is dead, stop shooting, it's useless, quickly call for the hunter, we need to retreat. The vice-captain shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with a desperate shriek. His scalp tingled, overwhelmed with fear. Hearing retreat, the city guards, already shaken to their core, some directly threw their empty weapons to the ground and turned to run.
Too late. Ning Bufan suddenly pointed his sword forward.
In an instant, the sword shield formed by the sword lights in front of him transformed into dense sword blades, raining down on the crowd ahead. The next second, blood soared into the sky, and screams pierced the air. Along with that, the few cars parked behind were turned into a pile of scrap metal under the onslaught of the sword light, scattered all over the ground. With a clang, the long sword was sheathed. Ning Bufan slowly raised his head towards a certain direction, whispering softly, Ning Yifun, it's your turn.
The news of the Ning family estate's destruction reached the Association of Hunters of the Strange immediately.
President Yi, the Ning family estate is finished. Ning Bufan is now heading to the hotel where Ning Yifun's wedding is being held.
The next stop will definitely be here. What should we do? In the president's office, an aide was reporting to Yi Qian. Should we go help Ning Yifun? Help?
Yi Qian's expression was icy, anger flashing in her eyes. He asked for 20 billion and only gave 10.
After taking control of the Ning family, he dares to challenge me.
Since he's so capable, let him face Ning Bufan's revenge alone. As for us, let's set up a trap and wait for Ning Bufan to come to us. A sneer of disdain crossed Yi Qian's face.
Ning Bufan, I have prepared 3 masters for you. Don't let me down.
Just as she finished speaking, a phone rang urgently. Yi Qian took out her phone and, seeing the caller, a playful smile crept onto her lips. It was Ning Yifun calling, or rather, he should now be called Long Tianyi.
President Yi, that damned Ning Bufan has gone crazy.
He slaughtered the Ning family estate and set it on fire.
My men and the city guards can't stop him.
Long Tianyi's voice was frantic on the other end. Ning Bufan was heading his way, and with the wedding about to take place, it absolutely could not be disrupted.
He had considered canceling the wedding, but that was simply unrealistic.
So many prominent figures had come from afar to attend. If he suddenly announced a cancellation, not only would he have no way to explain to the guests, but Yang Luyan would also never agree.
You know I'm busy with the wedding and can't deal with that bastard. Could you please help me out, President Yi?
Don't worry, I'll transfer the remaining 10 billion to you right away.
With no other choice, Long Tianyi had to lower his head.
Yi Qian's smile widened.
Alright, then transfer the money. Just a moment, I'll have the finance department make the transfer immediately. Long Tianyi had no choice.
In less than 5 minutes, the association's finance department notified him that the 10 billion had been received.
Shortly after, Long Tianyi called again. President Yi, the money has arrived. When will your people make their move?
Yi Qian smiled slightly.
I'll send someone right away. Groom, just focus on your wedding.
Thank you. I hope President Yi can find the time to attend my wedding. It would be an honor. Long Tianyi finally felt relieved.
After ending the call, his subordinate immediately said, President, I'll arrange for someone to intercept Ning Bufan. Did I say I would send someone? Yi Qian asked coldly. The subordinate was taken aback. But you just said on the phone. Did I?
A cold light flashed in Yi Qian's eyes.
Yes, the president said nothing. The subordinate quickly nodded, realizing.
He sighed inwardly, hoping Long Tianyi could fend for himself. At that moment, Long Tianyi, dressed sharply in a suit with flowers pinned to his chest, arrived at the hospital room of Ning Xiao and Lin Mei. The couple had been placed in the same room.
Mom, Dad, my wedding is about to start. It wouldn't be good if you two weren't there. Long Tianyi actually didn't want the two old folks to attend the wedding.
But the young family insisted that the in-laws be present, otherwise, he couldn't explain to the guests.
Yang Luyan stubbornly believed that a wedding without the grandparents was imperfect. With no other option, Long Tianyi had to come to the hospital himself.
Yifan, my dear son, we really want to attend your wedding, but with your father and I like this, we can't go at all, Lin Mei said weakly. Ning Xiao was in worse condition. Although the doctor had used expensive medicine to save him, he was now barely hanging on.
Mom, Dad, you don't need to worry. I have special medicine that can make you temporarily feel just like normal people.
Long Tianyi took out a medicine bottle from his pocket and poured out 2 black pills that emitted a strange odor. Ning Xiao and Lin Mei were both well-informed individuals and knew that these so-called miracle drugs had significant side effects. After the effects wore off, given the weak state of the two, they could die at any moment. Mom and Dad, the side effects of this medicine are minimal, and the life-saving medicine will be here soon.
You really don't need to worry.
Under Long Tianyi's persuasion, the two old folks, for the sake of their obedient son's wedding, decided to take the pills without hesitation. For this adopted son, they would give all their love, even at the risk of their lives, without reservation.
Half an hour later, everything was ready.
It was already 10 in the morning, the auspicious time for the wedding had arrived. The hotel was filled with distinguished guests, and the wedding ceremony began. Ning Xiao and Lin Mei appeared radiant.
However, upon closer inspection, their faces bore a sickly flush.
The parents from both sides exchanged pleasantries, bringing the atmosphere of the venue to a peak. Yet, an unexpected surprise was about to unfold. The proud warrior, Ning Tianjiao, brings a gift worth 100 million to congratulate Yifan on his wedding. A loud voice from outside caused the bustling hall to pause.
The next second, the crowd erupted in excitement.
Ning Tianjiao, the eldest daughter of the Ning family, a warrior of the Hulong Pavilion, of noble status and unmatched combat power. A flicker of surprise crossed Long Tianyi's eyes, and his heart sank. Why was she here?
Wasn't she too busy to come?
Before he could process this, another loud shout came from outside. The international superstar who excels in film, television, and music, Ning Xinghe, brings a gift worth 300 million to congratulate Yifan on his wedding.
Boom! The crowd erupted once more, the fervent atmosphere reaching new heights. However, Long Tianyi felt a weight in his heart.
Ning Xinghe, the second daughter of the Ning family, Yifan's second sister, a current superstar shining brightly. The 300 million gift confirmed her power. Both of them had initially claimed they were too busy to attend the wedding, intending to give their pampered brother a surprise today. With the return of the two daughters, Ning Xiao and Lin Mei were naturally overjoyed.
But Long Tianyi felt a bit uneasy. These two sisters were not ordinary people. Their influence was immense.
With their return, he would have to tread carefully. Soon, the two young women walked in under the gaze of the crowd. The first woman was dressed in military attire, exuding a heroic spirit. The woman behind her wore a magnificent red gown, radiating elegance, showcasing the aura of a superstar in every gesture.
Daughters, we missed you so much.
Ning Xiao and Lin Mei rushed forward, grasping their daughters' hands, tears brimming in their eyes. Now, except for the fourth daughter, Zhao Di, who is studying abroad, our family is basically reunited.
Ning Xiao and his wife were quite capable, having given birth to 4 daughters, and they had hoped for a son, hence naming the fourth daughter Ning Zhao Di. Now they were just missing her who couldn't return for the wedding. Long Tianyi forced a smile and took the bride Yan Liuyan's snow-white hand to the front. Eldest sister, second sister, the newlyweds greeted with joyful expressions.
Our dear brother, you have finally married Liu Yan, which means you have grown up. From now on, the Ning family will be led by you. The two sisters offered their most sincere blessings. Thank you, sisters. The bride and groom expressed their gratitude, warmly inviting the two sisters to the stage.
The crowd immediately surrounded the family. Eldest sister, second sister, I'm so happy you could come.
When I heard you say you couldn't make it, Lu Yen and I were sad for a long time. Long Tianyi began his performance again. Ning Tianjiao smiled. Your wedding is a huge event for us, my sister, and I just wanted to give you a surprise. Long Tianyi cursed inwardly. To hell with the surprise, this was a shock for me. Hey, where is the third sister, Wuxuan? Ning Xinghe noticed the absence of the third sister and frowned in inquiry. Long Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. The shock was about to come. Yes, I haven't seen your mother either, Ning Xiao responded, realizing the situation.
Don't worry about that dead girl, she's the only one among you who can't be relied on.
She must have been delayed by something, Lin Mei interjected, interrupting everyone. She'll come out on her own later.
Since everyone is here, let's start the wedding quickly and not miss the auspicious time. Right, everyone chimed in. Thus, under the crowd's cheers and blessings, Long Tianyi took Yang Liuyan's hand and walked towards the wedding platform. Get away!
I am Ning Wuxuan, the third miss of the Ning family.
Let me in. Suddenly, an out-of-place voice rang out, causing everyone to freeze. Hearing that familiar voice, Long Tianyi's expression changed drastically, his face turning pale. Everyone turned around in unison.
At the entrance stood a disheveled woman, her clothes tattered and her face almost unrecognizable, breaking through the security's blockade and forcing her way in.
Security, what are you doing? How could you let a beggar in here?
Long Tianyi exploded, nearly jumping down the steps to rush out. I'm sorry, young Master Ning, we'll throw her out right away. The two security guards, terrified, grabbed the woman and began dragging her out.
Let go of me.
Mom, Dad, eldest sister, second sister, I am Ning Wuxuan.
Ning Yifan is a beast. Ning Wuxuan shouted. How dare you impersonate my third sister? I'll kill you.
Long Tianyi, furious, rushed forward and grabbed Ning Wuxuan by the hair, kicking her hard.
Bang! A loud noise echoed. Ning Wuxuan's body was kicked out of the door like a ball.
The incident happened so quickly that by the time everyone reacted, Ning Wuxuan had already disappeared outside.
Shut the door! Long Tianyi shouted. Bang! The door closed, isolating Ning Wuxuan outside.
Outside, several security guards angrily grabbed Ning Wuxuan, slapping her several times before throwing her to the ground. The head of security gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, I almost lost my job because of you. Drag her out and throw her on the mountain to feed those monsters.
Yes.
The two security guards viciously grabbed Ning Wuxuan by her hair and arms, dragging her out like a dead dog. Ning Wuxuan struggled and screamed with all her might, but it was futile. She had finally escaped from hell, intending to come here to expose Long Tianyi's true nature, but never expected such an ending. Her parents were present, as were her elder and second sisters, yet they did nothing. Even if they couldn't recognize her appearance, they should have recognized her voice. At that moment, she felt utterly hopeless and deeply disappointed. She finally understood the despair and disappointment that Ning Yifan had felt back then. Hey, who the hell are you? Get lost. Suddenly, the security guards dragging Ning Wuxuan stopped. In front of them stood a young man with a severed arm and blind eyes. He leaned on a cane, his torn sleeve hanging limply, looking somewhat ragged. It was Ning Yifan. Damn it, another beggar, and a blind one at that.
Do you really want to ruin my job?
The head of security was furious, storming over and pointing at Ning Yifan, shouting menacingly, get him out of here.
Yes.
Without a second thought, several security guards rushed in front of Ning Yifan, swinging their rubber batons down with a whoosh. Ning Yifan's thumb moved on the hilt of his sword.
Swish! The long sword was drawn, its blade dazzling, and blood splattered in an instant.
Time seemed to freeze for a second, and the world fell into a dead silence.
Bang, bang, bang.
All the security guards blocking Ning Yifan fell to the ground, their bodies shattered and blood splattered, leaving the head of security dumbfounded, his eyes wide with terror.
Thud!
The head of security, unable to control his fear and trembling legs, knelt before Ning Yifan. Ning Wuxuan looked up, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at the blind man with a severed arm, her face filled with shock and incredulity. That handsome face was too familiar. Coupled with the blind eyes and severed arm, who else could it be but Ning Yifan? Hadn't he died? The doctor had declared him dead. In the past, when she saw Ning Bufan, she was filled with disgust. At this moment, seeing Ning Bufan, she was so excited that tears streamed down her face. You are
Bufan, brother.
Ning Wuxuan's voice trembled, filled with an excited sob.
Ning Bufan's expression was blank as he suddenly kicked out. Boom!
Ning Wuxuan's body flew out like a sandbag, crashing hard against the closed door. With a loud bang, the door was smashed open, and Ning Wuxuan flew inside. The wedding in the hall was in progress, and the sudden loud noise startled everyone,
causing them to turn around. What was happening? The beggar who had just flown out, how did he come back? As Ning Wuxuan smashed through the door and flew in, Ning Bufan stepped forward. Don't kill me, I'm just a worker, please don't kill me. The head of security cried out, quickly stepping aside. It wasn't until Ning Bufan brushed past him without killing him that he let out a sigh of relief. But soon he thought again, with his performance today, his job was probably gone. Damn it, it's all this blind man's fault. If I hadn't stopped him today, I would be finished. With that thought, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Seeing Ning Bufan's back turned to him, unguarded, he suddenly unsheathed his electric baton from his waist, shouting loudly as he thrust the baton, crackling with terrifying electricity, towards Ning Bufan's back. Bang! The long sword, along with its sheath, suddenly swung back and struck. In that moment, his head exploded like a rotten watermelon. The head of security's head burst open, completely splattered. Those who witnessed this scene in the hall screamed in terror, many women covering their eyes, trembling all over. This was simply a nightmare for them. Ning Bufan seemed unfazed, stepping into the hall with a blank expression. Long Tianyi saw him and was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be intercepted by Yi Qian's people? What happened? He hurriedly took out his phone to call Yi Qian, only to find it turned off. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived by that woman Yi Qian. Now, he could only rely on himself. So, he urgently dialed another number. Ning Bufan? How is that possible? At this moment, someone in the hall exclaimed in disbelief. How can he look so much like Ning Bufan? Not just look like, he is Ning Bufan. Who else could it be, having lost both eyes and an arm? But he died 5 years ago, how is he alive and here? You ask me, how would I know? We can only ask the Ning family. Everyone, filled with curiosity, turned their gazes towards Ning Xiao and the others. The Ning family was also in a daze, caught in a state of confusion and shock. Ning Bufan's resurrection was the greatest shock to them. They even doubted whether the person standing here was a ghost. At that moment, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Ah! A painful scream shattered the silence, bringing everyone back to their senses. It was Ning Wuxuan's wail. She had already been beaten to a pulp, and after being struck hard by Ning Bufan, she nearly lost consciousness, only just recovering. Dad, Mom, elder sister, second sister, look at me carefully, I am Ning Wuxuan, can't you recognize my voice? Why are you all indifferent? Why? Ning Wuxuan raised her head, shouting in anguish at Ning Xiao and his wife, Ning Tianjiao, and Ning Xinghe. It was Ning Xinghe, the second sister, who reacted first. She widened her eyes, staring intently at the disfigured and battered Ning Wuxuan. The next second, she rushed over to help Ning Wuxuan up, her face filled with shock. Wuxuan, it's really you. How did you end up like this? Third sister, is it really you? Who did this? I will kill him. Ning Tianjiao charged forward, the aura of a warrior erupting, his killing intent terrifying. Suddenly, she looked up, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Ning Bufan, her words coming out one by one through gritted teeth. You did this? Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent, his hand gripping the sword hilt, a murderous intent radiating from him. No, big sister, it's not him. Ning Wuxuan, fueled by an unknown strength, gritted her teeth and stood up, her furious gaze piercing into Long Tianyi. At that moment, Long Tianyi had just finished a phone call and was startled by the terrifying look shot at him by Ning Wuxuan. But he quickly regained his composure, rushing over a few steps, feigning deep concern, and shouted in anguish, Third sister, which bastard did this to you? I will tear him to pieces. Ah! His heart-wrenching roar was deafening, echoing throughout the venue, almost moving everyone present. Shut up! You ungrateful wolf, you beast! Ning Wuxuan pointed at Long Tianyi, her eyes nearly bursting with rage, her fingertips trembling. This outburst caused an uproar in the crowd. Who in Feng City didn't know how much the Ning family adored this adopted son, especially Ning Wuxuan, who was the most indulgent? It was impossible for her to utter such venomous words. Ning Xiao and his wife, along with the Ning sisters, were shocked. Wuxuan, are you crazy? How can you insult him like this at Yifan's wedding, in front of so many people? Lin Mei was the first to express her dissatisfaction. You little brat, apologize to your brother right now. Ning Xiao also came over, roaring with anger, his face filled with fury. The guests present were all prominent figures in Feng City. Ning Wuxuan's behavior was embarrassing the Ning family. Apologize, ha ha ha. Ning Wuxuan laughed, her laughter bordering on madness. Mom and Dad, don't pressure third sister, she might have been triggered by something and is having a mental breakdown. Long Tianyi pretended to be very concerned. Third sister, don't worry, I will make sure the doctor treats you. Someone, quickly take my third sister to the hospital. Yes. Some members of the Ning family came forward to take Ning Wuxuan away. Get away, all of you, get away.
Ning Wuxuan screamed like a madwoman, scaring those who approached her into retreating.
I'm not crazy, every word I say is true.
Ning Wuxuan pointed at Long Tianyi in fury. Ning Yifan, no, he should be Long Tianyi. Everything he has done to our Ning family over the years is a lie, he is a wolf in human disguise.
Third sister, what are you saying? I am your dearest brother.
Long Tianyi feigned heartbreak, his voice tinged with a sob. Who harmed you to the point that you don't even recognize me?
Third, you really have gone mad.
Ning Zhao's face darkened, and Lin Mei's expression was also grim.
Wasn't this making a joke of the Ning family in front of so many guests? Ning Bufan silently stood there, watching the ugly performance of the Ning family. Dad, I'm not crazy.
Ning Wuxuan shouted again, this beast, he raped me.
Boom!
The crowd gasped, all eyes widening in shock.
Damn, this was definitely a shocking revelation.
The bride, Yang Luyan, had a darkened face, looking at her groom in disbelief.
Long Tianyi displayed a heartbroken expression, flustered and at a loss. Third sister, what nonsense are you talking about?
We are siblings, the closest siblings, everyone in Feng City knows this.
I have only respected you in the past, and Mom and Dad know that too. How could I do something so despicable? It is absolutely impossible for me to force you.
His words immediately garnered almost everyone's agreement.
Yes, absolutely impossible. You ungrateful daughter, saying such nonsense, I will beat you to death.
Ning Xiao, unable to contain his anger, rushed forward and slapped her.
Smack!
A crisp sound echoed as Ning Wuxuan, with her disheveled hair, had 5 finger marks appear on her bruised face again. Dad, please calm down. Long Tianyi hurriedly advised, feigning concern. Third sister might have been too greatly stimulated to say such nonsense. This is not her intention, we can't blame her.
Yes, Dad, please calm down.
The Ning sisters also urged.
Huff, huff. Ning Zhao's chest heaved, breathing heavily, clearly very angry. Ha ha, ha ha.
Ning Wuxuan laughed maniacally again. As she laughed, she turned to look at the cold-faced Ning Bufan, tears streaming down her face, transforming her laughter into sobs.
With a loud bang, she knelt heavily before Ning Bufan, wailing, Bufan, I finally understand your despair from back then.
They would rather believe an adopted son than their own flesh and blood.
A cold smile curled at the corner of Ning Bufan's mouth. Aren't you all just a bunch of thieves? Yes, I am the same. We all deserve to die, Woo woo.
Ning Wuxuan cried until her voice was hoarse, and those around them fell silent.
Some began to doubt, could it be that what Ning Wuxuan said was true? Long Tianyi felt uneasy, he could not let Ning Wuxuan continue this way.
Mom and Dad, eldest sister, second sister, third sister's situation is very serious. We must take her to the hospital immediately, Long Tianyi said urgently. Yifan, hurry and have someone take her away, Lin Mei urged anxiously. Take her away quickly, don't embarrass us any further, Ning Xiao said angrily. With the imperial edict from their parents, Long Tianyi shouted, come, drag my third sister away, and anyone who fails to do their job, get the hell out.
Yes.
2 strong men charged over aggressively, ready to use force. Ning Bufan suddenly made a move, raising his sword sheath like a cane to block the 2 men. The sheath was still stained with blood, the heavy smell of blood filled the air, making the 2 strong men hesitate. Ning Wuxuan didn't want to be taken away before finishing her words, so she stood up again, gritting her teeth and glaring at Long Tianyi, then casting a sorrowful and indignant look at Ning Xiao and the others. I don't care whether you believe it or not, but I must expose this beast's ugly face.
Ning Wuxuan pointed at Long Tianyi. This beast, his real name is Long Tianyi.
After being adopted by the Ning family, he has been scheming and deceiving us, making us despise our own brother.
This beast, despicably stealing my brother Ning Bufan's achievements time and again.
Long Tianyi panicked, his eyes reddening as he roared, you 2 useless fools, hurry and take this crazy woman away.
Do you still want to keep your jobs?
The 2 strong men came to their senses, gritted their teeth, and growled, charge.
Ning Bufan slammed the sword sheath down. Bang, bang.
With 2 explosive sounds, the 2 men fell to the ground without warning, clutching their shattered knees and letting out heart-wrenching howls.
Ah, ah.
Their knees had been brutally smashed. The crowd turned pale, watching the 2 unfortunate souls in pain, their faces twitching. Ah, Long Tianyi, you're so eager to drag me out because you're afraid I'll expose your true self, right? Ning Wuxuan laughed loudly, today, you can't stop me. Ning Wuxuan, you ungrateful daughter, stop spouting nonsense. Lin Mei's already sickly red face turned even redder with anger, gritting her teeth and screaming, if you say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Her Yifan had always been her heart's desire, not her biological son, but closer than a biological son. Mom, wake up a little, Ning Wuxuan sneered, do you think the life-prolonging pill from 5 years ago was brought by him?
No, it was Bufan who got it.
And Dad, when you were bitten and poisoned by the strange beast, it was Buffon who sucked the poison out with his mouth and gave you the antidote, saving your life. And eldest sister, when you fought for the Dragon Guard Pavilion and were ambushed by the enemy, it was Buffon who saved you.
Second sister, do you remember when you first entered the entertainment industry and were drugged at a party, almost losing yourself?
It was Buffon who risked his life to save you.
Of course, there's also the time Buffon saved me from the fire.
One by one, all these things were done by our own brother Ning Buffon, yet they all became Long Tiany's achievements, and we all believed it.
How tragic, how tragic. Ha ha ha.
Ning Wuxuan laughed until tears streamed down her face, her regretful tears falling like broken pearls. Ning Tianjiu and Ning Xinghe looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief.
You've gone mad, you're insane, this is utter nonsense. Lin Mei screamed. Ning Xiao was also trembling with anger. Rebellious daughter, rebellious daughter.
Ning Buffon, it's all your fault, you wretched spawn. The old man glared fiercely at Ning Buffon. You should have died 5 years ago.
Why are you still alive, still here to ruin our family's happy life? What wicked method did you use to corrupt Wuxuang, turning her into this mad state? Ning Buffon's expression was cold, but a mocking, disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Ning Buffon is dead, I am Jian Wuqing.
Ning Buffon spoke each word with a chilling voice. I have come today to settle the grievances between Ning Buffon and your Ning family. Dad, stop being confused all the time, wake up a little, Ning Wuxuang screamed in a fit of despair and anger. We are the blood relatives, Long Tiany is the outsider.
You took him in back then, inviting a wolf into the house. I have already paid a painful price for it.
Saying this, she suddenly tore open her clothes, revealing shocking scars on her body, causing those around her to gasp in horror.
See that?
That beast violated me and then handed me over to his 2 subordinates. As Ning Wuxuang spoke, blood tears streamed from her eyes. I was ravaged by those 2 subordinates all night long. I wanted to die, but I couldn't die before exposing the true face of that beast. I gritted my teeth and held on until they were exhausted from their frenzy, and only then did I sneak away while they weren't paying attention. I thought that seeing you would mean I was saved, that I could expose the true nature of that beast to the world, but I was wrong.
You actually don't believe me, ha ha ha. Retribution, my retribution, ha ha ha. Ning Wuxuan laughed even more crazily. Third sister has truly gone mad.
Long Tiany hurriedly explained, Mom and Dad, listen to me. Actually, I gave third sister 2 billion last night to buy you life-prolonging pills and detoxification pills. I didn't expect third sister to come back in this crazy state, constantly slandering me.
I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. Long Tiany's tears of grievance began to flow. His acting was top-notch.
Yifan, don't worry, we won't believe his mad words. Lin Mei quickly comforted him. You will always be Mom and Dad's most outstanding and beloved son.
Ning Xiao immediately echoed, your mother is right, we won't believe it.
Yifan, you can rest assured. Hearing his parents say this, Long Tiany laughed triumphantly in his heart, but his face showed grievance and sadness as he looked at Ning Tianjiu and Ning Xinghe.
Yifan, don't worry, we won't believe it either. The 2 sisters didn't wait for Long Tiany to speak and expressed their stance first. Ning Wuxuan's current appearance indeed did not resemble a normal person.
Moreover, her behavior was like that of a different person, making it hard not to suspect. It seemed the problem lay with the returning Ning Buffon. He must have done something to Ning Wuxuang. There are some strange drugs in the world, and there are also puppet techniques that can control others for one's own use.
Ning Buffon, which one did you use?
Ning Tianjiu took a few steps forward, his cold gaze fixed on Ning Buffon, murderous intent brewing.
It's been 5 years since we last met. Today, you return alive, it seems you have learned a bit of skill.
However, in front of this general, don't say you are a cripple, even if you aren't, you are still a mere chicken or dog.
Ning Tianjiu's tone was filled with disdain. Hand over the antidote, and I can leave you with a whole corpse today. Long Tianjiu's murderous intent intensified.
Behind him, Long Tiany laughed wildly in his heart, kill him quickly.
Ning Buffon, oh Ning Buffon, what does it matter that you returned? What does it matter that Ning Wuxuang revealed the truth?
The deeply rooted beliefs of the Ning family for over 20 years cannot be changed in an instant. The path to death for the Ning family has remained unchanged all these years.
Crack, crack.
Ning Buffon's response was the sword sheath deeply embedded in the ground, the hard ground exploding, cracking open with fissures as his hand gripped the sword hilt. On the cold face, there was not a trace of human emotion, and the breath of death permeated around him.
That breath made Ning Tianjiu, a person who had been on the battlefield, involuntarily shudder, instinctively clenching his fists. Master, madam, it's bad.
Something terrible has happened at the villa. Suddenly, an anxious shout came from outside. An old man rushed in from outside in a panic. In his haste, he completely ignored the bloodstains and corpses outside the door. The person who rushed in was the old steward of the Ning family, Chen Zhong.
Uncle Zhong, what happened?
Ning Tianjiao quickly stopped the hurried Chen Zhong and asked.
The eldest young lady.
The Ning family villa.
It's over, sob.
The old man said, and he actually began to cry, tears streaming down his face. Ning Xiao and the others felt a sinking sensation in their hearts.
Old Chen, what exactly happened?
Ning Xiao hurriedly approached. Chen Zhong quickly stepped forward to report, Master, the Ning family villa has been burned to the ground, over 30 people have been killed, it's too tragic.
The Ning family villa has been destroyed? How is that possible? Who dares to destroy the Ning family in Fengcheng? Long Tianyi rushed over, feigning anger. In fact, he had long known that the Ning family villa had been destroyed by Ning Bufan.
But he had suppressed this matter, hiding it from everyone. He intended to eradicate the Ning family completely to eliminate future troubles.
Ning Bufan had just done him a favor. Moreover, with his wedding approaching, he couldn't let this matter affect the ceremony. Old Chen, don't talk nonsense. Ning Xiao warned sternly.
Master, madam, I wouldn't dare, you can see for yourselves.
Chen Zhong took out his phone.
Just now, he was in charge of arranging the wedding at the hotel when someone reported the destruction of the Ning family and sent him a video from the scene. Upon seeing it, he was shocked and immediately rushed over to report. The video opened, and in everyone's view, the Ning family villa was filled with broken bodies, blood everywhere, and the raging flames.
No.
Upon seeing the scene in the video, Ning Xiao couldn't bear it first and let out a painful howl. The Ning family villa was a legacy passed down through generations, representing the face of the Ning family. Now that it had been burned to ashes, Ning Zhao's heart was bleeding. Even if he died, he would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Ning family. Who did this? Who did this? I will kill him, kill him.
At that moment, Ning Zhao's eyes turned red, roaring like a madman.
Ning Tianjiao and the others were also furious, filled with murderous intent.
I did it.
A cold voice, devoid of any emotion, took over Ning Zhao's words.
Everyone's gaze fell on Ning Bufan. Shut up! Ning Tianjiao shouted angrily, you are so shameless, trying to attract attention. What can a cripple like you do? Everyone shared this thought, expressing disbelief. Eldest young lady, the people below reported that it was indeed Ning Bufan who did it. Moreover, this matter was reported to young Master Yifan long ago, and the city guards have also reported it. As Chen Zhong spoke, he looked at Long Tianyi with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why this Yifan young master, who clearly received the news, had been hiding it. Brother Yifan, you knew about this earlier?
Ning Tianjiao looked at Long Tianyi. The others also looked at him. Long Tianyi hesitated for a moment. Eldest sister, I heard the report, but I was busy with the wedding at the time, and I didn't believe it.
Ning Bufan is clearly dead. How could he have come back alive? Even if he were alive, he would be a cripple, impossible to do something so big. I thought others were talking nonsense, so I didn't take it seriously. This explanation was somewhat reasonable. Everyone's gaze once again locked onto Ning Bufan.
Ning Xiao glared fiercely at Ning Bufan, his eyes filled with malice, his face twisted in rage. Ning, no, Fan.
You wretched spawn, how dare you do such a thing? I must kill you, tear your body apart to relieve the hatred in my heart. The cold smile on Ning Bufan's face grew stronger. Fortunately, I have no illusions about you Ning family members. Indeed, you are all beyond saving. He slowly drew out his long sword. Chakaka. The sound of the sword's edge scraping against the sheath sent chills down the spine. The long sword was stained with fresh blood. Today, the enmity between you and the Ning family must come to an end. The cold voice fell, and the long sword was already drawn. Except for the Ning family, everyone else, get lost. Ning Bufan shouted loudly. But no one reacted, not a single person left. Wait. Ning Wuxuan knelt down again, crawling to Ning Bufan's feet, crying, Bufan, I don't care what they did, but third sister truly knows her wrongs. Please forgive me. Puff. In front of everyone, the long sword suddenly pierced through Ning Wuxuang's chest. Ah! A scream erupted, deafening. The hall fell into chaos, and the onlookers retreated in terror, clearing a large space in front. Only the Ning family remained there. Ning Wuxuan's eyes widened as she looked up blankly at Ning Bufan. I forgive you. Ning Bufan uttered coldly. Ning Wuxuang's body trembled slightly, her throat convulsing as she made a weak sound. Thank you. Dying. At your hands, is third sister. Atonement. With that, she closed her eyes. Whoosh. Ning Bufan withdrew the sword, sending a spray of blood. Ning Wuxuang fell, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. Third sister. Ning Tianjia was the first to react from her shock, letting out an angry scream, her eyes filled with bloodshot fury as she glared at Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan, I will kill you.
Just as she was about to act, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by loud, raucous laughter.
Haha, I haven't arrived too late. I've come to witness the Ning family's internal strife.
Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, an old man with graying hair rushed in, followed by a group of heavily armed strong men.
Boom boom boom.
The footsteps sounded like thunder, at least 30 people suddenly blocking all exits of the hall, surrounding everyone.
Some guests panicked, regretting not heeding Ning Bufan's warning to leave quickly. Now it was too late.
Long Tianyi, who had been tense, finally let out a sigh of relief.
He had been acting nervously just moments ago, but now he was free. Elder Yen, you finally arrived.
Ning Bufan stepped forward, taking 2 steps at a time amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd.
He is Elder Yen Han, a guest elder of the Divine Dragon Villa.
I have met him before, someone among the guests suddenly exclaimed excitedly.
Divine Dragon Villa? Countless people gasped, their expressions turning fervent.
That was one of the superpowers of the world. Yen Han nodded slightly at Long Tianyi. Young Master Tianyi, I hope I'm not too late.
Just in time. Ha, Long Tianyi laughed heartily. Listening to their conversation, everyone present looked bewildered. Bufan, what is going on?
Ning Tianjiu asked with a dark face, sensing something was off.
Shut up!
Long Tianyi shouted, his cold aura erupting, his expression fierce, no longer the obedient and gentle demeanor he had before.
Listen up!
I am Long Tianyi, a descendant of the Long family, one of the 6 hidden ancient clans. The Ning family is nothing but trash, not even worthy of carrying my shoes.
Long Tianyi's words shook the scene, causing an uproar.
Ning Xiao and the others were stunned, their mouths agape, momentarily at a loss.
Eldest sister, third sister just said his name is Long Tianyi,
Ning Xinghe reminded, her pretty face pale.
Could it be that everything third sister said was true?
That's right, it's true, Long Tianyi confirmed with a smile.
Boom!
The Ning family members were struck as if by a thunderbolt, instantly dazed. Long Tianyi looked at the expressions of the Ning family members upon realizing the truth, feeling immensely pleased. It was a delightful sensation that gave him a sense of accomplishment.
Ha ha ha! Long Tianyi's hearty laughter echoed in the hall. In stark contrast, the faces of the Ning family turned a deep shade of liver color, utterly spectacular. No, no. It's impossible, how could this be, woo-woo?
Lin Mei slumped to the ground, her face ashen. After raising a son for over 20 years, treating him as my own, giving him everything that should and shouldn't be given, now all of this is a lie.
Who can accept that? Mom, are you okay? Ning Xinghe exclaimed as she rushed to support Lin Mei.
Beside them, Ning Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff, collapsing to the ground, his face dark and even the blood was black.
Dad!
Ning Tianjie shouted in panic.
The Ning family was in chaos at this moment.
Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent. He should have been happy to see this scene, but his face showed no joy or sorrow.
Ning Yifan, tell me the truth. Is your love for me also fake?
Yang Luyan struggled to accept this, staring intently at Long Tianyi. Don't call me Ning Yifan anymore. That name makes me sick, Long Tianyi roared, his face fierce, staring Yang Luyan so much that she almost jumped back, retreating several steps. Fortunately, a couple behind her caught her, preventing her from falling.
Yang Liuyan's parents were furious, glaring at Long Tianyi. What are you doing? Didn't you say you would treat our daughter well for life, always cherish her as a treasure? Ha ha ha. Long Tianyi laughed heartily, full of mockery. You are just as foolish as the Ning family. Do you believe everything I say? If I told you that eating shit is fragrant, would you go eat it? You. Yang Liuyan's parents were nearly spitting blood.
Yang Luyan took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. I don't care if you are called Ning Yifan or Long Tianyi, from now on, we are done. She fiercely tore off the floral crown on her head and threw it to the ground, stomping on it heavily.
I regret not listening to my sister. You are a hypocrite, a bastard with a human face and a beast's heart.
Yang Luyan cursed angrily, grabbing her parents' hands, and shouted, Mom and Dad, I won't marry him, let's go.
With a crash, 2 heavily armed strong men blocked the way of the family of 3.
Long Tianyi shook his head with a smile. Luyan, you are my deceased wife, how could you possibly leave?
Deceased wife? What do you mean? Yang Liuyan's face changed dramatically, her beautiful eyes filled with rage.
Long Tianyi stepped in front of Yang Luyan, a playful smile on his face. What I mean is, you and your parents are dead, and then I will inherit the Yang family's assets in the name of your husband.
Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Yang Luyan exploded. You wish.
In a fit of anger, Yang Luyan instinctively slapped out.
Slap.
The sound of the slap echoed throughout the venue.
Ah!
A scream rang out, but it was Yang Luyan who was howling in pain, having been knocked back and crashing heavily to the ground.
Luyan, my daughter! Yang Liuyan's mother cried out as she rushed over.
Yang Liuyan's father pointed at Long Tianyi, trembling with rage. You
You dog, how dare you hit my daughter? Slap.
Long Tianyi suddenly jumped up and delivered another resounding slap, sending Yang Liuyan's father staggering to the ground. His glass is shattered.
Oomph, old man, if I dare to hit you, what is your daughter worth?
Long Tianyi's arrogance reached its peak at this moment. He felt that he was in control of the entire scene, the king ruling everything here.
Ning Bufan stood quietly. Although he couldn't see, he could sense that this was a good show.
After all, the enemies here were all going to die, and he wasn't in a hurry.
Life isn't just about fighting and killing. Occasionally watching some exciting drama is also a form of enjoyment.
Ning Yifan, oh no, Long Tianyi, so this is your despicable and cruel true face. Yang Luyan got up, blood at the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with resentment.
With so many people watching today, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation with what you've done?
I really am afraid, Long Tianyi said with a sinister smile as he looked at the guests.
The guests felt a chill at Long Tianyi's eerie gaze, their hearts trembling.
Cough, that Ning Xiao,
oh no, Long Xiao.
I promise, I didn't see or hear anything, I wasn't here today.
I have things to do, so I'm leaving now. I have things to do too, I'm leaving. I'm leaving as well.
A group of guests rushed towards the door like a swarm, but the heavily armed strongman blocked the entrance, showing no intention of letting anyone pass.
Everyone, no one is leaving today,
Long Tianyi said with a smile.
The crowd's expressions changed drastically, their hearts racing. Young Master Long, you can't be crazy.
There are at least 100 of us here, all prominent figures in Feng City.
Do you really want to keep us all here? Have you thought about the consequences? What do I care about the consequences?
Long Tianyi smiled as he looked at Ning Bufan. I've already thought of reasons for you. Ning Bufan returns for revenge, killing all the Ning family members and all the guests. I, Long Tianyi, rise up to resist, and after a fierce battle with the demon, although I regret not being able to save the guests, I did kill the demon, ultimately avenging the tragically deceased guests.
As Long Tianyi finished speaking, the faces of the guests twitched, turning ashen.
How shameless and vicious.
I really am a talent.
Long Tianyi was overjoyed. In the end, not only will I not bear the consequences, but I will also be the hero who bravely fought the demon. You. The guests trembled all over, yet felt helpless.
Everyone, don't panic. Ning Tianjiao stood in front of Long Tianyi with a cold expression. Do you take my Tianjiao general as a decoration?
With me here, the people you brought are nothing but a bunch of useless chickens and dogs. With a crack, Ning Tianjiao suddenly clenched her fist, her icy gaze fixed on Long Tianyi. I'll give you a chance.
What my third sister Wuxuan just said, is it true? If it is, I will kill you. Long Tianyi shook his head with a smile. A bunch of foolish people, the facts are right in front of you, yet you still don't believe it, His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery.
Ning Tianjiao was a general, how could she endure such ridicule and contempt? She immediately let out a furious shout and swung her fist fiercely.
However, an unbelievable scene unfolded before her eyes. Her punch was utterly ordinary.
There was not a hint of the might of a powerful warrior, and the punch's aura was non-existent. It was just a weak woman's feeble strike.
This punch was easily caught by Long Tianyi.
The onlookers, seeing Ning Tianjiao make her move, had just ignited a glimmer of hope, but now that hope was dashed.
This couldn't possibly be a fake general, could it? How? How is this possible? Why can't I summon even a trace of true power?
Ning Tianjiao's face turned pale, her heart filled with panic, feeling somewhat at a loss. In her panic, Ning Tianjiao struggled hard, trying to free her fist from Long Tianyi's grip, but it was futile.
Sister, stop struggling.
Long Tianyi sneered with delight. Just now, I toasted you with a drink that contained a powerful enhancement powder.
I thought you would notice it sooner. I didn't expect you to only realize something was off now, which is a bit disappointing. Ning Tianjiao trembled all over, her face alternating between red and white with anger. You, how cruel.
She regretted it, for she had been completely unguarded against Long Tianyi, so even when she felt something was wrong, she didn't think much of it, and now she was reaping the bitter fruit of her naivety.
Now you realize my cruelty, it's too late. Long Tianyi laughed triumphantly. Don't blame me, you can only blame yourselves for being foolish. You will die a terrible death.
Ning Tianjiao roared, spitting a mouthful of saliva fiercely onto Long Tianyi's face. Long Tianyi was furious, ungrateful woman, seeking death. He suddenly twisted hard, and with a crisp crack, Ning Tianjiao's arm was twisted into a spiral shape.
Ah!
A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the entire venue.
Sister!
Ning Xinghe cried out in despair.
Ning Tianjiao was kicked to the ground, her screams exceptionally tragic.
Ning Yifan, you are too cruel. Ning Xinghe, tears in her eyes, cried out to Long Tianyi in grief and anger. Even though you are not our blood relative, we care for you more than family. Why do you treat us this way? Long Tianyi shrugged. Sorry, you are just my stepping stones. Once you are all wiped out, I will consolidate the Ning and Yang family's assets and then swallow up the other industries in Fengcheng. In the near future, the entire Fengcheng will be my Long family's territory, and I will successfully have my family accept me, thus recognizing my ancestry and achieving greatness. Haha. This was the goal Long Tianyi had been striving for over 20 years. He had endured for too long for this day.
Young Master Tianyi, it's almost time, let's act, Yan Han reminded him. Long Tianyi was really full of nonsense. Alright, then let's do it.
Long Tianyi nodded, a mad and fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "Kill!"
No! The guests let out desperate cries.
The Long family members drew their battle knives and charged forward.
In the next moment, blades flashed, and blood splattered.
The sounds of screams, cries, and curses immediately filled the air. One person after another fell, blood quickly staining the ground, flowing like rivers. Watching the Long family members kill in madness, the Ning family members were filled with rage, but more so with terror and despair. Only Ning Bufan stood there quietly, his face as indifferent as ever, showing no expression.
He had no intention of saving anyone.
He had already given the guests a chance to live by telling them to leave.
Unfortunately, not a single person listened to him, so they could only face death.
After more than 10 minutes, the screams gradually weakened. The once crowded hall, now filled with corpses, was a river of blood. The entire space was saturated with the stench of blood, and the sight was a blinding red, as if it had turned into a hell on earth. Long Tianyi still kept Ning Xiao and other Ning family members, as well as Yang Luyan and her parents. These people were now huddled together, terrified to the extreme as they looked at the surrounding bodies in blood.
Ha ha ha.
Long Tianyi laughed at this group of frightened people, his facial muscles twitching.
Yifan, Mom has been so good to you, you can't treat Mom like this, woo woo.
Lin Mei cried, unable to control her sobs, spitting out blood. Ning Xinghe frantically tried to wipe the blood from Lin Mei, but it was never ending. She had exhausted all the tissues in her bag. At this rate, she would probably die from spitting blood. Long Tianyi stepped forward with a smile. Sister, you might as well stop wiping. Without the life-prolonging pill, the old lady is doomed. Ning Xinghe glared at Long Tianyi in anger. She is your mother. No, if I had such a stupid mother, I would have crashed my head against a wall. Long Tianyi quickly waved his hand, his tone mocking. She could have lived a few more days, but after taking my special medicine, it drained her bodily functions, so she can only pass on early. You. Lin Mei was so furious that she let out a loud gasp, spitting out a larger mouthful of old blood.
Long Tianyi quickly dodged, disdainfully brushing off the few bloodstains on his clothes.
Xinghe, Mom doesn't want to die, please help me find a life-prolonging pill, Lin Mei pleaded, driven by her will to survive, grabbing Ning Xinghe's hand. Mom, life-prolonging pills are not that easy to find, Ning Xinghe said, feeling somewhat desperate. Lin Mei stiffened, and suddenly, she seemed to think of something, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Ning Bufan, who had been standing silently. She rolled her throat. No. Bufan, my son, I was wrong back then, please, give Mom a life-prolonging pill. I promise to treat you well from now on, I beg you. Blood is thicker than water, you are my flesh and blood, you can't just watch Mom die without helping, that would be unfilial.
A blatant moral kidnapping.
Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, reached into his pocket, and opened his palm, revealing a golden pill emitting a fragrant aroma in front of everyone.
Lin Mei was overjoyed. Yes, that's the medicine, that fragrance. Good son, quickly give it to Mom. Ning Bufan remained silent, pulling out a green pill from his pocket.
In his palm appeared a gold and a green pill.
The nearly lifeless Ning Xiao suddenly became agitated. That's the antidote pill. Quickly, give it to me. Son, I know I was wrong.
Give me the pill, and from now on, your mother and I will double our efforts to compensate you, allowing you to reclaim your heritage in the Ning family. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Ning Bufan's mouth as he suddenly clenched his hand, and the two pills instantly turned to powder in his palm, the powder cascading down through his fingers. The ecstatic expressions of Lin Mei and Ning Xiao froze. In the next moment, Lin Mei let out a heart-wrenching scream. No, to show someone hope and then personally destroy that hope, making them experience the utmost despair.
Unfilial son, you unfilial son. We are your parents. How can you treat us this way?
Ning Xiao erupted with immense potential, his curses becoming hysterical.
I was never your son. How can I be unfilial?
Ning Bufan's voice dripped with disdain as he turned his blindfolded eyes toward Long Tianyi. Your obedient son, the one who has made you the proudest in your life, is right here. Just a moment ago, you were shouting to kill me, wishing for my death.
Have you forgotten so quickly? This question from Ning Bufan left the entire Ning family frozen in place.
After a moment of silence, Lin Mei screamed like a madwoman. I don't care.
No matter what, you are flesh from my body. Without me, there would be no you. If you don't save me, you are unfilial, the most unfilial.
Poof. Ning Bufan shook his head, gripping the hilt of his sword, his voice growing colder. I said, if Ning Bufan dies, I will call myself Jianwuching. With a buzz, the sword sang as it was drawn again. 5 years ago, when I was sent to the morgue, I swore that my enmity with the Ning family runs deep as the sea, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. The killing intent erupted violently as Ning Bufan stepped forward with his sword in hand.
No, young Master Bufan, you can't.
That's your mother. The old steward Chen Zhong risked his life to rush in front of Ning Bufan.
Puff!
The long sword pierced through Chen Zhong's chest, blood gushing out from his back.
Ah! Lin Mei let out a piercing scream. Ning Xinghe and the others turned pale with fear. You are all going to die.
Ning Bufan suddenly withdrew his sword, blood raining down into the air as Chen Zhong's body fell heavily.
No, don't come over. Xinghe, save Mom, quickly save Mom.
Lin Mei screamed in terror, pulling Ning Xinghe in front of her. Ning Xinghe saw the murderous intent on Ning Bufan's face, the sharp sword still dripping with blood in his hand. She had no courage to block the blade for Lin Mei. Instead, she was so frightened that she darted behind Lin Mei, crying out, Mom, I'm scared, save me.
I'm still young, with a bright future ahead, I can't die, woo. Lin Mei? Ning. Bu. Fan. At that moment, a low voice rang out.
Ning Tianjiao, enduring excruciating pain, gritted his teeth and staggered over, kneeling in front of Lin Mei to shield her from Ning Bufan. If you want to kill, then kill me, spare the others, okay? Ning Bufan shook his head, dragging the long sword on the ground, producing a chilling scraping sound. Ning Tianjiao forced a smile, gritting his teeth and shouting, I know we have wronged you, but the biggest culprit is him, Long Tianyi.
If you want to kill, why not kill him first? Ning Tianjiao's resentful gaze fixed on Long Tianyi. If it weren't for his appearance, how could our family have come to this point of turning against each other?
Long Tianyi was taken aback, cursing inwardly, damn it, this woman is shifting Ning Bufan's fury onto me. But it doesn't matter, he is the master here now, crushing Ning Bufan is as easy as squashing an ant. Ning Bufan slowly turned around, his icy face directed at Long Tianyi. Long Tianyi chuckled, Ning Bufan, I originally gave you the chance to kill them yourself, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. I admit, you have some skills, but you are still just one person, a disabled blind man at that. I have so many people, how can you fight me? You listened to a single word from this woman, unable to recognize the current reality. You truly inherited the foolish genes of the Ning family, utterly foolish, haha. Swish! Ning Bufan's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly swung his sword. Watch out! Yan Han shouted, but it was too late. A bloody severed arm flew into the air. The sword was too fast. Long Tianyi was completely unaware, still laughing triumphantly, his smugness evident. Thud! The arm hit the ground, blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, Long Tianyi finally reacted. He clutched the gushing blood from his severed left arm, his scream piercing and tragic. Kill him, kill him. His frenzied roar made the entire building tremble. Yan Han's eyes turned red, his face twisted in rage. Damn it, get him. Tear him to pieces. Kill. Countless heavily armed men drew their machetes and surged toward Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan could have wiped them out with a single wave of sword energy, but he chose not to. Instead, he charged in directly to slash with his sword, allowing him to vent his vengeful fury, his adrenaline surging wildly. Kill, kill. Blood splattered, severed limbs flew. The onlookers were horrified. 7 or 8 men charging in were instantly lying on the ground, reduced to limbless corpses. The faces of those around turned pale, their eyelids twitching. Long Tianyi was dumbfounded, forgetting to scream. How could a blind cripple be so strong? Gulp! Yan Han swallowed hard, gritting his teeth and shouting, use guns, shoot him dead. Clatter, clatter. In an instant, at least 5 dark gun muzzles were aimed at Ning Bufan, and they opened fire with a roar. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shot out, but the moment they touched Ning Bufan's body, they were shredded by the suddenly appearing dense sword light. In the next breath, the sword light surged forward. The shooters were instantly cut into countless bloody pieces, a shocking sight. Another failure. The remaining people were filled with terror, instinctively retreating. Kill him, all together. Long Tianyi went mad, hysterically roaring, useless, are you all useless? More than 30 people, now only a dozen remained. They exchanged glances, none daring to charge forward. Old Yan, let them go. Long Tianyi had no choice but to shout at Yan Han, you go too. Yan Han gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Blind man, I underestimated you. But I don't believe that as an 8th grade martial artist, I can't defeat you. Boom! With a loud bang, the old man's aura suddenly erupted, a terrifying force surged forth, creating an unnamed whirlwind around him, his clothes billowing. Follow me, kill him.
Yan Han shouted with bloodshot eyes. But before he could charge out, a sword suddenly appeared above his head and struck down fiercely. A chilling cutting sound rang out, as if a sharp knife was chopping vegetables. Bang, bang. Yan Han was brutally cleaved in half, collapsing to the ground as two separate corpses. The crowd. Run! Someone broke down, unable to bear the shock of fear any longer, and dashed toward the exit. One person ran, prompting others to follow suit. A dozen people rushed toward the door like a swarm. This time, Ning Bufan did not pursue. He slashed his sword into the air, the violent sword energy tearing through bodies, exploding into clouds of blood mist. Everyone fell to the ground, all turned into corpses, piling up like a mountain at the entrance. Everyone from the Shanlong villa was dead. Long Tiany's support was completely gone. His face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, lost and disoriented. How could this happen? How can you be so strong? He looked at Ning Bufan in confusion, unable to comprehend everything happening before him. Ning Bufan did not answer, his face cold as he stepped toward Long Tiany, sword in hand. Each step echoed like the tolling of a death knell from hell. You, don't come over here. Long Tiany shouted in terror. Ning Bufan, listen to me, I am of the Long family bloodline. If you kill me, the Long clan will never let you go. Such a massive force can turn you to ashes with just a word. Besides, the real culprit in this matter cannot be blamed on me. It is the Ning family who are heartless and ungrateful, unworthy of your parents, unworthy of your relatives. Even without me, Long Tiany, there would still be Zheng Tiany and Li Tiany. Swish! Ning Bufan was not interested in listening to nonsense and slashed down with a beam of swordlight. No! Ah! The piercing scream rang out once more. My eyes, ah! Long Tiany's eyes were slashed by the sword, blood gushing out. He covered his eyes, letting out a wail like a slaughtered pig. The suffering I once endured, I now return to you. Ning Bufan's cold voice carried no emotion, as if he were merely a cold killing machine. Of course, I have to add some interest. The long sword slashed out again. The remaining arm flew up into the air. It wasn't over yet, another flash of sword light cut through his lower body. Long Tiany's legs were severed at the same time. With both arms, both eyes, and both legs gone, this was true disability, worse than death. Ah! You killed me, kill me. Long Tiany was now utterly desperate. In this state, what meaning did his life have? The Long family would not want this worthless cripple. Death is a luxury for you. Ning Bufan ignored him further, turning to walk towards the Ning family and the Yang family. The Ning family was already terrified into silence, not daring to breathe. Seeing Ning Bufan approach them, they were all scared to the core, trembling in fear. Lu Yen, what? What should we do? Yang Lu Yen's parents felt wronged. They had not wronged Ning Bufan back then. If anyone was to be blamed, it was Lu Yen herself. Clearly, it was her engagement with Ning Bufan, yet she fell for the adopted son Long Tiany and wanted to marry him. That was not their fault. Lu Yen, it's all your fault. Hurry and plead with Ning Bufan not to kill us. He's too ruthless, sob, I'm scared. Yang Lu Yen's mother cried, snot and tears flowing. Yang Lu Yen was scared too. Sob. Lu Yen, quickly go apologize to Ning Bufan, say you are willing to marry him. Yang's father urged, as long as he doesn't kill us, anything is fine. Yang Lu Yen was collapsing inside. She didn't dare to go, only crying incessantly, driving her parents to the brink of explosion. If they weren't too scared to get up, they would have forcibly dragged Yang Lu Yen to Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan paid no attention to the Yang family and first approached the Ning family. Ning Tianjiao felt the deathly aura emanating from Ning Bufan, and even she, who had been on the battlefield, could not control her trembling. Bufan, we are of the same root, why the urgency? Are you really going to kill us? I am your sister. Ning Tianjiao forgot that she had publicly stated more than once that she only had one brother, and that was Ning Yifan. She did not recognize where Ning Bufan came from. Yes, Bufan, we all know we were wrong. Just give us a chance to correct our mistakes. Ning Xinghe trembled in agreement, her eyes filled with a desire to survive. Ning Bufan sneered, you don't know you were wrong, you are afraid of death. No, we really know we were wrong. Ning Tianji shouted. Puff! The long sword pierced through Ning Tianjiao's body. The people behind Lin Mei, seeing the bloody sword tip coming through, let out a piercing scream that shattered their eardrums. Leaving you with a complete corpse is already my final kindness to you. Ning Bufan's cold voice echoed. Ning Tianjiao looked at the sword piercing through her body, knowing she was doomed, and a surge of hatred and resentment filled her heart. Her eyes turned fierce as she glared at Ning Bufan. I am a battle general of the Dragon Guard Pavilion. If you kill me, the Dragon Guard Pavilion will not let you go. Also, my Ning family is not extinct, and my fourth sister Jody will not let you go. I will wait for you down there. Then you can wait slowly.
Ning Bufan drew his sword, and blood immediately gushed from the wound like a fountain. Ning Tianjiao collapsed to the ground, blood spraying everywhere in a vivid red.
What Dragon Guard Pavilion? What fourth sister? Ning Bufan did not care.
With Ning Tianjiao's death, Lin Mei was exposed under the tip of Ning Bufan's sword. Lin Mei was already so terrified that her face was twisted. She wanted to escape but couldn't move at all, only sitting limply on the ground, the damp earth exuding a foul smell of urine.
You can't kill me, I'm your mother. If you kill me, it's parricide, against the natural order, violating human ethics.
Not only will you suffer divine retribution, but you will also be cursed by thousands, leaving a stench for eternity. Although Lin Mei was scared to the point of tears and urine, her thoughts were still clear. Ning Bufan stood in front of Lin Mei, his indifferent expression changed slightly, carrying a hint of mockery. Do you think you still need me to act? Those words left Lin Mei stunned. At that moment, she suddenly realized that when Ning Bufan crushed the life-prolonging pill and the detoxification pill, it had already severed her and Ning Zhao's chance of survival. Ning Zhao's poison was rapidly taking effect, and he was lying on the ground unable to move.
Ha ha ha.
A weak, hoarse laugh came from Ning Zhao's mouth, as he coughed up large amounts of black blood, staining his chest black.
Karma, retribution.
At this moment, Ning Zhao let out a faint, mournful voice. Old woman, we brought this upon ourselves. We deserve to die.
No, I don't want to die, I can't die.
Lin Mei screamed hysterically, suddenly lunging forward, grabbing Ning Bufan's pant leg, tilting her head back, her eyes bloodshot. Bufan, my son, my good son. I was wrong before, please give me another life-prolonging pill.
There are none left.
Ning Bufan shook his head indifferently. Madam Ning, your son is not here, stop shouting.
No, you are my son, even if you don't admit it, you are born of me, that is an unchangeable fact.
Lin Mei screamed madly.
Ning Bufan sneered in disdain. Madam Ning, when you wanted me to die, why didn't you say these things?
I don't care, anyway, if you don't save me, it's a great act of rebellion, heaven will punish you. Lin Mei shouted like a spoiled child.
I have no feelings left, how can I be bound by morality?
If heaven wants to punish me, then let heaven come to punish me.
Ning Bufan suddenly raised his sword.
Lin Mei's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Beast, you dare. Swish. With a single stroke, blood splattered, and the hand that had grabbed Ning Bufan's pant leg was severed. Lin Mei's scream shook the heavens, causing the entire hall to tremble with her cries. Ning Bufan expressionlessly stepped on the severed hand and walked towards Ning Xinghe behind him.
No.
Ning Xinghe's pretty face turned pale, terrified to the extreme. The young family behind her was also scared to the point of their hearts breaking, their souls flying away.
Bufan, don't kill me.
Second sister has wronged you before, but I was deceived by that beast Ning Yifan, and I haven't done too much harm to you, sob. Ning Xinghe cried out in despair.
Ning Bufan remained silent.
Indeed, back then, Ning Xinghe was so focused on realizing her dream of stardom that she was rarely home. Aside from that time when she was helped by the hidden rules, which she attributed to Ning Yifan's credit, it seemed there was no other harm.
Seeing Ning Bufan stop, Ning Xinghe's fearful heart eased slightly. Who dares to touch my woman? Xinghe, don't be afraid, I have come to save you. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. Boom! A deafening sound echoed.
The main door of the hall was smashed open, and two figures swept in like a violent hurricane, incredibly powerful. When the hurricane stopped, the two figures landed, one old and one young man. The old man had a youthful face and white hair, exuding a vigorous aura. The young man was fair-skinned and beautiful, yes, fair-skinned and beautiful, like a woman, with a ponytail at the back of his head. If it weren't for his men's clothing and male voice, one might really mistake him for a woman. Ning Xinghe was overjoyed, standing up and turning into a gust of wind, rushing towards the man without a care.
Kunken, you finally came, woo-woo.
The handsome man was one of the hottest stars today, Chao Kunken. In the entertainment industry, he and Ning Xinghe were the most popular on-screen couple, with countless romantic dramas to their name. In private, they were actually a couple, just not publicly acknowledged yet. Earlier, in her fear and helplessness, Ning Xinghe had called Chao Kunken for help. The Chao family was a powerful martial arts clan, with master-level experts in residence. Xinghe, don't be afraid, whoever dares to kill you, I'll take care of him. Chao Kunken tightly embraced the beauty who had leaped into his arms, soothing her gently. The old man beside them looked at the corpses and blood scattered across the hall, his brows furrowed. It was too brutal, like a slaughterhouse.
Kunken, how many people did you bring? Ning Xinghe asked through tears.
Time was too tight, I couldn't bring too many people, so I just brought old Zhao, Chao Kunken replied.
Just one person?
Ning Xinghe glanced at the old man Zhao, her brows knitting together.
Humph, I am a half-step master, I can single-handedly destroy the entire Feng city, isn't that enough?
Old Zhao said coldly, his face dark. Ning Xinghe was someone who had seen the world outside. She knew what being a half-step master meant.
That's great, Kunken, quickly kill that dog thing. Ning Xinghe released Chao Kunken and pointed fiercely at Ning Bufan, gritting her teeth. Ning Bufan, the beast my mother lost back then.
First, he wiped out over 30 members of my Ning family, and now he has the audacity to kill my 2 sisters, and wants to kill my parents and me.
What?
Both old Zhao and Chao Kunken were shocked. For a moment, their brains struggled to accept it.
To specifically kill one's own family, even parents, was this still human? It was inhumane, worse than a beast.
Old Zhao, such a beast that is worse than a pig or dog, no need for more words, kill him.
Chao Kunken roared with a fierce expression.
Understood, I will kill this dog thing today for the sake of justice in the world. Old Zhao shouted, and his whole body shot into the sky, transforming into a streak of light in midair, striking towards Ning Bufan with a palm.
The power of a half-step master was terrifying.
Before the palm arrived, the void had already twisted, and the airflow created by the palm's wind swept through like a force of nature. Quickly kill this illegitimate spawn, even if I die, I want him to be buried with me, ha. Lin Mei let out a hysterical, piercing scream, acting as if she had gone mad. Kill him. As soon as there was a chance, she wanted Ning Bufan dead.
Shut up.
Ning Bufan's anger surged, and with a roar, he thrust out a sword.
Puff.
The long sword pierced through Lin Mei's throat, and her voice abruptly stopped.
Everyone's brains malfunctioned, their scalps tingling, their eyes wide as saucers. Ning Bufan actually attacked Lin Mei.
In the next second, old Zhao's terrifying palm of a half-step master had already arrived, casting a shadow over Ning Bufan, as if it had distorted him. Swish! Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent as he withdrew the long sword, stained with blood, and suddenly swung it in a circle. The terrifying palm print shattered.
Blood blossomed in mid-air. Old Zhao's body split in two, crashing to the ground in the astonished gazes of Ning Xinghe and the others. All the palm winds and terrifying momentum dissipated into nothingness. The scene fell into a dead silence.
Ning Bufan slowly turned around, facing Lin Mei, who was clutching her throat and struggling to breathe, and asked word by word, "What did you mean by that illegitimate spawn just now?" Lin Mei tried to open her mouth to say something, but nothing came out, only a torrent of blood gushed forth. With a thud, she finally collapsed to the ground, breathless.
Ning Bufan had no choice but to turn towards Ning Xiao.
Ning Xiao was already gasping for breath, struggling as he reached out with a trembling hand, seemingly wanting to say something.
Ning Bufan sensed Ning Xiao's movements and walked over to crouch down. "If you have any last words, you can say them. Lin Mei has always hated you. Back then, she went so far as to deliberately make you go missing because she is not your mother. Your mother is called Qin.
The last name was left unspoken, and Ning Xiao's hand suddenly fell limp, his breath gone.
At that moment, the world fell into a true silence. Ning Bufan fell into silence as well.
It seemed he finally understood some things from the past. No wonder Lin Mei treated him so poorly, wishing for his death. It turned out he was actually Ning Xiao's illegitimate child with another woman. Everything Lin Mei had done made sense now. If he were truly her biological child, no matter how much she hated him, she wouldn't wish for his death so fervently. Since Lin Mei was not his mother, there was no psychological burden of mother killing. As for why Ning Xiao didn't finish saying his biological mother's name, Ning Bufan didn't care. After all, he had already become heartless.
Ha!
He let out a soft breath, slowly standing up, his cold expression directed at the still dazed and terrified Ning Xinghe and Chao Kunken. "You shouldn't have to die, but now, you must die."
Ning Bufan's voice reached Ning Xinghe's ears, like the pronouncement of death. "No, Kunken, save me."
Ning Xinghe screamed in despair. A flash of sword light passed by, piercing through her body and erupting in a cloud of blood mist.
Ah!
Chao Kunken jumped up in fright, screaming as he turned to run. Another flash of sword light struck out, and as Chao Kunken was running, his body was severed in half, the upper half flung away by the momentum, rolling several meters away. In the hall, only 3 people remained, Yang Luyan and her parents. The 3 were so frightened they had fainted.
Ning Bufan had no interest in them either.
With a clang, the long sword was sheathed. That tall figure, filled with bloodlust and the aura of death, strode away. The next stop was the Hunter Association.
It wasn't until Ning Bufan's figure completely disappeared outside the door that the fainted young family members began to stir.
Their fainting was a pretense, but their act of playing dead was genuine. The relief of surviving the ordeal made the 3 of them hug their heads and weep.
"Luyan, we absolutely cannot provoke Ning Bufan again, otherwise, we should escape from Maple City," Yang's mother cried. If we escape, what will happen to our family business? Our entire family business is here, Yang's father said reluctantly, quickly coming up with a plan. Daughter, the Ning family has fallen, but their assets remain.
You should handle all of Ning's assets and then hand them over to Ning Bufan to resolve this enmity.
That's how we'll do it. Yang's father made a decisive decision.
At the Hunter Association, Yi Qian learned that the Ning family had been utterly destroyed by Ning Bufan alone. Even the half-step grandmaster had been killed, which made her break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, with the strong support of the old president, 3 grandmasters were stationed there, which gave her some confidence. Otherwise, she would have fled long ago.
The association had set up a tight net.
All the experts outside the association had returned, and they had even spent a fortune to hire external help. Now, besides the 3 grandmasters, there were 10 ninth-grade martial artists, and the total number of martial artists exceeded 120.
This lineup was enough to kill a grandmaster.
Ning Bufan's displayed strength was formidable, but he was only in his early 20s. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly be a grandmaster.
Grandmasters were a rare existence in the martial arts world, and who could reach that level without being in their 40s? Ning Bufan was absolutely impossible. President, Ning Bufan is heading this way.
Based on his pace, he should arrive here in about an hour, said Qin Yan, who usually liked heavy makeup but had changed into military attire today, fully armed and ready to kill Ning Bufan to eliminate future threats.
At first, she and Yi Qian framed Ning Bufan, and with Ning Bufan's ruthless revenge, both sides were definitely in a life and death struggle.
We still have time to prepare for over an hour, Yi Qian said with a face full of murderous intent.
Has the bounty you issued been announced? Don't worry, it's already been made public.
No matter who it is, anyone who kills Ning Bufan will receive a bounty of 100 million. When it came to 100 million, Qin Yan felt a bit of pain. President, with such a strong lineup, do we really need to spend this money?
Yi Qian did not answer but instead said solemnly, reissue the bounty. Anyone who kills Ning Bufan will receive a bounty of 1 billion. What? Qin Yan almost jumped up. 1 billion? President, that's too exaggerated.
Stop talking nonsense and do as I say. Yi Qian's face darkened. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. I don't want any mistakes.
The old president is watching us. If Ning Bufan doesn't die, one day the stain of his handling of this case will be exposed, and you know the consequences. Moreover, with Ning Bufan's combat power, even if we win this battle, we will still suffer some losses. Let those people wear themselves out, isn't that better? Yi Qian was a shrewd woman, calculating everything perfectly. Alright. Seeing Yi Qian's terrifying demeanor, Qin Yan had no choice but to comply.
The 1 billion bounty sent countless people into a frenzy. Fortunately, time was limited, otherwise, it was feared that bounty hunters from all over the world would swarm in. Now, only those near Maple City could rush over to compete for this huge reward. At the same time, on the street leading to the Hunter Association, a one-armed blind man leaned on a sword sheath as a cane, taking one step at a time forward. It was Ning Bufan. This road used to be bustling with cars and people. At this moment, the entire street was empty, with no one else in sight besides Ning Bufan. The surrounding shops were also tightly closed. Clearly, this was arranged by the Hunter Association.
Bang bang bang.
As Ning Bufan walked, the doors of the shops suddenly opened. A group of murderous assassins rushed out from both sides, surrounding Ning Bufan from the front and back. Just a cripple like this is worth 1 billion. It's like a pie falling from the sky, brothers, go. The leading man shouted excitedly. In a flash, 2 figures launched the first attack.
Ning Bufan's expression remained unchanged, his usual indifference.
Until the people rushed close, he suddenly swung the sword sheath cane.
Bang bang! 2 explosive sounds rang out, and 2 heads burst open like rotten watermelons, red and white splattering everywhere.
This left the group stunned. The leading man widened his eyes in shock, cleared his throat with effort, and gritted his teeth, roaring, "Damn it, we were careless, he has some skills.
Everyone, go together." Boom!
The crowd surged like a bursting flood, rushing towards Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan did not draw his sword, he swung the sword sheath fiercely.
The sounds of explosions echoed one after another, and heads burst like brilliant flowers blooming in the air. Use ranged attacks, shoot.
The leading man's eyes turned red. This was terrifying.
Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted, bullets whistled.
Ning Bufan did not dodge or evade, he directly struck out with the sword sheath, leaving the group stunned, their scalps tingling. The speed was faster than bullets, too terrifying. Every movement was beyond the naked eye's capture. It was so fast that only the afterimage of the sword sheath formed an indestructible shield in front of Ning Bufan.
When the leading man was trampled underfoot by Ning Bufan, all the assassins had already fallen.
The ground was covered in blood and broken bodies. "Sir, spare! Spare me, we were wrong, please let me go, the leading man begged in terror.
Ning Bufan coldly raised his foot, aiming it at the man's head. No, please don't.
The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. I tell you, I am from the Poison Sting Assassin Organization. If you kill me, our organization will never let you go.
Bang!
The heavy foot came down, and the man's head was crushed. Hurry, hurry, you two weaklings are so slow. At this speed, we won't even get a sip of the 10 billion. At that moment, 3 figures came flying madly from the other end of the street towards them. Leading the way was a girl in a black tight-fitting outfit with a high ponytail, followed by 2 men.
Huff huff. Big sister, we've done our best, we can't run anymore.
The 2 were panting heavily, saying they couldn't run, yet they had to grit their teeth and persist. 10 billion, this reward was just too insane.
Stop! The girl suddenly shouted, hitting the brakes urgently.
Screech, the 3 stopped, the 2 men bent over, hands on their knees, gasping for breath. The girl, called Big Sister, stared blankly ahead, her eyelids twitching. She had just seen the ground ahead littered with shattered corpses, witnessing Ning Bufan crush a person's head underfoot.
Big Sister, why aren't we leaving? Huff huff. A young man who looked like a skinny monkey gasped, aren't we
going to fight for that 10 billion reward? Before the skinny monkey could finish, a hand suddenly covered his mouth.
Big Sister, why are you covering the monkey's mouth? A short young man, barely measuring up to 1 meter 60, also gasped and asked in confusion, aren't we here to kill and grab the reward?
With a bang, the girl kicked the short guy away, then turned to show a big smile. Handsome, we're just passing by, we'll leave soon. On the opposite side, Ning Bufan stood there, drenched in blood, facing the 3 with a chilling murderous intent.
Run!
The girl swung her arms, dragging the 2 men as they fled like they were escaping for their lives. Ning Bufan frowned slightly, too lazy to care about them, and turned to continue walking forward. After his figure disappeared at the end of the street, the 3 people peeked out from around the corner.
That was close, phew.
The girl exhaled heavily, then began to scold her 2 lackeys. You 2 idiots, my brilliant Yen Shichi almost got killed because of you. That blind man is too terrifying, luckily, I ran in time. Yen Shichi patted her swollen chest, her delicate face pale with fright.
Big Sister, was it really that scary? The skinny monkey asked.
The 2 guys had been too busy gasping for breath to pay attention. You 2 go see for yourselves.
Yen Shichi dragged the 2 out.
Upon reaching the scene, they saw over 30 corpses, some mangled beyond recognition, heads missing.
These are the elite assassins of the Poison Sting Organization. Damn, they were just taken out like that?
The skinny monkey and the short guy trembled, a chill running down their spines, filled with dread.
You 2 fools, what are you still dawdling for?
Hurry up and clean the battlefield, they have plenty of good stuff on them. Yen Shichi was already rummaging through the bodies for valuables. The 2 lackeys quickly snapped to attention, efficiently scavenging the bodies. Judging by their actions, they had done this kind of work before. After searching through the 30 or so bodies, they had quite a haul.
We struck it rich, hurry, let's catch up, there might be more to gain. Yen Shichi's eyes sparkled. Although they couldn't get the reward, since they were here, they couldn't leave empty-handed.
Yes.
The 2 lackeys immediately complied. The 3 cautiously followed in Ning Bufan's footsteps.
Ahead, Ning Bufan had barely walked for 10 minutes when 2 men with knives blocked his path. In fact, there were 4, one on the left rooftop was carrying a portable cannon, and a sniper on the right rooftop had his rifle aimed, the scope already zeroed in on Ning Bufan's forehead. Big brother, is a cripple like this really worth 10 billion? The young man asked the older man beside him. The bounty from the Hunters Guild is no joke, just kill him and we'll talk, the middle-aged man said as he swiftly drew his knife. However, the sharp blade of light was already coming at them. The sound of the wind howled past as Ning Bufan appeared behind them.
Damn it! The sniper on the right pulled the trigger hard, the gunshot echoing in the air. Almost simultaneously, the cannon on the left also fired, a blazing shell hurtling towards Ning Bufan.
Ning Bufan drew his sword, his toes barely touching the ground as he leaped into the air, the long sword slicing through the void, leaving a long scar in the air as if to split the very fabric of reality. In midair, a shell was cleaved by the sword light, producing a thunderous roar. At the same time, bullets whizzed past Ning Bufan's figure. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as the man carrying the cannon was split in 2, along with the rooftop above him. The sniper, terrified, turned his gun towards Ning Bufan in midair, ready to pull the trigger again, when a flash of sword light swept across, sending his head flying high into the air. Blood and the severed head soared together in the sky. Below, Ning Bufan landed and sheathed his sword. Behind him, 2 men had already been reduced to separate corpses. The world fell silent. Ning Bufan's expression remained unchanged as he continued to walk forward, his footsteps crunching on the ground. Big sister, so strong.
My goodness, it's like slaughtering chickens. The house is split open. Is this even human? After Ning Bufan disappeared, 3 figures emerged from the corner behind. It was Yen Qiqi and her companions. The thin monkey stuttered, sweating profusely, his legs trembling and unable to stand, gripping the short man beside him tightly. Liuzi, support me, my legs are giving out, I can barely stand. I'm weak in the legs too. Liuzi's legs shook even more violently. Big sister, how about we retreat? Yen Qiqi glared, no ambition. These 4 are clearly not ordinary, they have plenty of loot on them, get to work. Under the command of their big sister, the 2 little brothers had no choice but to continue. The 3 followed behind, picking up scraps, growing increasingly alarmed. Almost every kilometer, there were bodies and blood. The entire road was paved with blood and corpses. Waves of people came to kill Ning Bufan, madly, truly embodying the truth of people die for wealth. Ning Bufan continued his rampage, leaving behind nothing but mangled remains, a sight too horrific to behold. The 3 continued to follow, and when they reached an open area ahead, they were dumbfounded. A solitary figure, blind and missing an arm, stood at the street's exit. In the wide open space, a dense formation of war vehicles extended endlessly behind. Looking out, a terrifying torrent of steel. The cannon muzzles and gun barrels mounted atop the war vehicles were all aimed at Ning Bufan, murderous intent palpable. The lonely, frail figure stood before this steel torrent, so insignificantly small. This scene sent shivers down Yen Qiqi and her companions' spines. My goodness, it's too frightening. The Hunters Guild has really invested heavily in this. Creating such a terrifying torrent of steel, even masters would be left trembling. Kill! Someone shouted in order. Run, get out of this area. Yen Qiqi screamed hysterically, and the few of them fled faster than rabbits. The next second, gunfire erupted. Da-day-day. 222. Hong hong hong. The gunfire was dense, the cannon fire booming. Countless tongues of flame spewed from the muzzles, weaving into terrifying nets of fire, like countless fiery whips, all violently lashing towards Ning Bufan. The artillery rained down, exploding in the area where Ning Bufan stood, and that insignificant figure was instantly engulfed by the flames. The massive commotion attracted countless pursuers to watch. Seeing Ning Bufan swallowed by the artillery fire, everyone sighed. A billion is out of the question. Under such intense bombardment, even a master would be reduced to ashes. The bombardment continued for over 10 minutes before it finally ceased. At the street corner where Ning Bufan had been, the surrounding buildings were swept away by the artillery, reduced to ruins. As the smoke gradually cleared, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and Ning Bufan's figure had vanished without a trace. There were 2 possible outcomes, either he was blown to bits or buried underground. The former was more likely. At that moment, a command vehicle in the center opened up, and a man resembling an officer poked his head out from the top of the vehicle, carefully surveying the area where Ning Bufan had been. It was already empty, leaving only a scene of devastation. Oomph! Before modern weapons, even the strongest warrior is in vain. The commander curled his lips in a disdainful sneer and said loudly, "Report up. The target has been eliminated, mission accomplished." Yes. A subordinate immediately took the order. In the headquarters of the Hunter Association, Yi Qian was waiting for news. "President, good news, a report has come from the front, Ning Bufan is finished." Qin Yan rushed in to report. Yi Qian was taken aback, somewhat unable to believe it. Was it really that simple? Have they found the body? It's been blown to bits, there's no body left. Qin Yan laughed. Yi Qian's expression darkened. Without seeing the body, don't jump to conclusions. President, if you don't believe it, you can go to the command center and see for yourself. We monitored the entire process, Qin Yan said proudly. Throughout the whole thing, Ning Bufan, that cripple, didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Let's go. Yi Qian immediately stood up and strode towards the command center. In the command center hall, where they were encircling Ning Bufan, a large screen was playing the live footage of Ning Bufan's elimination. At that moment, several armored vehicles were slowly approaching the large pit where Ning Bufan was located, preparing to investigate the situation in detail. Suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted violently from the depths of the pit, and a raging wave of sand surged up, as if a sea wave had been stirred. No, a terrified scream echoed from the battlefield. With a loud bang, an armored vehicle was overturned, its hard steel sliced apart like paper, crashing down in 2 halves. The sword light surged forward, crashing into the steel torrent behind. Wherever it passed, the steel torrent was ruthlessly torn apart, like a massive iron plow rolling through. Defend, quick, defend! The commander's hysterical shout rang throughout the area. A figure suddenly soared from the pit, merging with the sword, transforming into the most terrifying beam of sword light shooting towards the steel torrent. Shoot quickly! Day.
A torrential rain of bullets surged towards that figure, but the figure was too fast, making it impossible to lock onto the target. Ning Bufan landed amidst the steel torrent, swinging his long sword fiercely, and terrifying beams of sword light swept through, reaping everything in their path like the scythe of death. The massive steel beast, under the sword light, had no defense, easily sliced and torn apart, turning into heaps of scattered parts. The people inside were reduced to countless pieces of flesh, blood, and meat flying alongside machine parts, creating an exceptionally brutal scene. Those in the command center who witnessed this scene turned pale, drenched in sweat. The earlier excitement transformed into terror and disbelief. Yi Qian entered just in time to see this scene, her face darkened to the extreme. Is this what you call the target being blown to bits? Her cold gaze swept over everyone. The crowd lowered their heads, silenced. Xin Yan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead vigorously. Everyone, prepare for battle, it's our turn next, Yi Qian shouted. Yes. Everyone sprang into action, entering a busy state of readiness. 10 minutes later, Ning Bufan had swept the steel torrent before him clean. The once magnificent steel torrent had now turned into a pile of scrap metal. Surrounding them were remnants of bodies and parts of armored vehicles. Those who had secretly witnessed this scene, ready to claim the bounty, were so frightened that they lost their nerve, and no one dared to pursue the billion anymore. Clang! The sound of the long sword returning to its sheath, though small, resonated throughout the area. Ning Bufan didn't even furrow his brow, leaning on the sword sheath like a cane as he continued towards the Hunter Association. No one could stop his steps. The wind blew against him, making his already tattered clothes rustle. Damn, he's not human, he's a monster. No, monsters aren't even worthy of carrying his shoes, this is just a freak, too terrifying. Yan Qiqi and the others, hiding at a distance and watching this scene, were so shocked that their minds were filled with the words damn. This time, they were too scared to even go clean up the battlefield for a profit. Ning Bufan's bloody slaughter intimidated those desperate for money, and the path ahead was left unimpeded. The journey that should have taken an hour stretched to nearly 2 due to constant interruptions and fierce battles. Finally, the familiar tall building of the Hunters Association appeared in Ning Bufan's perception. I'm back, Ning Bufan murmured, his hand gripping the sword sheath trembling. Remembering the tragedy from 5 years ago, the veins on his forehead throbbed. At this moment, his killing intent reached its peak. Amitba, please hold on, benefactor. Suddenly, a monk in a robe blocked Ning Bufan's path. Benefactor, I am from the 10,000 Buddhist sect, here to save you. Today, seeing your excessive slaughter, I have come to enlighten you. Swish! The sword light slashed down, creating a mist of blood. The monk's gesture of prayer halted as Ning Bufan, with his bloodied sword, walked past him. Behind him, the monk's eyes still held shock as a line of blood appeared from his shoulder to his waist, then he collapsed with a thud, his body in pieces. You demon, dare to kill Master Dewey. Disciples of the Buddhist sect, follow me to eradicate the demon and uphold the path. A dozen disciples of the Buddhist sect roared as they charged forward. Ning Bufan surged forward, his sword slicing through the air, tearing through flesh. With one strike, all of them fell, their bodies severed, none spared. In the command center, the association's higher-ups, witnessing this scene on the surveillance screens, had their pupils dilate, sweat pouring down their backs. Initially, they felt confident, but now they were starting to panic. Yi Qian furrowed her brows tightly, her fists clenched. President, he's coming quickly, Xin Yan nervously reminded her. Yi Qian took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety, and spoke in a seemingly calm tone. First line of defense, demon extermination formation. Yes. Soon, outside the association building, a formation composed of 50 hunters was established. Each person wore a serious expression, watching as the one-armed, blind figure approached step by step. The figure appeared lonely and frail, yet as he drew nearer, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped them, as if a great mountain was pressing down. Activate the formation. The leader of the formation shouted, his voice echoing through the air. Kill! 50 voices unified in a roar, their killing intent shaking the heavens. Ning Bufan listened to the thunderous cries ahead, a smirk of derision and cold laughter curling at the corners of his mouth. The distance was still 100 meters. Thud! The sword sheath plunged deep into the ground, the blood-stained sword slowly drawn out with a chilling sound. Ning Bufan, considering you were once a member of the Hunters, I give you a chance to take your own life, otherwise. Swish! The terrifying sword light struck like lightning. The leader who had spoken was instantly torn in half, blood and flesh flying. In the next moment, Ning Bufan, sword in hand, charged into the crowd. The flames of revenge burned wildly. The wind lifted his blood-soaked clothes, the ends of the black cloth covering his eyes fluttering, making a whoosh sound, as if it were the cry of vengeance. Kill! Boom! The two sides collided, like waves crashing against the shore, stirring up 1,000 piles of blood. Kill, kill. Both sides were blinded by rage. Ning Bufan did not unleash sword energy, he directly wielded his sword, madly slashing through the crowd, venting his pent-up hatred. Blood stained his entire body, making it impossible to tell whether it was his blood or that of his enemies. One by one, people fell, and the ground quickly turned red with blood. The hunters had no way to retreat, falling in waves, charging forward one after another. In the command center hall, Yi Qian and the others watched the bloody slaughter on the surveillance screen, their eyelids twitching. Outside the building, many people watched from a distance, equally numb from the sight. After more than 10 minutes, all 50 were down, leaving only a one-armed bloodied figure standing firm. 50 hunters had perished just like that. President, Qin Yan's voice trembled, the first line of defense is gone. Yi Qian's eyes reddened, gritting her teeth as she ordered, broadcast, I need to speak. Yes. A subordinate, trembling, handed a wireless transmitter to Yi Qian. Yi Qian cleared her throat, Ning Bufan. The 3 words echoed from the building's loudspeaker. I am Yi Qian. I know you want to kill me. I'm waiting for you in the command hall. If you have the guts, come and kill me. Yi Qian's provocative voice reached Ning Bufan's ears. The crowd was stunned, looking at Yi Qian in confusion. President, why are you still provoking that guy? He's gone mad. Tan Yan couldn't help but ask. Yi Qian turned off the transmitter, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Send the 3 masters up together and activate the backup plan. Backup plan? Everyone was taken aback. President, are we really going to blow up the entire association building? The backup plan was to lure Ning Bufan deep into the building after all means to kill him had failed, then detonate the building, killing him inside. The cost was too high, no one wanted to activate it unless it was absolutely necessary. Did you not understand my orders? Yi Qian's face darkened. President, just now Ning Bufan was hit by such intense artillery fire and was fine. Even if we blow up the whole building, we might not be able to kill him, a subordinate said helplessly. Yi Qian said solemnly, he might have used some secret method to evade the impact. We'll blow up the entire building and see where he hides. If that doesn't kill him, then we'll use more powerful explosives to level this place. Yi Qian was determined, execute the order immediately. All unrelated personnel evacuate within 5 minutes. Yes. The command center became busy, everyone packing up to leave. Outside the building, Ning Bufan looked up at the outdoor loudspeaker hanging from the rooftop and swung his sword down fiercely. The sword light was like snow, cutting towards the building with vengeful fury. Boom! The loudspeaker shattered, and the sword light continued to slice into the wall, causing it to explode. In one office, someone was preparing to evacuate when suddenly, a beam of sword light burst through the wall. Before they understood what was happening, a cloud of blood mist erupted as the sword light passed through their body, disappearing into the opposite wall. Bang! A muffled sound, and that person fell. Their colleagues were horrified, screams erupting. What happened? Run! Some quick-witted individuals reacted and rushed towards the door. However, the next second, countless sword lights, like the sides of death, surged in from outside the wall. Clouds of blood mist erupted. Everyone in that office turned into broken corpses. Such scenes occurred throughout the building. The walls began to crumble under the slicing of the sword lights. Charge out and kill him. They had originally planned to set up layers of ambushes inside the building to take down Ning Bufan, but he was not playing by the rules, and they never expected his sword to be so abnormal, able to attack directly from outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless masters turned into afterimages as they rushed out of the building. Boom, boom, boom. The building's main door opened, and thunderous footsteps sounded. Groups of hunters wielding tang knives surged out from all corners of the building, a dark mass like a tide. Kill! Before the crowd could fully charge out, Ning Bufan transformed into a streak of light and rushed back in. Blood light surged again. Due to the immense force, Ning Bufan burst into the hall, heads rolling and blood staining the air. The dense crowd was directly pierced through by him. Before the crowd could react, Ning Bufan charged back again, and once more, heads rolled. The audience watching from the shadows were all horrified. Damn, these hunters were not ordinary people, they were all martial artists, many of whom were seasoned fighters against strange beasts. Yet, in Ning Bufan's hands, they fell like wheat being cut. No, it was even faster than that. Scatter! A loud roar erupted. Finally, a master-level expert charged out, glaring at Ning Bufan, "You brat, I'm here to kill you." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past the old man, and Ning Bufan, like an afterimage, brushed past him, his sharp sword slicing through his waist. Ah! The old man looked in terror at his abdomen, and as he lowered his head, his upper body fell to the ground with a thud. No! Ah! A piercing scream shattered the air, heart-wrenching. The master, also struck down in a second by a sword. The hunters, witnessing this scene, were filled with fear. The two masters who followed were about to act, but upon seeing this, they froze as if struck by lightning. Soon, they realized, run. The speed at which the masters fled was astonishing, disappearing in an instant. Yet, two beams of swordlight sliced through their necks like scythes claiming lives. Their lower bodies, propelled by inertia, ran far away in the blink of an eye. But after a distance, perhaps sensing their heads were left behind, they urgently braked to wait for their heads. However, after the sudden stop, they collapsed, life extinguished. Their heads rolled on the ground behind their bodies, eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and terror. 3 great masters, just like that, were slain. The hunters transformed from fear to despair. No one had the heart to fight anymore, scattering in all directions, and whether they could escape depended on fate. Clearly, their fate was not good. Ning Bufan began a relentless pursuit. The screams shook the entire world, blood staining the earth. Yi Qian watched the slaughter outside the building through the surveillance screen, her heart sinking to the bottom. She thought she had taken Ning Bufan seriously enough, had made sufficient preparations, but now she realized she had severely underestimated him. Run! Without any hesitation, she took 2 bodyguards and abandoned the others, rushing towards the underground garage. President, wait for me! Xinyan shouted in terror, chasing after her. Yi Qian didn't look back. Once in the car, she ordered, and the vehicle roared out of the parking garage, kicking up dust. Yi Qian, you bastard! Xinyan screamed in anger. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind them, the wall blew apart, and a chilling killing intent along with a heavy scent of blood swept over. Xinyan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Terrified, she turned back. When she saw Ning Bufan, drenched in blood, walking towards her with a bloodied sword, her pupils dilated in fear. Ah, help! She screamed, running for her life. Puff! The sound of a long sword piercing through flesh echoed. The sharp blade emerged from her chest, blood gushing. Xinyan stopped all movement, her terrified eyes staring blankly at her chest. At that moment, Yi Qian saw through her phone's surveillance the scene of Ning Bufan piercing Xinyan with a sword, her pupils constricting, and then her eyes turned crimson as she let out a low growl. Die! The phone was a remote control, and she pressed down hard. Boom! Boom boom boom! The deafening sound of explosions roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. Yi Qian's phone screen was instantly engulfed in flames, the entire screen filled with fireballs from the explosions. With the explosions, the surveillance was destroyed, and the footage on the phone screen vanished. Ha ha ha! Inside the car, Yi Qian's manic laughter echoed. Ning Bufan, I don't believe I can't blow you to bits. In the end, you will still die at my hands. Ha ha ha! Ding ding ding! The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted her laughter. Looking at the caller ID, Yi Qian's expression changed, her demeanor instantly becoming extremely respectful. Old President, hello. Yi Qian, how is it? Is the target eliminated? A voice filled with age and authority came from the phone. Yi Qian hurriedly replied, rest assured, Old President, the task you entrusted to me, I will certainly complete. Ning Bufan is probably blown to bits by now. Did you see him die with your own eyes? The old voice deepened slightly. Yi Qian dared not lie, quickly saying, not exactly, but I can be sure. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, don't say you're sure. The old voice became more severe. Yi Qian, we cannot make the same mistake we made 5 years ago. Back then, everyone said Ning Bufan was dead, but what was the result? Give you 10 minutes to confirm. Even if he is blown to bits, there will always be something left. I want a definite answer in 10 minutes. Yi Qian was extremely frustrated. She had already escaped and really didn't want to go back. Although she felt that Ning Bufan might have been killed in the explosion, what if? Yi Qian didn't want to put herself in even a 1 in 10,000 risk. But the old president's order was something she dared not disobey, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and have the driver turn the car back. Soon, they returned to the association building. At this point, the building had turned into a sea of flames due to the explosion, reduced to a pile of ruins. Anyone trapped inside, not to mention people, even an ant would not survive. Indeed, the Fengcheng Hunter Association's old nest had been wiped out. President, in this situation, Ning Bufan is definitely dead. 2 bodyguards protected Yi Qian as she got out of the car, and 1 bodyguard looked at the ruins and the sea of fire ahead. Yi Qian thought about when she pressed the explosion control button. Ning Bufan had just been in the underground garage, making the possibility of death even greater. Even if he wasn't killed on the spot, he could be crushed by the ruins. In such a situation, how could she confirm whether Ning Bufan was really dead? Sigh, the old president has posed a difficult problem for himself. Yi Qian sighed and instructed, go get a few excavators to dig through the ruins of the underground garage. Yes. Just as 1 bodyguard was about to leave, a beam of swordlight suddenly shot out from the ruins. In the next second, the sword light crisscrossed, and the ruins exploded. A cocoon formed by sword light emerged from the debris.
Once the entire cocoon emerged, a figure could be seen inside.
Yi Qian and the others widened their shocked eyes.
Was this still a person?
Just as Yi Qian and the others were stunned, Ning Bufan had already broken free from the cocoon. The familiar aura of Yi Qian immediately attracted him. In the next second, a beam of sword light shot directly at them.
President, be careful. Yi Qian's bodyguards were not ordinary people.
Not only were they battle-hardened, but they were also 9th-grade martial artists, just a step away from being masters.
Bang!
Yi Qian was violently knocked away by a bodyguard, and the fierce sword light passed through the bodyguard, creating a mist of blood.
President, run!
Another bodyguard drew a firearm and began shooting frantically at Ning Bufan.
Bang bang bang!
A beam of sword light suddenly cleaved through, slicing the bodyguard and his firearm in half, the cut smooth and neat. Yi Qian was terrified. She had some strength herself. Although she was young, she had received a lot of resources for training. But now, in front of Ning Bufan, she didn't even have the heart to resist, fearfully scrambling to escape. As she ran, a beam of sword light flashed past her feet.
Thud! Yi Qian fell heavily to the ground.
Her right leg was neatly severed at the knee, lying bloodily behind her, motionless.
Ah! Yi Qian clutched the stump of her leg, letting out a heart-wrenching wail.
Rustle, rustle. Footsteps stepped on the blood-soaked ground, making a rustle sound. A cold, upright figure was slowly approaching her.
Yi Qian knew that Ning Bufan was coming. No! Please, help me, help!
Yi Qian was in despair, screaming hysterically for help.
Unfortunately, who would dare to save her, and who could save her? Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
The phone that had fallen not far from her rang with a deafening ringtone.
She could no longer answer it. A blood-stained foot landed next to the phone. Ning Bufan picked up the phone, and since he couldn't see, he instinctively pressed the answer button. A familiar old voice came from the other end. Yi Qian, confirm whether the damned Ning Bufan is dead or not?
This voice was all too familiar to Ning Bufan.
5 years ago, the president of the Fengcheng Hunter Association, Wei Shangnan.
It was he who orchestrated the tragedy that had befallen him back then. This time, he had returned for revenge, and he was the first target to be eliminated.
President Wei, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. As long as you are not dead, I will not die.
Ning Bufan's voice was like 1,000-year-old ice, each word transmitted through the phone signal into Wei Shangnan's ear, freezing him to the core.
Ning Bufan, you.
Wei Shangnan's voice carried a hint of shock and fear.
Wait, you're next.
Ning Bufan threw the phone to the ground and stomped on it, causing it to explode. He picked up his sword again and walked over to the still screaming Yi Qian. No, don't kill me, Yi Qian cried out loudly. Ning Bufan stood beside her with the sword in hand. Yi Qian was terrified of death, her fear reaching its peak. But one of her legs had already been severed, leaving her with no escape.
Ning Bufan, don't kill me. I was forced in that case back then. It wasn't my intention to harm you. There are people behind us who made us do this, Yi Qian sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Ning Bufan's expression was cold, offering no response, only slowly raising the bloodied sword. No, no, no.
Yi Qian was in a panic. The one who harmed you is Wei Shangnan. He is the real culprit.
No, the one who truly wanted to harm you is actually your master.
Yi Qian thought that upon hearing the truth about his master harming him, Ning Bufan would be shocked and incredulous.
But she was disappointed. Ning Bufan remained calm. He had already known about this.
His master had gone to great lengths to make him cultivate the sword of slaughter.
What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wei Shangnan. Seeing Ning Bufan so calm, Yi Qian thought he didn't believe her.
Wei Shangnan is now the head of the Southwest branch. He is at the headquarters in Qingzhou.
I can go with you to confront him. Yi Qian had a good plan.
The Hunters Guild was always in the capital, with 9 major branches, each led by someone akin to a regional governor, wielding immense power and capable of mobilizing even greater forces and resources.
If Ning Bufan went to Qingzhou to find Wei Shangnan, he would face a more formidable force. If Ning Bufan died then, she would have a chance to survive. I will go find him, but you don't need to come. Ning Bufan's words shattered Yi Qian's calculations. My master is already dead. I killed him. Yi Qian's head buzzed, her mind going blank, looking at Ning Bufan as if he were a monster. Killing his own master was too ruthless. This person had already become a cold-blooded killing machine. Yi Qian, our grievances should end here. Ning Bufan suddenly thrust his sword forward. No! Help!
Yi Qian let out a heart-wrenching cry for help, her voice piercing the air.
Puff!
The long sword pierced through her body, making a ringing sound. Yi Qian's body was pinned to the ground.
You! Puff!
Yi Qian managed to utter a word before spitting out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes red. Her desperate gaze fell upon the sword embedded in her body, her expression shifting from terror to a grimace. Knowing she was doomed, she erupted with fierce determination, gritting her teeth and growling, "Ning Bufan, I am from the Yi clan. The Yi clan is the most powerful family in the world. If you kill me, the Yi clan will never let you go.
I will wait for you below, ha ha ha. The Yi clan, what do I have to fear?" Ning Bufan snorted coldly. What a big mouth. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Ning Bufan.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sound of wind howled. Countless shadows appeared like ghosts, seemingly tearing through the air. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures appeared not far from Ning Bufan. At the same time, the roar of cars could be heard nearby, as vehicles sped towards them. Upon seeing the 5 people, Yi Qian was first filled with excitement, but it quickly faded into despair. Why didn't you come a little earlier? She had already been pierced by Ning Bufan's sword, and with only a breath left, once the sword was pulled out, blood would spray, and she would die immediately. They had come too late.
Qianer, my good granddaughter.
The leading old man with white hair saw Yi Qian pinned to the ground by the sword, one leg severed, and his eyes nearly burst with rage.
Beast, I will tear you to pieces. The old man roared with killing intent, his claws like hooks, ready to strike. Calm down, Shang Lao, you must stay calm.
A middle-aged man urgently pulled Yi Chansong back. Shanxian is in his hands, you must remain calm.
Yi Chansong looked at his granddaughter's life hanging by a thread, trembling with rage.
He forcibly suppressed his anger, pointing at Ning Bufan, his face twisted in a snarl. You little brat, if my granddaughter doesn't survive, I will wipe out your entire family. Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent. No need for that, I've already wiped out my own family.
Yi Chansong, Grandpa, kill.
Kill him, avenge.
Avenge me.
Yi Qianxian's eyes were filled with resentment, glaring fiercely at Ning Bufan. Before I die, I must see you.
Die.
Ning Bufan shook his head, his cold tone tinged with a hint of regret. You won't be able to see it.
What are you going to do?
Yi Chansong realized something, his eyes wide with fury. Beast, how dare you? Swish. Ning Bufan drew his sword, and blood immediately gushed from Yi Qianxian's chest like a fountain. You little brat, I will kill you. Yi Chansong roared, transforming into a streak of light and charging forward. Ning Bufan curled his lips in disdain and countercharged with his sword. In an instant, the two had crossed paths.
Ning Bufan continued his charge, attacking the 4 behind. Kill him.
The 4 shouted in unison, but before they could rush forward, the sword light had already swept past.
The surrounding world froze.
Yi Qianxian desperately clutched her chest, struggling to hold on without taking her last breath. When she saw the scene, she let out a desperate cry. Grandpa, no.
No.
At that moment, Yi Qianxian was truly filled with despair and fear. Her grandfather was one of the few martial arts giants in the world.
The people he brought were all strong. Just like that, he was killed in one strike. How strong was Ning Bufan, after all? Bang bang bang.
Yi Chansong was the first to fall, followed closely by the other 4, collapsing to the ground.
Each of their faces bore disbelief and unwillingness. Damn it, it was too easy to die. Ning Bufan turned to Yi Qianxian. You have a strong will to live, you can still call for help.
Yi Qianxian's eyes were about to burst, her face twisted. How strong?
Are you? I don't know. Ning Bufan shook his head. Call all the experts from your Yi clan, only by killing me will you know. You. Yi Qianxian was so angry that blood gushed from her mouth. Don't be arrogant, even if
our Yi family in the secular world is wiped out, the powerful experts behind the Yi clan can easily send someone to kill you.
Just wait.
The Yi clan, one of the legendary 6 hidden ancient clans, just like the Long family behind Longtianni. These hidden ancient clans usually do not reveal themselves, only having proxy forces in the secular world. For example, the Long family's Shenlong Mountain Villa, the Yi clan's Lingnan Yi family.
Alright, I'll wait.
Ning Bufan nodded expressionlessly. You wait down there. If your family comes to kill me, I will send your family down to reunite with you. As these words fell, the long sword drew a dazzling light across Yi Qianxian's neck. Stop! A loud shout erupted as a car came rushing in like a mad beast. Ning Bufan remained unmoved, slashing down with his sword, and Yi Qianxian's head rolled on the ground.
Qianxian! A heart-wrenching cry echoed. Bastard, I will tear you to pieces.
Amidst the furious roar, the car charged at Ning Bufan like a frenzied beast, accelerating violently.
Ning Bufan stood his ground, unmoving, and simply swung his sword down. Boom! A loud crash sounded as the car was split in half, rolling away in 2 directions.
In the driver's seat, a young man exuded a terrifying aura, breaking through the rolling half of the car and soaring into the sky.
Bang!
A muffled sound echoed, the ground trembled, and dust flew everywhere. A tall, strong man, looking about 25 or 26 with dark skin, stood before Ning Bufan like a small mountain, his killing intent rolling off him, his eyes blood red. "Bastard, you killed the one I love, I." A flash of sword light suddenly struck, and the man's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He had no time to resist, the breath of death had already enveloped him. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, sparks flying. A figure shot in like lightning, blocking Ning Bufan's strike with a tang knife. Ning Bufan was somewhat surprised. Since descending the mountain, he had killed his way through without encountering anyone capable of blocking his sword. Although this was just a casual strike, not even a fraction of his true power, it wasn't something just anyone could withstand. At that moment, a bald old man appeared in front of the dark-skinned youth. The youth's back was already soaked with sweat, and the feeling of having survived a disaster left him trembling with fear. The desire for revenge for the woman he loved had vanished, replaced by waves of dread. Gaga! At that moment, several cars came to a halt. Following that, more than 20 powerful figures rushed over, standing respectfully in two neat rows behind the dark-skinned youth and the bald old man. They were all dressed uniformly, with a prominent dragon character embroidered on their clothes. In the world, only the people from the Long family of the Shunlong villa wore such attire. The dark-skinned youth was named Long Tianhe, and Yi Qian was his fiancé. He was a cousin to Long Tianhe, the illegitimate son of the Long family and the adopted son of the Ning family. "Young master, this person. His strength is too great, you should retreat quickly." The bald old man looked at the expressionless Ning Bufan, his demeanor more serious than ever. Although he had just blocked Ning Bufan's sword, he could sense that it was not Ning Bufan's true strength. Yet he had used almost all his power. "Gulyolu." Long Tianhe swallowed hard, trembling as he asked, "Elder Two, what? What is his strength? Grandmaster? Impossible, how could there be such a young grandmaster?" The old man shook his head. "If he were a grandmaster, I wouldn't be afraid, he might be even stronger than a grandmaster." "What?" Long Tianhe's mind went blank. Could it be? He is a supreme grandmaster at such a young age? No. He shook his head frantically, unable to accept it. The bald old man beside him had practiced martial arts for nearly 100 years to achieve grandmaster status. Ning Bufan looked barely in his 20s, a grandmaster at that age was already astonishingly out of the ordinary. A supreme grandmaster was simply beyond human. In fact, the bald old man found it even harder to accept Ning Bufan's displayed strength. As a martial arts grandmaster, he knew how difficult it was to reach this level, he had even gone bald from the effort. A grandmaster, a reclusive expert, was almost the pinnacle of martial strength in this world. Now, suddenly, a person in his 20s, stronger than a grandmaster, had appeared. Who could bear that? "Elder Two, don't be frightened by his sword just now." Long Tianhe calmed down, perhaps that was his full power strike, or he used some secret technique. Secret techniques can be powerful, but they usually have significant side effects. If you fight him with all your might, you can force him to reveal his true form. The bald old man also calmed down, realizing that Long Tianhe's words made sense. "Young master, you step back first, I will have a go at him." The bald old man tightened his grip on the tang knife, his gaze sharp, fixed firmly on Ning Bufan. Long Tianhe's pride and confidence had been thoroughly shattered, and he obediently retreated behind the old man, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. DDD. At that moment, the sound of car horns blared again. A dozen luxury cars, kicking up clouds of dust, rushed over and stopped behind them. "The Tang family from Fengcheng has arrived." A loud shout rang out, and a large group of people got out of the cars, crowding around a middle-aged man in a tang suit as they hurried over. Judging by appearances, there were at least 40 or 50 people. Almost all the capable members of the entire Tang family from Fengcheng had come out. Tang family head. Long Tianhe, due to his relationship with Yi Qian, had often visited Fengcheng before. The head of the Tang family, a prominent clan in Maple City, naturally recognized the young master he. "Young master he, I, Tang, have brought all the elite members of the Tang family to join you in killing that scum Ning Bufan. We seek revenge for my son, daughter, and daughter-in-law." When Ning Bufan descended the mountain, he encountered the siblings Tang Jing and Tang Xian, along with Yi Ling. The three were slain by Ning Bufan. This grudge, how could the Tang family not avenge it? Initially, they had hoped that the Ning family and the Hunter Association would take care of Ning Bufan, allowing the Tang family to dismember him afterward. Unexpectedly, Ning Bufan was so formidable that both the Ning family and the Hunter Association were wiped out. Just when the Tang family was in despair, the young master of the Divine Dragon Villa arrived, accompanied by a grandmaster martial arts expert. The Tang family immediately felt invigorated and, upon receiving the news, summoned all their elite members to rush over. To fight alongside the young master of the Divine Dragon Villa and slay enemies together was a tremendous honor and a chance to cling to power. Young master, all of us from the Tang family are at your disposal from this moment on, the head of the Tang family expressed his loyalty excitedly.
Long Tianhe nodded, gritting his teeth. Rest assured, Tang family head, that dog must die today.
Let's watch first. Once old 2 captures him, we'll go up together and tear him to pieces.
Understood.
The Tang family head stood respectfully beside Long Tianhe, eagerly watching the bald old man ahead.
A grandmaster, indeed, usually a legendary figure, rarely seen.
Today, he was witnessing it for real. Ning Bufan, you have killed so many people, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths.
The bald old man, who was expected to take action, instead shouted loudly, now you have made countless enemies. The Hunter Association will not let you go, the Yi family will not let you go, the Long family will not let you go.
Having offended so many powerful forces, you absolutely have no chance of survival. I see you are a young martial arts genius, and I truly cannot bear to see you perish like this.
Put down your weapons and surrender, and I can give you a way out.
The old man dared not act and could only resort to verbal persuasion. Ning Bufan curled his lips into a cold smile. I wanted to see how strong a grandmaster's full strike would be, which is why I let you live until now.
It seems I was wrong.
Swish! The sword light was dazzling, cutting through the void.
The bald old man's pupils suddenly constricted, and he roared, his tang knife glowing fiercely as he prepared to strike. Bang!
The knife light shattered abruptly, and the sword light vanished into the old man's body.
In the next second, the world froze.
The bald old man remained in his stance ready to strike, but ultimately, he had no time to deliver that blow.
Ning Bufan's sword was too fast.
Behind him, Long Tianhe and the others watched the bald old man freeze in place, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. That sword was too quick. They could not see with their naked eyes that the old man had already been hit. Until a loud explosion sounded, the old man's body fell, split in 2 on the ground. The blinding blood red made everyone's hearts nearly explode. No, the bald old man fell. A grandmaster was instantly killed. Long Tianhe and the Tang family were utterly shocked, their beliefs in martial arts completely shattered.
Wasn't a grandmaster supposed to be a martial arts powerhouse? How could he be killed so easily? Gulp!
The Tang family head swallowed hard, his face pale, trembling as he said, Young master, call for help. Call your sister. Long Tianhe shouted, quick, call your people, all of them rush up and kill him. Before his words fell, he suddenly leaped into the air, flying off into the distance. As the young master of the Divine Dragon Villa, his strength was naturally impressive, a peak 9th grade martial artist. Rarely did he have rivals among the younger generation. When it came to fleeing, he was incredibly fast. However, a sword light was faster than him.
Bang!
A loud explosion echoed, and blood mist filled the air. A sword light cleaved from behind Long Tianhe, splitting him in half and crashing to the ground, a gruesome sight.
Young master!
The Long family members who followed let out cries of grief and anger. But the next moment, as a sword light surged into the crowd, their cries turned into screams.
Quick, come protect me!
The Tang family head regretted it deeply.
One shouldn't come to seek death. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Tang family had neither the courage nor the ability to protect their patriarch.
Under Ning Bufan's sword light, not a blade of grass could survive.
In just a few seconds, everyone was annihilated.
Only the head of the Tang family remained, kneeling on the ground, tears and urine streaming down his face.
Ning! Young Master Ning, spare my life. I was wrong. As long as you let me go, all the wealth of the Tang family is yours. I beg you, spare my old life. Put!
The long sword pierced through his throat, and all sounds abruptly ceased.
Ning Bufan withdrew his sword and walked towards the Tang family.
Since the Tang family had come to kill him, he would kill the Tang family, it was only fair. When Ning Bufan's blood-red figure disappeared, 3 people stealthily emerged.
Yan Qiqi and her 2 lackeys.
Oh my, a single person wiped out so many, that's terrifying.
The skinny monkey-faced boy's pale face trembled all over.
The short one, Liuzi, could barely complete a sentence. Too terrifying.
Not human.
Big sister.
Let's go. He was stuttering.
But Yan Qiqi looked at the disappearing solitary figure, her eyes sparkling. This man is so handsome, so domineering. The 2 men were stunned, then shocked. What the hell?
Did the big sister just fall for him? What the hell? What are you 2 still standing there for? Clean up the battlefield.
Yan Qiqi shouted, her eyes shining as she looked at the corpse of the Tang family patriarch. Wow, this is the head of a wealthy family, everything on him must be worth a lot.
The skinny monkey and Liuzi snapped back to reality.
Hurry, clean up the battlefield. After looting the Tang patriarch, Yan Shichi truly struck it rich and lost interest in scavenging others, loudly declaring, "You two continue cleaning up, I have something to attend to." Before the two could respond, she chased after Ning Bufan's footsteps and disappeared. The two men stood in the wind, watching the graceful figure rush away, feeling despondent. This time, Ning Bufan did not walk slowly. He was familiar with the Tang family's location, so he moved quickly. When Yan Shichi arrived at the Tang family, it was already engulfed in flames. Another wealthy family had perished. Yan Shichi sighed. She felt no sympathy for a family like the Tangs. As a child who escaped from an orphanage, she had tasted the bitterness of the lower class and had suffered enough from the oppression and ridicule of the wealthy. Once, to survive, a young master from a wealthy family made her kneel and clean his shoes, and the final reward was filthy money thrown into the trash after being spat on. When Ning Bufan left the Tang family, he suddenly stopped, his long sword trembling slightly, a surge of killing intent erupting. Yan Shichi, who had been hiding behind, panicked and jumped out, shouting, "Hero, calm down, hee." I'm a good person, a weak woman who means you no harm. Don't follow me." Ning Bufan's voice was cold and threatening. This was the second woman who dared to follow him. The first was Xia Xinshin, but fortunately, her family had taken her away. Yan Shichi paused, her big eyes rolling around, quickly adopting a playful smile. "Hero, you must have misunderstood. I'm not following you, the road is wide, and I'm just walking normally. You're overthinking it, hee. Swish! A flash of sword light suddenly appeared. The blood-stained long sword was already pressed against Yan Shichi's throat. The killing intent enveloped her. Yan Shichi was petrified on the spot, turning into a statue, her breath halted. At that moment, she felt she was doomed. However, after a few seconds, the sword did not make a further move. Yan Shichi's legs went weak, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground, raising her hands high, her pretty face already streaming with tears, looking pitiful. But in this state, Ning Bufan could not see her, it was all in vain. Woo! Yan Shichi cried sorrowfully, "Hero, I grew up in an orphanage, suffering the torment of the caregivers and the director. When I finally escaped at the age of 10, I experienced all kinds of hardships in the world, having been a beggar, a laborer, and even a thief." Yan Shichi spoke of her tragic life, tears and snot streaming down her face. She was convinced that Ning Bufan was a tragic person himself and would empathize with others who had suffered similarly, perhaps even sparing them from death. But as she spoke, reaching the most painful parts, she truly cried from the depths of her heart, especially when recounting how she had almost been sullied by a certain second-generation rich kid, her cries becoming heart-wrenching. These were her real experiences, not fabricated. Perhaps Ning Bufan truly felt empathy, as his sword miraculously lowered. Yan Shichi was completely immersed in her tragic life, unable to extricate herself, and Ning Bufan, unaware that he had sheathed his sword, continued to sob, leaving those who were confused to think that he was forcing her. Beep. It wasn't until the sound of a car horn came from behind that Yan Shichi snapped back to reality. A luxurious car stopped not far away, and a stunningly voluptuous woman stepped out. With red high heels, long stockinged legs, a form-fitting short skirt, and a black professional suit that accentuated her waist, complemented by exquisite makeup and a beautiful face, she could make countless men lose their souls with just a glance. Yan Shichi, kneeling on the ground, turned her head to see the woman and couldn't help but slightly widen her eyes. Wasn't this Yang Luyan, the daughter of the Yang family, the one who was supposed to marry Long Tianyi today? Long Tianyi was done for, the wedding was off. Why was she dressed so provocatively and here for what? To seduce Ning Bufan? No, Ning Bufan was blind, he couldn't see her in this outfit. Yang Luyan got out of the car, holding some documents, and upon seeing Ning Bufan and Yan Shichi, she stood there in confusion. Yan Shichi was kneeling in front of Ning Bufan, her face still tear-streaked, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Yang Luyan couldn't figure out what was happening. "What are you doing here?" Ning Bufan looked up at Yang Luyan, his voice cold. Yang Luyan came to her senses and hurriedly raised the documents in her hand, cautiously saying, "Mr. Ning, I've organized the Ning family's assets as quickly as possible. You just need to sign, and these assets will be yours." Ning Bufan had no interest in the Ning family's assets, but he didn't want them to fall into someone else's hands so easily. However, as a blind man, he couldn't read the documents. He didn't trust Yang Luyan. "Go get it and help me take a look," Ning Bufan suddenly said to Yan Shichi. "Ha?" Yan Shichi was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. "Me?" She was momentarily at a loss. Ning Bufan wanted her to help him? "Yes, you," Ning Bufan said seriously. "Oh, okay." Yan Shichi quickly reacted, getting up and hastily walking over to take the items from Yang Luyan's hands. Yang Luyan was unwilling to accept this wild girl in front of her, but in front of the killing god Ning Bufan, she didn't dare to defy him in the slightest. God knows that in the next second, his sword could take her life. Yan Qiqi took the documents and opened them, her eyes widening in shock at the dense numbers. Wow, over 100 billion in assets. She hurriedly approached Ning Bufan, excitedly saying, "Hero, I looked at it, and these documents and agreements are fine.
As long as you sign, you'll be a billionaire. Can you sign? I can help you."
Yan Qiqi looked at Ning Bufan eagerly, her heart shouting, "Thick legs, such thick legs, I must find a way to hold on. As long as I hold on to these thick legs, I can live a life of luxury without having to risk scavenging dead people's things anymore."
Ning Bufan turned to Yang Luyan. 2 days' time, besides the Ning family's assets, also liquidate the Tang family's assets as much as possible.
If you can't liquidate them, just give them to the Yang family, consider it my reward to you, and we owe each other nothing.
Ha! So many assets, you don't want them?
Yan Qiqi felt a pang of pain, as if she had discarded hundreds of billions. Ning Bufan ignored Yan Qiqi and continued to Yang Luyan, "Advance 10,000 for this young lady, she has been helping me these past 2 days.
Ha! Yan Qiqi was stunned again.
It turned out she had been requisitioned, and it was a forced requisition.
Did he even ask for her consent?
Yang Luyan said, "Mr.
Ning, if you need anything, you can instruct me to do it. I can." "No need," Ning Bufan interrupted directly. He didn't want to have too much entanglement with Yang Luyan, he just wanted to get the money in 2 days and leave. The next stop was to the Qingzhou Hunter Association to settle scores with Wei Shangnan. Qingzhou, the office building of the Southwest Hunter Association, the headquarters for the hunter associations in various cities of the Southwest region. At this time, the sky had darkened. However, the Hunter Association's office building was brightly lit, with everyone working overtime. In the conference room, apart from the president, all the senior executives had already arrived. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive and tense, with everyone silent, quietly waiting for the president. In the president's office, a tall, gray-haired old man stood with his hands behind his back in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring motionless at the dazzling lights of the city outside. A slender woman in her 30s, still charming, cautiously approached from behind and softly reminded, "President, everyone is waiting for you to start the meeting. The matter from Fengcheng still needs your instructions."
The old man was the former president of the Fengcheng Hunter Association, Wei Shangnan, the mastermind behind the Ning Bufan tragedy 5 years ago. Wei Shangnan let out a gentle sigh. "Wanner, we were wrong 5 years ago."
Jiang Wanner was taken aback, somewhat surprised.
This matter had always been Wei Shangnan's proud achievement, which had earned him a promotion. Today, he actually admitted he was wrong. It was unbelievable. 5 years ago, we should have directly eliminated that Ning Bufan, leaving him no chance to breathe, which has now caused such a big trouble.
Wei Shangnan was filled with regret.
Jiang Wanner was stunned again. She had misunderstood Wei Shangnan's meaning earlier. What he meant by being wrong was not about falsely accusing and harming Ning Bufan.
Ahem. Jiang Wanner cleared her throat twice to cover her embarrassment.
"Have Zhang Wen and Zhao Wu come to my office, the others can disperse for now."
Wei Shangnan issued the order.
"Yes."
Jiang Wanner complied and left. After a while, 2 middle-aged men entered the office under Jiang Wanner's lead. One man wore glasses and appeared very refined.
The other was the opposite, with a face full of flesh, stocky, and exuding a strong killing intent. The two, one scholarly and one martial, were Wei Shangnan's right-hand men, having followed him from Fengcheng to Qingzhou. Including Jiang Wanner, these few were all part of the Fengcheng faction represented by Wei Shangnan, absolute confidants. "Zhang Wen, tell us about Ning Bufan's situation," Wei Shangnan said as everyone took their seats, his gaze falling on the strategist Zhang Wen.
"What else can we do?"
"Just take him out directly," Zhao Wu interjected gruffly. "President, just give the order, and I'll take people to eliminate him immediately. Damn it, leaving him a chance to breathe 5 years ago, and now he dares to come back for revenge, an ungrateful dog." Wei Shangnan shot Zhao Wu a cold glare, causing the latter to obediently shut his mouth.
Zhang Wen's expression was serious. "President, we have 2 choices. One is to go all out to kill Ning Bufan, the other.
We abandon all our current power and go into hiding, so Ning Bufan can't find us."
"Is there even a choice?"
"It's definitely the first one," Zhao Wu couldn't help but shout again.
"Hiding and being a turtle, I can't do that."
Zhang Wen sighed, "Then be prepared for a fight to the death, or
we will be the next Fengcheng Association, facing total annihilation."
With that, the office fell into a dead silence.
The Grand Master had died at Ning Bufan's hands. It was terrifying. Everyone's gaze fell on Wei Shangnan, waiting for him to make a decision. Wei Shangnan's expression was conflicted. He couldn't accept giving up the hard-earned power to become a turtle. "Let's go with the first option." Wei Shangnan made a decision. Zhao Wu laughed heartily. Zhang Wen nodded and continued, President, Ning Bufan's next stop for revenge will definitely be here. Since we've decided to kill him, we should first use external forces to expose Ning Bufan's numerous crimes.
Killing his father and mother, harming his siblings, such acts are intolerable, worse than beasts, and everyone should rise to punish him.
This will place us on the high ground of justice and morality. Next, we will issue a huge bounty to eliminate this beast, ensuring that Ning Bufan will be besieged by all.
We must have a supreme master, or even a demigod, to take action.
When demigods were mentioned, everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu, we must ask your master to come out of seclusion.
Wei Xiangnan's voice carried an undeniable command.
Zhao Wu's mouth twitched. This isn't necessary, is it?
Above the supreme master is the terrestrial immortal.
This is the strongest ceiling for secular martial artists. If the hermit masters do not emerge, the terrestrial immortals are invincible.
To date, there are only 2 known terrestrial immortals in the world. Even the so-called demigods, who are half a step away from being terrestrial immortals, are extremely rare, with only 10 known, and Zhao Wu's master, Tian Mingzhenwen, is one of them. Such powerful beings are ancient monsters who have lived for hundreds of years and will not easily take action. Zhang Wen spoke with a decisive tone. We cannot give Ning Bufan any chance. We must strike with our strongest lineup to completely annihilate him.
It's settled then.
Zhao Wu, set off tonight to invite your master.
Wei Xiangnan issued a death order. If you can't invite your master, you don't need to come back.
Zhao Wu had no choice but to comply.
President, this time we should also offer the Breaking God Pill as part of the bounty. As soon as Zhang Wen said this, everyone's expression changed, including Wei Xiangnan.
That's not possible, Zhao Wu exclaimed loudly.
The Breaking God Pill is a divine item that even demigods covet. We haven't had the chance to use it. How can we offer it as a bounty?
To be honest, Wei Xiangnan was also reluctant. He only had one, waiting to become a supreme master to challenge a demigod or higher, to become that top-tier powerhouse standing at the peak overlooking the masses. But after Zhang Wen's reasoning, Wei Xiangnan could only bear the pain of parting with it. Sure enough, once the news of the Breaking God Pill being used as a bounty was released, martial artists across the world went crazy. Some hidden great powers emerged, claiming to eliminate harm for the people and to kill the vile creature, flocking towards Ning Bufan. The commotion caused by the Breaking God Pill was even beyond Wei Xiangnan's expectations.
With hidden great powers drawn out, Ning Bufan was doomed.
In Fengchun, 2 days had passed since Ning Bufan died. After Yang Luyan integrated the assets of the Ning and Tang families, the liquidated funds were deposited into a bank card, and she came to the hotel to hand it over to Ning Bufan.
Mr.
Ning, the asset integration of the Ning and Tang families exceeds 30 billion, but time was too tight, and most of the assets couldn't be liquidated in time. Currently, all the liquidated funds total 8 billion, and they are all in this black card. Yang Luyan respectfully handed over the card.
8 billion.
Yan Qiqi quickly took the card for Ning Bufan, her eyes reddening. Yang Luyan saw Yan Qiqi's greedy look and worried that she might take the money for herself.
But now this woman was Ning Bufan's spokesperson, and she didn't dare to refuse her.
I'll take the 8 billion, you can handle the other assets yourself.
Ning Bufan had no interest in those assets. The excited Yan Qiqi immediately became anxious. Hero, don't. That's over 20 billion. You can't just give it to me.
Suddenly, Ning Bufan turned to look at Yan Qiqi. Although his eyes were unseen, Yan Qiqi trembled violently, feeling it was more terrifying than being looked at by someone with eyes.
Don't be angry, I
was just saying it casually. Yan Qiqi quickly smiled apologetically. You can keep 100 million as your reward for helping me these past 2 days. After that, we will have nothing to do with each other.
Ning Bufan's voice was cold.
For someone like Yan Qiqi, who was used to being poor, 100 million was definitely a windfall. But now, holding 8 billion, she felt that 100 million was just SOSO.
Miss Yan, didn't you hear what Mr. Ning said? Yang Luyan couldn't help but remind Yan Qiqi, who looked greedy for money.
Afterward, she personally watched Yan Qiqi transfer 100 million and then handed back the remaining card to Ning Bufan, feeling relieved. She thought that in the past 2 days, Yan Qiqi had only helped Ning Bufan book hotels and buy some food, and a few thousand yuan would suffice.
100 million was too extravagant.
But looking at Yan Qiqi's expression, she seemed unhappy.
Alright, let's part ways here.
Ning Bufan leaned on his sword sheath like a cane and walked out of the hotel.
Yang Luyan chased after him, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered the courage to ask, Ning Bufan, oh no, Mr. Ning, are you going to Jiangju?
She had already guessed that Ning Bufan's next target for revenge was Wei Xiangnan, who had risen to Jiangju, and he was definitely going there. It's over 500 kilometers to Jiangju, you don't know how long it will take to walk. I can give you a ride. Yang Luyan didn't even know why she was doing this. Perhaps it was to make up for her debts to Ning Bufan, or to thank him for the more than 2 billion assets he had given her.
Ning Bufan hadn't replied yet when several cars roared in like lightning.
Screech, the sound of tires screeching filled the air, incredibly jarring.
Bang bang bang.
The car doors were violently pushed open, making loud crashing sounds.
More than 20 men dressed in black bodyguard outfits got out and surrounded the hotel entrance.
A luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up, and several bodyguards rushed to open the car door.
An elderly man, holding a cane and dressed in an old-style Zhongshan suit, stepped out.
Behind him followed a young couple. If one looked closely at the young girl's appearance, they would find she bore some resemblance to Ning Bufan. Seeing this scene, Yang Luyan and Yin Shichi instinctively took a step back, feeling a bit scared. Ning Bufan seemed oblivious to these people, continuing to walk forward step by step.
The old man, along with the young couple, stepped forward, and the people surrounding the entrance quickly made way.
When the few of them approached and saw Ning Bufan's true face, they were somewhat surprised, especially the girl who resembled Ning Bufan, who excitedly gasped, "Third granduncle, he looks so much like Mom." Hearing this, Ning Bufan's footsteps paused slightly as he curiously turned to look at the girl.
Unfortunately, he couldn't see and didn't notice their similarities. Ha ha.
The old man let out an excited laugh. "It seems he really is your half-brother."
Ning Bufan's heart jolted. Half-brother?
This meant that this girl was his half-sister.
In a normal situation, siblings meeting would be a moment of overwhelming joy.
However, Ning Bufan showed no emotional fluctuation, his heart as calm as still water. He had long since become indifferent to the affections of the world. He was now just a heartless person. Before Ning Xiao passed away, he only had time to say that his biological mother's surname was Qin, but he didn't mention her full name. He felt no regret, even forgetting it.
"Brother." The girl was extremely excited and rushed over. "Xiao-chan, wait a moment."
The young man urgently pulled the excited girl back, speaking in a serious tone. "The person in front of you is a devil who has even killed his own parents and siblings. You need to calm down." The rumors outside said that Ning Bufan had personally beheaded the Ning Xiao family, with a cruelty that even beasts would be ashamed of, making him a devil devoid of humanity. Qin Yuechan instinctively stopped, a hint of conflict and struggle flashing across her pretty face. "Qin Jian, you worry too much. With third granduncle here, no one can harm Xiaochan." The old man in the Zhongshan suit spoke with confidence and authority.
Qin Jian came to his senses.
Yes, third granduncle was a half-step supreme master, one of the few martial arts giants in the world.
With him around, who would dare to act recklessly? "Jian good, nothing will happen."
Qin Yuechan took a few steps to Ning Bufan, excitedly saying, "Brother, my name is Qin Yuechan, from the Qin family of Tianhai. You are the child of our common mother, Qin Fu, with Ning Xiao, so we are siblings."
Qin Yuechan recounted Ning Bufan's background in a rapid-fire manner.
Ning Bufan was merely the result of a one-night stand between Ning Xiao and Qin Fu, who had met at a party when they were young and had too much to drink. "I'm sorry, I have no parents."
Ning Bufan's words interrupted Qin Yuechan's incessant chatter.
If Qin Fu truly had any feelings for her son, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. Perhaps that unexpected encounter was seen as a stain on her reputation as a noble lady. The sudden appearance of the Qin family today to acknowledge him had ulterior motives.
"Step aside, I have things to do." Ning Bufan's voice turned colder. "Ning Bufan, I am Qin Wanshan, your great-uncle.
You must come back with us now. Your mother has been missing you every day at home, her eyes red from crying, waiting for your return to reunite." The old man strode forward, speaking loudly.
"Ha, Qin Wanshan, is your Qin family really this hypocritical?" A mocking laugh rang out.
Whoosh! Two figures, one white and one black, rushed in like two hurricanes. Qin Wanshan halted, his expression darkening as he looked at the two who had suddenly appeared. They were two middle-aged men who looked almost identical, even their clothes were the same, the only difference being the color, one white, one black.
"Great uncle, it's the black and white brothers, this is bad." Qin Jian quickly approached Qin Wanshan, his face serious. "Our plan is in trouble."
The infamous black and white brothers, also known as the black and white impermanents, were twins and grandmasters. They had a set of combined martial arts techniques that made them formidable when working together.
"Damn it!"
Qin Wanshan's anger surged as he gritted his teeth and said, "Call for help, Ning Bufan must fall into our hands."
"Yes."
Qin Jian took out his phone and quickly made a discreet call.
"Black and white impermanents, what are you doing here? My Qin family is here to acknowledge kin. What does it have to do with you two? Are you trying to provoke my Qin family?"
Qin Wanshan glared coldly at the black and white brothers, his tone laced with threat. The black and white brothers laughed heartily, full of mockery. "Qin Wanshan, if your Qin family were truly here to acknowledge kin, my brother and I would leave without a word. but unfortunately, you are not.
The man in white spoke with disdain, his eyes on Ning Bufan. If it weren't for the breaking god pill, would you personally come for such a bastard? It's simply laughable. Your Qin family is lucky not to consider this bastard a disgrace, haha. The cold laughter of the man in white was grating. You are talking nonsense, we are here to acknowledge kin. Qin Yuechan shouted loudly, eager to explain to Ning Bufan, brother, don't listen to their nonsense, I genuinely came to acknowledge you as my brother. Get lost. Ning Bufan shouted. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, and Qin Yuechan screamed as her petite body was violently thrown away. Xiao Chan. Qin Jian was startled and dashed out to catch Qin Yuechan. Bang! The two collided heavily. The immense force sent both of them flying. With two dull thuds, they crashed to the ground. Wow, wow! Both spat out large mouthfuls of blood, the ground stained crimson. The Qin family was stunned. Qin Wanshan's face turned ashen as he looked at Ning Bufan, his earlier amiability replaced by ferocity and anger. You little beast, you dare to be reckless in front of me. Ning Bufan remained expressionless, the sword sheath embedded in the ground, his hand gripping the sword hilt. He could sense that the old man before him was quite powerful. Seeing Ning Bufan's movement, Qin Wanshan became even more furious. You dare to draw your sword against me, don't blame me for being ungrateful and killing you on the spot. Swish! The long sword was drawn, its blinding light slicing through the air, aimed at Ning Wanshan. Enough with the nonsense, just kill him already. You dare! Qin Wanshan's lungs were about to explode with anger. With a furious roar, he swung his right hand violently, and a flying knife shot out from his sleeve, carrying a violent momentum as it collided with the incoming sword light. Bang! The two forces clashed, and the void seemed to twist for a moment. Crack! The sound of the flying knife shattering echoed, instantly turning into countless fragments that splattered out. The sword light dimmed slightly but still relentlessly advanced towards Qin Wanshan. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he swiftly threw a punch. The fist radiated, transforming into a dazzling ball of light that blasted forward. This was the true external release of true energy. The black and white brothers watched with their eyelids twitching. Qin Wanshan's strength was indisputable. Boom! The sword light and fist radiated exploded, and the air surged. A powerful shockwave spread outwards, sweeping away everything around. The bodyguards of the Qin family behind him screamed as they were toppled over. Qin Jian and Qin Yuechan, who had just gotten up, fell down again. Qin Wanshan violently waved his sleeve, and a powerful force erupted, counteracting the shockwave, allowing him to stand firm. Ning Bufan's lips curled into a smile. Interesting, it seems you qualify for me to use 10% of my strength. His voice was not loud. In the chaos, those further away couldn't hear, but Qin Wanshan did. 10% of your strength? Are you insulting me? Qin Wanshan's eyes widened in anger. Whoosh! A sword light, accompanied by a tearing scream through the air, came slicing through. This sword was executed with 10% of Ning Bufan's strength. Clang! Qin Wanshan had no time for anger. This sword made him feel the threat of death. He shouted loudly, his body swelling up as his internal true energy fully ignited. The fist's radiance erupted, shining like a large lamp, dazzling and blinding. Boom! Unfortunately, before the fist radiance could fully explode, it was already shattered by the sword light, turning into nothingness. Blood light suddenly erupted. In the next breath, time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Wanshan, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. This was a half-step supreme master. It couldn't be over, could it? Bang! With a loud crash, Qin Wanshan's body fell heavily, lifeless. Moments later, blood slowly flowed from his body, forming a stream that extended across the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. The black and white brothers felt their scalps tingle. One sword, and it was over. And it was only 10% of his strength. How terrifying would it be if he unleashed his full power? They dared not imagine. Brother, we should go. The man in black managed to croak out a voice from his throat. They had come for the god-breaking pill. The reward drove people mad, but one had to have their life to claim it. Gulp! The man in white swallowed hard, sweating coldly. There were rumors before that he could kill grandmasters. It's true, we need to retreat. The two nodded at each other and turned to flee. Ning Bufan snorted, suddenly swinging his sword towards the direction the two were escaping. Whoosh! The sword light, like snow, shot out with a whistling sound that tore through the air. No, the brothers felt the breath of death closing in behind them and let out terrified screams. Quick, counterattack! The two brothers had a sense of telepathy, turning at the same time to draw their blades and slash out. Their speed was undeniably fast, but in their haste, they couldn't muster their full strength. Crack! The two blades were severed under the sword light, then sliced through their bodies, creating a cloud of blood mist. The brothers screamed in agony, half of their bodies collapsing, all severed at the waist, a sight too horrific to behold.
They did not die immediately, falling to the ground and letting out piercing wails that terrified everyone present. They regretted it, they shouldn't have come here. The black and white brothers felt wronged. They had come here without even a chance to confront Ning Bufan, they hadn't even exchanged a word before fleeing, yet they were killed. The name of the demon was well deserved. Thus, the two brothers died in despairing screams, and from then on, the martial world would no longer have the black and white brothers. The Qin family's bodyguards trembled, especially Qin Jian. He thought that coming with the third granduncle this time was simply to reap the rewards, but who would have thought it was a trip to death? Up, everyone charge! Qin Jian shouted hysterically at the bodyguards in terror. The bodyguards exchanged glances, none daring to rush forward. Are you kidding? Even the formidable Qin Wanshan, whom they revered like a god, had been taken down in an instant. If they went up, it would just be sending their heads to the slaughter. A bunch of useless fools, what good are you to me? Qin Jian roared in anger, grabbing one bodyguard and using him as a sandbag to smash towards Ning Bufan, while pulling Qin Yuechan up. Run! Ning Bufan swung his sword down, cleaving the man who was thrown at him in two. Then, the sword light surged into the crowd. Run! The bodyguards fled in a frenzy. Unfortunately, their speed could not match that of the sword. Seconds later, over 20 elite bodyguards lay dead. On the escape route of Qin Jian and Qin Yuechan, Ning Bufan stood before them, holding a bloodied long sword. There was no way to escape. Qin Jian felt a sense of despair. Brother, just kill me. Qin Yuechan suddenly stepped forward, closing her eyes in despair. Tears streamed down her beautiful eyes. She had come joyfully to find her family, only to face such an ending. No, Ning Bufan, you can't kill Xiao Chan, she's already suffered enough. Qin Jian shouted, forcibly pulling Qin Yuechan behind him, and said loudly, if you kill me, you can spare Xiao Chan, then go ahead. Ning Bufan raised his sword. Seeing him truly raise the sword, the blood on it still fresh. Don't! Qin Yuechan screamed, tears streaming down her face as she cried to Qin Jian, Zhengu, you are the only one who has treated me well in the Qin family. If you die, I can't live in the Qin family anymore, I might as well die. But to die at my brother's hands, Swish! The long sword suddenly slashed down. No, Qin Jian's heart exploded, letting out a desperate wail. The sharp sword light sent up a mist of blood, as a head flew into the air, blood shooting into the sky. No, Qin Yuechan looked at Qin Jian's headless corpse falling, crying out in grief and anger, shouting at Ning Bufan, you killed me, you killed me. Swish! A second sword light came. Qin Yuechan closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to arrive. However, she only felt a sharp sword energy flash past her scalp. Then, there was silence. When Qin Yuechan opened her eyes, Ning Bufan had already disappeared, and she could only see her scattered hair slowly drifting down from her head. Are you really Ning Bufan's sister? At that moment, a woman's voice sounded. It was Yang Luyan walking over. Qin Yuechan turned her head in a daze, her vacant gaze fixed on Yang Luyan. When Yang Luyan saw Qin Yuechan's face up close, her pupils slightly contracted. No further explanation was needed. The two looked so alike, they must be siblings. No wonder you could survive. Yang Luyan sighed in relief. It's a miracle he didn't kill you, don't expect him to spare others. Don't provoke him again, surviving this time doesn't guarantee you'll live next time. After this reminder, Yang Luyan left. On the other side, Yin Qiqi, after receiving Ning Bufan's 100 million reward, found her two little brothers, Shouhou and Liuzi. Big sister, you look unhappy, did Ning Bufan bully you? The two looked at Yin Qiqi, frowning with concern. Yin Qiqi shot them a glare, do you even know who your big sister is? Who would dare to bully me? That Ning Bufan not only didn't bully me, but he also gave me 100 million. What? The two exclaimed in disbelief. 100 million? No way. Shouhou couldn't believe it. Big sister, 100 million? That can't be true, you're not just pulling our leg, are you? Liuzi nodded in agreement. Big sister is probably just joking with us. Yin Qiqi liked to boast a bit, but that was nothing new. Usually, they saw through it but didn't expose her. But the matter of 100 million was too shocking to believe. You think I'm just bragging? Come on, there's a bank ATM up ahead, let me show you. Yin Qiqi grabbed her bank card and headed straight for the nearby bank's automatic teller machine. The thin monkey and Liuzi, filled with intense curiosity, quickly followed. Soon, they arrived at the ATM, and Yin Qiqi decisively took out her card to check the balance. Looking at the densely packed zero on the electronic screen, the thin monkey and Liuzi were dumbfounded, their minds blank. Damn, it's really 100 million, we struck it rich. Big sister, you're amazing. The two shouted excitedly, showering her with flattery. However, Yin Qiqi suddenly doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Don't celebrate too early, I want to return this money. What? The two jumped up in a panic. Big sister, why? Yen Shichi sighed and said seriously to them, I feel like after getting 100 million, my whole mindset has changed, and I can't be happy at all. I don't know why it feels this way, I just feel that I shouldn't take this money, or else I won't be myself anymore. I don't even know what kind of person I would become. At this moment, Yen Shichi was filled with anxiety and indecision, ultimately deciding to return the money to Ning Bufan. No matter how much the thin monkey and Liuzi tried to persuade her, it was useless. Big sister, let's talk about returning the money slowly, we're hungry. How about we go eat something first? The thin monkey suggested when the argument reached a stalemate. Alright, then let's go eat first, today, I'll treat. After making the decision to return the money, Yen Shichi felt a sense of relief wash over her, regaining her former boldness and optimistic spirit. Big sister, it's on you. The thin monkey made a gesture of invitation with a flattering smile. Yen Shichi habitually took the lead, walking ahead with the demeanor of a big sister. Bang! Suddenly, the thin monkey launched an attack from behind, delivering a sharp chop to Yen Shichi's neck. Yen Shichi was stronger than the two, and this chop did not knock her out immediately. You! What are you doing? Yen Shichi turned in shock, her angry gaze fixed on the thin monkey. Liuzi, do you want 100 million? If you do, then act. The thin monkey shouted, sweat pouring down his face. Big sister, I'm sorry. Liuzi's eyes turned red as he delivered a heavy slap to Yen Shichi's back. With a muffled grunt of unwillingness, Yen Shichi fell down. Quick, the bank card. The two rushed to the bank with Yen Shichi's card. Liuzi, I'll take the first cut. I get 60 million, you get 40 million, the thin monkey asserted forcefully. No way, we split it evenly. Liuzi refused to back down, unwilling to accept a 20 million loss. If you don't agree, we'll part ways, and neither of us will get anything. You. Fine. The thin monkey gritted his teeth in acceptance, but a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Then, the two transferred money at the bank, each taking 50 million. After dividing the spoils, they took the unconscious Yen Shichi to a hotel. The big sister is so beautiful, if she dresses up, she would definitely be no worse than those big stars. I've wanted her for a long time, just didn't dare before, but now the opportunity has come, haha. The thin monkey placed Yen Shichi on the bed, his face filled with lewd excitement. Liuzi seemed a bit reluctant. Thin monkey, isn't this going too far? The big sister saved our lives and helped us get by, otherwise, we wouldn't be alive now. Now that we've taken her money, we can just run away, there's no need to ruin her reputation. The thin monkey sneered, Liuzi, are you pretending to be high and mighty now? You didn't leave a single cent when we were dividing the money. Let me tell you, the deed is done, and it has to be thorough, otherwise, when she wakes up, she will never let us go. So, this woman must be silenced. The thin monkey flashed a cruel smile. Before we kill her, isn't it fair to enjoy ourselves a bit? Otherwise, it would be a waste. If you don't want to, I will. As he spoke, the thin monkey's hands began to tear at Yen Shichi's clothes. Wait! Liuzi rushed forward, shouting. The thin monkey was furious. Do you want to stop me? No, you're right, since we're going to do it, let's do it together. Liuzi looked at Yen Shichi, swallowing hard. Damn it, good things can't be monopolized by just one person. To say that I have no thoughts about this sister would definitely be a lie. The thin monkey laughed loudly. Alright, then let's have a little two dragons play with a phoenix, haha. Soon, the two of them began to tear at Yen Shichi's clothes. The greed of human nature was vividly displayed at this moment. In her unconscious state, Yen Shichi seemed to sense something, and tears of humiliation flowed from the corners of her eyes. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was kicked open. A handsome man with a severed arm and blindfolded eyes appeared at the doorway, his killing intent surging in like a tidal wave. Who? The thin monkey suddenly felt a chill run through him, the violent evil fire within him instantly frozen, his pores erupting. He hurriedly looked up, just as a flash of sword light zipped past. The head rolled like a bouncing ball, tracing an arc in the air before falling, blood gushing forth. Ah! Liuzi let out a piercing scream, but the scream quickly stopped as a long sword pierced through his throat. In almost an instant, the two men were dead, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Ning Bufan walked in, standing by the bed, silently waiting for the half-clothed Yen Shichi to wake up. It was unclear how long had passed when Yen Shichi finally opened her eyes. She let out a painful groan, feeling an unbearable soreness in her neck and back. Rubbing her neck, she struggled to sit up, only to feel a chilling sensation in front of her. She hurriedly looked down and a scream echoed through the room. It turned out her clothes had been torn apart, leaving her completely exposed. She quickly wrapped her clothes tightly around her body, still reeling from the shock, when she saw the two bloody corpses on the floor, and her scream rang out again, even more horrifying and piercing than before. Have you screamed enough? A cold voice came from behind her. Ah! Yen Shichi shouted as she jumped off the bed, turning around abruptly to see Ning Bufan standing at the head of the bed.
Why are you standing here without a sound?
Yan Qiqi questioned loudly, suddenly feeling something was off. She quickly added, wait, weren't you supposed to leave Feng City?
How are you here?
Ning Bufan didn't waste words. Leaning his sword against the bed, he reached out his hand towards Yan Qiqi, coldly saying, my thing.
Yan Qiqi was a bit confused. What thing? I don't know. Ning Bufan's expression darkened, his killing intent instantly enveloping Yan Qiqi.
Yan Qiqi's delicate body trembled violently, her face turning pale. You need to be clear, I really don't have your thing. Ning Bufan retracted his outstretched hand, gripping the hilt of his sword.
Wait, let me think, I need to think.
Yan Qiqi was already drenched in sweat, her heart racing. Soon, she remembered something and hurriedly searched her body, finally finding an ancient jade pendant in her back pocket. She quickly handed it over. No, I'm sorry, I have a habit of stealing. Oh no, I accidentally took your thing. Swish! The sword light suddenly flashed, slicing past Yan Qiqi's neck. All her movements froze, her eyes wide with terror as she fell straight back onto the bed. A thin line of blood slowly appeared on her snow-white neck.
I'm dead.
Yan Qiqi howled in despair within her heart. However, after lying there for a long time, it seemed she could still breathe, still alive.
I didn't die?
Yan Qiqi couldn't believe it, trembling as she reached for her neck, only to find a shallow scar.
She was truly alive. Woo.
The relief of surviving brought her to tears, sobbing uncontrollably.
You are already dead, now your life is mine.
Ning Bufan's cold voice rang out again, devoid of any emotion, as if it were just the voice of a cold robot.
Yan Qiqi stopped crying, wiping her tears forcefully, her timid gaze looking at Ning Bufan. What do you mean? From now on, you will do whatever I say.
Ning Bufan's voice was unquestionable. When a person does something wrong, they must pay the price, and this is the price you must pay.
Yan Qiqi froze, meaning she had now become Ning Bufan's slave.
Ning Bufan ignored Yan Qiqi and walked straight over to pick up the jade pendant that had fallen on the ground. Then his hand stopped in midair, motionless. Yan Qiqi, with tears in her eyes, looked at Ning Bufan's actions, curious, is this jade pendant
very important to you?
As she asked this, she really wanted to chop off her own hand. It was a professional habit. She wanted to take things whenever she saw them.
It was one thing to take someone else's belongings, but this was a killing god without human emotions. Wasn't that courting death?
I once thought it was very important, but now, it's not important anymore. Ning Bufan exerted force in his hand, and the jade pendant turned to dust. This was something he had worn since childhood. Ning Xiao had once told him that it was given to him by his mother and that he must keep it safe. At first, he thought it was given by Lin Mei, but now he realized it was given by his biological mother, Qin Fu. Now, for him, whether it was his biological mother or adoptive mother, it didn't matter anymore.
Prepare a car, we're going to Qingzhou. This was the reason Ning Bufan spared Yan Qiqi's life.
Qingzhou was over 500 kilometers away. Walking would take an unknown amount of time. He couldn't see and couldn't drive, and there was no one else available, so Yan Qiqi was his only choice. Yan Qiqi got up again and tidied her clothes. Remembering how she had been exposed earlier, she blushed and said, what happened when I
was unconscious?
They too wanted to force themselves on you, and I happened to stumble upon it, so I killed them.
Ning Bufan spoke nonchalantly, as if he had just crushed 2 ants.
Bastard! Yan Qiqi was furious, her face turning red. She hurriedly checked her pants. Fortunately, her clothes had been removed, but her pants were intact, indicating that the 2 beasts had not succeeded. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she quickly reached for her bank card, but it was gone.
Not good.
Her expression changed, and she immediately searched the 2 corpses, finding their respective bank cards on them, which made her feel relieved. She felt no joy. Looking at the 2 bodies, she felt a sense of melancholy and heartache. Why? I saved both of your lives. Why treat me this way?
Is my friendship with you not worth 100 million?
Ning Bufan listened to Yan Qiqi's muttering and roughly guessed the situation. Human nature is inherently ugly, just look at it lightly. His cold voice finished, and he walked outside. Wait! Yan Qiqi caught up, handing the bank card to Ning Bufan. I admit, human nature can be ugly, but not everyone is like that. There will always be people with a conscience. I don't want the 100 million you offered, I'll return it to you.
Ning Bufan was taken aback, a hint of confusion appearing on his face.
I did help you with some things these past 2 days, but it's not worth 100 million.
That 100 million is ill-gotten gains for me.
As she said this, Yan Qiqi glanced at the bodies on the ground. If it weren't for that 100 million, today's events wouldn't have happened, and they wouldn't have had to die.
Ning Bufan shook his head in disappointment. Do you pity them?
Foolish.
Since they could betray you for 100 million, even if today hadn't happened, they would betray you for something else in the future. Stopping the loss now, you should feel fortunate. Yan Chichi wanted to say something more, but Ning Bufan had already walked out the door. Consider the 100 million as your funding. For this trip to Qingzhou, all expenses will come from that 100 million. Ning Bufan's voice came back. Yan Chichi dared not say more and could only comply. An hour later, Yan Chichi found a car and drove Ning Bufan toward the highway entrance to Qingzhou. At the highway toll station, the entrance was filled with staff wearing yellow reflective vests, checking each vehicle entering. Yan Chichi drove the car into the inspection area and queued for inspection. One of the inspectors noticed them, walked over, and knocked on the car window. Yan Chichi rolled down the window, and as the inspector looked inside the car to say something, he suddenly saw Ning Bufan in the passenger seat, clearly identifiable by his missing arm and blind eyes. He suddenly froze for a moment, and the next second, as if he had seen a ghost, he turned and ran, pulling out the whistle hanging from his neck and blowing it hard. The sharp, piercing sound of the whistle echoed through the air. The exit gate closed decisively. What was going on? Those waiting to exit looked on in astonishment. It seems to be aimed at us. No, it should be aimed at you. The exaggerated reaction at the toll station made Yan Chichi turn to Ning Bufan. What should we do? Ning Bufan grasped the hilt of the sword he was holding. Wait! Yan Chichi hurriedly called out, cold sweat pouring down her back. This guy was about to start killing again. Well, maybe it hasn't come to the point of killing. I'll go negotiate a bit. Yan Chichi pushed the door open and got out of the car. Just as she stepped out, the roar of an engine came from behind. A small car sped over and stopped behind them. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a square face and an extraordinary demeanor rushed over with a young man in his 30s. Yan Chichi watched the approaching figures warily, about to ask something, but the other party spoke first. Is Mr. Ning Bufan in the car? Yan Chichi instinctively nodded. Ning Bufan, hearing the familiar voice, though unable to see, instinctively turned toward the direction of the sound. Mr. Ning, hello, I've finally found you. The familiar voice carried a hint of joy. Ning Bufan frowned, somewhat puzzled. Gao Sanfeng, President Gao, weren't you transferred away? Indeed, the person who had come was Gao Sanfeng, who had been transferred to the northwest, and now he was back. Can we talk inside? Gao Sanfeng inquired. Yan Chichi, intrigued, opened the back door to let Gao Sanfeng in, and then she waited outside with Gao Sanfeng's secretary, Zhang Wei. You wiped out the Hunters Association in Fengcheng, making it a place that everyone fears, and no one dares to take over, so I came back. Gao Sanfeng explained, somewhat helplessly. Ning Bufan, get to the point, I'm in a hurry. I want to know the truth about the case from 5 years ago. Gao Sanfeng's tone was serious, filled with determination. Truth, is it important? Ning Bufan sneered, it's meaningless now, after killing in Qingzhou, everything ends. Mr. Ning, I must emphasize that killing does not solve problems. Gao Sanfeng's expression was solemn. On the contrary, your killings have harmed the common people. Just take Fengcheng as an example. Almost all the hunters have been wiped out by you, leaving the beasts in Fengcheng and the surrounding areas without any suppression. In just these few days, incidents of mutated beasts injuring people have surged, with at least 100 dead. What does that have to do with me? Ning Bufan's cold words interrupted Gao Sanfeng. That's something you should consider. No need to tell me this. If there's nothing else, you can get out of the car. You haven't mentioned the case from back then. Gao Sanfeng stubbornly said, since I've taken an interest in this case, if I can't correct it, I won't find peace for the rest of my life. Ning Bufan fell silent for a moment, exhaling a breath. Is it meaningful to overturn a case for a heartless murderer like me? That's two different matters. Gao Sanfeng said solemnly, a wrongful conviction is a wrongful conviction. It doesn't change just because you killed someone. As for your killings, that's a capital crime, no doubt about it. It's just that I currently lack the power to bring you to justice, otherwise, I would definitely arrest you. You're very sincere and persistent. Ning Bufan sighed, it's rare to find a good official like you in this world, I'll give you some face. Then, Ning Bufan's expression turned serious as he began to recount the past. 5 years ago, Lin Mei fell seriously ill and needed a life-prolonging pill. I asked my master for one, intending to take it back to save her life. Suddenly, Yi Qian appeared, taking advantage of my unpreparedness to stab me with a needle. Then I fell into a state of confusion and chaos, and she led me to the girls' bathroom. You should know what happened next from the case files. At that time, the president, Wei Shangnan, didn't listen to my defense or explanation. With countless people swearing against me, I was left blind and had my left arm severed. He. At this point, Ning Bufan let out a mocking cold laugh. I didn't understand back then. We were all comrades fighting side by side, so why did everyone turn against me?
hurling all sorts of malicious accusations to ruin my reputation and leave me in utter despair.
Now I understand, that was the ugliness of human nature.
But then, I witnessed an even more brutal ugliness of human nature, and that was the Ning family. The relatives I thought I could save with my own life, my parents, completely destroyed me.
Ning Bufan spoke of the Ning family.
Each word was calm, but Gao Sanfeng felt the temperature around him dropping, to the point where he couldn't help but tremble.
It was the terrifying killing intent radiating from Ning Bufan.
Outside by the car, Yan Shiqi and Zhang Wei also felt a chill, their hearts trembling slightly.
After talking for almost an hour, Ning Bufan finally finished.
Gao Sanfeng was shaken. He considered himself well informed, having seen much of the ugliness of human nature, but this revelation still refreshed his understanding. If it weren't for Ning Bufan saying it himself, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The ugliness of the Ning family was shockingly appalling.
President Gao, this is just my side of the story, you can choose to believe it or not. Ning Bufan's tone was very flat.
I believe it, Gao Sanfeng replied with utmost certainty.
Right now, you have no reason to lie. Ning Bufan smiled, it was the first genuine smile in 5 years.
With that smile, the surrounding chill vanished without a trace.
Gao Sanfeng breathed a sigh of relief and seized the opportunity to say, can you not go to Qingzhou?
Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this case.
Those who harmed you, including Wei Shangnan, will be brought to justice. Ning Bufan's smile disappeared. President Gao, if someone had said this before I descended the mountain, I would have given you a chance.
But now that the slaughter has begun, it is impossible for me to stop. Get out of the car. What happens next is none of my concern.
Clear the way for the people in front.
1 minute from now, I will kill my way through. The cold aura once again dropped the temperature inside the car. Gao Sanfeng, unwilling to give up, tried to persist. Mr.
Ning, please listen to me. You have 58 seconds left.
The cold voice already carried a hint of killing intent. Ning Bufan's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Gao Sanfeng was alarmed and hurriedly got out of the car, ordering the road to be cleared. Yan Shiqi returned to the driver's seat, glancing at Ning Bufan, her heart still shaken. She had heard everything from inside the car. She thought her life, having no parents and suffering bullying in that hellish orphanage, was tragic.
But compared to Ning Bufan, it was nothing. Drive.
Ning Bufan's command snapped Yan Shiqi back to reality, and she quickly started the car and drove off, disappearing at the intersection ahead. The bloody storm in Qingzhou was about to descend.
No, I can't let Qingzhou become the second Fengcheng. We must do something. Gao Sanfeng looked at the departing Ning Bufan, determination flashing in his eyes. Zhang Wei sighed, President, we can't stop him.
Go back, I will personally go to Kyoto to apply to the headquarters to reopen the Ning Bufan case and immediately arrest all those involved, including Wei Shangnan.
Gao Sanfeng nearly roared this statement. At that moment, the Qingzhou Hunter Association, Wei Shangnan received the news of Ning Bufan's arrival in Qingzhou. President, Ning Bufan is already on his way to Qingzhou, and he's driving.
If there are no obstructions, he should arrive here by tomorrow at the latest, reported the female secretary Jiang Wanner in the president's office. Wei Shangnan's old face twisted in a frown. It would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. He had received news earlier that the half-step supreme master of the Qin family, along with the infamous black and white brothers from the martial world, were all dead.
This level of power was terrifying. President, we must stop Ning Bufan at all costs, by any means necessary, strategist Jiang Wen advised with a resolute tone, his eyes flashing with ferocity and determination.
They were not prepared yet, they needed ample time.
Also, raise the bounty.
Apart from the breaking god pill, the bounty should be 1 billion.
Jiang Wen continued. 1 billion? Where are we going to get 1 billion? Jiang Wanner couldn't help but interject.
This was not a small amount, funding had to be allocated, but to allocate such a large sum was not something that could be done quickly.
Jiang Wen smiled and said, let's issue the announcement in the name of the association first. If someone really can kill Ning Bufan, we can deal with the payout slowly. All right.
Wei Shangnan hammered down decisively, add another billion, 2 billion. Hiss.
Both Jiang Wen and Jiang Wanner gasped in shock. Crazy.
President, there's something we need to pay attention to, Jiang Wen continued with his suggestions. Ning Bufan has done his best to seal off the news of killing the half-step supreme master and the black and white brothers, otherwise, it would scare many people, and no one would dare to kill Ning Bufan anymore. Also, Zhao Wu has gone to invite his master, which may take some time. I want to personally deploy to stop Ning Bufan's actions and buy some time.
Wei Shangnan waved his hand, you can use any manpower and funds you need.
Jiang Wen hesitated for a moment, President, this action is somewhat inhumane.
If things go wrong, I'm afraid. Wei Shangnan coldly uttered, "I've said it before, at all costs, by any means, I just want Ning Bufan dead." "Understood." Jiang Wen accepted the order and left.
Jiang Wana was about to leave when Wei Shangnan called her back, his expression extremely serious. "Prepare a second plan, find me a substitute."
"If Ning Bufan comes." Jiang Wana froze, looking at Wei Shangnan in shock. Wasn't it supposed to be a fight to the death with Ning Bufan?
"Remember, this matter can only be known by the two of us, including Zhang Wen and Zhao Wu. They must not reveal it, or you know the consequences." His tone carried a threat. Jiang Wanner's heart skipped a beat, her expression turning to one of astonishment.
But she quickly reacted and hurriedly said, "I understand, sir." "That's good. If it really comes to a critical moment, I will take you away.
Work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly,"
Wei Shangnan reassured her.
"Yes." Jiang Wana knew that Wei Shangnan discussing this matter with her alone meant he regarded her as his most trusted confidant. Indeed, no matter how capable you are, it pales in comparison to the ability in bed. Zhang Wan and Zhao Wu were examples of this. With the Breaking God pill and a 2 billion bounty to kill Ning Bufan, the news spread, causing a sensation across the world. This was the highest bounty ever issued by the Hunter Association, without exception. In no time, countless people, like wolves attracted by the scent of blood, rushed madly towards Ning Bufan.
To kill Ning Bufan, they could still claim to be ridding the world of evil, without any psychological burden. Night fell. Tonight, the night was dark and windy. On a highway overpass leading to Qingzhou, several figures flickered in the darkness, and a large amount of explosives had already been installed on the bridge.
"Brothers,
everything is set. As soon as Ning Bufan's car passes here, we'll blow it up, ensuring he'll be turned to dust. The 2 billion and the Breaking God pill will be ours, ha ha ha." The few were ecstatic. The bounty announcement from the Qingzhou Hunter Association had just been released, and many people were still unaware. Even if they knew, they couldn't rush over immediately. They were nearby, the first group to arrive. This great opportunity was caught by them today, while the others who came later would just have to wait for scraps. Thinking of the generous rewards, they trembled with excitement. Boom! At that moment, the roar of a car engine was heard ahead. In the darkness, 2 beams of headlight shot towards them like 2 sharp swords from afar, unmistakably bright. "Hey, they're coming!" Ning Bufan did not hide his whereabouts, openly seeking revenge. Therefore, finding him was not difficult at all. Yan Qiqi drove at a speed of 100 miles per hour. "Stop!" Suddenly, Ning Bufan shouted in a low voice. "Ha! This was a highway, could they just stop? Stop!" Ning Bufan shouted again, a chill suddenly enveloping Yan Qiqi. Startled, Yan Qiqi quickly eased off the accelerator. She dared not slam the brakes on the highway. Just as she was slowing down, a small car zoomed past her from behind, brushing by as it sped away. Angry curses floated over with the wind. "Damn it, trying to kill me. You can't just slow down suddenly on the highway." Yan Qiqi screamed in fright, instinctively swerving the steering wheel. With a loud crash, the front of the car hit the hillside, scraping along for a distance before coming to a stop. If there had been a bottomless abyss below, they would have fallen. Yan Qiqi felt wronged. "This is a highway, why stop? We almost had an accident." Ning Bufan did not respond, his covered eyes gazing into the distant darkness, uttering 2 cold words, "killing intent." "Ha? Where's the killing intent?" Yan Qiqi was confused. Ning Bufan was too lazy to answer and ordered Yan Qiqi to open the sunroof. The door next to him was blocked, so he could only exit through the sunroof. In the darkness, he stood on the roof of the car, facing the wind. Yan Qiqi curiously got out of the car to look at him, not knowing what he was up to. "Damn it, why aren't they coming over?" On the hillside at the opposite bridgehead, a man in the lead was looking in Ning Bufan's direction through night vision binoculars, cursing in frustration. Suddenly, through his night vision, he saw Ning Bufan draw his sword, the blade flashing suddenly in the darkness. The next moment, the breath of death rushed towards him. "Not good!" The man shouted, instinctively trying to dodge, but it was too late. The air was torn apart with a piercing howl. Where the sword light passed, it stirred up clouds of blood and dirt. The others around had not yet understood what was happening when the leader and those behind him were already split in half, turning into bloody, broken corpses. "Damn, he can kill like this?" That distance was over 1,000 meters. A piercing scream echoed on the hillside, shattering the night sky. The person controlling the remote, in a panic, pressed the detonation button hard. Boom! The terrifying explosion shattered the quiet night, a fireball erupting on the overpass. Boom boom! Rumble! The successive explosions were earth-shattering. In an instant, the entire overpass was engulfed in a sea of flames. The firelight dispelled the darkness, staining the sky red. The cars on the bridge were immediately swallowed by the inferno.
Yen Shichi stared blankly at the scene before her, a wave of fear washing over her. Her back was already soaked with sweat.
I escaped a disaster.
Yen Shichi patted her wildly beating heart, still shaken. However, she did not know that danger was suddenly descending. On the highway behind, a car suddenly came rushing at over 120 miles per hour. Seeing the raging fire on the overpass ahead, the driver instinctively swerved the steering wheel to avoid it. Thus, the car, like a steel monster, veered off the main road, charging violently towards the vehicle where Yen Shichi and Ning Bufan were. Yen Shichi let out a desperate scream. There was no time to dodge. Yen Shichi was filled with despair, waiting only for death to arrive. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light came crashing down. Boom! With a loud bang, the violently charging car was sliced in half by a dreadful sword light, exploding into pieces. Some fragments shot down to Yen Shichi's feet, startling her into a rigid state where she dared not move. After a while, everything calmed down.
It was a false alarm.
Yen Shichi took a deep breath, her heart still racing, and slowly raised her head, her shocked gaze fixed on the impressive figure standing atop the car. Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent. Suddenly, he drew his sword again, the sharp blade slicing through the sea of flames, striking towards the distance. On the hillside at the bridge's end, several survivors hurriedly descended, fleeing the area.
They never imagined Ning Bufan could kill like this.
They thought they were coming to strike it rich, but instead, they were here to deliver their heads. The sudden flash of the sword pierced through their bodies without warning, blood mist spreading in the night. The ambushers were all wiped out. Ning Bufan jumped down from the car roof, looking at the destroyed overpass ahead, his brow furrowed. Let's take a detour. Yen Shichi came to her senses and said with a pained expression, we should hide our tracks, otherwise, there will be many more attacks like this along the way. Use your phone to livestream our route, we won't take the highway this time.
Ning Bufan's words made Yen Shichi break out in a cold sweat. He was a madman, deliberately luring people to kill him. The car backed out, violently crossing the median to turn around. The highway was no longer an option, they could only choose regular roads. Yen Shichi opened the livestream, timely broadcasting their movements, intentionally guiding those crazed killers to come. Damn it, so arrogant, they don't even regard us killers. Step on the gas, tonight, I will take the head of that Ning.
Various killers were enraged, converging from all directions towards the location where Ning Bufan was livestreaming. In no time, the night road was filled with vehicles stretching for miles, all racing towards a certain direction.
It was 11 o'clock at night.
Yen Shichi was feeling a bit fatigued from driving and spotted a small village ahead.
Mr.
Ning, let's rest in the village up ahead. I'm too tired, Yen Shichi pleaded. She had almost dozed off and nearly drove the car off the road.
Ning Bufan nodded.
Yen Shichi was overjoyed and accelerated towards the village. 500 meters from the village, a strong smell of blood assaulted her senses. The phone set up for the livestream suddenly lost all signal.
The area was blocking signals, cutting off outside news. Something's not right.
Yen Shichi hurriedly slammed on the brakes, her gaze piercing through the windshield ahead. In the next moment, she was completely stunned, her face turning visibly pale. Two bright red characters on a stone tablet, Lee Village. The main road passed through the center of the village, with villagers' houses on either side. Under the streetlights, the road and its sides were covered in blood and broken bodies. One after another, mutated beasts were tearing at the flesh of the corpses, the sound of bones crunching sending chills down her spine. These beasts included rats as large as pigs, terrifying wolves the size of bulls, and unknown monsters covered in eyes.
Each one more hideous and terrifying than the last.
With so many beasts, it was likely that the entire village had been slaughtered. This was not near a forbidden area where beasts gathered. Even if there were beasts, there would be beast hunters to suppress them. Such a large-scale massacre of a village could not happen. Where were the beast hunters? Just as she was puzzled, a voice speaking from the darkness faintly reached her ears from not far away.
Leader, gathering so many beasts here to eat the entire village's people is too cruel. Aren't we beast hunters supposed to protect them?
Shut up, this isn't our fault,
blamed the devil Ning Bufan.
If we don't let these beasts eat, how can we expect them to help us kill Ning Bufan?
So, these villagers didn't die at our hands, they died at Ning Bufan's.
Hearing this conversation, Yen Shichi's head buzzed, her mind going blank. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have believed that such a thing could be done by beast hunters. The purpose and mission of the beast hunters were to hunt beasts and protect the people. As a result, they gathered these monstrous beasts here, cruelly slaughtering their protected targets and then devouring them, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Yen Shichi's worldview collapsed.
It was unimaginable that the monster hunters could concoct such a heinous scheme.
Hey, leader, look over there, there's a vehicle.
Could it be Ning Bufan coming? At that moment, someone spotted a car 500 meters away. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The next moment, a sharp whistle pierced the silent night sky. The monstrous beasts that were tearing at the corpses all raised their heads, emitting various horrifying cries and hisses. The beasts on the street began to gather. From the villagers' houses, many more monstrous beasts emerged, some with severed heads clamped in their jaws, a gruesome sight. Yen Shichi watched as more and more beasts congregated under the streetlights, her skin crawling. She turned to Ning Bufan beside her and asked, trembling, What should we do? There are too many beasts. Should we run away and avoid the danger? Drive forward, Ning Bufan replied indifferently, with only 3 calm words. Yen Shichi's face turned pale, almost devoid of color, but under Ning Bufan's command, she steeled herself and gritted her teeth as the car slowly moved forward. At the village entrance, a dozen monster hunters had gathered, their vigilant eyes fixed on the approaching vehicle. Behind them, a dense mass of monstrous beasts had formed a torrent. With the beasts as their backing, a horse-faced man in the lead gained confidence and ordered 2 subordinates to check the situation. You go see if it's that devil Ning Bufan. Yes. The 2 monster hunters drew their standard tang knives, gripping them tightly as they stepped out of the village entrance, raising their hands to signal the vehicle to stop. When they were less than 5 meters away, Yen Shichi hit the brakes. Stay in the car, Ning Bufan instructed, getting out alone. The moment he stepped out, the beam of a flashlight illuminated him. The unique mark of a severed arm and blind eye made it so that even those who had never seen Ning Bufan recognized him immediately. A piercing scream echoed through the night. It's Ning Bufan, the devil is here. The 2 men screamed hysterically as they turned and fled in a panic. Swish! A flash of sword light swept across, slicing their bodies in half, turning them into broken corpses that fell to the ground. Beep beep. The sharp, piercing whistle sounded again, even more urgent and loud. Roar, roar, roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The various monstrous beasts erupted in chaos. Under the streetlight, some beasts had eyes glowing with a chilling blue light, while others had blood-red eyes. We retreat. Let the beasts come. The horse-faced monster hunter shouted, and before his words faded, he had already darted back. Outsiders did not know the terror of Ning Bufan, but the monster hunters were already aware. Masters fell like chickens in his hands, they were no match for him. Watching a group of monster hunters trying to escape, Ning Bufan revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot, turning into a barely visible afterimage as he charged forward. In the next moment, the sword light burst forth along with a spray of blood. Several slower monster hunters had their heads roll on the ground. Roar! A roar sounded as a massive leopard-like beast, swift as lightning, charged forward like a streak of light. Its sharp claws tore through the air with a shrill sound, aiming for Ning Bufan's chest. At the same time, a 2-headed giant python opened its gaping maw, hissing terrifyingly as it lunged at Ning Bufan's legs. The python and the leopard launched a frenzied attack on Ning Bufan. But that wasn't all. A lone cry pierced the heavens. The sky suddenly darkened as a gigantic bird descended, blocking out the sun, resembling a falling airplane. The oppressive feeling was suffocating. The bird's massive wings flapped, stirring up a terrifying storm on the ground, as if a dreadful typhoon had arrived. Houses below were lifted into the air, trees uprooted. The streetlights exploded with a series of bangs, their poles collapsing and lights extinguished. In an instant, the giant bird had arrived above Ning Bufan's head. Its enormous claws, several times larger than Ning Bufan's head, spread wide, sharp talons like countless scythes reaping life, fiercely reaching down towards Ning Bufan's head. If this grab succeeded, Ning Bufan's head would be crushed to pieces. The 3 colossal beasts attacked in unison, the ground and sky working together, a trinity with no escape. Yen Shichi in the car screamed, covering her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending carnage. The escaping hunters stood at a distance, witnessing the scene, laughing excitedly. Ning Bufan, let's see if you can survive this, ha ha. Buzz, at the moment of the 3 beasts' combined strike, the long sword emitted a resonant hum that echoed through the night sky. In the next second, the sword light tore through the darkness, and a blood mist erupted. The wails of the strange beasts resonated throughout the world. 2 massive snake heads were shredded into pieces under the sword light. The leopard's claws were severed, and the sword light continued to slice through its body, cutting the giant leopard in half at a 45-degree angle. The sword light remained relentless, like an iron plow, scattering blood and flesh in its wake, carving a path through the strange beasts. The hunters watching this scene were dumbfounded, their eyelids twitching. Damn, it was too powerful. But it didn't matter, there was still that giant bird above. As long as Ning Bufan died, that was all that mattered. Wait, where was Ning Bufan? Was he dead or alive? At that moment, Ning Bufan had vanished from the ground and was standing on the back of the giant bird. Looking down, he saw that the bird's claws had been severed, leaving only its bare, thick legs bleeding profusely. The wailing echoed across the sky as it frantically flapped its massive wings, soaring into the air. To throw Ning Bufan off its back, the giant bird flew almost straight up into the sky. Ning Bufan plunged his sword deep into the bird's back, gripping the hilt and stabilizing himself. The giant bird cried out in pain, emitting another piercing wail. The hunters looked up at the bird ascending straight into the sky, listening to its mournful cries, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Higher, a little higher. Even if the bird dies, if he falls from this height, Ning Bufan will surely die. The leader, a man with a horse-like face, growled. However, after ascending about 100 meters, the sword light burst forth once more in the high sky. Those with sharp eyes could see the bird's head separating from its massive body, plummeting down amidst a rain of blood. Not good, the hunters' faces turned pale, trembling all over. Immediately after, the giant bird stopped ascending and began to fall. The colossal creature plummeting down created a terrifying force capable of destroying everything below. Get out of the way! The hunters screamed in panic, fleeing madly from the area where the giant bird was about to crash. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, shaking the earth. The giant bird fell from the sky like a crashing airplane. The houses below were reduced to dust, and the streets collapsed. The worst fate befell the strange beasts below, crushed into meat patties. The rising dust formed a towering sandstorm, blotting out the sun. The hunters ran fast enough, but they were still engulfed by the suddenly rising dust, and those who were slower were thrown into the air by the shockwave, screaming as they were cast into the unknown darkness. Outside the village, Yen Shichi and the car were overturned together. She hadn't even grasped what was happening when her insides were shaken violently, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She must have sustained internal injuries. It was terrifying. In such a situation, could Ning Bufan still be alive? Time passed, though she couldn't tell how long. The surrounding world finally quieted down, and the sandstorm gradually dissipated. Yen Shichi took a long time to calm herself, enduring the pain as she struggled to crawl out from the overturned car. Although the sandstorm had cleared, the area ahead was still shrouded in dust and fog, and with the darkness, she couldn't see what was happening inside. Ning Bufan? Yen Shichi's voice trembled. You're not dead, are you? For a moment, a thought of fleeing this place crossed her mind. But ultimately, she wanted to check on Ning Bufan's fate. With a swish, she suddenly drew a whip from her waist. This is her weapon, usually worn as a belt around her waist for easy carrying. She took a deep breath, gripping the soft whip tightly, and cautiously stepped into the sand mist. Over the years, she had learned to navigate society and picked up a bit of self-defense. Otherwise, in this chaotic era, it would have been hard to survive intact until now. Suddenly, a howling sound erupted from the sand mist, and a massive snake tail stirred the sand, sweeping violently towards her. Yen Shichi screamed, and the whip lashed out fiercely. Crack! The whip struck the snake tail, having no effect whatsoever, and her palm went numb instead. The snake tail continued to sweep towards her. The tail was as thick as a barrel, and if it hit her petite body, she would likely be split in two. No, in the final moment, Yen Shichi could only let out a desperate wail, waiting hopelessly for death to arrive. Swish! A flash of swordlight passed by. Under the swordlight, the enormous snake tail was sliced apart as if it were tofu, crashing down in two pieces, blood gushing from the severed tail like a fountain, splattering Yen Shichi's face. Ah! Yen Shichi screamed and stumbled backward in a frenzy. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a strong hand grabbed her, steadying her. Yen Shichi was so frightened that she screamed again, but when she saw it was Ning Bufan, she froze. You're okay, that's great, woo-woo. Yen Shichi suddenly hugged Ning Bufan, overwhelmed with emotion from surviving the ordeal, and began to cry. Ning Bufan, lacking any sense of romance, pushed Yen Shichi away, his expression cold. Stay in the car, don't cause trouble. After saying that, he grasped the long sword stuck in the ground. Yen Shichi wiped her tears in grievance, muttering, the car is flipped over, how can I stay? Ning Bufan said nothing more, his voice softened considerably, follow me. He turned and walked deeper into the still swirling sand mist, sword in hand. Yen Shichi tightened her grip on her whip and carefully followed behind. For some reason, she felt no tension at that moment. Instead, she felt a bit excited and thrilled. The tall figure in front gave her a strong sense of security. Hiss! Suddenly, a chilling hiss echoed from the darkness. Yen Shichi's hair stood on end. Ning Bufan swung his sword, and the hissing sound vanished, the surroundings returning to calm. Along the way, Ning Bufan almost crushed every living mutated beast he encountered. You guys go in and check. Make sure that Ning Bufan the demon is dead or not. At that moment, a commanding voice came from the darkness not far away. Yes. Someone responded, and several figures cautiously entered the mist, approaching Ning Bufan and Yen Qiqi.
Yen Qiqi nervously tightened her grip on the soft whip, her eyes fixed on the moving shadows in the darkness ahead.
Chief, the ones who went in haven't made a sound. I have a bad feeling, let's retreat first. The remaining 8 hunters gathered at the village's outskirts.
Seeing the destroyed village and the completely annihilated bizarre creatures, everyone felt a chill in their hearts.
No, we can't leave without confirming whether the demon is dead. How can we report back otherwise? We must confirm before we can go.
The man with the horse face leading them actually wanted to leave, but he had received a death order and couldn't.
No need to confirm. A detached voice rang out. Ning Bufan emerged from the swirling dust with Yen Qiqi.
Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted, their scalps tingling.
Retreat! The horse-faced man turned and ran, disregarding the death order. All 8 figures turned and fled in unison.
However, a flash of sword light tore through the ground like an iron plow, engulfing everyone in a cloud of dust. With one sword strike, blood mist erupted from the 8 people, and then they all fell, turning into broken corpses.
Yen Qiqi swallowed hard, her eyelids twitching. It was terrifying.
Yet Ning Bufan remained unfazed, as if he had merely crushed 8 ants, walking straight towards the vehicle that the hunters had driven over.
Find a place to rest for the night, and we'll continue our journey tomorrow, Ning Bufan instructed as he got into the largest vehicle.
Oh, Yen Qiqi found the keys on the corpse and took the driver's seat, driving the vehicle out. At that moment, in the Qingzhou Association of Monster Hunters, Wei Shangnan had not slept well for days due to Ning Bufan's revenge plans and had fallen asleep at his desk.
Suddenly, the office door was kicked open, startling him awake. Who?
Wei Shangnan was furious.
Who had the audacity to kick open the president's office door?
When he saw the person entering, his expression changed drastically, his body stiffening, and his mind going blank. At the door stood a young man with a severed arm and blind eyes, exuding a terrifying killing intent.
Ning Bufan, how did you get here?
Wei Shangnan stuttered in fear. Ning Bufan said nothing, slowly drawing the long sword in his hand.
The blade was blood red, stained with the blood of unknown victims, still fresh. No, don't kill me. Someone, quick, help. Puff.
The long sword turned into a streak of light, suddenly piercing through Wei Shangnan's throat.
No, I don't want to die. Help. The deafening scream echoed throughout the office building. President, what's going on? Is there an assassin? Someone rushed into the office.
Seeing Wei Shangnan slumped on the floor, gasping for breath, they noticed the sweat pouring down his forehead and face under the lights. The 2 quickly helped him up and seated him in the office chair.
President, are you okay? Secretary Jiang Wanner hurried over upon hearing the news.
Wei Shangnan realized it was just a nightmare that had scared him to death. It's nothing, just a nightmare, he waved his hand.
You all can leave, Wanner, stay.
Yes. The others retreated, and Jiang Wanner poured a glass of water for Wei Shangnan to calm him down.
Wanner, where is Ning Bufan now?
After finishing the water, Wei Shangnan recalled being pierced through the throat by Ning Bufan in his dream, and he couldn't help but feel a pain in his throat and a chill down his spine.
Just as Jiang Wanner was about to answer, the phone on the desk rang. Hello, Vice President Jiang. Jiang Wanner quickly handed the phone to Wei Shangnan. President, it's Vice President Jiang's call. Vice President Jiang was Wei Shangnan's strategist, Jiang Wan. Wei Shangnan eagerly took the receiver.
Jiang Wan had personally gone to deploy measures to stop Ning Bufan, so he should have the latest news.
President, I have 2 pieces of news, one bad and one good. Jiang Wen's voice came through.
The bad news is that our operation in Li Village has failed, and none of our people survived against the monsters. Wei Shangnan's face turned pale, and the cold sweat that had just stopped began to flow again. This operation had cost the lives of a village's worth of people to provoke the monsters. Among them, the most powerful monster had reached the king level, equivalent to a human master.
The monsters were tough and incredibly strong.
A monster of that caliber had combat power far superior to that of a master. He never expected the failure to be so complete.
Wei Shangnan took a deep breath to calm his rising panic. So what's the good news? The family behind Yi Qian, the Yi family, has taken action. Jiang Wen's tone was somewhat excited.
This time, the person in charge of the operation is the very mysterious 4th miss of the Yi family, Yi Yaoyao.
It's her.
Wei Shangnan stood up in excitement, his old face flushing with joy. The legendary Yi Yaoyao, whose intelligence is like a demon, with her involved, I can rest easy.
In an instant, Wei Shangnan's fears dissipated, and he felt much more at ease.
Oh, right. Wei Shangnan suddenly thought of something, his expression darkening. The matter of Li Village must not leak out, otherwise, we will all be disgraced and face utter ruin. It was no joke. A dignified monster hunter association had colluded with monsters at the cost of a village's people, a scandal that would shock the world. If the matter were to be exposed, it would mean disaster. Rest assured, President, I will announce to the outside world that the entire village of Li was slaughtered by that murderous maniac, Ning Bufan.
He is insane and inhumane, sparing neither the elderly nor the children.
Zhang Wen had already prepared the slanderous press release, which would be published soon. Wei Xiangnan was quite satisfied. By then, Ning Bufan would become a target for everyone, an enemy of the world, a monster to be hunted down and a beast devoid of humanity. At that time, killing Ning Bufan would no longer be a matter for just himself. On the other side, in Li Village,
less than 20 minutes after Ning Bufan and Yin Chichi left, several cars arrived at the village entrance and stopped. A dozen people got out of the cars, surrounding a woman as they walked into the village. The woman was dressed in black, her face concealed by a black veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance. However, her tall and slender figure, with graceful curves, was striking. Her long hair was tied back, dark as a waterfall, flowing in the wind, giving her an ethereal presence. Even without seeing her face, her figure and demeanor were enough to make countless men lose their minds. Fourth miss, how could such a massive creature be killed?
A group of people arrived at the site where the giant bird had fallen, their faces filled with shock. The enormous body of the bird had completely blocked the road.
Vehicles could not pass and had to take a detour.
Spread out in search for any survivors, the woman commanded, her voice very gentle. She was Yi Yaoyao, as clever as a demon, as Zhang Wen had described. She was a cousin of the deceased Yi Qian.
Yes. Several people immediately transformed into shadows and disappeared. After a while, the searchers returned, their expressions grave and horrified.
Fourth miss, we searched the entire village, and whether it was the strange beasts or the people, they are all dead, not a single survivor.
Ning Bufan did this all by himself?
Someone asked in shock, staring at the massive creature in the middle of the road, swallowing hard. This giant must be at least a king-level strange beast. How could he have killed it?
The group exchanged glances, unsure of whom to ask.
Fourth miss, we found one living person. At that moment, two men rushed over from the darkness, carrying a foul-smelling young man. The stench was overwhelming. This guy had escaped with his life by hiding in a cesspit.
Stop, don't come any closer, shouted the personal female bodyguard beside Yi Yaoyao. It's fine. Yi Yaoyao was unconcerned, frowning as she approached the young man, asking, tell me what you saw. Was it a blind man who killed the entire village?
No, it wasn't. The young man shook his head, fear and rage filling his eyes and face. It was the strange beast hunters. They lured the strange beasts to eat everyone in our village. You must make this public, avenge us all. The man recalled his relatives who had died at the hands of the strange beasts, and grief overwhelmed him, causing him to wail.
Kill him.
The two words escaped Yi Yaoyao's lips, her expression emotionless.
What? You, put.
The young man tried to say something, but a sharp sword had already pierced his throat.
He stared wide-eyed, disbelief and rage in his gaze, fixated on Yi Yaoyao.
Listen, it was Ning Bufan who slaughtered everyone in your village, Yi Yaoyao snorted coldly, turning to leave. The young man fell into a pool of blood, dying with his eyes wide open. The only survivor of the village, gone.
Fourth miss, the car can't get through, should we still pursue? After dealing with the last survivor, her subordinate asked about Yi Yaoyao's next move. What's the point of chasing? To die?
Yi Yaoyao replied coldly, raising her eyes to the massive creature in the middle of the road, her brows tightly furrowed. This made her realize that this enemy was not simple. I want all the information on Ning Bufan, including those close to him, everything. Yi Yaoyao commanded in an unquestionable tone. Yes. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles, she had to find Ning Bufan's weakness and strike decisively.
Use our privileges to activate satellite positioning and lock onto Ning Bufan, and clear the road.
Orders were issued, and everyone began to act.
Yi Yaoyao returned to a luxurious RV, which was essentially a refined office. Several female technicians sat at the desk, rapidly typing on their keyboards. Various images and texts flickered on the computer screens.
Soon, a target was locked. Fourth miss, we found Ning Bufan, one subordinate reported excitedly.
It's too dark, the image isn't clear, activate the night vision. Yi Yaoyao approached the screen. On the screen, Ning Bufan's car was parked beside a mountain path at the top of a small hill.
Inside the car, the already tired Yin Chichi was resting. Ning Bufan sat motionless on the roof of the car, as if in deep meditation like an old monk. A sword-sheath cane lay horizontally across his legs.
That's him, Ning Bufan, Yi Yaoyao murmured to herself, having seen his photo countless times. This was her first time seeing him in person. Fourth miss, is he really resting like that? her subordinates asked in surprise. There will always be some peculiar people in this world. However, we can't let him rest. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Yaoyao's eyes. Release his location, there will be people interested. Understood. The subordinate grasped her intent and immediately executed the order. Wait a moment, Yi Yaoyao suddenly said. Announce another message, anyone who kills Ning Bufan will receive a reward of 1 billion from the Yi family. With that, the bounty for killing Ning Bufan soared to 3 billion, a terrifying sum. The subordinates gasped in shock. If possible, they all wanted to grab a knife and take Ning Bufan's head, it was too valuable. Time passed. The night deepened. Ning Bufan sat on the roof of the car, seemingly turned into a statue. Suddenly, a large net descended from above, instantly enveloping him. Ha ha ha. Excited laughter echoed through the night. A group of people rushed out from the darkness of the trees. Brothers, we did it. 2 billion, no, 3 billion is ours, haha. Big brother, will this net cover him? Nonsense, this is a golden silkworm net, each golden thread is incredibly tough. A weapon that can cut through this golden thread hasn't been created yet. Before he finished speaking, Ning Bufan, who was covered by the net, suddenly moved his hand. Swish! The sword light flashed, and a large hole was instantly cut in the golden net, as if slicing through tofu. The laughter of the leading man stopped abruptly, his awkward expression freezing on his face. Everyone around looked at the leading man. They had said that a weapon capable of cutting through golden threads hadn't been created yet, so why did it feel like this golden silkworm was made of tofu? Brothers, charge together. Kill him, and the immense wealth will be ours. After a moment of awkwardness, the leading man suddenly roared, his eyes filled with madness. However, before his roar could finish, the sword light had already swept across. He didn't hear the sounds of his brothers charging, he only saw their heads rolling one by one. Soon after, his own head also fell with a thud. Not a single person around survived, it was a one-sword kill. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword and continued to meditate on the roof of the car, as if nothing had happened. Inside the car, Yan Shichi was too tired and slept soundly, not waking up from the commotion. What a terrifying sword! Outside the entrance of Li village, in an RV, those who had witnessed the power of Ning Bufan's sword were in awe. More than 20 people were killed in a single sword strike. The speed was so frightening that those people probably didn't even know how they died. Fourth miss, this person's swordsmanship is very high. If we want to deal with him, we need to invite a swordsmanship expert, a trusted aide seriously suggested to Yi Yaoyao. Yi Yaoyao stared at the screen, her eyes slightly darkening. Let's observe a bit longer. At this moment, at the foot of the hill where Ning Bufan was, several cars arrived at the entrance of the mountain road. There was a fork in the road. One path led up the mountain, while the other went elsewhere. Big brother, which path should we take? Idiot, the one surnamed Ning is up the mountain, so we naturally take the mountain path. Hurry up, if we're late and the immense wealth is snatched away by someone else, we'll have nothing to do with it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Brothers, accelerate up the mountain. Boom boom. The roar of the vehicle suddenly erupted as it charged up the mountain road. Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot down from above. Wherever the sword light passed, it plowed the ground like an iron plow, creating a deep furrow, with sand and stones flying everywhere. What is that? The driver shouted in terror. Before the cry could fade, the sword light had already sliced the vehicle in half, continuing to slash at the cars behind. Bang! The high-speed vehicle exploded in the middle, splitting into two halves that rolled off to either side of the mountain road. A piercing scream shattered the night sky. The following vehicles met the same fate, all cut in half from different angles. In the blink of an eye, all the cars heading up the mountain were wrecked. The survivors crawled up, their terrified gazes fixed on the mountain. The excitement and thrill from earlier completely vanished, replaced by overwhelming fear. Brothers, we can't handle this wealth, retreat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several beams of sword light descended from the sky, leaving no survivors. Those watching this scene on their computer screens broke out in cold sweat. From such a distance on the mountain, how could Ning Bufan kill these people so swiftly? Such ruthless actions, leaving not a single person alive. Yi Yaoyao furrowed her brows, letting out a regretful sigh. What a talent! But anyone who kills my Yi family must die, otherwise, I would have liked to recruit him. Fourth miss, ordinary people can't kill him at all. Do we still need to guide more people up? One subordinate, feeling a bit reluctant to send more people to their deaths, asked. Continue. Yi Yaoyao's expression was icy. We can't give him any time to rest. I don't believe he's made of iron. He can't maintain his combat effectiveness without rest. After all, it wasn't her people dying. As long as they could wear down Ning Bufan, it was fine. Understood. The subordinates had no choice but to comply. Someone, go invite the mad sword immortal. Yi Yaoyao's command left everyone stunned.
A sword immortal, referring to themselves as immortal, though not the legendary kind, was still a figure akin to a deity compared to ordinary people. The status of a sword immortal was incredibly noble, and their pride was immense.
Not just anyone could summon them. Fourth miss, is this really necessary?
Someone cautiously said, Ning Bufan is indeed powerful, but there's no need for a sword immortal to take action.
Villains often perish from underestimating their opponents, understand? Yi Yaoyao replied coldly, if I tell you to go, then go. A sword immortal, we can't possibly summon one.
A subordinate said with a bitter face. Their level was far from sufficient. Just say that we encountered a young sword master here who claims to be invincible in swordsmanship, killing sword immortals like slaughtering dogs.
I guarantee he will come. Yi Yaoyao knew very well how the mad sword immortal was.
Claiming to be invincible among sword immortals, seeking only to defeat the solitary madman, he certainly wouldn't tolerate the emergence of a younger sword master even more arrogant than himself.
Understood. The subordinate immediately left the vehicle. Yi Yaoyao stared at Ning Bufan on the screen, a strange smile curling at the corner of her mouth behind the veil. Ning Bufan, I brought the sword immortal to you, don't let me down. The next day, dawn broke.
Yan Qiqi had slept soundly last night and woke up feeling refreshed. However, she noticed the car was empty, with only her inside, and Ning Bufan was nowhere to be seen. Her expression changed, and she shouted, Ning Bufan.
This guy wouldn't have run off and left her alone in this desolate mountain wilderness, would he?
She hurriedly pushed open the car door. The moment she stepped out, a strong smell of blood assaulted her senses, and upon seeing the scene before her, she was completely stunned. The mountain was still the same, but the world outside had changed. Corpses lay everywhere, blood flowed like rivers. Yan Qiqi doubted whether she had slept through to hell on earth. But looking up at the sky, it was a clear sunny day, not resembling hell at all.
Ning Bufan, where did you go? You left me here alone, you bastard.
Yan Qiqi was so scared she was about to cry.
What are you shouting about? I'm up here.
A familiar cold voice rang out. Yan Qiqi was startled and quickly turned around, looking up. When she saw Ning Bufan sitting on the roof of the car, she was so excited that she burst into tears. For some reason, whenever she saw Ning Bufan, the fear in her heart would vanish without a trace, replaced by a profound sense of security. It seemed that as long as he was there, even if the sky were to fall, he would hold it up, and she wouldn't have to be afraid. All along, she had thought of Ning Bufan as a cold-blooded, terrifying devil, coercing her into helplessness. Now, she suddenly felt that Ning Bufan wasn't so frightening after all.
What happened here last night?
After catching her breath, Yan Qiqi trembled as she looked at the horrifying scene around her and asked. Nothing much, someone wanted to kill me, and I just fought back, Ning Bufan replied nonchalantly. Yan Qiqi secretly scoffed, you say it so lightly, why don't you take a look at the situation around you?
Oh right, Ning Bufan can't see.
Suddenly, Yan Qiqi felt a bit envious, not being able to see had its advantages.
Let's keep going, Ning Bufan ordered, finally standing up from his motionless position. I, the mad sword immortal, have come, Ning family brat, I'm here to kill you.
Suddenly, a loud shout boomed like thunder, rolling in like a storm.
Yan Qiqi was greatly alarmed and hurriedly covered her ears.
But the sound still made her ears ring with a buzzing noise.
Sword immortal?
She murmured, her voice trembling, this is a legendary existence, how could they come here? Ning Bufan's expression remained calm as he turned to face the direction of the voice, a hint of excited battle intent flashing across his handsome face. Since coming down the mountain, he hadn't encountered any opponents. Finally, someone decent had arrived. Down the mountain, a figure in white was seen stepping through the treetops, moving like lightning, swift as a shadow. Wherever he passed, it was as if a fierce wind swept through. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man in flowing white stood on a treetop 100 meters away from Ning Bufan, a sword case on his back and an unknown green bird perched on his shoulder. The mad sword immortal squinted at Ning Bufan, then glanced around at the gruesome scene of corpses scattered everywhere, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. In fact, the scene below was even more horrific when he had arrived.
You are Ning Bufan?
The mad sword immortal's gaze was sharp, his tone icy. A disabled person who can stir up the winds and clouds of the world indeed has some skill. Unfortunately, you are a soulless killing demon, and righteous people in the world cannot spare you. Today, I, the mad sword immortal, have come to rid the world of you.
Wait a moment. A loud shout interrupted the mad sword immortal.
From below the mountain, another figure whistled in, a red shadow flickering, and in an instant, he had arrived, standing atop another treetop. A monk in a red robe said, Amatba, this poor monk has come to help the people, I have met the mad sword immortal.
It's Master Dunan, how wonderful. In front of the monitoring screen, Yi Yaoyao and the others were pleasantly surprised to see Dunan.
He was a peak master of the 10,000 Buddha sect. At the same time, the Qingzhou Association of Monster Hunters also monitored the scene through satellite positioning. Wei Shangnan, seeing the two top-tier powerhouses on the screen, was so excited that his old face turned red.
President, even if Ning Bufan doesn't die this time, he will be seriously injured, right?
Secretary Jiang Wan'er said excitedly.
Wei Shangnan smiled slightly. Let's wait and see. If he dies, that would be even better. If he's seriously injured, our people will immediately move in for the kill. Understood. Jiang Wan'er immediately went down to relay the orders. Here, Ning Bufan sensed the arrival of two powerful beings, both exuding strong auras.
A faint smile appeared on his face. After absorbing his master's entire power, he truly didn't know how strong he had become and really needed a reference. Unfortunately, since coming down the mountain, no one had been able to withstand even 1/10 of his power.
These two should be able to, right? Master Dunan, you've come to help the people as well?
The Mad Sword Immortal looked at Dunan, somewhat surprised.
Amit Ba.
Master Dunan recited a Buddhist chant, "My Buddha is compassionate, taking it upon himself to save all beings and eradicate evil spirits.
I must eliminate this harm to the people. Moreover, this demon has killed my evil junior brother. I, a poor monk, must seek justice."
Ning Bufan recalled that Dewey had indeed killed such a person.
Sword Immortal, please consider that I am avenging my junior brother. How about I take care of this demon?
The Mad Sword Immortal frowned and shook his head. Master, there is a sequence to everything. This demon has boasted of killing sword immortals like slaughtering dogs.
With just one word, mad, how can I endure such great humiliation?
Today, I will surely slay him under my sword to prove to the world, a sword immortal cannot be insulted. He spoke with righteous indignation, but inwardly he sneered, the old bald donkey has a good plan.
If you kill Ning Bufan, will the Breaking God Pill still belong to me?
For someone of his level, 300 billion is not enticing, but the Breaking God Pill is a must. Dunan was unwilling to concede and insisted, Ahmadba, I too must today. Swish! The sword light, sharp as snow, accompanied by a piercing shriek, cut through their bickering.
Ning Bufan unleashed a full-powered strike, the air rippling as if sliced.
Both Dunan and the Mad Sword Immortal's expressions changed.
Ha! They shouted in unison.
The Mad Sword Immortal had no time to draw his sword. He brought his fingers together like a blade and slashed fiercely, sending forth a sharp beam of sword light. This is the level of a sword immortal. It doesn't necessarily require a sword, everything around him can become a sword in his hand, though the power may vary. Dunan unleashed a massive golden palm print.
Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the mountains and forests, shaking the void. Two figures were sent flying, Dunan and the Mad Sword Immortal.
Ning Bufan stood atop the car, unmoving, his cold expression flickering with a hint of disappointment. Those watching on the surveillance screen were stunned.
How is this possible? Two top-tier powerhouses, and they're so weak? Nonsense, how can you say the Mad Sword Immortal is weak? It's Ning Bufan's despicable sneak attack, how can that be counted? Right, so shameless.
The Mad Sword Immortal was famous and had many fans.
How could these fans accept that their idol was weak?
They all began to curse Ning Bufan. On the battlefield, Dunan and the Mad Sword Immortal flew over 100 meters before stopping, landing precariously on the treetop, taking a while to steady themselves, looking somewhat disheveled. The little bird on the Mad Sword Immortal's shoulder circled in the air, letting out fierce shrieks towards Ning Bufan. Both old men knew someone was watching their performance. Now, in such a sorry state, it was a significant blow to their image.
Shameless, actually resorting to a sneak attack.
The Mad Sword Immortal, furious and embarrassed, took down the sword box from his back and slammed it open. A golden greatsword was gripped in his hand. The golden sword light burst forth, enveloping the Mad Sword Immortal in a golden glow, giving him an almost celestial appearance. The fans were stirred. This was the Sword Immortal they admired. A despicable sneak attack could only gain temporary advantage. Now that the Mad Sword Immortal was prepared, death awaited. Dunan would not back down either. He took down the massive Buddhist beads around his neck, which also radiated dazzling golden light, exuding a terrifying aura.
Both powerful figures were enraged, weapons drawn.
The long-anticipated battle erupted. In front of Ning Bufan, the sword sheath pierced through the car roof. The long sword was hidden within the sheath, a strong hand gripping the hilt, ready to strike. The mountain wind blew, caressing his handsome, cold face. It lifted his long hair, blew the black ribbon that covered his eyes and was tied behind his head, and stirred the hem of his clothes and the empty sleeve of his left arm. Just now, a full-powered strike couldn't defeat the two. This time, he would use 20%. Are you ready? Use your strongest move. A moment later, a detached voice echoed, reaching the ears of the two seasoned masters across from him. At that moment, the killing intent surged.
Dunan and the Mad Sword Immortal exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of seriousness in the other's eyes. Together, absolute kill. The two exchanged a knowing nod simultaneously and unleashed their strongest moves. All swords returned to one. The Mad Sword Immortal suddenly pointed at the sky. In an instant, the clear sky turned turbulent. The originally sunny high altitude was now filled with howling winds, and then a terrifying scene appeared overhead. Swords, countless swords. Those in front of the monitoring screen stared at the screen filled with swords, their mouths agape in shock. This is the Sword Immortal. So many swords, it was impossible to count them. Surely there were 10,000. Dunan did not show weakness either. All the Buddhist beads in his hand radiated dazzling golden light. The next moment, the beads broke free from their strings, and the golden light transformed into palm prints, a total of 12 palm prints. Golden Buddha's demon-slaying palm, kill. Boom! The 12 golden palms surged forward simultaneously. The momentum stirred up a whirlwind, as if a tornado had been unleashed, the void trembling restlessly. Kill! The Mad Sword Immortal pointed his golden sword at Ning Bufan. In an instant, the dense sword energy in the air formed a massive vortex, guided by the Mad Sword Immortal's golden sword, transforming into a dragon of sword energy, roaring towards Ning Bufan. The void trembled violently under this terrifying impact. Those watching the monitoring screen were stunned by the ferocity of the attack, their jaws nearly dropping. The shock in their hearts was overwhelming. Nongyan Chichi, witnessing this scene, screamed in terror before the attack even arrived, overwhelmed by the terrifying momentum and despairingly closed her eyes. Ning Bufan's clothes and empty sleeves were blown about, making a whoosh sound. Yet he stood unmoving on the car roof, only the corners of his mouth slightly curling into an excited arc. Buzz! The long sword was drawn, its ringing echoing through the mountains and forests. The next second, the sword light burst forth, transforming into a half-arc sword radiance with a diameter of up to 1 kilometer. His sword radiance did not possess earth-shattering might, nor did it appear as terrifying as it was, seeming rather ordinary. The spectators in front of the monitoring screens wore expressions of disdain and victorious smiles. How could such an unremarkable attack compete with the terrifying assaults of the two big shots? In an instant, under the gaze of countless people, the attacks from both sides collided. Boom! Thunder erupted from the ground, shaking the heavens and the earth. The shockwaves from the collision ravaged the surroundings, the void rippling like waves. Fortunately, this battle was taking place on a mountaintop. If it had been in a city or on the ground, the shockwave would have been enough to obliterate everything around. Puff! Amidst the violent clash of power, a mist of blood spread through the air. Dunan was the first to falter, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The golden palm prints formed by the Buddhist beads exploded. Bang bang bang. The explosion sounded like continuous firecrackers. The Mad Sword Immortal panicked, letting out a loud roar as violent power surged forth. The dense dragon of sword energy became even more ferocious, as if it wanted to crush the entire void. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not shatter that arc of the sword. The sword arc advanced inch by inch, although it dimmed with each step, it continued to move forward. Those watching this scene on the monitor saw their expressions shift from shock and ecstasy to fear and disbelief. How could this happen? No, the Mad Sword Immortal is invincible. He will hold on, he must hold on. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. As Dunan's last palm print shattered, he completely lost his ability to resist. The Mad Sword Immortal was left to bear it alone. The speed of the sword arc's impact increased. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Ning Bufan shook his head in disappointment. With only 2/3 of his power, he had thought the two could fight evenly. He was let down. There was no need to continue the fight. His long sword was slowly raised again, preparing to unleash a second strike. No, someone cried out in despair. Even more desperate was the Mad Sword Immortal. He could barely withstand this one sword. Was he supposed to block the second with his head? The key was that even his head couldn't withstand it. Master, help me! The Mad Sword Immortal struggled desperately, gritting his teeth and calling for help. Whoosh, a shadow rushed down the mountain frantically. A voice came from behind, Amitba, my Buddha is compassionate, and does not kill the disabled and pitiful. Today, I will spare your life for now. If you commit evil again in the future, this poor monk will surely take your dog life. Damn it! The Mad Sword Immortal was stunned. To hell with your compassion, this is outright fleeing. He ran away, and the esteemed Master Dunan just like that ran away. What kind of high monk is this? Where is his face? Does he still have any shame? Ning Bufan's lips curled into a disdainful sneer as he suddenly thrust out his sword. The sword light transformed into a streak of flowing light and shot out. Dunan, who was fleeing, sensed the breath of death behind him, let out a roar, and his robes billowed, golden light erupting. Puff! The sound of the sword light piercing through his body erupted, a cloud of blood mist exploding from his back and chest. All resistance was futile. Dunan fell from the sky, unwilling, buried in the thicket below. He was dead. Those watching this scene fell into collective silence. The mad sword immortal was also in despair. The arc of the sword was now less than 10 meters away from him. The dragon formed by his myriad swords was continuously annihilated in collisions, disappearing at a visible speed. Ning, my friend, in today's battle, this sword immortal concedes defeat. You have won. Before the crowd could recover from Dunan's death, they were once again stunned by the mad sword immortal's concession. The two powerful figures they had high hopes for, this so-called earth-shattering battle, ended so hastily in failure? Many could not accept it. Suddenly, the mad sword immortal threw his head back and roared, his entire body erupting with power once more. All remaining sword energy transformed into a terrifying torrent, crashing violently against Ning Bufan's sword arc. With a loud bang, the sword light and sword dragon exploded into fragments of light in midair. The mad sword immortal retreated madly, letting out a cry as blood mist filled the air. Dozens of meters away, he stopped, relying on the trunk of a large tree for support. Ning Bufan, we will fight again another day, farewell. The mad sword immortal dared not linger for a moment, transforming into a streak of flowing light, desperately fleeing down the mountain. The mad sword immortal had also escaped. Those in front of the monitoring screen closed their eyes in pain. Do you think conceding defeat means you can leave? Ning Bufan snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! The sword light galloped away like a runaway steed, so fast that its afterimage could not be captured by the naked eye, seemingly disappearing into the void. The mad sword immortal learned from Dunan's lesson and left a backup plan while fleeing. Sensing death approaching from behind, he roared, reluctantly parting with his golden greatsword, flinging it backward. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and a terrifying shockwave formed again, shaking the entire hillside. The golden greatsword blocked Ning Bufan's lethal strike, but shattered inch by inch. A treasured sword was destroyed. The mad sword immortal's heart bled. But at this critical moment of fleeing for his life, he had no time to feel heartache. Roaring in anger and grief, Bluebird, transform! Caw! A bird's cry echoed through the sky. The small blue bird following the mad sword immortal suddenly transformed in midair. In an instant, a terrifying giant creature took shape in the sky. At this moment, Yen Shichi, who was by the car, just opened her eyes from her shock, staring at the massive blue giant bird that blocked out the sun above her, instantly dumbfounded. This thing was even larger than the giant bird she had seen last night. If that one last night was like an airplane, this one was like two. Its size was terrifying. Those in front of the monitoring screen could see nothing else. The entire screen was filled with that enormous blue giant bird, and they could only see half of its body, not even its head. A strange beast, this is a strange beast, at least level 9. Someone shouted excitedly. Nonsense, does a level 9 have the qualifications to follow a sword immortal? It must be a king-level strange beast above level 9. King level? Gasps of astonishment rose and fell. At this moment, on the battlefield, the transformed bluebird flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a terrifying wind dragon that swept toward Ning Bufan, crushing everything in its path. Wherever the wind dragon passed, trees were uprooted. The countless corpses on the ground all flew into the air. These things were carried together by the wind dragon, forming a terrifying attack that crushed towards Ning Bufan. Yen Shichi once again closed her eyes in fear, letting out a hysterical scream. Under such a terrifying attack, how small she felt. Not to mention her, even the car beside her would be torn apart. Those monitoring the situation saw such an exaggerated attack, and their recently deadened hearts came back to life. Even if they couldn't kill Ning Bufan, they had to make him unable to escape. On the roof of the car, Ning Bufan's expression remained as indifferent as ever. At the moment the raging wind dragon swept in, a wall of sword energy, covering a 10-meter radius and capable of enveloping both Yen Shichi and him, suddenly formed. Boom! In the next second, the wall of sword energy covering Ning Bufan was engulfed. From the outside, Ning Bufan had been swallowed by the wind dragon formed from corpses, dust, and trees, and his figure was nowhere to be seen. From the inside, it was pitch black within the wall where Ning Bufan stood, the walls being battered by countless objects, with the air filled with piercing howls and scraping sounds. Yen Shichi screamed, burying her entire face into her pants. Ning Bufan frowned, a hint of disappointment on his face. How could a person who had grown up as an orphan in society be so timid? But he also had to consider that she was a girl, who had ever seen such a terrifying scene. Not to mention women, even if a man were here, it was uncertain how many could remain calm. Ha, that Ning guy is dead for sure now. That storm can tear him apart. In front of the monitoring screen, many people couldn't help but shout in excitement. The crazy sword immortal, who had already fled to the foot of the mountain, even stopped running. He rushed to another peak to watch everything happening on Ning Bufan's side,
and seeing Ning Bufan swallowed by the storm, a glimmer of excitement and thrill flashed in his eyes. Damn it, I should have let the Qingniao attack first, the crazy sword immortal muttered to himself, feeling a bit regretful. Thinking about how his treasured sword had been destroyed, he felt even more heartbroken, quickly turning to anger. After this wave of attacks from the Qingniao, he could go up and deliver the final blow, killing Ning Bufan here and restoring his own face after fleeing in disgrace.
Minutes later, the wind dragon gradually weakened. Qingniao, don't stop, continue the attack.
The crazy sword immortal shouted from a distance. He had experienced Ning Bufan's terror, so he had to maintain a continuous and fierce assault.
Caw! Another long cry echoed through the sky.
The Qingniao flapped its wings again, stirring up an even fiercer gale, forming a more terrifying wind dragon. Soon, the slope where Ning Bufan stood was almost swept clean of anything that could be carried away, turning into a bare slope. By the end, the wind dragon could no longer carry anything else to attack.
Ning Bufan also emerged from the storm.
The wall formed by the sword energy enveloped him and Yen Shichi, including the car beneath them, remaining completely still. The previous terrifying attack had not shaken them in the slightest.
It's fine, this. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, run!
The crazy sword immortal's face changed drastically, and he turned to flee like a streak of light towards the distant sky. Whoosh! The long sword in Ning Bufan's hand suddenly flew out, transforming into a terrifying streak of light shooting away. Its speed was countless times faster than that of the crazy sword immortal. In an instant, it disappeared from one end to the other.
No!
The crazy sword immortal felt the breath of death rushing from behind and let out a desperate scream. Qingniao, save me!
Caw!
The Qingniao let out a cry, abandoning the attack on Ning Bufan, turning its massive body to prepare for a rescue.
Puff!
The long sword pierced through the crazy sword immortal's body, emerging from his chest and bringing forth a rain of blood. The crazy sword immortal's body fell from mid-air. The crazy sword immortal had fallen.
Remote control, this is too terrifying.
Those who witnessed the crazy sword immortal being slain trembled with fear.
Caw! Caw!
The Qingniao, seeing its master fall, let out a mournful cry that echoed through the sky. Whoosh! After the long sword killed the mad sword immortal, it suddenly turned its head and transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the blue bird. The blue bird let out a sharp scream, quickly shrinking in size. Swish! The long sword brushed past the blue bird, creating a mist of blood and a flurry of feathers.
Fortunately, it had shrunk, otherwise, that strike could have pierced it through. Ning Bufan's lips curled slightly, showing a hint of interest, as expected of a king-level strange beast.
He tilted his head and coldly said to the blue bird, "Obey or die, make your choice within 3 seconds." As he spoke, the long sword hovered above the blue bird, locking it in place.
3, 2, 1. After the countdown, the blue bird did not respond.
Kill! Ning Bufan uttered the cold word, kill.
Coo, coo, coo. The blue bird emitted frantic pleas for mercy. Puff! The long sword came down from above, mercilessly piercing it through. The plea for mercy was too late. After piercing the blue bird, the long sword transformed back into a streak of light and flew back to Ning Bufan.
He opened his hand to catch the hilt and struck down again.
Caw!
A mournful wail echoed across the sky.
The massive bird's body split in two, raining down blood as it crashed to the ground from a great height.
A loud bang shook the earth and mountains. The people in front of the surveillance screen fell into a dead silence.
All dead.
In the Qingzhou Strange Beast Hunter Association, Wei Shangnan sat in front of his laptop at his desk. The surveillance footage on the screen had disappeared, but he remained in a daze. The fear of death swirled in his heart, lingering for a long time.
President.
Secretary Jiang Wan'er called out several times in worry before Wei Shangnan came to his senses.
Wei Shangnan took a deep breath, his old face pale. President, are you okay? Jiang Wan'er asked cautiously.
Wei Shangnan struggled to wave his hand, forcing out a hoarse voice. Get the Southern Wilderness Army, mobilize 100,000 troops, we must
stop Ning Bufan's advance, cough, cough, cough.
The battle was over. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, noticing that Yen Shichi was so frightened her breathing was rapid and unstable, still not calming down, and he couldn't help but shake his head. He shouldn't have brought a woman, women only affect his sword-drawing speed. He jumped out of the car and walked forward.
Hey, you! Aren't you taking the car? Yen Shichi reacted and hurriedly asked. The car can't go any further. Also, you're free now. Ning Bufan's words made Yen Shichi tremble.
Yen Shichi was stunned. She should have been happy to regain her freedom, but she felt no joy at all and instead rushed out in a panic. But when she chased outside and saw the scene below the mountain, she was completely frozen, her mind blank. From a high vantage point, the entire mountain path was littered with shattered cars and corpses. A blood-red road stretched forward, almost endless.
How many cars and people had come to kill Ning Bufan last night? How many cars and people had Ning Bufan actually taken down? It was terrifying.
Yan Qiqi took a step back, her gaze towards Ning Bufan now tinged with fear. Ning Bufan ignored Yan Qiqi, his figure flashing as he transformed into a streak of light, flying down the mountain road.
By the time Yan Qiqi snapped back from her shock, Ning Bufan's figure had already vanished. Miss Yan Qiqi.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and a woman in black, appearing to be in her 30s, appeared before her.
Who are you? Yan Qiqi took a step back, watching the woman warily.
The woman in black suddenly transformed into a black shadow and rushed forward, knocking her unconscious with a single palm. When Yan Qiqi woke up, she found herself lying on the sofa of a camper van. She sat up abruptly, her vigilant gaze fixed on the few people in front of her. The black-clad woman who had captured her was also there. At this moment, she stood respectfully behind, while another black-clad woman stood in front, her figure graceful and enchanting, her face hidden behind a veil, but her large eyes were beautiful and sharp.
You. Who are you? What do you want? Yan Qiqi tried to calm herself. Miss Yan Qiqi, don't be afraid. As long as you cooperate obediently, we won't harm you. Yi Yaoyao said with a gentle smile, tell me everything about Ning Bufan.
It turned out to be for Ning Bufan, and Yan Qiqi felt a bit troubled. I don't know much, I was kidnapped by him and used as a tool.
Then, she had no need to hide anything and recounted her story with Ning Bufan. Thank you for your cooperation. After Yan Qiqi finished speaking, Yi Yaoyao instructed her subordinates to take her away.
Fourth miss, what she said is basically consistent with our investigation. It shouldn't be false, said the woman who captured Yan Qiqi.
This woman isn't very valuable, not like that Xia Xinxin. At least Xia Xinxin has been with Ning Bufan for a long time. Mentioning Xia Xinxin, Yi Yaoyao asked seriously, have we captured her?
Our people have already gone, they are in the process of capturing her. News will come soon, the woman assured.
Very good. Yi Yaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Keep Yan Qiqi for now, she might be useful later.
Yes. At that moment, in the largest city in the region, Tianhai.
In a cafe. Shangnan, why did you ask me out? Xia Xinxin, dressed in a white dress, sat elegantly with a sweet smile opposite a short-haired woman. Shangnan shot her an annoyed glance. What, I'm your best friend, can't I ask you out if there's nothing going on? No, that's not what I meant.
Xia Xinxin hurriedly explained, I've been busy writing an article called Walking with Wolves. I'm only telling you, don't say anything until it's published.
A glint of coldness and hatred flashed in Shangnan's eyes. The wolf you're talking about is Ning Bufan. You understand me. Xia Xinxin smiled and nodded, as expected of my best friend.
He's the murderer of my brother.
Shangnan's words froze Xia Xinxin's smile. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Xia Xinxin apologized.
Ha! Shangnan sneered disdainfully, Xia Xinxin, no need to apologize, anyway, it was my brother who died, not yours. This made Xia Xinxin feel even more guilty and self-reproachful. I'm really sorry, Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Several customers around stood up and moved behind her, staring coldly at her.
You guys. Xia Xinxin quickly realized something, looking at Shangnan in disbelief. You're all in this together?
Shangnan snorted, Xinxin, sorry, but to avenge my brother, I can only put you in a difficult position.
Xia Xinxin stood up angrily. Shangnan, we're the best of friends. Bang!
A knife hand strike hit Xia Xinxin's neck, and her body went limp, collapsing into the arms of a person behind her. Miss Shang, thank you for your help. We'll take the person now, the newcomer thanked Shangnan. I'll go with you, I must contribute to killing Ning Bufan. Shangnan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent.
The newcomer smiled, no problem, welcome to the demon slaying plan. Shangnan, no, it's the wolf slaying plan.
Walking with wolves, the wolf slaying plan, interesting. Inside a motorhome driving on the highway, Yi Yaoyao sat on a soft sofa, listening to the reports from her subordinates, smiling with great interest. She flipped through the text on her phone, immersing herself in the story of Walking with Wolves. After reading it, she laughed, not bad, this is very useful for us to understand Ning Bufan, turns out he's a violent type of schizophrenia with autism, very dangerous. Xia Xinxin even saved Ning Bufan, this is really useful for us. Yi Yaoyao smiled happily, as if she had found Ning Bufan's weakness. Ka! The vehicle suddenly jolted and came to a stop. What's going on? Yi Yaoyao almost fell off the sofa and asked coldly. Fourth miss, you should look ahead? Her subordinate in front of the car stammered. Yi Yaoyao, curious, looked through the windshield and suddenly furrowed her brows. On the road ahead, a figure in a black trench coat walked with a cane, a black cloth strip covering their eyes tied in a knot at the back of their head, the trailing end fluttering in the wind.
Ning Bufan? How could it be? Everyone's eyelids jumped sharply. The atmosphere in the car instantly became tense.
Some instinctively looked nervously at the car behind them, where Yan Shichi was being held.
Yi Yaoyao looked at Ning Bufan, feeling frustrated. It couldn't be this coincidental.
Although their final destination was also Qingzhou, they had taken a long detour to get here, and she hadn't expected Ning Bufan to be on this road, ahead of them.
It made sense that Ning Bufan had taken a direct route instead of a detour, but how had they crossed paths?
Fourth miss, what? What should we do? Her subordinates were a bit flustered. They had witnessed Ning Bufan's terrifying abilities firsthand, and it was genuinely alarming.
Yi Yaoyao blared, her voice cold. What are you panicking about?
We haven't confronted him directly. Even if we stand in front of him, he won't recognize us.
Drive boldly past him.
Yes. The driver received the order and accelerated forward. Leading the way was an SUV, with Yi Yaoyao's RV in the middle. At the back was a business vehicle, where Yan Shichi was.
The SUV and RV passed by Ning Bufan without incident. Just as the business vehicle was about to brush past Ning Bufan, an unexpected event occurred.
Ning Bufan suddenly raised his sword sheath horizontally, blocking the center of the road. With a screech, the business vehicle slammed to a halt, nearly crashing into Ning Bufan's sword. The people inside the car broke out in cold sweat, especially the driver, whose face turned pale.
Yi Yaoyao and the others had underestimated Ning Bufan's abilities. He didn't rely on sight but on perception.
A blind person has a far superior sense of awareness than an ordinary person.
For a master like Ning Bufan, that perception was even more terrifying. Yi Yaoyao, hiding in the car, was easily sensed by Ning Bufan.
Yan Shichi was held down by two people in the car, her mouth covered to stifle any sound. Their actions were, in fact, a death wish.
Originally, Ning Bufan sensed Yan Shichi but was uncertain if she was kidnapped.
Perhaps Yi Yaoyao had hitched a ride with her. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to pay further attention. But now, he sensed that Yan Shichi was indeed being abducted. Swish!
Without any further ado, the long sword was drawn, its blade shining in an instant. Run!
Someone in the passenger seat screamed in terror. The driver slammed on the gas. The car should have surged forward, but with a loud bang, the front two wheels were gone, the car tilted sharply, crashing down hard. The airbags in the front row deployed. Fourth miss, it's bad, the business vehicle is in trouble. The subordinate in the RV that had already passed ahead reported urgently upon discovering the situation behind. Yi Yaoyao's expression remained calm as she ordered, act like nothing happened and speed up. Yes. The business vehicle was beyond saving and had to be abandoned.
Yi Yaoyao suddenly felt a sense of helplessness.
In this first confrontation, she, the so-called intelligent fourth miss of the Yi family, could only flee in embarrassment.
It would be humiliating to admit.
Yan Shichi was rescued, but everyone in the business vehicle was wiped out.
The vehicle was split in half.
Thank you for saving me, Yan Shichi said, her feelings complex upon seeing Ning Bufan again. Ning Bufan did not respond, sheathing his bloodied sword, his voice indifferent, leave this place.
With that, he continued walking forward. Yan Shichi hurriedly chased after him, calling out loudly, "Hey, aren't you going to ask why they kidnapped me?" "Not important." Ning Bufan didn't look back. "They kidnapped me to deal with you," Yan Shichi shouted. "Not important." Ning Bufan repeated those three words.
Cold sweat broke out on Yan Shichi's forehead. How could this guy find everything unimportant? For Ning Bufan, who came to deal with him and by what means was indeed unimportant. Killing was all that mattered. If Yan Shichi truly helped someone deal with him, then she would be the enemy. To the enemy, he would show no mercy with a single sword. The sky gradually darkened. As dusk approached, Ning Bufan walked into a small town. It was eerily quiet, as if he were in an empty city devoid of life. The entire town had been cleared out. Ning Bufan didn't mind, silently passing through the town. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of people, three of them.
"Grandpa, Grandma, please, come with me quickly. That murderer named Ning Bufan is about to enter the town. If we don't leave now, it will be too late."
A young man's anxious voice pleaded. The people of Li village were slaughtered to the last, not even an ant was spared. The young man was desperately begging the two elderly people. Hearing this, Ning Bufan realized that these people were hiding from him. The massacre of Li village had been pinned on him, intending to ruin his reputation and make him a public enemy. A cold, disdainful smile crept across Ning Bufan's lips, for he truly didn't care anymore.
"Grandson, you go on ahead.
We two old folks have lived long enough. We're not afraid of that monster. If we're to die, we'll die in our own home, not going anywhere."
An old man's frail voice rang out. Yes, we're not going anywhere, we'll die in our own home. The old woman echoed. The young man was nearly in tears, wanting to say more, but then he suddenly saw something, his pupils constricting in fear, rendering him speechless. In the street, a man in black with a severed arm and blind eyes was slowly walking towards them, leaning on a cane that resembled a sword. Severed arm, blind eyes, leaning on a cane like a sword, it's him, the monster is coming. The young man screamed in terror at the sight of Ning Bufan's legendary appearance. Grandpa, Grandma, run. The young man, not bothering to say anything more, forcibly grabbed the hands of the two elderly and ran towards the edge of the town. But just a few steps later, a horrifying whistling sound echoed above them. What is that? The three looked up in astonishment. The sky was not yet completely dark, and they could still see. In the air, countless black dots were rushing towards them like a torrential downpour. Some of the objects even had fiery tails. That's a shell? No, the young man let out a heart-wrenching scream. It's over. Boom! 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 In the next moment, deafening explosions erupted, and the surrounding world was engulfed in artillery fire. If one were to look down from above, at that moment, the entire town was transformed into a sea of flames amidst the fierce bombardment, resembling the end of days. President, we've arranged for an hour of shelling. Even if we can't kill Ning Bufan, we can at least injure him. In the office of the Qingzhou Hunter Association, the president, Wei Shangnan, was watching the explosion footage on the surveillance screen with a beaming smile, accompanied by a few trusted confidants. This is quite spectacular, ha! Wei Shangnan was very pleased. Zhang Wen, your work is impressive, but don't leave any evidence for the media outside. We can pin the Li village incident on Ning Bufan, but such intense artillery fire destroying a town cannot be blamed on him. We can't afford to make a mistake. Ning Bufan killed with a sword, not with such fierce artillery. Zhang Wen smiled confidently. Don't worry, President. We used Ning Bufan's identity as a murderer to scare everyone in the town away. It's foolproof. That's good. Wei Shangnan nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly gritted his teeth. 1 hour isn't enough, let's add another hour to be safe. When the shells start falling, it costs a fortune. Adding another hour, this budget, Zhang Wen hesitated. The 200 billion bounty was still in the process of applying for funding and raising capital. The finances were indeed tight. Don't worry about spending money, if we run out, I'll find it. Wei Shangnan spoke with a decisive tone. Understood. With the president's orders, Zhang Wen immediately complied. The bombardment continued for 2 hours. When the silence fell, the entire town was nothing but ruins, with not a single intact tile or brick to be found. Countless homes were destroyed. Report, the shelling has ended, and there is no sign of Ning Bufan coming out. Under such intense bombardment, no living being could survive inside. Even with 9 lives, it wouldn't be possible. Ning Bufan is likely reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha. The personnel in the observation vehicle on the outskirts of the town were jubilant, almost celebrating. Don't let your guard down. Immediately send 2 special teams to investigate the situation. We must confirm Ning Bufan's status. Received. Special teams, follow me. 2 special teams were dispatched, solely to investigate a situation, indicating the scale of the operation. The entire Southwest branch oversees more than 50 first-tier cities of the Hunter Association. There were only 10 special teams in total, and after the destruction of the one from Maple City, only 9 remained. To deal with Ning Bufan, all 9 special teams were deployed to Qingzhou. The 2 special teams infiltrated the now ruined town from different directions. Meanwhile, a drone designed to detect life signals took to the sky, sweeping the debris below for any signs of life. Young man, thank you for saving us. Beneath a pile of rubble, after a flash of swordlight, a few people crawled out. It was Ning Bufan and a family of 3, a grandfather, a grandmother, and their grandson. At the moment the bombardment struck, Ning Bufan rushed over, using his sword energy to protect them from disaster. He thought he had become heartless, but in the end, he couldn't bear to watch them die without helping. The family of 3 could hardly believe they had been saved by the legendary killing machine. It was simply unbelievable. Hurry and leave this place, Ning Bufan said expressionlessly, turning to lean on his sword sheath as he walked away. The family watched his departing figure, feeling confused and bewildered. Grandson, didn't they say this person is a killing machine, that he wouldn't spare even an ant? How could he save us? The old man asked the young man, puzzled. The young man scratched his head, unable to comprehend the reason either. Hey, is there someone over there? How is that possible? A sudden exclamation rang out. In the next moment, 5 figures appeared in a flash. 5 hunters, dressed in white-collared uniforms, wearing conical hats, with short guns at their waists and wielding tang swords, stood before the family. Seeing the hunters, the family rushed forward excitedly. Usually, the hunters' motto is to protect the common people,
and seeing them is like seeing saviors.
Officers, you came just in time. Please help me get my grandparents out. The young man urgently pleaded.
2 hunters instinctively moved to assist the elderly, but were stopped by the leading captain.
How did you get in here?
The captain, a middle-aged man in his 40s with sharp eyes, questioned.
We didn't go out,
the young man explained.
Impossible. With such fierce shelling, you shouldn't be alive here. The captain immediately expressed suspicion, his gaze fixed on the three. Well,
the young man hesitated, wanting to say that the killing machine had saved them, but it felt wrong to say so. The old man, however, didn't think too much and honestly said, someone saved us, it's the killing machine everyone talks about.
What?
The special team was taken aback. The captain's expression changed drastically.
The old man realized he might have said something wrong, wondering why they reacted so strongly. Old man, are you saying that killing machine is still alive?
The captain rushed over, his face serious. The old man nervously nodded.
He's not dead. Where is he? Someone asked anxiously.
The young man quickly replied, he went in that direction.
He pointed to where Ning Bufan had just left. Report immediately, the target is still alive. Alert the surrounding teams to be cautious.
The captain shouted as if facing a great enemy.
Yes.
A hunter responsible for communications immediately sent out the report.
Qingzhou Association of Monster Hunters, President's Office. President, the report just came in, Ning Bufan is not dead. Secretary Jian Wana rushed into Wei Shangnan's office, reporting anxiously.
Wei Shangnan's old face wrinkled into a ball. After 2 hours of intense bombardment, he still didn't die.
Wasn't that all for nothing? What's worse is that 3 civilians who didn't evacuate were saved by Ning Bufan.
As Jian Wana said this, her delicate brows couldn't help but furrow.
Bang! A loud bang startled Jian Wana. Wei Shangnan slammed his palm on the table, somewhat irritated. What are you doing? Didn't we say everyone should evacuate? Now, 3 people are left inside and were saved by Ning Bufan. If this gets out, saying that Ning Bufan is not only a demon but also a hero who saves people, where do we put our faces? Just as he finished speaking, another person rushed in. It was Zhang Wan. As soon as Zhang Wan entered, he said anxiously, President, I heard that 3 people didn't evacuate and were saved by Ning Bufan. These 3 cannot be allowed to live. We turned a town of over 10,000 people into ruins by any means necessary. If this leaks out and attracts the media, we will be in big trouble.
As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell into a heavy silence. Wei Shangnan looked at Zhang Wan with a pale face. You mean, kill them to silence them? Zhang Wan gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and nodded, President, this is not the time for mercy, even if there is only a tiny possibility, we must strangle it in the cradle. Wei Shangnan was silent for a moment, a coldness emerging in his eyes, and nodded, let the people below take action. Also, all monster hunters on the outskirts of the town should evacuate, do not go to your deaths.
Yes. Zhang Wan accepted the order.
Soon, the special team in the town received the command and killed a family of 3. The captain looked at the family, somewhat troubled. Their duty was to exterminate monsters and protect the civilians.
But now they were ordered to kill innocent people. This completely overturned their beliefs. But this was a direct order from President Wei. Captain, this is not easy to handle.
A subordinate had a worried expression. The captain gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. We take obedience to orders as our duty, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, his knife suddenly struck out. Swish, swish, swish. 3 flashes of blades flickered, blood splattered, and the 3 fell into a pool of blood. The young man did not die immediately, he fell to the ground, looking at the monster hunter in disbelief.
You are the real demon. Puff.
The captain slashed down again, and the young man's head was severed. Watching the captain's actions, the team members exchanged glances, their faces somewhat unsightly. They were killed by Ning Bufan, it has nothing to do with us.
The captain coldly glanced at everyone, wiped the blood off his knife, and ordered, retreat. The team quickly withdrew.
But they hadn't gone far when the captain's earpiece transmitted the voice of another team leader.
Old Gong, I found Ning Bufan. Are you interested in teaming up to take him down and make a name for ourselves?
The other party's voice was somewhat excited and enthusiastic, filled with fervor.
Captain Gong's face darkened. Are you crazy? That's someone even a sword immortal could take down. Do you believe it?
A rhetorical question directly silenced Captain Gong. Only a select few had seen the battle through the surveillance screens. They didn't have the qualifications to use satellite monitoring. The information others heard was merely legends recounted by others. Old Gong, a young man in his 20s, and a cripple at that, how strong do you think he can be? It would be exaggerated to say he could even hold his own against a master. The voice in the earpiece continued, even if he is a master, with the combat power of our two special teams, we are sure to win. Old Gong, the opportunity to make a name for ourselves is right in front of us. Do you dare? The other party emphasized again, be a man and be decisive, don't let me look down on you. Captain Gong hesitated for a moment, but there are no orders. When a general is outside, the emperor's orders may not be heeded. What do you care about orders? The other party seemed a bit displeased. You're afraid, I'll go solo. Wait. Captain Gong gritted his teeth. Wait for me, I'll be right there. The two sides agreed, and the battle to encircle and kill Ning Bufan began. It was already late at night. The town had turned into ruins, all the streetlights along the way were destroyed, and everything was shrouded in darkness. For Ning Bufan, a blind man, it made no difference. He continued walking forward. In the darkness, two teams of people flanked him, gradually closing in. 500 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Closer, even closer. Yet Ning Bufan seemed completely unaware, walking as if nothing was amiss. Old Gong, we're this close, and he still hasn't noticed. Looks like he's not that impressive. A mocking voice came through Captain Gong's earpiece. Just as the words fell, suddenly, a beam of sword light descended from the sky. Puff! Captain Gong heard the sound of a sword piercing flesh in his ear. Captain Gong was startled, roaring in anger, attack, kill him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A team of 5 transformed into terrifying afterimages, as if they were about to tear through the void, charging towards Ning Bufan. Swish! A sharp sword light swept horizontally from the front, and the charging men were instantly cut in half, blood and flesh flying. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of mutilated bodies hitting the ground echoed. Retreat! On the other side, 4 figures dashed out of the darkness, fleeing in the opposite direction. It was another special team. The captain had been chattering nonstop just moments ago, and then was taken out in an instant. Now only 4 team members remained. Upon seeing the tragic state of Captain Gong's team, their morale collapsed, and they only wanted to escape. Since you came to kill me, if I don't die, you will surely die. There are no other options here. Ning Bufan's expression was cold as he swung his sword fiercely, the sword light tearing through the darkness like snow. Swish! With a sweeping strike, the 4 were cut in half from behind. Half of their bodies fell to the ground, not immediately dead, letting out a piercing, heart-wrenching wail. The screams echoed through the night, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent. After sheathing his sword, he turned and continued walking forward. The 2 special teams were annihilated. Bastard! Who allowed them to act on their own? Damn it! Bang! Wei Shangnan slammed a teacup onto the ground, unable to contain his anger. The 2 special teams acted without permission, leading to their complete destruction, causing him to feel as if his heart was bleeding. He only had 10 special teams under his command, and with the one from Maple City already wiped out, now 3 teams were gone. How would he suppress the strange beasts in the southwest region now? The dire consequence would be the outbreak of beast tides, and then he, the president of the Southwest branch, would be forced to step down. President, calm down. At this point, the urgent matter is to find a way to deal with Ning Bufan, Jiang Wen advised. With Ning Bufan's pace, if he keeps walking without rest, he could reach Qingzhou in 2 days at the latest. 2 days? Wei Shangnan's eyelids twitched violently, his expression growing even darker. Is there any news from Zhao Wu? Has he managed to contact his master? Jiang Wen shook his head helplessly, indicating there was no news. Wei Shangnan nearly smashed a second teacup. Fortunately, a phone rang, interrupting his actions. Hello, this is Wei Shangnan. What? Gao Sanyong, that bastard, is he determined to go against me? After hanging up, Wei Shangnan's face turned ashen, a chilling aura emanating from him. President, what happened? Jiang Wen asked worriedly. What kind of trouble is Gao Sanyong causing again? Gao Sanyong went to the Kyoto headquarters, accusing me of abusing my power during my tenure in Maple City, fabricating wrongful cases, accepting huge bribes, and so on. He demands the reopening of the Ning Bufan case from 5 years ago and requests that we be arrested and investigated together. Jiang Wen's face turned green. This also implicated him. Is that old fool out of his mind? At this moment, someone is plotting against us from behind. Jiang Wen was very angry, but he had to calm down. President, this is a critical period for us to deal with Ning Bufan. This matter must be handled well, otherwise, it will be very unfavorable for us. They were caught in a pincer attack. I suggest we use the trump card and ask Elder Chen to take action, Jiang Wen said with utmost seriousness. The Hunters Association had a cabinet system consisting of 5 members, with the president being the head of the cabinet. To become an elder was to reach the pinnacle of power within the entire association. Given the gravity of the situation, Wei Xiangnan did not hesitate and immediately picked up the phone to dial the secret number.
After a while, the call connected. Hello, Elder. This is Wei Xiangnan. Someone is going to the headquarters to slander me, and this matter. Before Wei Xiangnan could finish, he was interrupted by an old, authoritative voice. I already know about your situation.
The president has notified us to hold a cabinet meeting overnight to discuss your issue.
Hearing this, Wei Xiangnan broke into a cold sweat, feeling anxious. He hurriedly explained, Elder, you know me. I have always been diligent and clean.
Don't say such grandiose words in front of me. The old voice interrupted again.
I just need one thing from you. Can you deal with Ning Bufan? As long as you can handle him, all other problems will be non-issues. I will speak on your behalf in the cabinet.
Wei Xiangnan's spirits lifted, and he immediately assured, Elder, rest assured, I will make sure that scoundrel Ning Bufan has no place to be buried.
With your word, I can rest easy.
The old voice suddenly became serious again.
However, let me make it clear, if you cannot deal with Ning Bufan and the situation escalates, even if you don't die at his hands, the association's prison will be waiting for you. Yes, I understand.
Wei Xiangnan ended the call and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
President, how did it go? Zhang Wen asked anxiously. Wei Xiangnan took a deep breath and said with a grave expression, we have no way out.
We must go all out and eliminate Ning Bufan by any means necessary, or you and I will only have a dead end.
A chill ran down Zhang Wen's spine.
Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes.
I'll handle this. Leave it to me.
At the same time, in a reception room somewhere in Kyoto. It was already late, and Gao Sanfeng was anxiously waiting for a result with his secretary, Zhang Wei. He had submitted his reports and materials, and the president took it seriously, convening a cabinet meeting overnight to discuss it. Several hours passed, and Gao Sanfeng chain-smoked, the ashtray beside him piled high with cigarette butts. Finally, just after the clock struck 12, a man in his 50s, with a stern appearance, walked in carrying a briefcase. It was Li Tingshan, one of the 5 members of the cabinet. Elderly, what was the result? Gao Sanfeng jumped up, not even waiting for the other party to catch his breath before asking urgently. Li Tingshan maintained a serious expression. Sanfeng, the case of Ning Bufan has already been classified, there is no need for a retrial.
Wei Xiangnan's handling of it back then was correct. How could it be correct? Gao Sanfeng's face turned ugly.
Elder, my materials have made it very clear.
This is obviously a miscarriage of justice. I refuse to believe the cabinet can't see it.
Whether it is a miscarriage of justice or not is not important.
Elder Li's expression was grave. Sanfeng, in life and work, one must learn to be flexible. We are all in our 40s, don't be so stubborn. He continued, moreover, for a devil like Ning Bufan, who has committed patricide and matricide, slaughtered villages, and indiscriminately killed innocents, how can we not kill him and explain ourselves to the world, to our fellow hunters who died at his hands? As he spoke, Li Tingshan became angry, his old face slightly reddening. To overturn the case for such a person, are you not afraid of being drowned in the spittle of the world?
Gao Sanfeng sighed helplessly. Elder, regarding Ning Bufan's patricide and matricide, it is not as the outside world claims.
As for the village massacre, I think there are issues that need to be further verified. Enough!
Li Tingshan interrupted Gao Sanfeng, his face filled with anger as he shouted, you need to understand your position.
Speaking for a cold-blooded animal that has lost all humanity, have your values been eaten by dogs?
Gao Sanfeng was at a loss for words.
Don't say anything more.
The meeting has made a resolution to fully eliminate Ning Bufan, and the association will send a quasi-god to take action.
What? Gao Sanfeng's face turned pale.
Elder, with Ning Bufan's style, if the association gets involved and fails to kill him, then after he deals with Wei Xiangnan from Qingzhou, our association will be his next target.
The consequence would be a full-scale war between the entire Hunter Association and Ning Bufan.
Thinking of this consequence, Gao Sanfeng felt a wave of fear.
Li Tingshan snorted disdainfully, one person going to war with my entire Hunter Association. What nonsense are you talking? Does he even qualify? Gao Sanfeng grew anxious. Elder, you haven't seen how terrifying Ning Bufan is. A master can kill in a second.
If such a person goes to war, even if we ultimately kill him, the losses will be heavy.
Haven't many people from the Hunter Association died at his hands?
So he deserves to die, 1,000 times over is not enough to atone for his sins. Li Tingshan gritted his teeth, his eyes cold with murderous intent. I don't believe a quasi-god can't kill him. Gao Sanfeng sighed and helplessly closed his eyes. Since the cabinet had already made a decision, he felt powerless to change it. Sanfeng, the meeting has made another decision. You are relieved of all your duties, and future assignments will depend on your performance.
Li Tingshan said coldly. Boom! Gao Sanfeng felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. He was finished. Gao Sanfeng, this is the outcome of opposing me. This time, you are completely done for, ha. The results of the cabinet meeting of the Qingzhou Hunter Association were immediately communicated to Wei Shangnan, making him feel elated, as the clouds of gloom that had been hanging over him for days dissipated. Double happiness, Gao Sanfeng was relieved of all duties, and the association would send a quasi-god to kill Ning Bufan. Wei Shangnan announced this news, and the entire association erupted in excitement. A quasi-god is infinitely close to the current martial arts pinnacle of humanity, the land immortal. A quasi-god is more powerful than a demigod, a true martial arts giant. The next day, at dawn, on a highway leading to Qingzhou, Ning Bufan walked forward tirelessly. Along the way, he hardly encountered anyone trying to kill him. Occasionally, a few stragglers were ruthlessly slain under his sword. However, since he did not hide his whereabouts, every move he made was monitored by satellites above. Those who could use satellite surveillance were no ordinary people. Xia Xinxin, do you see? Ning Bufan will arrive in Qingzhou tomorrow, and soon the streets will run red with blood. Many have already died, and we don't want any more deaths, so we need your help. In a spacious office, Zhang Wen pointed at the surveillance footage of Ning Bufan walking and spoke to Xia Xinxin. Standing beside him were Yi Yaoyao and Shang Nan. Xia Xinxin's former good friend Shang Nan had joined the Hunter Association and Yi Yaoyao's camp to jointly kill Ning Bufan. I won't kill anyone, don't force me. Xia Xinxin shook her head frantically. Zhang Wen lost his patience and shouted, bring them in. In Xia Xinxin's astonished gaze, 4 people were brought in. It was her parents and brother, along with her closest nanny. Mom, Dad, brother, Aunt Rong. Xia Xinxin shouted, angrily looking at Shang Nan, you can do this to me, but my family is innocent. Why did you have to capture them? Shang Nan, knowing she was in the wrong, turned her head to avoid Xia Xinxin's gaze and said coldly, Xinxin, cooperate well, and I guarantee your family will be fine. How can I cooperate? You know I'm a doctor, my duty is to save lives, not take them. Xia Xinxin screamed in anger, Shang Nan, if you have any conscience left, let my family go immediately. You are so uncooperative, I am powerless. Shang Nan turned away and no longer paid attention to Xia Xinxin. You. Xia Xinxin trembled with anger. She never imagined that her heartfelt best friend would one day treat her like this. Miss Xia, I don't have time to waste on you, Zhang Wen interjected, his eyes glinting with malice. I'll ask you one last time, will you kill Ning Bufan or not? No, I won't. Xia Xinxin replied firmly. You can't refuse a toast and then drink a punishment. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Zhang Wen's hand, while he grabbed the nanny with the other. Xia Xinxin screamed in terror. What are you doing? Stop. Puff. The dagger pierced through the nanny's throat and was pulled out, blood gushing out like a fountain. Aunt Rong. Xia Xinxin cried out, her heart aching as if it were being cut by a knife. Xia's father, mother, and brother were all terrified and crying in a heap. Although Yi Yaoyao, veiled, couldn't be seen, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Wen, revealing a hint of something unusual. Zhang Wen, looking refined, turned out to be so ruthless. He knocked the nanny down and pressed the bloody dagger against Xia's mother's throat, grinning menacingly at Xia Xinxin. Miss Xia, if you don't agree, your mother will be next. No, please don't. Xinxin, save your mother. Xia's mother cried, terrified to the core. I agree. Xia Xinxin broke down in tears. Zhang Wen laughed. That's more like it. It was 10 in the morning. Ning Bufan was still tirelessly heading towards Qingzhou. Beep beep. Suddenly, a car horn sounded behind him. A car caught up and stopped in front of him, and a familiar girl's voice called out, Bufan. Ning Bufan halted. The only person who could call him that was Xia Xinxin, who had once saved his life. Xia Xinxin got out of the driver's seat. Was this a coincidence? Ning Bufan was skeptical. Just as he was about to say something, another car pulled up beside them. Another familiar figure got out, Gao Sanyong. President Gao, aren't you giving up yet? Ning Bufan asked coldly as Gao Sanyong approached. Gao Sanyong laughed heartily, Mr. Ning, I'm no longer the president. I'm just an ordinary person now. Ning Bufan was taken aback. Can we talk? Although Gao Sanyong no longer held a position, there were some things he needed to clarify for his peace of mind. Ning Bufan also wanted to know what Gao Sanyong was really after. They sat facing each other on a patch of grass by the roadside. Bufan, President Gao. You two eat while you talk, I brought a lot of delicious snacks. Xia Xinxin cheerfully placed a bag of cookies, bread, and bottled water between them. Zhang Wen and the others in the surveillance screen became excited upon seeing the bread and water. This time, not only could they kill Ning Bufan, but they could also take care of the annoying Gao Sanyong. killing two birds with one stone.
You chat, I'll wait for you in the car. Xia Xinxin sensibly returned to the vehicle. President Gao, I'm in a hurry, just say what you need to say, Ning Bufan urged.
I want to know about the massacre in Li Village. Did you do it? Gao Sanyong got straight to the point.
Ning Bufan found it strange that this person, already dismissed from his position, was still concerned about such matters.
No. He still answered, if I say it was done by the hunter of the strange, would you believe it?
Gao Sanyong, in the midst of eating a cookie, froze. The hunter of the strange.
How could they do such a thing? If you don't believe me, what does it matter if I say it? Ning Bufan snorted coldly. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Wait.
Gao Sanyong gulped down some water and hurriedly said, tell me the specifics, I believe you.
Ning Bufan detailed the situation in Li Village.
Upon learning that the hunter of the strange had sacrificed an entire village to a strange beast, Gao Sanyong was so shocked that his head buzzed. At that moment, his faith in the hunter of the strange was crumbling. And there's another town, they turned it into ruins just to kill me, Ning Bufan continued.
Gao Sanyong swallowed hard. What I heard was that you destroyed the entire town and killed a family of 3 who couldn't escape.
Ning Bufan smiled, a chilling smile. You'll have to verify that yourself.
I haven't gotten bored enough to waste my energy destroying an empty town.
After saying this, he casually picked up a cookie and stuffed it into his mouth.
Ha, finally eating. Let's see if you die. In front of the surveillance screen, Yi Yaoyao and the others saw Ning Bufan eating and trembled with excitement, their faces flushed.
A heart that had been hanging in suspense finally settled.
Mr. Ning, do you think it's normal for Miss Xia to encounter you here? Gao Sanfeng's eyes suddenly darted to Xia Xinxin in the car.
Mentioning Xia Xinxin made Ning Bufan turn his head, and he suddenly sensed something was wrong, standing up abruptly.
In the next second, he rushed to the passenger door and violently yanked it open. A wave of bloodiness hit him.
In the driver's seat, Xia Xinxin was slumped over the steering wheel, cookie crumbs scattered around her, blood dripping from the steering wheel, dark in color.
What happened?
Gao Sanfeng sensed something was off and rushed over. When he saw Xia Xinxin's condition, his expression changed. There's a note.
A piece of paper lay on the passenger seat.
Gao Sanfeng quickly picked up the note. The ink was fresh, likely just written.
What does it say? Ning Bufan's voice was calm, but he was anxious inside. Gao Sanfeng immediately read aloud, Bufan, I'm sorry.
They kidnapped my family, killed our housekeeper, and forced me to poison you. I can't just watch them die, nor can I poison you, so I can only die myself. If you have the chance to see my parents, please tell them that their daughter is unfilial and sorry.
Bufan, I know you've suffered great trauma and hate the world, but believe that there is always light in the world, and you must live well.
After finishing the note, Gao Sanfeng's eyes turned red.
Ning Bufan's usually cold face twitched, his clenched fists trembling.
A terrifying killing intent radiated from him, making Gao Sanfeng shudder. This shudder brought him back to his senses, and he shouted, quick, save her.
Gao Sanfeng dropped the note and quickly ran around the front of the car towards the driver's seat. What are they doing? Sheng Nan couldn't help but ask. The satellite surveillance couldn't see inside the car, so they had no idea what was happening. The monitoring was too far away, they could see the images but couldn't hear the voices. No one answered her. Zhang Wen and Yi Yaoyao were fixated on the surveillance screen.
With a loud bang, Gao Sanfeng forcefully pulled open the car door, urgently helping Xia Xinxin out while shouting and shaking her, Miss Xia, wake up. After getting out of the car, the surveillance screen became visible.
Zhang Wen and the others were a bit dazed. What was going on?
Ning Bufan and Gao Sanfeng were fine, but Xia Xinxin was in trouble. Gao Sanfeng desperately shook Xia Xinxin, but she showed no response, and his heart sank to the bottom.
Anger filled him.
He never expected that the Hunters Association would do something so despicable. With a swoosh, Ning Bufan transformed into a shadow and suddenly appeared in front of Xia Xinxin. The long sword was drawn.
Gao Sanfeng's pupils suddenly constricted, and he shouted, what are you doing? Wait. Puff.
The sound of a sharp sword piercing flesh.
Gao Sanfeng was stunned. Zhang Wen and the others, watching this scene through the surveillance screen, were also stunned. No. Don't, Xinxin.
Sheng Nan covered her face and cried out in anguish. She had intended to use Xia Xinxin to kill Ning Bufan for her brother's revenge, but she never thought it would lead to Xia Xinxin's death.
Ning Bufan, you should die, you should die.
Now she directed all her hatred at Ning Bufan. After Ning Bufan stabbed the sword near Xia Xinxin's heart, he twisted the tip slightly, causing the wound to widen, and dark blood gushed out.
Ah!
Under the pain's stimulation, Xia Xinxin opened her mouth and let out a pain sound, waking up. The moment she opened her mouth, Ning Bufan retracted the sword, flicked his wrist, and a black pill shot out from his sleeve directly into Xia Xinxin's mouth.
The movement was too quick for the surveillance to capture.
Supporting Xia Xinxin, Gao Sanfeng didn't react in time. By the time he did, a sword suddenly lunged towards him.
Gao Sanfeng's soul nearly left his body. What the hell was going on? Puff!
The sword pierced through Gao Sanfeng's shoulder.
Ah!
With a scream, both Gao Sanfeng and Xia Xinxin fell to the ground.
Ning Bufan's actions left the few people watching the surveillance screen in shock once again.
President Gao, I'm sorry, but this is the only way to clear your relationship with me and prevent them from targeting you. Ning Bufan withdrew his long sword, his voice calm. But deep inside, a murderous intent surged. Those people deserve to die. I've already poisoned Xia Xinxin's blood and she has taken the antidote.
I leave her to you. I will go kill our enemies.
With a clang, the long sword was sheathed. The next second, he suddenly looked up, his killing intent terrifying. Zhang Wen and the others, who were staring at the surveillance screen, suddenly felt as if Ning Bufan was looking directly at them, causing their scalps to tingle.
Ning Bufan raised his head as if he was staring at Zhang Wen and the others through the surveillance screen.
Although his eyes were covered with a black cloth, it still sent a chilling glare through, making Zhang Wen and the others shiver. It felt as if Ning Bufan could see through the surveillance screen and detect their presence. Hiss! The group shivered almost simultaneously, feeling a chill run down their spines, instinctively retreating.
Bang! Yi Yaoyao suddenly rushed forward and forcefully shut off the surveillance. Ning Bufan's figure vanished. Who? She took a deep breath, feeling it was too terrifying. Even through the surveillance screen, she could sense Ning Bufan's dreadful killing intent.
Fourth miss, your plan has failed. Zhang Wen steadied his mind, feeling somewhat dejected.
Yi Yaoyao felt a sense of helplessness.
She prided herself on her cunning, always coming up with schemes that left her opponents desolate. But at this moment, facing Ning Bufan, she felt utterly at a loss. No matter how many tricks she had, he simply didn't care. He would just break through with a single sword. This move is wasted, let's execute the next plan. Yi Yaoyao felt frustrated. Wait, Xia Xinxin is dead, and her family is no longer of use. Can we let them go?
Shang Nan suddenly suggested.
Zhang Wen and Yi Yaoyao came back to their senses. Without Shang Nan's reminder, they almost forgot about that family.
Let them go? What are you thinking?
Zhang Wen said coldly, kill them all.
Shang Nan's face turned pale as she shouted, why?
Xia Xinxin has already paid with her life, why not spare her family? Because she went against our wishes and failed to complete the task. It's that simple.
A cruel glint flashed in Zhang Wen's eyes as he looked at Yi Yaoyao.
Fourth miss, you captured them. It's your decision whether to kill or spare them. But I must remind you, what we are doing is already under the radar. Killing to silence is the best course of action. After saying this, Zhang Wen strode away. He needed to report to Wei Shangnan quickly. Yi Yaoyao shouted, bring people in, kill all the members of the Xia family.
Yes. Someone responded and left. No.
Shangnan cried out, rushing forward to grab Yi Yaoyao, pleading, fourth miss, I have already caused Xia Xinxin's death. I don't want her parents to die by my hand as well.
Please let them go. Slap. Yi Yaoyao slapped Shangnan hard across the face.
Shangnan screamed as she fell back, her face numb, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth.
Miss Shang, when you captured Xia Xinxin's family, you showed no mercy. Now you want to play the good person?
Yi Yaoyao sneered disdainfully, now we have no choice. This family must die, or else the consequences will be endless, and you will be the first to suffer. After scolding Shangnan fiercely, Yi Yaoyao shouted again, bring Miss Shang out and keep an eye on her.
Yes.
Two strong men rushed in, unceremoniously grabbing the fallen Shangnan and dragging her out like a dog.
Shangnan was locked in a room.
A while later, 3 corpses were brought in and thrown on the ground. It was indeed the bodies of Xia Xinxin's parents and her brother.
Bang!
Shangnan collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen. They were dead. Xia Xinxin's family had been killed by her own actions. No, she couldn't blame herself, it was Ning Bufan's fault, he was the one who caused this.
Ning Bufan, I will definitely kill you to avenge Xinxin's family. Ah!
Shangnan roared in her heart. Miss Shang, our fourth miss said that, considering your face, we will leave the 3 of them with complete corpses for you to handle. The visitor said coldly. Oh, and the fourth miss also said that since they boarded our ship, they should accept their fate, otherwise, their family's end will be the same as yours.
A threat, a blatant threat.
If Shangnan hesitated, then the dead would not be just her, but her entire family. Shangnan raised her head and gritted her teeth, saying, tell your fourth miss that I am serious about killing Ning Bufan.
That's good.
The visitor nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave.
Time, 1 p.m. On a road to Qingzhou. A figure was walking quickly along the road.
His speed resembled that of a racewalker in competition.
It was Ning Bufan, hurrying towards Qingzhou.
At this moment, the anger in his chest was burning, and the killing intent was wildly accumulating within him. He needed to vent. He had initially wanted to run directly to Qingzhou and unleash a massacre to quell his hatred, but the distance was too long, and running consumed too much energy to sustain, so he could only maintain a racewalking speed. In fact, compared to an ordinary person, this speed was already incredibly fast. Hey, look, that person is walking so fast with his eyes covered, and he hasn't even fallen down, how amazing. Who are you trying to fool? Walking fast with your eyes covered? I don't believe it. Wait, no way, he really is. Passers-by exclaimed as they saw Ning Bufan flash past them, each one astonished. Ning Bufan ignored the onlookers and had already disappeared from one end of the road to the other in the blink of an eye. This speed made some people panic. They had to slow him down and buy time, at any cost and by any means. Dawn! A bell rang, echoing through the mountains and forests, the sound reverberating endlessly. However, Ning Bufan seemed to have not heard it and continued to hurry forward. Amatba, please stop, this road is blocked. A voice chanting the Buddha's name rang out ahead. Ning Bufan finally stopped. 100 meters ahead, a group of bald men stood in the middle of the road, blocking his path. In front were 3 old bald monks in red robes, and behind them were 18 arhats holding monk staffs. Ning Benefactor, the monks of the 10,000 Buddhist sect have been waiting for you here for a long time. The tall monk in the middle of the 3 old monks spoke, his voice cold and sharp. Again, it's the 10,000 Buddhist sect. Ning Bufan's voice grew even colder. Dawn! At this moment, another bell rang. Ning Bufan instinctively turned his head towards the left, deep into the forest, suddenly remembering. That was the location of the 10,000 Buddhist sect, a place he had visited once. To be precise, it was the southern 10,000 Buddhist sect. The 10,000 Buddhist sect was divided into southern and northern sects. The southern sect was established later and was considered a branch of the northern sect. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and the ground shattered. Ning Bufan's sword sheath plunged into the ground as he gripped the sword hilt. You southern 10,000 Buddhist sect, today, shall be destroyed. Ning Bufan was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. This was the 3rd time the 10,000 Buddhist sect had come to ambush him. They must be eradicated. You think you alone can destroy our 300-year legacy of the 10,000 Buddhist sect? What a joke! A monk on the left laughed loudly. Swish! The sword light suddenly burst forth, slashing out. Be careful! A palm print from the crossing monk was urgently thrust out. The monk on the left felt the terrifying sword light and his face changed dramatically. Damn it, he had never seen anyone strike so quickly, they hadn't even exchanged a few words. In a hurry, he quickly thrust out a palm. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the 2 palm prints shattered almost simultaneously, the sword light dissipating as well. Ning Bufan was slightly taken aback, a hint of interest sparking within him. Finally, a decent expert had come to withstand his 2/3 strength attack. So strong. The crossing monk's expression grew serious. I heard that Ning Bufan is very strong, killing masters like dogs. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. 18 arhats, 10,000 Buddhas exterminate demons formation. Master Dujia shouted, not daring to waste any more words. This is the great formation of the 10,000 Buddhist sect, capable of combining attacks without limit on numbers or strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 18 arhats moved like lightning, their figures resembling a raging hurricane, rushing towards Ning Bufan. In an instant, the 18 arhats took their positions in the formation, surrounding Ning Bufan. 4th Miss, Master Dujia is a supreme master, and the 2 beside him are grand masters. Together with the 18 arhats forming the exterminate demons formation, they should be able to contend with a demigod. Ning Bufan should not be their match, right? On a distant mountaintop, Zhang Wan and Yi Yaoyao stood at the peak, observing Ning Bufan with binoculars. Behind them were a group of subordinates, and it was Zhang Wan who spoke. Yi Yaoyao did not respond. Previously, the Mad Sword Immortal and Dunan had been taken down together. Who could guarantee that this time it would work? After a moment of silence, she sighed regretfully. The 10,000 Buddhist sect still does not take this seriously enough. The fact that Ning Bufan could kill the Mad Sword Immortal and Dunan shows that his strength is at least close to that of a demigod. They should mobilize the entire sect to eliminate him. A demigod at such a young age? Zhang Wen gasped, completely unable to believe it. 4th Miss, you aren't psychologically scarred by Ning Bufan, are you? Yi Yaoyao's expression was calm, and she did not respond, focusing intently on the battlefield in the distance. Ning Bufan, today this poor monk will use this exterminate demons formation to convert you, the killer, and exterminate demons for the sake of all living beings. Kill! Master Du Jia roared, his killing intent roaring. The 3 high monks transformed into 3 indistinct afterimages and soared into the air, pouncing towards Ning Bufan. Kill! At the same moment, the 18 arhats shouted in unison, their killing intent shaking the heavens. Swish!
Ning Bufan suddenly drew his sword, spinning his body 360 degrees, a circular sword light erupting from him as the center. Clang! The long sword returned to its sheath. In the next breath, the long sword was drawn again. Sword draw slash. 3 sharp sword lights shot through the air. The speed was too fast. Zhang Wen and Yi Yaoyao widened their eyes with high-powered binoculars, not realizing that in just a breath, Ning Bufan had performed so many actions and unleashed so many swords. They only saw a circular sword light and 3 sword lights almost simultaneously released. Puff, puff. Blood mist erupted from the 18 arhats. They had only taken half a step forward when their upper bodies bizarrely collapsed to the ground. Some had their heads blown off entirely. Blood and heads flew together. At the same time, the 3 sword lights also slashed towards the 3 high monks who were pouncing from the air. The speed was too fast. The 3 high monks were shocked, shouting in unison, and began to counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosive sounds erupted in the air. 3 imposing figures were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Master Du Jia retreated frantically. A mouthful of blood mist spewed out, blood filling the air. The other 2 didn't even have the chance to spit blood. Upon landing, their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mess. When Master Du Jia finally steadied himself, he was horrified to find that in just that brief moment, he was the only one left alive. What a ridiculous exterminate demons formation. No matter how grand the name, it was all worthless in the face of absolute strength. How could they fight now? Run! Whoosh! Master Du Jia, unable to be shocked, reached his utmost speed, faster than he had ever been in his life. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared, fleeing desperately towards the 10,000 Buddhas sect. Whoosh! Behind him, Ning Bufan transformed into a sword light and pursued. Trying to escape was impossible. Is the battle really over just like that? Zhang Wen trembled, the binoculars falling and hitting his foot, yet he felt no pain. Yi Yaoyao did not respond. She was fixated on the direction of the 10,000 Buddhas sect with her binoculars. On the mountain path, 2 figures were madly rushing up, one in front of the other. But it was clear that Master Du Jia had exhausted all his strength. Ning Bufan appeared somewhat leisurely, unhurried, and unflustered. He could have killed the crossing tribulation, but he didn't. There was only one explanation: he needed the crossing tribulation to lead him into the 10,000 Buddha sect, then challenge the entire sect alone. This was madness. No, it was too terrifying. Yi Yaoyao's heart trembled. At the entrance of the 10,000 Buddha sect, several disciples guarding the mountain saw a figure flying towards them. The speed was too fast to see who it was, so they shouted, "Who? Open the door quickly!" The crossing tribulation screamed hysterically. "Is it Master Crossing Tribulation?" The disciples recognized the voice. Although they didn't know what was happening, they hurriedly opened the door. Just as the door opened, the figure of the crossing tribulation rushed to the entrance, and as one foot crossed the threshold, a burst of blood mist exploded. The crossing tribulation halted, standing motionless at the door. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. "Master, thank you for leading the way," a cold voice came from behind. With a swoosh, the head of the crossing tribulation flew off. The disciples at the mountain gate saw the head of the crossing tribulation flying away and the blood arrows shooting up into the sky, their pupils bursting. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream of terror pierced the void. The headless body of the crossing tribulation stood there for a moment, swayed, and then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Quick! Ring the alarm bell! A strong enemy is coming!" The shrill cry echoed through the skies, shaking the mountain gate. Ding 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 ding! Boom! Boom! Various alarm bells rang out, the sound booming, causing the entire area to tremble in the ringing. How many years had it been since the 10,000 Buddha sect had heard such a fierce alarm? In an instant, the entire sect was filled with the sounds of running, roaring, and cursing. Ning Bufan stepped into the mountain gate of the 10,000 Buddha sect with a bloodied long sword in hand. Behind him lay the bodies of several gatekeeping disciples. He did not stop them from ringing the bell. He wanted to draw everyone out. "Who dares to offend my 10,000 Buddha sect?" Angry shouts rose and fell. The first group of people appeared before Ning Bufan. The leading monk, seeing Ning Bufan approach with overwhelming killing intent, was somewhat surprised. A blind, one-armed cripple attacking the sect? What a joke! Who was ringing the alarm bell recklessly? The leading monk angrily questioned. Puff! A long sword pierced through his throat. Ning Bufan had appeared before him at some point, and with one sword, he pierced his throat. Before those behind could react, Ning Bufan's sword had already struck, blood blossoming once more. When Ning Bufan stood in the square in front of the 10,000 Buddha sect, he had already turned into a blood-soaked figure. The blood on his sword flowed down like a red silk thread. Behind him lay countless corpses. The path he had taken had become a blood-stained road. I'll go report to the sect master, you all go together, quickly kill him. Someone used the excuse of reporting to the sect master and turned to flee. Others exchanged glances, hesitating in fear. Ultimately, a few brave souls roared and charged at Ning Bufan. Swish! The sword light had turned blood red. The blood-red sword light swept across, and a large number of people fell, their bodies severed, like cut wheat, a scene of utter carnage. Through the telescope, Zhang Wen picked it up again and saw this scene, his heart racing. He considered himself a cunning and ruthless person, killing without hesitation. But compared to Ning Bufan, who brought forth a rain of blood with a single sword, he felt utterly weak, having never seen such slaughter. Amitba, benefactor, your killing karma is too heavy, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Good, good. A voice of Buddha suddenly resonated throughout the area, drowning out the urgent alarm bells and the screams in the square. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The sect master is here. With the shout of the sect master is here, hurried and chaotic footsteps sounded. On the steps of the Buddha sect's main hall, rows of monks wielding staffs rushed out, forming a defensive formation on either side of the steps, leaving a passage in the middle. A dozen monks in robes quickly stepped out. The leading one, tall and thin, held a golden Zen staff. He was Master Dooku, the current sect master of the Southern 10,000 Buddha sect, a renowned and accomplished monk. Experts from the 10,000 Buddha sect, below the sect master, all emerged. Finally, everything is out. Yi Yaoyao, who saw this scene through the telescope, breathed a sigh of relief and asked Zhang Wen beside her, Vice President Zhang, you were so close to the South 10,000 Buddha sect and have frequent interactions. Do you know the strength of Master Dooku? Zhang Wen was a bit excited, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. I'm not clear on the specifics, but he is very strong. He has not suffered a defeat in 20 years. No defeats, but there must be some realm of strength, right? Yi Yaoyao frowned. Haven't you asked those who were defeated? Zhang Wen smiled helplessly. In the past 20 years, everyone who challenged Master Dooku has gone missing. We can't find anyone to ask. Yi Yaoyao was taken aback. All dead? But isn't the Buddhist sect about compassion? Did Master Dooku wipe them all out, not leaving a single one? Zhang Wen shook his head. I don't know, they just went missing. Fourth miss, asking these questions is meaningless. What's important now is whether he can kill Ning Bufan, Zhang Wen said seriously. Yi Yaoyao fell silent, looking through the telescope towards the direction of the 10,000 Buddha sect, her heart filled with anticipation for this battle. In the square in front of the main hall of the 10,000 Buddha sect, Ning Bufan stood alone with his sword, facing the massive formation of the sect that had come out in full force, his expression as cold as ever. Dooku stood on the steps, looking at the corpses and blood scattered on the ground, his anger barely contained. Amitba, good, good. Dooku suppressed his fury, reciting a Buddhist chant to calm himself before looking at Ning Bufan, his old face darkening. You must be Ning Bufan, right? In this southwestern region, Ning Bufan had already gained a notorious reputation. His unique mark of a severed arm and blind eye made it easy for even those who had never seen him to recognize him from others' tales. If you know, why ask? Ning Bufan replied expressionlessly, let's do this together, I'll save time. What great audacity! Do you really think my Buddhist sect has no one? Someone could no longer hold back and shouted in anger. Swish! A blood-red sword light suddenly shot out. Be careful! Boom! The blood mist exploded, and the few who had roared in anger were almost instantly killed. The killing was swift, leaving no time for any reaction. Kill! The slaughter began, and Ning Bufan wasted no words, giving no one else time to speak either. The overwhelming sword light transformed into a violent rain of swords, howling towards the crowd of the 10,000 Buddha sect. Form ranks, kill him! The 10,000 Buddha sect had no choice but to respond. Countless monks shouted as they rushed forward to form ranks, but under the sword light, before the formation could be completed, they were already falling in pools of blood. Severed limbs and broken arms flew everywhere, the scene gruesome beyond belief. Damn it, shouldn't both sides say a few words before starting? Why has it begun like this? Zhang Wen watched the bloody slaughter unfolding in the telescope, unable to help but swallow hard. On the battlefield, rows of monks fearlessly charged, falling in batches only to rush up again. Stepping over the bodies and blood of their fellow disciples, they were repeatedly engulfed in the sword light. 100, 200. The entire South 10,000 Buddha sect had nearly 1,000 members. Excluding those who were out in the lay disciples, there were about 600 residing in the sect. Now, these disciples were piled up under Ning Bufan's sword, and the square had become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The high monks watching this scene had red eyes. Everyone step aside, this old monk will take the demon's life. A loud shout rang out as a powerful high monk leaped into the air, his staff carrying immense force, crashing down towards Ning Bufan.
The terrifying might of this strike frightened the surrounding disciples of the sect, causing them to scatter. Whoosh! Ning Bufan suddenly vanished, his long sword slicing through the air above his head with a sharp gleam. Bang! The high monk's body exploded in midair, blood and flesh flying, and the staff was sent flying away. Demon, he is a demon! The terrified and shrill cries echoed through the sky. They were, after all, human, and at this moment, fear arose in their hearts. The high monks' faces turned grim, shock filling their hearts. Just as the legends said, this Ning Bufan was outrageously powerful. All together, with a loud roar, 5 high monks attacked simultaneously. The terrifying force united in a bombardment, causing even the void to seem on the verge of collapsing under their assault. Swish! However, when a beam of sword light swept across, all attacks disintegrated. Blood and heads flew together. 5 high monks were similarly slain in a single stroke. This is hopeless. Jiang Wen could no longer bear to watch, putting down the binoculars and painfully closing his eyes. This was not a battle, it was clearly a one-sided slaughter of wolves against sheep. Yi Yaoyao remained calm, her gaze through the binoculars fixed on Master Dooku, the sect leader. Why, despite Ning Bufan's massacre, did he, as the sect leader, show no intention of intervening, instead watching his disciples rush to their deaths one after another? This was not the behavior of an enlightened monk. It was abnormal. More than 10 minutes later, the battle ended. Ning Bufan stood drenched in blood atop a pile of corpses, confronting Dooku, who remained motionless on the steps. The members of the 10,000 Buddhist sect were nearly all gone, with only a few trembling in fear behind Dooku, their expressions filled with terror. Who would have thought this battle would become a life-and-death struggle for the Buddhist sect? Amit Ba. Dooku sighed softly, a hint of regret in his voice. Life and death are empty, all dharmas are suffering, life and death are not too, all is nothing. As disciples of my Buddhist sect, you face the demon yet cling to life in fear, which greatly disappoints this old monk. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances, their expressions conflicted. To eradicate demons and uphold the path is the sacred mission of my Buddhist sect. The Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, who will? What are you still hesitating for? As Dooku finished speaking, a terrifying chill enveloped the remaining crowd. The remaining members struggled with their expressions for a moment, and suddenly someone let out a wild roar and charged towards Ning Bufan. With one leading the way, the others followed suit, shouting loudly to mask their inner fear, their eyes reddening as they rushed forward. Ning Bufan did not want to waste time and swung his sword. The sword light, like snow, carved a half-arc in the void, resembling a calm lake, or a ripple quickly spread out, annihilating everything in its path. The sword light swept across the bodies of the Buddhist disciples, slashing towards Dooku on the steps. Dooku's expression remained calm. As the sword light approached, he raised his left hand and, after chanting a Buddha's name, struck down towards the sword light. Bang! The sound was not loud, just a faint muffled thud, and the sword light vanished. Ha, a master, truly a master. Master Dooku was magnificent. Yi Yaoyao, witnessing this scene through the binoculars, couldn't help but shout excitedly, her delicate body trembling with exhilaration. Jiang Wen, who had been in despair, suddenly felt a surge of spirit and hurriedly picked up the binoculars to look back towards the Buddhist sect. Ning Bufan noticed Dooku's palm had neutralized his attack and was slightly moved. Although this sword light was at its last gasp, it was not something an ordinary person could easily dispel. In reality, Dooku was not as relaxed as he appeared, his internal energy was surging, and if he hadn't forcibly suppressed it, he might have already spat out blood. You have the right to make me use 30% of my strength. Ning Bufan's fighting spirit surged. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since descending the mountain. Wait! Dooku shouted, forcibly suppressing the boiling energy within him. Benefactor, my Buddhist sect's disciples have been nearly slaughtered by you. How about we end the cause and effect between you and the Buddhist sect here? If others had heard this, they would have been utterly shocked. Dooku had refrained from acting earlier because he had an unsettling premonition that he would die if he went up. So, he planned to let others go first, to exhaust Ning Bufan before he made his move. But reality was cruel, all his people were dead, and Ning Bufan showed no signs of having been worn down. Almost all were killed in an instant, requiring hardly any effort. Now, the only path left was to seek peace. As for the talk of eradicating demons and upholding the path, and if I do not enter hell, who will? Nonsense, that was just to fool the people below. Surviving was the only hard truth. Swish! Ning Bufan's response was a sword light slashing out. This sword was at 30% strength. The sword energy pierced through the void, emitting a piercing sound of tearing. Dooku's pupils suddenly constricted, and he cursed inwardly, can't you at least say something before you strike? Ja! Dooku had no choice but to unleash all his true power, hurling his Zen staff towards the fierce sword light. Bang! With a loud explosion,
a figure was sent flying backward. Boom! Dooku's body crashed through the wall of the Great Hall. Rumble! Amidst the thunderous roar, the wall collapsed, revealing a large courtyard inside. Dooku fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The Zen staff had slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. Is this how I lose? On a distant mountain peak, Yi Yaoyao, who had just ignited a flicker of hope, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, chilling her to the bone. Zhang Wen's face was filled with frustration, unable to hold back his curse. Damn it, just how strong is he? Let's go, there's no need to watch any longer. This southern 10,000 Buddha sect is finished. He sighed in despair and put down the telescope. Wait, there's still someone. Yi Yaoyao suddenly said. Zhang Wen picked up the telescope again, looking over with curiosity. Ning Bufan sensed that Dooku had not been defeated instantly, which surprised him. He swung his sword again. This time, he used enough power. Dooku closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to arrive. Suddenly, a broom appeared in front of him. Puff! The sword light struck the broom, sending up a cloud of dust. The broom shattered into powder, but the sword light was also blocked. Ha! A master, a true master! Zhang Wen shouted excitedly as he saw the scene through the telescope. A broom, blocking Ning Bufan's lethal strike, how strong must that be? Yi Yaoyao was equally thrilled. Ning Bufan was momentarily stunned. Amit Ba. The voice of the Xianglong echoed. A thin, grey-robed monk holding a bear broom appeared before Dooku. This is the legendary sweeping monk, ha ha ha. Zhang Wen was so excited he seemed to have drunk several pounds of chicken blood. Dooku looked at the monk who had appeared, especially at the bear broom, his eyes filled with astonishment. When did such a terrifying powerhouse appear in the sect? As the sect leader, he didn't even know the name of this monk. A sweeper, someone so high up would never pay attention to such a person. This little benefactor, your killing karma is too heavy. Could you spare the sect leader of my Buddhist sect, reduce the killing karma, to avoid suffering the torment of falling into the 18 layers of hell in the future? The old monk's aged voice rang out, his hands clasped together as he advised Ning Bufan. What are you? Ning Bufan's lips curled into a cold smile. Swish! A dazzling sword light slashed forward, using 30% of his power. Save me! Dooku cried out in a desperate plea. Amit Ba. The old voice contained a terrifying wave of energy, and the air around the old monk twisted, forming a vortex of air swirling around him. In the next second, the sword light arrived. Break! A thin, bony hand shot out from the air vortex. Bang! With a loud explosion, the air burst open. The old monk's robes flared wildly, the floor beneath him shattered, and he soared into the air. At that moment, dust and debris flew everywhere. Blocked it, not a step back. A master, a true master, ha ha ha. Zhang Wen watched the battle through the telescope, trembling with excitement. This wave should be stable. No, Ning Bufan hasn't used his full strength yet. Yi Yaoyao's words froze Zhang Wen in place. This is interesting. Ning Bufan's fighting spirit surged, true power wildly flowing, and the long sword felt the infusion of true power, emitting a faint hum. Who? After receiving Ning Bufan's sword, the old monk's face turned slightly pale, a blood mark appearing on his bony palm, deep enough to see the bone. He took a breath, calming the boiling blood within him, trying his best to appear calm, and spoke. Benefactor, when will grievances be resolved? If you stop today, this poor monk guarantees that your enmity with my Buddhist sect will be wiped clean. Otherwise, if my southern Buddhist sect is destroyed today, the northern Buddhist sect will not spare you. Buzz! A sword's ringing echoed throughout the venue, responding to the old monk's words. In the next second, the sword light burst forth. Master, if you take my 4/10 power in this sword strike, you may live. Ning Bufan suddenly slashed down with his sword. Swish! The sword energy shot forth like a rainbow, reaching an extreme speed. The old monk's face changed dramatically. Amit Ba. Put! Blood mist erupted from the old monk's body. No, Dooku, hiding behind, let out a desperate scream as his body was torn apart by the sword light, split in two. The speed was too fast. The old monk hadn't even finished reciting the Buddha's name before he was already cold. The true power brewing within him instantly dissipated, turning into nothingness. Clang! Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, turned indifferently, and stepped over the bloodstains, walking outward step by step. Bang! A loud explosion sounded behind him as the old monk's body was blown apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere. He was ultimately not the legendary sweeping monk. On a distant mountain peak, Zhang Wen and Yi Yaoyao's faces turned pale, standing stiffly for a long time without reacting. The surroundings were deathly silent, only the mournful sound of the mountain wind passing by, as if lamenting the destruction of a sect. The South 10,000 Buddhist sect is finished. Zhang Wen sighed in frustration, slowly lowering his telescope. One person, one sword, annihilating a first-rate sect, it's too exaggerated. Would anyone believe it if he said it? Of course, that no longer mattered. What was important was how to stop Ning Bufan's advance. Without a demigod, Qingzhou would bleed rivers. At this moment, panic arose in Zhang Wen's heart, and he had thoughts of fleeing. Vice President Zhang, has your demigod arrived? Yi Yaoyao suddenly asked, her expression serious. Zhang Wen came back to his senses. I'll ask. His voice trembled violently at that moment. He quickly contacted them. Had Zhao Wu's master been summoned? The reply was that he could arrive tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yi Yaoyao shook her head. At Ning Bufan's current speed, he could reach Qingzhou tonight. Tonight? It's over. Zhang Wen's face turned ashen. Seeing Zhang Wen, the top strategist under Wei Shangnan, panicking, Yi Yaoyao felt somewhat helpless. 3 cobblers could match Zhuge Liang. Both of them were schemers, yet when united against Ning Bufan, they were utterly helpless. With several plans failing, it was truly. Don't panic yet. Yi Yaoyao reassured. The Hunter of Anomalies promised to send a quasi-god to you, right? I will also have the Yi clan send a demigod to arrive as quickly as possible. Zhang Wen was taken aback, then overjoyed. If the Yi clan can send a demigod over, that would be great. If the Yi clan had a demigod, plus Zhao Wu's master, and a quasi-god sent by the association, if this lineup couldn't take down Ning Bufan, then they might as well clean their necks and wait for slaughter. The most urgent thing now was to buy time. Zhang Wen urgently reported to Wei Shangnan and began to deploy. 4th Miss, it's arranged. 30 kilometers away, the South Wilderness Army has 100,000 troops stationed there to block Ning Bufan's advance. After ending the call, Zhang Wen introduced to Yi Yaoyao. Yi Yaoyao frowned. 100,000 is a lot, but the South Wilderness Army is not a martial artist corps. Most of them are just ordinary people trained as soldiers. Without firearms, they are just ordinary people. But firearms hold little significance against a powerful martial artist. A specially crafted tang knife would be more effective. They won't be able to stop him. Yi Yaoyao shook her head. I know they can't stop him, Zhang Wen replied, but there are so many of them. Even if 100,000 pigs stood still for Ning Bufan to kill, it would still take a while, right? The sword can cut through, and it can also exhaust a lot of his stamina. Yi Yaoyao's heart trembled. She understood, this was to use 100,000 people as cannon fodder to feed the sharp sword in Ning Bufan's hand. It was cruel. Although it was Ning Bufan who struck, the ones truly causing their deaths were decision-makers like Wei Shangnan and Zhang Wen. Unfortunately, people would only say it was Ning Bufan who killed them, and the hatred would only be directed at him, not at the likes of Wei Shangnan and Zhang Wen. Yi Yaoyao smiled and said, You, President Wei, are quite impressive to be able to summon the South Wilderness Army. However, if these 100,000 are annihilated, how will you explain it to the god of war of the South Wilderness? Zhang Wenyin smiled ominously. Then that's not something we need to consider. One thing is certain, the South Wilderness War God will never let Ning Bufan go. Ha ha. Yi Yaoyao laughed. Clever move. There are 5 great war gods in the world, and the South Wilderness War God is one of them, with unfathomable strength, at least at the quasi-divine level, even touching the edge of true terrestrial immortals. If such a person were to get angry and confront Ning Bufan, it would definitely be a spectacular battle of dragons and tigers. 30 kilometers away, there was a vast camp, a necessary route to Qingzhou. All the surrounding residents had been evacuated, designated as a forbidden zone. A few days ago, 100,000 South Wilderness troops had stationed here. At this moment, an order was issued to prepare for battle. The 100,000 troops quickly set up positions and blockades, waiting for the enemy's arrival. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ning Bufan's figure appeared outside the warning line set by the South Wilderness Army. The iconic figure with a severed arm and blind eyes was soon spotted by the forward sentry. Commander, we brought 100,000 men here just to stop a cripple? Isn't that ridiculous? A sentry, looking through binoculars at the rapidly approaching Ning Bufan, asked incredulously. The commanding officer's expression darkened. Stop your nonsense. We do as the higher-ups say. Inform everyone, once the target is within range, open fire immediately, no need for further instructions. Understood. The order was quickly relayed. 500 meters, 300 meters. Closer, even closer. Fire. A loud shout from the front line issued the command to open fire. Day. 222. In an instant, flames erupted from every hilltop. Dense gunfire streaked through the air, forming terrifying fiery whips that lashed down at Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan did not stop his steps. A dense aura of sword energy suddenly surrounded him. The violent rain of bullets struck the sword energy, which was directly shredded. Report, Commander, the forward position has spotted the target and opened fire, but cannot stop the target's advance. Requesting artillery support.
Relay the order, artillery lock onto the position, fire at full strength.
Yes. Boom boom boom. Immediately, the path Ning Bufan was taking was covered by intense artillery fire.
A 100,000-strong army was fully engaged in a blocking battle against a single person. At the command center of the Qingzhou Hunter Association, the monitoring screen displayed the fierce scenes of the blocking battle, the entire scene already shrouded in a rain of artillery fire. Wei Shangnan sat in the viewing area with the association's senior members, staring at the battlefield.
President, Ning Bufan has been completely engulfed by the artillery fire. Even if he wants to cross this blockade, he would be lucky to escape with his life, someone behind him said casually. But as soon as the words left his mouth, amidst the artillery fire, a beam of sword light suddenly shot up at a 60-degree angle into the sky. Adjust the monitoring, lock onto that sword light. With the command given, satellite monitoring was activated.
Above 1,000 meters in the air, that sword light halted. The monitoring zoomed in, revealing that it was not just a beam of sword light, but Ning Bufan's sword. Some were puzzled, wondering what Ning Bufan was doing sending his sword up 1,000 meters into the sky. They soon found out, as a shocking and terrifying scene unfolded. Buzz! A sword cry echoed through the sky. Below, the 100,000 troops heard this terrifying sword cry. Many looked up at the sky.
In the next breath, their pupils dilated.
With the sound of the sword cry, centered around that sword, one sword transformed into 10,000 swords. Dense sword energy spread out in all directions, and soon the sky was filled with suspended sharp swords. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the sword cry continued, shaking the void. With each sound, the sharp swords in the sky expanded outward. After a while, the air was filled with swords blocking out the sun, and the area where the 100,000 troops stood was completely enveloped by the suspended swords.
However, it was not over yet.
The swords in the sky continued to multiply. This time, the density of the swords increased. Originally, there was a certain gap between the swords, but as the density increased, the gaps rapidly diminished until they became impenetrable. Above the heads of the 100,000 troops, the sunlight was completely blocked,
a true covering of the sky and sun.
The central area was shrouded in darkness, as if night had already fallen. Standing below and looking up, it was a true mass of dark clouds, but those were not clouds, they were dense swords. If these swords were to fall, given their density, not even an ant would survive down below, let alone a person.
Shock. Everyone was numb. How many swords were there? Hundreds of thousands, millions. Yi Yaodiao and Zhang Wan, from a hidden mountain peak, witnessed this terrifying scene through binoculars, their skin crawling.
Back then, when the mad sword immortal unleashed the 10,000 swords returning to one, it had shocked her. Now, compared to Ning Bufan, it was like child's play.
The 100,000 troops are finished, Yi Yaoyao wailed in despair. Retreat, quickly retreat.
Commands for urgent withdrawal echoed through the skies above the 100,000 troops of the Southern Wilderness Army. The commanders shouted hoarsely, hysterically.
What the hell? They were not even facing humans, how could they fight?
The gunfire at the front line had long ceased. The swords hanging overhead blocked out the sun, resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. Who would dare to fire a shot? They were all too scared to move. When the retreat horn sounded, those who reacted fled in a frenzy, trying every possible way to escape the area covered by the swords above. Ning Bufan stood on the pockmarked ground, bombarded by artillery, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he pressed his hand down towards the mountain of swords above. The voice of death was uttered. Fall! The command was soft. Yet, this voice echoed in the vast sky, resonating in the ears of the 100,000 below. It was the decree of the King of Hell, the call of the Grim Reaper that struck fear deep within people's hearts. The nightmare of the apocalypse had arrived. Boom! From a height of 1,000 meters, the mountain formed by the endless sword energy crashed down. At that moment, the void below seemed to collapse. No! No! Desperate and terrified screams, cries, and wails filled the entire world. It was piercing, deafening, and tragic. Boom! With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the ground trembled, and a storm of dust surged into the sky, forming a terrifying sandstorm. On the surveillance screen, the entire display was swallowed by the storm. Crack crack. The surveillance footage twisted wildly before shutting down one by one. In the command center of the Qingzhou Hunter Association, the already closed surveillance screens left the scene in dead silence. A terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the venue. If there had been any confidence in facing Ning Bufan's arrival before, at this moment, nearly everyone's confidence had collapsed, including Wei Shangnan. How could they fight? At the headquarters of the Kyoto Hunter Association, in a high-level conference room, all cabinet members, including the president, were gathered. They had just been watching the surveillance. That shocking scene left them in silence, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. After a while,
a dignified elder in a dark suit sitting at the head spoke. Let's hear your opinions. President, let me speak, a tall elder said. It was Li Tingshan, who had previously submitted a proposal for Gao Sanifeng. Two choices, one is to surrender, which means we must follow Gao Sanifeng's suggestion, immediately arrest Wei Xiangnan and others, and restart the investigation into the Ning Bufan case from 5 years ago. I disagree, a tall elder interjected. It was Chen Zhong, an elder who had close ties with Wei Xiangnan. Doing so would be slapping our association in the face, essentially slapping the faces of everyone present here. Old Chen, I haven't finished speaking, Li Tingshan said, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Second, gather all our strength to kill Ning Bufan. The so-called full strength means deploying the strongest lineup, giving him no chance to turn the tables, otherwise, our losses will be even more severe. Isn't one quasi-god enough? Chen Zhong retorted. Li Tingshan shook his head. From Ning Bufan's strike just now, this battle has already reached a high-end level. Sending anyone below demigod level would be sending them to their deaths. I suggest that the association deploy at least 5 demigods and 2 quasi-gods. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room erupted in an uproar. In the entire Hunter Association, there were only 8 demigods and even fewer quasi-gods, just 3. Now, 5 demigods and 2 quasi-gods had almost all come out. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? A man in his 50s, the youngest among the council members, spoke up. Li Tingshan's expression was serious. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. We cannot underestimate our opponent any longer. Once the association decides to act, with the kind of ruthless revenge displayed by Ning Bufan, we will surely be in a fight to the death. If we can't kill Ning Bufan this time, what awaits our Hunter Association will be a catastrophe. Even we council members could become his victims. This is not an exaggeration. After these words, the meeting room fell into a heavy silence. If they had not witnessed Ning Bufan's strength with their own eyes, these high-ranking elders would have scoffed at such statements. But now, no one thought this was a joke. President, whether to fight or to negotiate, it's up to you to decide. All members' gazes focused on the president. The president furrowed his thick brows. Let's decide by vote. Everyone? Damn it, old fox, you want everyone to share the blame. Those in favor of negotiation, raise your hands. The room fell silent. After a moment, one of the 5 big shots raised his hand. It was Li Tingshan. The other 4, including the president, remained still. 1 vote in favor of negotiation. Now, those in favor of killing, raise your hands. After a moment of silence, Chen Zhong was the first to raise his hand. The others did not move. The risk was enormous. If they failed, the blame would be hard to bear. 1 vote for 1 vote? The wrinkles on the president's old face were almost twisted into a knot. I support it. An elderly man wearing glasses sitting next to Chen Zhong raised his hand. Elder Qin, what about you? The president looked at the youngest council member. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Qin raised his hand. All right, 3 votes in favor of killing, 1 vote in favor of negotiation, 1 abstention. What the hell, abstention? Everyone looked at the president in surprise. Damn it, you don't want to take the blame on either side. The president ignored their gazes and continued to announce, according to the principle of majority rule, the association will choose to kill Ning Bufan. Immediately notify the 5 demigods and 2 quasi-gods to head to Qingzhou. A final decision was made. This would be a divine battle. The time was now nightfall. Qingzhou Hunter Association branch building. After witnessing Ning Bufan's terrifying methods, everyone was now in a state of panic. The previous plan to encircle and kill Ning Bufan was completely shelved. Killing? With a single sword strike, he could wipe them all out. In the face of absolute strength, all your cunning and perfect plans are worthless. President, I've already found a substitute for you. When shall we leave? In Wei Xiangnan's office, Secretary Zhang Wanner looked anxious. I've also prepared the car. We can leave quietly now. Zhang Wanner was in a state of panic. Of course, who the hell isn't panicking right now? If it weren't for Wei Xiangnan's strict orders to have people guard the association building, many would have already fled. Just as Wei Xiangnan was about to respond, a confidential phone call rang on his desk. Hello, this is Wei Xiangnan. Elder Chen, hello. Wei Xiangnan stood up, extremely excited. At this moment, he needed the support of the elders. Running away was never the best choice. You might escape for a moment, but can you run forever? What? 5 demigods, 2 quasi-gods, ha ha ha. Wei Xiangnan burst into wild laughter. The top experts of the Hunter Association were all coming out. He wasn't afraid of anything. Thank you to the association, especially to the elders for their support. Thank you. Wei Xiangnan was overjoyed, and the earlier panic vanished without a trace. Zhang Wanna was so shocked by the association's determination that her jaw almost dropped. Soon, this news was announced to everyone in the association. Long live the association, long live. The oppressive and fearful atmosphere within the Hunter Association dissipated, replaced by revelry. With such a powerful lineup, who could rival them without the land gods? In today's world, there are only 2 land deities, and Ning Bufan is definitely not one of them. Soon after, more good news arrived. Zhao Wu's master was invited and would arrive shortly, another demigod. The Yi family announced they would send a demigod. Then, the Shunlong Villa declared they would also send a demigod. The Baiwan Fuzong also announced they would send a demigod. Suddenly, the number of demigods reached a terrifying 9, shocking everyone. Ning Bufan, come on. If you don't come, you're a coward. Someone in the Hunter Association was shouting madly. Report! Report! Ning Bufan. He has arrived. Suddenly, someone burst into the association building, and the report echoed throughout the floor. The shouting abruptly stopped, and everyone turned pale. No, it can't be that fast. Ning Bufan arriving so quickly meant that the demigods and quasi-gods they had sent would not have made it here even if they had wings. Although those strong individuals carried the title of god, they were merely beings of a certain tier. They were not the legendary deities who could appear in an instant at any location. Ultimately, they were just powerful people. Inside the association building, the earlier cheers turned into wails. Attention, all personnel below Master Fan, evacuate the association building immediately. The announcement from the broadcast was like a heavenly sound. Those who feared for their lives immediately ran out in a frenzy, not even bothering to collect their belongings. All personnel within a 20-kilometer radius of the association building, evacuate immediately. Those who fail to evacuate in time will bear the consequences. The phrase bear the consequences implied that there would be deaths. In an instant, a massive retreat began. Warner, call my substitute, we need to leave. After issuing the evacuation order, Wei Xiangnan also prepared to flee. However, Jiang Warner looked troubled, standing there with an ugly expression. Did you not hear what I said? Wei Xiangnan said irritably. Others could leave, but he could not. He was the overall person in charge here, with reinforcements sent from above. If he fled at such a critical moment, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, he could only use a substitute, and it had to be a very convincing one. President, I'm sorry, that substitute was scared for his life and ran away. What? Wei Xiangnan was stunned, his expression blank. At such a crucial moment, he actually let the substitute run away. How are you handling things? Wei Xiangnan roared, his face turning red with anger. I'm sorry, President. Jiang Wanner's voice was already tinged with tears. What good is sorry? Think of a way to remedy this. Wei Xiangnan shouted, wishing he could rush up and strangle this unreliable woman. The only option is your twin brother, Wei Xiangbei? Jiang Wanner stammered. Wei Xiangnan froze. In the next second, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Wanner's delicate neck, glaring at her fiercely. Do you dare to touch my brother? President, let me explain. Jiang Wanner was terrified, her pretty face drained of color. It was your brother's own request, and he is more suitable than the substitute we found, with almost no flaws. Shut up! Wei Xiangnan roared, his old eyes emitting a fierce red light, scaring Jiang Wanner into silence. Do not mention this matter again. Wei Xiangnan's voice brooked no argument. He was not a good person, but he truly had deep brotherly feelings for his twin brother. At that moment, outside the city of Qingzhou, on the road leading into the city, Ning Bufan, dressed in blood-soaked clothes, stood in the middle of the road. Behind him lay countless corpses. The members of the Hunter Association bravely blocked his path, but they were like ants trying to stop a chariot, turning into bloody corpses. Qingzhou, I've finally arrived. Ning Bufan looked straight ahead. Although he could not see, his perception extended far and wide. Wei Xiangnan, are you ready? He stepped forward, entering Qingzhou city. Everyone in the Hunter Association grew tense. The 5 demigods and 2 quasi-gods dispatched were swiftly heading to Jiangju on the fastest private jet. Various surveillance systems covered the entire city, with a focus on tracking Ning Bufan's figure. Meanwhile, this divine war strictly prohibited any spectators, and information was tightly sealed. The fact that so many powerful hunters were attacking a disabled person with a severed arm and blind eyes, regardless of the outcome, would be a significant embarrassment. Therefore, this matter could not be allowed to spread. Jiangju was vast. Although Ning Bufan had entered the urban area, it would still take time to reach the Hunter Association on foot. To recover his strength, he slowed his pace. Having walked briskly without rest, especially after the immense energy expenditure of annihilating an army of 100,000 with a single sword, he was already showing signs of fatigue. To ensure he was ready for the upcoming fierce battle, he sat down on a stone bench in a park by the roadside, taking out some rations and a water pouch. The city's lights were still dazzling, but the surroundings were eerily empty and silent.
All the people had been evacuated. As Ning Bufan replenished his energy, many concealed martial artists' auras appeared around the park.
Captain, aren't we going to take action?
A low voice inquired from the darkness. Our special team's mission is to slow him down and buy time, not to make meaningless sacrifices prematurely.
Everyone, in this battle, the demon we face has no chance of survival once he strikes. Take this time to leave some last words for your families.
The calm voice carried a hint of solemnity.
We've all left them, came a simple reply, intensifying the sense of tragedy.
The cold night wind blew through, and the atmosphere was thick with despair, as if waiting for the countdown to death. Although they were all prepared to die, who wouldn't want to live a little longer? Unfortunately, after 5 minutes, Ning Bufan had restored his stamina, stood up with his sword in hand.
Gentlemen, the time for sacrifice has come. For justice and our sacred mission, follow me to death. He shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures surged from the darkness like phantoms of the night, blocking Ning Bufan's path.
There were a total of 15 people, 3 special teams.
Each person held a shield in their left hand and a standard tang knife in their right. The shields were specially designed to resist Ning Bufan's sword energy, preventing them from being killed in a single strike. Whoosh! Without a word, Ning Bufan drew his sword. Kill! With a loud roar, the first team charged forward. At the same moment, from the darkness behind Ning Bufan, on a large tree in the park, several figures descended like dark hawks, wielding fierce blades to strike down. They were attacking from both front and back. Ning Bufan remained expressionless, gripping the sword hilt and sweeping it horizontally. Swish! The sword light was like snow, seemingly cutting a fissure in the air. Shield! The charging individuals urgently raised their shields in front of them, colliding with the incoming sword light. The shields were made of special materials, impervious to armor-piercing bullets, and they believed they could withstand Ning Bufan's strike. Bang! The clash of sword light and shield sent sparks flying. All the charging individuals suddenly halted, their arms numb. However, they seemed unscathed. Ha! We blocked it. Brothers, kill! The team leader shouted excitedly. Just as the words left his mouth, the shield in his hand suddenly shattered, and the sword light sliced through their bodies, blood mist filling the air. Everyone froze. The shield was indeed formidable. But if one sword didn't work, then 2 would. The time difference between the 2 strikes was less than 0 seconds. As they fell, they saw Ning Bufan's comrades behind him in midair, each turning into 2 severed corpses as they fell. Second team, third team, charged together. The 2 following teams roared in anger. All their eyes turned red as they launched a death charge. Watching the special team's death charge, Ning Bufan's expression turned cold. He had thought that dealing with the special team would require only a fraction of his strength. He never expected to underestimate the shield and end up needing an extra strike. This time, unwilling to waste time, he unleashed a powerful strike with a sword. The sound of the air tearing apart echoed. Screech! The sound was chilling. Second team, defend. Third team, charge. The roar was like thunder. The second team, unarmed, used themselves as human shields, holding shields in both hands. The 2 shields overlapping as they collided with the sword light coming from Ning Bufan, creating an opportunity for the third team to strike. The third team leaped into the air, soaring over the heads of the second team, rushing towards Ning Bufan with their utmost speed. At the same time, a special small team descended from the sky behind Ning Bufan, launching a pincer attack. Bang! The 2 layers of shields exploded, followed by a mist of blood, bodies severed. The powerful impact sent the upper halves of bodies flying several meters away, a scene of utter carnage. 1 sword, and it was over. Kill! The members of the third team, seizing the opportunity created by the second team, finally reached the attack range, several tang knives slashing down in unison. Ning Bufan's expression remained calm as he first slashed backward with his sword, then spun around for a quick strike forward, the sword light like a ghost claiming lives, and in the next moment, the enemies in front and behind were all decapitated. The tang knives that had been swung only managed to cut halfway before falling to the ground. Clang! The long sword returned to its sheath, and there were corpses falling both in front and behind him. Ning Bufan's face was expressionless, as if nothing had happened, as he stepped forward. Why don't you kill me? A weak voice came from behind. A pale-faced man, missing his right hand, staggered to his feet. His right hand, which had held the knife, was severed at the shoulder. Captain Sun, I don't like owing others. We fought side by side back then, you helped me once, now we are even. Ning Bufan did not turn back, his voice cold. Captain Sun looked at Ning Bufan's back, a flash of ferocity crossed his eyes, and he stomped down hard, a knife on the ground flying up, caught by his left hand. You die! The roar echoed through the night sky. Captain Sun, holding the knife in his left hand, transformed into a bolt of lightning, fiercely stabbing towards Ning Bufan's back. Swish! Ning Bufan countered with a sword. The bloody arm along with the long knife flew into the night sky. Before Captain Sun could react, the cold lone sword had already pierced his throat. Ning Bufan gripped the sword hilt, his expression icy to the extreme. Was it worth it? Ha! Captain Sun grinned, blood gushing from his mouth. He exerted all his strength to open his mouth. You inhuman beast should be killed by all, even in death. Still, honored. Ning Bufan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you think you represent justice, that dying will leave your name in history? Little do you know, you are merely cannon fodder used by some shameless, despicable people. You are more pitiful and sad than I am. Swoosh! The long sword sliced, the head flew into the air, then with a thud fell to the ground, blood staining the area red. In this battle, all 5 special teams were annihilated. Along with the previous 3 that had been wiped out, only 2 special teams remained at the base in the southwestern region. At the Hunters Association base, everyone below the master level had evacuated, but the higher-ups and those at the master level and above had to stay. At this moment, the command center's monitoring screen showed the rapid annihilation of the 5 special teams, and several high-ranking officials turned pale, filled with fear. Only the president, Wei Shangnan, remained calm. President, reinforcements haven't arrived yet, we only have 2 special teams left, and no one else to send. A high-ranking official spoke anxiously. What should we do? The eyes of the high-ranking officials turned to Wei Shangnan. Wei Shangnan felt anxious too, but he couldn't show it at this moment. Deliberately pretending to be calm, he spoke in a light tone. What's the rush? Ning Bufan only has 2 legs, it will take him 2 hours to reach us, by then our reinforcements will arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly screamed in terror. Not good, he's speeding up. Everyone was startled and quickly turned to the surveillance screen. Sure enough, Ning Bufan's speed could now be considered running. In the blink of an eye, he had moved from one camera to the next. The person operating the surveillance was frantically switching between different camera feeds, causing a chaotic scene. The crowd felt their scalps tingle, cold sweat pouring down. At this speed, he would definitely reach the base within half an hour. President, think of a way quickly. Otherwise, let's retreat first, one of the big shots said in a panic, some wanting to flee. Wei Shangnan's cold gaze fell on the bald man who suggested retreating, and he uttered a chilling voice, bring him here. Cowardice and fleeing in the face of danger deserve death. What? The crowd's expressions changed. President, you can't. The bald man looked grim. 2 knife-wielding hunters rushed in, expressionless as they grabbed the man's shoulders. What are you doing? Get away! The bald man shouted. President, I was just saying, it's not a crime worthy of death, right? Kill! Wei Shangnan's killing intent intensified. Put! The sharp blade pierced the bald man's body, causing an uproar in the room, everyone stunned. You dare to kill me? The bald man couldn't believe it. Wei Shangnan waved his hand expressionlessly, signaling to drag him away. The bald man was thus dragged out, leaving a shocking trail of blood on the floor. The conference room fell into dead silence. The high-ranking officials present all turned pale. They couldn't understand, it seemed like the president had suddenly become a different person, his murderous intent so strong. Listen up, we are in a state of war. Anyone who dares to speak of retreat and disrupt the morale will be next. Wei Shangnan issued a death threat. The people around fell silent, no one daring to mention retreat again. Report, Ning Bufan will arrive in 10 minutes. The report was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up a tremendous wave. President, the reinforcements haven't arrived yet, and Ning Bufan is coming. What should we do? You must think of a way. Why are you all in such a hurry? The president is so calm, he must have a way to deal with it, someone flattered. Everyone's hopeful gazes turned to Wei Shangnan. Wei Shangnan stood up, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. What are you afraid of? Pass my orders, all hunters of master level and above, go out to meet the enemy. The crowd was stunned, their faces dark. What kind of solution was this? Wei Shangnan knew this wasn't a solution, but he had no other means at the moment. President, with Ning Bufan's strength, even if we all go out, we are just sending our heads to him, someone said seriously. Look quickly, Ning Bufan is being blocked. Suddenly, the technician at the surveillance screen shouted in surprise. Everyone hurriedly looked at the screen. Isn't that Commander Zhao Wu? Ha, Zhao Wu has brought his master. The demigod, our demigod has arrived. Ha ha ha. Come on, everyone follow me, let's slay the demon. A master-level senior shouted, his momentum overwhelming, and before anyone could react, he had already rushed out, fearing he would miss the opportunity to slay Ning Bufan and make a name for himself. Slay the demon! In the next moment, the association's base erupted with thunderous shouts, countless powerful auras rushing out.
5 kilometers away from the Hunter Association base, on an empty street, Ning Bufan stood under a streetlight, his expression indifferent as he faced forward. Opposite him stood 4 figures. The one in a white martial arts outfit, with white hair flowing, exuding an air of immortality, was an old man standing at the front. Behind him were a pair of young men and women with haughty expressions. Beside them stood a burly middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, none other than Zhao Wu, one of Wei Shangnan's right-hand men. This old man was the master invited by Zhao Wu, Tianming Jinren, a super-strong being at the peak of demigod level. A martial artist who could surpass the supreme masters was regarded as a deity in the eyes of the world, belonging to the category of super-strong beings. The 2 young men and women behind him were Tianming Jinren's most beloved true disciples, martial arts geniuses.
Master, this is Ning Bufan.
Zhao Wu looked at Ning Bufan as he introduced him, his gaze resembling that of someone looking at a corpse. He was well aware of the terror of a peak demigod. No matter how powerful Ning Bufan was, he was but an ant before his master. Bastard! A sharp shout erupted, and a terrifying aura enveloped Zhao Wu, nearly causing him to kneel.
Master, what's wrong?
Just the pressure alone made Zhao Wu break into a cold sweat.
Senior brother Zhao, you traveled a great distance to bring the master here just to deal with a cripple? This is an insult to the master. A young man stepped forward, coldly admonishing Zhao Wu.
Although he called Zhao Wu senior brother, his attitude showed no respect, instead exuding an air of superiority.
Sweat pouring down, Zhao Wu fell to his knees with a thud, panic-stricken. Master, I didn't mean it like that.
It's said that Ning Bufan can kill grandmasters effortlessly. We wanted to invite the master to oversee the situation.
What's so impressive about killing grandmasters?
The young man snorted coldly, addressing Tianming Jinren. Master, if you stay here, give me 1 minute, and I will definitely take his head. That works.
Tianming Jinren nodded.
The young man also wielded a sword. He approached Ning Bufan and said, Blind man, I'll give you the first strike. Don't say I'm bullying a cripple. Senior brother, let me handle it. I'm really afraid someone might say you're bullying a cripple. A young female disciple rushed forward, looking at Ning Bufan with a sneer. Anyway, I'm just a girl, no one would dare mock me.
The young man paused, then laughed heartily. Indeed, junior sister, then it's up to you. I'll keep an eye on you.
Okay. The female disciple nodded with a smile, mockingly looking at Ning Bufan. Hey, blind man, you. Swish. Ning Bufan's sword light suddenly slashed out. It looked like a single strike, but the speed was so fast that it actually unleashed 2 strikes. 2 beams of sword light, carrying the aura of death, surged forward. The man and woman had no time to react, their pupils constricted as the sword light pierced through their bodies.
Bang! Blood mist erupted.
The sword energy surged forward, targeting Tianming Jinren behind them.
You dare! Tianming Jinren roared, slamming down with his palm.
The sword light shattered. However, his 2 true disciples didn't even draw their swords. With a thud, they fell to the ground, their bodies split in half.
Everyone was stunned.
In the command center of the hunter's base, several high-ranking civil officials, including Wei Shangnan, were also dumbfounded by this scene. The true disciples of a demigod, who had just seemed so impressive, were gone just like that.
Tianming Jinren found it somewhat unreal. His most prized true disciples were just eliminated in an instant? Bastard! A roar echoed, shaking the heavens.
A terrifying aura surged into the sky, and a fierce wind swept through the surroundings. Zhao Wu, still in shock, was caught off guard and was blown away by the force unleashed by Tianming Jinren, crashing to the ground with a scream. You scum, I want you dead, avenge my disciples. The old man was furious, his face twisted in rage.
What are you pretending for without the strength?
Ning Bufan's cold voice emerged as he suddenly drew his sword again for a slash. This strike was infused with 30% of his power. The monk from the 10,000 Buddhist sect had died under this very sword. The sword light tore through the air with a sharp, chilling whistle.
Tianming Jinren was infuriated.
Ning Bufan was completely disregarding him, this god. Kill! With a roar, Tianming Jinren struck again at the incoming sword light. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the sword light collided with the palm shadow, producing a thunderous roar.
A powerful shockwave surged outward, ripping through the air and causing clothes to flutter violently. Ah!
A scream rang out as Zhao Wu, who had just gotten up, was once again blown away by the residual force. He felt humiliated. After all, he was Wei Xiangnan's top warrior, a master-level powerhouse. Usually, he was a force to be reckoned with, striding through life with confidence. Today, however, he felt like a little kid watching adults fight, repeatedly caught in the crossfire of the aftermath. This battle was drawing the attention of many. A demigod was making a move, which was quite rare. Hey, as expected of a demigod, not a step back, said someone in a monitoring room in the city.
Yi Yaobiao and Zhang Wen watched the footage on the screen, both feeling a surge of excitement. Finally, someone could stand up to Ning Bufan.
And this was just one demigod, there were many more to come, even quasi-gods.
How could Ning Bufan continue to fight?
Fourth miss, I'm heading to the scene,
Zhang Wen suddenly said. Yi Yaoyao looked at him in surprise. What are you, a desk worker, doing at the scene? Didn't you see how badly Zhao Wu was being beaten?
Zhang Wen replied earnestly, the Hunter Association is facing a crisis.
As the vice president, how can I stand by?
Even if I'm just a desk worker, I have the determination and courage to stand with the association through thick and thin.
Even if I die, I will die with honor.
At that moment, it seemed as if a sacred halo was flickering above Zhang Wen's head, so righteous and noble.
Yi Yaoyao twitched her lips, feeling disdainful inside.
It was merely a ploy to claim some credit. Fourth miss, I take my leave.
Zhang Wen hurriedly departed, looking quite anxious.
He feared that if he was late, the great achievement would have nothing to do with him.
Bang bang bang.
On the battlefield, the sound of clashes roared. Ning Bufan and the Celestial Ming had exchanged several blows. The Celestial Ming was somewhat disheveled, his pristine white training outfit torn in several places.
In contrast, Ning Bufan stood calmly in the night wind, indifferent as ever.
You have some skill, Ning Bufan said after another clash, his tone nonchalant. He had used 30% of his power to kill several swords, only to have them shattered by the old man. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a situation. The old man's face twisted in rage. You little brat, have you exhausted your tricks?
I haven't even shown mine yet, now it's my turn to strike. Concentrate. With a loud shout, a terrifying aura erupted.
The Celestial Ming clenched his iron fist in the air, the fist radiating with light, resembling a glowing bulb.
True Chi solidified into a fist, terrifying.
At this moment, a group of powerful hunters from the association had rushed over.
Upon seeing the Celestial Ming's terrifying fist light, they gasped in awe. Kill!
The roar was thunderous, the terrifying fist light transformed into a shockwave, piercing through the air with the momentum to destroy everything, charging towards the small figure on the opposite side.
Those behind gasped at the sight. Was this still a human?
No, this was a god.
Ning Bufan's cold face was illuminated to a pale hue by the incoming fist light.
He had sheathed his sword, his long fingers tightly gripping the hilt. Just as the fist light was about to strike, his hand moved.
Draw the sword and slash.
Buzz. The long sword emitted a resonant hum that echoed through the air. 30% of his power, the strongest sword since descending the mountain.
Slash.
The sword light fell like snow, cascading from the sky, violently slashing towards the incoming fist light.
Boom! After the earth-shattering roar, a terrifying shockwave surged wildly in all directions. Retreat, quickly retreat.
The hunters who had just rushed over screamed in terror as they ran back.
Within 100 meters, streetlights and buildings were swept away.
Outside that range, chaos reigned. Those watching the monitors were horrified to see the footage shaking, the signal briefly distorting and flickering.
After a while, the battlefield finally calmed down, the dust settling. Cough cough cough.
The group of hunters from the association were left covered in dust. Those who had fallen scrambled to their feet, coughing incessantly, unaware of how much dust they had inhaled.
Zhao. Commander Zhao, is your master all right? Someone asked Zhao Wu anxiously. What nonsense! How could my master be in trouble?
If anyone's in trouble, it's that cripple Ning Bufan. Zhao Wu waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him, looking towards the battlefield ahead. The area where Ning Bufan and the Celestial Ming Master were located was in complete disarray. The concrete ground had all exploded, with cracks running in all directions.
Ning Bufan looked at the old man standing opposite him, his brows slightly furrowed. He is indeed a bit strong. Ning Bufan let out a gentle breath.
To kill a peak demigod, it seemed he would need to use 50% of his strength. With this in mind, the sword in his hand trembled, and the sword light reappeared.
Puff!
Suddenly, the Celestial Ming Master spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the air. He had intended to hold on, but ultimately he couldn't withstand it and ended up coughing up blood.
Huff, huff.
The Celestial Ming Master's face was pale, gasping for breath.
Who exactly are you?
At this moment, he was shocked. At such a young age, to be able to crush a peak demigod like him was unfathomable.
How could someone like you exist in this world? Why have I never heard of you before?
He was not only shocked but also curious. He had seen many martial arts prodigies, but none as extraordinary as this. Unless they were from hidden sects or one of the 6 ancient clans.
Thinking of this, his expression changed, and he shouted angrily, Zhao Wu.
Hearing the shout, Zhao Wu rushed over urgently, Master.
Master. Who is he really?
The old man gritted his teeth and asked fiercely. He felt that he had been betrayed by this disciple. Zhao Wu was terrified under the old man's fierce gaze. Master, he is a discarded pawn of our ghost hunter master.
I told you about him. The celestial Ming master looked at Ning Bufan, his expression still somewhat incredulous. You ghost hunter master have such talent, yet you treat him as a discarded pawn? Which fool did this? The words fool immediately made the faces of those watching the surveillance screen in the Ghost Hunter Association turn red. At the headquarters of the Kyoto Ghost Hunter Association, all cabinet members were gathered in a conference room watching the surveillance screen. The assassination of Ning Bufan, this so-called divine war, was being closely monitored by all the higher-ups. Chief, our people haven't arrived in Qingzhou yet. Is it still too late to negotiate? Li Tingshan really didn't want to be one of the fools, so he suggested again. Oldly, can the resolution formed in the cabinet meeting be casually discarded by us? Qin Zhong, who supported Wei Shangnan, interjected. Li Tingshan ignored him, his gaze fixed on the president in the main position. Just keep watching. Oldly, there's no need to say more about the resolution that has already been formed. The chief glanced at Li Tingshan, his expression serious. Li Tingshan sighed softly and continued to watch the battlefield on the surveillance screen. On the battlefield, Zhao Wu hurriedly explained, Master, this kid wasn't this strong 5 years ago. Enough, I don't want to ask or care about your trivial matters anymore. The celestial Ming master interrupted Zhao Wu, looking at Ning Bufan, young man, our strengths are comparable. Continuing to fight will not determine a victor, it is meaningless. I will no longer participate in your matters, I take my leave. Those who heard this were astonished yet somewhat disdainful. Since their strengths were comparable, why run away? Zhao Wu panicked, Master, what will we do if you leave? Without the master, wouldn't Ning Bufan kill them like chickens? Get lost. The celestial Ming master shouted. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted, sending Zhao Wu flying more than 10 meters away, crashing to the ground, leaving him unable to get up for a long time. Receive my sword, and you can leave alive. Ning Bufan's cold voice rang out, his hand gripping the sword, true energy circulating, gathering towards the long sword. The celestial Ming master stared at Ning Bufan, feeling somewhat displeased. He admitted that he couldn't kill Ning Bufan, but receiving one sword was completely fine. He had taken so many swords just now and had only sustained minor injuries, he could take a few more without issue. What was the point? Could it be? The celestial Ming master suddenly thought of something and understood. This battle was definitely being watched by the higher-ups of the Ghost Hunter Association. Ning Bufan was putting on a show to intimidate the people of the Ghost Hunter Association, deliberately performing for them. No problem, it's just a performance. At that time, I'll just spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood to give Ning Bufan some face. Although this will make me lose face, it's better than falling here. Deal. The celestial mystic nodded and said loudly, draw your sword. Shu Ka. A chilling sound echoed through the void. A sword light, accompanied by a strange and eerie sound, slashed down. The sword light tore apart everything, as if the dark void before Ning Bufan was split open by this strike. As the sword was unleashed, the celestial mystic was greatly alarmed. The breath of death swept over him, instilling fear. Damn it, this isn't a performance, this is really going to cost him his life. Roar! The celestial mystic, realizing too late, let out a beast-like roar, releasing all his energy. His true chi surged violently, causing his entire body to emit a white glow, like a luminous body in the night. At the same time, he struck out with both palms, fiercely slapping down towards the incoming sword light. This was his strongest defense and his most powerful strike. In an instant, Ning Bufan's 5/10 of power descended with the sword. Bang! His palms first collided with the sword light, producing a loud explosion, bloodied severed fingers and blood flying everywhere. The next second, the sword light slashed towards his body. Boom! A shattering sound erupted. The old man's defense, formed from true chi, shattered, and the sword light sliced through his body, creating a rain of blood. The world suddenly froze, as if time had solidified. The people at the scene, as well as those in front of the surveillance screens, were all in a daze. A peak demigod had fallen. This was the first demigod to fall since the arrival of the strange world and the rise of martial arts. No, impossible. The celestial mystic couldn't accept that he would die at the hands of a young junior. However, as his body exploded, splitting into two bloody halves on the ground, his fall became a fact, and he died with his eyes wide open. Whoosh! Wail! A gust of night wind suddenly swept up, carrying sand and dust, howling with a mournful sound, as if lamenting the fall of a demigod. Master! Master? No! How is this possible? Zhao Wu was going crazy. My master is a god, how could he die? No, no. Zhao Wu couldn't accept the cruel reality before him. Captain Zhao, run! Some quick-witted people came to their senses and shouted loudly. If even a demigod had died, they, a bunch of small fries, wouldn't be enough to fill Ning Bufan's teeth if they didn't run. Run!
Someone screamed in terror, wishing they could install flying legs and sprint away. However, just a few steps in, a sword light sliced through their bodies from behind. Bang! Bodies exploded, flesh flying everywhere. Spare me, spare me. Ning Bufan, Lord Ning, please spare me, I was wrong, sob. Zhao Wu was now kneeling before Ning Bufan, crying uncontrollably. They were all dead, all of them. Now, he was the only one left alive here. Captain Zhao, show the ruthlessness you had 5 years ago when you severed my arm. Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent. Kneeling and begging for mercy shouldn't be your style. No, Lord Ning, I was wrong. I was just a dog for Wei Shangnan, he forced me to do this back then. Zhao Wu cried bitterly, to waste your eyes and hands was his idea. If you want to hate someone, hate him. I'm just a knife, it has nothing to do with me. If you spare me, I'm willing to be your witness, accusing Wei Shangnan and Yi Qian of colluding to frame you. To save his life, Zhao Wu pushed everything from back then onto Wei Shangnan and the already dead Yi Qian. The surveillance could only see the images, not hear the sounds. But seeing a high-ranking member of an association kneeling before Ning Bufan, crying and begging like a dog, made the association's bigwigs' faces look very grim. Of course, they couldn't care less about Zhao Wu now. They had to consider a serious issue. Ning Bufan could kill a demigod. This meant that Ning Bufan was at least of demigod strength, or even quasi-god. A quasi-god so young was terrifying. The several elder members of the association were now sweating profusely. At that moment, they felt a twinge of regret. Chairman, I think we should consider what Elderly just said. Our people haven't arrived in Qingzhou yet. It's not too late to cancel the plan to encircle and kill Ning Bufan. A member named Yuan adjusted his glasses, hesitating as he spoke to the chairman at the head of the table. Chen Zhong's expression darkened. Old Yuan had supported him earlier, so why was he now turning against him? Chairman, we cannot, Chen Zhong retorted loudly. If we do that, what face will the Hunter Association have left? The dignified Hunter Association, with countless elites dying at Ning Bufan's hands, and we not only dare not take revenge but instead have to humbly seek his surrender. What will people say about us? How will they view us? His words left everyone in silence. The chairman's face shifted between anger and contemplation. Finally, he clenched his fist and said coldly, do not mention surrender again. With 5 demigods and 2 quasi-gods, it is impossible that we cannot kill Ning Bufan. Pass the order down, our people need to hurry and head to Qingzhou immediately. Also, contact the god of war from the South Wilderness. I hope he will take action personally. With 100,000 troops from the South Wilderness annihilated by Ning Bufan, I refuse to believe he won't be moved. The chairman set the tone, and the others dared not speak further, their gazes returning to the surveillance screen. At that moment, Ning Bufan had already severed Zhao Wu's arms, slashed his eyes, and cut off his legs, turning him into a second Long Tianyi. Ning Bufan, you are so ruthless, so ruthless. Zhao Wu, in this state, was already suffering a fate worse than death. Kill me, kill me. Captain Zhao, did you ever think about how ruthless you were when you attacked me? Ning Bufan sneered, why is it that you can be ruthless to others, but others cannot be ruthless to you? I at least left you one hand and your legs. Zhao Wu's eyes were bloodshot as he howled, blood streaming down from his eyes. Ning Bufan laughed, so, I should thank you for your mercy then. I'm sorry, but I have to collect interest. With that, he walked forward, leaning on the sword sheath. Let this executioner slowly bleed to death in his torment. The Hunter Association's base was just ahead, he was coming. At this moment, the high-ranking officials lingering at the association's base were in disarray. Chairman, you need to think of a way. When will the support from the headquarters arrive? A group of people was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Wei Shangnan was also feeling panicked. Having finally reached this position and gained such supreme power, he did not want to die. Just as everyone was in a frenzy, the main door of the command center was suddenly pushed open, and a woman rushed in. It was the chairman's secretary, Jiang Wanner. I have good news for everyone. The experts from the headquarters have already arrived at the airport and will reach the base in 10 minutes. Jiang Wanner announced loudly, 5 demigods, 2 quasi-gods, not a single one missing. Additionally, the god of war from the South Wilderness is on his way. Boom! The news sent the crowd into a frenzy. Damn, with this lineup, even if Ning Bufan were a god, he would have nothing to fear. Wei Shangnan let out a heavy sigh of relief, a hint of excitement showing on his old face. Previously, he was worried that Ning Bufan would come and they wouldn't be able to stop him. Now that the headquarters support was arriving and the god of war from the South Wilderness would also take action, there was no need to worry anymore. Instead, it was a great opportunity to eliminate the demon Ning Bufan and earn some merit. Who knows, it might even help him advance further. At that moment, another person rushed in. It was the strategist Zhang Wan. Chairman, I heard the headquarters support has arrived.
Zhang Wen hurried to Wei Shangnan's side, excitedly asking, is the god of war from the South Wilderness also coming?
Wei Shangnan nodded in confirmation.
Zhang Wen smiled with excitement, now I can rest easy.
He secretly rejoiced that he had returned in time, otherwise, he would have missed out on this tremendous credit. At this moment, Ning Bufan had already sensed the location of the Hunter Association's base. Along the way, no one had come to obstruct his path. But suddenly, two figures appeared before him. A woman in a blue dress wearing an ice silk mask and a short old man with a black mask. Ning Bufan's steps did not stop. He drew his sword and slashed fiercely. He no longer wanted to waste a minute. Those who block me shall die.
Wait! The woman in blue shouted. Get out of the way!
The old man yelled, grabbing the woman and suddenly disappearing from the spot. The sharp sword light slashed through the air, tearing the ground apart like an iron plow, with sand and stones flying wildly.
Hey, are you crazy? Can you let us finish speaking? We're not here to deal with you, we want to help you. The woman shouted angrily. Ning Bufan turned around and slashed again.
This sword was even faster.
Damn!
The old man cursed in fear.
The two flashed away again.
This sword also cut through empty air.
Ning Bufan's expression darkened.
Twice in a row, he had dodged attacks with 30% of their power. They were experts.
40% power. Ning Bufan's aura surged, and the long sword in his hand trembled under the infusion of powerful true energy. Mr. Ning, we mean no harm, the masked old man shouted.
We came to tell you that the Hunters Guild has dispatched 5 demigods by the fastest special aircraft, 2 of whom have already arrived in Qingzhou. The South Wilderness War God is also on the way, and demigods from the Yi clan, Divine Dragon Manor, and Baiwanfuzong are also coming. If you continue to stay here, what awaits you is a divine battle, no, a beating from the gods, and you will undoubtedly die. The old man quickly finished speaking, and Ning Bufan's sword stopped trembling.
Phew, my god.
The two sighed heavily, relieved that Ning Bufan had finally calmed down. They were terrified.
Who are those two?
They said not to let anyone watch the battle and to seal off the battlefield.
Why did someone come in?
A senior member of the Hunters Guild, who saw the scene on the monitor, immediately shouted angrily. I don't know, they were masked, probably didn't want us to recognize them.
Send the order, we must capture them.
Yes. The Hunters Guild urgently relayed the command.
Mr.
Ning, we know you are strong, but with so many gods attacking,
if the landing mortals don't come out, everyone will die, the woman in blue said gravely. Come with us, we can ensure your safety. Who are you? Ning Bufan's expression was cold. You are not one of us yet, so it's inconvenient to tell you now.
If you come with us, you will naturally know. Please make a decision quickly. The woman appeared very anxious.
Boom, boom, boom.
Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the night sky. The woman and the old man were startled and quickly looked up at the sky. In the night sky, 3 bright spots were rapidly approaching. Almost in an instant, 3 massive figures appeared in the line of sight of the old man and the woman. They were 3 helicopters.
Not good, they're coming. We need to go.
The old man shouted.
The woman in blue, unwilling to give up, shouted at Ning Bufan, what are you waiting for? Hurry and come with us. Ning Bufan suddenly drew his sword. Slash. Swish. The sword light was like snow.
3 beams of sword light tore through the darkness, accompanied by a piercing shriek, violently slashing at the 3 helicopters in the sky.
Damn!
The eyes of the woman in blue and the old man widened. The sword was aimed at the helicopter. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. In fact, they were not used to it. It wasn't Ning Bufan's first time slashing at a helicopter. On the rapidly flying helicopter, suddenly, blades and fists shot out, meeting the incoming sword light.
Bang, bang, bang.
In the night sky, 3 explosive sounds rang out. Under the shockwave, the helicopter shook violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the helicopter was about to crash, countless figures leaped down from the high sky.
Go!
The masked old man saw this scene, grabbed the woman in blue, and forcibly pulled her away, turning into a gust of wind and disappearing into the distant darkness in an instant. Just as the two left, the sound of figures landing from the sky continued.
Bang, bang, bang. With each person landing, the ground trembled violently.
Ha, they have arrived, the gods of the guild have arrived, long live. In the command center of the Hunter Association's base, everyone was in a frenzy. Wei Shangnan stared intently at the large screen, watching the gods descend from the sky, trembling with excitement.
Ning Bufan, let's see how many you can take down this time.
Perhaps too exhilarated,
Wei Shangnan shouted, someone, I need to make an announcement.
Yes. Jiang Wan'er handed a microphone to Wei Shangnan. She was also very excited, her hands shaking as she passed the microphone. It was the first time she had seen so many gods, it was historic for Qingzhou, and it was hard not to be thrilled. They could boast about this for a long time.
Ning Bufan, I am Wei Shangnan.
Wei Shangnan cleared his throat, and his voice echoed through the loudspeaker into Ning Bufan's ears. You beast with the surname Ning, 5 years ago, I spared your life out of kindness, yet you repay kindness with malice, coming today to wreak havoc in the world, killing your mother and father, slaughtering innocent civilians. You, who have lost all humanity, are worse than pigs and dogs, everyone should execute you.
Hearing Wei Shangnan's voice, Ning Bufan's fury erupted, his handsome face instantly turning grotesque. Wei Shangnan, old dog, today is your death day.
With a roar that shook the heavens, the air trembled. At that moment, he no longer cared about the people descending from the helicopter, transforming into a streak of light, madly charging toward the base.
Stop him! A loud shout rang out, and a figure carrying a terrifying aura leaped into the air, throwing a punch from behind. Roar! Ning Bufan bellowed, turning to draw his sword in a slash. Boom!
The punch shattered, and the sword light continued to advance relentlessly. The people behind him changed their expressions, throwing another punch. After a loud explosion, the sword light finally disappeared, while the figure was pushed back several meters before stopping. It was during this brief pause that whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures had already rushed in front of Ning Bufan, blocking his path.
Demon, this god has descended, surrender now,
shouted a long-haired man.
Die!
Ning Bufan's veins bulged, and with 50% of his strength, he slashed with his sword.
Watch out! Someone shouted.
The long-haired man, wielding a tang knife, saw the sword coming and urgently drew his knife to counter.
Bang!
The clash of knife and sword caused the air to explode. The knife light shattered, but the sword light continued to advance.
Help me!
The long-haired man was horrified, the speed was too fast, and he couldn't execute a second move in time. A person beside him swung a knife down.
Bang!
That person was pushed back but managed to block Ning Bufan's sword.
Phew!
The long-haired man breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. A phantom turned into a hurricane, howling like a ghost as it approached.
Ah!
The long-haired man shouted in terror, his battle knife slashing out rapidly. The knife barely grazed the phantom, which had already flown past him.
Along with it was a bloody head.
Blood spurted into the sky. Thud, the sound of the head hitting the ground.
A demigod had fallen. Those watching the scene on the monitor stood up in shock.
Wei Shangnan, who had been holding the microphone and wanted to provoke Ning Bufan further, dropped the microphone to the ground. So quickly, a demigod had fallen.
No!
In the conference room of the Kyoto Hunter Association headquarters, seeing a demigod fall on the monitor, the president shouted in pain. Demigods were the backbone of the association and the strongest deterrent against strange beasts and other forces. Losing such a figure would greatly diminish the strength and deterrence of the Hunter Association. The fact that one had fallen so quickly was undoubtedly devastating news for the entire association. The most terrifying part was that if more than 3 demigods died in a single battle, the president would have to take responsibility. Quick, send the order down, don't fight alone, surround and kill together. The president roared hysterically in the conference room.
There could be no more demigods falling.
However, before his orders could be conveyed, on the monitor, Ning Bufan once again cleaved through the body of a demigod. The body exploded, flesh and blood flying.
The 2 demigods blocking Ning Bufan's path were all annihilated. Bang!
The president fell to the ground, his face ashen. He felt that he was finished. If another person died, he would have to step down from his position. At that moment, he regretted it, but it was too late.
Send the order, hurry and send the order.
The conference room was once again filled with frantic shouts. After Ning Bufan had killed 2 people, there was no one left to stop him as he charged towards the base building with unstoppable momentum. Here, Wei Shangnan and everyone else were paralyzed, their hearts racing, lost and disheartened. They couldn't stop him, they simply couldn't stop him.
What should we do, my lords? The remaining 3 demigods looked at a man and a woman dressed in golden battle robes.
The golden battle robe was a unique symbol of the demigods among the hunters of the strange. The male demigod shouted, "We will take the lead, you provide support, go, kill." The remaining 5 figures transformed into 5 streaks of light and shot out. Especially the 2 golden figures, moving so fast they were almost indistinguishable to the naked eye.
Stop him!
The male demigod chased after Ning Bufan, swinging a golden battle knife with a thunderous slash. The golden blade radiated a destructive aura, kicking up a storm of dust as it struck out. Ning Bufan, filled with rage, turned and slashed with his sword, using 50% of his strength.
Boom! A loud sound echoed as the 2 figures were forced back.
The male demigod retreated several meters.
Ning Bufan also staggered back several meters.
Demigods were not to be compared with half-gods, they were truly powerful. Just as Ning Bufan stopped, a 5-meter-long golden whip, glistening with barbs like a venomous snake, swept towards him. Ning Bufan heightened his senses to the maximum, allowing the whip to fall, and suddenly erupted with a cocoon formed by intersecting sword chi that enveloped him. The whip suddenly struck the cocoon. In an instant, sparks flew as the barbs on the whip shattered and fell off one by one. The female demigod was taken aback and quickly retracted the whip. Slash! Ning Bufan swung his sword down, the sharp blade tearing through everything. Break! A golden blade of light descended, shattering the sword light. The male demigod stood in front of the female demigod, a deep sword wound visible down to the bone on his shoulder, blood gushing out. Ning Bufan had no intention of continuing the fight, he turned and ran wildly towards the base building. At this moment, nothing was more urgent than killing Wei Shangnan. Chase! The male demigod shouted, transforming into a golden arrow that shot out. The others followed closely behind, like falcons swooping through the shadows, tightly pursuing the figure that was running ahead. Ning Bufan was very fast, and soon stood in front of the base's entrance. The headquarters of the Hunter of the Strange Association in the southwest region, he had come here on business many times before. President, Ning Bufan is here, what should we do? In the command room, everyone panicked as they saw Ning Bufan charging towards the entrance on the surveillance screen. The remaining 2 special teams guarding the door were also on edge. Ning Bufan could kill half-gods, these so-called elite teams composed of geniuses were nothing but prey in front of him. But out of duty and faith, they would charge forward even if it meant death. What are you panicking about? Wei Shangnan roared, look at yourselves, do you look like high-ranking officials? Each of you is afraid for your lives, it's simply disgraceful for the association. Wei Shangnan cursed, both angry and trying to mask the deep-seated panic within himself. Everyone listen, this is our base, and below me, we must fight to the death with the base today. Wei Shangnan's voice echoed through the hall. Everyone present felt as if their hearts had turned to ashes. The oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. But don't worry too much, we have 2 demigods here, we can definitely kill Ning Bufan. Wei Shangnan continued to rally them, even if the sky falls, I, as the president, will bear the brunt. If we die, I will die in front of you. At that moment, Wei Shangnan was filled with ambition, unafraid of death. The panicked people were indeed calmed somewhat by Wei Shangnan's words. You all stay here and keep watch, I will take a special team out to personally confront Ning Bufan. Wei Shangnan's words startled everyone. President, it's too risky. Someone hurriedly advised against it. Risk is necessary, who told me I'm the president? Wei Shangnan's tone was firm, his ambition soaring. Some people immediately filled with respect for the president. President, I'll accompany you. Zhang Wen rushed over, the only one to sense something was off with the old man. In fact, Zhang Wen was now somewhat regretful for coming back. Who knew Ning Bufan would be so fierce? Wei Shangnan patted Zhang Wen on the shoulder and said seriously, Vice President Zhang, you can't go. If I sacrifice myself, you need to stay here and take over for me. Zhang Wen's eyelids twitched, his face nearly in tears, he urged, President, you are more important than I am. How about I go, and you stay? Enough, this is not the time to be a hero, it's settled. Wei Shangnan forcefully interrupted Zhang Wen and called his secretary Zhang Wanner to leave in a hurry. Outside, there were 2 special teams. Wei Shangnan took one away, leaving one to guard the entrance. No one was allowed to leave without his orders. Outside, Ning Bufan was already standing in front of the tightly closed door of the association's base building. This door was made of special materials, capable of withstanding artillery fire. It was nearly impossible to open by human strength. However, Ning Bufan, holding a long sword, fiercely thrust it against the door. What is he doing? Trying to break the door with a sword? Someone watching Ning Bufan's actions on the surveillance screen couldn't help but be taken aback, their eyes filled with disdain. But when cracks appeared on the door, the disdain was replaced by shock, followed by panic. Zhang Wen was so frightened that cold sweat poured down him, he could no longer sit still and rushed towards the door. Vice President Zhang, the president ordered that no one is allowed to leave without his permission. The special team guarding the door said coldly. This. Zhang Wen cursed inwardly, that old fox Wei Shangnan, he must have run off, leaving others as cannon fodder. At the door, Ning Bufan's first strike did not truly break the door. He suddenly withdrew his sword, took a deep breath, and was about to strike again when several figures rushed in from behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent sword lights, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, tore through the air. 3 sword lights converged, their momentum terrifying, arriving in an instant. Slash! Ning Bufan swung his sword and turned to counter. Bang! The 3 sword lights shattered, but the powerful shockwave forced Ning Bufan back several steps, nearly crashing his back against the cracked door.
This strike was somewhat hasty, and facing a combined attack from 3 gods, he was at a disadvantage. Ha, that's how you kill him. The spectators on the surveillance screen shouted excitedly. Damn it! Ning Bufan was furious. Since he couldn't shake them off, he would kill them. Boom! A roar erupted from within him, a terrifying killing intent exploded, and a powerful force radiated from his body, causing the long sword in his hand to emit a piercing hum. The killing intent surged like a tide around him. Don't hold back, everyone attack together. The leading male demigod shouted, slashing out with his sword. The others followed suit, unleashing their powerful attacks. Ning Bufan sheathed his long sword, then suddenly drew it again. The sword light instantly dispelled the darkness, tearing through the void. With 60% of his strength, he drew his sword to slash. Shikaka. It sounded like flesh being sliced, sending chills down the spine. In the next breath, the sword light collided with all the gods' attacks. Rumble. Thunder erupted from the ground, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sword light shattered, and all attacks were obliterated. The violent shockwave swept everything away. The 2 demigods were sent flying at least 50 meters before stopping. The 3 demigods flew 300 meters away, crashing to the ground, blood flowing from their mouths. The spectators were dumbfounded. One person with one sword had turned the combined attack of 5 god-level powerhouses into this. A monster? No, a freak. Ning Bufan was not unscathed either. He was slammed against the door behind him, causing more cracks to explode. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Hee, this is getting interesting. He instead laughed, a somewhat eerie smile that made people's scalps tingle. The person in front of the screen saw Ning Bufan smile and was filled with horror, instinctively sensing that something bad was about to happen. With a clang, Ning Bufan sheathed his long sword again. His slender fingers gripped the hilt, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, as if he was about to unleash a powerful move. Get up, collective attack. The leading male demigod shouted anxiously. The female demigod was the first to respond, scrambling to her feet, her long whip radiating a golden glow. The 3 other demigods also hurriedly got up, disregarding their injuries as they rushed forward. 70% power, slash. Ning Bufan roared. Swish. The long sword was drawn, and a torrent of pure white sword light surged forth. In an instant, the white sword light resembled a terrifying iron plow, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground as it rolled forward. The gods watching this terrifying sword light had their pupils dilate in shock. Kill! The male demigod roared with all his might, unleashing a fierce strike. The others also exerted their full strength, delivering their strongest blows. Boom! Thunder roared, and the ground shook violently. The shockwave from the clash of powers and the rising dust engulfed everyone on the battlefield. Blood mist erupted within the dust, staining it red, transforming it into a crimson haze. The surveillance footage twisted wildly under this terrifying collision, and for a moment, the screen went dark. Everyone watching the surveillance stood up, their eyes fixed on the distorted, shaking screen. Their hearts raced, tension causing cold sweat to pour down. Unconsciously, some were already drenched in sweat. On the battlefield, the swirling dust began to settle. A profound silence enveloped the area. Suddenly, amidst this silence, a booming voice echoed through the night sky. Ning Bufan, beast, your time of death has come. I am a demigod from the Shunlong Mountain Villa, here to kill you. And I, a demigod from the Yi family, have come to take your head. Amitba, I, a monk representing the North 10,000 Buddhist sect, have come to redeem this demon. 3 voices rang out in succession, like 3 thunderclaps reverberating across the sky. Ha, 3 more demigods have arrived. Ning Bufan, weren't you very strong? Let's see how you handle this. Someone watching the surveillance shouted excitedly. With a dull thud, a figure descended from the sky, landing on the battlefield. Upon seeing the scene, the newcomer was momentarily stunned. There, in front of the association's base gate, stood a young man with a severed arm and blind eyes, his clothes soaked in blood, holding a long sword, standing still against the wind. Not far away, a man dressed in a specially made golden battle robe of a hunter stood, his hands holding knives in a slashing position, also motionless. The man was drenched in blood, his golden robe now a crimson one, as if soaked in blood. Not far behind him lay a similarly blood-soaked woman, blood continuously pouring from her mouth, one of her arms completely blown off. Further away, 3 silver-robed hunters lay on the ground, convulsing, equally bloodied and looking even worse. He didn't need to ask, he recognized that these people were all gods of the hunters. 5 gods and 2 demigods, what was going on? The newcomer was the first to arrive demigod from Shunlong Mountain Villa, and he was somewhat bewildered by the scene. The young man at the base gate, with his severed arm and blind eyes, must be the legendary demon Ning Bufan. He single-handedly took down 5 gods? The demigod from Shunlong Mountain Villa's face turned pale.
In the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded before him. Bang! The male demigod's body exploded, torn in half, blood flying into the air, some splattering onto his face.
A demigod had exploded. The demigod from Shunlong Mountain Villa was dumbfounded.
Soon, he snapped back to reality. I was just passing by, excuse me. Before he finished speaking, he turned and fled into the darkness. Swish! A sword light slashed from behind, the aura of death instantly enveloping him. No! A desperate scream echoed through the night sky, the blood mist exploding in midair, and the body fell heavily to the ground.
Damn it, I haven't even done anything yet.
The demigod of the Divine Dragon Villa felt wrong to have died. At that moment, two figures descended closely behind. One was a bald monk, the other an old man in gray. They were the demigod of the Northern 10,000 Buddhist sect and the demigod of the Yi family. As they landed, they happened to see the demigod of the Divine Dragon Villa being struck by a sword light, resulting in a burst of blood mist as he fell. The two gods were momentarily stunned. Before they could comprehend what was happening, Ning Bufan fiercely slashed out two sharp sword lights, accompanied by a piercing shriek as they came for them. Their faces changed drastically. The aura of death made their pores stand on end. Ha! Two loud shouts rang out simultaneously, instinctively unleashing their strongest counterattacks for survival. However, it was all in vain. With one sword strike, all defenses shattered, and their bodies exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere.
Damn it, we didn't do anything.
The two demigods expressed their grievances at their untimely deaths.
Under Ning Bufan's 70% power attack, they were instantly killed. Retreat, quickly retreat. In the headquarters building of the Kyoto Hunters, the heart-wrenching scream of the president echoed. With the demigods fallen, it felt as if a hole had been pierced through the sky of the entire Hunters. As the president, no, perhaps the entire cabinet of this term was about to collapse. Unfortunately, it was already too late to retreat at this moment. Ning Bufan, sword in hand and a chilling killing intent, walked towards the few gods still lying on the ground, not yet dead. What kind of gods? Just a bunch of ants.
Those who witnessed everything through the surveillance finally realized that the so-called devils, beasts, and scum they spoke of were the true gods. The president grabbed the phone and shouted into the microphone, immediately, get the Changju Association on the line.
The phone at the Changju Hunters Command Center rang quickly.
Among the high-ranking officials present, Zhang Wen was the vice president, and he answered the call.
Wei Shangnan, I don't care what methods you use, you must stop Ning Bufan from continuing to kill. We must protect our gods, we must. The last two words were shouted by the president. Zhang Wen's ears nearly rang from the volume, and he trembled as he replied, President, this is Zhang Wen, Wei. President Wei is not here. Bastard, where is he at such a critical time? Tell him to come back immediately. The president's voice roared. Zhang Wen hesitated, we don't know where the president went.
After he took people out, he left us here in the command center and forbade us from going out.
You dog, is he trying to flee at a critical moment? He deserves to die.
The voice on the phone turned into a thunderous rage.
Just then, Wei Shangnan suddenly pushed the door open and returned.
But only the special team followed him back, and his personal secretary, Jiang Wanner, was missing. Zhang Wen felt something was off, but there was no time to think about it now, so he hurriedly said to Wei Shangnan, President, the president's call, quickly.
Wei Shangnan's expression changed, and he rushed over to take the phone. President, I'm sorry, I was out for a moment, but I'm back now. Stop wasting time.
A loud shout interrupted Wei Shangnan, listen, we cannot afford to lose another demigod or quasi-god. I order you, at all costs, even if you have to kneel and beg for mercy, or even offer your own head, you must stop Ning Bufan from continuing to kill. This is a death order. If you can't do it, your whole family can die. The call was forcefully hung up, and Wei Shangnan's old face turned pale, despair filling his heart. But now, he had no time for despair, and he shouted, everyone, follow me out to save people.
Ha!
The high-ranking officials were dumbfounded. Those who could fight had already heroically fallen, and the remaining few, who were powerless clerical officials, were to go out and offer their heads.
President, it's useless for us to go.
Besides, the grudge between you and Ning Bufan from 5 years ago has nothing to do with us.
It was your issue with Vice President Zhang, you two should go out. Someone said.
Right, it has nothing to do with us, several others quickly echoed. Wei Shangnan's old face darkened, he had no time to waste on arguments at this moment. Even if I die today, I have to drag a few of you down with me.
Come in.
With a loud shout, the special team members rushed in. Fortunately, there were still 2 special teams available.
Drag these cowardly bastards along with me. Yes.
Thus, whether they wanted to or not, everyone was forcibly dragged along to follow Wei Shangnan out.
Outside, Ning Bufan had already stood before the female demigod. The female demigod gritted her teeth and got up, looking at Ning Bufan with a dazed expression. So young, yet possessing such terrifying strength. Without the land gods, no one could rival him. Moreover, this person had once been a hunter of the strange. Such a prodigious talent, if he had remained within the hunters of the strange, would surely have brought the association to new heights, even surpassing the transcendent Dragon Guard Pavilion would not be out of reach. Yet, their own people had turned him into the association's mortal enemy, and countless elites had died at his hands, including these gods who were the pillars of the association. This was self-destruction. How absurd. Wei Shangnan was a sinner, a historical sinner of the entire association. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Thinking of this, she suddenly laughed up to the sky, pitiful, so pitiful. Wei Shangnan, come out. You are a historical sinner, a historical sinner. Puff. A long sword pierced through her body, the sharp tip emerging from her back, blood gushing. The female demigod's voice abruptly stopped as she looked down at the long sword piercing her chest, her eyes filled with unwillingness and sorrow. Creak! Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from behind. The base's main door had opened. Sensing the door's opening and the familiar presence, Ning Bufan suddenly withdrew his sword, sending a spray of blood into the air. He turned around, his face like frost, facing the person coming through the door. Behind him, the female demigod fell, yet another demigod had perished. With two demigods fallen, the president, watching this scene on the monitor, slumped helplessly in his chair, his old face devoid of any color. It was over for him. His impeachment was already a foregone conclusion. Chen Zhong's face was equally ashen, he was finished too. The proposal to kill Ning Bufan had been initiated by him. On the battlefield, the moment Ning Bufan turned around, a group of people just stepping out the door seemed to be struck by a paralysis spell, all halting in their tracks, their feet trembling uncontrollably. The most terrified was Zhang Wan. He had come from Maple City with Wei Shangnan, he had been the one to suggest the case back then. If Ning Bufan knew that he was the one behind it, there would only be one word, kill. Thinking of this, the fear of death gripped him like a demon's hand tightening around his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as Ning Bufan stepped forward. Each step sounded like the tolling of a death knell in the ears of the crowd. President, think of something quickly. Someone shouted urgently at Wei Shangnan, who had seemed dazed just moments ago and was only now reacting. Faced with Ning Bufan's overwhelming murderous aura, he was so terrified that he struggled to open his mouth several times but couldn't utter a word. As Ning Bufan drew closer, someone anxiously cursed, Wei Shangnan, for fuck's sake, say something. You caused this mess, and now we have to bear it for you. Are you even human? Under the threat of death, no one cared about hierarchy anymore. Zhang Wan, however, noticed something was off with Wei Shangnan. From what he knew of Wei Shangnan, a person who had held a high position for many years, even facing a death threat, he shouldn't be so scared that he couldn't speak. Wow! He suddenly grabbed Wei Shangnan's clothes, gritting his teeth and growling, are you really President Wei? Wei Shangnan trembled violently, I certainly am. Then for fuck's sake, think of something. Do you want us all to die? He's almost in front of us. Zhang Wan looked at Ning Bufan, who was getting closer, fear making him feel like he was about to explode. Wei Shangnan shook violently, as if waking from a dream. He's almost here. Then, special team, quickly stop him. I go. The crowd was stunned. Is this your solution? The president wanted you to come up with a way to save people. You actually sent the special team to block. What the hell is that? Kill. The command was as heavy as a mountain, and the special team had no choice. With a loud roar, the two special teams, a total of 10 men, charged forward with a final sense of tragic determination. The sword light burst forth in an instant, slicing through them, erupting into clouds of blood mist. 10 men were mercilessly killed in an instant. Run! Some could no longer bear it, and with a shout, everyone scattered, turning back to flee inside. But the faster they ran, the quicker they died. The sword light howled like a ghost from behind, piercing through their bodies, bringing a rain of blood. Those with weak bodies were directly blown to pieces by the overwhelming attack. The fleeing people, without exception, all turned into corpses, lying haphazardly at the entrance. Zhang Wan dared not run, knowing he couldn't escape, so he knelt on the ground. Wei Shangnan wanted to run, but his legs were weak and he couldn't move, so he knelt down as well. Ning Bufan stood in front of the two kneeling men, just raising his sword when suddenly there was movement behind him. Turning around, the 3 demigods who had just been lying dead on the ground were now standing up, preparing to escape quietly. That last strike had been mostly blocked by the 2 quasi-gods, allowing the 3 to recover and attempt to flee. Ning Bufan's sudden turn made the 3 freeze in shock. You guys go, I'll hold him off.
One demigod, without a hint of hesitation, charged at Ning Bufan with a tragic determination, his fist glowing with power, smashing towards Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan's lips curled into a sneer as he suddenly slashed his sword forward.
3 beams of sword light surged forth. Bang!
The attacking demigod's fist shattered, the sword light sliced through his body, exploding with a thunderous roar, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The other 2 demigods fled in a frenzy, but their speed was still too slow. As the sword light cut through their bodies, blood stained the night sky. The bloody and tragic scene nearly caused Zhang Wen and Wei Shangnan, who witnessed it, to faint.
3 demigods, dead.
At this point, all the gods that had come today were annihilated. The gods had fallen.
The entire Hunter Association was left in ruins. No. In a conference room at the headquarters of the Kyoto Hunter Association, the sound of painful wails echoed. Chen Zhong, it's you.
You destroyed our association, you are the historical criminal of the association. In the conference room, the president grabbed Chen Zhong by the collar, his eyes bloodshot as he roared.
Chen Zhong's face was pale, devoid of blood. President, I was deceived by that dog Wei Shangnan.
Besides, the proposal was passed by a show of hands in the meeting, it's not all my responsibility.
Bastard. The president violently pushed Chen Zhong to the ground, his face twisted in rage as he shouted, is it my fault as the abstaining voter? Chen Zhong was speechless.
It was then he recalled that the cunning president had not participated in the vote and had abstained.
Come here. A deafening roar echoed. Several cold-faced hunter guards burst in.
The president pointed at Chen Zhong and the other 2 elders who had participated in the vote. Arrest them all and send them to prison for investigation. Immediately form an investigation team and search their homes overnight.
Chen Zhong and the 3 elders felt a wave of despair.
They knew very well that the president wanted to deal with them as quickly as possible to minimize his own guilt.
Being in this position, they understood the intricacies involved.
So they said nothing more, merely the victims and failures of a power struggle. Li Tingshan silently watched all of this, sighing inwardly. Although he had escaped a calamity, he felt no joy. With such a significant loss to the Hunter Association, a change was surely coming, possibly a reorganization or a major overhaul. After Chen Zhong and the others were taken away, the president was still not satisfied. His bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Wei Shangnan on the surveillance screen, eager to see Wei Shangnan's fate.
At this moment, Ning Bufan's sword was pointed at Zhang Wen's throat, and a cold voice emerged, where is Wei Shangnan?
Zhang Wen trembled all over, staring at the blood-soaked sword so close to him that he couldn't utter a word.
He raised his wildly shaking hand and pointed to the kneeling Wei Shangnan beside him. Ning Bufan shook his head, he is not Wei Shangnan. Ning Bufan did not rely on his eyes to identify people, he relied on the perception of their aura. The so-called Wei Shangnan before him had none of the familiar aura he recognized. Thus, using someone who looked and acted like Wei Shangnan to deceive those with eyes could not fool someone like Ning Bufan, who was special. No,
I am Wei Shangnan, Wei Shangnan stammered, his voice trembling.
Put.
The long sword pierced through his throat, emerging from the back of his neck, blood gushing out.
To deceive me comes at a price. That price is death. Ning Bufan slashed with his sword.
With a whoosh, the head flew into the night sky, blood pouring out. Seeing the fake Wei Shangnan's head fly off, Zhang Wen was so scared that he wet himself, a warm stream soaking his pants. The smell of urine mixed with the stench of blood filled the air.
Where is Wei Shangnan? You have only one chance. Ning Bufan's indifferent voice carried no emotion as he raised the bloodied sword.
Zhang Wen looked at the dripping sword in front of him, his face drenched in sweat from terror. He understood that if he dared to say he didn't know, Ning Bufan's sword would unhesitatingly pierce his throat. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He continuously moved his Adam's apple, his mind racing in a state of panic, thinking of ways to survive. Ning
Xiao,
I know, Wei Shangnan has a twin brother named Wei Shangbei, this person must be impersonating him.
Swish, swish. 2 flashes of sword light passed, and 2 bloody ears flew into the night sky. Zhang Wen covered his ears, letting out a piercing scream, curling up on the ground in agony. It hurt too much.
You only need to tell me where Wei Shangnan is.
I have no interest in who is impersonating him. Ning Bufan's emotionless, cold voice rang out. You have 3 seconds to answer. 3. Wait, I know where Wei Shangnan is, I'll take you there.
Zhang Wen, ignoring the excruciating pain in his ears, shouted desperately in his will to survive. We have a backup base, he must be there, I'll take you there right now.
Wait, go inside.
Ning Bufan pointed his sword at the large door behind him, to your command center.
Yes. Zhang Wen let the blood flow from his ears, almost crawling as he led Ning Bufan to the command center hall. It was already empty. Contact the head of the Kyoto headquarters, Ning Bufan ordered.
Okay. Zhang Wen's blood-stained hands hurriedly operated at the front desk, and a voice soon came through. This is the headquarters of the Kyoto Ghost Hunter Association. I am Zhang Wen, Vice President of the Qingzhou Ghost Hunter Association. I have something to report to the President. Zhang Wen's voice trembled violently. Qingzhou. The voice on the other end paused, as if realizing something, and immediately said, hold on. After a moment, a voice like a dragon came through. Zhang Wen, I am the President Wan Gongming. President, long time no see, I am Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan's cold voice took over the conversation. Upon hearing Ning Bufan's voice, Wan Gongming couldn't help but be taken aback, nearly choking on his breath at that moment. He took a deep breath to calm himself and spoke in as peaceful a tone as possible. Ning Bufan, as long as you stop the killing, we can discuss anything. Wan Gongming paused before continuing. You were wronged in the case from 5 years ago. Although you killed the culprits like Wei Shangnan, we can still give you justice and restore your reputation. Wei Shangnan is not dead, he just found a scapegoat. Ning Bufan's cold voice interrupted the conversation. What? Wan Gongming was stunned. On the surveillance screen, they saw Ning Bufan kill Wei Shangnan. Unable to hear the sound, the truth of the matter remained unclear. Bastard! Wan Gongming roared, wishing he could grab Wei Shangnan and tear him apart. The downfall of the Hunter Association was all because of Wei Shangnan. Mr. Ning, rest assured, we will immediately put out a worldwide warrant for Wei Shangnan. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, we will definitely capture him, provided that you must stop the killing. Wan Gongming emphasized the words stop the killing again. Ning Bufan sneered, it's too late, Chief. From the moment you sent someone to Qingzhou, we have already entered a full-scale war to the death. This call is to inform you that my next stop is the headquarters of the Kyoto Association. I hope to see Wei Shangnan when I arrive at the headquarters. Wan Gongming panicked, Mr. Ning, no, you don't need to come to our headquarters. We can personally deliver Wei Shangnan to you for handling. Ning Bufan coming to the headquarters? That would be a joke. The headquarters would be the next place to be drenched in blood. Swish! The sword lights suddenly erupted. Bang! A loud explosion followed, and the communication device shattered, the sound abruptly cut off. Zhang Wen fell to the ground, watching the wires on the communication device spark and hiss, his scalp tingling. Bang! Another sword struck down. Sparks flew. The device emitted black smoke. Young Master Ning, it's going to catch fire? Zhang Wen's terrified voice reminded. It was better not to say this. As soon as he finished speaking, the command center was filled with sword light. Every beam of sword light targeted the electrical equipment. In an instant, sparks flashed like lightning, and thick black smoke billowed. Zhang Wen realized that Ning Bufan intended to completely destroy the entire association base. Half an hour later, the Qingzhou Association base was engulfed in flames, aided by the wind. Standing outside, watching the raging fire before him, Zhang Wen's face was filled with despair. The Qingzhou Hunter Association was finished. Lead the way to the backup base, Ning Bufan's cold voice sounded again. The two left. Behind them, the fire consumed the entire building, flames swirling in the night sky, smoke filling the entire sky. The scorching wind blew, rustling their clothes. 20 minutes later. Young Master Ning, this is our backup base. Wei Shangnan might be hiding here after escaping. Zhang Wen was in a panic. He had no idea if Wei Shangnan was hiding here. He could only take a gamble and pray that Wei Shangnan was indeed here. Zhang Wen used a key to open the door and led Ning Bufan inside. Just a short distance in, Ning Bufan suddenly stopped. He sensed the lingering presence of a familiar aura in the room, Xia Xinxin's aura. This meant that Xia Xinxin had been here. Thinking of how Xia Xinxin had been kidnapped and forced to poison him. Xia Xinxin was kidnapped by you all and brought here, right? Ning Bufan's question startled Zhang Wen, his heart nearly jumping out of his throat. No, it wasn't. Ning Bufan's finger pressed against the sword hilt, a chilling aura raging. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and Zhang Wen was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, crying, Young Master Ning, please calm down, let me explain. It really has nothing to do with me. The one who kidnapped Xia Xinxin to poison you is Yi Yaoyao, the fourth miss of the Yi family from Lingnan, known for her cunning, and cousin to Yi Qian. She has been plotting to kill you all the way from Fengqing to Qingzhou. And that Shangnan helped kidnap Xia Xinxin's family. Where are Xia Xinxin's parents and brother? Ning Bufan interrupted Zhang Wen's rambling. He had no interest in listening to explanations. Zhang Wen panicked even more, speaking incoherently. They were all dealt with by Yi Yaoyao. The bodies were handed over to Shangnan. It was all those two women's doing. Puff! The long sword pierced through Zhang Wen's throat. Zhang Wen's pupils widened in horror, the fear of death twisting his face into a grimace. There is no one in the backup base,
you can die now. Ning Bufan did not see with his eyes but sensed. Here, there was no one's anger, just an empty base. Swish! The long sword suddenly slashed, and the head rolled in the air a few times before landing on the corridor, rolling a few circles before falling into the stairs of the underground level, making a dull sound. Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, turned around expressionlessly, and left. Behind him, Zhang Wen's headless corpse knelt motionless on the ground. After a while, a raging fire ignited in the backup base. The soaring flames illuminated Ning Bufan's departing figure. His tall silhouette gradually faded into the darkness. Prepare, fire! Just as Ning Bufan's figure vanished into the darkness, a loud shout suddenly erupted, shattering the quiet of the night. Bang bang bang! The dense gunfire echoed through the night. A torrential rain of bullets came pouring down. Ning Bufan instinctively summoned a shield formed by sword energy. Clang clang clang! The rain of bullets collided with the sword energy, not being shredded immediately, but instead producing a sound of impact, sparks flying. His sword energy was continuously shattered and dimmed under the frenzied bombardment of bullets. Ning Bufan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This was not ordinary gunfire. Maintain continuous fire. Fire, fire. This was indeed not ordinary ammunition. It was specially designed for martial artists and powerful strange beasts. Extremely difficult to manufacture, and in limited supply. Such a dense barrage of this kind of ammunition was not something an ordinary force could produce. Lord War God, forgive this old man for speaking frankly, but in tonight's battle, Ning Bufan single-handedly killed 2 quasi-gods and 8 demigods. His terrifying strength is evident for all to see. We really shouldn't get involved any further. On the rooftop of a distant tall building, several figures stood in the darkness. The man at the forefront was tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming aura. He was the commander of 1,000,000 troops, one of the 5 great war gods of the world, Nan Qingtian. This time our special ammunition is almost depleted. Once the Nanhuang faces a tide of strange beasts, we will lose a major weapon and can only rely on our soldiers' flesh and blood to withstand it. Behind Nan Qingtian stood an old man holding a Kongming fan. It was he who spoke. What kind of person was the Nanhuang war god? In the entire world, perhaps only this old man dared to speak like this. Strategist, my 10,000 sons of Nanhuang cannot die in vain. Nan Qingtian looked through his night vision telescope at the battlefield not far away, his voice cold. If this matter is just let go, I, Nan Qingtian, would be unworthy of the name of war god. After this, who among my soldiers would still sincerely follow me and obey my command? Among the 1,000,000 troops of Nanhuang, Nan Qingtian was the god they revered in their hearts. Now, with 10,000 brothers of Nanhuang perishing, as the god in their hearts, he couldn't even let out a peep. That would be a fall from grace. The strategist sighed inwardly. High places are often lonely, many people are burdened by their fame. Strategist, you are overthinking it. At this moment, a woman in Nanhuang military uniform, poised and spirited, interjected, the South Commander is at the peak of quasi-god, infinitely close to the ceiling. No matter how strong Ning Bufan is, after continuous battles, with the strength of the South Commander, killing him is not a problem at all. Xianing is right. Another person chimed in, also dressed in Nanhuang military attire, a rugged man with a beard. These 2 were among the 4 great warriors under the Nanhuang war god. Let's hope so. The strategist sighed, to kill a Ning Bufan, if we suffer 2 heavy losses, it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. This grudge was originally an internal mess created by the Hunter Association, we. Sigh. The strategist shook his head helplessly, the last words he wanted to say turning into a sigh. At this point, it was too late to say these things. Should he blame Nan Qingtian for being foolish and insisting on getting involved in the Hunter Association's internal strife? He didn't dare. Strategist, there is no need to worry too much. To kill that Ning Bufan, this commander has made full preparations. Although Nan Qingtian was surprised by Ning Bufan's strength, he still had confidence. Suddenly, he shouted, Fire Phoenix! Caw! A phoenix cry echoed through the night sky. A large bird flapped its wings and circled down, its massive body landing on the rooftop, almost occupying half of the rooftop's area. This was Nan Qingtian's mount. Sword. Nan Qingtian extended his hand backward. A subordinate respectfully handed him a long sword that was entirely crimson and azure. The Qingming sword, Nan Qingtian's treasured sword, one of the most renowned swords of the time. Ning Bufan also uses a sword, perfect. My Qingming sword has never tasted defeat, I hope he won't disappoint me. With that, he leaped into the air and landed steadily on the back of the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix let out a long cry and soared into the sky, heading towards the battlefield ahead. Xianing, Wu Gang, hurry and protect the war god. The strategist shouted anxiously. Xianing and Wu Gang frowned, somewhat speechless. Strategist, with the war god's strength, we. Hurry!
The strategist shouted sternly, "The war god's safety is tied to the entire southern wilderness. He cannot have the slightest mishap, or I will hold you accountable." Yes. The two generals, seeing the strategist's urgency, dared not say more and quickly led their men down the building, rushing towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, a dense rain of bullets was still pouring down madly. The sword energy forming a shield in front of Ning Bufan extinguished and reformed again. He gripped the sword hilt, trying several times to draw his sword. But as long as he used his strength on the sword, the shield could be immediately breached. This is interesting. Ning Bufan took a deep breath, channeling 80% of his power. This was the strongest power he had used so far. "Brothers, he's being suppressed and can't hold on much longer. Increase the firepower, fire, fire." The leading general, seeing Ning Bufan being suppressed, shouted excitedly, his eyes turning red with excitement. If this demon, who made the hunters tremble in fear, were to be defeated by him, it would be a heroic feat, and he would become famous in one battle. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sword light in front of Ning Bufan suddenly surged, the sword energy soaring into the sky. The sword energy shield, which had already dimmed, suddenly burst forth with sword energy, layer upon layer, instantly enveloping Ning Bufan completely, impenetrable. The bullets that struck it were shredded into powder under the onslaught of the sword energy. The general, who had just been excited, froze, his expression turning ashen, unable to believe what was happening. How could this be? 8 extreme slash. 8 terrifying beams of sword light suddenly shot out from the sword shield, and wherever the sword light passed, the ground exploded, sand and stones flying. The leading general's pupils burst, and he let out a hysterical scream, "Retreat!" Boom! A beam of sword light pierced through the general, cutting into the crowd behind. In the next moment, screams filled the air, severed limbs and broken arms flying, blood mist spreading. The 8 beams of sword light swept through like iron plows, directly cutting through the crowd, leaving a ground of shattered flesh. In this blow, half of the elite force of hundreds was lost. The remaining half stood in shock, forgetting to fire, staring at the bloody scene before them, as if in a daze. While they were stunned, Ning Bufan, with one sword, had already plunged into the crowd, and screams once again pierced the night sky. "Retreat, hurry, and retreat!" The heart-wrenching cries echoed through the air. Ning Bufan was unstoppable. Under one sword, corpses lay everywhere. Those who regained their senses, driven by survival instinct, dropped their weapons and fled. But their legs could not outrun the speed of the sword light. The dense sword light swept through like scythes of death, leaving only a ground of scattered blood and flesh. "Stop!" A sharp shout rang out from the sky. Immediately after, a phoenix cry broke through the air. "It's General Nan! General Nan has come to save us!" The people below, fleeing for their lives, shouted in joy, "We're saved!" Before the shout could finish, the sword light had already torn through their bodies. In the sky, Nan Qingtian looked down at the hellish scene below, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Although this team had only 500 men, they were his divine machine camp, equipped with special ammunition and unique firearms, specifically crafted for warriors and cunning beasts. At this moment, the entire army was annihilated, which was even more painful than his previous loss of 100,000 troops. "Kill!" A furious roar echoed as a blue sword light descended from the sky with rage. Slash! Ning Bufan wasted no time, striking out with his sword. Bang! 2 powerful sword lights collided in mid-air, the air exploding with a deafening roar. Nan Qingtian looked down at Ning Bufan, his tiger-like eyes filled with murderous intent. In that moment, the wrath of the war god erupted. Suddenly, he leaped off the back of the fire phoenix, the Qingming sword slashing violently, the blue sword light bursting forth, tearing apart the void in its path, carrying a breath of destruction as it charged towards Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan suddenly sheathed his long sword, and in the next instant, he slashed down fiercely. The sword was drawn. The snow-white sword light erupted in an instant, crashing towards the oncoming blue sword light with a piercing roar. Boom! A sword strike echoed. Nan Qingtian, descending from the sky, was startled. Boom! With a loud bang, the shockwave from the collision of the 2 powerful sword lights surged outward. Just as Nan Qingtian landed in midair, the shockwave rushed towards him. Slash! Nan Qingtian swung his sword down, dispersing the shockwave. However, another sword light was already charging at him from below. This sword was as fast as lightning, carrying the might of thunder, roaring towards him. Nan Qingtian's pupils dilated, his scalp tingling. He sensed the breath of death. A battle-hardened warrior, he had experienced countless life-and-death battles, and his combat power was undoubtedly among the strongest in the world. As a quasi-god, he was a war god forged through battle, not comparable to those quasi-gods among the cunning hunters. Ha! With a loud shout, the experienced Nan Qingtian urgently swung his sword in a counterattack, equally as fast as lightning. With a loud explosion, although this sword blocked the attack, his body was violently sent flying by the powerful shockwave. Screech! The fire phoenix in the air saw its master being blasted away and let out a sharp cry, diving down from the sky, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames at Ning Bufan. As a fire attribute cunning beast, a fiery attack was a basic maneuver. Ning Bufan furrowed his brow slightly, a shield formed from sword energy appearing before him. Whoosh! The raging flames crashed against the shield, the tongues of fire rolling, the scorching waves making it hard to breathe. Ning Bufan held his breath and drew his sword, slashing fiercely. The sharp sword light split the flames in half, charging towards the fire phoenix in the night sky. Sensing danger, the fire phoenix urgently stopped its fiery breath, flapping its wings and soaring upwards in a frantic escape. Puff! However, the sword light was too fast, slicing through its abdomen, sending a rain of blood and feathers flying. Ka! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night sky, echoing in the air. Fire Phoenix! Nan Qingtian, who had successfully landed under the cover of the fire phoenix, heard its mournful cry and let out an angry roar. Ning Bufan, I will make you pay. Nan Qingtian's eyes were bloodshot, his murderous intent more intense than ever. The Qingming sword emitted a series of sword cries under the infusion of his terrifying power. He was about to unleash a powerful move. However, before he could fully prepare his big move, a sword light had already arrived. Ning Bufan charged at Nan Qingtian like a mad dog. With one sword not yet struck, the second sword was already drawn, each strike focused on speed. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Who would wait for you to accumulate power for a big move? Swish swish swish. 3 sword lights, all at 80% power. Nan Qingtian's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. With no time to fully gather his strength, he could only retreat wildly while swinging his sword down, also delivering 3 consecutive sword strikes. Bang bang bang. 3 explosive sounds echoed, the booming noise relentless. Everything around them was destroyed under the impact of the shockwaves. Nan Qingtian, worthy of being a war god, managed to block 2 of Ning Bufan's sword lights in a rush. But for the last sword light, his strength had waned. The blue sword light was shattered, and although the white sword light had dimmed significantly, it still charged forward towards him. No! Nan Qingtian was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. At the critical moment, a flash of blade light slashed horizontally from the side, crashing into the dim sword light. The sword light shattered, and Nan Qingtian narrowly escaped death. Commander Nan, are you alright? A burly man with a beard rushed over. It was Wu Gang, one of the 4 great kings. Be careful, he's too strong, and his sword is too fast. At that moment, Nan Qingtian finally felt fear. The confidence he had just moments ago had vanished. Wu Gang was about to say something when a terrifying sword light surged toward them. Damn it, can't we catch a breath? Wu Gang roared, swinging his blade down. Although his strength was formidable, how could he withstand Ning Bufan's sword? Clang! The blade light shattered, and the sword light pierced through Wu Gang's body, blood mist exploding. Wu Gang! Nan Qingtian howled in grief and anger, his blood-red eyes glaring at Ning Bufan, hatred burning wildly. I will kill you. Swish! Ning Bufan's response was a terrifying sword light. Nan Qingtian gripped his sword tightly and slashed down fiercely, roaring, Xianing, unleash the strange beasts. Yes! A woman's voice responded from the darkness. Boom! With a loud bang, Nan Qingtian was blasted away, his body thrown into the sky. Caw! A phoenix cry echoed as the fire phoenix, injured, dove down from the sky at the fastest speed, its massive claws catching the airborne Nan Qingtian. Still not dead. A sinister look flashed across Ning Bufan's face. Can't kill this cockroach? Clang! The long sword was sheathed. 90% of his power. Just as he was about to draw his sword and strike, the ground beneath him trembled, as if an earthquake was about to occur. Rumble, rumble. The surrounding buildings collapsed amidst the booming sounds. It seemed something terrifying was crushing its way over. Soon, 5 horrifying giant beasts appeared in his perception. Behind him was a mutated ferocious wolf 3 times the size of an ordinary wolf. To the left was a pig-like strange beast as strong as an ox. To the right was a strange beast with a sharp horn. The most terrifying was directly in front, a monstrous gorilla at least 10 stories tall. The earthquake and collapsing buildings were its doing. This creature resembled the giant gorilla monster from the movie King Kong. Wherever it passed, it left a trail of ruins. Fortunately, the people around had already evacuated. Otherwise, the appearance of this thing would spell disaster for humanity. Nan Qingtian dared to unleash this creature. He was truly enraged, no longer caring about any consequences. But that wasn't all. A piercing bird cry came from the sky as a massive giant bird flapped its wings, diving down from above. Ning Bufan, aren't you good at killing? Go ahead and kill. Nan Qingtian shouted frantically in the air, "These strange beasts include 2 royal level and 3 emperor level, let's see how you die." Humans classified strange beasts into levels. After level 9, there were king level, royal level, emperor level, and the legendary heaven level. King level was equivalent to a human martial artist master, royal level to demigods, emperor level to quasi-gods, and heaven level was like the legendary terrestrial immortals. 5 strange beasts equated to 2 demigods and 3 quasi-gods joining forces. The terrifying part was that the explosive power and combat strength of strange beasts far surpassed that of humans. Under normal circumstances, in battles of the same level, humans were simply no match. Facing the combined assault of powerful strange beasts on the ground and in the air, Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent. Roar! A beastly roar erupted as the fastest ferocious wolf launched the first attack, followed closely by the wild boar and the unicorn. The ground trembled violently under the stampede of the 3 giant beasts. Slash, slash, slash. Ning Bufan suddenly drew his sword, slashing in 3 different directions almost simultaneously, the speed reaching its peak, with intervals of no more than 0 seconds. At that moment, the giant gorilla in front accelerated, its terrifying giant hand transforming into an overwhelming fist, like a world-destroying hammer, crashing down toward the tiny Ning Bufan. The giant bird strange beast, originally about to dive down to attack, quickly flew higher to evade upon seeing that giant hammer, fearing it would be crushed along with Ning Bufan. This world-destroying hammer instilled a sense of crisis in Ning Bufan. At the same time, it ignited his terrifying battle intent. A handsome face flashed with a hint of ferocity as he let out a loud roar, 90% power, slash. 90%, this was already close to unleashing his full strength. With this sword strike, both man and sword surged forward. 90% power, slash. A sword light, stretching over 10 zhang, shot up into the sky, as if it were going to pierce through the dark heavens. The pure white sword light illuminated a vast area, turning it into a world of stark whiteness, as if a force capable of destroying heaven and earth had descended upon the mortal realm. The terrifying sword momentum filled people with despair. This was the true might of world annihilation. No, Nan Qingtian let out a desperate howl. Boom! As the sword light descended, this world apocalypse had arrived. Rumble! The earth-shattering roar drowned out all sounds in the world. In this realm, there was only this terrifying roar. Then, the pale white became the only base color of this world. Ah-ow! The horrifying wails of a beast echoed, but were quickly silenced. The massive body of the gorilla emitted a chilling sound under the sword light's onslaught, a crack that sent shivers down the spine. Blood fell from the height of over 10 zhang, like a crimson waterfall pouring down from the sky. The gorilla's body shattered inch by inch under the rampage of the sword light. In the air, the fire phoenix let out a terrified screech, desperately flapping its wings, trying to carry Nan Qingtian away from this area. Unfortunately, it was injured in carrying a person, so it couldn't move fast at all. The terrifying residual sword energy swept through like a tidal wave, the pale sword light piercing through both man and bird. No, Nan Qingtian's desperate scream tore through the night sky. In that moment of impending death, he regretted it. He shouldn't have waded into the murky waters of hunting the strange master. But alas, it was too late. His and the fire phoenix's bodies exploded into a mist of blood, plummeting downwards. A generation's war god, the commander of 1,000,000 troops, the pillar of the world, had fallen. On a distant rooftop, the strategist who witnessed this terrifying scene closed his eyes in pain. It's over. Nan Qingtian, oh Nan Qingtian, why didn't you listen to my advice? The strategist was heartbroken, tears streaming down his face. That Ning Bufan was truly inhuman. This battle was also being watched through surveillance. At the headquarters of the Kyoto Hunting Strange Master Association, in a multimedia conference room, the president Wan Gongming watched the horrifying scene on the screen and despairingly closed his eyes. This time, it was true despair. He was even cursing madly in his heart. Ning Bufan, if you're so strong, why didn't you say so? If you had, I would have treated you like a grandfather. Whether you wanted to overturn the case or kill Wei Shangnan and Yi Qian, go ahead and kill. We wouldn't even bat an eye. What hurt him even more was that such a powerful person had once been one of the hunting strange masters. If the hunting strange masters had such strong individuals, how glorious it would have been. Perhaps that so-called number 1 pavilion in the world, the Hulong Pavilion, would have been trampled underfoot. But reality was not like that. Wei Shangnan, I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Someone, dig 3 feet into the ground and bring out that dog of Wei Shangnan. Arrest everyone from the Wei family. Wan Gongming roared, venting his anger. But it was all too late. On the battlefield of Qingzhou, when everything returned to calm, around Ning Bufan were only broken corpses and a heavy smell of blood. All the participants from the southern wilderness, including the strongest war god Nan Qingtian, had perished in battle. No, there was one other. A large white bird, resembling a white falcon, was crouched at Ning Bufan's feet, constantly bowing its head and making cooing sounds of supplication. This strange beast was the large bird that had attacked Ning Bufan in the air. It was clever. To avoid being accidentally harmed by the giant gorilla, it had run far away and thus escaped a calamity. Now, seeing the situation was dire, it didn't dare to flee, otherwise, Ning Bufan could easily end its life with a single sword strike. So, it took the opposite approach and actively flew back to plead for mercy from Ning Bufan. Its intelligence was comparable to that of a clever person. Ning Bufan retracted his blood sword and, with an unyielding voice, said, "From now on, follow me, and I'll call you Little White." He needed a flying mount, so he suppressed his killing intent. Coo, coo, coo. Little White felt as if it had been granted a great pardon, letting out an excited cry. In the world of strange beasts, the strong survive while the weak are eliminated. Thus, strange beasts are drawn to the powerful. To be able to follow such a fierce human as Ning Bufan and not have to die was something it had never dared to dream of. It felt as if it had been struck by a pie falling from the sky. "Can you shrink?" Ning Bufan asked coldly. "Goo goo." Little White immediately transformed, changing from a large bird into a small white bird, joyfully flying around Ning Bufan before landing on his shoulder and nuzzling his shoulder with its head. Once a strange beast reaches the king level, unless it is a special existence, it can generally change its size freely. Ning Bufan nodded in satisfaction and walked toward the place where the fire phoenix and Nan Qingtian had fallen. Before long, a person and a bird stood beside the corpses of the fire phoenix and Nan Qingtian. They had been killed by the residual waves, and their bodies were intact. Ning Bufan had no interest in Nan Qingtian, nor did he care about the Qingning sword on the ground. He approached the fire phoenix and struck down with his sword in a specific direction. A huge bloody mouth appeared, and Ning Bufan plunged his sword into the ground, reaching in to pull out a fist-sized fiery red object. Little White stared at the fiery red object, its eyes wide with greed and fervor that it could not control. But in the end, it forced itself to calm down, not daring to act recklessly. "Eat it." Ning Bufan suddenly held the fiery red object to Little White's beak. Little White was stunned. For a moment, it thought it was dreaming. This enormous surprise and happiness came too suddenly. However, it quickly came to its senses, its small mouth opening wide as it swallowed the fiery red object in one gulp, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. "Yee!" A bird's cry echoed across the heavens. Little White's body swelled like a balloon, its white feathers transforming layer by layer into red, then back to white, then red again, then white. It was undergoing a metamorphosis. The fiery red object was the beast core of the fire phoenix, the essence of strange beasts. The mount of the war god was undoubtedly one of the strongest strange beasts. "Yee yee!" The bird's cries resonated throughout the skies of Qingzhou. Flap flap. It soared high, flapping its wings wildly, each flap creating a whirlwind. Its size continued to expand. One airplane, two airplanes, until it grew large enough to equal 5 airplanes before stopping. A true giant monster, a true behemoth. This was an imperial-level strange beast, equivalent to a quasi-deity among humans. Whoosh! Suddenly, the giant bird opened its massive beak and unleashed a torrent of flames into the sky. In an instant, the sky was ablaze. Looking up, it was a sea of fire. After consuming the fire phoenix's beast core, Little White gained the ability to breathe fire. Now, it was even more excited, even feeling a bit high. Suddenly, it looked down at Ning Bufan below. That tiny figure appeared to it like an ant, even smaller than one of its toes. With just one breath of fire, the vast area where Ning Bufan stood would turn to scorched earth, including Ning Bufan himself. So why should it submit to him? A cold glint flashed in Little White's eyes. Sensing Little White's unusual behavior, Ning Bufan's sword suddenly gleamed as he drew half of it from its sheath. Although the sword had not fully emerged, the terrifying sword intent shot up into the sky, locking onto Little White's massive body. Little White shivered. Remembering how that imperial-level giant beast had been sliced to pieces by a single sword strike, it instantly sobered up, a chill running down its spine. It quickly shrank its body, transforming back into a small bird and obediently landing on Ning Bufan's shoulder. Ning Bufan's face was as cold as frost, his voice laced with killing intent. "If there is a next time, you will die." The aura of death frightened Little White into a cold sweat. Filled with regret, it hurriedly goo-goo called out, admitting its mistake and begging for mercy. "Go to the Wei family," Ning Bufan commanded. "Goo-goo." Little White obediently landed on the ground, its body growing large enough to carry one person. Ning Bufan leaped up and firmly stood on Little White's back. "Let's go." With a long cry, Little White soared into the sky, disappearing into the night with Ning Bufan, leaving behind a scene of chaos and bloodshed below. The Wei family, the home of Wei Shangnan, was already a large family in Qingzhou due to his status. At this moment, the Wei family was in disarray, frantically moving and evacuating in the middle of the night.
Old man, let's go quickly, or it will be too late. What are you rushing for? It's the middle of the night, is the sky falling?
Even if the sky falls, my son Wei Shangnan can hold it up.
Old man, it's precisely because he can't hold it that we're moving in the middle of the night. Please, hurry up, it's really going to be too late. I won't go.
My son Wei Shangnan is powerful, I don't believe anyone dares to provoke the Wei family.
The crowd was stunned. Suddenly, a deafening bird cry echoed through the night sky.
The Wei family members looked up. In their pupils, a mass of terrifying, scorching flames fell from the sky, like heavenly fire descending.
The sky is on fire, run! Ah!
The shrill screams pierced the night, resounding through the Wei family estate.
With a loud bang, the fireball crashed down.
The cries of the Wei family were swallowed by the flames. The Wei family estate turned into a sea of fire, the entire clan perished.
Go, to the Kyoto Hunter Association. Ning Bufan issued another command.
With a long cry, Little White transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Kyoto. The Hunter Association, the curtain of a life-and-death battle was about to rise. On the dark rooftop of a tall building, the strategist watched as Ning Bufan rode the strange beast into the distant darkness, sighing, "A monster has descended upon the world, chaos is about to ensue."
Dark Owl.
After the strategist sighed, he called out a name.
A man in a southern wilderness military uniform stepped forward.
"Strategist, I am here. Take people to retrieve the body of the war god. We will return to the southern wilderness immediately." The strategist's expression was pained, but he had to endure the agony and maintain his rational clarity. Now, the Hunter Association in the southwest has been destroyed, and there is no leader. Our southern wilderness army's commander has also fallen, leaving us without a leader. The strange beasts in the million mountains of the southern wilderness will surely stir. Once the beast tide erupts, the southwest will first turn into a hell on earth.
Dark Owl suddenly looked up, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Strategist, isn't that a good thing? The strategist was taken aback, his face darkening instantly. What did you say?
Pooh.
The sharp blade pierced the strategist's chest. The strategist's eyes exploded with disbelief. Dark Owl.
You. Dark Owl smiled eerily. Strategist, I'm sorry, I'm an undercover agent of the Temple of the Strange God. My duty is to guide the outbreak of the beast tide. Ha ha ha.
His wild laughter echoed through the sky, resonating in the night. The strategist fell in despair, unable to close his eyes in death.
The southern wilderness was finished.
The few remaining southern wilderness soldiers were already Dark Owl's people, silently watching everything without moving. Dark Owl glanced at the strategist's corpse with a smug smile, then turned to gaze in the direction where Ning Bufan had disappeared, laughing loudly. Ning Bufan, go ahead and kill. I represent the Temple of the Strange God to thank you. Ha ha. Wah ha ha ha.
Ning Bufan, go for it, kill everyone.
Wah ha ha.
Swoosh. In the sky, a sword light tore through the darkness, like a missile flying through the air, instantly arriving before them.
What the hell?
Dark Owl screamed in terror, his scalp tingling. Slice. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed at the sword light. Ka! The battle blade shattered, the sword light pierced through his body, creating a mist of blood.
Dark Owl was stunned. How? How is this possible? My lord!
The subordinates behind him finally reacted, screaming in terror as they rushed forward. A sword light crashed down, exploding among the crowd.
Everyone was annihilated.
In the sky, Little White flapped its wings, remaining still. Ning Bufan stood on Little White's back, facing the tall building, and spoke in a detached voice. Your laughter is too loud. Are you afraid I can't hear it?
As he finished speaking, he issued an order. Let's go.
Tweet. A bird's cry echoed across the sky as Little White flapped its wings and flew away swiftly. At that moment, the Kyoto Association of Monster Hunters was in an uproar.
Everyone, Ning Bufan is coming towards us, riding a monster.
Although we are far away, with the speed of the monster, we can reach him in no more than 3 hours.
As soon as this news was announced, the entire association fell into panic. The reason for the news blackout was that outsiders were unaware of the situation in the Battle of Qingzhou, but they knew. The semi-divine and demigod-level warriors, including the god of war from the southern wilderness and his elite forces, had already been annihilated. They were simply unstoppable. Quick, call for help. Seek assistance from every possible source. The frantic screams of the president, Wan Gongming, echoed through the office building.
Now, there was no choice but to seek help.
An hour passed. Little White flew steadily in the air.
Ning Bufan sat motionless on the broad back of the bird, taking a brief rest.
Amit Ba.
A Buddhist chant came from the night sky ahead. The voice was not loud, but it resonated across the vast expanse.
Ning Bufan's ears twitched, waking him from his meditation.
Tweet. Little White let out a sharp cry, expressing its dissatisfaction.
Soon, under the starry sky ahead, the silhouette of a person and a beast appeared. An old bald monk in a white robe sat on a white crane, hovering in the air and blocking Ning Bufan's path. Demon, the old monk has been waiting here for a long time. The old monk spoke again. Ning Bufan suddenly stood up, drew his sword, and slashed without a word. The sword light erupted in the night sky, emitting a brilliant glow, and a sharp whistle pierced the air. You people from the 10,000 Buddha sect, is this never ending? Ning Bufan's anger surged. The old monk was startled and shouted, Golden Bell Shield. A golden bell shadow immediately appeared, enveloping the old monk. Bang! The sword light struck fiercely against the golden shield. The shield blocked the blow, but it was covered in cracks. The next second, with a loud explosion, the golden shield shattered. The old monk's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, Demon, oh no, please wait, I am not from the 10,000 Buddha sect, let me explain. Ning Bufan's expression was cold as he slashed again with his sword. Damn it! The old monk lost his composure and shouted, Little crane, run. Ka! The white crane let out a long cry, suddenly diving down, making a sharp turn in the air, and flew rapidly in another direction. The terrifying sword light whistled towards them, scaring the old man to quickly lie down, pressing his abdomen tightly against the back of the crane. Whoosh! The sword light, carrying the breath of death, almost grazed the old monk's back. The residual sword energy tore through the monk's robe. The old monk felt a chill down his spine, and his pores stood on end. Amitba, may the Buddha bless me. It's fine, I dodged it, thank you, Buddha. Just as he was expressing his gratitude, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his back. He reached back and felt something sticky. I'm bleeding. The old monk was terrified. Little crane, hurry. Run. Amitba, this business is not easy, the Buddha won't do it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a bird's cry sounded behind him, nearly causing the old monk to fall off. Amitba, I've already run away, why are you still chasing me? Ning Bufan was very displeased. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother wasting time, but the people from the 10,000 Buddha sect kept appearing, and they had to be dealt with. Swish! The sword light, like snow, struck out once more. Little crane, dodge. Ha ha. Missed. Thank you, Buddha. Come on, come hit me, you can't hit me, you can't kill me, ha ha ha. After dodging Ning Bufan's attacks several times, the old monk became cocky and provocatively flaunted himself. Ning Bufan's forehead bulged with veins. It was his first time riding a monster, and it was Little White's first time carrying someone. They were both novices. The old monk was different. With his beast, they could go up and down, make 180-degree turns, and sometimes even flip upside down, a seasoned fighter among experienced drivers. He was as slippery as an eel. Fighting in the air was truly disadvantageous. Seeing that this was wasting time, Ning Bufan took a deep breath to suppress his anger and shouted, Little White, go to Kyoto. Lee. Little Bai received the command, let out a cry, and gave up the chase, turning to leave. The old monk, seeing Ning Bufan had gone, became even more elated, laughing heartily. Wasn't it said that Ning Bufan leaves no living person under his sword? Look, I survived. I'm amazing. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the distance. In the next moment, the light abruptly expanded in his pupils. It was a sword light. The sword light came rushing like thunder, violently attacking. Ah! The old monk let out a miserable scream, instantly terrified. He didn't leave, he's back. Monks are all liars, inhuman. The old man screamed in a panic that shattered the void, run. The mount hesitated for a moment, and when it reacted, it frantically flapped its wings to escape. But it was too sudden, and the reaction was delayed by 0 seconds. Feeling death approaching, the old monk grabbed the back feathers of the white crane and shouted, flip and turn. The white crane quickly responded in sync, suddenly flipping its massive body, with its belly facing up and back down, rapidly descending into the darkness below. Swish! The sword light arrived suddenly, slicing through the crane's abdomen, sending blood rain and soaring feathers everywhere. The white crane let out a piercing scream. Little crane! The old monk cried out in grief, as both man and beast uncontrollably fell downward. At this moment, Ning Bufan and Little Bai appeared above the old monk. Chase! Ning Bufan's killing intent was terrifying. Little Bai let out a cry and suddenly dove down. Ning Bufan and Little Bai landed in a vast forest, looking around in confusion. After a chaotic chase in the air, with adrenaline surging, they had been so focused on the pursuit that they hadn't realized how long they had been chasing or where they had ended up. Now that they were on the ground, they realized they were lost. At this time, the sky had brightened, and a new day had begun. At the headquarters of the Kyoto Hunter Association, they had been in a state of panic all night. The killing god Ning Bufan had not arrived, and it was said he had been taken away by a high monk. Of course, the crisis had not been averted. Director, I suggest we re-employ Gao Sanfeng. He is the only one in the Hunter Association who can match Ning Bufan, Li Tingshan proposed in the director's office. Wang Gongming had no better solution and urgently urged Li Tingshan, you have full authority to handle this, go immediately. Li Tingshan learned that Gao Sanfeng was in Fengcheng and urgently took the fastest private jet to Fengcheng. In Fengcheng, at the ruins of the Ning family villa, several excavators were clearing the debris. This piece of land had been claimed by Yang Luyan with Ning Bufan's permission. Today, Yang Luyan was personally supervising the work, preparing to clear it out to build a brand new modern villa, named Yangjia Villa. Beep beep. Suddenly, a horn sounded as a strange business vehicle drove over, heading straight for the yellow line set up for construction. Hey, stop! This is a construction site, no vehicles allowed. Several workers rushed to stop it. The vehicle not only did not stop but instead roared forward. Get out of the way! The construction site was filled with the workers' terrified screams. One worker, unable to dodge in time, was directly hit and sent flying, his leg crushed under the wheels, turning into a bloody mess. Ah! Ah ah! The chilling screams echoed throughout the area, sending shivers down spines. Yang Luyan, who was supervising, was startled and rushed over with her team. The surrounding workers quickly surrounded the vehicle. Some angry workers picked up their tools and surrounded the business vehicle, shouting, "Bastard, you hit someone! Get out of the car, come out!" With a click, the car door opened. Four burly men stepped out first. Each of them had sharp eyes and exuded a terrifying chill. Their cold gazes swept over the crowd, and under their dreadful aura, a group of workers retreated in fear. Step aside, President Yang is coming. The crowd parted to make way, and Yang Luyan rushed in. Just as she entered, a familiar figure stepped out of the car. It was a woman dressed in a very androgynous style. Short hair, a black leather jacket paired with black jeans, and wearing sunglasses. The woman walked forward with her hands in her pockets, her expression radiating arrogance and coldness. Four burly men respectfully followed behind her. You are Ning Zhaodi? Yang Luyan exclaimed upon seeing the woman. The newcomer was the fourth sister of the Ning family, Ning Zhaodi. She had returned. Ning Zhaodi took off her sunglasses and fixed her cold gaze on Yang Luyan. This is my Ning family's territory. Who gave you the audacity to occupy it? Yang Luyan was at a loss for words. Poof. One of the bodyguards beside Yang Luyan, feeling quite self-important, stepped forward and said, the Ning family no longer exists. This place was given to our General Yang by Ning Bufan when he left. If you have a problem, go talk to him. Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly in front of our General Yang? You've got guts, Ning Zhaodi said, coldly staring at the bodyguard, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the next moment, she raised her right hand and pointed at the bodyguard. Boom! Flames suddenly erupted from the bodyguard, engulfing him in a fireball. The sudden turn of events startled everyone around, causing them to flee in terror. Ah! Ah! The burning bodyguard let out a series of piercing, agonizing screams as he struggled and rolled in the flames, until he was burned to death. When the fire was extinguished, he had turned into a charred blackened corpse. The smell of roasted meat filled the air. Those who had escaped were horrified at the sight, their backs chilled, and no one dared to approach again. Yang Luyan, under the protection of her bodyguards, prepared to flee the scene. Yang Luyan, you'd better stop, a cold, mocking voice rang out. If you dare to escape, your Yang family will disappear from this world today. Yang Luyan felt a wave of despair. She was not ignorant. She knew that Ning Zhaodi was one of those legendary awakened beings who could control fire. She never expected that this youngest daughter of the Ning family, studying abroad, would be an awakened one. In front of such a person, they ordinary folks were utterly powerless to resist. Zhaodi, you have to listen to my explanation. This place was indeed given to me by Ning Bufan. No, he forced it upon me. If I didn't accept, he would have killed my whole family. You don't know, he was completely insane back then. Yang Luyan trembled as she approached Ning Zhaodi, anxiously explaining what had happened that day. Ning Zhaodi waved her hand. You don't need to explain. I already know what happened that day. One of the reasons I returned this time is to kill Ning Bufan and avenge my family. A terrifying killing intent erupted. Yang Luyan was so frightened she nearly knelt. Zhaodi, don't worry, I can return the Ning family's assets to you. Yang Luyan's face turned pale with fear. At least you know your place. As long as I am here, the Ning family will not perish. Ning Zhaodi's gaze fell on the ruins before her fists clenched tightly. Mom and Dad, sister. Please rest assured in the heavens, I will soon make that beast Ning Bufan kneel and apologize to you. Ma'am, there's an urgent order from above. At that moment, one of Ning Zhaodi's bodyguards approached and whispered in her ear, you are to immediately head to the southern wilderness to take over the Dark Owl and initiate the beast tide. It's urgent.
Ning Jiaoti's expression changed slightly, and she suddenly grabbed Yang Luyan by the neck, her face twisted in rage as she growled, "Immediately rebuild this place in the style of the Ning family villa. If there is even one place that is different from before, I will kill your entire Yang family."
Okay, Yang Luyan nodded in terror. 1 month. Ning Jiaoti dropped the sentence and threw Yang Luyan onto the dusty ground.
Yang Luyan felt a bitter despair in her heart.
Restoring the Ning family villa in 1 month was impossible for her.
Ning Jiaoti didn't care about her, getting into a car with her subordinates and leaving in a cloud of dust.
In another part of Feng City, in a hospital room.
"President Gao, thank you for saving me," Xia Xinxin said as she woke from her coma, seeing Gao Sanfeng beside her and expressing her gratitude.
Gao Sanfeng shook his head. "The one who saved you is Ning Bufan.
I was quite surprised that someone like him would come to your rescue. I thought he only knew how to kill."
"President Gao, you are mistaken," Xia Xinxin said seriously.
"Ning Bufan is actually a very kind person at heart. He has been forced into this situation step by step. From a medical perspective, he is currently a mental patient." Just as she was saying this, a knock on the door interrupted her.
Knock, knock, knock.
Gao Sanfeng looked towards the door of the ward, and as it opened, a familiar figure appeared before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. One of the members of the council, Li Tingshan.
"Elder, what brings you here?"
Gao Sanfeng stood up, somewhat surprised. Li Tingshan's old face was grave as he nodded towards Gao Sanfeng and turned to leave. After giving Xia Xinxin a quick instruction, Gao Sanfeng followed him out.
In the car outside, the two settled in. "Elder, is something wrong?"
Seeing Li Tingshan's expression, Gao Sanfeng knew something serious had happened. Li Tingshan spoke directly. "Last night, Ning Bufan went on a rampage in Qingzhou. The Qingzhou branch has been wiped out. 2 quasi-gods and 8 half-gods have fallen."
"What the hell?"
Gao Sanfeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock.
However, it wasn't over yet.
Li Tingshan looked at Gao Sanfeng's shocked expression and continued helplessly, "The god of war from the south and his 2 great generals have fallen."
"What the hell?" Gao Sanfeng was stunned.
After a while, he swallowed hard, snapping out of his daze. The tumultuous waves of shock in his heart could not be calmed. He had anticipated blood flowing in Qingzhou, but he never expected so many gods to fall, even the god of war from the south. It was too exaggerated, too terrifying.
Ning Bufan. Is he a terrestrial immortal?
No, a terrestrial immortal so young, that's impossible. Gao Sanfeng shook his head frantically. Li Tingshan sighed deeply. "It's unlikely he's a terrestrial immortal, but he is definitely among the top tier of quasi-gods. Now he wants to destroy our council, and we want to seek peace with Ning Bufan." Gao Sanfeng was astonished. "Elder, Ning Bufan has killed so many people in the association. His crimes are unforgivable.
If we seek peace, what face do we have left? How do we explain this to our fallen comrades?" Li Tingshan's old face twitched, his expression grim. This was exactly what he had said to Gao Sanfeng before, and now Gao Sanfeng was throwing it back at him. The old man cursed inwardly, "Damn it, as if we wanted this. The truth lies beneath the sword's edge. As long as the fist is big enough, all unforgivable crimes are nothing." "Sanfeng, can't we admit we were wrong?"
Li Tingshan pulled a long face, sincerely admitting his mistake, his expression extremely serious. Now, with the southwest branch destroyed, the god of war from the south fallen, and the monstrous beasts in the Million Mountains potentially erupting into a terrifying beast tide, the entire southwest region, including this Maple City, will turn into a hell on earth, and the ones who will suffer are the common people. This was not an exaggeration but a cruel reality they were about to face. Gao Sanfeng was startled, his face turning pale.
He was not Ning Bufan, who could ignore these issues. Deep down, he cared for the world and worried for the people. He absolutely did not want to see such a tragedy unfold. "What do you want me to do?" Without hesitation, he proactively asked. Li Tingshan replied, "We will transfer you to the council cabinet."
Gao Sanfeng was taken aback. This was a step up to the heavens. He maintained a calm demeanor because such an abnormal promotion was not given for free. It required you to take the bullet.
If things went wrong, he could either die under Ning Bufan's sword or perish in the beast tide.
"Sanfeng, the association needs you, the people of the world need you, please do not refuse." Li Tingshan looked at Gao Sanfeng eagerly, afraid he would decline.
At this moment, a slightly selfish person would see avoiding disaster as the best choice. "When do I start?"
Gao Sanfeng accepted without hesitation, causing Li Tingshan to breathe a sigh of relief.
"Now, immediately."
Li Tingshan urged impatiently, "I have a private plane ready. We need to return to the council right away."
"By the way, does that Xia Xinxin have any connection with Ning Bufan? Can we take her with us?"
Gao Sanfeng was also uneasy about leaving Xia Xinxin here, so he agreed. However, when he was processing the discharge paperwork, an old doctor stopped him. President Gao, the poison in Miss Xia has not been resolved. Currently, because she has a special ability to heal herself, she is temporarily resisting the onset of the toxin.
We have tried countless detoxification methods, but they can only suppress it temporarily, not eliminate it.
If we want to save her now, the best way is to find the antidote, otherwise, she won't last long. Gao Sanfeng's head buzzed, and he was stunned. Ning Bufan had entrusted Xia Xinxin to him, and if anything happened to her, who knew what would occur? Cold sweat broke out on Gao Sanfeng's forehead. Elder, what poison did you give Xia Xinxin? Gao Sanfeng angrily confronted Li Tingshan, throwing the examination report directly into the latter's hands.
Li Tingshan looked bewildered. After taking the report and reading it, he shook his head. Our association doesn't have this kind of poison.
As far as I know, the one who kidnapped Xia Xinxin is the fourth Miss Yi Yaoyao from the Yi family. This poison should have been administered by her.
Yi Yaoyao. Gao Sanfeng's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. That venomous woman. Sanfeng, don't be anxious.
I'll have someone find a way immediately. For now, let's return to Kyoto, Li Tingshan urged.
All right.
The situation was urgent, and Gao Sanfeng didn't say anything more. At that moment, Ning Bufan had already escaped from the vast mountains. With his experience in the jungle, escaping wasn't difficult. He was just annoyed that the old bald man hadn't been found, only the corpse of his mount. At this time, he was riding Xiao Bai, quickly flying towards Kyoto. The sky was clear today, but not far ahead, a large area of dark clouds suddenly appeared. Xiao Bai, of course, was not afraid of the dark clouds and dove straight into them at high speed.
The next second, the cloud surged, the void twisted, and visibility was lost. Ning Bufan couldn't see anyway, so it didn't affect him much. But Xiao Bai was different.
Wrapped in the clouds, it couldn't see anything and couldn't determine the direction, flailing around like a headless fly, trying to escape this area of dark clouds.
No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free, as if the area of dark clouds was boundless.
In reality, it wasn't that the clouds were boundless, but that they moved with it, constantly locking onto its body and trapping it tightly.
Ha, we've finally succeeded in blocking this demon.
Outside the clouds, two old men were flying slowly around the clouds on large birds.
One tall old man looked at the moving clouds that trapped Ning Bufan and laughed heartily.
The short old man stroked his beard, his eyes full of mirth. Brother, with our Yunshan brothers stepping in, this task is a piece of cake. That old Gaiwan Gongming must give us a broken divine pill this time. No, too, otherwise, we won't let it go. Before he could finish, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the clouds towards the short old man. The short old man's pupils suddenly contracted, and with a loud roar, he urgently punched out.
Bang!
With a loud explosion, his fist burst open, turning into a mist of blood. No, the old man let out a desperate wail. The sword light whistled through his body. In an instant, along with the mount beneath him, they both emitted a mournful cry and fell downwards. The tall old man screamed heart-wrenchingly, "Brother!" At that moment, the clouds stopped moving due to the loss of one person's control. Whoosh! A fierce wind arose, the clouds surged, and a giant beast suddenly charged out from the clouds, letting out an angry roar. The tall old man was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He couldn't care for his falling brother and shouted frantically, directing his mount to flee into the distance. Ning Bufan pressed his finger against the sword hilt, suddenly exerting force, and the long sword was drawn, transforming into a streak of light shooting towards the tall old man's back. Help! The tall old man's cry for help echoed through the sky. Whoosh! A swift whistling sound broke through the air, and a long sword streaked across the void like a meteor, crashing violently against Ning Bufan's long sword. Clang! The two swords collided, and sparks flew. Both swords flew back. Ning Bufan frowned slightly, realizing there were still helpers. He raised his hand, and the long sword flew back into its sheath. With his feet clamping the sword, he gripped the hilt tightly and suddenly drew it out. The sword was drawn. A violent beam of sword light tore through the void, accompanied by a chilling shriek, slashing towards the tall old man again. The long sword came to block once more. With a bang, that sword was sent flying far away by the sword light. The sword light continued its relentless advance, carrying the howls of death towards the tall old man. "Save me!" The old man's terrified cries were heart-wrenching, his mount reaching its utmost speed, yet it could never outrun that sword light. "Stop!" A loud shout came from afar, the sound rolling in like thunder, bringing a violent momentum crashing in. However, the sword light did not halt. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, and blood mist exploded in the air. The tall old man was ruthlessly pierced by the sword light. "Bastard, I will kill you, kill your whole family." Ah! The roar shook the heavens, the vast sky trembling. A terrifying giant eagle flapped its massive wings, carrying the sound of rolling thunder, arriving in the blink of an eye. A dreadful killing intent swept across the sky at that moment.
The tall old man and his mount plummeted rapidly towards the ground after the blood mist erupted. A giant eagle approached at high speed from the distant sky. The cry of the eagle echoed across the heavens. On the eagle's back sat a middle-aged man and woman. The man was dressed in green, and the woman in purple. They were a couple, the renowned Ziqing twin swords of the Yunshan sect in the martial world. Both had been prodigies in swordsmanship since childhood. In their 40s, they had already become great sword immortals, and when they teamed up, their power was even more formidable. Among their peers, they stood at the pinnacle. Master Uncle. The two appeared just in time to see the two old men falling one after the other, immediately letting out cries of grief and anger. Damn demon, I will kill you. The woman in purple suddenly stood up on the eagle's back, drawing her long sword, fueled by vengeful fury, transforming into a streak of light as she charged towards Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan commanded Xiao Bai to accelerate forward, sensing the long sword coming, his expression indifferent. Swish! The long sword was drawn, slashing. The sword light surged forth like a waterfall, accompanied by a buzzing that tore through the air, sending chills down the spine. Zier, be careful! The man in green exclaimed in alarm, hastily drawing his sword to counter. With a ding, the woman in purple's sword was knocked away. The sword light pressed on, continuing its assault towards the woman. The sword strike from the man in green collided perfectly with Ning Bufan's sword light. With a loud explosion, the sword light of the man in green shattered. Ning Bufan's sword light dimmed significantly but still pressed forward. The two were so frightened their faces turned pale. Since the Ziqing twin swords had gained fame, they had faced almost no rivals among their peers, and had been incredibly arrogant. They never expected that against the young junior Ning Bufan, with just one sword, they would be thrown into disarray. Go! The man in green shouted, his long sword flying out to collide with the incoming sword light. Another explosion rang out, and only then did the sword light finally shatter, the long sword being knocked back, which the man in green caught in his hand. The expressions of the two instantly turned extremely serious, shedding their earlier disdain. Husband, this demon is indeed extraordinary, we must be cautious. The woman in purple calmed down at this moment, the hatred that had ignited her anger extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming gravity. The mounts of both sides flew towards each other at high speed, the distance closing rapidly. Eagle Master, attack! The man in green shouted. Another eagle cry resounded across the sky. The giant eagle suddenly opened its mouth wide towards Ning Bufan and Xiao Bai, a current of electricity instantly shooting out, roaring towards the pair. Ning Bufan furrowed his brow and drew his sword to slash down. The sword light crashed against the current, making a easy sound. Xiao Bai was furious. Damn it, is that all you can do? A bird's cry sliced through the sky like a sharp sword. Xiao Bai suddenly opened its mouth, boom! In an instant, flames surged like a tidal wave towards the opposing man and beast. Eagle Master, run! The man in green shouted in terror, slashing his sword backward to form a wall of swords as a barrier behind them. The giant eagle hurriedly turned around, frantically flapping its wings, fleeing for its life. The giant eagle could barely be considered a royal-level monster, but the little white one was an imperial-level beast. The flames spewed by an imperial-level monster were simply beyond what a royal-level beast could withstand. Whoosh! The fierce fire crashed violently against the sword wall formed by the sword energy. Unfortunately, the sword wall had a limited range, and in the next moment, the overwhelming flames swallowed it whole. Before the fire even reached them, the scorching wave had already swept in. The giant eagle let out a painful scream as its tail caught fire. However, under the sting of the burning pain, it flapped its wings even faster, pushing its speed to the limit. The surrounding airwaves were whipped up by its massive wings, forming a terrifying tornado. Zier, hold on tight. The two on its back quickly lay flat against the eagle's feathers, gripping them tightly, fearing they would be thrown off. They claimed to be great sword immortals, but they were not truly like the legendary immortals who could fly on swords. Falling from such a height would certainly be fatal. Fortunately, when the flames dissipated, they had narrowly escaped disaster. The dual swords of purple and blue were filled with uncontrollable fury. It was the first time since their debut that they found themselves in such a dire situation. Husband, let's combine our swords and kill him. The woman in purple glared, her face twisted in rage, her eyes filled with a palpable killing intent. All right. The man in blue shouted, Eagle Master, steady yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the two quickly stood up. Combined swords, swords out like dragons. They stood side by side and shouted in unison. The dual swords suddenly thrust out at the same moment. In the vast sky, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Two beams of sword light shot out and merged together. In the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword energy took form. Kill! Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated through the void,
carrying a devastating momentum as it fiercely lunged toward Ning Bufan and the little white one. Wherever the sword dragon passed, the void seemed to be forcibly split in two. Before the sword even arrived, the terrifying pressure had already left little white gasping for breath, its speed instantly slowing. This sword was the strongest strike from the two. A strange smile crept across Ning Bufan's lips. Interesting. Clang! The long sword was sheathed. In the next second, the sword light burst forth. The sword was drawn and slashed. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it sliced out. In an instant, the two forces collided. There was no earth-shattering explosion or roar, only a sizzle, as if a blade had sliced through paper. The seemingly terrifying sword dragon was instantly cleaved in half. Hiss crackle. The sound of tearing echoed, sending chills down one's spine. The sword light split the sword dragon and surged toward the dual swords of purple and blue. Sister Z, get back! The man in blue was horrified, shouting as he urgently shielded the woman in purple, thrusting out a sword. Puff! The sword only pierced halfway, and a bloody arm, along with the sword in hand, flew high into the air. Blood rained down. Husband! The woman in purple let out a heart-wrenching cry. Ka, the giant eagle, also let out a mournful cry at that moment. A flash of swordlight passed by, severing its massive wing in half. If it weren't for its rich combat experience allowing it to dodge in time, that strike could have split its body open. With half of its wing severed, the giant eagle's flying body immediately lost balance, swaying left and right. It was also worried about throwing the two on its back off, so it struggled to maintain stability, but unfortunately, the swaying of its body was completely out of control. Eagle Master! The woman screamed, while holding her fallen husband, crying out, "Husband, are you alright? Don't scare me. We are not a match for them. Hurry, hurry and go." The man in blue gripped the bird's back tightly with one hand, enduring the excruciating pain as he let out a pained voice. Leave? In this situation, how could they leave? The Eagle Master was injured, and maintaining balance was already incredibly difficult. It couldn't fly fast at all. If the opponent struck again, they would be finished. Suddenly, the woman made a decision, kneeling on the bird's back toward Ning Bufan, crying out, "Young hero, we were wrong, please spare us. We have a son and a daughter. If we die, they will be left without parents. For the sake of the children, I beg you to spare us this once. I am grateful for your great kindness and virtue. The children are still waiting for us to come home." Woo woo. Ning Bufan's lips curled into a cold smile. Now you think of the children? When you came to kill me just now, why didn't you think of them? Swish. The sword light was like snow, directly slicing through. No, the woman in purple let out a desperate scream, but she also unleashed her final strength, swinging her sword. Her power was weaker than that of the man in green. How could she block Ning Bufan's sword? Ding! With a sound, the long sword flew out of her hand. Sister Z! The man in green cried out in grief and anger. Puff! The sword light pierced through the woman's body, its momentum unabated, and then passed through the body of the man behind her. This pair of fated lovers could no longer control their bodies and fell from the swaying back of the giant eagle. The giant eagle let out a mournful cry that echoed through the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of fierce fire fell from the sky. The giant eagle could not dodge in time and instantly turned into a massive fireball, following the pair of fated lovers as they plummeted down with a chorus of mournful cries. The purple and green twin swords fell. Chief, we can't let anyone else go to their deaths, it's too tragic. In an office of the Kyoto Association of Hunters, President Wang Gongming and others watched the falling figures on the surveillance screen, their hearts trembling wildly, their faces as grim as if attending a funeral. Chief, that Ning is a madman, we shouldn't have provoked him. Someone in the office lamented. Damn it, it's all that bastard Wei Shangnan's fault. Some dared not curse the chief and could only vent their anger on Wei Shangnan. Mentioning Wei Shangnan, Wang Gongming gritted his teeth and angrily asked, "Has Wei Shangnan been found?" His subordinate shook his head helplessly. "That bastard seems to have evaporated. I suspect he was burned to ashes along with the Wei family by Ning Bufan." Warily Tingshan and Gao Sanfeng. Wang Gongming asked again. Now he was pinning all his hopes on Gao Sanfeng. "They probably need another hour to arrive," his subordinate replied helplessly. "Too slow, way too slow." Wang Gongming slammed the table, his eyes reddening with anxiety. "Rush them, make them hurry." Yes. The subordinate hurriedly left. At that moment, another subordinate rushed in excitedly, reporting, "Chief, good news. The Qin family has agreed to let Ning Bufan's biological mother, Qin Fu, come forward to persuade him, but they want 3 broken god pills." Upon hearing this, Wang Gongming's face twitched, his expression darkening to a terrifying degree. As if broken god pills were cabbages, there were no more than 10 in the entire association. He was asking for 3 outright. A blatant robbery.
But now, he had no chance to bargain. Fine, agreed. Wang Gongming gritted his teeth, suppressing his dissatisfaction. However, they must arrive within an hour, otherwise, everything is off the table. Yes. The subordinate quickly left. Who? Wang Gongming took a deep breath and picked up the phone on the desk to call someone. A moment later, a dark-skinned, sturdy, and stern-looking middle-aged man walked in. Chief, you called for me. The man stood straight in front of Wang Gongming's desk. Wei Mian, the last remaining quasi-god of the Hunter Association. Has everyone withdrawn? Wang Gongming asked weakly. Those who should have withdrawn have done so, Wei Mian replied in a formal tone. You should withdraw too. Wang Gongming waved his hand. Wei Mian shook his head. I will only withdraw when you do, chief. Foolish. Wang Gongming said angrily, you are our last quasi-god, we cannot afford to lose you. I, Wang Gongming, am the chief, anyone can withdraw, but I cannot. Wei Mian remained silent, standing still, showing no intention of leaving. Wang Gongming's emotions became agitated, he stood up, pulled back the curtains, and roared, this headquarters building of the association was built 50 years ago, for half a century, it has been the symbol and faith of the Hunter Association. If it is destroyed, the faith of the Hunter Association will also be lost, and the hearts of the people will scatter. So until the last moment, I absolutely cannot leave, even if there is just a glimmer of hope, I must hold on to it. Otherwise, I, Wang Gongming, will be the historical sinner of the Hunters Association, and even if I die today, I will have no face to meet the predecessors of the Hunters in the underworld. Although Wang Gongming was not considered a wise leader, his sense of responsibility was undeniable. Chief, I will stay with you until the end, Wei Mian said stubbornly. You. Wang Gongming was momentarily speechless, and could only sigh in the end. He knew this guy's temperament. Once he made up his mind, even a herd of cattle couldn't pull him back. Alright, Wang Gongming had no choice but to yield, withdraw everyone except for the necessary personnel. Understood, Wei Mian nodded and was about to leave when a subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken, Chief, it's bad. Ning Bufan, that monster, has already entered the outskirts of Kyoto. Boom! Wang Gongming's head felt like it had exploded with thunder, leaving him completely stunned. How could it be so fast? Can that guy fly? He had forgotten, he really did fly here. But at this time, Gao Sanfeng hadn't arrived yet, and Ning Bufan's biological mother, Qin Fu, hadn't arrived either. Time, we must buy time. Wang Gongming forced himself to calm down, took out a tissue, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, ordering, Wei Mian, according to the original plan, take Xinzhong and the others out. Yes, Wei Mian responded and left. Kyoto, outskirts. Ning Bufan and a bird appeared high in the sky. If Ning Bufan could see, he would be able to overlook the entire vast city of Kyoto from above. Below, the concrete forest of magnificent buildings stretched endlessly, a spectacular sight. Of course, Ning Bufan couldn't appreciate the grandeur of Kyoto right now, he had no mind for it. He maximized his perception and quickly flew towards the headquarters of the association based on his familiar memories. Xiaobai flew at low altitude and soon arrived over Kyoto. Woo-wah woo-wah. Suddenly, alarm bells rang out in the sky, piercing and shrill. This was Kyoto. Without permission, no flying objects were allowed to enter the airspace. You are about to enter the airspace of Kyoto, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we have the right to shoot you down. Warnings came from both the air and the ground. Several flying objects approached within a kilometer of Ning Bufan, issuing warnings. But upon seeing Xiaobai's terrifying size, their flying objects looked like mere flies, and they quickly retreated in fear. This terrifying beast was not something they could handle. Wuliang Tianzuan. Suddenly, a voice cut through the sky, carrying a booming sound wave towards Ning Bufan. This is a crucial area of Kyoto, no entry ahead, please turn back. A kilometer away, an old man in a Taoist robe, holding a Buddhist dust whisk, sat atop a celestial crane, blocking the path of Ning Bufan and Xiaobai. Hearing this voice, people below looked up at the sky. Instantly, many people gasped in surprise. That's Dao Yangzi, the stabilizing force of Kyoto, one of the land immortals of the two continents. The next moment, a fervent cheer erupted from the ground like a tsunami. At the Hunters Association, when Wang Gongming learned that the land immortal Dao Yangzi had intervened to stop Ning Bufan, he was so excited that his heart nearly leaped out. A heart that had been hanging in suspense was at least half relieved. It's fine, no matter how strong Ning Bufan is, he can't possibly kill a land immortal, right? In the office, Wang Gongming said with a smile, quick, turn on the surveillance, I want to see how arrogant Ning Bufan can be this time. Wei Mian, with a dark expression, had to pour cold water on him. Chief, as far as I know, the elder Dao Yangzi is not actually in Kyoto. What remains here should just be a replica he created. Wang Gongming's eyelids twitched. As the chief, a high-ranking figure, he was aware of this matter,
but he had been so happy just now that he forgot about it. Ha! He took a deep breath and said, a replica still has 1/3 of his strength, it should be able to hold off Ning Bufan, right? At least it can buy time until Gao Sanfeng and the others arrive. Then, he made a call to have the staff come in and turn on the surveillance screen. As soon as the screen lit up, a thunderous roar erupted from it. Those who block me shall die. In the next moment, a terrifying swordlight, stretching over 10 zhang, filled the entire screen. The dazzling swordlight was so blinding that the few people in the office instinctively closed their eyes. In the air, Ning Bufan not only did not stop but urged Xiaobai to accelerate, unleashing a sword strike with 90% of his power towards the Taoist in a frenzied attack. Dao Yangzi was furious. You insolent brat, how dare you? Boom! With a deafening sound, Dao Yangzi's terrifying aura erupted. He suddenly swung the whisk in his hand, and a swirling vortex of air roared towards the swordlight. In the next instant, the terrifying swordlight was swallowed by the vortex and vanished as if it had been shredded. Ha! Senior Dao is mighty, invincible, invincible. The frenzied fans waved their fists and shouted. Whoosh! However, with a sharp whistle, the swordlight burst forth from the vortex. Although it had dimmed significantly, it still struck Dao Yangzi with an overwhelming force. Crack! Dao Yangzi's body suddenly split apart. In an instant, all cheers and shouts ceased, and the faces of everyone turned stiff and frozen. Dao Yangzi looked incredulous and bewildered. What happened to me? Bang! With a loud explosion, Dao Yangzi's body exploded. There was no expected mist of blood, only a pile of shattered mechanical parts remained. It was indeed just a high-tech replica. Although it was a replica, possessing 1/3 of a terrestrial immortal's strength made it an invincible existence beneath the terrestrial immortals. Yet, it was taken down just like that. No one dared to stop Ning Bufan anymore as he charged straight into the sky above Kyoto, heading directly for the headquarters of the Hunters Guild. At the headquarters building, the remaining personnel were led by the president, Wan Gongming, to the highest point on the rooftop. Quick, tie up Chen Zhong and the others, and make them kneel at the front. Under the command, the 3 cabinet members, represented by Chen Zhong, who had initially supported Wei Shangnan and voted in favor of killing Ning Bufan, were all bound tightly and pushed to kneel in the most conspicuous spot on the rooftop. Chen Zhong and the others felt utterly humiliated. President, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. We were once in high positions, people of status. You can kill us, but you cannot insult us like this, Chen Zhong growled in anger. Wan Gongming sighed helplessly, Old Chen, I know you feel humiliated. But what can I do now? That killing god Ning Bufan is coming over, and if we don't use you to vent his anger, who can protect this headquarters building? This. Chen Zhong and the others looked ashen. Wan Gongming sighed again, the humiliation you are suffering now can be seen as a contribution and sacrifice for the association. To be precise, you are also atoning for your sins. Chen Zhong and the others had nothing to say. President, he's coming, there's 1 minute left, a subordinate suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone present became tense. The oppressive atmosphere swept over the crowd. Wan Gongming shouted, everyone, don't panic. We are not fighting Ning Bufan, we are reasoning with him. Everyone, put down your weapons. After all, in front of Ning Bufan, wielding weapons would be futile, it was better to put them down to show sincerity. You guys hold the peace doves well. After I give the order, release the peace doves together to express our sincerity for peace. The president was still very professional. Turn the volume of the loudspeaker to the maximum, and give me the microphone. Wan Gongming prepared to talk to Ning Bufan. Once all the arrangements were made, a black dot appeared in the sky. It moved quickly, and in an instant, the black dot transformed into a massive figure, a giant bird appearing in everyone's sight. Whoosh, whoosh. The giant bird flapped its wings, stirring up waves of violent wind, the air swirling. He's coming! Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Steady, everyone stay steady. Wan Gongming shouted, once again, we are negotiating peace with Ning Bufan, not fighting. There's no need to worry too much. Steadying the crowd's emotions, Wan Gongming looked up at the sky. As the massive body of the giant bird drew closer, an overwhelming sense of dread made his heart race uncontrollably. But as the commander, he had to remain composed. In the next moment, the giant bird carrying Ning Bufan flew over the headquarters building. A shadow fell over everyone, the giant bird nearly obscuring all sight in the sky, blocking out the sun. Cough cough. Wan Gongming quickly grabbed the microphone and cleared his throat forcefully, Mr. Ning Bufan. His voice, amplified to the maximum volume, echoed through the air. Not only Ning Bufan, but even people dozens of kilometers away could hear him clearly. I am Wan Gongming, the president of the Hunter Association. I sincerely apologize for the harm caused to you by the Hunter Association. Now, in my capacity as president, I represent the association to you.
Boom!
Just as Wan Gongming was halfway through his words, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his voice cut off abruptly. In the sky, a sword light over 10 zhan long, radiating dazzling brilliance, fell like a blazing sun. Everyone's terrified faces turned pale in the reflection of that sword light. The peace doves that had been calmly perched on people's hands were startled and flapped their wings to fly away. But under the sword light, they instantly transformed into a mist of blood and vanished. No, the desperate screams tore through the air, echoing in the void.
Wan Gongming was stunned, his mind blank. President, run!
A loud shout came, and a strong arm wrapped around his waist, shooting him out like a cannonball.
Boom!
Another thunderous sound reverberated through the sky. The terrifying sword light struck the skyscraper fiercely.
The entire building was cleaved in half from the rooftop. The roof shattered and collapsed, spreading downwards layer by layer.
The heart-wrenching screams were piercingly shrill, but soon, those who screamed were engulfed by the crumbling and collapsing building, swept into the torrent of collapsing concrete. In their despair before death, they wanted to ask, President, what about the reasoning in peace you spoke of? President, I was serious about reasoning in peace, but he didn't let me speak.
Rumble, rumble.
The sound of the skyscraper collapsing was earth-shattering, audible from far away. Whoosh! Wan Gongming felt a fierce wind howling by his ears, his body plummeting rapidly downwards. At the last moment, the last quasi-divine guard, Wei Mian, caught him and jumped from the building.
As he fell, layers of floors above him collapsed, chasing him down. It's over, this headquarters is doomed. I will become the first president in the history of the Hunter Association to have the headquarters destroyed, a historical sinner. Thinking this, he painfully closed his eyes, tears of grief and anger spilling from his eyes. In the sky, Ning Bufan stood on the back of Xiaobai, sensing the collapse of the skyscraper beneath him, his expression unchanged. Suddenly, he sensed someone falling in a desperate escape. Without any hesitation, he drew his sword, and a beam of sword light sliced through the air. Wei Mian, who was falling, immediately felt the breath of death and shouted, "Thousand Jin fall." His speed suddenly increased several times. A beam of sword light whizzed past above them, the sword energy cutting into their skin, a bone-chilling pain. Of course, there was no time to care about the pain. Bang! With a loud crash, the two slammed into the ground. The earth shook, and dust flew everywhere. A massive pit nearly buried both of them. From such a height, and using the Thousand Jin fall, even a god couldn't withstand it. After all, they were not the true gods of legend. Wan Gongming was relatively unscathed because Wei Mian had used himself as a cushion to protect him. Wow! Wei Mian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wow.
Blood gushed out in a continuous stream, unable to stop. Although Wan Gongming had a cushion, he still felt dizzy, his insides churning violently, and it took a while for him to recover.
When he saw Wei Mian's condition, he screamed in terror, Wei Mian, are you okay? Get up, we need to go. President, I can't move anymore, you go quickly. Go!
Wei Mian used his last ounce of strength to let out a great roar, forcefully pushing Wan Gongming out of the pit.
Just as Wan Gongming emerged, the building collapsed with a thunderous crash. A torrential downpour of concrete and bricks fell, instantly burying Wei Mian. No, Wei Mian!
Wan Gongming let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears blurring his vision. In that moment, he, the esteemed president, once a figure of immense power, cried. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted angrily into the sky, Ning Bufan, Ning the demon. Come on, have the guts to kill me. Bastard, I curse your whole family to die a terrible death. Ha!
Wan Gongming laughed maniacally.
Whoosh! A piercing sound tore through the air. A flash of sword light suddenly appeared from the swirling dust, striking down towards the top of Wan Gongming's head. Wan Gongming's pupils exploded in shock. No, wait, bang! The sword fell, and a mist of blood erupted. The president of the Hunter Association fell. The first president to ever fall in history. With the destruction of the president and the headquarters building, the entire Hunter Association's sky collapsed. In the air, Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent. After sheathing his sword, he let out a gentle breath and uttered a single word, leave. Caw! A bird's cry pierced the sky. Little White flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a storm of air as it flew away into the distance, disappearing at the horizon.
Heading towards the next target, the demon had left.
Some knelt on the ground, crying tears of joy as they looked at the sky.
Just as Ning Bufan departed, a private jet landed at an airport 20 kilometers away from the headquarters building. We've arrived, hurry and disembark.
Li Tingshan, along with Gao Sanyang and Xia Xinxin, had reached Kyoto and eagerly called everyone to get off the plane. Outside the plane, an elderly man with a weathered face hurriedly approached with a dozen others. Each person's steps were heavy, their expressions sorrowful. When Li Tingshan saw the leading elder, he smiled and greeted him, Master Chu, thank you for coming to pick us up. The elder, named Chu Yuan, was the foremost master of the Hunter Association, a supreme master at the pinnacle of strength. He had previously led a retreat and thus escaped disaster. Elder, you've finally returned. Chu Yuan approached, his voice choked with emotion. Li Tingshan sensed something was off. What happened? Did Ning Bufan come? Quick, we need to hurry over. Chu Yuan shook his head in pain. The headquarters building is gone, and the president has heroically sacrificed himself. Boom! Li Tingshan, along with Gao Sanyong behind him, felt as if struck by lightning, their minds momentarily blank. They had arrived too late. With a crash, Li Tingshan stumbled back a step, nearly falling. Elder, be careful. Gao Sanyong quickly steadied him. Huff huff. Li Tingshan took several deep breaths, his voice somewhat hoarse as he asked, what exactly happened? Chu Yuan recounted the events in detail. After finishing, his voice trembled, Elder, now the entire Hunter Association is leaderless, we can only rely on you. Li Tingshan was now the last remaining member of the cabinet. Only he could take charge of the situation. Suddenly becoming the leader was an exhilarating thing. But at this moment, Li Tingshan wanted to cry. Because this was a complete mess. Was Wei Mian dug out? Li Tingshan gritted his teeth and asked, at all costs, we must get him out, he is our last quasi-god, the Hunter Association cannot be without a quasi-god to oversee it. Elder, rest assured, we have already organized people and are making every effort to rescue him, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Quasi-gods are not so easily killed, unless directly erased by Ning Bufan. What is Ning Bufan's next target? At this moment, Gao Sanyong interjected. Chu Yuan glanced at Gao Sanyong and thought for a moment, we don't know his next target, but the direction he's heading is south. South? Gao Sanyong fell silent. Li Tingshan also wanted to know who Ning Bufan's next target would be. Sanyong, think carefully, who are Ning Bufan's enemies to the south? He eagerly asked Gao Sanifeng, the Yi family of Lingnan. Gao Sanifeng suddenly thought of the Yi family, and his eyelids twitched. He hurriedly said, Minister, the Yi family is Yi Qian's family. Moreover, since Yi Qian's death, the Yi family has been dealing with him. The kidnapping of Xia Xinxin and forcing her to poison him was done by Yi Yaoyao, so this time they must be going to eliminate the Yi family. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. They could already envision a scene of rivers of blood in the Yi family. Li Tingshan's expression turned serious as he said, immediately notify the Yi family to escape quickly. Remember, do not reveal that we informed them, otherwise. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew the dire consequences. Understood. A subordinate took the order and left. Puff! Suddenly, a sound of spitting blood came from behind. Xia Xinxin unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her poison had acted up. Miss Xia! Gao Sanifeng shouted anxiously, Minister, arrange the best hospital for me, quickly. Miss Xia cannot have any accidents. Li Tingshan also understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately made arrangements to send Gao Sanifeng and Xia Xinxin to the best hospital in the capital. Just as he finished arranging, a subordinate rushed in. Report, Minister, the Qin family has arrived. Li Tingshan was taken aback. What does the Qin family want? Minister, it's Ning Bufan's biological mother, Qin Fu. The plan was to use 3 broken god pills to invite Qin Fu to persuade Ning Bufan, but before they even arrived, Ning Bufan had already. Chu Yuan sighed, feeling blocked in his heart, and suddenly said angrily, a family that takes advantage of others' misfortunes, greedy and insatiable. Tell them to get lost, we don't need them now. Wait, I want to meet them. Li Tingshan was very curious about Ning Bufan's biological mother. What kind of woman could give birth to such an abnormal child as Ning Bufan? On the other side, on a private jet that had just landed, there were 3 people. A middle-aged man with a sharp face, a heavily made-up middle-aged beauty, and a young girl who looked very similar to the beauty. The young girl was Qin Yuechan, the so-called half-sister of Ning Bufan who had visited Fengcheng last time. The middle-aged beauty was Qin Yuechan's mother, Qin Fu. The sharp-faced man was Qin Yao, Qin Fu's third brother. Fu Mei, stop making that unwilling face. You need to consider the family's interests, Qin Yao said, looking at Qin Fu's long face, and warned seriously, if my Qin family can obtain 3 broken god pills, it is possible to give birth to a demigod or even a quasi-god, thus upgrading to a super family. If this matter is messed up, your life in the Qin family will be even harder in the future. Qin Fu was very frustrated. Third brother, I have fallen to this point because of that bastard. I really don't want to see him, he is a stain on my life. If it weren't for him, I would have married into the super family Yi family by now. How could I have stayed in the Qin family, marrying a useless son-in-law and being looked down upon? As she said this, Qin Fu felt pain in her chest, both sides hurt.
Xinyao sneered, who can you blame? It's all your fault for losing control after drinking, getting involved with someone from a lowly family like Ning Xiao, and he is even a married man. Third brother, stop talking. Qin Fu's face turned extremely ugly, and she muttered, I'm not saying this, but if you hadn't forced Xinyao to sever ties with the Qin family back then, she would have long been a super sword immortal. Not to mention a demigod, she could have even been a quasi-god. How could I be forced to come forward to fight for some broken god pills today? As soon as Qin Fu said this, Xinyao's face turned extremely ugly. Xinyao was once the brightest star of the Qin family and the most envied person by others. She was also an indelible pain in the hearts of the older generation of the Qin family. Back then, she became a sword immortal at the age of 17, standing out among her peers. However, she fell in love with a man she shouldn't have loved, and then was forced by the family to break up with him, severing ties with the family and disappearing without a trace. Ha! Xinyao took a deep breath, looking at Qin Fu with a strange expression. Fu Mei, since you mentioned Xinyao, there is something I have always suspected. I heard that Ning Bufan is a sword master and has a natural sword body. His genes are completely inherited from Xinyao. How could a vulgar woman like you, who only understands cosmetics, designer bags, and clothes, possibly give birth to such a son? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuechan, who had been silent, was stunned. Qin Fu's face gradually turned ashen. The private jet fell into an eerie silence. In that strange silence, Qin Fu's expression became extremely ugly. She bit her lip and glared fiercely at Xinyao, wanting to explode, but her position in the Qin family left her powerless. Just as Xinyao disdainfully snorted and was about to say something, Li Tingshan walked in with his men. Xinyao recognized Li Tingshan and quickly stood up with a smile. Elderly, hello. An hour later, Li Tingshan stepped off the private jet. Chu Yuan approached to inquire, Elder, how did it go? How could a woman like Qin Fu give birth to a child like Ning Bufan? Li Tingshan's face was as cold as water, seemingly not hearing Chu Yuan's question, suddenly ordering, send them back. After giving the order, he strode away. The Qin family's hope of obtaining the broken divine pill was dashed, and they were sent back to Tianhai by the private jet. At this moment, in Tianhai, at the Shang family's home. Today, the Shang family was bustling with activity because it was the 70th birthday of the old master. The Shang family may not be considered upper class in Tianhai, but they were a mid-tier wealthy family, so there were quite a few guests. The family steward personally led people to greet guests at the door. Suddenly, a young man with a severed arm and blind eyes appeared at the entrance of the Shang villa, leaning on a strange cane as he walked up the steps. Stop! A young guard, noticing the very conspicuous Ning Bufan, immediately shouted and stepped forward to block his path. You beggar, this is not a place for you. The young man's eyes were filled with fierce light as he pointed outside, get lost. Ning Bufan felt helpless. Every time he came to someone's door like this, he was always treated as a beggar with disabilities. I'm looking for Shang Nan, he said with a calm expression. The young man almost laughed in anger, shouting, you disabled person think you deserve to look for our young lady? Are you here to insult us? What do you want with our young lady? The steward walked over at this moment, his face cold as he asked. He didn't want to continue entangling with Ning Bufan, fearing it would embarrass the family in front of their guests. To collect a life, the 4 words came from Ning Bufan's mouth, carrying a chilling aura. The lives of Xia Xinxin's family of 3, Shang Nan and Yi Yaoyao, were to be repaid. The steward and the young man were taken aback, and when they reacted, the young man roared with a twisted face, I'll kill you. A large hand reached violently for Ning Bufan's neck. Puff! The young man's hand only reached halfway. Everyone saw that the strange cane in Ning Bufan's hand had already pierced through the young man's throat. The young man's eyes widened like dead fish, his expression filled with terror and disbelief. He just died like that? With a whoosh, Ning Bufan drew his sword from its sheath, and blood immediately gushed out from the massive hole. The people around, recovering from their shock, let out a series of piercing screams. You have such audacity, daring to come to my Shang family to kill. The steward finally reacted, angrily pointing at Ning Bufan and shouting, you are seeking death. Someone, kill this disabled person. Bang! With a loud explosion, the steward's head burst open like a rotten watermelon. The horrifying scene immediately caused those around to scream in terror as if they were slaughtering pigs. Thud! The headless body of the steward fell heavily to the ground. Ning Bufan, expressionless, leaned on his bloodied cane, stepping through the bloodstains into the Shang family's villa. Bastard, who dares to cause trouble in my Shang family, I'll kill him. The roar echoed like thunder, full of momentum. A burly man, accompanied by several thugs, charged out aggressively from inside. Swish! The sword light was like snow, akin to a sickle reaping lives. Before the burly man and his companions could react, blood mist erupted everywhere. Ning Bufan would not hold back against those who came to kill him. The sword light spread outwards, cutting a deep gash on either side of the grand door. In the next moment, with a loud boom, the door collapsed, and dust filled the air. This tremendous noise startled the guests in the hall. They were in the midst of toasting and laughing when they turned around, their astonished gazes fixed on the shattered door. Through the swirling dust, a figure emerged. Blind and with a severed arm, he leaned on a cane that resembled a sword sheath. Who is that? Someone asked in disbelief. Who the hell cares? Anyone daring to cause trouble at my Shang family's place, I'll kill him. A young man with a face full of flesh erupted in rage, grabbing a stool and charging forward. He was fierce and spoke little, bringing the stool down hard on Ning Bufan's head. Swish! Ning Bufan slashed with his sword sheath, and the stool instantly exploded into fragments. Along with it, the young man from the Shang family met the same fate. The entire hall erupted in chaos, terrified screams piercing the air as guests scrambled backward, creating a large space in front of Ning Bufan. Tables and chairs were overturned, and drinks spilled everywhere. Who dares to cause trouble at my birthday banquet? An elderly voice thundered, shaking the entire venue. The frightened guests snapped back to reality, shouting, "Old Master Shang is here!" Amid the clatter of footsteps, a group of people surrounded an elderly man dressed in a luxurious bright red birthday robe, descending angrily from the upper floor. He was the birthday celebrant of the day, also Shang Nan's grandfather. Just as Old Master Shang arrived, a deep and powerful voice rang out from outside. The Tianhai Association of Monster Hunters, Vice President Ding and colleagues are here to celebrate Old Master Shang's birthday, wishing him blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. As soon as the voice fell, the guests became excited. Vice President Ding is a master-level figure. His presence is a tremendous honor for the Shang family. Of course, it's only natural. Old Master Shang's grandson, Shang Hao, was a monster hunter who came from the Tianhai Association, but unfortunately, he passed away young, otherwise, his future would have been limitless. Some guests sighed in conversation. Upon hearing that Vice President Ding was coming, Old Master Shang's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, "Quick, welcome him." Just as he was about to go greet him, he suddenly realized that Ning Bufan was standing at the entrance with a bloodied sword sheath, and the grand door had already collapsed. "A cripple dares to ruin my birthday banquet. You deserve to die." Old Master Shang gritted his teeth, his killing intent palpable. "Someone, beat him to death with sticks." "Old Master Shang, calm down. This person is not simple. Perhaps we should first ask him why he is causing trouble," a kind-hearted guest advised. "It doesn't matter. If he dares to cause trouble today, he must die, otherwise, how can my Shang family maintain our dignity? Where can I put this old face of mine?" Old Master Shang was furious and refused to listen to reason. Although the Shang family was not a top-tier family, they were still a prominent clan. The guests present, while not top-tier figures, were still well-known. To be bullied by a cripple in front of these people would be utterly humiliating. In the future, the Shang family would become a laughingstock in this circle. Perhaps by tomorrow, news of this incident would spread, causing their company's stock to plummet. Moreover, with the power of the Shang family, killing a cripple would bear no consequences. What are you waiting for? Get to it! The more Old Master Shang thought about it, the angrier he became, shouting at his subordinates. Yes! 5 thugs drew their rubber batons, swinging them fiercely in the air, producing a sharp crack sound. "Kill!" The 5 shouted in unison, charging forward with overwhelming killing intent. Swish! The sword light suddenly burst forth, and 5 heads flew up into the air with a whoosh. In the next moment, the sound of thud 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 echoed, as heads fell like dumplings. Everyone was collectively petrified. Holy crap, so fierce! Old Master Shang was also stunned. As the 5 fell, terrified screams once again shattered the hall. "Ah! They're killing people, ah!" Especially the women's screams were nearly deafening. Who dares to be reckless and kill in the Shang family? The roar outside sounded like thunder rolling in, making everyone's ears buzz. A burly, strong man stepped over the ruins of the door, accompanied by several colleagues, storming in with anger. "Master Shang is the person I, Ding, respect the most. Causing trouble here is equivalent to going against me, and going against me means going against the hunter of the strange." His commanding shout shook the entire place. "Dare to kill here, I will kill him, no matter who he is. Not even Jesus can stop me, I say." Boom! With a loud crash, the speaker stepped in, the floor exploding beneath him, the ground trembling. The newcomer was a burly man in his middle age, with thick brows and big eyes, exuding a murderous aura. As expected of a master, President Ding is mighty. Someone in admiration immediately flattered him, cheering aloud. Master Shang hurriedly welcomed him, approaching Ding Yuan with cupped hands and a smiling face, apologizing. "President Ding, your presence brings glory to the Shang family,
but today some petty people have come to cause trouble. I am truly sorry. Master Shang, there's no need to worry. I, Ding, specialize in dealing with petty people. Saying this, he turned his cold gaze towards Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan turned around, directly confronting Ding Yuan. Boom! The moment Ding Yuan saw Ning Bufan's true face, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind going blank. In an instant, his imposing aura deflated like a punctured balloon, his face turning pale, looking at Ning Bufan as if he had seen the king of hell, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Blind, one-armed, using a sword as a cane. Who else could it be but that god of death? Under the intentional news blockade of the Hunter of the Strange Association, few outsiders knew the name of Ning Bufan, the god of death. Those who knew of his identity were mostly from high-end forces. Any low-end forces that attempted to kill Ning Bufan were eliminated in seconds, having no chance to spread his infamous name. Of course, those sent by high-end forces didn't survive either, but they had powerful capabilities, could monitor via satellite, and could obtain information from the Hunter of the Strange Association. Those within the association were the first to know about Ning Bufan and had to be aware. The entire Hunter of the Strange Association had been nearly crippled by him alone. Just moments ago, the temporary headquarters of the association had urgently issued a top-level notice. When encountering Ning Bufan, the farther away one could get, the better. If one couldn't escape, just act like a grandson, otherwise, life and death would be at one's own risk. The notice was accompanied by Ning Bufan's iconic image, blind, one-armed, holding a sword cane. Thus, the moment Ding Yuan saw Ning Bufan, he recognized him on the spot. At this moment, he was completely stunned. The fellow hunters who came with him were also collectively terrified to the point of nearly losing control. You want to kill me? Ning Bufan asked Ding Yuan with an indifferent expression, his finger resting on the sword hilt. Bang! With a sound, to everyone's astonishment, Ding Yuan knelt down. Other hunters, seeing this, also knelt down in a flurry. Everyone? Master Shang's mind went blank, standing in the wind, disheveled. Mr. Ning, it's a misunderstanding, this is completely a misunderstanding. Ding Yuan was so frightened that he could hardly speak smoothly. Damn it, the Hunter of the Strange was like killing a chicken in his hands. The Grand President was taken down by him without a fuss. This master, who seemed so impressive in others' eyes, was nothing in Ning Bufan's eyes. I didn't mean to kill you, I meant to kill him. Ding Yuan looked around in confusion, unable to find a suitable target, and then pointed at Master Shang. Master Shang? Everyone's brains crashed. Relatives, who understands what this operation is? Brothers, the Shang family colludes with strange beasts, plotting evil. It is my duty as a hunter of the strange to eradicate them. Kill! Ding Yuan shouted loudly, suddenly erupting. Puff! A sharp dagger instantly pierced Master Shang's chest. The entire venue was shocked, screams erupted. This was for real. They were crazy, Ding Yuan and the others were definitely crazy. However, Ding Yuan didn't care about them, leading his subordinates to wreak havoc on the Shang family. The guests were terrified, screaming and fleeing in all directions from the Shang family villa. Ding Yuan was truly ruthless in order to survive. Ning Bufan only cared about finding Shang Nan to take her life. But after searching the entire Shang family, he still couldn't find Shang Nan. With a knife to the throat of a Shang family member, he asked where Shang Nan was, but no one knew. At that moment, Shang Nan was on a small hillside 30 kilometers away from Tianhai. In a small grove, she and her 3 subordinates had just dug a grave mound, having buried Xia Xinxin's parents and her brother together. Uncle, auntie, brother Xia Tao, rest in peace. Don't worry, one day, I will bring Ning Bufan's head to honor you and avenge your deaths, Shang Nan vowed through gritted teeth, staring at the grave mound. She had successfully transferred her hatred onto Ning Bufan. Miss, it's getting late, we should head back. Today is the old man's birthday, and you must attend, one of her subordinates reminded her. Shang Nan nodded silently, bowed to the grave mound, and turned to leave. But as soon as she turned around, everyone was startled. A figure cloaked in black robes, with only a pair of eerie eyes visible, stood behind them without them noticing. Who are you? Protect the miss. The 3 subordinates rushed forward, shielding Shang Nan. Hiss. The figure in black let out a hoarse laugh, like a snake hissing, sending chills down their spines. Who are you, and what do you want? Shang Nan asked, her gaze wary. Miss Shang, who I am is not important. What matters is that you cannot return to Tianhai now, or you will die. The figure's sinister voice sent shivers through her. Nonsense. One subordinate snorted coldly, my Shang family has power and influence in Tianhai. Who dares to let our miss die there? Ha! The figure in black scoffed, a second-rate family daring to claim power and influence? Super families are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of Ning Bufan.
What does your family count for? Ning Bufan?
Shang Nan trembled, her face turning pale.
You mean, Ning Bufan is at my home?
The thought of that killing god being in her house made Shang Nan's face go white, her entire being turning ashen. Yes, at this moment, Ning Bufan is at your home, and the Shang family is finished.
The figure's words struck Shang Nan like a thunderclap.
Her worst fear had come true. She didn't doubt the figure's words because Ning Bufan was indeed capable of such things. With a bang, Shang Nan collapsed to the ground, covering her face and crying out in despair.
Ning Bufan, I will kill you, I will tear your body apart, ah.
Her furious screams pierced the sky.
If you want revenge, come with me and follow my arrangements, or with your abilities, you will never be able to seek revenge in this lifetime, and I guarantee you will soon become a soul under Ning Bufan's sword, the figure's sinister voice echoed, half smiling, half serious.
Despair surged within Shang Nan. The figure was right, given Ning Bufan's terror, seeking revenge on her own was simply a fantasy. She didn't hesitate for long, and soon a glimmer of determination and resentment flashed in her eyes. Shang Nan stared intently at the figure in black. If you can truly help me take revenge, I can promise you anything, even if you want my body. The figure was taken aback. This woman was indeed ruthless.
It was clear how deep her hatred for Ning Bufan ran. Are you sure you will promise anything? The figure asked seriously.
Shang Nan nodded, her expression leaving no room for doubt. The figure suddenly opened his palm, revealing a pitch-black spider wriggling in his hand, making everyone feel uneasy.
Come here, eat it. What the hell? Shang Nan and her three subordinates were shocked. This thing looked terrifying. Who would dare to eat it? The key question was, would it really not kill them? What's this? Didn't you just say you'd agree to anything? Now you won't listen.
The voice of the man in the black robe turned cold.
I'll eat.
Shang Nan gritted her teeth and charged forward with a tragic determination.
Miss. Some subordinates tried to stop her, but they couldn't hold her back at all.
Shang Nan stood before the man in the black robe, staring at the horrifying black spider, a wave of dread washing over her. Before she could eat, she retched and vomited. At that moment, the man in the black robe grabbed Shang Nan by the neck, forcibly prying her mouth open and stuffing the spider inside. No, Shang Nan felt something crawling down her throat, screaming in terror, but it was too late.
Ah, ah, ah.
The next moment, a series of piercing screams echoed through the mountains and forests.
Shang Nan rolled on the ground, her body scratched and bruised by branches, but she paid no heed. Compared to the pain inside her, the pain from the branches was nothing. What have you done to our lady? Three subordinates shouted angrily at the man in the black robe. He sneered coldly, giving the order to the writhing Shang Nan on the ground, kill them. The faces of the three subordinates changed, and before they could react, Shang Nan suddenly flipped over and lunged at them. Crack, crack. A chilling sound erupted, and with a loud bang, the skin on Shang Nan's hand burst open, a horrifying spider claw emerging. Ah! The three saw Shang Nan's claw burst through her scalp, and their frantic screams pierced the air. Run! Puff, puff, puff! The sharp spider claws pierced through the bodies of the three. Shang Nan bit into one person's neck, sucking their blood, her clothes tearing apart as she underwent a frenzied transformation. Once the blood of the three was drained, a terrifying blood-red spider appeared before the man in the black robe. Hiss, ha 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 ha! The man in the black robe laughed excitedly. I really didn't choose the wrong physique. It's too perfect, ha ha ha! His horrifying and excited laughter echoed through the woods, sending chills down spines. Darling, come, follow me to the South Wilderness. Our era is about to arrive, ha ha ha. At this moment, in the South Wilderness, the fiercest beast-tide storm in history was about to descend. The curtain rose on the blood battle between humans and beasts. Night fell. Tonight, the moon in the sky was full, its light spilling down to the earth, tinting everything red. Yes, red moonlight. Since the strange occurrences began, the moon had grown increasingly red. At first, people were unaccustomed to it, but many years later, humanity had grown used to it. In the South Wilderness, at the southern pass, under the red moonlight, on a high mountain peak, several figures stood at the summit, gazing at the majestic southern pass in the distance. The leader was a young woman with short hair dressed in a neutral style. She was Ning Zhaodi, the last remaining fruit of the Ning family, the fourth young lady of the Ning family. Behind Ning Zhaodi stood two hunchbacked old men respectfully. The four bodyguards she brought stood faithfully on either side, guarding their mistress. Divine Envoy, we are ready. We just await your command to breach the southern pass. The hunchbacked old man spoke, his emotions extremely excited. How many years has it been? Our era has finally arrived. Ning Zhaodi looked towards the jungle behind her. The mountains were teeming with strange beasts lurking in the forest, densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. The South Wilderness, with its millions of mountains and beasts, was the place where strange beasts gathered the most. Though it was said to be millions, it had long surpassed that number, possibly nearing 10 million. They had been suppressed in the mountains by the million-strong army of the South Wilderness, but now, they were about to rise. To conquer human territory, to enter the vibrant cities and enjoy a life of happiness, to turn humans into delicious food. Just thinking of these delights made the strange beast's blood boil. Are you sure the war god of the South Wilderness is dead, and the Hunter Association has been severely weakened? Ning Zhaodi appeared very calm. Years ago, while abroad, she had unintentionally awakened her fire-based abilities. Thus, she was sought out by the Temple of Strange Gods and joined their ranks. Her awakening level was very high, reaching the level of a divine envoy, and within just a few years, she became a core figure in the Temple of Deception and envoy of the gods. The highest ruler of the Temple of Deception is the Lord of Anomalies, also known as the God of Deception. Under his command are 36 envoys, with Ning Zhaodi ranked as the 30th envoy. Although her rank is not high, she was born here and is familiar with the situation, so she is in charge of this operation. Ning Zhaodi knows well that this is her opportunity. If this mission succeeds, her rank could rise by at least 10 places, so she must be cautious. Success is the only option, failure is not allowed. The hunchbacked old man hesitated. He only had hearsay and no solid evidence. Someone had sealed the information too tightly. Ning Zhaodi frowned. Has the Dark Hawk been found? The hunchbacked old man hesitated for a moment and shook his head. The Dark Hawk went to Qingzhou with the god of war of the southern wilderness and has not returned. We suspect he may have already perished. Suspect? I don't want to hear guesses, Ning Zhaodi said, somewhat irritated. Relying on guesses to issue orders for such a large operation, was her brain kicked by a donkey? Hunchbacked elder, hunchbacked matron, listen carefully. We must have confirmed an accurate intelligence before we can act, otherwise, we must not act rashly, Ning Zhaodi said coldly. Although she was young, her commanding presence was formidable. These years as an envoy were not for nothing. The hunchbacked elder and matron frowned deeply. A million elite deceptive beasts had already gathered. If they continued to wait for precise intelligence, would they just let it go? They had prepared for this day for so many years. Envoy, we can provide you with accurate intelligence. Just then, a nearly 3-meter-tall giant approached, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man and woman appeared so small in comparison to the 3-meter giant. If the hunters of the deceptive beasts saw this man and woman here, they would be utterly astonished. They were none other than Wei Shangnan and his secretary Zhang Wan'er. Once high-ranking figures in the hunters of deceptive beasts, Wei Shangnan had betrayed them. Ning Bufan was pursuing him, and the Hunters Association was digging 3 feet into the ground to capture him to quell Ning Bufan's wrath. Even his family had been burned to ashes by Ning Bufan, leaving not a single ant behind. So now, he was at a dead end, with no choice but to betray. Wild Bear, who are they? The hunchbacked elder asked curiously. Wild Bear grinned widely. Elder, you don't even recognize President Wei? The hunchbacked elder and matron took a closer look and were instantly stunned. The former leader of the Southwest Hunters Association, they were old rivals. How could they not recognize him? Envoy, let me introduce them, Wild Bear said, bringing Wei Shangnan and Zhang Wan'er to Ning Zhaodi, making the introductions and then detailing their defection. Ning Zhaodi was overjoyed. It was like a timely help in the snow. Wei Shangnan, now with no way out, recounted everything he knew in detail. Unfortunately, he had already fled when the god of war of the southern wilderness made his move, so he did not know the specifics, but it could be confirmed that he had fallen. After learning the accurate intelligence, Ning Zhaodi exhaled, her face showing a hint of seriousness. Is that dog Ning Bufan really that powerful? Killing so many gods and seeking revenge on him seemed a bit difficult. But it didn't matter. Ning Bufan was just one person, and she now commanded millions, even tens of millions of deceptive beasts. Once they took down the southern town pass, her power would grow even greater, and she would have more strong allies at her disposal. She was confident they could kill a cripple. Come! Suddenly, she shouted, send the order down, we will launch an attack on the southern town pass in half an hour. Warriors, the Lord of Deception will protect you as you take the southern town pass, advancing into the human world and making humans our slaves. Our era has arrived. Roar, roar, roar. A million deceptive beasts surged with bloodlust. Inside the southern town pass, the temporary military affairs were overseen by Deputy Commander Mei Jingzhong. At this time, it was already deep into the night, yet Mei Jingzhong was still working diligently at his desk. The commander Nanqing Tian died in battle. Although the news has been temporarily sealed to stabilize the morale of the troops, as long as a new commander has not been appointed, the million-strong army in the southern wilderness will be leaderless. He has already sensed the danger from the unusual movements of the strange beasts outside the southern pass and has ordered increased vigilance and patrols, but he still feels uneasy. Cough cough cough.
A violent coughing fit erupted, and his illness was worsening. "Commander May, you need to rest more," the adjutant said with concern, quickly offering a cup of hot water.
Mei Jingzhong waved his hand, took a breath, and said, "I'm fine. You go immediately and summon Taixian, Li Su, and the leader of the beast hunters, Yang Zhan." "Yes," the adjutant replied and left. A moment later, a tall, dark-skinned man at least 1.9 meters tall and a slender woman walked in together. The combination of the two could be summed up in one phrase: beauty and the beast. These two were the southern wilderness's 4 great warriors, Taixian and Li Su. Now, only the two of them remained. Both were clad in battle armor. They had also sensed the aura of danger, so they did not remove their armor at night. Following them, another robust middle-aged man entered, wearing the distinctive white-collared uniform of the beast hunters and a conical hat. He was Yang Zhan, the leader of the beast hunters stationed in the southern wilderness. He commanded 2,000 elite beast hunters, making it the place with the most beast hunters stationed, bar none. "Commander Mei," the three entered and saluted Mei Jingzhong.
Although Mei Jingzhong held a civilian position, he was deeply respected by the Southern Wilderness Army.
"You three." Cough cough cough. As soon as Mei Jingzhong spoke, another violent coughing fit struck, making onlookers feel anxious.
"Commander Mei, your illness is so serious, you should go to the hospital," Li Su couldn't help but say. The other two nodded in agreement.
Mei Jingzhong waved his hand and said, "The situation is urgent.
I just analyzed the various intelligence reports I received. If I'm not mistaken, the strange beasts outside the pass will act tonight, so you must make arrangements."
Cough cough cough.
This time, Mei Jingzhong coughed even more violently, almost unable to stop.
"Commander Mei, we understand. Don't worry, we'll make arrangements right away.
You should rest well." The three were frightened of Mei Jingzhong and urged the adjutant to take good care of him before hurriedly leaving.
Half an hour later,
outside the southern pass, at the first checkpoint, suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the ground.
Countless strange beasts surged forth like a flood, carrying an overwhelming momentum toward the first checkpoint. Bang bang.
The guards at the checkpoint were already prepared. Upon hearing the commotion, several searchlights turned on. The massive beams of light illuminated the outside as bright as day. Under the lights, a dense horde of beasts charged, startling the duty personnel.
Beast tide outbreak, enemy attack. The next second, the piercing sound of the enemy attack alarm tore through the air. Quick, open fire. Day. 222. Bang bang bang.
On the ramparts of the checkpoint, the roar of various firearms echoed through the mountains and forests. A torrential rain of bullets poured out, forming terrifying fire whips that lashed fiercely at the dense beast horde. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere.
Awu. G. Roar.
Outside the southern pass, the roars of various strange beasts resonated through the sky, shattering the night silence. Charge!
Behind them, a leader's voice roared. The terrifying beast tide fell and rose under the hail of gunfire. These bullets were not ordinary, regular bullets could not penetrate the tough defenses of these strange beasts. Boom boom boom.
The charging beast tide continued, trampling over the corpses of their companions.
500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters.
In just a few hundred meters, the ground was piled high with corpses, and blood flowed like rivers. "Artillery support, quick, artillery support."
Boom boom boom.
The sound of cannons roared, and the front lines of the checkpoint turned into a sea of fire, a spectacular sight, as countless strange beasts were engulfed in the flames.
Commander May's foresight is remarkable. The strange beasts indeed acted tonight.
"Fortunately, we prepared early," said a lookout from a tall observation tower at the southern pass. Taixian and Li Su stood here, watching the battle at the first checkpoint through night vision binoculars. As they saw groups of strange beasts engulfed in fierce artillery fire, Taixian grinned widely. Li Su, however, wore a serious expression. "Tonight's attack seems more than just a minor skirmish. We need to be prepared for the worst." Taixian laughed heartily. "When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we dam it. They're just a bunch of livestock. We can handle it." Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. In his binoculars, he saw strange beasts emerging from underground beneath the checkpoint. Mountain-climbing strange beasts, damn it. The guards at the first checkpoint also noticed the sudden appearance of the mountain-climbing beasts. "Shoot them down, concentrate fire, quickly."
Tat. The gunfire was dense, dozens of tongues of flame almost straightly bombarding below.
But these mountain-climbing beasts had a layer of natural armor, making them hard to penetrate. At such a close distance, calling for artillery support was impossible, otherwise, they would blow themselves up too. A rain of bullets poured down, but only a few were killed, while the rest began to stack up and climb the checkpoint, the situation precarious.
"Lord Divine Envoy, why aren't we using aerial flying beasts?" On a distant mountaintop, Tuagong asked in confusion as he watched the brutal battle ahead. Although others didn't ask, they shared the same sentiment. Using flying strange beasts for an aerial attack at this moment would definitely prevent such a tragic situation. Ning Zhaodi shot Tuagong a cold glare. Aerial attacks are our trump card. We can't waste it on just an outer checkpoint. It's foolish. When attacking the main city of Jinan, releasing this trump card can determine the outcome of the battle, understand? After her explanation, everyone understood. No wonder she could become a divine envoy at such a young age. She truly had the capability. Send the order down, don't fear casualties. This battle is our sacred battle. Even if we sacrifice heroically, we will be remembered forever. Thousands of strange beasts will always remember them. Ning Zhaodi inspired them. Yes. Everyone roared with passion. Soon, the charge horn echoed through the mountains and forests once again. Awu, awu, boom boom boom. The myriad beasts charged like rolling thunder. The earth trembled, and the sky changed color. The fierce artillery fire could not stop the charge of the strange beasts. At the first checkpoint, some mountain-climbing beasts had already leaped onto the city wall, launching a frenzied attack on the human defenders. In close combat, the defenders were no match for the strange beasts. In no time, the city wall of the checkpoint was littered with severed limbs and broken arms, either devoured by the strange beasts or torn apart, a sight too horrific to behold. The first outer checkpoint and firepower point were completely destroyed. This outer checkpoint had been breached before, but previously, to conquer this checkpoint, the strange beasts had to pay an incredibly painful price and it took days and nights. But now, it had been conquered in less than an hour. The strange beasts in this attack were organized and coordinated. While not perfect, it was already a miracle for these simple-minded, strong-limbed creatures. Quickly report to Commander May, this attack by the strange beasts is different from before. There must be experts organizing them behind the scenes. Li Su sensed something was wrong and shouted for orders. Yes. Someone immediately had a messenger report. Tai Xian's tall figure stood nearby, his expression grave. Li Su, stay here and guard. I'm going to the second checkpoint. We cannot afford to lose this checkpoint, or the main city of Jinan will truly be under attack. Be careful. At this moment, there were no extra words. Li Su could only offer the two words, be careful. Soon, Tai Xian left, and the battle at the second checkpoint began. The urgent news of the South Wilderness Beast Tide quickly reached the capital, shaking it. The Hunters Association's backup base, Li Tingshan, convened an emergency meeting overnight to discuss countermeasures. Elder, the report from below states that the situation is extremely serious. 1 million strange beasts have emerged, and there are likely people from the Temple of Strange Gods organizing them. The first outer checkpoint was breached in less than an hour. The situation has already exceeded control. Now that the war god of the Southern Wilderness has fallen, the Southern Wilderness Army is left without a leader. The branch of the Hunters Association responsible for the Southwest has been destroyed. The entire Southwest is now a scattered mess, I'm afraid. The person reporting couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. The expressions of the high-ranking officials present were ashen, and the atmosphere was tense and oppressive to the extreme. Crack! Just as everyone was at a loss for how to respond, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and several people strode in. Upon seeing the newcomers, everyone's faces changed instantly. Li Tingshan was so shocked that he stood up. There were only 3 people who entered. The leader was a stern middle-aged man, followed by a stunningly beautiful girl in a green dress. The last was a short old man. Those present who understood martial arts couldn't help but narrow their pupils at the sight of the short old man. His aura was too profound, and just a glance would send shivers down their spines. He was definitely a master. All 3 wore a red badge on their chests, featuring a soaring dragon. The Dragon Guard Pavilion. Someone gasped in a low voice. The Dragon Guard Pavilion, that transcendent and mysterious department. They rarely showed themselves, only intervening when the Dragon Kingdom faced a critical moment. They were few in number, but all were elites among elites. With the outbreak of the Beast Tide threatening the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Guard Pavilion had taken action. Li Tingshan recognized the middle-aged man as Mu Changshan, the first deputy leader of the Dragon Guard Pavilion. The girl in green was his daughter, Mu Qinghan. The last old man was someone Li Tingshan had never seen before, presumed to be a powerful bodyguard for the father and daughter. Leader Mu, what brings you here? Li Tingshan hurriedly approached. Mu Changshan had no time for pleasantries and said directly, Elderly, by the order of the Dragon Lord, from now on, the Dragon Guard Pavilion will take full control of the Hunters Association. At these words, the high-ranking members of the Hunters Association felt a sudden weight in their hearts, their faces turning pale. Indeed, the moment had come. After the battle with Ning Bufan, the Hunters Association had suffered heavy losses and had lost its independence. This is the order document.
Mu Changshan handed a document to Li Tingshan. After glancing at it, Li Tingshan sighed, Leader Mu, on behalf of the Hunters Association, I express our firm compliance with the order and accept the full command of the Dragon Guard Pavilion.
Mu Changshan nodded in satisfaction and took his seat at the head of the table. Li Tingshan had someone bring chairs for Mu Qinghan and the short old man to sit beside him. Everyone, you should have received news about the unprecedented outbreak of the beast tide in the southern wilderness. I won't elaborate further. I will now announce the orders.
Mu Changshan's expression was severe. Once the southern pass is breached, our task is to contain the beasts within the southwest region, with key defensive points being the vital area of Qingzhou in the northern southwest and Fengcheng in the eastern southwest.
Someone couldn't help but interject, Leader, what about west of the southwest?
The commander of the Western Front has already led 300,000 troops to guard the western pass, so we need not worry about that. After finishing his response, Mu Changshan said seriously, I will personally oversee Qingzhou. Fengcheng will be defended by Mu Qinghan and Li Tingshan, with Mu Qinghan as the main commander.
The room erupted in an uproar. A young woman like Mu Qinghan, why should she outrank Li Tingshan, a high-ranking elder? Was it just because she was from the Dragon Guard Pavilion and the daughter of the deputy leader?
But the orders had been given, and despite their dissatisfaction, no one dared to speak up.
Then, Mu Changshan announced a series of commands.
The situation is urgent, everyone, immediately take your positions according to the orders.
The Dragon Kingdom is in a dangerous moment, humanity is in a critical time, and we are counting on you. Everyone rose in unison. To protect our home and country, we will die without regret.
The voices echoed in the conference room, filled with solemnity. Everyone understood that for some present, this might be the last time they would return.
This would be their final vow, their last farewell.
Girl, going to Fengcheng this time isn't about earning merit, it's a matter of life and death.
Are you sure you won't regret it?
At an airport, Mu Changshan bid farewell to his daughter as she boarded the plane to Fengcheng, filled with worry.
Although his daughter was still young.
But women are no less than men, and she is one of the outstanding elites of the younger generation, with a bright future ahead. Yet she insists on choosing the most dangerous mission this time. As a father, he certainly doesn't want his daughter to go, but this girl directly sought out the Dragon Lord for orders, leaving him utterly helpless. Mu Qinghan smiled mysteriously, Dad, don't worry.
This time, I will create a great achievement and become the modern Hua Mulan.
After saying this, she hugged her father. Dressed in military attire, she turned decisively towards the soldiers waiting for her steps resolute.
Soldiers, follow me into battle. As long as the strange beasts are not exterminated, we will not return. As long as the strange beasts are not exterminated, we will not return.
The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Mu Changshan watched this scene, tears glistening in his old eyes. On the private jet, Mu Qinghan sat in first class, and a short old man followed closely behind and sat down.
Teacher, what do you think Ning Bufan is doing now? If he could be of use to the country, how wonderful that would be, Mu Qinghan sighed, a bit dejected.
During the battle in Qingzhou, she had tried to recruit Ning Bufan, but unfortunately, it had failed, and she had almost been killed by him. The old man knew that Mu Qinghan was very concerned about Ning Bufan and had prepared in advance. After he destroyed the Hunters Guild, he went to the Shang family in Tianhai to find Shang Nan, but Shang Nan was not there, and the Shang family was destroyed. After that, I thought he would go to the Yi family in Lingnan for revenge, but there has been no news from there. It seems he has gone missing. Ning Bufan indeed did not go to the Yi family, he had intended to, but his body had issues on the way.
At this moment, he was hiding in a cave, sitting on the ground. His appearance was somewhat terrifying. His whole body was swollen and red, and his handsome face had become round, like a balloon being inflated. Inside him, a violent power was pouring out from his dantian, rampaging through his meridians. This was the power of his master. His master had absorbed the powers of so many talented individuals, which was incredibly terrifying. After absorbing the old man's power, Ning Bufan did not dare to take it all in, fearing he would burst. So he suppressed most of the power in his dantian, absorbing less than 1/5. Since coming down the mountain, he had not fought with all his strength. Instead, as his enemies grew stronger, his own power had continuously increased. So far, the strongest force he had used was 90% of his power. On one hand, there was no need to waste energy. Mainly, he wanted to reserve some strength to suppress the terrifying power stored in his dantian. However, with the continuous battles and killings over the past few days, the consumption was significant, weakening the suppression. As the days accumulated, the power in his dantian could no longer be contained. As a result, he had to stop his journey to the Yi family and quickly find a hidden cave to refine the runaway power. The power was too strong. At this moment, he could only refine a portion, while most still had to be suppressed and stored.
waiting until his strength was sufficient to continue absorbing it. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, and a blood hole burst out from his body. His body could not withstand it and was directly blown apart by the overwhelming power.
This could not go on.
A roar escaped Ning Bufan's twisted face, covered in blood. At this moment, he looked like a fierce devil, quite terrifying.
The terrifying power was fiercely resisting under his forced suppression.
Inside him, it was a battle between heaven and man.
Refine, refine. Ning Bufan kept growling softly.
The continuous influx of power was being absorbed, causing his strength to grow wildly.
Half an hour passed.
This time, the power refined was slightly more than last time. After all, after so many crazy battles, his strength had increased.
The total absorbed power was almost 3/5. Ha! When everything calmed down, Ning Bufan was drenched in sweat.
He slowly stood up, grasping the long sword stuck beside him and walked outside. Coo, coo, coo. A white falcon guarding outside saw Ning Bufan come out and immediately flew over to perch on his shoulder, affectionately rubbing its small head against his neck.
Ning Bufan showed no change in expression as he walked outside.
When he had walked a few meters away from the cave, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed down towards the cave. Bai Huan only saw a flash of sword light, then the long sword was sheathed, and then there was nothing more.
Ning Bufan left without looking back.
Bai Huan turned his little head to look at the cave behind him, his eyes filled with confusion.
Could it be that the master was just putting on a show? Boom!
Suddenly, a loud noise startled the little white feathers, making them stand on end.
In the terrified, wide-eyed gaze of the bird, the cave collapsed with a roar.
No, it was the entire hillside that split in half. With a casual swing of his sword, he cleaved the mountain. Damn, you scared the bird to death. Ning Bufan's expression remained calm as he continued walking forward.
Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he heard voices. Brothers, I have gathered everyone here secretly today to announce some exciting news.
In the South Wilderness, our Ghost God Temple has organized 1,000,000 ghost beasts to launch an attack on humanity. The South Gate will soon be taken, and our era is coming.
The God Lord is mighty, the God Lord is mighty. The excited shouts echoed through the silent night sky.
Shoo, quiet, don't attract those annoying ghost hunters. The voices quickly quieted down, and the leading voice spoke again. By the order of Lord Ning Zhaodi, all members of our Ghost God Temple lurking in the city must immediately head to the South Wilderness to participate in the operation and welcome the beast tide. Everyone, prepare to leave in 2 hours.
Meeting adjourned.
Received. More than 20 shadows cheered excitedly, ready to disperse.
Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in their line of sight.
In the dim light of the night, it was vaguely visible that the person was a blind, one-armed cripple.
Boss Gao, is this person one of us? Someone curiously asked the leading man. The leading man looked puzzled. How can such a cripple have the qualifications to join us?
Then he is just an outsider, no, a witness. A flash of murderous intent crossed someone's face, and they viciously suggested, he must be killed, we can't let him leak our secrets.
As soon as this was said, several people rushed forward to block Ning Bufan's escape route, preventing him from fleeing. Kid, you have bad luck, seeing what you shouldn't see.
You, a blind man, can't see, but you heard, so you must die. A sinister voice rang out, and the leader shouted, kill him. Swish! Ning Bufan's sword suddenly flicked out half an inch. The sword had not been drawn, but the sword light had already burst forth. Several heads immediately soared into the sky, blood spraying everywhere.
Damn!
The others were completely stunned. This blind man was a master.
Retreat! Boss Gao roared without any hesitation, leading the way down the hill.
The others quickly followed. However, everyone, except for Boss Gao, was cut down by the pursuing sword light from behind. On the hillside, blood mist filled the air as body after body fell. Help, help! Boss Gao dared not look back, but he knew what was happening behind him. Driven by fear, he howled while frantically fleeing, pushing his speed to the limit, yet he still felt it was slow, blaming his parents for not giving him a few more legs. As he ran, a gust of wind suddenly howled past him, and then, the terrifying blind man stood not far in front of him. God Lord, save me! Boss Gao cried out in despair. Stop! A sharp shout suddenly shattered the night sky, and a murderous intent surged forth. Anyone who touches my Ghost God Temple will die. Anyone from my Ghost God Temple, who dares to touch a single one, I will have them killed.
An old man's furious voice rolled in like thunder. Almost simultaneously, a figure transformed into an afterimage, like a hurricane, violently charging forward. Grandpa, save me! Boss Gao shouted in surprise. Grandson, don't be afraid, Grandpa is here to save you. Whoever dares to touch you, I will kill. Whoosh! A head soared into the sky. In Gao Laoda's terrified pupils,
the old man's frantic figure crashed into a large tree like a headless fly, just in time to be pierced by a dry branch, and then hung on the trunk.
No, Grandpa! Gao Lauda screamed in anguish.
Ning Bufan's expression was emotionless as he thrust out his sword.
Puff!
Gao Lauda felt a sharp pain as a cold metal object pierced through his shoulder.
Whoosh! Ning Bufan suddenly withdrew his sword, and blood rained down from the air.
Gao Lauda fell to the ground, clutching his pierced shoulder and letting out a series of wails.
You'd better shut up.
The cold voice was colder than the sword's edge.
Gao Lauda was so frightened that he abruptly stopped screaming and looked up in terror at the person before him. Who is the divine envoy Ning Zhaodi you mentioned earlier?
Ning Bufan was uncertain whether the Ning Zhaodi they spoke of was merely a person with the same name. Ning Zhaodi, this name was a thorn in Ning Bufan's heart. Back then, Ning Zhaodi had never liked her younger brother. Even when Ning Bufan went missing, she was very pleased and immediately suggested to their parents to adopt another child. Thus, the family went to the orphanage, and Ning Zhaodi took a liking to Long Tianyi, who later changed his name to Ning Yifan.
Ning Zhaodi doted on Ning Yifan in every way.
Later, when Ning Bufan was found, she was the first to firmly oppose his return. After her opposition proved ineffective, she left the country to study abroad in a fit of anger, not even wanting to look at Ning Bufan again.
Brother, what do you see over there?
Suddenly, a scene flashed in Ning Bufan's mind. On a high flight of stairs, a little girl and an even smaller boy were playing. At that moment, the girl pointed at the colorful balloons rising in the distance and shouted loudly.
The little boy, filled with curiosity, ran over to look in the direction his sister was pointing.
An unexpected event occurred. The sister suddenly pushed her brother hard, and he tumbled down the stairs, losing consciousness. When the little boy woke up, he had already been taken to the mountains by an old man, becoming the child's master.
Returning to reality, Ning Bufan's handsome face was as cold as ice.
He had always wanted to understand why Ning Zhaodi had disliked him so much since childhood. But now, it no longer mattered. Killing was the answer.
A terrifying killing intent surged forth, making Gao Lauda feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Big brother, don't kill me, I'll tell you.
Ning Zhaodi is the fourth young lady of the Ning family in Fengcheng, and now she is one of the envoys of the Ghost God Temple. She has returned this time to unleash the beast tide.
Following that, without needing to ask more, the terrified Gao Lauda revealed everything he knew. Ning Bufan's expression was somewhat surprised.
Ning Zhaodi was actually an awakened, which was unexpected.
Big brother, I've said everything, so, can you let me go now? Gao Lauda's fearful voice inquired.
Swish! A sword struck down, and Gao Lauda's fear came to an end.
A head rolled down the slope like a ball. Ning Bufan would never let go of someone who wanted to kill him.
From then on, there was a taboo in the martial world regarding Ning Bufan. One must never harbor murderous intent against him.
Xiaobai, transform. First go to the Yi family, then to the South Wilderness. Ning Bufan spoke in a cold voice.
With a whoosh, Xiaobai transformed into a large bird that could carry one person.
Ning Bufan leaped onto the bird's back with a push of his toes.
Yi, with a long cry, Xiaobai soared into the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon. Xiaobai had once followed the god of war of the South Wilderness and held a high status, having been to many powerful factions with him.
The Yi family was one of them. It brought Ning Bufan along, familiar with the route.
The speed reached its maximum, and after more than an hour, they flew over an ocean and arrived at the location of the Yi family in Lingnan.
When Ning Bufan stood before the massive buildings of the Yi family, it was already deserted.
They had received news in advance and fled.
Set it on fire. Ning Bufan's expression was cold enough to freeze.
They had run too fast. Yi, after receiving the order, Xiaobai let out a long cry and began to spray fire wildly at the expansive luxurious buildings of the Yi family.
Before long, the luxurious buildings of the Yi family were engulfed by flames, reducing even an ant to ashes.
The onlookers, seeing the fire, had some eager to help extinguish it, but the blaze was too fierce to be contained. Among the crowd, there were also members of the Yi family. Watching their opulent structures consumed by fire, their hearts bled. Although the people were unharmed, these buildings were equally precious. Some had been passed down for hundreds of years, treasures of the family, now reduced to nothing by a single fire. The losses were devastating. The key point was that the illustrious Yi family, a super family, was now burned and dared not make a sound, leaving their dignity in tatters.
Ning Bufan did not care about the Yi family's reputation and ordered Xiaobai to finish the fire before leaving. The Yi family could escape the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Dad, that demon Ning Bufan has left.
In a secret underground room in Lingnan, an old man in his 60s sat on the sofa, watching the video on the computer of the Yi family being burned, his face darkened to the extreme, with a chilling murderous intent hidden in his eyes. At that moment, a middle-aged man cautiously approached to report.
A great humiliation.
The old man erupted, smashing the computer to the ground. With a loud crash, sparks flew, and the screen cracked. But the computer was of good quality. Even with the crack, it continued to play the footage.
Turn it off for me.
The old man roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Someone hurried over to take the computer away and shut it down. The son beside him was greatly frightened, sweating on his forehead. Dad, please calm down, our people are fine, slap. The old man backhanded the middle-aged man across the face, pointing at him and cursing, useless waste.
My Yi family has stood here for hundreds of years, how have we ever suffered such a great humiliation? Driven to flee by a cripple, the ancestral properties left to us burned to ashes, and we couldn't even let out a peep. Disgrace, a great disgrace. The old man was in a state of rage. This humiliation must be washed away, otherwise, 100 years from now, I will have no face to meet the ancestors of the Yi family. Someone, immediately contact the Yi clan. Their family members in the secular world are about to be exterminated. Will they care or not?
If they do, send experts to tear the damned cripple to pieces.
Yes.
The fury of the head of the Yi family opened the Pandora's box for hidden masters to enter the world.
Ning Bufan was still unaware that a more violent storm awaited him.
At this moment, Xiao Bai was flying him towards the southern wilderness. And at this moment, outside the southern gate of Manhwa town, a brutal battle of corpses and blood was unfolding. The outer checkpoints had been completely swept away, and Tai Xian, one of the 4 great warriors of the southern wilderness, broke through with a few people back to the gate.
Tai Xian, are you alright?
Li Su looked at the battered Tai Xian, anxiously asking. Tai Xian wiped the blood from his face and waved his hand. I'm fine, just minor injuries. He had someone casually bandage his wounds and continue to fight. Outside, the surging army of strange beasts was already at the foot of the southern gate. The roars of the beasts shook the heavens, and the air trembled.
Brothers, it's time to achieve glory for our country. Everyone, get your spirits up. On the city wall, the commanders shouted madly, encouraging the brothers defending the city.
Lord Divine Envoy, the southern gate is alreadi under our iron hooves. This is the first time in history, we are making history.
On the mountain peak, Tuagong and Tuapa were extremely excited.
Ning Zhaodi was also filled with passion, shouting loudly, pass my orders, flatten the southern gate, kill. Oh whoa, the horn of attack echoed through the night sky. Charge! Boom boom boom, thousands of beasts surged, shaking the earth, the torrent of strange beasts instantly covering the ground outside the southern gate.
Fire! Fire!
Boom boom boom, the cannon fire roared first, turning everything in the path of the strange beasts into a sea of flames. In an instant, severed limbs and shattered flesh flew everywhere.
However, it could not be stopped.
The dense mass of strange beasts, braving the cannon fire, trampled over the blood and flesh of their companions, advancing towards the southern gate.
Fire, kill. Day. 222.
Various heavy firearms roared together, and terrifying fire whips slashed fiercely at the beast horde, tearing flesh and splattering blood. A clash between humans and the monstrous beasts, the most brutal in history, reached a fever pitch. Time passed, and the flames of war continued. Warriors, charge, charge. The war god of the South Wilderness has been slain by our men, the southern army is now leaderless, wipe them out, charge, charge, charge. The inspection team from the temple of the monstrous gods shouted frantically. The ground at the southern pass was completely stained red with blood and flesh. The defending soldiers were blinded by rage, with no time to catch their breath, pouring ammunition from their weapons in a frenzy. Load, load, load. The shouts rose and fell, mixed with the roars of the monstrous beasts outside the pass and the sounds of gunfire, echoing throughout the world.
The monstrous beasts halted at a distance of 500 meters, this distance becoming a death warning line.
Dense artillery fire and ammunition poured down on the 500-meter mark, causing the bodies of the beasts to pile up into a mountain.
Lord Divine Envoy, can we release the flying beasts now?
From a distance on the mountaintop, someone looked through binoculars at the ever-growing pile of corpses outside the southern pass, heart racing. Ning Zhaodi's expression was calm as she shook her head. It's not time yet.
Continue the charge, let our warriors' bodies pile up into a mountain higher than the enemy's city walls.
The faces of those around her twitched. It seemed she felt no pity at all. But the command of the Divine Envoy had to be followed. Awu, awu. The charge sounded even louder. Although the monstrous beasts had simple minds, they also felt hatred and emotions. Seeing their companions die so tragically, they too turned red-eyed, filled with vengeful fury, charging fearlessly, continuing to charge. Before long, the mountain of corpses gradually rose above the city walls of the southern pass. Perhaps due to the sheer number of deaths, the beast's offensive gradually weakened until it finally ceased.
Ha ha ha.
Come on, keep coming, I'll make your corpses pile up into mountains, blood flow like rivers.
On the city walls, the soldiers cheered, celebrating with excitement.
They had thought these beasts were fearless, but they had finally been driven back.
Refreshing, ha ha ha. Tai Xian looked at the towering mountain of corpses 500 meters away, laughing heartily. Cough cough cough. A familiar coughing sound suddenly rang out, and everyone froze. Commander Mei, Commander Mei.
The soldiers were astonished. They hadn't expected Mei Jingzhong, a seemingly frail scholar, to personally come to the front lines.
Tai Xian and Li Su, who were commanding here, were startled and rushed over. Commander Mei, how can you be here? It's too dangerous. Li Su said anxiously. Commander Mei, we are here, you should hurry back. Tai Xian urged even more. Mei Jingzhong waved his hand. Don't be nervous, I just came to see how things are going. Hee. Commander Mei, rest assured, have you seen that mountain of corpses 500 meters away? It's even higher than our city walls, ha ha ha. Tai Xian laughed, and everyone joined in. Mei Jingzhong looked at the towering mountain of corpses, gradually furrowing his brows.
Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and shouted, not good, quickly use artillery to flatten the mountain of corpses, hurry.
Everyone was puzzled.
Just as they were about to ask why, countless terrifying four-legged beasts leaped into the air from the mountain of corpses, diving down from above. In an instant, the sky above them was filled with dark, four-legged beasts. Those were the most terrifying jumping creatures, the frog beasts.
Air defense, quick! Protect Commander Mei! The frantic shouts echoed through the night sky. Day. 222. Bang bang bang.
The dense gunfire that had briefly paused erupted again.
But this time, the defenders were not so lucky.
Most of the frog beasts landed on the city walls, immediately launching a brutal assault on the defending soldiers.
They're coming up. The divine envoy is brilliant, ha ha ha.
From a distance on the mountaintop, Ning Zhaodi looked at her masterpiece, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
At a distance of 500 meters, these incredibly agile monsters dove down from above without any issue.
The powerful impact shattered some defensive structures, and some guards were directly killed on impact.
Air fire net, block them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rat-a-tat-tat.
In an instant, a terrifying web of firepower wove through the air. The sky-darkening frog beasts were shredded, blood splattering, and chunks of flesh flying everywhere. In the air, a storm of mixed blood and flesh began to fall. The dark expanse of sky gradually cleared. Relay my orders, the frog beasts continue the attack, do not stop, expend their aerial defense forces as much as possible.
Ning Zhaodi roared fiercely. Yes, sir. A woo-woo-woo. The sound of horns echoed across the sky, shattering the night.
The entire sky above the southern town gate trembled with the frenzied sound of the horns. At this moment, the defending artillery also reacted and immediately made adjustments.
Powerful shells fell upon the mountain of corpses, bombarding it into collapse.
At the same time, incendiary bombs rained down from the sky, a raging sea of fire engulfing the land, dyeing the entire expanse of sky red. The corpses of the monsters, roasted by the intense flames, emitted a tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat. The artillery reached an unprecedented intensity at this moment.
Charge! The monsters braved the artillery fire, fearless and madly charging forward.
Some monsters were left with only half their bodies after explosions, yet they still pressed on.
It was a sight that sent chills down the spine. These beasts had gone mad.
Under the interference of the frog beasts, the ground beneath the city wall suddenly cracked open, and a swarm of burrowing beasts emerged from below. To guard against the burrowing beasts, the foundation of the city wall was reinforced with strong cement and steel bars, making it impossible for the burrowing beasts to break through. They could only emerge from below and climb the walls to attack the city. These burrowing beasts were different from those at the first line of defense. They were larger, with tougher armored backs, and killing one would require an immense amount of ammunition. The city defenders had to divert some of their forces to deal with the burrowing beasts that had reached the base of the wall. This dispersed their strength. Outside, the monstrous creatures continued their relentless charge, constantly breaking through the 500-meter blockade. Some of the monsters capable of long-range attacks began to spray venom and flames towards the city walls, and the casualty numbers among the defenders were rapidly increasing. Mei Jingzhong found a safe spot and looked at the brutal battle ahead, his expression extremely grave.
The attack from the monsters was too frenzied, unreasonably so.
If the war god Nan Qingtian were here, he alone could intimidate 100,000 monsters, and perhaps today the southern town gate would not fall. But now, it was on the brink of collapse. He was ultimately just a civilian, no matter how clever, in the face of absolute power, it was all meaningless. General Mei, you should go to the rear, it's too dangerous here, urged Yang Zhan, the leader of the monster hunters, accompanied by several strong guards.
Mei Jingzhong did not respond, his eyes fixed ahead, suddenly standing up. Commander Yang, the battle has continued until now. Have you seen the aerial power of the monsters attacking? Yang Zhan was taken aback for a moment, frowning. Aside from the frog beast's attack just now, there's nothing else. But that doesn't count as their aerial power. There were certainly many flying monsters, yet none had been deployed until now. There was only one possibility: they intended to reserve this living force for the final strike. Quick, relay the order. Cease anti-air fire. All anti-air units closely monitor aerial movements. Replenish ammunition. Yes. The subordinates understood the seriousness of the situation and hurried to relay the orders. But before the command could be fully communicated, the sky suddenly darkened, and the sound of breaking air and roaring winds erupted. Many in the midst of battle couldn't help but look up at the sky. Upon seeing it, one and all were left dumbfounded, their skin crawling. Flying monsters, like a swarm of locusts, came blocking out the sun. The final trump card had been revealed, and the monster's most frenzied all-out assault had begun. Oh, quack quack quack. The horn of charge, accompanied by the sound of birds, echoed across the vast sky. Air firepower, open fire. Tat tat tat. Boom boom boom. In the air, a terrifying web of firepower was woven once again. At the same time, blooming shells exploded in mid-air. The eerie beast's shrill cries pierced through the sky. Amidst the flying blood and flesh, massive bodies of the eerie beasts fell, crashing heavily to the ground, creating deep craters. Yet countless eerie beasts still broke through the firepower net, flying over the town of Nangwon. Take Commander Mei away. Commander Yang roared, drawing his tang knife. Eerie hunters, obey orders, prepare for battle. The moment of life and death had arrived. The sudden appearance of flying beasts caught the defending troops off guard. The air firepower net had just unleashed a wave, and the ammunition had not yet been fully reloaded, allowing a dense swarm of flying eerie beasts to break through the blockade and reach the sky above Nangwon. By the time the anti-aircraft firepower roared fiercely, it was already too late. Even if the gigantic flying eerie beasts were shot down, their massive bodies would crush the buildings and people below. But they could not let these creatures remain unchecked, as the consequences would be even more severe if they penetrated inland. In an instant, the enormous eerie beasts rained down like raindrops, leaving the surface positions of Nangwon in disarray. Retreat, retreat to the bunker, hurry. The defending soldiers screamed frantically, forced to abandon their surface positions and enter the bunkers. Even in the bunkers, some collapsed under the relentless bombardment, and everyone inside perished heroically. At this moment, there was nowhere left to retreat. Brothers, kill, kill. The defending soldiers did not retreat, even risking the collapse of the bunkers, pouring out their ammunition madly to wipe out the eerie beasts in sight. In the air, fighter jets roared, unleashing firepower frantically. Together with the anti-aircraft firepower, they formed an aerial blockade line. The eerie beasts' shrill screams and roars mixed with the sounds of gunfire filled the air. The eerie beasts, undaunted by death, surged forward, with the ones in front exploding into blood and flesh, while those behind rushed up closely. Eerie beasts with long-range attack capabilities continuously spewed flames, black mist, hurricanes, and hail towards the front. Fighter jets kept falling. This was a brutal aerial slaughter. Eerie Hunter's flying squad, charge up, kill! A furious roar rose above the chaotic sounds. 100 elite Eerie Hunters rode various giant flying birds into the night sky, joining the aerial battle. Eerie beasts could be tamed by humans, becoming mounts and war beasts. However, taming eerie beasts was extremely difficult, so after many years of development, the southern wilderness eerie hunters only had 100 members in their flying beast squad. Damn it, these traitors, kill them all. Through the telescope, seeing the eerie beasts under the control of the eerie hunters mercilessly attacking their kind, Ning Zhaodi's people were filled with rage. They had few flying eerie beasts as well. The sudden appearance of over 100 traitors made it hard not to hate them. Indeed, there were many flying beasts. But once they mutated into eerie beasts, their bodies became abnormally large, and many eerie beasts had wings but could not fly at all. At least a level 5 eerie beast could fly, and to form combat power, an eerie beast had to reach level 8. Therefore, flying eerie beasts were extremely precious. This was also why Ning Zhaodi wanted to deploy flying eerie beasts at critical moments, as their numbers were truly limited. Increase ground attacks, Nangwon is ours. Ning Zhaodi smiled victoriously as she saw the surface positions of Nangwon completely destroyed. From the moment the flying eerie beasts arrived above Nangwon, the situation was already decided. The horn of charge sounded once again. A torrent of eerie beasts launched their final assault. The fierce artillery fire could not stop their advance. The first pass of the southern wilderness, Nangwon, fell. A dense mass of eerie beasts engulfed the majestic gate.
Except for a few who retreated to the rear line, most of the defending soldiers perished heroically, fulfilling their vow to protect their homeland with blood and life.
Ha ha ha, we've done it, ha ha ha. Laughter echoed through the mountains.
This was a historic moment.
Let's go, to the Southtown Pass.
Ning Zhaodi shouted excitedly.
Understood.
The people around her responded in unison.
Divine Messenger, how should we deal with these two defectors? Tua Gong asked, looking at Wei Xiangnan and Jiang Wan'er.
Ning Zhaodi paused for a moment and instructed. Wei Xiangnan is a high-ranking figure among the trickster masters, he knows many secrets. Sending him to the headquarters of the trickster temple will be of great use. This woman can stay here, she's of no significant use.
Understood. Tua Gong immediately ordered for the two to be taken away and made arrangements for them.
Then, Tua Gong, Tuapa, and Yi Shon led dozens of flying trickster beasts into the sky, surrounding Ning Zhaodi as they flew towards the Southtown Pass.
On the other side, the loss of the Southtown Pass was undoubtedly a thunderclap for the Southern Wilderness Army. Marshal Mei, the Southtown Pass has fallen. A blood-soaked soldier rushed into the command room to report urgently.
The people in the command room changed color, their eyes betraying their fear as they looked towards the leader, Mei Jingzhong. Mei Jingzhong gazed at the battle map, his expression calm.
Cough, cough, cough. He coughed a few times, unhurriedly asking someone, what is the status of the civilian evacuation?
One person immediately replied, report, Marshal Mei, before the battle even began, our people organized the evacuation of civilians according to your orders, but the population is too large, and many find it hard to leave their homeland. The evacuation situation is not very ideal. Mei Jingzhong's expression darkened, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. He had anticipated this situation. You go supervise personally, speed up the evacuation of the civilians.
Evacuate as many as you can, we will do our best to buy you time here. Yes. The subordinate quickly left.
Mei Jingzhong's determined gaze turned to everyone, although the Southtown Pass has fallen, we are still here. According to our prior arrangements, we will use the terrain and hidden fortifications to engage in guerrilla warfare against the trickster beasts, wearing down their fighting strength.
We will buy time for the civilians' evacuation and for the deployment of the rear defense line. A resolute glint flashed in Mei Jingzhong's eyes. Marshal Mei, you should leave with the civilians, we will hold the line here.
At that moment, a towering man drenched in blood entered. It was Tai Xian.
Yes, Marshal Mei, you should go first, others echoed. Mei Jingzhong waved his hand, anyone can leave, but I cannot.
With the southern marshal gone, I bear full responsibility for the fall of the Southtown Pass.
Marshal Mei, you can't say that.
Tai Xian's eyes turned red. You go, I will hold the line here.
Obey the orders.
Mei Jingzhong shouted, a terrifying authority emanating from him, instantly freezing everyone in place. The command room fell silent. Mei Jingzhong took a deep breath. Everyone, take your positions. If you are to leave, I will be the last one to go.
Yes.
The soldiers, helpless, saluted Mei Jingzhong before departing with a sense of tragic determination. Tai Xian did not leave, his eyes red as he stared at Mei Jingzhong. Marshal Mei, you must go. Without the Southern Marshal, the Southern Wilderness Army cannot afford to lose you.
Mei Jingzhong smiled bitterly and shook his head. If I leave now, the Southern Wilderness Army will be leaderless, and morale will collapse quickly.
At that point, everything will be over. Even if we survive, we will be the sinners of the nation and the people. As long as I am here, the spirit of the Southern Wilderness Army remains, and I can buy even a minute more. He stepped forward and patted Tai Xian's shoulder, his tone resolute and tragic. Tai Xian, in times of national and civilian crisis, someone must make sacrifices. Now is our time to sacrifice. Tai Xian fell silent, the iron-blooded man looking at Mei Jingzhong, his eyes gradually moistening. With a whoosh, he raised his hand and saluted sharply, then turned and strode away. As he exited, he grabbed the commander of the personal guard, his eyes red as he growled, "You must protect Marshal Mei, otherwise, I guarantee I will die before Marshal Mei does." The commander of the personal guard replied calmly, interrupting Tai Xian. Tai Xian paused, nodded, and rushed into the brutal battlefield outside. Outside, the sound of cannon fire filled the air, and bullets flew in all directions. The strange beasts had already charged into the camp, and both sides were engaged in a brutal close-quarters battle. Gunfire echoed everywhere, the figures of the strange beasts rampaged about, and blood and flesh were scattered all around. At this moment, chaos reigned everywhere, except for the command tent, which was still under the control of the Southern Wilderness Army.
Tai Xian, has Commander Mei agreed to leave?
At that moment, a middle-aged man covered in blood and wearing a straw hat rushed over. It was Yang Zhan, the leader of the beast hunters. Tai Xian shook his head and recounted the situation from earlier. As expected of Commander Mei, Yang Zhan's eyes flashed with determination. With Commander Mei like this, we will naturally fight to the death. Commander Yang, your numbers are limited, and scattered on the battlefield they won't have much effect.
It would be better for you to come here to protect Commander Mei. As long as Commander Mei is here, we will not be defeated. Tai Xian gritted his teeth. That is exactly my intention. Yang Zhan immediately gathered the remaining beast hunters. The beast hunters had suffered heavy losses. From a team of 2,000, only about 800 were still capable of fighting. Once the 800 were deployed, Tai Xian plunged into the flames of battle, leading his brothers to continue the fight. The camp of 1,000,000 troops stretched to the horizon, seemingly endless. Although the strange beasts had broken through the southern gate, capturing the entire southern wilderness in one go was not an easy task. Lord Divine Envoy, the southern wilderness army's artillery is very powerful. We need to find a way to eliminate it, otherwise, the battle will be hard to end in a short time. At the southern gate, watching the stalemate on the battlefield, a group of people from the Temple of Strange Beasts grew anxious. The sky was beginning to brighten. Ning Zhaodi, after observing for a while with binoculars, ordered, Wild Bear, take your elite team to destroy the artillery positions. Received. Wild Bear, nearly 3 meters tall, roared and led his men away. At the Southern Wilderness Army's artillery position, empty shell casings had piled up like mountains. Some cannon barrels had turned red and had to be cooled with cold water before continuing to fire. A special task force was responsible for guarding the safety of the artillery position. Unbeknownst to them, a figure in a black robe accompanied by a young woman had quietly appeared in the nearby thicket. Miss Shang Nan, you wanted to drink blood, didn't you? Those people ahead are your blood bank. Go ahead, the figure in the black robe said with a strange smile. Shang Nan looked at the busy crowd not far away, her eyes suddenly turning red. The next second, with a loud boom, a blood-red spider appeared. Who goes there? Shouted the guard. Pooh! A sharp spider tentacle pierced through the shouting guard, blood was frantically absorbed along the tentacle, and in an instant, the person turned into a dried corpse. At first, Shang Nan needed to suck blood with her mouth, but now, having become familiar with the operation, she could directly use her tentacles to absorb it. Day. 222. Gunfire erupted violently, and a torrential rain of bullets struck the blood-colored spider. But it was of little significance. The massive spider charged through, completely ignoring the attacks, its 8 legs sweeping wildly, scattering blood and flesh. That's a strange beast. Fall back and let the beast hunters handle it. A loud voice boomed. A dozen beast hunters stationed there rushed forward, drawing their sabers and charging at the blood spider. Unfortunately, they were still no match and were swiftly killed by the spider. Panic ensued among the crowd. Use special ammunition. The leading officer shouted in a panic. Bang bang bang. Several special firearms rushed forward and opened fire on the blood spider. This time it had an effect. Blood holes erupted on the spider's body, emitting a hissing wail as it began to retreat. Keep firing. Don't let that beast escape. Seeing the effectiveness, the officer shouted desperately. However, after a few rounds, the special ammunition ran out. The officer was dumbfounded. At that time, to kill Ning Bufan, their southern commander had cleared out the entire stockpile, and the special ammunition left in everyone's hands had not been replenished after use. The blood spider, sensing that the enemy was out of bullets, let out a hiss and charged forward madly. The next moment, a one-sided massacre began. Why has the artillery stopped? In the operations command room, someone noticed something was wrong. Mei Jingzhong's calm expression changed as he realized something was wrong. Immediately send someone to the artillery position, take more strong fighters, and be quick. Without artillery support, the situation would become even worse. Yes. Someone took the order and hurried away. On the other side, Ning Zhaodi's people heard the artillery fire of the Southern Wilderness Army gradually diminishing and were instantly overjoyed. The wild bears are impressive. They've dealt with the Southern Wilderness Army's artillery position so quickly. At that moment, Ning Zhaodi was full of spirit, letting out an excited roar. Sound the charge. Everyone, it's time to achieve merit and glory. Follow me into the Southern Wilderness Army's command camp. Lord Divine Envoy is mighty, mighty. The crowd shouted in unison, following Ning Zhaodi down the southern town pass, charging towards the Southern Wilderness Army's camp. Ahead, a dense mass of strange beasts cleared the way, pushing through everything. Ning Zhaodi's awakened fire ability was very advanced. With a single point, flames swept everything away, incinerating all. The defending soldiers hiding in the dark fortifications were engulfed by her flames, the air was evaporated, and those who weren't burned to death would suffocate. It was a brutal scene. Wherever she passed, any dark fort that still had the capacity to counterattack was cleared one by one, with heart-wrenching screams echoing from within, incredibly mournful. Yet, Ning Zhaodi listened with great excitement, very satisfied with her masterpiece. Half an hour later, they had slaughtered their way to the command camp's location. Brothers, it's time to be loyal to the country. For our families behind us, to protect Commander May, charge with me, kill. Waves of brave warriors rushed towards the oncoming strange beasts. When they ran out of ammunition, they charged forward to detonate the explosives strapped to their bodies. Boom boom boom. The thunderous sounds shook the heavens, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The brothers watching from behind had red eyes, their faces streaked with tears. After a wave of suicidal charges, the strange beasts were cleared. But immediately, another wave surged forward. Brothers, it's our turn. Strap on the bombs, the Southern Wilderness Army won't back down, don't embarrass me. Prepare, charge, kill. Another wave of charges began, another wave of brutal fighting. Boom boom boom. Again, it was a scene of flesh and blood, the ground flowing with blood, everywhere broken bodies. Ning Zhaodi, commanding from the rear, was somewhat shocked by this scene. This Southern Wilderness Army's deputy commander is quite a character. She couldn't help but exclaim, commanding, continue the charge. Awu. The charge sounded. After more than a dozen waves of charges, there was not a single intact spot left at the command camp, all covered in blood and flesh. However, not a single complete body of the Southern Wilderness Army could be seen. It was tragic, heroic. Brothers, draw your swords. The last line of defense was the strange beast hunters led by Yang Zhan, all martial artists. Swish swish swish. One by one, tang knives were drawn, gleaming with a piercing cold light. Looking at the seemingly endless strange beasts ahead, every person's gaze was resolute, without a hint of panic. The brothers of the Southern Wilderness Army have shown us, they are not cowards, and we, the strange beast hunters, cannot be cowards either. Yang Zhan adjusted the unique conical hat of the strange beast hunters. In today's battle, we have no life to spare. Kill! Kill! 800 strange beast hunters roared in unison, their battle knives like a forest, their eyes glowing with a blood-red light, charging towards the surging tide of beasts. Boom! The two sides collided, raising 1,000 piles of blood. This time, the battle was different from before. This team was not ordinary soldiers, but the specialized strange beast hunters. With the determination of certain death, the strange beast hunters unleashed terrifying potential, each one fearless, even willing to perish alongside the beasts. As soon as they clashed, countless strange beasts were killed, their wails echoing across the field, and soon a retreat appeared. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. Go, charge. The supervising team behind roared in anger, but they could not stop the retreating beast horde. As expected of the strange beast hunters, they have some skill. Ning Zhaodi, watching from behind, praised. Lord Divine Envoy, it's time for us old folks to take action. The old couple, Tuagong and Tuapa, requested to fight. Ning Zhaodi nodded. Go ahead, leave that deputy commander May to me. Understood. With a wave of his hand, the old man and old woman sent out the elite of the ghost temple, numbering over 100. Here, Yang Zhan was fiercely hacking and killing the retreating ghost beasts. Suddenly, a mysterious group of 100 people charged out from the beast horde. These individuals wielded straight blades and instantly clashed with the ghost hunters, blocking their pursuit. Yang Zhan was taken aback, just about to give orders to his subordinates when two figures appeared before him. One was male, the other female, both were hunchbacked old folks. Kill! The old man and old woman wasted no time, rushing out with overwhelming killing intent. The battle commenced. Yang Zhan, a grandmaster, faced off against the two grandmasters. After dozens of exchanges, the old woman, wielding a sickle, slashed across Yang Zhan's neck. His head, along with his hat, flew into the air. The leader of the ghost hunters was slain. Leader! The ghost hunters let out a furious roar upon witnessing this scene. Brothers, kill! Avenge our leader! The remaining ghost hunters shouted in unison, their eyes bloodshot as they charged forward, attacking recklessly without defense. This frenzied assault immediately sent the old man and old woman's subordinates into a panic, retreating in fear. A bunch of useless trash. A woman's cold voice rang out. The next moment, a terrifying wave of fire swept over the ghost hunters. The frenzied ghost hunters were instantly engulfed in flames, letting out piercing screams. Yet, even as they burned, they continued to charge, some even embracing their enemies, perishing together in the sea of fire. Ning Zhaodi, witnessing this scene, paled slightly, unable to help but admire the courage of these ghost hunters. However, in the end, it was merely the last flicker of light for the ghost hunters. Under the onslaught of the swarming ghost beasts, the entire army was annihilated, with not a single person surrendering, not a coward among them, all sacrificing heroically. Thus, the command camp was breached, leaving only two people in the operations room, Mei Jingzhong and his adjutant. Surround them, Ning Zhaodi shouted. The ghost beasts densely surrounded the operations room, sealing it off completely. With a creak, the door of the operations room was pushed open from the inside, and Mei Jingzhong, supported by his adjutant, stepped out.
Ning Zhaodi frowned slightly upon seeing Mei Jingzhong. She truly did not expect the commander inside to be such a sickly person. Lord Divine Envoy, this man is Mei Jingzhong, the deputy commander of the Southern Wilderness Army, the old man said, recognizing Mei Jingzhong and introducing him to Ning Zhaodi. Don't be fooled by his civilian status, he is quite capable and respected. In the past, he and Nanqing Tian, one civil and one military, managed the Southern Wilderness like an iron barrel, making us suffer greatly. Ning Zhaodi smiled slightly, looking at Mei Jingzhong with considerable admiration. Even in such poor health, he could still fight like this, battling from night until day, with the million ghost beasts suffering heavy losses. Even if they won, it was still a Pyrrhic victory. Mr. Mei, you are a talent. If you are willing to surrender, I can grant you a way out, Ning Zhaodi said with a playful smile. Cough, cough, cough. After a fit of intense coughing, Mei Jingzhong laughed. Look at the bodies of my Southern Wilderness Army on the ground. Did any of them surrender? Ning Zhaodi was momentarily stunned, then laughed, understood. In that case, I shall honor your name for a heroic death. She raised her hand, about to give the order to charge when suddenly, a piercing bird call echoed through the sky. Cree, immediately, everyone looked up involuntarily as the sky darkened above them. Upon seeing it, everyone was shocked, including the ghost beasts below. It was enormous, far too large. A giant bird was barreling towards them from the sky, so massive it was unbelievable. Wherever it passed, the flying ghost beasts that were in the midst of slaughter were crushed into blood mist, plummeting down. With each flap of its gigantic wings, a terrifying storm was unleashed, sucking the flying ghost beasts into the tempest, either causing them to fall or tearing them apart. Even more terrifying was that when the giant bird opened its massive beak, a sea of fire erupted in the sky, and the densely packed flying ghost beasts instantly turned into groups of roast ducks falling down. The fruit was ripe enough to be picked and eaten directly. The people on the ground and the strange beasts were left speechless. They had seen large strange beasts before, but nothing this big. By estimation, it was at least as large as 5 airplanes combined. Commander Mei, it seems to be the Gale, one of the 5 great beasts under Commander Nan. How did it get so big? The aide supporting Mei Jingzhong gasped in disbelief. When he came to his senses, he was overjoyed. Commander Mei, Gale has come to save us. Bring that big guy down for me. Ning Zhaodi shouted furiously at the giant bird in the sky that was wreaking havoc among her strange beasts. Understood. In the next moment, the sound of a horn echoed. The aerial forces of the Southern Wilderness Army had been mostly cleared, and upon receiving the horn command, a swarm of flying strange beasts surged toward the giant bird. Although the giant bird was fierce, it couldn't withstand the overwhelming assault of the strange beasts that blotted out the sky. Ka, the giant bird, let out a long cry and instantly shrank to the size of an ordinary cow or horse, diving toward the command center. As the bird shrank, the suffocating pressure felt by the crowd and the strange beasts below dissipated. It was then that everyone noticed a figure standing on the bird's back. Now's our chance, take it down. Ning Zhaodi's furious shout pierced the heavens. Boom! In the sky, the strange beasts surged like a pack of wolves smelling blood, rushing toward the lone figure and the bird. In an instant, the sky was once again filled with strange beasts. Commander Mei, it really is Gale, the aide shouted. Now that it had shrunk, they could see more clearly that it was indeed the battle beast Gale under Nanqing Tian. Not good, Mei Jingzhong exclaimed urgently. The strange beasts in the sky, like locusts, had already surrounded Gale. However, in the next second, everyone and every beast gaped in terror. The figure standing on Gale's back suddenly drew a long sword, spinning 360 degrees to deliver a slash, and a terrifying circular sword light spread out. In an instant, countless strange beast corpses fell apart, and a frenzied downpour of bodies rained from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The strange beasts fell like dumplings, each one crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. For a moment, the booming noise was deafening, shaking the earth. Defend! Get down! The people and strange beasts below hurriedly took defensive positions to avoid being crushed. Fortunately, the command center was outside the area where the strange beasts fell, allowing the people and beasts in that region to escape disaster. Yet, their hearts raced as if they might explode. In the sky, a vast area was cleared of strange beasts, revealing a bright blue sky above. In the stunned gazes of everyone on the ground, the figure of one person and one beast hovered above them. They could see the figure clearly now, dressed in black, blind, and with a severed arm, holding a long sword. Ning Gufan? Ning Zhaodi was the first to react, her body swaying as a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Although Ning Bufan had become a blind and one-armed man, his familiar appearance and stature had not changed, and Ning Zhaodi recognized him at a glance. Retreat! Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed in Ning Zhaodi's ears.
She froze again, the voice sounding somewhat familiar, but looking around, she saw no one. He is that killing god Ning Bufan?
Mei Jingzhong and the aide both realized at that moment. Nan Qingtian had died at Ning Bufan's hands. Even if they had never seen him, their memories were vivid.
So Gale had allied with Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan, you actually came?
Ning Zhadi shouted angrily at Ning Bufan, ignoring the mysterious voice in her ears. Remembering how her family had been destroyed by this man, her eyes gradually turned red, her fists cracking with tension.
I came because I sensed your familiar aura here. Ning Bufan's calm voice came from above. Ha ha ha, good timing. I was just about to find you, you beast.
Ning Zhadi's face suddenly twisted into a terrifying grimace, her eyes ablaze with fury. Ning Bufan, you beast. Even if our Ning family owes you something, your parents are still your parents.
Why commit such an unfilial act as patricide and matricide? Give me a reasonable explanation, and I can grant you a quick death, leaving you with a complete corpse. Swish!
Ning Bufan drew his sword, a violent beam of sword light crashing down.
Run!
The crowd below erupted into hysterical screams of terror, shattering the atmosphere.
Boom!
As the sword light descended, the area around Ning Zhaodi was engulfed by that terrifying light. Known Tuagong, Tuapa, and Ning Zhaodi's 4 bodyguards, along with other experts, stood right beside her. As the sword light fell, they could only scream in despair, and then their flesh exploded. When the sword light vanished, a bloody path extended from Ning Zhaodi's position, cutting through both people and strange beasts alike.
It was horrifying.
Even someone as well informed as Mei Jingzhong gaped in shock, his cough cured by the astonishment, unable to produce a sound for a long time. Now he understood why the legendary war god Nan Qingtian failed to kill Ning Bufan with so many elites. This person was not human.
Run fast!
Someone shouted from below, and the remaining elites of the strange god temple fled in a frenzy. Although the strange beasts behind them were not very intelligent, seeing their leading elites run, some followed suit. But those behind, unaware of what was happening, continued to charge forward. Thus, the two sides collided, and the scene descended into chaos. In the air, Ning Bufan had no interest in the strange beasts or people below. His target was only Ning Zhaodi. But at that moment, there were no corpses where Ning Zhaodi had been, only a mass of black mist.
Gone? Ning Bufan furrowed his brow, his perception rapidly expanding.
Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, pointing in the direction of the Million Mountains, and shouted, "Chase!" Yi Xiaobai let out a long cry and soared into the sky. At the moment of takeoff, it suddenly expanded in size, opening its massive mouth to unleash a terrifying wave of fire upon the strange beasts and the army of the strange god temple below. After all, it had once been the guardian war beast of the southern wilderness and still held feelings for it. Seeing the southern wilderness trampled to this extent, it couldn't bear it and seized the opportunity to help.
In an instant, the army of strange beasts surrounding Mei Jingzhong was engulfed in a sea of flames.
The piercing screams and wails echoed through the sky, resembling a hell on earth.
Ning Bufan understood Xiaobai's intentions, and he did not stop it.
Xiaobai dared not waste too much time. Its current master was one to draw his sword at the slightest disagreement, leaving no chance for mercy. So after quickly spraying a circle of fire, it flapped its wings and pursued the direction of the Million Mountains. On the way, it continuously sprayed fire at the army of strange beasts below. Waves of terrifying fire rained down, landing on the already occupied army of strange beasts at the southern pass, resulting in a horrific scene. Wherever Xiaobai passed, it was an extension of a sea of flames. The raging fire rolled and roared like a tsunami, devouring all living things within its reach. The densely packed strange beasts struggled in the sea of fire, their wails and cries creating a true hell on earth.
The survivors of the southern wilderness army were dumbfounded at this sight.
Damn, they had been turned into fools by the strange beasts, and now a single person and a bird had turned the fierce army of strange beasts into fools.
Mei Jingzhong watched the army of strange beasts perishing in the flames, feeling as if he were dreaming. Commander Mei, Commander Mei.
At that moment, a familiar voice brought him back to reality. Tai Xian, leading a group of remnants, hurriedly approached, stepping on the charred ground. When he saw that Mei Jingzhong was unharmed, he let out a heavy sigh of relief.
Commander Mei, it's good that you're fine. What happened here?
Tai Xian looked bewildered. Just now, I saw a big bird flying through the sky, heading towards the Million Mountains. That bird looked somewhat familiar.
That was Lu Feng. The adjutant replied, but it should have now allied with that Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan? Tai Xian's expression changed, and in an instant, his anger surged, the flames of hatred burning fiercely in his eyes. Isn't he the monster who caused the death of General Nan? I want to kill him. Forget that thought.
Mei Jingzhong's cold words stunned Tai Xian.
Mei General, the enmity of General Nan is the enmity of our entire southern wilderness army.
If we don't avenge this grudge,
How can we still call ourselves the Southern Wilderness Army? Tai Xian's emotions were somewhat agitated, his eyes reddening. May General, you have always been someone we respect. How can you give up on avenging General Nan? Doing so will break the hearts of the brothers. Calm down, cough cough cough. Mei Jingzhong shouted, followed by a fit of intense coughing. May General, calm down, don't get angry, the adjutant hurriedly advised. Mei Jingzhong took a breath and said coldly, Tai Xian, we won't discuss this matter now, I'll explain it to you later. What is the situation of our army now? Seeing Mei Jingzhong coughing heavily, Tai Xian gradually calmed down and replied, Mei General, I'm sorry, I got a bit too emotional just now. The situation of our army is very dire, with heavy losses. I have already ordered Li Su to lead the remaining troops to retreat in the directions of Qingzhou and Fengcheng. At this point, Tai Xian expressed his relief. Fortunately, with Lu Feng appearing, the army of the strange beasts suffered heavy losses from the fire, which made them stop their pursuit, allowing the civilians and our people to retreat in an orderly manner. But I find it a bit strange. Spitting fire is the skill of General Nan's mount, the Fire Phoenix. Lu Feng is just fast, how could it also spit fire? Upon asking this question, Mei Jingzhong fell silent, his face gradually turning pale. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Feng must have swallowed the beast core of the Fire Phoenix. What? Tai Xian clenched his fist suddenly, his eyes turning red again. Damn it. Thinking of their respected General Nan's mount being killed and its beast core being dug out and swallowed, Tai Xian was so furious that he punched a hole in the wall beside him. Enough, Tai Xian, calm down. Mei Jingzhong took a deep breath and shouted, no matter what, this time Ning Bufan and Lu Feng saved us, saved thousands of civilians. Tai Xian was at a loss for words. The hatred and anger in his heart had nowhere to vent. Mei General, stop talking. Your health is very poor, we should leave quickly. It will be troublesome if the army of strange beasts charges over again, the adjutant reminded in time. Everyone realized and said no more, quickly tidying up the items in the command room and protecting Mei Jingzhong as they evacuated. With Mei Jingzhong's departure, it marked the fall of the southern wilderness, turning it into the territory of the strange beasts. The news spread, shaking the world, and countless people fell into panic. Many near the southern wilderness area had already fled with their families to safer cities. Ning Bufan was unconcerned about these, his current target was to relentlessly pursue Ning Zhaodi. His tragic life was largely the result of Ning Zhaodi's actions when she was just a child. The long cry of Xiaobai echoed through the mountains and forests, and in the blink of an eye, one person and one bird had plunged into the Million Mountains. Xiaobai was somewhat afraid. The Million Mountains were the world of strange beasts, an absolute forbidden zone for humans. No one had ever dared to venture deep into this forbidden land. The southern wilderness war god, Nanqing Tian, was incredibly brave, yet he did not dare to go deep. Now, Ning Bufan had no scruples and flew straight in. Although most of the elite strange beasts had gone to attack the southern wilderness, some old monsters remained at the headquarters. Sure enough, as Ning Bufan and Xiaobai delved deeper into the Million Mountains, terrifying auras surged into the sky, and the furious roars of beasts shook the earth, resonating in the hearts of men. Xiaobai instinctively slowed down in fear. Shrink your body, speed up, 12 o'clock direction, hurry. Ning Bufan's cold voice rang out. Ning Bufan ignored the beast roars and terrifying auras below, focusing solely on the pursuit. Below him, a mass of black mist was weaving through the dense forest, fleeing frantically. The fugitive wanted to use the cover of the dense forest and black mist to escape the pursuit, but it was of little use, as Ning Bufan didn't rely on his eyes, he used his perception. Unless the fugitive had the ability to conceal all his aura, including his heartbeat, but that was too difficult. Yip Xiaobai, receiving Ning Bufan's command, gritted its beak and let out a long cry, its body suddenly shrinking and speeding up. The massive body was indeed powerful, but it was heavy and didn't fly fast. Fly low, quickly. Ning Bufan sensed that the aura was getting closer and shouted loudly, his finger already resting on the sword hilt, ready to draw at any moment. Xiaobai was drenched in cold sweat, but there was no choice but to lower its altitude, almost skimming the treetops of the dense forest. Roar! Xiaobai's actions enraged the beasts below, and suddenly a loud roar erupted. Ahead, a terrifyingly huge tail shot up from the forest, like a colossal pillar reaching for the sky, crashing down towards the man and bird. Xiaobai was terrified, but at that moment, breaking to dodge was impossible. If that giant pillar struck, there was no doubt that its flesh and blood would be smashed into a meat pie. A terrified scream escaped from Xiaobai's mouth. Almost simultaneously, a sword light over 10 zhang long came crashing down. Chika. The terrifying sword light cleaved through the colossal pillar ahead. The sound of cutting through flesh and bone was chilling. With a whoosh, Xiaobai flew through the split pillar, stirring up a rain of blood. Behind, the giant pillar-like tail crashed down, shaking the forest. One sword, and it was done. The roars of beasts in the mountain forest instantly fell silent, becoming incredibly quiet. Xiaobai was drenched in sweat, its feathers soaked with blood and sweat. Fortunately, it was a close call. The bird was scared to death. This master is amazing. In an instant, Xiaobai became excited again, feeling an incredible thrill. With such an impressive master, it was no longer afraid of other birds, it just charged ahead. Yip! A clear and excited bird call shot into the sky. This time, Xiaobai recklessly dove into the central area of the Million Mountains, continuously shouting provocations, meaning, I'm this awesome, if you don't believe it, come and bite me. This silly bird, getting carried away again. Roar roar roar. After a moment of silence, there truly was a terrifying presence angered by Xiaobai. Whoosh whoosh. Several gusts of wind howled, and 3 flying bizarre beasts surged into the sky, blocking Ning Bufan and Xiaobai's path. At the same time, 3 giant beasts appeared behind them. 6 flying bizarre beasts. It wasn't over yet. Below in the forest, a giant python broke through the dense leaves, its massive and terrifying head suddenly lunging out, the hissing sound sending chills down one's spine. Meow! A piercing cat cry rang out, and not far from the python, a wild cat's fluffy giant tail also broke through the dense leaves, sweeping towards Xiaobai and Ning Bufan with a force thicker than a water barrel. 8 bizarre beasts surrounded them, coordinating from ground and air. Xiaobai was dumbfounded. With a master present, it was not afraid of a single bizarre beast, but now there were 8. It was scared to death. Swish! A sword cut horizontally, sending the giant cat's tail and the python's head flying into the air, crashing down into the forest. The wild cat let out a heart-wrenching scream in the woods, but the python's head was gone, its massive body stood there, seemingly dazed. It had no time to react. Where was its head? No one answered it, only a loud crash as its enormous body fell heavily, startling countless frightened birds, and the ground trembled. The flying bizarre beasts in the air saw this scene and let out furious screams, charging forward from both sides. Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent as he raised his hand and swung his sword fiercely. 3 sword lights shot out from both front and back, like thunder, striking out with a speed faster than lightning. Swish swish swish. The sword lights were ear-piercing as they sliced through the bodies of the bizarre beasts, creating a mist of blood. The speed was so fast that the bizarre beasts didn't even realize they had been cut, continuing to charge forward. Until I was suddenly jolted awake, realizing my body had split in half and was plummeting down. Boom, boom, boom. 6 enormous flying beasts fell from the sky almost simultaneously, crashing into the forest with a deafening roar, causing the ground to truly tremble. Xiaobai was dumbfounded. 8 terrifying beasts had been taken down just like that. This master was a freak. In the forest, one beast was still alive, the wildcat. Its tail had been severed, but it wasn't dead. Meow, scared the cat to death, gotta run. The wildcat quickly shrank down into a small kitten and whoosh, darted into a cat hole. Now it's stable, I survived. Boom! A loud noise erupted as something split open the top of the cat hole, a crack appeared, and sunlight streamed in, revealing a blood-red interior. The cat's body had been torn in half. At this moment, the entire forest fell into a true silence. Even the caterpillar crawling on the branch dared not move, trembling along with the shaking leaves. On the ground, the fleeing black mist had gained a bit of time thanks to the sacrifice of several powerful beasts, but it had already escaped far away in an instant. Yet it knew this wouldn't work. Ning Bufan would catch up soon, it had to find someone to block him again. But although the beasts had low intelligence, those high-level beasts weren't stupid. So many terrifying creatures had died, who would dare to intervene? Just as it was getting anxious, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. The black mist was overjoyed and transformed into a black streak of light, instantly appearing in front of that figure. It was a scruffy old man, with messy hair and an unkempt beard. A scythe hung from his waist, its blade exceptionally clean and bright, glinting ominously in the sunlight, enough to send chills down one's spine. Black robe, how did you get so disheveled? The scruffy old man took a hearty swig from his jug, looking somewhat surprised at the sudden appearance of the black-robed figure. When he saw that the black robe was holding a woman, he burst out laughing. Ha, so you were being chased after robbing someone's girl, how hilarious. If this gets out, your lifetime reputation will be ruined in an instant. The black robe's obscured face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and he said in a deep voice, 9 lives evil crow, how come you're here? Someone is chasing me, help me. The 9 lives evil crow was a bit curious. With your strength, do you still need my help? The black robe was sweating in panic. I'll go first, you help me block them. Wait. The 9 lives evil crow grabbed the black robe. You're being chased like a dog. The one after you must be very strong. I can't block them. But you have 9 lives evil crow, you can afford to lose one. The black robe urged. The 9 lives evil crow cursed. Do you think my life is that cheap?
The Black Robe was extremely anxious, with no time to waste, and immediately whispered a few words in the Nine Lives Evil Crow's ear. The Nine Lives Evil Crow smiled slightly. Alright, deal. You go, I'll block for you for 10 minutes, after 10 minutes, I'm out. Okay, then I'll take my leave. The Black Robe transformed into a streak of black light and vanished without a trace. With his speed, 10 minutes was enough. Not long after he left, a sound of something breaking through the air echoed. A large bird had a figure standing on its back, fiercely chasing in the direction the Black Robe had disappeared. Stop! The Nine Lives Evil Crow shouted, leaping into the sky and landing steadily on the tip of a tall tree. Swish! A flash of sword light came without warning, suddenly slashing down. The large bird and the figure whizzed past him. A head was carried away by the howling wind, flying over 10 zhang before falling into the dense forest, disappearing without a trace. What's going on? I didn't even see the opponent and was taken down? After the head fell, it transformed into a cloud of black mist, and a figure reappeared. He truly had 9 lives, but now one was gone. Damn it, Black Robe, you bastard, you've set me up. The Nine Lives Evil Crow cursed furiously. He said he would block for 10 minutes, but not even a second was blocked. Hurry and run. The Nine Lives Evil Crow was about to escape but suddenly stopped, feeling a pang of regret in his heart. The thing that the black-robed figure mentioned could condense 2 lives for him. Giving it up just felt too wasteful. Moreover, that last life was lost for nothing. No, I can't let a life go to waste. I must get that thing from the Black Robe. Condensing 2 lives would offset the one I just lost and even gain me 1 more. But the Nine Lives Evil Crow recalled how he had been killed in an instant by a sword and felt a lingering fear. What am I afraid of? I wasn't prepared last time, but this time I will be ready. With my strength, blocking for 10 minutes shouldn't be a problem. It's a gamble, fortune favors the bold. Gritting his teeth, the Nine Lives Evil Crow chased after the direction where Ning Bufan had flown. Ning Bufan, who was pursuing the Black Robe, sensed someone chasing from behind. He frowned in surprise. He didn't die? How is that possible? You bastard, stop right there and take my blade. The Nine Lives Evil Crow soared into the sky, and before his words fell, his scythe had already gathered enough power to strike. Ning Bufan didn't even look back and swung his sword in response. Whoosh! The sword light shot through the air with a sharp whistle. Damn! So fast! The Nine Lives Evil Crow let out a strange cry, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The scythe he was about to swing urgently turned into a block, guarding his chest. In the next moment, the sword light arrived. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Nine Lives Evil Crow's scythe was shattered into several pieces, and the sword light pierced through his body, creating a mist of blood. Damn! Lost another life. The Nine Lives Evil Crow fell again. To prevent this guy from surviving, Ning Bufan unleashed an even more powerful sword strike. The sword light exploded within him, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The Nine Lives Evil Crow's body shattered into countless fragments, and a rain of blood fell in the forest. He should be dead now. But the next second, Ning Bufan sensed the breath of life returning. This piqued Ning Bufan's curiosity, prompting him to signal Xiaobai to stop the pursuit and turn back. Below in the dense forest, after the Nine Lives Evil Crow's flesh fell to the ground, it transformed into wisps of black smoke that gathered together, slowly revealing a figure. 2 lives now, what a huge loss. The Nine Lives Evil Crow's heart bled. What kind of trick is this? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the Nine Lives Evil Crow felt as if he had heard the call of death, and with a whoosh, he vanished, his escape faster than lightning. Swish! A sword light whistled from behind. No, the Nine Lives Evil Crow let out a piercing scream. Boom! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and the 3rd life fell. After his 4th resurrection, the Nine Lives Evil Crow transformed into his true form, a black crow, and soared into the sky, fleeing for his life. But just as he ascended halfway, a sword light sliced his body in half. From then on, Ning Bufan's target became the pursuit of the Nine Lives Evil Crow. No matter how he ran, he would be struck down by a sword. He was determined, refusing to believe this guy couldn't be killed. After losing 8 lives, the Nine Lives Evil Crow no longer dared to run, kneeling on the ground and crying for mercy. With only 1 life left, if he ran again, he would truly be finished. Ning Bufan stood before the Nine Lives Evil Crow, eager to know how this guy could immediately reshape his body after dying. If he could learn his method, perhaps there was hope for his severed left arm. Although he had grown accustomed to being without his left hand, it would still be good to have it back. Hero, spare me. I didn't mean to target you, I was set up by that bastard in the black robe. He then spilled everything about how the black robe had tricked him without needing to be interrogated. Ning Bufan was uninterested in this and coldly asked, how can you die and immediately come back to life? If you lie even a little, you die. The aura of death enveloped the Nine Lives Evil Crow, making him tremble. I am the Nine Lives Evil Crow, this is my special constitution that allows me to forge 9 lives. Hero, I've already lost 8 lives, this is the last one, I can't die again, please spare me. The 9 lives Evil Crow wept bitterly, hating the black robe in his heart. Can you help me restore my left hand? You live if you can, you die if you can't. Ning Bufan's tone was domineering, his hand already resting on the sword hilt. The 9 lives Evil Crow wanted to cry but had no tears. This thing could only be done with a special physique. Ning Bufan, a mere human, simply didn't have that kind of physique. However, seeing Ning Bufan's hand on the sword hilt, the 9 lives Evil Crow knew very well that if he dared to say he couldn't, he would definitely die. When Ning Bufan noticed that the 9 lives Evil Crow had been silent for a long time, he realized there was no hope. With a clang, the long sword slid out half an inch. Wait, I can. The 9 lives Evil Crow shouted in terror, sweat already beading on his forehead. But I need 3 very important materials, and they're hard to find. Speak, Ning Bufan said, his brows furrowing, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Life spring water, divine dragon grass, and after collecting these 2, the most important thing is the material for connecting the arm. This one is really hard to find. The 9 lives Evil Crow said this with great difficulty, his eyes fixed on Ning Bufan's sword, his face full of fear. He was afraid that if Ning Bufan was displeased, he would draw his sword and kill him directly. What materials exactly? Ning Bufan asked coldly. The arm of a terrestrial immortal, or the arm of a heavenly level strange beast. When the 9 lives Evil Crow mentioned this material, he felt it was absurd and completely impossible to obtain. Only with these 2 types of arms can the success rate of the connection be higher. After answering, he looked at Ning Bufan with trepidation. Ning Bufan's frown deepened, the coldness radiating from him growing stronger. Continue. I've said everything, the 9 lives Evil Crow stammered in panic. Swish! The long sword suddenly unsheathed. No, the 9 lives Evil Crow screamed in terror. A bloody ear flew into the air. The 9 lives Evil Crow covered his ear and let out a heart-wrenching wail. You didn't mention where to find the life spring water and divine dragon grass, or what the success rate is. This is your punishment for not finishing your words. Ning Bufan's expression was emotionless as he spoke coldly. The 9 lives Evil Crow. The life spring water is in the Yi family's sacred ground, and I've heard that the divine dragon grass is in the divine dragon manor. The success rate is about 30%. The 9 lives Evil Crow almost cried as he revealed the 3 answers, feeling wronged. Only 30%? Ning Bufan tightened his grip. Hero, wait. If we can get the relics from the Bei Wanfo sect, the success rate can reach 60%. Under the threat of death, the 9 lives Evil Crow shouted hysterically. Ning Bufan stopped his movements. The Yi family, Divine Dragon Manor, and Wanfo sect, Ning Bufan was all too familiar with them, they were old enemies. His grievances with these 3 families were far from settled, and this time he could deal with them all at once. Lead the way to the Yi family's sacred ground, Ning Bufan ordered. The last time he went to the Yi family, everyone had fled. This time, invading their sacred ground would force them out. Since it was a sacred ground, he didn't believe they wouldn't care. Oh, okay. The 9 lives Evil Crow nodded, but was somewhat worried. Hero, the Yi family's sacred ground must have many experts, and there might even be divine beasts. You are very powerful, but after all, you are alone. Shouldn't you call for more help? Now he only had 1 life left and didn't dare to take risks. Swish! The sword light burst forth again, and the 9 lives Evil Crow let out a shrill scream as another bloody ear flew off. Both ears were gone. You only need to obey orders. Next time, I'll directly cut off your head, Ning Bufan said darkly, his expression already filled with killing intent. Yes, woo. The 9 lives Evil Crow cried out in grievance. He was just trying to make a suggestion, was that wrong? In the next second, he quickly transformed into a crow and flew high into the sky, with Ning Bufan following closely behind, led by Xiao Bai. Below, in a hidden cave within the dense forest, a figure cloaked in black looked at Ning Bufan's disappearing silhouette in the sky and let out a heavy sigh of relief. He's gone, it's all right now. Black-robed divine envoy, how did you end up here? A girl's voice came from behind, it was Ning Zhaodi. The man in the black robe is also one of the envoys of the Temple of Deception, and he is a powerful presence ranked 10th. His strength does not lie in terrifying combat power, but in a variety of ever-emerging dreadful methods. If it were someone else today, Ning Zhaodi would not have been able to escape. If I hadn't come, would you still be alive today? The man in the black robe turned to look at Ning Zhaodi, his gaze somewhat displeased. I just sent you a message to retreat, why didn't you listen? You almost got us killed. Ning Zhaodi gritted her teeth and said angrily, if your whole family were wiped out and you saw your enemy, could you still remain calm? The man in the black robe was momentarily speechless, and after a moment, he sighed, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. But I must emphasize once again, you must remain calm when you see Ning Bufan in the future, otherwise, I will not take the risk to save you again." This was a very serious warning. Ning Zhaodi clenched her fists, the hatred in her eyes still burning. "You mean to tell me to give up on revenge? That's impossible. You've seen his strength, can you kill him?" The man in the black robe sneered. Ning Zhaodi fell silent, her chest aching, both sides hurt. But she was unwilling. "There will always be a way. I refuse to believe that the God Lord will let such a person go unchecked. If he is not eliminated, it will definitely affect the God Lord's grand unification. You don't need to worry about this, I've already reported it to the God Lord." The man in the black robe interrupted. "The God Lord appreciates such talents and wants us to do our utmost to recruit him. If that fails, we can kill him to eliminate future troubles." "Recruit him? No way, I disagree, he must be killed." Ning Zhaodi shouted in anger. "You disagree? Who do you think you are?" The man in the black robe's voice suddenly turned cold, a chilling aura enveloping her as he spoke each word clearly. "Listen, the God Lord has ordered you to handle this, to use your sibling relationship with Ning Bufan to win him over." "I damn!" Ning Zhaodi exploded. She was so furious that she felt like her chest would burst. She and Ning Bufan were already deep-seated enemies, and now they wanted her to recruit him? What were they thinking? No, absolutely not. Ning Zhaodi's face twisted in rage as she gritted her teeth and spat out 3 words. The man in the black robe snorted coldly. "Dare you defy the God Lord's orders? You can choose not to go." This. Ning Zhaodi's chest heaved with anger, ready to explode, truly about to burst. Both sides would explode together. However, thinking of the God Lord's orders, she had no choice but to gradually turn into a deflated balloon, feeling incredibly frustrated and indignant. "Envoy Ning, I hope you prioritize the bigger picture," the man in the black robe emphasized again. Huff, huff. Ning Zhaodi took a few deep breaths and gritted her teeth. "When Ning Bufan sees me, he will draw his sword and attack. I barely escaped." "Now you want me to find him? Isn't that sending my head to him?" The man in the black robe raised a hand and pointed to his head. "You need to think of a way. What happened just now was not me blaming you. If you meet him and insult him as a beast, wanting to kill him for revenge, I would have cut you down too." Ning Zhaodi. "Fine." Ning Zhaodi endured the humiliation and took another deep breath, unwillingly saying, "Actually, I think we are overstepping. Ning Bufan is impossible to recruit, and it would be better to send a strong person directly." "Stop." The man in the black robe shot her a cold glare. "Ning Bufan has already dealt with our mortal enemy, the hunter of deception. Like this, he is practically a natural ally. Without him, do you think this attack on the southern pass would have succeeded? But you just saw, he opened a massacre against us." Ning Zhaodi's voice rose in anger, very irritated. "Poof." The man in the black robe snorted coldly. "Isn't it because you provoked him? If you hadn't angered him back then, would we have suffered such great losses? So, the problem still lies with you." Ning Zhaodi could no longer control herself, screaming in madness to vent her pent-up frustration. "This matter is settled." The man in the black robe cut off Ning Zhaodi's shouting, softening his expression slightly. "Actually, your performance this time was quite good. Although we didn't expand our gains due to Ning Bufan's unexpected interference, we ultimately took down the southern wilderness. With this achievement, your ranking can at least rise by 5 positions, and if you recruit Ning Bufan, it could be more than 10. This statement barely soothed Ning Zhaodi's emotions, which were on the verge of exploding. "Next is the plan for our advance. We must expand our victories as much as possible." The voice from the black robe grew excited. "Attack Chaofeng City." Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Zhaodi replied, "The defenses of Feng City are relatively weak, and it's close to the Weishan Forbidden Area, where the strange beasts can flank us from both sides, making it easy to take." She had her own selfish motives. Feng City was her hometown. She wanted to rebuild the Ning family and turn Feng City into her own base. The black robe did not oppose her. "Make arrangements as soon as possible." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a flying strange beast swooped down from the sky, landing in front of Ning Zhaodi. "Aren't you coming?" Ning Zhaodi looked at the black robe. The black robe replied, "I prefer to act alone." Ning Zhaodi was just as eager to have this guy out of her way, lest he infuriate her. So she leaped onto the beast's back, and the two of them soared into the sky, disappearing into the vastness above. Soon, Ning Zhaodi left the main force to continue sweeping away the remnants of the southern wilderness army while she personally gathered an army of 200,000 strange beasts, sweeping towards Feng City like a force of nature. At that moment, dark clouds of war loomed over Feng City. Before Ning Zhaodi even arrived, the entire city was already surrounded by strange beasts. These beasts came from the Weishan Forbidden Area. Upon hearing that the southern wilderness had been breached, the strange beasts from Weishan were invigorated, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. They launched their own offensive. 150,000 strange beasts surged forth, crashing through everything in their path, surrounding Feng City. At this time, the defensive forces in Feng City were weak. If it weren't for Mu Qinghan rushing in with his men last night, the place would have been nearly empty. Fortunately, some arrangements had been made last night, and there were over 50,000 armed personnel defending the city, with reinforcements on the way. Report. Mu Qinghan was holding a meeting in the command room when a messenger rushed in urgently. The strange beasts that conquered the southern wilderness, numbering 200,000, are heading towards Feng City. Boom! It was like thunder striking from a clear sky, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Mu Qinghan suddenly stood up, snatched the battle report, and read it carefully, then passed it on with a grave expression. There were 10 people in total present. Besides Mu Qinghan and Li Tingshan, who assisted her, the other 8 were military commanders. After reading the report, the already tense atmosphere in the meeting room became even more serious. How do we fight this battle? Mu Qinghan looked towards Li Tingshan for assistance. Retreat, Li Tingshan said after a moment of hesitation, reluctantly uttering those 2 words. 50,000 against 350,000 strange beasts, one could tell it was impossible just by thinking about it. Boom boom boom. Tat tat tat. Outside, suddenly the sound of gunfire erupted. Everyone turned to look outside. Report. The strange beasts outside the city have launched an assault, both sides are already exchanging fire. The urgent report from a messenger came through, undoubtedly another thunderclap. Bang! With a loud crash, Mu Qinghan smashed a nearby chair with her palm, her delicate face set with resolute determination. Everyone, I, Mu Qinghan, swear here, as long as there are people in the city, if the city falls, we fall with it. Anyone who dares to suggest retreating will be killed. Although she was young, the imposing aura cultivated over years in the Hulong Pavilion was quite terrifying at this moment. All commanders, including myself, will personally command on the front lines. We will fight until the last person, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Yes, the crowd responded with a solemn roar. The 150,000 strange beasts from the Weishan Forbidden Area were organized by another envoy of the strange god temple, known as An Yuan, who had a higher rank and seniority than Ning Zhaodi. But now, Ning Zhaodi had completely stolen his thunder. Upon learning that Ning Zhaodi was leading the strange beasts towards them, he became anxious. He had to seize this achievement for himself, otherwise, after the rewards were distributed, he would surely be overshadowed by Ning Zhaodi, which was unbearable. Thus, he launched an attack without hesitation. There are quite a few strange beasts in the forbidden area of Weishan, but none of them are particularly powerful. Even king-level strange beasts are pitifully few, and there are none above emperor level. This is all the work of Ning Bufan. During the 5 years he spent madly cultivating the ruthless sword of slaughter in Weishan, he searched high and low for the powerful strange beasts to sacrifice for his sword, and he basically slaughtered them all. This army of strange beasts, lacking strong leaders, launched a series of frenzied attacks, but they suffered heavy losses against the hastily organized resistance of 50,000 human soldiers. However, the quality was not enough to make up for the quantity. Under the reckless attacks of 150,000 strange beasts, the human defense line was on the brink of collapse. Commander, if reinforcements don't arrive soon, we fear we won't be able to hold on, a frontline commander said, as Mu Qinghan personally held the fort there. A blood-soaked general burst in, his expression filled with despair as he roared, "When will the reinforcements arrive?" Mu Qinghan was also furious. It had been several hours, and with modern transportation, the reinforcements should have arrived long ago. Yet, not a single shadow of them was in sight. Commander, it seems there might be a problem with the reinforcements, or perhaps someone doesn't want to come to your aid, Li Tingshan suddenly reminded her, leaving Mu Qinghan stunned. Soon, she seemed to understand something, her face turning ashen with rage. These parasites. At a time when humanity's survival is at stake, they are still scheming against each other. How outrageous. They must be killed. Report. Not good. A terrified voice rang out from outside. The strange beast army has already breached our position. Our defending soldiers have not retreated, they are all dead. The report came with a sobbing tone. With a swish, Mu Qinghan, suppressing her grief and anger, drew her military knife and shouted, "Everyone, follow me. Kill." Under Mu Qinghan's lead, everyone charged out with a resolve to die. As they burst outside, they saw the dense mass of strange beasts surging toward them like a tidal wave. Wherever the beast tide passed, everything was annihilated. The resisting warriors were either torn apart or swallowed whole, a scene of utter carnage. Kill! Mu Qinghan's eyes turned red as she brandished her battle knife, ready to launch a desperate charge. Suddenly, a bird's cry echoed across the sky above. In the sky, Ning Bufan, guided by the 9 lives evil crow, happened to pass over Feng City. Hearing the deafening sounds of battle below, he couldn't help but frown and immediately ordered Xiaobai to stop. He released his perception toward the battlefield below. Standing on Xiaobai, Ning Bufan sensed many familiar strange beast auras beneath him. He quickly confirmed that the strange beasts below came from the forbidden area of Weishan. The strange beasts on the ground also sensed something was amiss, stopping their attacks and looking up at the sky. When some familiar strange beasts sensed Ning Bufan's presence, they immediately trembled in fear. The strange beasts attacking from the air let out a terrified screech, desperately flapping their wings and turning to flee, losing many feathers in the process. Caw-caw-caw. In an instant, various bird cries filled the sky, as if saying, "Run, the god of slaughter has arrived." Suddenly, a beam of sword light cut across the sky, striking at those screeching strange beasts. Boom! As the sword light fell, a sea of blood erupted. The strange beasts in the path of the sword light were completely wiped out. Shattered bodies and flesh rained down, and when the massive strange beast corpses crashed to the ground, the strange beasts below were thrown into chaos. What happened? Attack! For God's sake, attack! The overseers from the strange god temple, not knowing what had occurred, roared in anger. Damn it, they had already breached the defense line, and victory was within reach. Yet at this moment, they inexplicably stopped their attack. What the hell? What a bunch of useless fools. Sound the charge horn, charge! The overseer team screamed hysterically. Just as the charge horn sounded, a massive fireball crashed down from the sky. Nope! Amidst the desperate cries, a loud explosion followed, and flames engulfed everything. The place where the charge horn sounded turned into a sea of fire. The smell of roasting meat filled the air. The strange beasts were thrown into disarray. Those above king level, get out here! Above the vast sky, a cold voice echoed throughout this world. Below, after a moment of chaos among the strange beasts, a dozen leading creatures cautiously approached right beneath Ning Bufan, all those with legs crouching down like little kittens. Those without legs, a python, obediently coiled up. In front of Ning Bufan, those with legs had to lie down, and those without legs had to coil. The voice that instilled fear in them left no room for resistance. Just as a few strange beasts gathered, a terrifying sword light suddenly descended with a thunderous slash. Ow! The terrified cries resonated through the sky. As the sword light fell, the blood and flesh of the dozen powerful strange beasts exploded, turning into shattered corpses scattered across the ground. In the next second, the entire area fell into dead silence. The strange beasts did not dare to flee, standing there trembling. All strange beasts in the Weishan forbidden area, you are not allowed to step out of the forbidden area even a single step, that is my rule. Get lost. The last word "get lost" rolled through the sky like muffled thunder, but to the strange beasts of the Weishan forbidden area, this word was like a heavenly decree, a divine order of mercy. Boom! In the next moment, the strange beast army, regaining their senses, turned and rushed wildly towards the direction of Weishan. Mu Qinghan and the others were left dumbfounded at this scene, shocked into speechlessness. A long cry echoed above the sky. Little White flapped its enormous wings and soared into the 9 heavens, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Lord Divine Envoy, are we just going to let that person go? He has caused us to fail at the last moment. In a makeshift command room on the ground, several people looked in the direction Ning Bufan had left, feeling indignant. They were so close to success. You fool, can you use your brain? A young man in his 30s with a hawk-like nose scolded angrily, "You're so impressive, why don't you go stop him?" Damn it, this mission is really unlucky, let's retreat. A group of people left helplessly, dejected. Before long, the army of over 100,000 strange beasts retreated completely, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. One person drove away 100,000 beasts, how magnificent! Mu Qinghan gazed longingly at the figure of Ning Bufan disappearing into the horizon, her heart surging, murmuring to herself, under heaven, how many young heroes are there, who can rival him? Suddenly, she turned sharply to Li Tingshan beside her. Such a talent was once one of your beast hunters, and then you harmed him to the point of becoming enemies. Have you lost your mind? Li Tingshan's face darkened, his mouth twitching. No, Commander, this was all caused by that group of Wei Shangnan scoundrels, we had no knowledge of it. Ha! Mu Qinghan sneered coldly, that case was so famous back then, do you dare say you didn't know? I remember Gao Sanyang once wanted to overturn the case for him, but you dog-brained people insisted on killing him for some face and hidden interests, and the result? Ha! Listening to Mu Qinghan's mockery, Li Tingshan's face looked like he had just visited a grave. Well, let's not mention the past, actually we have already realized our mistakes and wanted to overturn the case to seek peace. Stop. Mu Qinghan's sneer grew colder, did you really do what you said about overturning the case? There hasn't been a single move until now, right? Isn't it because Ning Bufan himself didn't agree? Li Tingshan said helplessly about this matter.
A case that was wrong is wrong. Does it still need someone to negotiate with you to correct it? It's simply ridiculous. Mu Qinghan was utterly disappointed. These old fellows had been in high positions for too long, their thinking rigid, outdated, and short-sighted. They were used to looking down on the masses from above, who would care about the lives and deaths of the lower class. If it weren't for this time when Ning Bufan had hurt them, overturning the case would have been a joke. But even after being beaten like this, their so-called overturning the case still remained only verbal. Li Tingshan wanted to argue, Commander, Ning Bufan doesn't care whether the case is overturned or not. Just because he doesn't care, we won't do it? Mu Qinghan shook her head, her expression serious. Whether he cares or not is his business. Whether we do it or not is ours. If we were wrong, we must correct it. Let me do what you haven't done. Mu Qinghan spoke firmly. I will immediately apply to the higher-ups to restore all honors of Ning Bufan, acknowledge the mistakes in the case from back then, punish the relevant personnel involved, and issue a special wanted notice for the fugitives Wei Shangnan and Jiang Waner. Without hesitation, Mu Qinghan acted decisively. Upon returning to the office, her first priority was not to report on the situation in Fengcheng, but to handle the Ning Bufan case. Just as she arranged this matter, someone rushed in to report, Commander, our reinforcements have arrived. The war god of Zhengzhou, General Ho's son, Ho Ping, has personally led 200,000 elite troops here. As soon as the words were spoken, laughter erupted from outside. A young man in military uniform, nearly 30, with a long face and slanted eyes, strode in with several generals. Li Tingshan quickly came out to greet them. Young general, you must have had a hard journey, Li Tingshan said politely. Ha ha ha. Ho Ping laughed heartily, not at all, not at all. As soon as I arrived outside the city, 150,000 strange beasts were so scared they fled in all directions, I hardly had to exert any effort. Everyone? What the hell? You scared off an army of 150,000 strange beasts? Do you have any shame? The crowd exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Young general is mighty, truly mighty. The subordinates following Ho Ping, as if on adrenaline, waved their fists and shouted. Li Tingshan and the others felt so awkward they were covered in goosebumps. However, Ho Ping was grinning widely, thoroughly enjoying the flattery. Damn it, as long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who should be. This is shameless. Hee hee. Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out. From inside the building, Mu Qinghan, dressed in military attire and looking heroic, stepped out, her face full of sarcasm. Young general is indeed mighty. While we are here struggling, the reinforcements have yet to arrive, causing my 5,000 brave soldiers to suffer near total losses. Mu Qinghan wore a smile on her face, but her fists hidden behind her back were already clenched tightly, filled with rage. Ha, Sister Qinghan, you just don't understand, Ho Ping shamelessly replied. It's not that I was late, but that I needed to wait for the right moment to strike, catching the enemy off guard. In battle, one must use their brain, not brute force. You see, I repelled the strange beasts without shedding a drop of blood, with no casualties. I dare ask the world, who can boast such glorious achievements as mine? Li Tingshan and the others could only think 3 words, damn it. Mu Qinghan smiled as she approached Ho Ping. Young general is truly mighty, I admire you so much. Ha ha ha. Ho Ping immediately seemed invigorated, laughing excitedly. However, in the next second, Mu Qinghan's tightly clenched fist suddenly struck Ho Ping in the abdomen. Boom! Mu Qinghan's punch landed hard on Ho Ping's stomach. A scream like that of a slaughtered pig erupted as Ho Ping shot out like a cannonball, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. The crowd, what the hell? Boom! A loud crash echoed as Ho Ping crashed into a small building behind, vanishing from view. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Mu Qinghan in shock. The people from the Dragon Guard were truly fierce. Young general. The people Ho Ping brought finally reacted and rushed over like madmen. Someone shouted angrily at Mu Qinghan, you've gone too far. Bang! Mu Qinghan dove forward, knocking that person to the ground with a punch. Who gave you the guts to call my name directly? Amidst the angry scolding, Mu Qinghan kicked a few more times. The screams echoed throughout the area. Li Tingshan and the others snapped back to reality and rushed forward to intervene. Commander, calm down, you need to be rational. You ladies, hurry over and hold the commander back. A group of men really found it difficult to step in. After all, Mu Qinghan was a woman. Everyone get back. Mu Qinghan shouted, pushing everyone away. Taking a deep breath, she felt refreshed. Alright, I am now very calm, feeling great. The crowd? Mu Qinghan ignored everyone and called his adjutant to leave directly. The generals exchanged glances, their faces dark with concern. Yu Jiao, what do you think? Is Ning Bufan righteous or evil? On the way out, Mu Qinghan suddenly asked his adjutant. The adjutant was taken aback and hadn't replied when Mu Qinghan continued to speak to himself. If we say he is righteous, he kills without mercy, cold and ruthless. If we say he is evil, he just helped us and saved the entire Maple City. He is indeed a strange person. Mu Qinghan looked towards the horizon inside. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on Ning Bufan. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Understood. Yujio said nothing more and complied. They were unaware that at this moment, others were also watching Ning Bufan. Grandma, the one named Ning has already gone far. On the rooftop of a hotel, a wrinkled old woman and a seductive young woman in red watched the direction where Ning Bufan had disappeared, their brows furrowed. The old woman leaned on her cane, her expression dark, and after a long time, she sighed softly. This boy has already gained momentum. We cannot let him grow any further, or in the future, he will disrupt the balance of power in our world and become our nightmare. The old woman felt somewhat depressed. Letting him grow freely is indeed cruel, enduring the hardships and torments of the world, but I must say, it is quite effective. The seductive young woman pouted. Grandma, that's not necessarily true. Didn't we also raise one? But now she, as a girl, is just like a rogue, only knowing how to steal and scavenge, even going to dig things off dead bodies. It's too embarrassing, too much of a failure. The old woman's tightly furrowed face darkened further, her expression even more somber. The seductive woman sensed something was off and quickly changed the subject. Grandma, how should we deal with Ning Bufan? How about I go kill him and eliminate future troubles? Are you confident? The old woman looked at the young woman. The seductive woman smiled. I want to give it a try. In this low-level martial arts civilization, it's not easy to encounter a peer opponent. We, the older generation, cannot take action, so you go and try. Consider it practice. The old woman nodded. I also want to see just how strong that boy is. If you can't defeat him, retreat immediately, otherwise, with his ruthlessness, he will definitely not spare your life. I won't let you down, Grandma. The seductive woman smiled confidently. The next moment, she snapped her fingers, and a blood-red bird flew over and landed at her feet. I'm off. As her voice fell, a fiery light shot into the sky, crossing the horizon, and in an instant, it had disappeared towards Lingnan. In the afternoon, at a luxurious backup villa of the Yi family in Lingnan. After Ning Bufan burned down the Yi family's main base, they moved into this villa. At this moment, in a conference hall, more than a dozen high-ranking members of the Yi family gathered together. At the head of the table sat an old man in his 60s, his face dark and his old eyes filled with anger. Yi Tsong-yun, the head of the Yi family. The latest news is that Ning Bufan has come to Lingnan again. He seems determined to destroy my Yi family. Everyone, speak up. How should we deal with this? Yi Tsong-yun's voice broke the silence in the conference hall. Everyone's gaze turned to a young woman sitting to the left of Yi Tsong-yun, Yi Yaoyao. Yaoyao, everyone says you are as clever as a demon. It's your turn to come up with a solution. A plump middle-aged man spoke. Yi Tsong-yun's son, Yi Lang. Yi Yaoyao, a young junior, was able to sit at the head's left side, showing the old man's favoritism and regard for her. Grandpa, there are ways, but we must wait for the experts from our main family, the Yi clan, to arrive, otherwise, everything will be meaningless. Yi Yaoyao's face was serious and somewhat helpless. For someone like Ning Bufan, no other schemes or tricks would work. The only way was to use stronger violence to take him down. Clearly, the current strength of the Yi family was insufficient, as their strongest member was only a quasi-god, and there was only one, which was not enough to even fill Ning Bufan's gaps. Head, the experts from the main family have arrived. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The crowd was overjoyed, with some standing up in excitement. But when they saw a young woman in red, exuding an enchanting charm, everyone froze, their hearts sinking to the bottom. Yi Yaoyao felt a sense of despair deep within. Given the pride of the main family, they surely regarded the martial artists of the secular world as mere ants, believing they could send anyone to crush them at will. Yi Tsong-yun had already stood up, ready to greet the newcomer, but upon seeing the young, alluring woman, he immediately halted, his face darkening. Were they sending a young girl to deliver a death sentence? It seems that you all are not very welcoming to me, the woman in red said with a smile as she walked in, her every frown and smile radiating seduction. That's fine, I don't need your welcome, just your submission. Her enchanting eyes smiled like a crescent moon as she gazed at the crowd. Anyone unwilling to submit can step forward. You are not someone sent by the Yi family. Yi Yaoyao suddenly stood up, her eyes fixed on the enchanting woman. If she were from the Yi family, she wouldn't say such things. Giggle. The enchanting woman laughed delicately. Yi Yaoyao, your reputation for wisdom is indeed well-deserved. Yes, I am not someone sent by the Yi family. At this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Bang! Someone slammed their hand on the table, angrily pointing at the enchanting woman. Woman, since you are not from the Yi family, How dare you come here and act so arrogantly? Who gave you the audacity?
The enchanting woman raised her hand and pointed at that person.
Bang! A blood hole exploded in that person's head, and without warning, he collapsed to the ground, as if shot in the head. What kind of killing method was this? The entire venue was stunned.
The fallen man was a grandmaster, not just any random person.
Too weak, bring out your strongest quasi-god,
the enchanting woman said with a smile, looking at the Yi family members as if she had just crushed an ant.
Such arrogance from a young girl. Do you really think my Yi family can be bullied by just any little woman?
An old voice filled with anger rang out.
The crowd rejoiced. Ancestor, you have finally emerged.
An elderly man with a head full of white hair walked out from the inner hall.
Yi Song-yun quickly stood up to offer his seat.
This was the strongest quasi-god of the Yi family, a monster who had lived for nearly 200 years.
Without a word, the enchanting woman pointed at the white-haired elder. How dare you? The elder's anger flared. Boom! A loud sound erupted as the old man unleashed his powerful aura, throwing a punch into the air. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out, distorting the air.
The powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings, causing screams as many were thrown out along with their chairs.
Step back, step back.
The sound of retreating footsteps echoed as the old patriarch of the Yi family was forced back, crashing hard against the wall, which immediately shattered. In contrast, the enchanting woman did not budge an inch.
The crowd was stunned.
The enchanting woman had repelled the Yi family's quasi-god.
What kind of divine ability was this? The woman looked to be only in her 20s.
The entire Yi family gaped, each one frozen in shock.
Silence, a deathly silence.
Everyone stared at the enchanting woman as if they were seeing a ghost.
Cough, cough, cough.
The cough of the Yi family's ancestor broke the silence, blood slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth.
He was injured. The old man's face turned pale as he looked at the calm expression of the enchanting woman at the door, utterly shocked.
The Yi family members were stunned.
Were young people nowadays this formidable?
One Ning Bufan had already turned their worldview upside down, and they thought such young talents were rare, only to find another one here, making it hard to breathe.
Are you from an ancient hidden clan? The Yi family ancestor asked, his voice trembling.
Such a powerful young prodigy had never been heard of before. Only someone from an ancient hidden clan could explain it.
Others began to awaken to this realization.
The family head, Yi Song-yun, quickly said, Miss, our Yi family is also an ancient hidden clan.
Stop! The enchanting woman coldly interrupted Yi Song-yun with a sneer. What ancient hidden clan?
Just some trash pretending to be mysterious. The expressions of the crowd froze.
In their hearts, the reclusive ancient clan, akin to deities, was actually being referred to as garbage? Then who exactly are you?
The ancestor of the Yi family gritted his teeth and asked.
The enchanting woman walked in slowly with a seductive smile, her disdainful gaze sweeping over the Yi family members.
You are not qualified to know who I am, you only need to know our common goal, to kill Ning Bufan.
The Yi family members were taken aback. With such a terrifying woman joining, how could Ning Bufan possibly survive? What the lady said. Is it true?
Yi Song-yun became agitated, his voice trembling slightly. The enchanting woman curled her lips in a mocking smile. Actually, you are not qualified to cooperate with me. I am merely interested in a killing formation your Yi family possesses,
to ensure everything goes smoothly, so.
Just as she spoke, a blood-soaked person burst in, frantically shouting, not good, the Holy Land.
Our Holy Land is under attack.
As soon as the shout escaped his lips, the person collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The Yi family members were horrified. The Yi family's Holy Land was the source of their life-giving water, an absolute taboo that could not be touched.
Even the ancestor of the Yi family could no longer sit still, roaring in anger, to the Holy Land.
Yes. The Yi family members, not bothering to figure out who attacked the Holy Land, rushed outside in a frenzy.
Stop!
A delicate shout, accompanied by a terrifying aura, forcefully halted the steps of the Yi family members. Miss, our Yi family's Holy Land cannot afford any loss. We must go immediately, so please do not obstruct us, the ancestor of the Yi family pleaded, lowering his stance. The enchanting woman's expression darkened. Foolish. You should first ascertain who the enemy is, then devise a strategy, rather than blindly rushing to your deaths.
If I am not mistaken, the one attacking your Holy Land should be Ning Bufan. Upon hearing the name Ning Bufan, everyone froze.
At that moment, on a mist-shrouded peak, Ning Bufan stood before a towering tree, holding a bloodied sword. Beside him was the 9 lives evil crow, with Little White perched on his shoulder. Behind them lay the bodies of those who guarded the Yi family's Holy Land, including 3 demigods from the Yi family.
Are you sure this is the life-giving water? Ning Bufan's voice was icy.
It was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought there would be a spring here, but it turned out to be just a tree. A massive root of the tree had a pipe embedded in its thick bark, with the other end connected to a gourd-shaped glass bottle. The bottle was already half filled with water. Young Master Ning, that's right, this is the life-giving water, the 9 Lives Evil Crow explained urgently. This tree is the legendary tree of life, and the life-giving water flows from it. It is said that the water in the pipe drips only a few drops a day, and it takes a year or even longer to fill a bottle, making the spring water incredibly precious.
Bring it here, Ning Bufan commanded.
Yes. The 9 Lives Evil Crow stepped forward to retrieve the glass bottle and presented it to Ning Bufan. His hands trembled with excitement as he looked at the crystal-clear spring water in the bottle, his throat rolling with anticipation. This was life-giving water. Even obtaining a single drop was a tremendous fortune. Here, there was half a bottle.
For a moment, he even thought about running away with the bottle. But reason triumphed over impulse. Playing such tricks in front of Ning Bufan was tantamount to suicide.
Ning Bufan plunged the sword sheath into the ground, took the life-giving water, and twisted off the cap.
Just a whiff of its refreshing aroma was intoxicating.
Indeed, it was not ordinary spring water. The 9 Lives Evil Crow stared intently at the sword Ning Bufan had plunged into the ground, his eyes darting around. A bold idea began to take root in his mind.
Ning Bufan's sword was powerful. If he could take it away, then what was a blind man capable of?
Without his sword, he was just a toothless tiger. If half a bottle of life spring water were to belong to him, with his special constitution, let alone the 8 lives he had already lost, even 18 lives could be refined. At this moment, Ning Bufan picked up the glass bottle and took a sip. The spring water flowed into his stomach, instantly intoxicating him. A comfortable coolness spread through his limbs and bones, and some hidden injuries within him almost instantly healed, rejuvenating him. The effect of drinking the life spring water for the first time was the best. Ning Bufan closed his eyes, lost in ecstasy, as if forgetting everything around him.
Damn it, fortune favors the bold, I'm going for it. Now is the time.
Suddenly, the 9 Lives Evil Crow sprang up, grabbing Ning Bufan's sword with both hands and pulling it out with force, then retreating 100 meters away at lightning speed. The sword, Ning Bufan's sword, was finally in his own hands.
Ha ha, ha ha ha.
The excited laughter echoed through the mountains. Ning brat, your sword is in my hands now. Hand over the life spring water immediately, or else today. Whoosh! The sword held by the 9 Lives Evil Crow suddenly shot out of its sheath, hovering above his head, a terrifying killing intent locking onto him. The 9 Lives Evil Crow was stunned.
No, how could it be like this? Why, you are the supreme sword immortal?
His voice trembled. The level of swordsmanship and martial arts did not correlate much. Some might have low martial arts levels, but if their understanding of swordsmanship was high, they could still become a sword immortal. The hallmark of a sword immortal was the ability to control the sword from a distance. The kind of sword that could be unleashed with a single thought was the legendary highest level of sword immortal. Ning Bufan didn't even move a finger, and the sword flew out of its sheath, locking onto its target. This was undoubtedly the top-tier supreme sword immortal. A supreme sword immortal so young was astonishing. Ning Bufan capped the bottle and tucked it into his bosom, his handsome face cold as frost.
Young Master Ning, I was just joking with you.
Ning Bufan said nothing, his finger pointing at the sword hovering above the 9 Lives Evil Crow's head, and the killing intent roared to life in an instant. With a loud thud, the 9 Lives Evil Crow knelt heavily on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Young Master Ning, I was wrong, please spare my life.
Besides, I can't die. If I die, there won't be anyone left in this world to help you restore your arm. Ning Bufan's finger pressed down sharply. Puff!
The long sword suddenly fell, piercing through the top of the 9 Lives Evil Crow's head, going straight through to the hilt.
9 Lives Evil Crow, damn it, are you really going to disregard everything? If I die, who the hell will you find to restore your arm?
The sharp long sword pierced through the entire body of the 9 Lives Evil Crow, emerging from his backside. This way of dying was rare and quite tragic. The 9 Lives Evil Crow had no ability to resurrect this time. He was truly dead. At the moment his consciousness completely dissipated, he regretted it, but it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several figures transformed into a hurricane, rushing in with furious shouts, echoing like thunder across the peaks. Ning Bufan, you dare to trespass in the sacred ground of the Yi family, die. Ning Bufan beckoned with his finger, and the long sword within the 9 Lives Evil Crow's body shot up into the sky, accompanied by a torrential rain of blood, drawing a streak of light in midair before landing in his hand. At the same time, the sheath also flew back, reinserted into its previous position. Controlling the sword from a distance had already been mastered by him. At such a young age, to have such swordsmanship, quite interesting. A woman's light laughter rang out. A dozen figures landed amidst the clouds and mist on the peak not far from Ning Bufan. Clang, the long sword returned to its sheath. Ning Bufan turned coldly towards the group, his perception heightened to the maximum. Besides these dozen people, he sensed that there were still a dozen more lurking in the dense forest outside. The Yi family has finally appeared. A cold smile crept onto Ning Bufan's lips as he gripped the sword hilt. You are Yi Yao Yao? Ning Bufan inquired, sensing the young woman who had just spoken, his tone speculative. The one speaking was not actually Yi Yao Yao, but a seductive young woman in red. The enchanting woman chuckled, no, I am not. Swish! The long sword suddenly shot out of its sheath, a beam of swordlight slashing down from a height of over 10 zhang. This strike was delivered with 70% of his strength. Previously, he needed to exert 90% of his strength to wield this sword, but now his power had increased significantly. Damn it, I told you it's not. The enchanting woman was somewhat irritated, but the terrifying swordlight was already upon her. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she suddenly raised her hand and pointed. The members of the Yi family around them widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the battle between these two prodigious young talents. Retreat! The ancestor of the Yi family sensed the terrifying nature of Ning Bufan's swordlight and shouted, retreating far away first. Boom! With a loud bang, when Ning Bufan's swordlight struck midair, it seemed to encounter a powerful force. The collision produced a deafening roar, and shockwaves surged wildly around. Some Yi family members who couldn't retreat in time were cut in half by the terrifying shockwave, blood spilling on the spot. After this collision, the swordlight that spanned several dozen feet suddenly shattered and dissipated. Humph, is that all? The enchanting woman revealed a disdainful smile, but the next second, her smile froze, replaced by terror. Because that swordlight had not completely dissipated, instead, it transformed into a smaller beam of swordlight that continued to slash toward her. The speed was too fast to evade. Bang! The swordlight struck the enchanting woman without any suspense. Her clothes were shredded, revealing a piece of armor that glimmered with silver light underneath. Thud thud thud. The enchanting woman took the blow head-on, wildly retreating several dozen meters. When she finally stopped, her blood surged within her body. Fortunately, she was wearing that armor, otherwise, she would have already become a corpse. She had underestimated her opponent. A chill ran down the enchanting woman's spine. Activate the formation! She shouted loudly, her figure transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the mist of the mountain peak. Bang bang bang! Just as Ning Bufan was about to chase after her, a series of explosions echoed in the air. Dense clouds of smoke erupted, and in an instant, the area was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see anything. This stuff was of no use to Ning Bufan, who didn't rely on his eyes. But he quickly realized something was wrong. The smoke was toxic. A cocoon formed from sword energy suddenly appeared, enveloping Ning Bufan's body. Kill! A loud roar erupted as figures wearing gas masks charged out from the mist. More than a dozen people almost simultaneously swung their blades. All their power converged into a massive blade spanning several dozen feet. Slash! The giant blade tore through the smoke, carrying a terrifying momentum as it came crashing down. Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent. He stood still, his long fingers gripping the sword hilt, and suddenly drew it out. The sword was drawn. The sword light erupted, a beam of sword light several dozen feet long tearing through the void. Before this sword light had even traveled halfway, a second and third sword slash followed closely behind. The movements were so swift that it seemed as if 3 beams of sword light were unleashed almost simultaneously. No! The figures in the smoke let out desperate wails. Damn, what a powerful formation, it seemed utterly useless. Bang! A beam of sword light shattered the blade light. Although the sword light dissipated significantly, it did not vanish completely and continued to slash toward the more than a dozen people. 2 additional beams of sword light, untouched by any consumption, followed closely behind. How the hell were they supposed to fight against this? Another slash. Another terrifying blade light was unleashed. Bang! The blade light collided with the sword light, slowing its speed. Shield! More than a dozen people shouted in unison, connecting with lightning speed. The strongest ancestor of the Yi family stood at the forefront, with powerful figures behind him pressing their hands against his back, frantically transferring their strength into the old man. The people behind followed suit in turn. The combined power of more than a dozen strong individuals focused on one person was terrifying. The Yi family ancestor's body immediately swelled. Roar! A roar erupted, like a fierce beast roaring in the mountains, shaking the forest. A massive shield formed from the outward flow of energy shot up into the sky, suddenly appearing before the Yi family ancestor. This formation was incredibly powerful, capable of both offense and defense, invincible in all situations. But today, it faced a formidable opponent. In an instant, the sword light had already arrived. Bang! The sword light fiercely struck the shield, exploding into countless points of light that dissipated in the smoke. Before the light points had completely vanished, the second and third sword lights roared in. No, the ancestor of the Yi family let out a desperate wail. The sword fell. A dozen people stood in a straight line, perfectly split in two by the descending sword light, incredibly neat. But soon, under the rampaging sword energy, the bodies were sliced and shattered into pieces. The scene, with blood and foam flying, resembled a hell on earth. Ning Bufan sensed the situation on the battlefield, his expression calm. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and instinctively drew his sword to strike down. In the smoke, a flash of blade light erupted, colliding with the sword light Ning Bufan had slashed out, shattering and dissipating simultaneously. Kill! A seductive red figure burst out from the smoke, wielding a short knife that slashed through the air, the terrifying blade light instantly enveloping the space above Ning Bufan's head, locking onto his figure with murderous intent. Slash! Ning Bufan struck fiercely with his sword. This strike, with 80% of his strength, unleashed a sword light over 20 zhan long, roaring forth. In the next breath, it seemed as if the entire world contained only that terrifying sword light, devouring the sky, crashing down violently. The enchanting woman's pupils suddenly constricted. Damn it, unbeatable, retreat. This woman was quite clever, turning and running away. A loud crash sounded behind her, the roar of the clash between blade light and sword light deafening. Yet the enchanting woman had already leaped 10 zhang away. However, the sword light behind her clung on like a vengeful ghost, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing howl. Dodge! The woman transformed into a blur, frantically evading. Swish! The sword light grazed past her, taking with it a bloody arm. Ah! The woman screamed, roaring, Ning Bufan, I am not Yi Yao Yao, you've gone mad. Slash! There was no response from Ning Bufan, only the sharp sword light striking again. Damn it! The woman was nearly driven mad with anger, cursing directly. In a life and death moment, she gritted her teeth, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. I'll risk it. She gripped the knife with one hand, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the blade. In the next moment, a red blade light shot up into the sky. Kill! The woman's eyes turned crimson as she roared, the strongest strike of blood-colored blade light crashing toward the incoming sword light. This strike was a matter of either her death or his. The sword light and blood-colored blade light collided with a thunderous crash. Both dissipated almost simultaneously. This strike blocked Ning Bufan's sword. However, at this moment, the woman had lost her previous enchanting allure, her face pale and disheveled. Interesting, Ning Bufan remarked, sheathing his sword once more. The woman's eyelids twitched, it was coming again. The blood-colored light flashed, and the woman vanished in an instant. Ning Bufan's perception had locked onto her, she couldn't escape. Cheka chika! The sound of the long sword being drawn and scraping against the sheath was chilling. Wait, I really am not Yi Yao Yao, Yi Yao Yao is here. The enchanting woman was genuinely frightened, suddenly darting out, holding the real Yi Yao Yao. Yi Yao Yao's face was filled with panic. Just now, she had been secretly laying out plans, perfecting the formation, and had come up with a vicious idea to use poisonous smoke. But it turned out to be utterly useless, her wisdom had completely failed against Ning Bufan. Seeing the battle turn unfavorable, she wanted to escape, but unexpectedly, she was caught by the enchanting woman. Wasn't this betraying her teammate? Ning Bufan's perception immediately locked onto Yi Yao Yao. From her, he sensed a familiar aura. At the backup base of the Hunter of Oddities in Qingzhou, when Zhang Wen took him inside, he had sensed this woman's aura. It was definitely Yi Yao Yao. Ning Bufan, I give you Yi Yao Yao, your matters with the Yi family have nothing to do with me, farewell. The enchanting woman suddenly threw Yi Yao Yao toward Ning Bufan, while she transformed into a red blur and dashed down the mountain. Slash! A dazzling sword light over 20 zhan long shot up into the sky, then came crashing down fiercely above the enchanting woman's head. No, the enchanting woman let out a hysterical scream of terror. Once again, a blood-colored blade light erupted from her, crashing toward the sword light above her head. Boom! This time, the blood-red blade light did not achieve the same results as before. The terrifying sword light descended, directly crushing the blood-red blade light and severing it from the enchanting woman. With a loud bang, the woman let out a scream that never had the chance to escape her lips before being blown apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. She fell. Yi Yao Yao witnessed this scene, her face turning ashen. She collapsed to the ground, not even daring to think of escaping. There was no way to run. After killing the enchanting woman, Ning Bufan's expression remained unchanged. In the next moment, he pointed his sword at Yi Yao Yao. No, wait. Yi Yao Yao screamed in terror, her body drenched in sweat. Ning. Mr. Ning, you can't kill me. Your friend Xia Xinxin has been poisoned by me, and no one but me can cure it. If I die, Xia Xinxin will have to accompany me in death. Swish!
the sword light suddenly burst forth. Yi Yaoyao's pupils widened in shock, her heart screaming, "What the hell? This madman truly didn't care about Xia Xinxin's life or death." Whoosh! In the next second, a beautiful head flew high into the air. Blood erupted into the sky. The Yi family members hidden in the woods could no longer bear it at this moment. Someone shouted, "Run!" This shout instantly spurred everyone into action. The dozen or so hidden individuals scattered and fled in a panic. Those who could come here today were all strong members of the Yi family. Unfortunately, these strong individuals were nothing but ants in front of Ning Bufan. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword lights tore through the void, bursting forth from the mist of the mountains and forests, chasing after the fleeing individuals, raising clouds of blood mist. By now, all the strong members of the Yi family present had been annihilated, along with the 3 demigods who had been defending earlier. The Yi family's experts had been completely wiped out. Without demigods, a family could not be considered a superfamily. Now, the Yi family was likely not even a first-rate family, having fallen to a second-rate status. However, Yi Tsong-yun, the head of the Yi family, had not come due to other matters and had escaped a calamity. At this moment, Yi Tsong-yun was in the villa receiving 2 distinguished guests, a young man and woman. Reinforcements sent by the main branch of the Yi family. In the living room, Yi Tsong-yun looked at the 2 young people with proud expressions, feeling somewhat speechless. "Head of Tsong-yun, let's not waste our time. Where is that Ning Bufan? Take us to kill him and get it over with quickly," urged the young man. "Yes, it's not easy to come out this time. After killing him, I still want to go shopping at the big mall," the young woman chimed in. Yi Tsong-yun felt displeased. Although the 2 were from the main clan, they were still young juniors. Addressing the head of the family as Tsong-yun was essentially calling him by his name. "May I ask what realm your strengths are in?" Yi Tsong-yun asked, his displeasure evident. "That Ning Bufan can even kill demigods," the young man scoffed. "You people in the secular world dare to call yourselves demigods? Rubbish. I only need 3 strikes." As he spoke, the young man raised the sword in his hand, proudly declaring, "If my sister and I join forces, 1 strike each is enough." Yi Tsong-yun was unsure if they were boasting and was about to say something when suddenly, someone burst in, terrified. "Head, it's bad. Outside. Outside, a one-armed, blind person has barged in, killing anyone he sees." Before the person could finish, screams erupted from outside. Yi Tsong-yun stood up abruptly, his face turning pale, his mind buzzing. A one-armed, blind person, who else could it be but Ning Bufan? But wasn't that enchanting woman supposed to lead the strongest formation of the Yi family to kill Ning Bufan? Now that Ning Bufan appeared here, there was only one possibility: the ambush had failed, and they might have been completely wiped out. Bang! Yi Tsong-yun fell to the ground, his face ashen. The Yi family's legacy in Lingnan was over. "Head, you must think of a way," the intruder cried. "This is our last stronghold. If it's destroyed, the Yi family will truly be finished." "What are you crying about? We are here. Who dares to destroy the Yi family?" the young man and woman shouted angrily. Yi Tsong-yun came to his senses, looking at the 2 as if he had found a lifeline. No matter the strength of the 2, they decided to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. "You 2, the one coming is Ning Bufan. Aren't you here to kill him? Go ahead and kill him," Yi Tsong-yun shouted, his eyes turning red. "Ning Bufan?" Just in time, the young man laughed heartily. "Sister, let's go kill him." The 2 exuded a strong aura, as if they were truly formidable experts. Boom! With a loud crash, the outer door was sliced in half by a beam of swordlight, collapsing with a thunderous sound. Blood rained down, staining the steps at the entrance red. The young man and woman stopped, looking outside. At the entrance stood a young man with a severed arm and blind eyes, about their age. It was Ning Bufan. Finally, they had found the last stronghold of the Yi family. Ning Bufan? Yi Tsong-yun, seeing the terrifying killing intent radiating from Ning Bufan, felt fear in his heart, but he was still a significant figure as the head of the family. He stood up and shouted at the young man and woman, "He is the one you want to kill, go kill him. Get lost." The young man roared, his face filled with anger. "Yi Tsong-yun, who do you think you are to command us? Damn it, you can't even handle a cripple, and you still dare to disturb the main family? You should be ashamed to be the head of the family. Brother, let him commit suicide. It would be too embarrassing for us to take action. I can't afford to lose face," the woman said indignantly. The young man nodded, looking at Ning Bufan with a mocking gaze. "Blind man, I'll give you a chance to die with your whole body. You really don't qualify for us to take action. If you don't want to commit suicide, then it will be difficult for me. Don't make it hard for us." Ning Bufan's expression was emotionless. "Don't worry, I never make it hard for others. Someone once said this, the grass on the grave should have grown by now." Swish! a sword was suddenly swung out. The sword light burst forth in an instant. At the moment the sword light blossomed, the young man's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He didn't even have time to react before the sword light had already passed through him. Bang! Blood mist exploded. Moments later, he fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing and staining the ground red. The events unfolded too quickly, leaving the young woman and Yi Song-yoon in shock. Yi Song-yoon cursed inwardly, so weak, and he was still putting on a show just now. The young woman came to her senses and let out a frantic wail, "Brother!" She rushed to kneel beside the young man, only to find that he was dead beyond recovery, his body split in half. She suddenly looked up, her eyes blood red. "We are the proud children of the hidden ancient clan, the Yi clan. How dare you kill us, how dare you?" Put! The sharp long sword pierced through the woman's throat. Her voice stopped abruptly, her pupils wide with disbelief and terror. She had no strength to resist at all. "I dare," Ning Bufan said coldly, slicing with the long sword. Sizzle! Her head flew off. The two young prodigies of the hidden ancient clan fell. Yi Song-yoon watched the scene, feeling suffocated. He was filled with 1,000 grievances and complaints against the main family, wondering why they didn't send powerful elders. In fact, these two young people were not weak. They were the young prodigies of the Yi clan, core disciples. They were sent to gain experience, a seemingly easy task. Who would have thought they had severely underestimated their opponent? In the living room, only Yi Song-yoon remained. He trembled all over, gritting his teeth and asking, How did you find this place?" "Very simple, I followed the scent of the people you sent to kill me and found this place," Ning Bufan explained patiently this time. Yi Song-yoon's expression twitched. Was this guy a military dog with such a keen nose? A military dog's sense of smell was far inferior to Ning Bufan's. "The people outside said the family head is here. It seems you are the head of the Yi family," Ning Bufan wanted to confirm. By eliminating the family head, the grievances of the Yi family could be settled. Of course, if the master behind the Yi family wanted to take revenge, then he would continue to wipe out the Yi clan. Yi Song-yoon swallowed hard, secretly gathering his strength in his hand. Although he knew he couldn't win, he had to struggle a bit before facing death. "Ning Bufan, can we negotiate? As long as you agree to spare me, any condition is negotiable." Yi Song-yoon steadied his mind and spoke in as calm a tone as he could manage. "Xia Xinxin has been poisoned by Yi Yaoyao. Do you have the antidote?" Ning Bufan demanded the antidote, which was why he hadn't struck yet. Yi Song-yoon was taken aback at first, but then he became excited. This meant there was still something to discuss. Yes. As long as you spare me, I'll give it to you right away." Under the threat of death, Yi Song-yoon hurriedly replied. "Hand it over." Ning Bufan coldly uttered those two words. Yi Song-yoon shook his head. "If you don't promise to spare me, I won't give it to you. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me." Swish! Ning Bufan swung his sword down. Yi Song-yoon exclaimed, "You really are going to strike?" Roar! A loud roar erupted, like the growl of a beast. Yi Song-yoon, who had long been prepared, threw a powerful punch, his fist glowing with energy. However, before the glowing fist could be unleashed, the sword light had already pierced through his body, blood splattering from his back and staining the white wall behind him. Yi Song-yoon froze, staring with eyes like a dead fish, filled with fear of death and unwillingness. Ning Bufan turned and left, his lonely figure disappearing outside the door. The Yi family of Lingnan was destroyed. The next target, Shenlong Villa. Inside Shenlong Villa, in an underground laboratory, a sealed glass container was filled with an unknown potion. Inside the potion, a person wearing a breathing mask and completely naked was submerged. Surprisingly, this person's hands and feet were made of metal, crafted entirely from gold, radiating a golden glow. Suddenly, at the top of the glass container, a swarm of creatures resembling little tadpoles surged in, quickly covering the metallic arms and legs. The tadpoles soon adhered to the metal, forming a thin skin membrane. As time passed, the skin membrane visibly thickened, layer upon layer. "It's done, it's a success." Outside the glass container, several men in white coats watched everything happening inside with excitement. An hour passed. The arms and legs inside the glass container were completely restored, and at first glance, they looked no different from a real human body. "Ha, perfect." A leading thin middle-aged man was overjoyed. "Activate the awakening program immediately, let young Master Tianyi wake up." "Yes." A subordinate pressed a red button on a nearby device. Ding! A soft sound echoed, and the person in the container suddenly clenched his fist. "Everyone, step back!" the leading middle-aged man shouted. Everyone quickly retreated. Boom! A loud explosion occurred, and the glass container shattered, water splashing everywhere. The water from the container spilled all over the ground. A muscular, powerful young man appeared before everyone.
It was none other than Long Tianyi, who had once had his hands and legs severed by Ning Bufan, now reborn as Ning Yifan. Long Tianyi removed the oxygen mask, looking at his brand new body, as if something was surging within him. He twisted his newly formed arms and legs, then suddenly waved his hand. In the next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The water on the ground seemed to come to life, transforming into a water dragon that gathered in his palm, quickly forming a massive water ball above his hand.
Water control ability?
The leading man in the white coat swallowed hard, laughing with wild joy. Ah, young Master Tianyi has awakened his water control ability. Ha 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 ha.
That's great.
The others joined in the excited laughter. Suddenly, the water ball in Long Tianyi's hand exploded, sending a rain of arrows flying toward them.
The smiles on everyone's faces froze, replaced by terrified screams. No, puff puff puff.
The dense rain of arrows pierced through everyone's bodies, creating small clouds of blood mist. Each person, especially the leading guy, was shot into a honeycomb.
Bang bang bang.
More than a dozen people fell to the ground, turning into corpses. They had created the perfect product, yet died at the hands of this product, digging their own graves. In another room, someone in the monitoring room saw this situation and immediately reported it urgently. The news spread, shaking the entire Shenlong Manor, and the master, Long Wei, personally led a team to the laboratory. As they rushed to the door, a loud explosion was heard, the laboratory door blew open, and a cold-faced young man walked out, wearing a blood-stained white coat. It was Long Tianyi. Long Wei's broad face froze in shock as he stared at Long Tianyi, his pupils constricting. Indeed, it was his son.
Although a bastard child, he could now be legitimized.
In truth, he didn't care about this illegitimate son. Long Tianyi had already lost his value after Ning Bufan severed his arms and legs.
But who would have thought that his biological son, Long Tianhe, the young master of Shenlong Manor, would die at the hands of Ning Bufan for a woman?
There was no choice. Long Wei had to save this illegitimate son again. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. This illegitimate son had become an awakened.
Long Tianyi had turned misfortune into fortune.
Tianyi, my son, Long Wei exclaimed excitedly as he rushed towards Long Tianyi. Long Tianyi's expression was icy, and suddenly a water ball appeared in his hand, killing intent erupting.
Everyone was taken aback. Master, be careful. Several people shouted, hurriedly blocking in front of Long Wei. Long Wei's expression remained calm as he instructed those in front to step aside, then looked at Long Tianyi with a strange smile. Long Tianyi's cold gaze met Long Wei's.
Thinking of the suffering he had endured as an illegitimate son over the years, even the humiliation of having his limbs severed by Ning Bufan, he truly wanted to take revenge like Ning Bufan, regardless of who it was, as long as they died.
But he was not Ning Bufan after all. Bang! The water ball was crushed by Long Tianyi, dispersing into countless droplets in the air.
Seeing this scene, Long Wei laughed heartily and announced loudly, "Listen up, from today onwards, my son Tianyi is the young master of Shenlong Manor.
We greet the young master."
Everyone present, except for Long Wei, bowed to Long Tianyi. Long Tianyi was momentarily stunned, his heart racing. The position of young master was something he had never dared to dream of. He would have been satisfied just to return to the Long family. Unexpectedly, today he not only returned but also became the young master, standing above thousands. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Indeed, those with strength are more valuable. Half an hour later, Long Tianyi was taken to change into a luxurious suit. This change, combined with his now tall stature, made him incredibly handsome and imposing.
Compared to before, his entire demeanor was completely different. His expression and eyes carried a domineering sharpness. Long Wei looked at Long Tianyi's appearance with great satisfaction. Son, you really resemble your father when he was young, not bad.
Long Tianyi merely smiled. Master, all the senior executives are basically gathered in the hall, waiting for you and the young master, a subordinate reported at that moment.
Long Wei laughed heartily. Son, let's go.
Now, I will confirm your position as young master with the senior executives. Long Tianyi was very excited. He had finally reached the peak of his life. In the living room, several senior executives of Shenlong Manor had gathered.
Long Wei brought Long Tianyi in, and upon seeing Long Tianyi's demeanor, many praised him endlessly. Everyone, I have gathered you here today to announce something.
I intend to appoint my son Tianyi as the young master.
Does anyone have any objections?
Long Wei stood at the forefront with Long Tianyi, his words inquiring but actually issuing a command.
Who would dare to object?
Yet, there was still a stubborn person who stood up to oppose.
I have an objection.
A middle-aged man who resembled Long Wei somewhat stepped forward.
Long Yan, Long Wei's biological brother. Long Wei looked at Long Yan, his expression icy. Elder brother, Long Tianyi is just an illegitimate son. What qualifications does he have to become the young master? Long Yen showed no respect for Long Wei and his son. My son Long Tiansong has been exceptionally gifted since childhood, and was selected by the main family, the Long clan, for further training. Now at 18, he has already become a master. What? Tiansong has become a master? Everyone was shocked. An 18-year-old master, what an extraordinary existence. Ladies and gentlemen, an 18-year-old master, aside from the hidden ancient clans, who in the entire world of young talents can compete with my son? Long Yen was incredibly proud. Long Tianyi felt a bit startled. He had heard of this talented cousin even before his return. He never expected him to be this extraordinary. It seemed that the position of the young master was not necessarily his own. No, it must be his. No one could take it away. A trace of barely perceptible ferocity flashed in Long Tianyi's eyes. He snorted coldly, "Uncle, Tiansong is indeed extraordinary, but just because you say he is an 18-year-old master, does that make it so?" "Of course it does." Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out from outside. A remarkable young man, carrying a sword on his back, strode in confidently. "Tiansong, you arrived just in time, huh?" Long Yen laughed excitedly. Long Wei's face turned ashen. The timing was too perfect. It seemed his brother had long been plotting. The position of the young master was something they had been eyeing. Long Tiansong approached, his face still marked with teenage acne, casting a disdainful glance at Long Tianyi. "You are the illegitimate son of my uncle, Long Tianyi?" Long Wei's expression darkened ominously. Long Tianyi clenched his fists tightly. Being called an illegitimate son, what nonsense. The position of the young master should go to the capable. Let's have a match. Whoever wins becomes the young master. Long Tiansong proposed the challenge without hesitation. This method is good. We agree. Almost everyone present supported it. Long Wei was furious, but with so many people in agreement, he couldn't force the issue. He looked at Long Tianyi, seeking his opinion. Just then, someone burst in hurriedly, report to the master, it's bad." Everyone turned to the intruder, their faces filled with displeasure. "Is the sky falling?" Someone near the door coldly questioned. The reporter, disregarding apologies, shouted, "Master, we just received news. The Yi family in Lingnan has been wiped out, and Ning Bufan is heading towards our Shenlong mountain villa. He is expected to arrive before dark." Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in the hall. In an instant, everyone was stunned, and the hall fell into a brief silence. The name Ning Bufan was now a nightmare for Shenlong mountain villa. However, upon hearing Ning Bufan, Long Tianyi's eyes burned with vengeful fury. The first person he wanted to kill was Ning Bufan. The grudge of severed arms and legs was one that could not be shared. Before everyone could recover from their shock, a bird's cry suddenly echoed through the air, resonating across the entire villa. People outside the Shenlong mountain villa looked up curiously. In their horrified gazes, a large white bird was flying towards the villa. In the blink of an eye, the bird reached the top of the villa, and those with sharp eyes saw a figure standing on its back. Due to the distance, they couldn't make out the face, but they could see it was a person dressed in black. The left sleeve of his arm flapped wildly in the wind, while he held a long sword in his right hand. His eyes seemed to be covered with a piece of black cloth, the ends of which trailed behind him like two long ribbons dancing in the wind. A one-armed blind swordsman, accompanied by a white bird. This iconic image made some people realize something, and they immediately turned pale with fright. "Not good. Quickly report to the master, the god of death Ning Bufan is coming." Before the shout could finish, a sword light over 10 zhan long suddenly slashed down towards the tallest building of the villa. Boom! A loud crash sounded as the building was cleaved in half, collapsing with a thunderous roar. "Ah!" The terrified screams echoed throughout the villa, piercing the sky. In the conference hall, Long Wei and the others heard the screams and shouts from outside, their faces changing dramatically. "Ning Bufan is coming? Damn it, didn't you say you'd arrive before dark? How come you're here now?" A high-ranking official furiously grabbed the person who reported, his face twisted in rage as he shouted the question. The reporter's face turned pale, trembling as he shook his head, his voice tinged with a sob. I don't know. Run! This place is going to collapse." Long Wei grabbed Long Tianyi and transformed into a whirlwind, rushing out first. The others followed suit, sprinting like shadows behind him. Just as the group burst out, a loud boom echoed behind them, and the entire hall crumbled into ruins. "Bastard!" A hot-tempered person roared into the air, "You're going too far. Ning Bufan, if you have the guts, come down here, and I'll kill your mother." Swish! A sword light like snow fell straight down from the sky. It was as fast as lightning, with the force of thunder. Unbeatable, run! But the sword was too fast, there was no time to escape. As the sword light approached, Long Tianyi gritted his teeth and instinctively raised his hand to block in front of him. Bang! The sword light struck down. Blood soared into the sky. Someone was cleaved in half by a single sword strike. However, Long Tianyi managed to block that sword light. Although his skin was cut open, the metal arm inside only left a sword mark, solid as a rock. This surprising discovery filled Long Tianyi with ecstatic joy. He now had the strength to confront Ning Bufan. "Tianyi, are you okay?" Long Wei, as the master of the manor, was naturally powerful and managed to block the sword as well. However, several people around them were not so lucky, turning into bloody corpses. "Dad, I'm fine." Long Tianyi felt no fear, instead, he was exhilarated. He had to thank those experimental personnel for giving him such an impressive arm. "That's good, now run," Long Wei shouted, pulling Long Tianyi to flee. At this moment, the Shenlong Manor was in chaos. Sword lights continued to fall from above, creating clouds of blood mist. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was taken indiscriminately. In the blink of an eye, Shenlong Manor was a river of blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. Long Tiansong, the so-called young genius of the new generation, could only run away with his tail between his legs. Caught suddenly, a bird's cry echoed through the sky. A large bird swooped down, opening its beak to unleash a torrent of flames. In the next second, Shenlong Manor was engulfed in fire. "Ah! Ah!" Shadow struggled in the raging flames, crying out in pain. The heart-wrenching screams shook the soul. Soon, the once renowned Shenlong Manor turned into a hell on earth. An hour later, the cries of the dying could no longer be heard. The great bird let out a long cry, flapping its massive wings as it soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. Below, the fire at Shenlong Manor continued to burn wildly, dyeing the entire sky a blood red. It wasn't until evening that the flames gradually extinguished. Outside Shenlong Manor, the Celestial Patrol had set up a perimeter around the entire estate. Outside the perimeter, a large crowd had gathered. Everyone looked at the destroyed Shenlong Manor, many chatting and laughing. The manor, which usually bullied the weak and seized wealth through power, was now suffering a great calamity, much to the delight of the onlookers. "Hee, this is retribution. This is divine punishment. I saw the fire coming down from the sky, it's heavenly fire." "Go on, stop bragging about heavenly fire. I saw a person riding a big white bird spitting fire at the manor. That must be a strange beast." "Strange beast my foot, that's a divine bird sent from heaven to punish the wicked." A group of people outside argued endlessly. At that moment, a Celestial Patrol vehicle arrived at the entrance of the perimeter. 5 people got out of the car. From their uniforms, it was clear that 3 were from the Celestial Patrol, and the other 2 were from the Beast Hunters. This major case involved strange beasts, so the Celestial Patrol had to call in the Beast Hunters. The leader of the Beast Hunters was an old man, followed by a short-bearded man. After the 5 exchanged information with the personnel on site, they entered the perimeter. "Old son, I think it's best if we don't get involved in this matter." As they entered, the short-bearded man from the Hunters Guild suddenly leaned close to the old man's ear and whispered, "From what I've gathered, I suspect that it was Ning Bufan who destroyed the Divine Dragon Manor." With a crack, the old man immediately halted, his face turning pale. This killing god was not someone to be trifled with. "Old son, what's wrong?" the leader of the Sky Patrol asked, puzzled. Just as old son was about to speak, a bird's cry suddenly rang out from above. Everyone looked up, and in their pupils, a large white bird was diving down from the sky, heading towards the Divine Dragon Manor. On the bird stood a figure, getting closer and closer. As the figure came into focus, dressed in black, blind, and with a severed arm, it could only be Ning Bufan. "Retreat!" The 2 from the Hunters Guild didn't even have time to warn the Sky Patrol personnel, and with a whoosh, the figure vanished. The Sky Patrol members were left bewildered. What was happening? "Damn it, this is bad. The Hunters Guild can't be trusted. Quickly call for the wolf team to provide support." The responsible man shouted. The figure flying in the air was indeed Ning Bufan and Xiaobai. At this moment, he hovered above the Divine Dragon Manor. Ignoring the gasps from the crowd below, he focused on sensing the situation at the Divine Dragon Manor. He was somewhat confused. Had the Divine Dragon Manor been destroyed ahead of time? Xiaobai was equally perplexed. The Divine Dragon Manor was located 50 kilometers northwest of the capital, far from the Yi family in Lingnan. It would take at least 3 hours for Xiaobai to fly from there to here. It was impossible for the Divine Dragon Manor to have been destroyed so quickly. Moreover, the fire had been burning for some time. "Descend," Ning Bufan commanded. With a bird's cry, Xiaobai found an unburned square to land. The square had not been scorched by the fire, but it was littered with broken bodies, a sight too horrific to behold. Ning Bufan sensed that they had all been killed by swords, with traces of swords and the aura of sword energy still lingering around. Indeed, swords had their unique aura, just like how people have their distinct handwriting. Ordinary people couldn't discern the uniqueness within, but only a freak like Ning Bufan could perceive it through his senses.
As a blind man with a severed arm, heaven had closed one door but opened another window for him. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of footsteps on the blood-soaked ground made a sizzle noise. Ning Bufan walked towards the ruins of the Divine Dragon Manor, carefully sensing everything around him. Gradually, his brows furrowed tightly, and his expression darkened to the extreme, a faint killing intent beginning to emanate from him. He realized that the method of killing was deliberately mimicking his own. Suddenly, his ears twitched as if he heard some commotion, and he swiftly dashed towards that direction. In a man-made fountain at the back mountain, a blood-soaked man had his lower body submerged in the water, desperately gripping the edge of the pool, seemingly still clinging to life.
Help! Help me! I can't hold on much longer.
The man gasped weakly, his voice barely audible even to himself. At that moment, he sensed someone standing in front of him, and driven by the will to survive, he suddenly lifted his head and opened his dazed eyes. His face was filled with the ecstasy of finding a lifeline. But when he saw the blind man with a severed arm before him, his pupils exploded in shock.
You, the murderer.
As the last word escaped his lips, the man completely lost his breath, his entire body sinking into the blood-stained water.
Ning Bufan's expression darkened to a terrifying degree.
He had already guessed that someone had impersonated him to destroy the Divine Dragon Manor. In other words, someone was using his name to frame him. His entire life had been marred by false accusations, leading him to his current state. In the past, he had been powerless to resist against such framing. Now, having mastered the heartless sword and returned, if anyone dared to frame him again, there was only one word: kill. Boom! The killing intent soared to the heavens, and a violent wind roared around him.
Sky Patrol Wolf Team, put your hands up.
Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. A sharp command suddenly rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Several violent figures shot in, instantly surrounding Ning Bufan, the cold aura locking him in place.
There were a total of 5 people surrounding Ning Bufan, 4 men and 1 woman. The leader was a middle-aged man with stubble. The Celestial Patrol also had its own elite teams to handle cases that the patrol could not manage. Compared to the hunters, their elite teams were few, only 4, but all were truly elite. The minimum requirement for strength was at least a master level or an awakened one with equivalent master combat power. Dare to resist, kill without mercy.
Upon hearing these 8 words, Ning Bufan turned to face the 5. Blind and missing an arm, this person is. The stubbled man's pupils suddenly constricted.
Sensing the killing intent radiating from Ning Bufan, he almost instinctively shouted, retreat. The team had long worked together, their minds in sync. As soon as the captain said retreat, the 5, regardless of the reason, instinctively executed the order and instantly vanished without a trace. Outside, seeing that Ning Bufan did not pursue, the stubbled man let out a sigh of relief.
Captain Zhao, what's going on? Why did we run?
Outside the villa, the only woman among the 5 curiously asked. The other team members also looked towards the captain. Captain Zhao's expression was serious. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the killing god Ning Bufan who nearly wiped out the Hunters Association. A buzzing sound filled their heads.
Although they were not hunters, they certainly knew about the major incident involving them.
Even the president of the Hunters had been taken down, and yet he remained unscathed. This was not something they could provoke.
This matter is beyond our control, retreat. Captain Zhao urgently ordered the team to withdraw.
Wait!
The woman suddenly shouted, somewhat dissatisfied, Captain, don't forget our duty. When we encounter a strong opponent, we run. What kind of Celestial Patrol people are so afraid of death? They should go home and hug their kids.
The expressions of the others turned somewhat ugly. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. He was the head of the Celestial Patrol in this area.
Captain Zhao, why are you out here? Did you find anything? Captain Zhao's face was grave. The culprit is Ning Bufan.
The head, being a high-ranking official, naturally knew some things about Ning Bufan, and his eyes widened in shock. Killing god Ning Bufan? No wonder 2 hunters just ran away. So what should we? Let's retreat. This is not something we can handle.
Captain Zhao emphasized again.
Oof. The woman scoffed disdainfully and turned to walk back inside. Hey, Zhang Dai, are you crazy? A man with a knife rushed up to block her. I can understand your desire for justice, but the current situation has gone beyond.
Get out of the way. Zhang Dai angrily pushed the man aside. A bunch of cowards, I despise you. Since you men are cowards, let us women handle it.
Captain Zhao also rushed up to persuade her. Zhang Dai, the grievances between Ning Bufan and the Divine Dragon Villa. I don't care about his grievances. Zhang Dai interrupted Captain Zhao. I only know that he killed and set fire in our jurisdiction, and he should be punished. Even if he has grievances, it should be addressed through proper and lawful means, not through this murderous behavior. Jiang Dai's righteous roar silenced the others. Captain Zhao helplessly said, Jiang Dai, you just joined our team. There are many things you don't understand. In fact, the people from Divine Dragon Villa are not good either. Even if they are not good, it is not up to him to punish them. It should be left to us in the Celestial Patrol. We will seek justice. An ordinary person has no right to take matters into his own hands. Jiang Dai interrupted Captain Zhao again. So many people have died at Divine Dragon Villa, his crimes are unforgivable. If we in the Celestial Patrol retreat today, then where is justice? What is the meaning of our existence in the Celestial Patrol? Her few words were deafening. Captain Zhao and the others fell silent once more. Jiang Dai looked coldly at Captain Zhao. Are you still going to stop me? Captain Zhao's expression was complicated, his heart filled with bitterness. Jiang Dai's identity was not simple. She was the granddaughter of a powerful figure, having never experienced the life of the lower class. She had been high above since childhood, unrestrained, and acted on her own will, forcing Captain Zhao to give her some leeway. Usually, he would let her be, but this time was different. Lives were at stake. If Jiang Dai died here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Captain Zhao took a deep breath and said seriously, I admit what you said is true, but I still can't let you go, because lives are at stake. Ha! Jiang Dai sneered, in the end, you are still afraid of death, cowards. I, Jiang Dai, for the sake of justice, would rather die than live in shame. After saying that, she suddenly drew a specially made crossbow from her waist and aimed it at the blocking Captain Zhao. Get out of the way. The crowd gasped in shock. Just then, a figure walked out from inside. It was Ning Bufan. As soon as Ning Bufan appeared, Jiang Dai paused for a moment and immediately aimed the crossbow at him, shouting, Ning Bufan, we are the Celestial Patrol, I announce your arrest. Now, raise your hands and come with us. Don't try to resist, or you will add a serious charge of assaulting the Celestial Patrol. Ning Bufan walked step by step towards them, seemingly not hearing, but the cold aura and oppressive feeling made everyone's hearts tremble. Captain Zhao and the others looked grave, their bodies tense as they watched Ning Bufan. The Celestial Patrol members behind them also drew their weapons, aiming at Ning Bufan. Stop! I said stop! Jiang Dai, seeing that Ning Bufan was ignoring her, felt her face flush with anger and shouted, if you don't stop, I'll shoot. Jiang Dai, stop messing around, put down the crossbow. Captain Zhao shouted urgently. I won't. Jiang Dai's voice grew louder, gritting her teeth and growling, I'll say it one last time, if you dare take another step. Swish! A sword light suddenly burst forth. Get back! With a loud shout, Captain Zhao pushed Jiang Dai aside. Jiang Dai instinctively pulled the trigger of the crossbow. This crossbow was incredibly powerful, capable of killing strong warriors. But when the bolt shot towards Ning Bufan, a strand of sword light directly shattered it to pieces. Captain Zhao was pierced by a sword, blood mist erupting. Captain! The man with the knife roared in grief and anger, I'll fight you to the death. Swish! The long knife was drawn. But a flash of sword light passed by, and his head flew high into the air amidst a rain of blood, crashing to the ground several meters away with a thud. The members of the Celestial Patrol were terrified by this scene, some dropping their weapons, not daring to fire. Put down your weapons, everyone put down your weapons. The leader of the Celestial Patrol shouted. He knew very well that if they dared to fire today, everyone would die. Without him shouting, some had already dropped their weapons. The wolf squad lost 2 men in an instant, and with the captain dead, no one dared to make a move. Jiang Dai looked at the captain and the man with the knife who had died tragically, her whole being froze, her face pale as paper, trembling all over. For the first time, she was so close to death. At this moment, her earlier bravado and passionate words were fed to the dogs, replaced by endless fear. It turned out that facing death was so terrifying. Ning Bufan's voice was cold, willing to die for justice, even in death, one remains honorable. That's a nice sentiment, but may I ask, what is justice? Can you provide it? Jiang Dai did not speak, she couldn't articulate anything because she was trembling with fear, finding it difficult to even open her mouth. Ha! Ning Bufan sneered, with your courage, do you think the lower class expects you to deliver justice? He was somewhat disappointed, having thought he had encountered a truly admirable figure of justice. It turned out to be just grandiloquent rhetoric. Crack, crack. The long sword was slowly drawn again, making a chilling sound as it scraped against the sheath. Wait, you can't kill her. A man in his 30s from the Wolf Brigade stepped forward urgently. She is the head of the inner courtyard, the granddaughter of Head Jiang, who is revered and cherished by all, second only to the Dragon Lord. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was like thunder exploding above everyone's heads. Everyone was shocked, their mouths agape. They looked at Jiang Dai with astonishment. The implications were enormous. Ning Bufan really dared to kill such a person. Surely, a terrestrial immortal would intervene.
At this moment, Jiang Dai also realized, yes, she was the head's granddaughter, so what was there to fear? She could summon terrestrial immortals. Thinking of this, she suddenly gained confidence, stood up, no longer afraid, even feeling humiliated and angry for her earlier cowardice in front of so many people. Ning Bufan, right? Come, try to kill me today. I dare you. Swish! A sharp sword pierced Jiang Dai's throat, the bloody tip emerging from the back of her neck. Jiang Dai's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. She had asked for death, and now it had come. Everyone around was stunned. The head's granddaughter, and someone actually dared to kill her. Whoosh! An even more shocking scene unfolded. Ning Bufan swung his sword, and that beautiful face was instantly severed from her head, blood gushing forth. The body fell apart, leaving no complete corpse. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Thud! The sound of the head hitting the ground shattered the stillness. Find the murderer as soon as possible, I will come looking for you. Ning Bufan's indifferent voice rang out. When the people from the Celestial Patrol finally reacted, Ning Bufan had already vanished into the distant sky on his little white horse. What does he mean? Isn't he the murderer? Why look for another? The Celestial Patrol members were somewhat confused. After Ning Bufan left, explosive news spread. In a single day, Ning Bufan had destroyed the Yi family and the Divine Dragon Villa. Especially with the head's granddaughter dead at his hands, it shocked the world. However, the Divine Dragon Villa was luckier than the Yi family. Most of the high-ranking elites, including the Villa Master, had escaped, so it wasn't a complete annihilation. But it still made the forces that had once participated in hunting Ning Bufan tremble in fear. If he dared to kill even the head's granddaughter, who wouldn't be afraid? Thus, countless forces fled overnight. Almost simultaneously, another explosive piece of news was released regarding Ning Bufan. The Hunter of Anomalies reopened the case from 5 years ago, confirming that he had been wronged, and announced the restoration of his reputation. Investigations also revealed that the massacre in Li Village was not committed by Ning Bufan, but was orchestrated by Wei Shangnan, who had instructed the Hunter of Anomalies, including the bombardment of a small town. All the evil deeds originated from Wei Shangnan and his accomplices. With Ning Bufan's deeds exposed, his name became known throughout the world. Various comments about him flooded in. Some called him a devil, a remorseless killer. Others called him a vengeful god of death. Some hailed him as a hero who slayed monstrous beasts, a warrior who dared to resist tyranny. Opinions varied widely, but the majority leaned towards the first description. This was because those powerful factions controlled the media, launching a campaign against Ning Bufan. However, Ning Bufan didn't care about any of this. He was now determined to find the one who dared to impersonate him and commit crimes. In Kyoto, a luxurious hotel was hosting a wedding banquet. The groom's family was a small affiliated clan of the Divine Dragon Villa, not quite part of it. Just as the banquet was in full swing, a blind, one-armed man in black suddenly burst in with a sword. In an instant, bodies lay everywhere, blood flowed like a river. None of the guests at the wedding banquet were spared. The bride was forcibly violated and then pierced through the chest and lower body by a sword. When the Celestial Patrol arrived, the scene was horrific, the method of killing inhumane and grotesque. After investigating the surveillance, and given the groom's family's connection to the Divine Dragon Villa, there was no need for a detailed investigation. The murderer was confirmed to be Ning Bufan. In no time, Ning Bufan's infamous name spread across the internet once again. Those who had previously called him a warrior and a hero quickly fell silent, even turning against him, calling him a beast. Xia girl, are you feeling any better? In a hospital room in Kyoto, Xia Xinshin was sitting at the head of her bed, focused on writing something in a notebook, with several thick medical books placed on the bedside. Gao Sanfeng walked in and, seeing Xia Xinshin so ill yet still working hard, couldn't help but sigh. There was no antidote, the hospital could only control her toxicity, and her condition was getting worse. Xia Xinshin looked up, her once smooth and delicate face now pale, almost devoid of color. Xiaoxia, you need to rest well now. You can read these books later when you feel better, Gao Sanfeng said in a reproachful tone, handing her a box of medicine. Hurry and take your medicine. Xia Xinshin obediently took the medicine quickly and continued to pick up her pen and notebook. Gao Sanfeng grew anxious. Why aren't you listening? Stop writing. President Gao, I'm afraid I won't have time, Xia Xinshin replied calmly. I know my own body. Gao Sanfeng's heart trembled, and his nose suddenly felt sour. Then, what are you writing? I found a way to treat Ning Bufan's eyes, I'm finishing it up now. Xia Xinshin didn't even look up, writing furiously. When it's done, I'll trouble you to deliver this method to him, to find someone to cure his eyes. Gao Sanfeng was stunned. This girl, even on the brink of death, was thinking of Ning Bufan. Do you know what Ning Bufan has done? Is it worth doing all this for him? Gao Sanfeng took out his phone and silently opened a news article, handing it over. This just happened tonight, and it's not far from our hospital, at a hotel. Xia Xinxin frowned slightly upon seeing the news online but quickly calmed down. He didn't do this. Her words were so certain. Gao Sanfeng was taken aback. How can you be so sure? I've touched his inner world, I believe he wouldn't do such a thing, that's all. Xia Xinxin's voice was resolute. Also, I'm a doctor, saving lives is my duty, there's nothing to discuss. Gao Sanfeng fell silent. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turned around sharply. Xia Xinxin also felt something and quickly looked up. Then, their pupils widened in disbelief as they stared at a solitary figure standing at the door. At some point, a person with a severed arm and blind eyes, leaning on a strange cane, had appeared. Ning Bufan. Bufan! Xia Xinxin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Her pale face regained a hint of color, and her eyes sparkled with an unusual light. As someone who had been through similar experiences, Gao Sanfeng sighed inwardly at this scene, claiming to care for Ning Bufan, but really just fulfilling a doctor's duty to save lives. Who would believe that? Ning Bufan, why are you here? Gao Sanfeng hurriedly asked. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Xia Xinxin was hospitalized here, and Ning Bufan had no way of knowing. How did he find this place? No, something was very wrong. Gao Sanfeng stared intently at Ning Bufan, unable to comprehend how he had found his way here. I just passed by and caught the familiar scent, so I came in, Ning Bufan replied flatly. In truth, he had been tracking the impersonator and happened to pass by. Gao Sanfeng's expression changed. You just passed by here, so you're saying the hotel incident tonight was really your doing? Ning Bufan's face suddenly turned cold, a chilling aura enveloping Gao Sanfeng, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. If I kill, I kill, I disdain doing such sordid things. With a cold voice, Ning Bufan ignored Gao Sanfeng and walked straight to Xia Xinxin's bedside. Bufan, I have good news for you, I've found a way to treat your eyes. Xia Xinxin's emotions were a bit agitated, but this excitement caused her internal energy to surge violently, and the next moment, she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Not good, the toxicity is acting up, Gao Sanfeng shouted. Ning Bufan urgently pulled out a glass bottle from his pocket, the life-giving spring water he had obtained from the Yi clan. He didn't know if this would work, but he decided to try it anyway. After all, just a sip had a tremendous effect on him. Drink this. Ning Bufan handed the bottle to Xia Xinxin. What is this? You can't just drink anything. Gao Sanfeng kindly reminded her. Don't worry, it's not poison. Ning Bufan replied coldly. I would drink poison too, after all, I've already been poisoned by you. Xia Xinxin took the bottle without hesitation and gulped it down. Ning Bufan was a bit confused. Poisoned by me? What does that mean? After a large mouthful of the life spring water, Xia Xinxin froze, gradually revealing a look of shock on her face. She felt all the dormant cells in her body suddenly come alive. The healing technique she awakened was neither too high nor too low in level. After drinking this large mouthful of water, she felt a faint impulse to break through the suppression level. The next second, she couldn't help but take another sip. Boom! It seemed as if a roar echoed within her. The healing technique reached a high level, the legendary grade. As the healing technique upgraded, the toxins in her body rapidly expelled themselves, and her originally pale face visibly became more flushed. Gao Sanfeng was dumbfounded. What kind of water is this? Xia Xinxin asked urgently. Life spring water, Ning Bufan replied. Taken from the Yi family's sacred land. What? Xia Xinxin exclaimed, quickly capping the bottle, looking at the half-empty spring water she had drunk, feeling heartbroken. You fool, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk so much. Do you know this spring water is essential for treating your eyes? At this point, she suddenly exclaimed with excitement, with this life spring water, the success rate for treating your eyes can reach 90%. Ning Bufan shook his head. My eyes were cut by a knife, they can't be treated. Change eyes, Xia Xinxin said. There is a special constitution in this world that can cultivate several lives. As long as we find a way to obtain the eyes of such a person, you can be cured. Ning Bufan was stunned. Wasn't that 9 Lives Evil Crow the same constitution? Unfortunately, he had already killed it. If he had known, he would have kept the eyes. But it didn't matter, he wasn't too concerned about restoring his eyes. Let's talk about this later, I have to go. Ning Bufan suddenly said. Where to? Xia Xinxin instinctively asked, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Gao Sanfeng also looked at Ning Bufan and said seriously, why don't you take a break tonight? Don't tire yourself out too much. His implication was clear, don't go kill again, take a rest. After all, if they could keep this guy around, they could save more lives. Ning Bufan shook his head.
I have to chase that bastard impersonating me. I'm leaving.
Without another word, Ning Bufan turned and left without looking back. Outside the hospital, in the darkness, Ning Bufan's figure quickly disappeared. Just as he left, two figures emerged from a hidden corner. One person, cloaked in a black robe, was accompanied by a woman who was Shang Nan. Why didn't you let me kill him?
Shang Nan glared at Ning Bufan's departing back, her eyes filled with hateful fury. The black-robed figure shot her a cold glance.
Foolish, are you going to deliver your head? Can't we kill him if we join forces?
Shang Nan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. We can't kill him, the black robe said in an unquestionable tone.
Moreover, we are not here to kill him, we are here to recruit him.
This is the command of the God Lord. He looked up at Xia Xinxin's hospital room and muttered to himself, it seems that this Xia Xinxin is very important to him.
Finally found Ning Bufan's weakness, let's go. What are you going to do? Shang Nan frowned.
The black robe did not answer, and he transformed into a wisp of black mist, disappearing along with Shang Nan. In the distance, Ning Bufan, who was walking in the night, seemed to sense something and suddenly stopped. The next moment, he sniffed and turned back toward the hospital. In the hospital room, Xia Xinxin carefully hid the glass bottle containing the life spring water. It was a gift from Ning Bufan, the most precious thing in her life, without exception. The life spring water inside had great use, she would protect it with her life.
Xia, your poison should be fine now, right? Gao Sanfeng asked tentatively.
Xia Xinxin nodded, I can be discharged tomorrow.
Gao Sanfeng breathed a sigh of relief.
Now that the strange beasts had invaded the human world, he could finally head to the front lines.
Rest well, tomorrow we will go to Fengcheng. Gao Sanfeng chose to go to Fengcheng to help resist the strange beasts.
Xia Xinxin shook her head, President Gao, thank you for taking care of me during this time, I should go home.
Go home?
Gao Sanfeng was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Xia Xinxin's parents and brother were already dead, she had no home left.
I'm sorry, there's something I've been meaning to tell you.
After a moment of silence, Gao Sanfeng realized Xia Xinxin had to face reality and had to say, because your condition has been dangerous, I didn't dare to tell you.
Your parents and brother.
They have all fallen victim to Shang Nan and others.
He then recounted what he knew.
After a moment of silence, the hospital room was suddenly filled with heart-wrenching cries. Miss Xia, my condolences, Gao Sanfeng was also affected, and even this tall man had slightly moist eyes.
I have no home left, woo-woo. Xia Xinxin cried until she nearly fainted.
Gao Sanfeng was at a loss, he truly didn't know how to comfort her, only feeling a surge of dissatisfaction as he cursed inwardly, that bastard Ning Bufan, he ran away and left this headache for me. Xia, if you don't mind, call me Godfather, and my home will be your home from now on. Gao Sanfeng suppressed the bitterness in his heart and spoke sincerely. Miss Xia's home doesn't need President Gao to worry about. We will give her a very good home. A sinister voice suddenly rang out.
Gao Sanfeng turned sharply toward the door, his body tensing up. Who?
The door swung open, and a cloud of black mist surged in. Gao Sanfeng's expression changed drastically as he urgently positioned himself in front of the bed, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the black mist.
As the mist dissipated, two figures appeared, a man in a black robe and a young woman.
Gao Sanfeng did not recognize the man in the black robe. He gave off a chilling aura, and being stared at by those eyes felt like being watched by a venomous snake.
The young woman, however, was known to Gao Sanfeng, Shang Nan.
You!
Crash!
Suddenly, Xia Xinxin jumped off the bed and rushed forward, her tear-streaked eyes red with anger as she glared at Shang Nan, crying out in a hysterical voice, Why?
I considered you my best friend. Why did you kill my parents? Why did you kill my brother? What did they do to you? Why, woo-woo?
Xia Xinxin's cries were filled with sorrow, her tears once again blurring her vision.
Shang Nan gritted her teeth and shouted, You can't blame me, blame Ning Bufan. It's all his fault.
If it weren't for him, my brother wouldn't have died, and your parents and brother wouldn't have died either. I wouldn't have become this half-human, half-ghost figure.
It's Ning Bufan, it's all his fault.
The one you should hate is not me, but him, Ning Bufan.
Do you understand?
Her voice was hysterical, tinged with madness.
Shut up!
The man in the black robe angrily shouted.
Damn it, this stupid woman shouldn't have brought her here.
The plan was for Shang Nan to persuade Xia Xinxin to go with them under the guise of being her friend, and then use Xia Xinxin to sincerely recruit Ning Bufan.
But unexpectedly, Shang Nan went off script. Shang Nan, you're disgusting.
Xia Xinxin shouted in grief and anger, It was your fault from the start, yet you want to pin it on others.
Don't forget, Ning Bufan saved your life back then. Shang Nan sneered, Do I care that he saved me?
Even without him, my brother would have come to save me. My brother is the person I love most, having killed him, I will never let him go.
Damn it, you stupid woman, shut up. The black-robed figure was furious. "I won't!"
Shang Nan shouted, as if completely out of control.
"You're seeking death."
The black robe's killing intent suddenly surged. However, at that moment, an even greater killing intent pressed down, causing everyone present to be filled with dread. The black robe turned around, and when he saw the figure of a one-armed blind man standing at the end of the corridor, his pupils exploded in shock. With a whoosh, a massive black mist transformed into a black streak of light and shot towards the other end of the corridor.
Almost simultaneously, a beam of sword light tore through the void and struck down with ferocity. A loud bang echoed.
The surging black mist shattered the glass of the window at the end of the corridor, disappearing into the darkness outside at an astonishing speed.
However, the sword light behind it was even faster.
With a hiss, the sword light sliced into the black mist, vanishing together into the outside.
Ning Bufan transformed into a black shadow, leaping down from the window.
While still in mid-air, he struck down with another sword. The sword light, illuminated by the city's brilliant lights, remained dazzling. With a thud, a muffled sound erupted from the black mist, followed by a burst of blood mist. At that moment, the speed of the black mist came to a halt, and the fog began to dissipate. The black robe and Shang Nan emerged from the black mist.
Shang Nan's hand was gripping a bloody severed arm. It was the black robe's.
When he had tried to escape earlier, it was because Shang Nan had held onto his hand, delaying him just enough time for an arm to be lost. At this moment, the black robe was filled with murderous intent towards Shang Nan. Initially, he thought he had found a perfect parasitic beast.
Who would have thought he was digging his own grave?
Shang Nan felt the cold, murderous gaze of the black robe upon her, and she pouted, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't cut off your hand.
Since we can't escape, why not join forces to take him down? With your strength, what do you have to fear?"
Shang Nan looked at Ning Bufan, who stood coldly under the light with a long sword in hand, a sight that made enemies see red.
"Get lost."
The remaining hand of the black robe slapped Shang Nan away, then he tried to lower his posture, saying, "Mr.
Ning, we mean no harm."
Swish! The sword light suddenly flared up.
The black robe was terrified, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, can't anyone let him finish speaking? I'm going all out,"
he shouted, as the black mist surged, and a dark object was flung out. At the same time, he yelled at Shang Nan, "Transform!"
Bang!
The dark object was shattered by the sharp sword light, dimming the sword light slightly, but it continued to slash towards the black robe. The black robe hurled another object. Another loud bang sounded, and the sword light dimmed further, becoming nearly transparent.
Boom!
Suddenly, a loud roar erupted as a massive blood-colored spider appeared.
Bystanders screamed in terror, "A parasitic beast! Call the beast hunters!"
The spider's enormous size was like a tank. Screech! A horrifying screech rang out as a large leg swept towards the remaining sword light. The sword light shattered. The black robe breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of fear. Damn it, this sword strike had consumed 2 of his treasures and still hadn't completely stopped it. It was too terrifying. He. The spider blocked Ning Bufan's sword, excitedly screeching and emitting a harsh, grating laugh. But just a few seconds later, with a crack, that leg broke in the middle and fell off. The spider, in pain, spun wildly with its remaining 7 legs, almost rolling on the ground. Surrounding streetlights and infrastructure were smashed to pieces, sparks flying. It was clear she was afraid of pain. Ning Bufan did not continue to attack but was somewhat astonished that Shang Nan had actually transformed into an ugly spider. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him, and Gao Sanyang and Xia Xinxin rushed out.
"Xia, it's dangerous, be extra careful."
Gao Sanyang was not worried about himself. After all, he was the president-level beast hunter with some strength, but Xia Xinxin was just a weak girl. However, Shang Nan was carrying the lives of her parents and brother, and Xia Xinxin couldn't control herself from rushing out. Without even changing clothes, they simply threw on a coat over the blue and white hospital gown and rushed out. The 2 of them didn't see Shang Nan. Instead, they only saw the mysterious figure in a black robe and a terrifying blood-red giant spider spinning around, the hard ground shattered beneath it.
A strange beast? Gao Sanfeng's expression changed. "Ning Bufan, are you okay?" Xia Xinxin rushed over, her first concern being for Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan shook his head, "I'm fine." "What about that woman, Shang Nan?"
Gao Sanfeng came over as well. Ning Bufan raised his sword, pointing it at the giant spider.
"What?"
Both of them widened their eyes in shock. Especially Xia Xinxin, her mind blank. She couldn't imagine that the friend who had once been as close as a sister to her was now this ugly, disgusting giant spider before her.
She was stunned.
"Mr. Ning, we truly mean no harm," the figure in the black robe quickly said when he saw Ning Bufan hadn't attacked.
He didn't dare to run, because as soon as he did, Ning Bufan would definitely strike.
"Miss Xia's parents and older brother were harmed by Shang Nan. You can kill at will, it has nothing to do with me. The black robe quickly distanced himself from the situation. Also, I actually have no relation to Ning Zhaodi. She is currently leading 200,000 strange beasts to attack Feng City. You need to hurry and stop her, otherwise, Feng City will soon be breached. Before Ning Bufan could ask, he blurted it all out. Better a dead friend than a dead Taoist. A good thought, but unfortunately, reality was harsh. With a bang, Ning Bufan's sword sheath plunged into the ground. The few strikes he had made earlier hadn't even drawn his sword. This time, he was going to draw it. The black robe's pupils suddenly constricted, panic rising in his heart. Mr. Ning, I am the 10th ranked envoy of the strange god temple, and like you, I deeply hate the beast hunters, so we should be allies. Our deity also values you highly, promising that as long as you are willing to join the strange god temple, you will be above all others. Gao Sanfeng immediately panicked. Hey, Ning Bufan, you mustn't listen to him. The beast hunters are at fault, but we have already clarified your issues and issued a public apology. Ha! The black robe coldly interrupted Gao Sanfeng. Can a public apology make up for the harm Mr. Ning has suffered? He is blind in both eyes and has lost an arm. Can you compensate for that? We can, as long as Mr. Ning joins us, we can restore your eyes and arm. Gao Sanfeng's heart sank to the bottom. The temptation of this condition was too great. Moreover, he had no way to refute it, because the beast hunters could not compensate for the harm Ning Bufan had once suffered. Damn it, that bastard Wei Shangnan. Gao Sanfeng could only curse inwardly in frustration. Hiss. Kill. I want to kill you. Suddenly, the blood-red spider recovered from its pain, emitting a horrifying hiss. In the next second, the remaining 7 legs took off running, like a wild horse that had broken free, charging towards Ning Bufan with overwhelming killing intent. The speed was as fast as thunder. Watch out! Xia Xinxin screamed. Whoosh! Ning Bufan's figure instantly vanished, transforming into a black shadow, sweeping through with a sharp swordlight. Swish! The dazzling swordlight flashed by, and Ning Bufan's figure appeared behind the spider. All 7 remaining legs of the spider were cleanly severed. Blood splattered everywhere. The legless spider rolled on the ground like a meatball, shrieking in pain and writhing. The black robe felt a chill run down his spine at this sight. He swallowed hard and suddenly clapped. Good, well done. Boom! Ning Bufan swung his sword back. The black robe exclaimed, what the hell? And a cloud of black mist surged as he fled frantically, tossing out several treasures behind him. However, Ning Bufan's second sword light struck again. This sword light stretched over 10 zhang, carrying a destructive aura, tearing through the void and crashing down. No boom! The sound of the sword light falling was like thunder exploding. The black mist that had fled 100 meters away was split in two, the black robe's body exploding into 2 halves. On the ground, blood and flesh flew, a scene of extreme carnage. Quick, quick, surround them! At that moment, a large group of people dressed in white-collared uniforms and wearing bamboo hats rushed over. It was clear they were the hunters of the supernatural. The difference was that the uniforms of the Kyoto hunters were golden. Leading them was an old man, the foremost master of the hunters, a peak-level supreme master, Chu Yuan. A group of over 20 people came, and it was Chu Yuan again, indicating a formidable presence. When Chu Yuan saw Gao Sanfeng here, he hurriedly called out, President Gao, what's going on here? Master Chu, tell your people to stay on the periphery, don't come over, Gao Sanfeng urgently shouted, not having time to explain the situation. Ha! Chu Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Gao Sanfeng rushed over, pointing at the indifferent figure under the streetlight not far away. Chu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, his head buzzing, nearly causing his legs to give way. Ning Bufan? Chu Yuan turned around and shouted, retreat, retreat back. The hunters who had rushed over were still confused about what was happening when Chu Yuan forcefully pushed them far away. The onlookers were bewildered. Were the hunters really this cowardly? They came in with great momentum, only to immediately retreat with their tails between their legs. Chu Yuan, ignoring the murmurs and strange looks from the crowd, steeled himself and cautiously approached Gao Sanfeng, inquiring about the situation. Gao Sanfeng briefly explained the circumstances. The black robe ranked 10th in the Hall of the Supernatural? Chu Yuan looked at the shattered black robe body illuminated by the light, his eyelids twitching. The Hall of the Supernatural was an old rival of the hunters, and Chu Yuan was all too familiar with their situation. This black robe was the most troublesome figure for the hunters, capable of killing without a trace. No one knew how many had died at his hands. Yet, in front of Ning Bufan, he was reduced to nothing like a chicken. The death of the black robe brought Shang Nan back to her senses. The earlier bloodthirsty impulse completely dissipated. She had thought the black robe was terrifyingly powerful, just timid, and if she forced him to confront Ning Bufan, with her assistance, even if they couldn't kill Ning Bufan, they could at least inflict serious damage. The idea was beautiful, but reality was too cruel. Soon, she regained her human form. Strangely, all 8 legs of the spider were severed, but she was intact, just covered in blood and pale.
Ning Bufan stepped forward, walking slowly towards Shang Nan.
The sharp long sword gleamed with a piercing cold light, so chilling.
And no.
I don't want to die yet. Shang Nan felt the approach of death and was filled with terror. The threat of death awakened her potential, and she suddenly stood up, staggering a few steps to kneel in front of Xia Xinxin, gripping the hem of her pants tightly.
Xinxin, save me.
In her despair, Shang Nan could only place her hope of survival on Xia Xinxin. Ning Bufan, with his eyes covered in black cloth, turned towards the 2 girls, his expression icy.
Xinxin, we are the best of sisters, please save me. Xia Xinxin cried out in desperation.
She squatted down, her expression complex as she looked at her former best friend, shaking her head in disappointment. Nan, how did you end up like this?
I didn't want to become like this, it's not my fault, boo-hoo.
Shang Nan cried bitterly. Xinxin, don't talk about the past, you are the only one who can save me now.
Put.
A sharp fruit knife suddenly plunged into Shang Nan's carotid artery. Her cries abruptly stopped. Gao Sanfeng and the others were completely stunned. Who would have thought that Xia Xinxin, the seemingly weak girl, had hidden a fruit knife on her and suddenly turned to murder? From her act of hiding the fruit knife, it was clear she had long harbored murderous intent.
Ning Bufan was also somewhat taken aback. Why?
How could you do this? The most incredulous was Shang Nan.
She knew Xia Xinxin's character all too well. With a mission to save others, she wouldn't even harm a small animal.
Yet today, this person had turned on her, her best friend.
I don't want to do this either, but
you killed my parents and my brother. If I don't kill you, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Tears streamed down Xia Xinxin's face as she suddenly shouted, Mom, Dad, brother, I've avenged you.
Die, you go die, ah.
Xia Xinxin went mad, pulling the knife out and stabbing it back in, blood splattering on her face without a care. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. In the blink of an eye, Shang Nan's neck was a mess of wounds, dead beyond recovery. Xia Xinxin was also drenched in the splattered blood, turning into a blood-soaked figure.
Miss Xia, enough, she's already dead.
Gao Sanfeng rushed forward and grabbed Xia Xinxin's hand. Calm down, she's really dead.
Dead is good, ha ha ha. Xia Xinxin laughed maniacally, the bloody knife dropping to the ground.
Woo woo. As she laughed, she collapsed to the ground, covering her face and crying in pain. Gao Sanfeng was most afraid of women crying. As a big man, he really didn't know how to comfort a girl. When he saw Ning Bufan standing there like a wooden post, as if nothing had happened, he immediately got angry. I say, Ning Bufan, why don't you come and comfort her?
Ning Bufan's mouth twitched. I can only kill. Gao Sanfeng felt overwhelmed. Boom boom boom.
At that moment, a thunderous sound of footsteps suddenly erupted. The ground trembled with the rhythmic sound of these thunderous steps. Get out of the way, quickly get out of the way. The onlookers in the distance were quickly dispersed. Then, 2 elite teams armed with live ammunition and special bullets marched in a quick step. In between the 2 teams was a black business car. Upon seeing the license plate, someone exclaimed, "It's the car of the Jiang." Gao Sanfeng and Chu Yuan's faces changed dramatically. "The is here, quickly." Chu Yuan and Gao Sanfeng hurriedly ran over, not caring about Xia Xinxin anymore. The being above all others.
Jiang? Ning Bufan frowned slightly.
He had heard of this person. It seemed his granddaughter was named Zhang Dai, whom he had killed. Such a big shot coming in person was here to seek revenge on him.
Ning Bufan's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Xia Xinxin, blocking her way, asking, "Are you okay?"
Xia Xinxin also sensed that something was off and quickly stood up.
"I'm fine, you should hurry and leave."
Xia Xinxin looked at the situation ahead and could guess that a big shot had arrived, and big shots were often accompanied by powerful experts, possibly a group of them.
"They should be here for me."
Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, his expression calm. The grudges that need to be settled must be settled, never run away. After saying that, he stepped forward. Xia Xinxin wanted to say something but ultimately said nothing, only silently watching that lonely and upright figure gradually leave. It was as if, at that moment, that thin figure was going to stand against the whole world with just one person's strength. At this moment, the business car stopped, and an old man with white hair and a tall stature stepped out of the car.
"Protect the..."
A hunter noticed Ning Bufan approaching Jiang with a chilling killing intent, and for a moment, he forgot about his own life and death. Countless hunters drew their tang knives and charged at Ning Bufan, blocking in front of him. Swish! Ning Bufan gripped the sword hilt and suddenly drew his sword, the sword light bursting forth in an instant.
"Stop!" A loud shout rolled like thunder. A palm shadow came crashing down from the sky.
The sword light that Ning Bufan had slashed out was obliterated by that palm. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and dust soared high. Beneath Ning Bufan's feet appeared a massive pit shaped like a giant hand, bottomless. Land immortal? The hunters were first shocked, then rejoiced. Majestic, majestic. The crowd on the ground looked up with fervent eyes. Under the city lights, in midair, an old man in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, stood on the void. It was Dao Yanzi, one of the only two land immortals in the continent. Being able to step on the void meant that the real body had arrived, no longer a mere replica. A celestial being, this is truly a celestial being. In fact, a terrestrial celestial being can merely stand on air. It is not the kind of celestial being that can fly through the heavens and escape the earth as legends say. At this moment, the crowd below erupted. Those looking up at the figure in the sky were filled with reverence, and some even knelt down directly. Ning family's young one, before the head of the courtyard, do not be reckless. The voice was not loud, but it resonated from the sky like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the entire capital. The whole city was in an uproar. Many people rushed out of their homes, kneeling on the ground, bowing in worship towards the direction of Dao Yangzi in the sky. The most agitated were the hunters of the strange. Ning Bufan could kill, right? In front of a terrestrial celestial being, let's see how you kill. Even if you are a tiger, you can only lie down now. Celestial being, kill him, kill that demon. Among the hunters of the strange, some were shameless, having forgotten the pain after the scar healed. Previously, they had suppressed their hatred and anger due to Ning Bufan's terrifying strength. Now that a top-tier combat force had appeared, they wished they could tear Ning Bufan to pieces. Gao Sanfeng's expression changed drastically, and he roared, "Shut the hell up! President Gao, whose side are you on? To actually defend that demon?" Someone angrily questioned. "You!" Gao Sanfeng was so furious he wanted to curse. "I'm saving you, and you don't know what's good for you. Be quiet." At this moment, a dignified voice rang out. Gao Sanfeng and the hunters of the strange quickly fell silent, respectfully stepping aside. An elderly man with white hair, flanked by several powerful guards, stepped forward, confronting Ning Bufan across the vast pit. "Ning Bufan, I am Jiang Taiyuan, head of the inner courtyard. Jiang Dai is my granddaughter, and she died at your hands." Jiang Taiyuan's voice sounded calm, but one could sense the anger he was suppressing from his aura. "My beloved granddaughter has just vanished like this, a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one." The old man clenched his fists, his body slightly trembling. "I intended to kill you on the spot, but now the strange beasts are fierce, and the country is in peril. It is also a time when we need people. National affairs are paramount, personal matters are minor. If you are willing to submit and serve, obey the inner courtyard's orders to exterminate the strange beasts, I can set aside my hatred and give you a chance to redeem yourself." For someone of his status to say such words, though aggressive, was already a significant concession. To others, the head of the courtyard was willing to set aside his hatred and offer amnesty, which was a great act of magnanimity and grace. However, Gao Sanfeng's heart sank, because he knew that with such words, Ning Bufan would definitely not agree. No need. Sure enough, Ning Bufan uttered a cold voice, "To repay hatred with hatred is only right. You can kill me, provided you can actually kill me. If you cannot kill me, then I will kill you." With this one sentence, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. So arrogant. The person before him was the head of the courtyard. Impudent. In the sky, Dao Yangzi shouted angrily. The voice contained immense power, resonating through the heavens. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded over the entire capital. "Head of the courtyard, I implore you to slay this demon." Someone beside Jiang Taiyuan shouted loudly. Jiang Taiyuan's face was like ice, yet he did not respond. He did not speak, and the angry subordinates around him did not dare to act rashly. Even Dao Yangzi could not easily make a move. "Ha!" After a moment of silence, Jiang Taiyuan exhaled softly and coldly said, "Ning Bufan, you are making it very difficult for me." Ning Bufan shook his head. "I never make it difficult for others." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, "Xiao Bai!" Yi! A bird's cry echoed through the sky. A bird flew out from the darkness, instantly transforming into a large bird that landed beside Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan leaped up and stood firmly on the bird's back. Gao Sanfeng's heart sank at this scene. It's over. With a whoosh, a fierce wind howled as Xiaobai flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Seeing this, those below who understood martial arts became excited. Ning Bufan could not walk on air and needed to rely on the bird to ascend, indicating that he was not a terrestrial celestial being. Then he could not possibly be a match for the land immortal. "Dao immortal, kill him. We ask the Dao immortal to exterminate the demon. Kill." In an instant, the ground shook with the cries of slaughter. Everyone shouted to kill Ning Bufan.
At this moment, Ning Bufan seemed to be at odds with the entire world. So what if he was against the world? Ning Bufan's expression was cold, and his clenched hand tightened suddenly. In an instant, from the sky, a flash of sword light appeared, and a terrifying sword intent swept across the sky. Dao Yangzi coldly shouted, "Kid, you have some talent, what a pity." There was a hint of regret in his voice. Swish! The sword was drawn. After Xiaobai flew above Dao Yangzi, the sword light shot into the sky. A sword light over 50 zhang long almost spanned the horizon, carrying a terrifying might and a violent power that crushed everything, crashing down. In the next breath, Dao Yangzi was enveloped by the sword light, his astonished old face illuminated pale by the sword light. Below, seeing Ning Bufan take the initiative, everyone thought he was courting death. But when that terrifying sword light appeared, their pupils exploded. Just the crushing sword intent was enough to bring them despair. Quick, protect the head of the academy. Someone urgently pulled Jiang Taiyuan into a highly protective vehicle. Dao Yangzi did not expect Ning Bufan to strike first, and to unleash such a deadly move right away. With an angry shout, he pointed his whisk at the sky. Buzz! A buzzing sound echoed across the sky, and a huge Bagua diagram appeared above his head. At that moment, the sword light arrived. Boom! Thunder roared. The sword light exploded, scattering into light points around. Crack crack. The Bagua diagram was covered in cracks, spreading rapidly like a spider web. With a loud bang, the Bagua diagram and the sword light exploded and dissipated together. However, a barely perceptible strand of sword light still broke through the Bagua diagram's obstruction, slashing towards Dao Yangzi. Dao Yangzi was startled. After all, he was a land immortal. In a moment of crisis, he shook the whisk in his hand and collided with the sword light. Hiss! The whisk was cut in half, and the tail hairs scattered in the air. After the move, Dao Yangzi was unharmed, but the whisk was rendered useless. At this moment, those who had just been shouting to kill Ning Bufan fell silent. Especially the hunters who had shouted the loudest were now trembling in fear. If Dao Yangzi could not kill Ning Bufan today, with Ning Bufan's ruthlessness, they would be doomed. What the hell are you? Dao Yangzi was immensely shocked. He was a land immortal, yet this guy's sword almost broke through his defenses. Looking at Ning Bufan, he did not seem like a land immortal at all. Clang! Ning Bufan ignored Dao Yangzi's shock, sheathing his sword again, his slender fingers gripping the hilt. Boom! The terrifying sword intent erupted once more, causing the void to emit a thunderous roar. This time, the sword intent was more than double the might of the previous strike. Dao Yangzi felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. At that moment, he even felt a sense of suffocation and danger. He was taken aback by this feeling. Not daring to underestimate his opponent any longer, Dao Yangzi stuffed the broken whisk into his robe sleeve, then frantically formed seals with both hands, powerful auras emanating from around his body, distorting the surrounding void, making his figure somewhat blurry. Run, run! Gao Sanyong sensed the terrible danger approaching and shouted loudly. Swish! In the dark sky, Ning Bufan drew his sword. As the sword was drawn, the void around Ning Bufan stirred uneasily, as if boiling water was about to erupt. In the next breath, the sword was out. Slash! Boom! A terrifying sword light, 100 zhang long, suddenly crossed the sky. 100 zhang, equivalent to a 111-story building, was incredibly frightening. The dazzling sword light illuminated the sky, making it bright as snow. With 10% of his strength, this was Ning Bufan's most powerful strike since descending the mountain. In an instant, a world-destroying might descended upon the mortal realm. 100 zhang sword light, world-destroying might. This strike was enough to instill fear and despair in anyone. Even the so-called immortal Dao Yangzi turned pale at this moment. The opponent was clearly not a terrestrial immortal. How could they unleash such a terrifying killing move? He regretted it, but it was too late. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, to run. But he quickly dismissed it. He was a revered immortal, how could he flee in the face of danger? Moreover, if he allowed that sword to fall, destruction would follow. I'll fight to the end. Dao Yangzi gritted his teeth and pushed his palm upward with force. Boom! A brilliant light erupted. A massive Taiji diagram spanned the void, appearing above Dao Yangzi's head. Immediately after, Dao Yangzi's tightly clenched fist struck upward. Boom! A fist imprint shot out from the center of the Taiji diagram, colliding with the terrifying sword light above. Ning Bufan's face twisted in rage as he let out a roar. Fall! The sword light crashed down. In that moment, the aura of destruction swept across the heavens and the earth. The people on the ground watched in terror, as if witnessing a blazing sun descending. In the next second, the fist imprint collided with the sword light. Bang! The fist imprint shattered, and the sword light dimmed slightly, but it still descended with overwhelming force. In an instant, the terrifying long sword struck fiercely against the Taiji diagram. Rumble. Thunder roared, and the sky trembled. This collision changed the colors of the wind and clouds, indifferent to the sun and moon. The ground below shook as well. The terrifying sword energy surged wildly, clashing violently with the Bagua diagram, constantly exploding and dissipating. Crack, crack. The sound of explosions echoed through the heavens and the earth, clear to the ear. The people below were filled with dread. Fearing that Dao Yangzi would not withstand the terrifying sword light, they would be reduced to ashes. Run, run! Someone shouted, and countless people began to flee. Seeing the Taiji diagram shatter, Dao Yangzi roared, pushing both hands upward with all his might, and the Taiji diagram's light burst forth once more. Under the pale sword light, Ning Bufan's handsome face was as cold as ice. His sword had returned to its sheath, and the hand gripping the hilt trembled. All of his strength was unleashed, and the power he had suppressed within was now restless and ready to explode. The rational thing to do now was to stop and quickly suppress the impending outburst of power within him. But as he looked at Dao Yangzi, who was still resisting fiercely and had not been killed on the spot, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Is this what a terrestrial immortal is like? Truly strong. However, if one sword won't do, then another sword it is. Swish! The long sword was drawn again. Dao Yangzi shouted in despair, Ning Bufan, are you crazy? If you strike again, countless people below will die by your sword. How can you bear it? Slash! Ning Bufan's face twisted in fury as a beam of swordlight slashed down fiercely. This sword was unleashed with full force. The second 100-foot sword light crashed down. No, Dao Yangzi despaired. This is impossible to fight. Boom! As this sword light fell, the Taiji diagram shattered. The sword light sliced through Dao Yangzi's body and plummeted downward. Just a moment ago, everyone was shouting for him to kill Ning Bufan. Now, who is killing whom? Run! Ah! Below, the fleeing people let out desperate wails. Some cried out with heart-wrenching anguish. In the next breath, the violent sword light descended. Another roar echoed, and the heavens and earth changed color. The 100-foot sword light struck the ground fiercely. In an instant, the storm of sword energy swept away everything with devastating force. The sounds of screams and shouts mixed together, resounding throughout the area. Some who couldn't escape in time didn't even have the chance to scream before being obliterated by the sword energy. Just moments ago, they had shouted, "Please, Immortal, slay the demon head Ning." Unfortunately, the Immortal could not kill the demon head, and instead, he was killed, with those who shouted the loudest becoming the sacrifices. On the ground, everyone was running, except for one person who stood still. Xiao Xinxin, with her slender and delicate figure, stood like a stubborn schoolboy, allowing the sword energy's fierce winds to rage around her. Fortunately, Ning Bufan's attack intentionally avoided her, so she was not in serious danger. After a while, all the sword light vanished, restoring the night's tranquility. Dao Yangzi still hovered there, but he was already in a daze. He spent his entire life cultivating, enduring countless deaths and hardships to reach a height that others could hardly aspire to. In this mundane world, he believed he had reached the ceiling, an invincible existence. Even if the ancient clan members emerged from seclusion, even if he were to be defeated, no one could kill him. However, a freak appeared in this world, and at just over 20 years of age, with no cultivation of a terrestrial immortal, he was killed by 2 swords. Ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, he laughed, blood gushing from his mouth. Infinite heavenly venerable, after a lifetime of cultivation, it all comes to nothing. Bang! With a loud explosion, all sounds from Dao Yangzi abruptly ceased. His body shattered into pieces, transforming into a rain of blood that fell like a shower. In the distance, those watching this scene through telescopes, those seeing it on the surveillance screens, were all petrified, stunned into silence. A terrestrial immortal had fallen. Was this an illusion? In people's hearts, an invincible existence, an immortal who could not die, could also be killed. A bird's cry echoed through the long sky. Xiaobai transformed into a streak of white light, diving down with Ning Bufan, landing in front of the only girl who stood still below, Xiao Xinxin. Get on, let's go. Ning Bufan's voice was simple. He was worried about leaving this girl here, fearing she would be targeted because of him. Xiao Xinxin trembled as if electrocuted. Before she could react, a strong hand had already pulled her onto the bird's back. In the next moment, the two of them soared into the deep night sky on Xiaobai. It was Xiao Xinxin's first time riding a bird, and at such high speed, she instinctively clung tightly to Ning Bufan's waist. But suddenly, with a loud bang, blood splattered onto her delicate face. A blood hole had exploded on Ning Bufan's body. Bufan, what's wrong? Xiao Xinxin exclaimed in shock. Ning Bufan's expression was calm. It's nothing, just a small problem. Though he called it a small problem, his internal energy was already in turmoil.
The power he had absorbed from his master, once unrestrained, surged through him like a flood, rampaging with a destructive force. Blood was slowly flowing from his nose and ears, and even his eyes were bleeding, the black cloth covering them soaked in red. Ning Bufan paid no attention to this, focusing solely on flying into the dark night sky, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished into the distant horizon. Behind him lay a battlefield in ruins and countless terrifying memories that would never fade from people's minds. Ha ha ha, a terrestrial immortal from the Dragon Kingdom has died, heaven is helping me, I can finally emerge. Boom! On a mountain peak shrouded in mist year-round, a loud roar suddenly erupted, the clouds swirling, and a figure burst forth from the mist, transforming into a streak of light flying towards the Dragon Kingdom. Such scenes were also occurring in other mysterious places. Overnight, the Dragon Kingdom became a place of chaos. The loss of a terrestrial immortal could lead to such severe consequences. This news spread to Kyoto at lightning speed. In Kyoto, a symbolic building representing unparalleled authority stood tall, the inner courtyard building. It was already deep into the night, yet the building was still brightly lit. In a conference room, the high-ranking officials of the inner courtyard gathered. At the forefront was Jiang Taiyuan, who had many protectors and had managed to evacuate from the battlefield in time, escaping disaster. Head of the courtyard, we have no choice, please summon the ancient clan to come out. A middle-aged man stood up, pleading in an undeniable tone. Jiang Taiyuan fell silent, recalling the fallen Dao Yangzi, thinking of Ning Bufan's arrogant demeanor, remembering his granddaughter and subordinates who had died tragically. His mood was a mix of shock and anger. He had also considered asking the ancient clan's experts to emerge. But summoning a deity is easy, sending one away is difficult, it comes at a cost. But now, was there any other choice? After a moment of contemplation, he gently exhaled, alright, please summon the ancient clan to come out. With this one sentence, the door to the emergence of the ancient clan was opened. Send the order down, search for Ning Bufan's whereabouts, and report immediately upon any news. This time, I personally went to invite the two reclusive ancient clan land immortals to take action, no, 3. Jiang Taiyuan's eyes were filled with a frenzied killing intent. He had been thoroughly provoked. I don't believe that with this lineup, we can't kill him. 3 land immortals were taking action, and they were from reclusive ancient clans. The terror of this arrangement made everyone present gasp in shock. The slaughter became even more frenzied. After the meeting, Jiang Taiyuan returned to his office, and the secretary reported, Director, the Hunter Association's Gao Sanfeng wants to see you. Gao Sanfeng's status truly did not qualify him to meet Jiang Taiyuan. Jiang Taiyuan thought of how he had narrowly escaped a disaster thanks to Gao Sanfeng's warning, and nodded, give him 5 minutes and let him in. The secretary left to carry out the order. A while later, Gao Sanfeng was brought into the office. Little Gao, what brings you here? Sit down and talk. Given Jiang Taiyuan's age and experience, calling him Little Gao was not inappropriate. Gao Sanfeng sat upright on the sofa, knowing time was limited. He spoke directly, Director, I want to say that Ning Bufan should be won over with kindness, not continued hostility. I know you are very angry right now, even wanting to kill him, but... Gao Sanfeng's voice halted as Jiang Taiyuan raised his hand to interrupt him. I have already given him a chance. Jiang Taiyuan's voice was cold, suppressing his rage. Gao Sanfeng said, Director, although you have given him a chance, you cannot be too harsh with Ning Bufan, otherwise, he will speak with his sword. Bang! Jiang Taiyuan slammed the table, his old face filled with anger. Are you saying that my stance is not low enough? As the director, second only to one person, I endure the hatred of my granddaughter's murder and personally go to recruit him. Anyone else would be grateful, yet he draws his sword against me. Gao Sanfeng quickly stood up. Director, please calm down. That's not what I meant. You're right, anyone else would be grateful, but this person is Ning Bufan, he is different from others. What makes him different? Is his status so noble? He is just from a lowly family, a discarded pawn. Jiang Taiyuan thought of how someone of his high status could be made to feel so humiliated by a lowly junior. His heart nearly exploded. If it weren't for his good temperament, if he were still young and impulsive, he would have already gone into a rage and sought to kill Ning Bufan without regard for the consequences. Gao Sanfeng felt somewhat helpless. Director, what does it matter if his status is noble? Can it match his sword? With that one sentence, Jiang Taiyuan was instantly silenced. What noble status, what high position, all were meaningless in the face of absolute power. Gao Sanfeng continued, Ning Bufan is not a normal person, he is a violent type of autistic with schizophrenia, unable to tolerate any provocation or stimulation, so we cannot treat him with normal reasoning. Ding-dling! A hurried phone ring interrupted Gao Sanfeng's words. Jiang Taiyuan picked up the receiver. Report, Director, we just received news that 2 families on the outskirts of Kyoto have been exterminated, all 18 people brutally killed, young women were cruelly violated to death, according to the investigation, it was done by Ning Bufan.
Zhang Taiyuan roared, "Beast!"
Bang! The phone was slammed down on the table.
Zhang Taiyuan's old face turned red, unable to contain his fury. Ning Bufan, devoid of humanity, worse than a beast. Gao Sanfeng's heart sank, quickly asking, "What happened to Ning Bufan?"
The old man's sharp gaze shot towards Gao Sanfeng like a sword, making the latter's heart tremble. When Ning Bufan left, he exterminated 2 families, 18 people, and young women were violated to death by him.
Zhang Taiyuan gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. "With such a beast, you still want us to recruit him?"
Gao Sanfeng's head buzzed. No, this absolutely wasn't his doing, someone is impersonating him.
"Enough!"
Zhang Taiyuan shouted angrily, his old face darkening. "Time's up, you can leave now."
"Someone, see him out."
During the 3rd year of high school, Feng was forcibly sent out.
Sigh.
Standing outside, he looked up at the night sky and sighed helplessly.
History is so similar.
The mistakes made by the Hunters Guild were unexpectedly mirrored in the inner court as well. It was like a gambling dog, blinded by losses, who had already lost everything but still went to gamble, only to stop when it led to ruin. His status was lowly, unable to change the decisions of those powerful figures. Yet he did not want to watch history repeat itself, he had to do something. He needed to uncover the truth behind Ning Bufan's impersonation and prove Ning Bufan's innocence. Perhaps then the head of the academy would not be so angry. With this thought, he hurried away. In truth, he knew how few of those in power would care about the truth. But some things had to be done, as long as he had a clear conscience, that was enough.
The next day, dawn broke.
In a dense forest, within a hidden cave, Ning Bufan awoke from his coma like a puddle of mud. His clothes were tattered, soaked in blood, which had dried to a dark color after a night of exposure. In such a sorry state, it was evident how brutal his torment had been the night before.
Coo, coo, coo.
The excited calls of a bird rang out. It was Xiao Bai. Ning Bufan sat up, taking a deep breath of the still bloody air. I am still alive. Instinctively, he reached for his sword but instead touched a soft body.
He froze. Miss Xia.
Lying beside him was Xia Xinshin. Her blue and white patient gown was stained red with blood, all of it Ning Bufan's. Last night, Ning Bufan's power had gone berserk, causing blood to explode from his body. Xia Xinshin had recklessly used her healing skills to treat and restore him until she collapsed from exhaustion. Ning Bufan hurriedly checked for Xia Xinshin's breath. She was still alive, which relieved him. This time, Xia Xinshin had consumed a lot of energy. Under Ning Bufan's care, she took 3 days to slowly regain consciousness.
Bufan, I want to learn your sword technique, is that okay?
On a stone slab, Ning Bufan sat while Xia Xinshin cuddled against his arm, her head gently resting on his shoulder, a faint smile on her pale face. In this moment, she enjoyed the peaceful warmth.
Why? Ning Bufan asked, surprised. Because I don't want to be a burden to you.
I want to learn your sword to protect myself, Xia Xinshin replied sincerely.
Ning Bufan was silent for a moment. All right.
That night, the power suppressed in his dantian erupted without restraint, forming an uncontrollable surge of energy. With Xia Xinshin's help, who had nearly lost her life, most of the power was absorbed by Ning Bufan himself. However, a small portion was released, some of which surged into Xia Xinshin's body. Teaching her swordsmanship now would help her refine it. It would be a waste for it to dissipate daily.
Half a month later.
Xinshin, aim for that tree in front and slash with your sword.
Whoosh!
Xia Xinshin's fair, slender fingers gripped the hilt and suddenly drew her sword, a beam of light slicing through the air, rushing forward.
Bang!
A tree trunk the size of a bowl exploded, split in half, and with a crashing sound, it fell. Xia Xinshin was astonished, but more so, she was excited. In just half a month, she had become a swordswoman. Ning Bufan was also surprised. He hadn't expected Xia Xinshin to be a natural talent in swordsmanship. Although she had refined the power left by her master, her own talent was undeniable.
Bufan, does this count as mastering it? Xia Xinshin asked excitedly. Ning Bufan nodded, then suddenly said, we should leave the mountain.
The people he needed to kill were not yet finished, and he had nearly recovered. It was time to go out. With this statement, the slaughter began anew. Xia Xinshin shook her head. I'll wait for you here.
Ning Bufan frowned. Aren't you coming out?
Xia Xinshin smiled slightly, and that smile was so captivating that everything around lost its color, but unfortunately, Ning Bufan could not see it.
I know you are going to do something big. I don't want to hold you back. Come find me after you're done, okay?
The woman spoke softly, filled with endless hope. Ning Bufan nodded. All right, I'll leave my sword with you.
No way. Xia Xinshin immediately objected. The sword is your life. How can you leave it with me? Without a sword, how will you protect yourself? I have another sword. Ning Bufan walked back into the cave.
At that moment, the cave was completely different from half a month ago. It had been tidied up by Xia Xinxin, resembling a cozy little nest. Leaves formed a door, and there were wildflowers outside. Ning Bufan went in and took out a wooden sword. After seeing it, Xia Xinxin was both amused and exasperated, rolling her eyes and scolding, "Is that even a sword? It's more like a toy for a child." The sword Ning Bufan held was one he had made over the past few days. The sheath was crafted from 2 bamboo pieces tied together with vines. Ning Bufan didn't explain, he suddenly drew the sword and slashed. Boom! A terrifying flash of light accompanied by a thunderous sound struck a nearby boulder. The boulder was cleaved in two. The next second, a loud crash echoed as the boulder was sliced apart, turning into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Xia Xinxin stared in shock. It turned out that when the sword was mastered to its peak, anything held in hand could become a sword. She was certain she couldn't do that now. After a while, Xia Xinxin helped Ning Bufan make a strap for the sword. "You should strap the sword to your back, it'll be much easier to draw it that way." Xia Xinxin personally helped Ning Bufan secure the sword, advising him on various matters as if she were a wife sending her husband off. "This bamboo stick is suitable for you to use as a cane, and I made this straw hat for you. Wearing it will shield you from the sun and rain." Ning Bufan took the cane and put on the hat, saying, "Wait for me to come back." The next moment, a person and a bird soared into the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon. Their destination was Feng City. He still didn't know that during the half-month he had vanished, his reputation had become even more notorious, now infamous. Besides being known as the god of killing, he had also gained titles like pervert and lustful thief. He was often associated with seizing wives and daughters, creating massacres. Early the next morning, Ning Bufan and Xiaobai flew over Feng City. However, Feng City had already turned into a wasteland. Below, the shadows of strange beasts roamed, accompanied by their eerie roars. The streets no longer sensed the presence of humans. Has Feng City fallen? Ning Bufan landed on a desolate, silent street. Xiaobai shrank down and perched on his shoulder, looking around in confusion. This street had once been bustling, but now it lay in ruins, with dried bloodstains scattered on the ground. Damn it, these beasts! A once prosperous city has been ruined like this, it's lost all its liveliness. Suddenly, voices could be heard. 2 young men appeared in Ning Bufan's perception. "Stop complaining and patrol properly. If you want liveliness, go to Ning's manor." Today, Divine Envoy Ning Zhaodi is holding a grand ceremony for the completion of Ning's manor, inviting many guests. There will definitely be a crowd there. And just us 2 little soldiers, do we have the qualifications to attend Divine Envoy Ning's banquet? Well, that's settled then, just obediently patrol. Hey, there's someone over there. The 2 men noticed Ning Bufan's presence, their astonished gazes turning toward him. They saw a person wearing a straw hat, blindfolded with black cloth, dressed in a tattered black coat, with an empty sleeve on his left arm. The patches were all sewn on by Xia Xinxin. The strangest thing was that he had a wooden sword strapped to his back and a bamboo cane in his hand. Hiss, where did such a strange person come from? The shorter man was quite curious. A beast hunter? No, a beast hunter's hat isn't this cheap. The taller man's eyelids twitched. Why do I feel like he resembles someone from legend? Ning Bufan? The shorter man widened his eyes and retorted, "Have you ever heard of Ning Bufan carrying a toy sword and using a bamboo stick as a cane?" "Not really." The tall man came to his senses and immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Take this person down and hand him over to that beast king who likes to eat people. We won't miss out on the benefits. Go!" The short man couldn't wait to charge at Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan suddenly swept his cane, and a flash of sword light passed by. The short man felt his body fly out with the momentum of the charge, but his legs were left behind. With a loud bang, the short man's body crashed heavily to the ground, his legs severed at the roots, blood gushing from his lower half. Ah! A piercing scream instantly shattered the air. The tall man was dumbfounded, standing there trembling. Who are you? Dare to kill someone from the Hall of Strange Gods, you will die without a burial place. Puff! The cane pierced directly through the head of the screaming short man on the ground. Finally, it was quiet. With a thud, the tall man, frightened, collapsed to the ground, his trembling voice pleading for mercy, "Big brother, spare my life." What happened to the Ning family manor? Ning Bufan's cold voice came out. It's the Ning family manor rebuilt by Ning Zhaodi. The tall man blurted out everything he knew. Now he was certain that this person was definitely Ning Bufan. Ning Zhaodi? Ning family manor? Ning Bufan turned his head, his blindfolded eyes facing the direction of the Ning family manor. The Ning family manor he had destroyed was rebuilt by Ning Zhaodi, so he would destroy it once more. "Big brother, I've said everything, can I go?" "Go now?" The tall man trembled as he tried to stand up and flee. Swish! A flash of swordlight passed by his neck, and his head flew into the air, blood gushing. The people of the Hall of Strange Gods, the natural enemies of the world, deserved to die.
At this moment, the newly built Ning family manor was extraordinarily lively and festive.
At this moment, Ning Zhaodi reached the pinnacle of her life. She became the center of attention, the queen of Feng City. Important figures from the Hall of Strange Gods, as well as various local powers that had allied with the Hall of Strange Gods, came to show their support.
Among them was Yang Liuyan's family.
Because of her contributions to the reconstruction of the Ning family manor, Yang Luoyan had evidently become Ning Zhaodi's favored person and was now the spokesperson for Ning Zhaodi among the major powers in Feng City. All local forces that allied with the Hall of Strange Gods looked to Yang Luoyan for guidance.
Mr.
Yang, this is just a small token from Zhou, and I hope you can recommend me to Lord Ning later. I would be very grateful. In the banquet hall filled with heads, the short, stout, and lewd middle-aged man respectfully slipped a check to Yang Luoyan, who was dressed in a sexy and luxurious gown.
Holding a tall wine glass, Yang Luoyan disdainfully flicked her fiery red lips. Old Zhou, do you think I, Yang Luoyan, lack a million?
Of course not. This is just a small gesture. The man named Zhou hurriedly explained. I know you really like the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea painting at my home. I've already prepared it for you, and I will personally deliver it to your residence once the matter is settled. Yang Liuyan's eyes brightened slightly as she discreetly accepted the check, smiling as she clinked glasses with the man. Cheers, from now on we are on the same side, working together to serve Lord Ning and share in the wealth. Good, working together to share in the wealth, ha.
The man named Zhou was overjoyed. Just then, a cheer erupted.
Lord Ning has arrived, greetings to Lord Ning.
Yang Luoyan quickly put on a servile smile, leading the man named Zhou to welcome her.
Ning Zhaodi still wore her androgynous attire. With short hair and dressed in military uniform, she exuded a heroic aura, rivaling that of a man. After consecutively capturing the southern town pass in Feng City, she had now taken over the position of the former Black Robe, becoming the 10th-ranked envoy, the youngest envoy in the history of the Hall of Strange Gods, truly a moment of triumph in her life.
Ladies and gentlemen, quiet down, quiet down.
Ning Zhaodi raised her hand from the high platform to silence the crowd. In an instant, the hall fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, showcasing her formidable presence. Thank you all for coming to support the reconstruction ceremony of my Ning family today. I once said, as long as I am here, the Ning family will not perish. Today, I, Ning Zhaodi, say once more in this occasion, if anyone dares to destroy my Ning family in the future, I will destroy them. Before her words fell, a voice echoed from the sky above.
Oh really?
Then, a bird's cry resonated across the sky above the manor.
The subordinates of Ning Zhaodi outside all looked up.
A large white bird was flying over the manor.
In the next second, a burst of flames suddenly erupted from the bird's position in the sky. Boom!
A violent wave of fire swept down, blocking out the sun, as if the apocalypse had arrived.
No unnecessary words were spoken. Ning Bufan directly ordered Xiaobai to breathe fire.
Building a manor is not easy, but burning it down is far too easy.
Who dares to be reckless here, bold enough?
A furious shout echoed through the sky. Immediately, a terrifying beast's roar thundered like a storm. With a boom, a towering wave of water erupted from somewhere below, crashing violently against the descending flames. The collision of fire and water caused the water to evaporate and the flames to extinguish. Screech Xiaobai, seeing its attack neutralized and feeling embarrassed for its master, became extremely angry. With a sharp cry, its body suddenly swelled several times. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the entire manor was shrouded beneath a terrifying, gigantic figure.
Boom!
This time, the fire resembled a volcanic eruption in the sky, rolling flames descending with the momentum to annihilate everything. Xiaobai transformed its body to the size of 2 airplanes, casting a shadow over the entire manor. Then, its massive mouth opened wide, and scalding flames erupted forth. In the next second, an overwhelming inferno descended like the end of days, pouring down upon the manor. Roar, roar! On the ground, countless eerie beast roars echoed through the sky. In the next breath, at least 5 terrifying giant water columns shot up into the sky, crashing violently against the oncoming sea of fire. Whoosh! The terrifying flames howled past, swallowing the towering waves, unstoppable as they fell toward the manor. Boom! The fire crashed down upon the manor, and in an instant, waves of flames surged. The people inside screamed and rushed out, while those who couldn't escape would be engulfed in the sea of fire. Ning Zhaodi managed to rush out, watching as the newly built Ning family manor turned into a sea of flames again, so furious that she felt like her chest would explode, both of her fists clenched tightly. Bastard, bastard! She roared in anger, her red eyes glaring at the sky. Ning Bufan, if you have the ability, come down. She had just heard the familiar voice and knew it was Ning Bufan. Whoosh!
A figure suddenly leaped down from the giant bird in the sky. Following it was a terrifying sword light slashing toward the top of Ning Zhaodi's head. Ning Zhaodi was greatly alarmed and shouted, "Prepare to face the enemy." Whoosh! A sword light shot out from behind her, colliding with the sword light in the air. Bang! The sword light shattered upon impact. In the next second, a loud crash sounded as a figure landed not far from Ning Zhaodi. Dust suddenly rose high, filling the air. Those who had escaped from the manor screamed and retreated. In their horrified gaze, a figure slowly emerged from the dust, wearing a conical hat and leaning on a cane. Upon seeing the hat, someone shouted, "It's the Beast Hunter." "No, that's not right," someone immediately disagreed. As the person approached, the figure gradually became clearer. Their eyes were covered with black cloth, dressed in tattered black clothing, with the left sleeve empty, holding a bamboo stick. The object on their back was even more exaggerated, a wooden sword wrapped in 2 pieces of bamboo. What kind of appearance is this? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Ning Zhaodi and the lucky escapee Yan Luyan quickly recognized him, confirming it was Ning Bufan. The moment Yang Luyan saw Ning Bufan, her face turned pale with fear. The Ning family manor was rebuilt by herself. If Ning Bufan blamed her, it would mean death. But she was forced into this situation. "Calm down, I must stay calm, I can reason with him later. And who knows, maybe Ning Zhaodi can kill him, then there would be nothing to worry about. Following Ning Zhaodi, I could continue to be a prominent figure in Fengcheng." With this thought, her heart instantly calmed down. She even felt a bit of anticipation for Ning Bufan to be taken down by Ning Zhaodi. She really didn't want to lose the power she had just gained. "Ning Bufan, when did you change into such a pathetic outfit? Do you think you look cool?" Ning Zhaodi gritted her teeth and sneered, "To me, you are nothing but trash." Seeing one of her own block Ning Bufan with a sword, Ning Zhaodi felt emboldened. The one who had just attacked was a super strong swordsman from the Hall of Deception. Ning Bufan was formidable, but now he didn't even have a sword. Can a wooden sword kill someone? "Ning Shenxi, the Divine Lord has given orders to recruit this person." A voice reached Ning Zhaodi's ears. A short dwarf dragging a sword had appeared at her feet without her noticing. Ning Zhaodi looked down and slightly curled her lip. "The Divine Lord also said that if you can't recruit him, then kill him to eliminate future troubles. You can't possibly fail to kill someone holding a toy sword." The dwarf stroked his scraggly beard, dissatisfied, and said, "Are you insulting a half-step Supreme Sword Immortal?" "Oh, sorry." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhaodi felt steadied and immediately looked at the approaching Ning Bufan with a mocking smile. "Ning Bufan, my Divine Lord sees that your strength is barely acceptable, and since you helped us greatly by killing the Hunter of Deception, I have been ordered to give you a chance. Surrender to our Hall of Deception and be our dog, and you can live." The dwarf's mouth twitched. "Woman, is this what you call recruitment?" Ning Bufan lowered his cane, grasped the hilt of the sword on his back, and a terrifying sword intent surged into the sky. Such strong sword intent! The dwarf's expression changed, and he also gripped the hilt of his sword. In the next breath, both drew their swords almost simultaneously. Swish! Swish! 2 beams of sword light erupted at the same time, tearing apart the void in front of them. Bang! The sword light shattered, and Ning Bufan's sword light became transparent, yet it still carried a sharp momentum as it slashed forward. "Not good!" The dwarf exclaimed in shock. "Get back!" He kicked Ning Zhaodi away while using the force of the kick to propel himself backward. Hiss! The sword light whizzed past between the two, stirring up a cloud of dust. The ground looked as if it had been plowed by iron, a complete mess. Ning Zhaodi was kicked far away and crashed heavily to the ground, covered in dirt. Just as she tried to get up, a wave of intense pain shot through her body, and when she touched herself, she found blood everywhere. Although she had avoided that sword, she was still injured by the sword energy. Damn it! Ning Zhaodi was furious and embarrassed. She quickly got up and pointed a finger fiercely at Ning Bufan. In the void before Ning Bufan, a fiery blaze suddenly appeared, engulfing him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving only a massive fireball burning. Ha ha ha! Ning Zhaodi laughed. "Ning Bufan is nothing but this, in the end, he dies at my hands." "Mom and Dad, family of the Ning clan, did you see? I avenged you. Lord Shenxi is mighty." Seeing this, Yan Luyan couldn't miss the chance to flatter and immediately raised her arms in cheers. Others, realizing what was happening, followed suit, shouting as if they had been injected with adrenaline. "Lord Shenxi is amazing. Killing trash like Ning Bufan is like killing a chicken." However, the dwarf sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Be careful." Swish, swish. 2 beams of sword light sliced out from the fireball with incredible speed. The sword light was like snow, carrying the fierce flames released by Ning Zhaodi back at her. How is this possible? Ning Zhaodi's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. Slash! The dwarf shouted, blocking in front of Ning Zhaodi,
and a powerful beam of swordlight slashed out fiercely. A muffled sound echoed as the swordlight exploded. The flames followed suit, bursting into a rain of fire. However, the second beam of swordlight charged straight in, killing its way through. The dwarf also wanted to strike a second sword, but his speed was too slow. Before he could even complete half of the swing, the swordlight had already pierced through his body, and a loud boom erupted as flames engulfed him entirely. A piercing scream echoed throughout the venue, shattering the sky. The swordlight continued to slash towards Ning Zhaodi behind him. Why you? Ning Zhaodi cried out in terror, a fire shield appearing before her. Bang! The fire shield exploded, sending Ning Zhaodi flying high into the air. Put! Before she could land, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out, staining the sky red. It's over. Yang Luyan and the others were left with blank minds, their faces ashen. With a loud crash, Ning Zhaodi slammed heavily onto the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The sycophants around Yang Luyan were now completely silenced, their faces looking as if they were attending a funeral, followed by sheer terror. Ning Bufan had gone on a killing spree in Feng City. Who didn't know of his infamous reputation? No one felt it more deeply than Yang Luyan. With a thud, Yang Luyan was the first to kneel in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat soaked her entire body in an instant. Seeing this, everyone else fell to their knees in fright. Ning Bufan ignored them and walked step by step towards Ning Zhaodi, holding the wooden sword. Meanwhile, the dwarf was still screaming in agony, the flames on his body still burning. After all, he was a strong fighter, it wasn't so easy to burn him to death. Ning Zhaodi, you wretched woman, quickly put out your fire, it's burning me alive, The dwarf's cries were heart-wrenching, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Too noisy. Ning Bufan suddenly swung his sword, and a head engulfed in flames flew into the sky. The screams abruptly ceased, and a powerful figure from the temple of the strange god fell, bringing silence to the world. Everyone watched in shock. Now, no one dared to mock the wooden sword in Ning Bufan's hand, it was a deadly weapon. Soon, Ning Bufan stood before Ning Zhaodi. The cold aura made Ning Zhaodi feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Bufan, you can't kill me. I'm your fourth sister. Ning Zhaodi was now afraid. After all the effort to achieve her current status, with a bright future ahead in the temple of the strange god, she didn't want to die so early, it was too unworthy. Don't worry, I won't establish the Ning family anymore, you can burn it as you like. With how mom and dad treated you, they deserve to die, and I will never take revenge for them again. At this moment, Ning Zhaodi was utterly disheveled, having lost all her previous arrogance. She crawled up and knelt at Ning Bufan's feet, as humble as a dog. Ning Bufan's expression was emotionless as he slowly raised his sword. Ning Zhaodi's pupils dilated, her scalp tingling. Bufan, you can't kill me. Haven't you always wondered why I've hated you since childhood? If you spare me, I'll tell you this secret right away. Put. The sound of the wooden sword piercing her throat rang out, the bloodied tip emerging from the back. You. Ning Zhaodi's eyes widened like a dead fish. It doesn't matter anymore. Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent as he suddenly slashed with the wooden sword. Sizzle! Her head flew off, blood splattering along the path of its flight. Ning Zhaodi, one of the youngest envoys in the history of the Temple of the Strange God, had fallen. Now, everyone in the Ning family, except for Ning Bufan, could reunite underground. The scene fell into a dead silence, with only the sounds of fearful breaths rising and falling. Ning Bufan turned, his covered eyes looking at Yang Luyan and the others. Yang Luyan was terrified, crying, Ning, young master, please, don't kill me, I was forced by Ning Zhaodi. Swish! With another swing of the sword, yet another beautiful head flew away. He had no interest in hearing Yang Luyan's explanation. There was no need for an explanation after all the flattery. The others who had knelt down completely broke down psychologically. One by one, they scrambled to their feet, frantically screaming and fleeing for their lives. Xiaobai! Ning Bufan called out. Xiaobai had already shrunk its body and was circling in the air. Upon hearing the call, it immediately understood. A bird's cry echoed throughout the area, and in the next moment, a terrifying wave of fire descended, engulfing the fleeing people below. The piercing screams shattered the air, and all the survivors turned into fiery figures. Those who had allied with the temple of the deceptive god were already traitors to humanity, deserving of death. Thus, what was supposed to be a joyous day for the Ning family's reconstruction turned into a day of great mourning. After everything was over, Ning Bufan did not leave Feng City but headed towards the Lord's mansion. Grandma, it seems Ning Bufan has become much stronger. On the rooftop of a hotel, two people stood watching everything happening at the Ning family estate.
It was still the wrinkled old woman, but the person beside her had changed from the enchanting woman in red to a young man dressed in the same black attire as Ning Bufan. The speaker was the young man. Yes, he has indeed grown stronger. The old woman's wrinkled face was filled with concern. It's a pity that Honger died at his hands. Some people still do not take him seriously, which is truly heartbreaking. Grandma, you don't need to worry too much. The young man comforted her. In these days, I have committed many heinous acts in Ning Bufan's name. His reputation is already notorious. Even if such a person returns to the greater world, the old stubborn ones of the Ning Sword sect will not allow him to reclaim his heritage. Even if he were to return to the Ning Sword sect, who would want to elevate a beast of such character? The old woman sighed. Black Biao, that's true, but in this world, strength is always the truth. If one day Ning Bufan's sword becomes unmatched, who would dare to question his character? With that, the young man named Black Biao was left speechless. So, while he has not fully matured yet, killing him is the easiest solution. The old woman spoke with certainty but sighed helplessly. We cannot rely on our own people. We can only use our last card. Black Biao perked up, curious. Grandma, what card? The old woman smiled mysteriously and revealed a secret. Years ago, the current leader of the Ning Sword sect came to the secular world for training and ended up falling in love with Qin Yao from the Qin family, giving birth to a son, who is now Ning Bufan. At that time, to raise their biological son, they executed a switch, taking away Qin Yao's twin sister Qin Fu's illegitimate child with Ning Xiao. That illegitimate child is now the young master of the Ning Sword sect. Black Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. He swallowed hard. Grandma, how could there be such parents in the world, abandoning their own son while raising someone else's child as their own? Have they lost their minds? Is this true? The old woman shook her head and smiled. To be honest, I thought it was false when I first learned this secret, but seeing Ning Bufan's achievements in the sword path now, I believe it to be true. Black Biao was stunned for a while before he calmed down. I understand what Grandma means. As long as we reveal this news to that fake young master of the Ning Sword sect, he will surely do everything in his power to eliminate Ning Bufan. Haha. Yes, you will handle this personally. The old woman said seriously. I'll go right away. Black Biao was quick to act. Suddenly, he took out a black cloth strip to cover his eyes, then tucked his left hand into his sleeve, making it appear empty, as if he were an amputee. What are you doing? The old woman frowned and asked. Ha. Black Biao grinned sinisterly. On the way, I must create a bit more reputation for Ning Bufan. Haha. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a large white bird landed beside him. Then, the man and the bird soared into the sky and disappeared. At this moment, Ning Bufan had already arrived at the Lord's mansion, the very heart of Feng City. After the city was captured, this place became the office building for the temple of the deceptive god to issue orders. At this moment, the personnel left behind at the Lord's mansion were all minor figures, while the main characters had gone to the ceremony organized by Ning Zhaodi, perishing in Ning Bufan's sea of fire. Ning Bufan suddenly sensed the presence of a familiar person. He immediately transformed into a whirlwind and rushed inside. Who is it? Someone shouted. Swish! A flash of sword light passed, and a head rolled. A whirlwind had already disappeared at the staircase. Someone's been killed. Sound the alarm. A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the building. In the next moment, a deafening alarm rang out across the city. The powerful and strange beasts lurking in the city were awakened, emitting low growls. Soon, countless streams of these beasts surged toward the Lord's mansion. In an office, a voluptuous woman in her 30s, still exuding charm, was passionately entangled with a greasy middle-aged man on the sofa, completely lost in the moment. The office phone rang, and their mobile phones were tossed aside, ignored as they continued their fervent embrace. This woman was none other than Jiang Wanner, the former secretary of Wei Shangnan. Just as they were in the heat of passion, a loud crash sounded, and the door collapsed. A figure burst in. Ha! Who is it? Jiang Wanner screamed in fright, raising her head. When she saw a blind man with a severed arm standing at the door, exuding a terrifying chill, her pupils dilated, and her soul nearly left her body. Jiang Wanner had aligned herself with the Temple of Strange Gods alongside Wei Shangnan. But their fates were different. Wei Shangnan was taken to the temple, while Jiang Wanner was left behind without support, forced to rely on her lingering beauty to become a plaything for men. Compared to her previous treatment, it was like heaven and earth apart. Before, she only had to serve one man, Wei Shangnan, and could gain immense power and benefits. Now, serving different men, she could barely scrape by, trying to avoid becoming fodder for the strange beasts. But with Ning Bufan's arrival, her days of scraping by were over. Jiang Wanner let out a piercing scream, fear giving her a sudden burst of strength, pushing the man off her and onto the floor. The man was furious, cursing loudly, damn it. Puff! A bamboo stick suddenly pierced through his forehead, and his voice was cut off. The man, filled with fear and confusion, stared with wide, dead fish-like eyes, and then he breathed his last. No, Jiang Wan'er's screams became even more horrifying. Someone, please, help me. However, no one responded. Where is Wei Shangnan? Ning Bufan's cold voice held no emotion. Wei Shangnan, a man destined to die, would be torn to pieces no matter where he was. Don't kill me, he went to the temple of strange gods and abandoned me here, woo-woo. Jiang Wan'er cried out in terror. What he did has nothing to do with me. I'm just a woman, I don't know anything. Is that so? Ning Bufan's lips curled into a cold smile. If I remember correctly, you were the most eager to accuse me of watching you bathe back then. No, I was forced by Wei Shangnan. Puff. The bamboo stick suddenly pierced through the woman's chest. Ugh. Jiang Wan'er looked in horror at the bamboo stick that had gone through her chest. Her once delicate face twisted in despair. Wow. Ning Bufan pulled out the bamboo stick, blood gushing from the gaping wound. Then, the cold figure turned and left. The beautiful secretary by Wei Shangnan's side, known as the top secretary of the Southwest Beast Hunters, was finished. Boom boom boom. Outside the building, dust billowed. The sound of footsteps thundered like rolling thunder across the land. Countless streams of strange beasts converged toward the office building. Ning Bufan leaned on the bamboo stick and stepped outside, where fierce strange beasts appeared not far away. Xiao Bai, he called softly. Yip, a bird call sounded, and Xiao Bai landed at Ning Bufan's feet. Ning Bufan leaped onto the bird's back and soared into the sky. Roar roar roar. The strange beast saw Xiao Bai, a fellow creature, actually submitting to the enemy human, a clear traitor. In the next moment, the roar of countless beasts erupted. Kill! Ning Bufan issued a single-word command. Xiao Bai let out a long cry, its body suddenly swelling. In the terrified gazes of countless strange beasts on the ground, a supermassive strange beast appeared in the sky. The air darkened, blocking out the sunlight above, and a terrifying beastly aura swept across the land. The strange beasts were stunned. This was at least a quasi-sky-level strange beast. When sky-level strange beasts do not appear, who would dare to challenge? Boom! Suddenly, a sea of fire erupted in the sky, crushing down with a destructive momentum. Below, both humans and strange beasts felt the sky above them had been swallowed by fire, signaling the arrival of the apocalypse. As the sea of fire descended, the scene of a hell on earth emerged in an instant. Ah-woo! Woo-woo! The wails and screams of the strange beasts tore through the sky, echoing across the land. Countless strange beasts turned into fireballs, struggling in pain and crashing about chaotically. The sea of fire devoured everything, reducing all buildings to ashes. Boom boom boom. Terrifying giant fireballs continuously fell from the sky, targeting the areas where the strange beasts were gathered. The hundreds of thousands of strange beasts occupying Maple City, who had been so frenzied in hunting humans, were now suffering just as much. The smell of roasted meat wafted throughout Maple City. The people of the strange god temple, witnessing the scene, had their pupils dilate and roared, "Quick, summon the sky-level strange beasts, annihilate them." Hearing the voice from above, a massive fireball shot towards them. With a loud bang, the flames engulfed that area. Roar! Suddenly, a roar resonated throughout the world, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the distance, a black dot flew towards Maple City at a frenzied speed. As it drew closer, it became clear that it was a giant beast blocking out the sun. The screaming strange beasts below and the surviving members of the strange god temple saw the strange beast flying in and cheered with excitement. Sky-level strange beast, our sky-level strange beast has finally arrived. Someone angrily raised their middle finger at the small white creature in Ning Bufan in the sky, shouting, "Beasts, go die." Sensing danger, the small white creature looked over. Upon seeing it, it was instantly stunned. Its size was already enormous, but the creature across from it was truly massive, at least twice its size, and had 3 heads. When the 3-headed strange beast flew over Maple City, an entire district was covered, obscuring the sky. Just its descent, without even attacking, would be a disaster. Goo goo goo. The small white creature let out a fearful cry, seemingly asking Ning Bufan whether they should flee. Sky-level strange beasts were akin to land immortals among humans, and their combat power surpassed that of humans. In other words, this was an existence even more formidable than human land immortals. Aware of the overwhelming power, the small white creature knew it could not win. Ning Bufan's expression remained calm. Shrink. The small white creature obeyed, letting out a long cry before rapidly shrinking in size. In the next moment, the small white creature in Ning Bufan stood before the 3 giant beasts, looking like 2 tiny flies. The 3-headed strange beast flew over Maple City, gazing at the tragic scene of the strange beasts below, and instantly erupted in fury, its fur standing on end. Roar roar. Thunderous roars echoed, like muffled thunder cracking in the sky. At that moment, the heavens and the earth trembled in response to the roars. The small white creature struggled to maintain its flight amidst the terrifying roars, nearly falling. It wanted to flee, but without Ning Bufan's command, it could only brace itself and charge forward. Ning Bufan grasped the hilt of the wooden sword on his back, and a terrifying sword aura surged outward like a tide. In the next second, the wooden sword was drawn. Draw sword, slash. Boom! A terrifying sword light, 100 feet long, crossed the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if the void above had been split open by this sword. The three-headed strange beast's pores exploded. All three heads lifted simultaneously, letting out earth-shattering roars. Their massive mouths suddenly opened wide. Boom boom boom. The three giant mouths spewed forth terrifying pillars of lightning. Countless bolts of electricity filled the sky, annihilating everything. In the next breath, the sword light collided with the lightning pillars. The terrifying impact did not produce the expected earth-shattering roar. It was as if the world had fallen silent, entering a state of dead calm. In the sky, only the clash of sword light and thunder light raged madly. It wasn't that there was no sound, but the sound was so loud it exceeded the range of hearing. After a while, the earth-shattering roar finally erupted, as if the entire world was boiling. Amidst the roar, the second sword light slashed down again. This sword strike exceeded 100 feet, truly spanning the vast sky, drowning the void. The three giant beasts roared in fury once more, unleashing three even more terrifying pillars of thunder. This time, the sword light struck fiercely against the thunder pillars, splitting them apart. In the next moment, beneath the terrified gazes of countless strange beasts and humans, the sword light struck hard against the massive strange beast. The sword light struck the strange beast, and a chilling wail echoed across the vast sky. The enormous body of the three giant birds was split in two, plummeting downwards. Blood poured down like a torrential rain. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shattering sounds resounded, shaking heaven and earth. The massive body of the giant bird crashed to the ground, turning an area of Maple City into dust. The strange beasts and the people of the strange god temple below were turned into meat paste in their terror. The heavenly level strange beast fell. Swish! Ning Bufan sheathed his sword, standing atop Little White, his expression cold. The world fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed throughout the city. All strange beasts, retreat from human territory before dawn tomorrow, or be killed. The voice was not loud, yet it spread to every corner. Each note carried a terrifying killing intent. If anyone else had said this, they would surely be deemed arrogant and insane. But at this moment, when Ning Bufan spoke, no one dared to call it arrogance. However, from the breach of the southern town pass to today, in just over half a month, more than 1 million strange beasts had entered human territory, occupying the entire southern wilderness and continuously infiltrating other regions, presenting an unstoppable momentum. Humanity was retreating step by step, showing signs of collapse. The emergence of Ning Bufan's voice undoubtedly pressed the pause button on the strange beasts' assault. The advancing strange beasts fell into chaos. At this moment, above the foggy ocean, there was an island shrouded in mist. Beneath the island, however, was a different scene, with magnificent palaces built. This was the headquarters of the strange god temple. In a somewhat gloomy conference room, 5 individuals dressed in black robes sat on either side of an oval conference table. In the central position sat a man in a golden robe. Each person's robe bore an ominous skull embroidered on the chest. These individuals were the top brass of the strange god temple, the Elder Council. Gentlemen, the Lord God has given up on recruiting Ning Bufan and has decided to kill him with all his might to eliminate future troubles, spoke the elder in the golden robe. He was the spokesperson for the Lord of the Strange Gods, the priest. So, gentlemen, who among you is willing to go? The Lord God has said that whoever kills Ning Bufan can enter the temple for a month of training. As soon as the reward was mentioned, the previously silent elders became excited, whispering among themselves. Being able to enter the temple for training could be considered as being a direct disciple of the Lord of the Strange Gods, elevating one's status and power significantly. However, thinking of how Ning Bufan could slay heavenly-level strange beasts, they quickly fell silent again. Lord Priest, Ning Bufan can slay heavenly-level strange beasts with just a wooden sword. Unless the Lord God comes out, no one can kill him. An old man with a face full of wrinkles broke the silence. The others nodded in agreement. Although the prospect of training in the temple was tempting, they couldn't go and deliver their heads. That would be foolish. The golden-robed elder shook his head helplessly. The Lord God is at a critical moment of breakthrough and cannot act now. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, all were filled with excitement, their eyes igniting with fervor. A breakthrough at that moment? Above the land immortals? Is there really such a step? Since the rise of martial arts, land immortals have been recognized as the pinnacle of martial arts, an insurmountable endpoint. If the Lord God could break through this endpoint, he would undoubtedly be a world-shattering existence in this realm, unrivaled under heaven. At the same time, it also provided a new goal for all martial artists in the world. Lord Divine Officer, has the Divine Master really done it? A voice trembled as it spoke. The old man in the golden robe smiled slightly and replied affirmatively, of course, the Divine Master will soon emerge from seclusion. However, Ning Bufan is about to unleash a massacre on the strange beasts tomorrow, disrupting our current favorable situation, and the Divine Master is utterly helpless. So, gentlemen, it is time for you to share the burden for the Divine Master. The old man in the golden robe looked at everyone with hopeful eyes. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a figure hurriedly approached the old man in the golden robe, whispering a few words in his ear. The old man's face filled with shock and disbelief upon hearing it. After confirming it was true multiple times, he looked at the others in the conference room with a strange expression. Gentlemen, I just received news that the inner court of the Dragon Kingdom has sent someone to secretly contact us to join forces to kill Ning Bufan. What? This stirred up a storm. Everyone present thought they had misheard. What kind of divine operation was this? The strange beasts led by the strange god temple were attacking the Dragon Kingdom fiercely, causing immense suffering to the people. Yet, the inner court, which was the core of the Dragon Kingdom, wanted to ally with them? This was definitely a conspiracy. Lord Divine Officer, we are mortal enemies with them, how could we possibly unite? This must be a trick. Someone shouted. Others also expressed their concerns and refused to unite. The old man in the golden robe observed everyone's reactions and spoke again in a calm tone. They are offering 3 terrestrial immortals, and they are terrestrial immortals from ancient hidden clans. We will also send 3 terrestrial immortals. Everyone gasped. Wouldn't it be a bit exaggerated to have 6 terrestrial immortals to kill one? I think we can take a gamble, someone suddenly said. Currently, the head of the inner court, Zhang Taiyuan, harbors a deep hatred for Ning Bufan. His granddaughter died at his hands, and a terrestrial immortal also perished at his hands. It would be hard to vent his anger without killing him. At least for now, Ning Bufan is our common enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter how opposed we are, killing Ning Bufan is our shared goal. Moreover, I believe they want us to unite because they fear we might launch a sneak attack and take advantage of the situation, so they want to drag us into this. With this, everyone quieted down and looked at the old man in the golden robe, waiting for his decision. The old man fell into deep thought, feeling somewhat conflicted and torn. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, let's take a gamble. We have no better options now. In addition to the 3 terrestrial immortals, we will also add 1 heavenly-level strange beast. Everyone gasped again. This lineup could be considered top-tier combat power. Agreed. Everyone unanimously supported it. With such a powerful lineup, not to mention Ning Bufan, even the Divine Master they revered would have to flee. The sky darkened as night fell. In Feng City, a hotel that was still relatively intact housed only Ning Bufan. Those who could escape had fled, and those who couldn't had mostly perished in the bellies of the strange beasts. Ning Bufan sat on the rooftop of the hotel, enjoying the cool night breeze and leisurely eating his rations. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, sensing someone had entered the hotel. A few minutes later, a figure flashed onto the rooftop. In the moonlight, a tall woman with a high ponytail dressed in green was visible. An old man of short stature followed her. Ning Bufan recognized their auras. He had encountered them in Qingzhou before. At that time, he was filled with murderous intent and had almost drawn his sword to strike them down. The newcomers were Mu Qinghan and her teacher. Mr. Ning, hello, we mean no harm. Please don't act rashly, Mu Qinghan said, fearing Ning Bufan would draw his sword as he did last time, so she hurriedly explained their intentions. This time, she wasn't wearing a mask to hide her extraordinary beauty. In fact, it didn't matter whether she wore one in front of Ning Bufan. Get lost. Ning Bufan spat out a single word, his hand suddenly gripping the hilt of the wooden sword on his back, and with a whoosh, the sword was drawn. Damn! The old man was taken aback. The short old man was so frightened that he exclaimed, what the hell? And rushed over to stand in front of Mu Qinghan, loudly saying, Ning Bufan, my student here is from the Dragon Guard Pavilion and holds you in high esteem. It is she who helped prove your innocence and announced it to the world. The old man was genuinely afraid of Ning Bufan and hurriedly blurted out everything Mu Qinghan had done for him. Ning Bufan's wooden sword was drawn halfway but was slowly pushed back. Mu Qinghan looked at Ning Bufan's sword, her face filled with astonishment. She had heard that Ning Bufan had killed a heavenly-level monster with a wooden sword, but she couldn't believe it until she saw it with her own eyes, which truly left her jaw dropped. If a wooden sword was so terrifying, How frightening would a real sword be? Ha!
The old man sighed heavily when he saw Ning Bufan sheathing his sword, his back drenched in sweat.
You need something from me?
Ning Bufan's voice was cold, seemingly indifferent to everything Mu Qinghan had done for him. And indeed, it was indifferent, it held no significance for him now. Mu Qinghan hurriedly said, half a month ago, I was stationed in Feng City.
Wait! Ning Bufan interrupted her. Half a month ago, when the monsters from the Weishan Forbidden Area attacked Feng City, didn't they already retreat?
He remembered that he had single-handedly driven back 150,000 monsters. It wasn't the Weishan Forbidden Area, it was Ning Zhaodi leading 200,000 elite monsters to invade. As Mu Qinghan spoke, her delicate teeth bit down, and a flash of anger crossed her pretty face. Originally, we could have held our ground, but that bastard Ho Ping was so scared for his life that he fled in the heat of battle, causing our defenses to collapse and Feng City to fall.
Bang!
Mu Qinghan punched the wall beside her, causing it to shatter and leaving a deep fist imprint. What kind of great son of the war god Ho and brilliant and martial young commander, it's all nonsense.
Mu Qinghan was so angry that she cursed without regard for her image as a beauty. Ning Bufan was uninterested in all this. Get to the point.
I want to ask you to rescue Tianhai, Mu Qinghan pleaded. After Feng City was breached, the monster army swept through, and now nearly 1 million monsters have surrounded Tianhai, making it impossible for water to flow through. Tianhai is our largest city, the economic center. It must not fall, or it would be equivalent to losing half of our territory.
Mu Qinghan's face was filled with anxiety and urgency.
Just as Ning Bufan was about to say something, suddenly, his ears twitched again, and he turned sharply toward the dark sky in the northeast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of howling winds echoed in the air.
A terrifying wave of sound rolled toward them, like monstrous waves rising in the sea. Coo, coo, coo. A small white bird flew out from somewhere and landed on Ning Bufan's shoulder, chirping incessantly as if trying to say something. Ning Bufan stood up, facing the northeast, his expression icy.
Mu Qinghan and the short old man also sensed something was wrong and quickly looked toward the night sky in the northeast. Closer, even closer. In the deep night sky, 3 people riding 3 flying monsters were rapidly approaching their direction. The distance still seemed a bit far, but the terrifying momentum was unabashedly released, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know they were powerful. Under the pressure of that terrifying aura, any living being in the city below trembled in fear, kneeling in worship.
Not good, it's land immortals.
The short old man turned pale with fright, his face as white as paper.
3 land immortals, we need to leave.
He didn't wait for Mu Qinghan to respond and grabbed her wrist.
Teacher, we might not be able to leave, there are people coming from behind as well.
Mu Qinghan looked back toward the southwest. The old man's eyelids twitched wildly. In the southwest direction, 3 more people were also riding flying monsters, their aura equally recklessly released. At that moment, 6 land immortals appeared over his city. The old man and Mu Qinghan were both left dumbfounded.
When did there become so many land immortals?
Heh,
this is interesting. Ning Bufan let out a mocking cold laugh. Mu Qinghan and the old man looked at Ning Bufan, wondering how he could still be smiling. Had he gone mad? Mr.
Ning, it might be coming for you, Mu Qinghan said, her expression serious. I know you're strong, but there are 6 land immortals, and their mounts are definitely not ordinary monsters. If they launch a siege against you, the consequences are either I die or they die, that's all, Ning Bufan replied, already numb to life and death. You all should leave, but of course, if you're not afraid of dying, you can stay here. Mu Qinghan stood on the rooftop, looking at the ravaged city, and suddenly smiled. Die? Actually, the moment Feng City fell, I was already dead. When I was the main commander of Feng City, I once said that when a city falls and people die, now that the city has fallen and I'm still alive, it's already a struggle for survival. I won't leave today. Consider it fulfilling the promise I made to this city. The word tragic was written all over Mu Qinghan's delicate face. The short old man looked helpless. He knew his student's temperament, full of passion, seeking the Dragon Lord's personal order to come to Feng City to accomplish great things, only to end up bloodied and beaten, her life crashing to the bottom. Although the failure was due to Ho Ping's last-minute escape, she was ultimately the main commander and had to bear the primary responsibility. Moreover, Ho Ping had the support of the war god of Zhengzhou behind her, who was very good at talking and shifting blame, leaving all the responsibility on Mu Qinghan, turning her from a highly regarded prodigy into an ordinary soldier. The blow from this huge disparity was too great for her. This time, she insisted on sneaking into Feng City to find Ning Bufan, hoping to take a gamble and ask him to resolve the crisis in Tianhai, achieving a great feat to change her situation. But who would have thought that Ning Bufan would actually attract 6 land immortals? It was simply boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sound of a giant bird flapping its wings echoed like thunder. The air surged wildly, forming terrifying gusts of chaotic wind. In less than a quarter of an hour, the landing mortals from both sides stopped in mid-air above the building where Ning Bufan was located. Both sides faced each other across the space, with Ning Bufan as the dividing line. At such a close distance, the short old man quickly discerned the identities of both parties. The three landing mortals from the northeast, if I'm not mistaken, should be from a hidden ancient clan, invited here by the inner courtyard head, Zhang Taiyuan. The old man then looked towards the southwest. These three landing mortals should be from the Temple of the Strange Gods. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinghan's tense mood immediately relaxed, and a hint of excitement flashed across her face.
Teacher, does that mean they're not on the same side?
The short old man nodded, also relieved.
The Temple of the Strange Gods and we are mortal enemies, so they can't be on the same side. It seems they are not coming for you.
The old man looked at Ning Bufan and said in a relaxed tone, it should be a duel between both sides, and you just happen to be here. They are coming for me. Ning Bufan's words stunned both the old man and Mu Qinghan. Soon, they both sensed something was off.
After a moment of mutual staring, both sides suddenly directed their fierce gazes down at Ning Bufan.
At the same time, they released powerful auras that enveloped the entire rooftop. The overwhelming pressure surged downwards.
Put!
Mu Qinghan couldn't withstand such terrifying pressure. After all, they were land immortals. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood.
Girl!
The old man was alarmed and rushed over to quickly shove a pill into Mu Qinghan's mouth.
Ning Bufan shouted, Xiaobai, transform!
Yeet Xiaobai let out a long cry and transformed into a large white bird. In the next second, Ning Bufan stood on Xiaobai's back, and together they soared into the sky.
Should we take action?
Asked one of the three landing mortals from the northeast, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman suddenly inquired. Let the Temple of the Strange Gods act first. We can't let them reap the benefits. On the opposite side of the mysterious god temple camp, 3 men dressed in black robes stood, 1 tall and 2 short.
Should we take action?
The shorter man on the left asked.
No, let them strike first.
We can't let them gain the upper hand, the tall man replied with certainty.
That makes sense. However, a terrifying sword intent suddenly erupted. Ning Bufan drew his sword.
2 beams of swordlight, each 100 feet long, sliced through the sky, aiming at both sides almost simultaneously, interrupting their bickering. Both sides changed their expressions and shouted in anger, damn! Although the mysterious god temple and the hidden ancient clan claimed to be allied in secret, they were actually calculating their own interests.
How could 2 hostile parties genuinely cooperate?
They were all wary of the other seizing the opportunity or even resorting to underhanded tactics. As a result, Ning Bufan charged in, attacking both sides at once, leaving them no chance to argue.
This forced both sides to unite.
Kill! Kill! The landing mortals from both sides roared in unison, unleashing powerful attacks to counter the incoming swordlight.
Boom boom! The deafening explosions echoed across the sky, shaking the city of Maple below. Is this guy stupid or just crazy?
The short old man on the rooftop watched Ning Bufan's actions, feeling somewhat speechless.
Anyone with a bit of intelligence wouldn't act like Ning Bufan.
He could have taken advantage of the conflict between the 2 sides, using their strength against them. Instead, he forced them to join forces. Now that's a man, however. Mu Qinghan looked up at Ning Bufan's domineering strike, praising him with stars in her eyes. In this world, who can rival him? The short old man's face darkened, and he sighed inwardly. It's over, this student is doomed. In the sky, the landing mortals from both sides finally joined forces, managing to block Ning Bufan's terrifying swordlight, but they were still pushed back dozens of feet. At that moment, the expressions of the landing mortals turned serious. They looked at the wooden sword in Ning Bufan's hand, their worldview nearly collapsing. 6 landing mortals were actually forced back dozens of feet by a young man wielding a wooden sword. It would be humiliating to speak of it. This person must not be allowed to live, otherwise, he would become a nightmare for them. Join forces, kill him. At that moment, both sides put aside their calculations. In this world, there cannot be such an extraordinary person, he must die. Kill. Boom. The 6 landing mortals truly united this time, attacking Ning Bufan from both sides with various terrifying assaults. In the next moment, the sky was filled with swordlight and the brilliance of various attacks, completely engulfing the figures in a storm of energy. This battle was truly one of darkness and chaos, with the sun and moon losing their light.
The tall buildings below crumbled under the aftermath of the destruction.
The short old man, along with Mu Qinghan, fled desperately, moving from one place to another, frantically dodging the falling waves of attacks from above, as if dancing with death, barely escaping with their lives. In the air, strange beasts chased after them, emitting piercing cries.
The flashes of blades and swords intertwined, stirring the void into chaos.
On the ground, wherever the battle passed, skyscrapers collapsed layer by layer.
This battle was earth-shattering and soul-stirring. For Maple City, it was a disaster. Fortunately, there were no humans living below. Teacher, how is the battle going?
Mu Qinghan, being carried by the short old man as they fled, finally reached a safe place and took a moment to catch her breath. Huff huff. The old man, despite being a master, was now panting like an old cow, looking quite disheveled. I
don't know.
He had been too focused on escaping to pay attention to the battle. Only now did he look up, and he saw a large white bird with a fiery tail screaming as it plummeted downwards.
Wasn't that Ning Bufan's mount? Mu Qinghan's face changed dramatically as she shouted, rushing towards the direction where Ning Bufan had fallen. Hey, come back!
The old man was startled, nearly brought to tears. They had just escaped the area of battle.
Ha, his mount is done for.
In the air, an old man in white laughed maniacally. This kid is definitely dead at the hands of my Yi clan. No one can snatch him from me. Before his words fell, he had already commanded his mount to dive and pursue. The other two land immortals naturally gave face to the Yi clan, as they had the greatest enmity with Ning Bufan. Their Yi family in the secular world had been wiped out. However, the people from the Temple of the Strange Gods would not show any mercy and followed closely behind. In midair, Ning Bufan stood on Xiaobai, with flames burning the fur of Xiaobai's tail, causing it to emit mournful cries. While fighting against the 6 land immortals, 6 strange beasts, one of which was a heavenly level strange beast, also attacked Xiaobai. The heavenly level fire-type strange beast unleashed a torrent of flames that broke through Xiaobai's defenses, hitting it directly. The speed of the fall was rapid, and the buildings below rushed towards him at an alarming rate.
Ning Bufan gripped his wooden sword, his expression calm.
The violent winds generated by the descent tore at his clothes and long hair, as if trying to blow him away. But he stood firm on Xiaobai, unperturbed by the flames that were about to engulf him. Just as he was about to collide with a large building, he moved. Whoosh! He soared into the air like a falcon, simultaneously slashing down towards the ground, using the rebound force to leap in another direction. The next second, with a thunderous roar, Xiaobai's massive body crashed into a building, piercing through it, and continued to crash into the structures below.
Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering sounds echoed as buildings collapsed, dust rising to obscure the sky. Ning Bufan's falling figure was instantly swallowed by the dust cloud. The Yi clan's land immortal stopped at the edge of the rising dust, his eyes fixed below, trying to see through the haze to lock onto his target. With his strength, the dust could not obscure his vision much. Soon, he spotted Ning Bufan standing on a dilapidated street, gripping the hilt of his sword, his face as cold as water. Suddenly, he drew his sword. The moment he drew it, a terrifying sword intent and light erupted simultaneously. As the sword light shot out, the wooden sword cracked with a kacho sound, forming countless tiny fissures. The terrifying sword light surged into the sky, as if it would pierce through the heavens, slashing down fiercely. The 300 zhang sword light was not Ning Bufan's limit, but it was the limit of the wooden sword in his hand. Once the sword light emerged, everything in the sky was engulfed by that terrifying light. The first to bear the brunt was the Yi clan's land immortal at the forefront. Fellow Daoist, help me. The 3 land immortals from the Temple of the Strange Gods were closest to him, but how could these 3 dare to risk their lives to help him? Seeing the terrifying sword light approaching, their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly urged their mounts to retreat, quickly fleeing 100 zhang away. The Yi clan's land immortal was in despair, his companions had no time to rescue him. A roar, at the moment of facing death, he let out a great roar, unleashing his strongest power, his inner energy radiating outward, a terrifying light shooting into the sky. However, the next second, the sword light that spanned the sky came crashing down, obliterating everything. No, amidst the hysterical screams, the sword light sliced through his and his mount's bodies, splitting them in two. The massive body of the flying strange beast was torn apart, raining down blood as it fell. 1 land immortal had perished. The remaining land immortals were forced back 100 zhang by the impact of this sword attack. Watching the fallen land immortal, the remaining few felt a sense of sorrow, their faces showing fear. Should they continue fighting, or cease hostilities? Ceasing the battle is unrealistic. With Ning Bufan's ruthless methods of vengeance, even if they stop now, one day he will come to kill them. There's no choice but to continue fighting. A land deity of the Dragon Clan looked at the 3 from the Hall of Deception, using secret techniques to transmit his voice coldly. Friends, if we cannot cooperate sincerely, what awaits us is annihilation. Once this person retaliates, none of us will fare well. He was angry inside. If those 3 had been able to join forces and risk their lives to withstand Ning Bufan's sword strike earlier, the land deity of the Yi clan might not have died. But they ran away. The 3 from the Hall of Deception fell silent for a moment, and the tall one nodded. Alright, then let's go together. Kill. A roar echoed. In the sky, 5 terrifying figures charged towards Ning Bufan once more.
On the shattered streets below, Ning Bufan looked at the cracked wooden sword, frowning. Next time, he needed to forge a sturdier wooden sword. He didn't have time to think further. 5 terrifying attacks were already crashing down from above. A fiery red giant bird spewed a massive fireball downwards, a suffocating wave of scorching heat sweeping down, and before the fireball even reached, the steel buildings below were already twisting and melting. Ning Bufan's long hair billowed as he sheathed his sword, then drew it again. Slash! 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 3 consecutive slashes, 3 beams of 300 zheng sword light engulfed the sky. At the moment of the final slash, the wooden sword shattered into ashes. Defend! The 5 land deities shouted in unison. At this moment, no one dared to have any ulterior motives, otherwise, it would mean death. They had to resist with all their might.
It was terrifying. Boom! 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 Boom!
The 5 land deities struck together, a level of terror unimaginable.
The earth-shattering roar could be heard by everyone within 100 kilometers, as if an earthquake had occurred. The strange beasts beneath them were also not idle, frantically unleashing various attacks. In an instant, a massive fireball engulfed Ning Bufan's figure.
In the sky, the terrifying attacks from both sides collided, various lights bursting into brilliant fireworks, overwhelming the scene.
The entire Maple City trembled.
Under the violent shockwave of the collision, the void boiled. The 5 managed to withstand 2 beams of sword light, but when the 3rd beam fell, all defenses and attacks instantly collapsed.
Boom!
A loud explosion, and the 5 figures were collectively blasted away, including the flying strange beasts beneath them. The piercing screams echoed through the sky. The 5 and their beasts flew in different directions, plummeting downwards. One of the weakest land deities was directly sliced into a mist of blood by the sword energy mid-air.
The 2nd land deity fell.
All the flying strange beasts, except for one heavenly level beast, turned into a rain of flesh and blood. At that moment, a violent storm of blood and gore rained down over Maple City. The ground, a vast area, was soon stained red with blood.
Maple City had transformed into a blood city. From then on, Maple City gained another name, Blood City.
Below, the flames on Ning Bufan had vanished. The raging fire could not approach him at all.
My God, this is too exaggerated.
Mu Qinghan and his teacher stopped, urgently dodging the blood rain from the sky. But most of the buildings below had already turned to ruins, leaving no place to hide. The 2 simply stood in the blood rain, staring blankly at the scene above, completely stunned. At the same moment, on a rooftop far away, a wrinkled old woman watched the entire battle unfold. She was also shaken. This child, even I, an old woman, cannot see through him. She murmured to herself, her old face wrinkling even more deeply. She suddenly felt an absurd sensation.
Even if she personally intervened, she might not be able to kill Ning Bufan. It was simply unfathomable. No, it's impossible.
The old woman shook her head violently, dismissing this absurd thought.
At that moment, she sensed many presences approaching Maple City.
But these auras seemed a bit afraid. After stopping at the outskirts of Maple City, they didn't dare to enter. Indeed, many people had gathered at the outskirts of Maple City. The commotion inside the city was so great that the surrounding dozen or so cities could clearly feel the terrifying tremors and hear the earth-shattering roars. Driven by curiosity, many powerful individuals wanted to come and see what had happened in Maple City. Besides these curious onlookers who were unaware of the situation, there were naturally those who knew what was going on. The powerful from the inner courtyard and the Phantom Temple were aware that 6 land immortals were besieging Ning Bufan alone. They were waiting for the outcome of this battle to report back. Now that the fight seemed to have ended, some people mustered their courage and cautiously sneaked into the city. Upon entering Maple City, they saw countless buildings reduced to ruins, blood-soaked streets, and the ground, leaving them all terrified and unwilling to venture further. Inside the city, at that moment, Ning Bufan approached a fiery red phantom beast. As expected of a heavenly-level phantom beast, it was still alive, merely lying on the ground convulsing, its skin torn and flesh mangled.
Ning Bufan suddenly struck, reaching barehanded into the beast's chest.
Gah! The phantom beast let out a piercing, painful scream that shattered the silence of the night once more.
Moments later, a fiery red beast core was forcibly extracted by Ning Bufan.
It was the beast core of this heavenly-level phantom beast. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins, Xiaobai's massive body was completely submerged, with only its head barely above ground, gasping for air and struggling for life. It felt as if it were on the brink of death. Before dying, it wanted to see its master one last time, at least to have its body collected, so it wouldn't be destroyed, especially not to have its beast core dug out. Any phantom beast valued its beast core immensely, even in death, it didn't want it to be taken away. It was like a man's lifeline, even in death, it must remain intact.
but Ning Bufan had yet to appear. Had something happened to its master? As time passed, it could no longer hold on, its consciousness gradually fading, and it slowly closed its heavy eyelids. Suddenly, Xiaobai felt its mouth being pried open forcefully, and something fleshy and warm was shoved into its mouth. The taste was exquisite. It instinctively swallowed it. Boom! Xiaobai felt a terrifying, powerful force erupting within it like a volcano. In an instant, the dead silence came back to life, surging wildly. In front of the ruins, Ning Bufan silently stood beside Xiaobai, guarding it. After Xiaobai swallowed the beast core, he could personally feel the change in its powerful aura. As long as it was effective. Xiaobai's body, its feathers changing wildly. Fiery red feathers burst forth from its body, blooming like red flowers. A terrifying aura emanated, burying the ruins around it, which continuously turned to dust and collapsed. Damn it, I'm still alive. In another direction, from a bottomless pit, a man covered in scars crawled out, his black robe already tattered, almost reduced to rags. One of the land immortals from the Phantom Temple. Exhausted, he finally crawled out, lying on his back on the ground, looking up at the night sky, grinning and letting out a hoarse laugh. Alive, it's so good to be alive. Boom boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, the ground trembled as if a train was passing underground. The man froze. An earthquake? I didn't die at Ning Bufan's hands, I can't die in an earthquake. With the potential for survival bursting forth, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Just as he got up, the sky suddenly changed color, and the air surged like boiling water. He looked up in alarm and was stunned. Heavenly level phantom beast? A massive, terrifying phantom beast, red and white, circled high in the sky. Above the heavens, all color vanished in an instant, with only that terrifying, enormous bird blocking the entire world above. Suddenly, the bird seemed to sense something and abruptly looked down. The man was startled and instinctively jumped back into the deep pit he had just crawled out of. He prayed in his heart, "You can't see me." Boom! A massive fireball crashed down, and in the next second, the exit of the pit was engulfed in flames. Terrifying waves of fire rushed into the pit. There was nowhere to escape. Damn! Ah! The pit echoed with piercing screams. The fire surged in like ocean waves, and in the cramped space of the pit, there was no way to run, only the despair of becoming a burnt chicken in a dirt pit. In truth, a land deity wouldn't die so easily, he could have escaped. But the problem was that this land deity was now left with barely half a breath, having exhausted himself just to crawl out. He was utterly weak. So at this moment, the dignified land deity could only be burned alive. The third land deity fell. By now, more than half of the 6 land deities had been lost. Xiaobai didn't expect that it would actually benefit from this disaster. After swallowing a beast core from a heavenly level strange beast, it directly transformed and leveled up, not only fully revived but also upgraded from a quasi-heavenly level to a true heavenly level strange beast. It would need to eat more heavenly level beast cores in the future. However, its feathers had become somewhat strange. The white feathers were mixed with red, resembling a bird with a red and white pattern. Caw! Caw! Xiaobai excitedly circled in the air, screeching. Xiaobai, enough, find those few mice, Ning Bufan ordered coldly. Since they came to kill him, he could also kill them, it was only fair. Xiaobai snapped back to reality from its excitement and hurriedly began to work. With its now doubled size and terrifying aerial observation skills, it easily found the mice. After a while, it conveyed information to Ning Bufan. Goo goo goo. Others couldn't understand what Xiaobai was gooing, but Ning Bufan, having spent so much time with Xiaobai, had already learned the way of communication between bird and human. It meant there were still 3 old mice left. Additionally, Xiaobai sensed a hidden aura on a distant rooftop, a presence that made it feel danger. Ning Bufan frowned. The aura that even Xiaobai could sense as dangerous was definitely not simple. In fact, he had also sensed the subtle aura before, but the other party was too skilled at hiding it and deliberately maintained a certain distance, making it always elusive. It seemed that someone was indeed watching him from the shadows. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, a nauseating sensation of being spied upon. Shrink! Ning Bufan commanded again. With such a large body, a person couldn't even sit on it. Goo! Xiaobai called out, and its size immediately shrank to just right for one person to ride. With this contraction, the sky above Feng City seemed to clear, revealing the heavens. The suffocating feeling that lingered in some corners finally disappeared, such as for Mu Qinghan and her teacher. Teacher, is this the pressure of a heavenly level strange beast? It's so shocking. Mu Qinghan looked up at the vast sky above, her expression filled with awe. As the daughter of the vice master of the Dragon Guard Pavilion and a young prodigy, she had naturally heard of heavenly level strange beasts, but facing the pressure of a strange beast at such close range was a first for her. Let's get up first,
the short old man pulled her up. With a rustling sound, both of them rose from the rubble, dust falling off them. They had almost been buried, narrowly escaping with their lives. Ha! The old man let out a heavy sigh of relief. Looking at the deep night sky with a shocked expression, he lamented, Ning Bufan, a martial arts prodigy not seen in 100 years, no, 1,000 years. If our Dragon Guard Pavilion could have such a person, who would dare to invade our borders? What are mere strange beasts worth? You are from the Dragon Guard Pavilion? Chattering. A sinister laugh suddenly echoed from behind. Both Mu Qinghan and her teacher felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly turned around, and before they could react, a large hand suddenly reached out towards them. The target was Mu Qinghan. Girl, be careful. The short old man let out a furious roar and swung a punch. Bang! With a loud explosion, both men staggered back. At that moment, Mu Qinghan finally saw who had attacked her. It was a terrestrial immortal from the Temple of Deception. This terrestrial immortal looked disheveled, covered in dirt, his black robe tattered, and blood streaming down his face, a truly pitiful sight. Even in such a state, he still dared to strike. Oh, you have some skill. If I weren't injured, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. The terrestrial immortal from the Temple of Deception glared at Mu Qinghan's teacher, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This mission had completely failed, resulting in heavy losses. If he could capture someone from the Dragon Guardian Pavilion and bring them to the Temple of Deception, it would at least mitigate some of the losses. The short old man stood in front of Mu Qinghan, his expression grave. Although he was severely injured, he was still a terrestrial immortal, and a strong one at that, not someone they could easily deal with. Girl, you go first, the short old man said in a deep voice. Mu Qinghan shook her head. Teacher, if we fight together. As she spoke, she flicked her wrist, and a dagger gleaming with a cold, chilling light appeared in her hand. The terrestrial immortal from the Temple of Deception sneered, Come, I'll send you both on your way. Before he finished speaking, he opened his demonic claws again. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and a dazzling sword light shattered the void, arriving in an instant. No, the terrestrial immortal's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints, letting out a desperate scream. Puff! The sword light swept past, and a head, dripping with blood, soared into the sky. Mu Qinghan and her teacher? The two looked up, only to see a person and a bird flying overhead, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Chase! Without a second thought, Mu Qinghan pursued the direction where Ning Bufan had vanished. The short old man had no choice but to follow. A few minutes later, on a dark street, a man and a woman supported each other, limping as they fled toward the outskirts of the city. The two were terrestrial immortals from a hidden ancient clan. When they arrived, they thought they could crush everything in this low-level martial world. Who would have thought they would be fleeing in such a pitiful state? Suddenly, in the darkness ahead, a figure with a broken arm and a conical hat appeared. He stood there like a sharp sword thrust into the ground, instilling fear in those who looked at him. The two froze upon seeing the figure, their faces filled with despair. Given their current condition, they had no chance of survival. The woman, who was relatively less injured, swallowed hard and spoke, Ning Bufan, we are both from a hidden ancient clan. If you let us go today, we can bury our grievances, and you can forget about killing one of us. If you insist on exterminating us, our clan will spare no effort to hunt you down, and it's possible that a true god will descend, easily wiping out your entire clan. Think of your family and kin. A true god, an existence above terrestrial immortals, the strongest being in this world, including the world where the hidden ancient clans reside, a true ceiling. That is a transcendent existence, a legend. Below the true god, all are ants. A terrestrial immortal could be extinguished with a snap of the fingers before a true god. Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent. My family is dead, did I kill them? The man and woman? The two exchanged glances, wide-eyed. The man gasped and said, even if you have no family, your abilities in this life were taught by your master, right? Think of your master. Ning Bufan, my master is dead, I killed him. The man and woman? No. The two terrestrial immortals were stunned, looking at Ning Bufan as if he were a monster. This guy is a madman. Ning Bufan, listen to me, we have no grievances. With no other choice, the woman said, sweating coldly, we came to trouble you on the orders of the inner courtyard head, Zheng Taiyuan. You should go find him. Don't worry, he'll be down to keep you company soon. Ning Bufan suddenly raised his hand. Without a sword, he brought his two fingers together like a sword and slashed down. Be careful! The male terrestrial immortal shouted, forcefully pushing the woman away. Poof! The sword light sliced through the man's body, erupting in a cloud of blood. No, the woman screamed in grief and anger, her eyes wide with rage. Ning Bufan, you will die a terrible death. Hiss! A sword light swept across her neck, and her head flew into the night sky.
He didn't care at all whether he would die a good death. Whoever came to kill him, he would kill them first. Thus, in this battle of Foam City, all 6 land immortals fell. When the news spread, it shook the court and the people. The most fearful was the head of the inner court, Jiang Taiyuan. The feelings of the former chief of the ghost hunter were now his to experience. History always seems so eerily similar. Just like a gambler, the previous one lost everything, but there would still be another, and another, repeating the fate of a gambler. Everyone, the inner court has reached a moment of life and death. If anyone has any ideas, please speak up. An emergency meeting of the inner court was held at midnight. The dozen or so high-ranking officials present all wore serious expressions. The fate of the ghost hunters lay before them. They did not want to follow in their footsteps. 10 minutes passed, and no one in the meeting room spoke. The silence was somewhat terrifying. Jiang Taiyuan felt inexplicably anxious. At this moment, he felt regret, but it was too late. In the end, he had walked the old path of the ghost hunters. With Ning Bufan's style, he would definitely not let him off. Headmaster, as for our current situation, we only have 2 options. Finally, someone broke the silence. First, invite a true god to take action. There is no one left to kill Ning Bufan. If we can't invite a true god, then only you. At this point, the person hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled himself and said, you resign, then actively seek out Ning Bufan, and go to your death. The last sentence caused an uproar in the room. For the headmaster to voluntarily go to his death was unprecedented in the history of the inner court. Jiang Taiyuan naturally did not want to go to his death, but inviting a true god to take action was nearly impossible. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. With a creak, the door to the meeting room was pushed open. 5 imposing figures strode in. The leader was a stern middle-aged man, wearing a red dragon-patterned badge on his chest. The first deputy of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, Mu Changshan. Wow, everyone stood up, their faces grave. Jiang Taiyuan sensed something was amiss and quickly rose to greet him, trembling as he asked, Deputy Mu, what brings you here? Mu Changshan's expression was dark as he directly took out an order and read it aloud. By the order of the Dragon Lord, immediately relieved Jiang Taiyuan of all positions in the inner court. Boom! This order fell like a thunderclap. Jiang Taiyuan staggered, nearly falling over. The order was not finished. Jiang Taiyuan, as the headmaster, bears the heavy responsibility of the nation's rise and fall, yet does not prioritize the greater good, seeks personal revenge, and colludes with the Ghost God Temple. His crimes are unforgivable. He is hereby assigned to the front lines of the Tianhai ghost beasts to atone for his sins. Execute immediately. After the order was given, Mu Changshan's face was as cold as ice. Bang! Jiang Taiyuan fell to the ground, his face ashen. It's over. For an old man like Jiang Taiyuan to be sent to the front lines was essentially a death sentence. Anyone could guess that this was a disguised execution of Jiang Taiyuan. A great reshuffling of power was about to unfold. Take him away. Mu Changshan commanded mercilessly, immediately take him to Tianhai and announce it to the world. The crowd was once again in an uproar. How could they be so ruthless to someone who was once the headmaster? Mu Changshan had no choice. The tragedy of the ghost hunters could not be repeated. If he showed even a hint of hesitation or softness, the inner court would be the next ghost hunter's fate. The next day, dawn broke. Ning Bufan had rested in Foam City for a night and got up early. That night, Foam City was unusually quiet, with no more of the ghost beasts' arrogant roars or their erratic figures. It was as if overnight, the ghost beasts of Foam City had vanished. Ning Bufan donned a straw hat, leaned on a bamboo stick, and slung a newly made wooden sword over his back as he walked out of the hotel door, facing the rising sun. Coo, coo, coo. Little Bai transformed and landed in front of Ning Bufan. Mr. Ning, please wait. A slender figure in blue rushed over. I have important news to tell you, the latest newspaper today, about Jiang Taiyuan. Take a look. Mu Qinghan hurriedly approached, handing the newspaper to Ning Bufan. Due to her urgency, her chest rose and fell slightly. She was clearly following her father's instructions to inform Ning Bufan of this news as quickly as possible, hoping to prevent him from causing trouble in the inner courtyard. She was genuinely worried about him. Ning Bufan's expression was cold, his face dark, and the chill around him gradually intensified. Mu Qinghan's heart trembled, instinctively becoming alert, feeling more confused. Had she done something wrong? You silly girl, how can a blind man read the newspaper? A sudden voice reminded Mu Qinghan, making her realize her oversight. She had been too hasty to notice this detail. I'm sorry, Mr. Ning, I'll read it for you. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qinghan quickly read the contents of the newspaper. The main news was about Jiang Taiyuan being punished and sent to Tianhai. Jiang Taiyuan unfortunately suffered a stroke on his way to Tianhai last night and died despite rescue efforts. Mu Qinghan paused, looking at Ning Bufan's reaction. Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent, without any sign of emotion.
The corner of Mu Qinghan's mouth twitched slightly as she continued to read the next major news. Last night, the army of strange beasts retreated. Overnight, the strange beasts that had invaded human territory withdrew back to the southern wilderness. The million strange beasts surrounding Tianhai also retreated.
As she read this news, Mu Qinghan looked at Ning Bufan with a hint of admiration.
Just a single command had made the terrifying million strange beasts flee in fear.
One could only wonder, who else in the world could achieve this? The strange beasts have retreated to the southern wilderness, but what about the strange beasts in the southern wilderness? Ning Bufan asked coldly.
We have gradually recovered the other lost territories, but it seems the strange beasts in the southern wilderness are reluctant to give up. We also dare not attack because the strange beasts gathered there have already surpassed a terrifying 2 million. As she spoke, Mu Qinghan's expression changed.
2 million was enough to destroy everything.
What's more serious is that the Temple of Strange Beasts does not want to give up this last territory. Top-tier experts are already on their way, and it is said that the master of the Temple of Strange Beasts might even come personally. Mentioning the master of the Temple of Strange Beasts, Mu Qinghan's expression grew even more serious. That person could possibly be the legendary True God. Although the True God and the Earth Immortal were only one rank apart, everyone below the True God was like an ant. 100 Earth Immortals would be no match for a single True God.
Ning Bufan had killed 6 Earth Immortals, but could he kill 100? Mu Qinghan dared not think about it. Do you know where the Temple of Strange Beasts is? Ning Bufan suddenly asked. If you know, lead the way. Mu Qinghan and the short old man gaped. Oh my, he was going to strike directly at the heart of the enemy. Girl, no.
The old man shook his head vigorously, urging Mu Qinghan not to agree. Mu Qinghan had once been kidnapped to the Temple of Strange Beasts, and the Dragon Guard had paid a huge price to rescue her, so she knew that place well.
I know.
Mu Qinghan's words left the short old man dumbfounded.
Girl, are you crazy? Have you forgotten the lesson from before?
The old man shouted.
Mu Qinghan ignored him. Mr.
Ning, let's go kill our way to the Temple of Strange Beasts and achieve an unparalleled feat. At that moment, Mu Qinghan's eyes were filled with fervor and ambition. The defeat in Fengcheng had driven her mad. The old man let out a wail. It's over, this girl has truly gone mad. Upon hearing that Mu Qinghan knew the location of the Temple of Strange Beasts, a hint of joy flashed across Ning Bufan's face. Wei Shangnan was at the Temple of Strange Beasts. After taking down the temple, he could settle the score with Wei Shangnan.
Let's go.
He showed no hesitation, leaping onto the back of a bird and said to Mu Qinghan, get on.
Okay.
Just as Mu Qinghan was about to leap up, she was firmly held back by the old man. Girl, that's the Temple of Strange Beasts. Even if we go, we can't go like this. The old man's expression carried a hint of pleading. Mu Qinghan forcibly pulled her hand away, a hint of tragic determination in her voice. Teacher, you know my character. Once I've made a decision, no one can change it, not even my father. The old man looked helpless. Finally, with a sigh, he stuffed a bottle of top-grade healing medicine into Mu Qinghan's hand. Take this, go, and come back alive.
Mu
Qinghan nodded slightly, then leaped up, her azure figure fluttering like a butterfly, gracefully landing on Xiaobai's back. Each Xiaobai let out a long cry, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky.
Mu Qinghan's delicate body swayed, and she nearly fell. Ah, she exclaimed.
A strong hand suddenly grasped her shoulder, steadying her. Sit down, trying to stand like me is beyond your capability, Ning Bufan said bluntly, leaving the girl both embarrassed and helpless.
Mu Qinghan thought to herself, can't he be a bit more tactful with girls?
Her expectations were too high. With someone like Ning Bufan, if he didn't need her to lead the way, he probably wouldn't even bother to look at her if she fell.
Point the direction.
After Mu Qinghan sat down, Ning Bufan said coldly. She collected her thoughts and looked towards the direction of the southern wilderness. After flying over the million mountains of the southern wilderness, we enter the sea. The Temple of the Strange Gods is on an island in the sea. Xiaobai needed no further instructions, letting out a long cry and flying towards the southern wilderness. At this moment, over 2 million strange beasts were gathered in the southern wilderness. They swarmed densely, a sea of beasts in motion. At the southern town pass, in a temporary command room, several high-ranking members of the Temple of the Strange Gods were holding an emergency meeting.
Everyone, what should we do next? Should we abandon the southern wilderness, or confront Ning Bufan head-on?
A man wearing a sinister ghost mask spoke from the head of the command room, his voice chillingly cold. The ghost-faced divine envoy, the leader of the Temple of the Strange Gods, a powerful terrestrial immortal. The 6 people below, 5 men and 1 woman, all wore serious and unwilling expressions.
Abandoning it felt unacceptable.
Confronting him, however, was daunting. Ning Bufan alone could kill 6 terrestrial immortals, powerful enough to instill despair.
Without the Divine Lord personally intervening, they simply couldn't confront him.
My lord, if the Divine Lord does not come in person, we can only retreat. The only middle-aged woman among the 5 spoke up. The others fell silent, feeling frustrated. Over 2 million strange beasts could easily sweep through the entire human world, yet they were reduced to this state by one person. Report! A voice suddenly broke the silence. Report to the Divine Envoy, the Divine Lord has issued an order, he will emerge tomorrow, and we only need to hold on for one more day.
Boom! The command room erupted in excitement. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly.
Ha! The Divine Lord must have broken through that step, someone laughed excitedly.
In one day, it will be that damned Ning Bufan's death day. Everyone, quiet.
Although the ghost-faced Divine Envoy's tone remained cold, it was noticeably softened. Since the Divine Lord has given orders, we will not retreat, we will hold on for one day.
Does anyone have any questions? No.
Someone shouted loudly, even if Ning Bufan comes, with a million strange beasts, we can wear him down for a few days, one day is nothing.
Report!
Suddenly, another voice rang out, this time very urgent. A figure rushed in hastily. Report, Ning Bufan is heading towards the southern wilderness and is expected to arrive in half an hour.
The lively atmosphere was instantly doused like cold water, falling into silence. Everyone tensed up again. What are you nervous about?
The ghost-faced Divine Envoy shouted coldly, a powerful pressure emanating from him. Everyone, go back and prepare, activate the strange beast formation. With the combined strength of a million strange beasts, we will not believe we can't hold out for a day.
Yes! Everyone shouted in unison.
Someone, immediately relay the order for all terrestrial immortals and heavenly-level strange beasts to rush to the southern town pass, led by me personally, as the final line of defense.
The ghost-faced Divine Envoy issued another command. Understood. Someone dashed away.
After a while, 2 heavenly-level strange beasts and 2 terrestrial immortals gathered at the southern pass, forming the final line of defense.
It must be said that the Temple of Strange Gods is very powerful.
With just 2 heavenly-level strange beasts, if humanity did not have the support of the hidden ancient clans, they could sweep through the human world.
Adding a few terrestrial immortals makes it even more unstoppable.
However, no one expected that humanity would produce such an anomaly as Ning Bufan. Half an hour later, as expected, Ning Bufan appeared in the sky above the southern wilderness riding Xiaobai.
Returning to a familiar place, Xiaobai instinctively slowed down.
With sharp eyes looking down, he could no longer see any human figures, only the dense shadows of strange beasts moving below like ants.
Burn!
Ning Bufan coldly uttered a single word. Yin Xiaobai's excited cry echoed through the sky, waiting for this command. In the next moment, Xiaobai's body suddenly expanded.
Mu Qinghan paused for a moment. Are we going to fight directly? Shouldn't we at least greet them first, showing courtesy before aggression?
In a battle, it's not like they just start fighting upon meeting. At least both sides should exchange a few words.
Waste of time. Ning Bufan replied coldly with 4 words. So domineering, that for a moment, Mu Qinghan felt pressured by his overwhelming aura.
Not only did it make her uncomfortable, but it also gave her a strange feeling, a sense of being conquered. A woman like her had always had other men subdued by her fists. How could any man dare to conquer her? Today, she encountered an unusual exception. Below, the strange beasts were startled by the piercing scream that echoed through the sky. Soon, they felt the darkness above them. Looking up, they were instantly stunned. The sky above was gone, replaced by a massive strange beast's body, blocking out the sun.
A heavenly-level strange beast?
A heavenly-level strange beast has a natural bloodline suppression over weaker strange beasts.
Countless strange beasts immediately trembled in fear. Boom! In the next second, a terrifying scene appeared in their pupils. It was as if a sea of fire was pouring down from the sky, the massive flames rolling and diving down. In an instant, the flames hit the ground, and everything was engulfed in the sea of fire. Roar, roar, roar. Caw, caw, caw.
The roars of the strange beasts and their mournful cries echoed throughout the southern wilderness. Xiaobai's massive body circled in the air, crazily spewing fire downwards, the terrifying flames rolling and devouring the strange beasts below.
Form ranks, attack.
In front, rows of strange beast formations were formed under the command of the strong from the Temple of Strange Gods, all simultaneously launching various ranged attacks into the sky. At the same time, a dense swarm of flying strange beasts surrounded them, also forming formations to launch a joint attack. In an instant, both the sky and the ground were submerged by various terrifying attacks. Under this overwhelming barrage, Xiaobai's massive body suddenly appeared small. Mu Qinghan looked around and down. The dense and terrifying attacks were crashing towards them from all directions, with almost no dead angles, making her scalp tingle. One hand tightly grasped the bird's feathers beneath her, while the other hand firmly held the hilt of her short knife, ready to fight at any moment.
Xiaobai, transform.
Facing the various attacks coming from all angles, Ning Bufan calmly issued a command.
Xiaobai understood and instantly shrank to a size suitable for 2 people.
The strange beasts below felt the sunlight suddenly brighten above them. In the next breath, the dense attacks completely engulfed Xiaobai in the sky, leaving no trace. In the air, after Xiaobai shrank, a cocoon formed from sword energy surrounded them all, creating an indestructible protective barrier.
Boom, boom, boom.
The external attacks struck the barrier, producing a series of earth-shattering roars. At the southern pass, the ghost-faced man and the strong from the Temple of Strange Gods stood at the highest point, watching Ning Bufan being overwhelmed by the attacks, each of them showing a relaxed smile.
Hee, is this all there is?
Someone sneered disdainfully. After this wave of attacks, even if he is made of steel, he won't be unscathed. The ghost-faced man emitted a chilling voice. Do not stop the attack, launch continuous assaults in batches.
Even if we can't kill him, we must trap him. Understood.
Soon, the horn of command sounded. The strange beasts received the order and began to attack in waves.
After one wave ended, the next seamlessly followed.
Inside the protective cocoon, Mu Qinghan noticed that the attacks had not ceased at all, not even allowing for a breath.
She couldn't help but feel worried.
She looked at Ning Bufan, only to see him gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the veins on his fingers bulging. Suddenly, his hand moved. With a whoosh, the wooden sword was drawn. The wooden sword was an ordinary one, but the blade was engraved with dense, strange runes. Those runes were carved by Ning Bufan to reinforce the sword, preventing it from shattering under pressure again.
In the next moment, slash!
With a sudden swing, a beam of sword light tore a tiny slit in the protective cocoon and vanished.
Mu Qinghan was puzzled. Could such a minuscule beam of sword light kill a chicken?
However, she did not see that outside. The world suddenly changed color. The sharp sword light burst forth in an instant, a terrifying beam of sword light stretching 500 zhang, as if it had suddenly emerged from the void, causing the entire void to disappear in an instant, leaving only the existence of that sword light.
Boom!
The sword light slashed down from the sky, the power of annihilation crushing everything like withered grass. Wherever the sword light passed, the sky was obliterated. Countless strange beasts exploded into clouds of blood mist, flesh and blood flying everywhere.
The terrifying sword light even struck the southern pass.
At the highest point of the southern pass, the ghost-faced man and other powerful figures saw this scene, their faces turning as pale as paper. Just moments ago, they had claimed they could withstand Ning Bufan for several days, but at this moment, their psychological defenses crumbled. The only thought in their minds was, escape.
Retreat!
The ghost-faced man decisively shouted, transforming into a shadow and disappearing, fleeing madly towards the Million Mountains behind the southern pass.
The others reacted and began to flee as well.
But unfortunately, their speed could not compare to that of the ghost-faced man leading them. In the next moment, the sword light crashed down.
Boom!
The earth-shattering sound covered the entire world.
The majestic and sturdy southern pass was cleaved in half by this sword strike.
The ground left behind a bottomless chasm. Those who failed to escape in time, both strange beasts and people, were shredded by the terrifying aftermath of the sword energy, exploding into clouds of blood and flesh. Among them was a relatively weaker terrestrial immortal. It was a scene of utter carnage. When the sword light dissipated, all the strange beasts and buildings in the direction of the southern pass were completely cleared, turning into a wasteland. The strange beasts and powerful figures from the strange god temple and other directions were left dumbfounded by this scene. It was utterly absurd.
Without a true god present, who could rival them?
Their attacks had no effect, while a single sword strike from the other side could annihilate a vast area.
What were they even fighting for? Retreat, all of you retreat.
In the next moment, the sound of retreating horns echoed throughout the southern wilderness.
The strange beasts, hearing the urgent retreat signal, fled towards their lair in the Million Mountains.
The aerial strange beasts also ceased their meaningless attacks, turning around and flying towards the Million Mountains in terror. After the outside attacks stopped, the protective cocoon around Ning Bufan disappeared. Mu Qinghan could finally see the situation outside. Upon seeing it, she was left utterly stunned. What had happened? Whether in the air or on the ground, a tide of strange beasts was desperately fleeing towards the Million Mountains. In the distance, the majestic southern pass had a huge gap in the middle, as if it had been cleaved open by someone.
Below the pass, a bottomless chasm lay.
Some strange beasts, in their flight, became crowded and fell directly into the chasm, disappearing from sight.
What is going on? Mu Qinghan asked, her horrified gaze fixed on Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan did not answer, but uttered a command, follow closely and pursue.
Yip! Xiaobai indicated understanding with a long cry, once again enlarging its body and following behind the strange beasts, spewing fire wildly. The dense, strange beasts below were all crowded together, not needing to aim. With their eyes closed, they sprayed downwards, igniting a large area. The cries and howls of the strange beasts were incessant. The brutality of this human hell was nothing less. This time, the strange beasts were practically subjected to a collective slaughter, suffering immense losses. Even more ruthless was that Ning Bufan actually had Xiaobai slow down, chasing after the fleeing strange beasts and burning them slowly. Thus, Xiaobai completely unleashed itself, pursuing relentlessly from the southern wilderness, with the overwhelming flames spreading all the way to the depths of the strange beast's lair in the Million Great Mountains. Upon reaching this point, Xiaobai ceased its fire, smoke billowing from its mouth, and finally could no longer breathe fire. Goo goo goo. A low rumble indicated that Xiaobai wanted to take a break. Ning Bufan allowed Xiaobai to rest for a while before continuing to breathe fire. 2 hours later, the entire Million Great Mountains were engulfed in flames. Powerful strange beasts attempted to emerge to stop it, while water-spouting strange beasts tried to extinguish the fire. What awaited them were Ning Bufan's terrifying swordlights. No matter how strong the strange beasts were, it was all settled with a single sword strike. From then on, no one dared to obstruct or resist, all fleeing to even farther places, turning the Million Great Mountains into a great volcano, no longer suitable for survival. After this battle, the main force of the strange beasts was utterly crippled, and the remaining scattered strange beasts were no longer a concern. Mu Qinghan was shocked, her heart filled with emotion. One battle determined the fate of the world. What humanity could not achieve in 100 years, Ning Bufan accomplished alone in less than a day. Fortunately, although this person was ruthless and bloodthirsty, he was ultimately not an enemy of humanity. Otherwise, today's fate of the strange beasts would have been humanity's fate as well. It wasn't until the afternoon that this frenzied slaughter of the strange beasts finally ceased. Let's go, we should head to the temple of the strange gods now. Ning Bufan's voice was calm, as if what had just happened was nothing significant. Wait, I need to report the situation here back, so that humanity can come to clean up the battlefield. Mu Qinghan had a secret means of communication with the Dragon Guard Pavilion. She immediately reported the situation here. In the capital, at a secret office location of the Dragon Guard Pavilion. The pavilion master, the divine dragon, was elusive, with daily work overseen by the first vice pavilion master, Mu Chanshan. He had already received news of his daughter following Ning Bufan to the temple of the strange gods and was anxiously awaiting updates when he received the message from his daughter's secret means. Upon seeing the message, not only Mu Chanshan but everyone who knew this news was shocked. Millions of strange beasts had been crippled, and even their lair, the Million Great Mountains, had been destroyed. Was this true? Someone immediately activated satellite positioning, locking onto the Million Great Mountains, and indeed saw the raging fires spreading across the mountains. Come here, immediately report to the Dragon Lord. My daughter Mu Qinghan single-handedly pursued millions of strange beasts, leaving their corpses strewn across the field, their cries echoing. Mu Qinghan pressed the attack, directly assaulting the strange beasts' lair, annihilating them in one fell swoop. The modern-day Hua Mulan is nothing less. A woman who does not yield to men, magnificent, a model for the younger generation to learn from. Mu Changshan spoke at length, then shouted, immediately follow my earlier instructions and announce this to the world. The people in the office stared blankly at Mu Changshan. Wait, are you serious? What are you looking at me for? Get to work, Mu Changshan bellowed. How could he miss the opportunity to claim credit for his daughter? Yes. Everyone immediately sprang into action. At the same time, the Dragon Guard Pavilion began mobilizing experts to head to the southern wilderness and the Million Great Mountains to collect achievements. Ning Bufan had no interest in these achievements. He and Mu Qinghan were already flying over the Million Great Mountains on Xiaobai, arriving at a misty sea area. Standing by the sea, ahead was a thick fog that obscured the sky. Since the strange phenomenon had descended, the sea had been shrouded in mist, making it impossible for ordinary people to navigate. All sea vessels and flights had been cancelled. Only some powerful humans and strange beasts could still traverse the sea. Mr. Ning, the temple of the strange gods is in that direction, in the depths of the misty sea, Mu Qinghan said, looking at the dense fog ahead, her brows tightly furrowed. At this moment, some flying monsters fleeing from the Million Great Mountains were recklessly flying into the mist. Follow them, chase! Ning Bufan shouted. He didn't kill these flying monsters because he wanted them to be his guides. Danger! Mu Qinghan yelled. But under orders, Xiaobai had already rushed out, instantly disappearing into the mist. Ning Bufan was someone who simply did not understand what danger was. Deep within the ocean mist, there was an island shrouded in fog. Suddenly, a sword energy shot up from the mist, transforming into a sword like nearly 100 feet long, fiercely slashing down onto the sea. The surface of the ocean was instantly cleaved apart, with water retreating to both sides. Under the rampage of the sword light, the mist in that area dispersed somewhat. After a while, the sword light vanished. A figure stood on a barren island in the mist, looking at the sword in his hand, trembling with excitement. Finally, I have become the supreme sword immortal. The voice was slightly aged, but more filled with excitement. If Ning Bufan were here, he would definitely recognize this voice. For the owner of the voice was none other than Wei Shangnan. Mr. Wei, congratulations, he. A hoarse, ethereal laugh came from behind, but no figure could be seen. Wei Shangnan turned around and deeply bowed in the direction of the voice in the mist. Thank you, Divine Lord, for your support. The mysterious voice chuckled. It's not entirely my credit. It's you who have a natural sword body that you never discovered or developed. This Divine Lord merely helped you unlock it. The rest is all your own effort. No. Wei Shangnan hurriedly waved his hand. If it weren't for you, Divine Lord, I would never have known I was a natural sword body, let alone developed it. The mysterious voice laughed heartily, no longer dwelling on the matter. With your current strength, while you are not a land immortal, you can barely fight one. Wei Shangnan became even more excited and bowed again. Divine Lord, I want to leave for a moment to kill someone and settle a grudge. You mean Ning Bufan, right? The mysterious voice asked with a smile. Wei Shangnan replied, Divine Lord, you truly know everything. Ha ha ha. The mysterious voice laughed heartily at the flattery. No need, he will be here soon, and your grudge can be resolved on the spot. However, with your current strength, you probably can't kill him. Wei Shangnan's eyelids twitched. Can't? I am already this strong. Ning Bufan killed 6 land immortals by himself, can you? The mysterious voice's retort completely silenced Wei Shangnan, leaving him feeling frustrated. Don't worry, Ning Bufan's strongest weapon is his sword. You have a natural sword body, immune to sword energy attacks. With just this, you are already in an invincible position. The mysterious voice's words made Wei Shangnan's eyes widen in shock. Immune to sword energy? This was an enormous surprise. Ha, Ning Bufan, let's see how you fight me. His previously heavy heart suddenly felt lighter. Mr. Wei, don't be too happy. The mysterious voice said seriously, I heard that Ning Bufan is also a natural sword body. You are both the same. Wei Shangnan's expression turned grim. Both were natural sword bodies, both immune to sword energy attacks. What was there to fight about? They could stand there and chop at each other without dying. Divine Lord, do you have any way to kill him? Wei Shangnan asked unwillingly, gritting his teeth. Use other means of attack, you still have time. As soon as the mysterious voice finished speaking, figures began to surge in the mist. A dozen figures, all cloaked in black robes and indistinguishable, emerged from the fog. They were in pairs, each dragging a barely conscious person. After a while, 6 barely conscious individuals were thrown at Wei Shangnan's feet. 4 men and 2 women. Wei Shangnan was somewhat bewildered, not knowing what this was for. Mr. Wei, these are powerful humans, all close to becoming land immortals. The mysterious voice echoed again, you should know the absorption technique of the Heartless Elder, right? Absorb all their power for your own use, and you can immediately break through to become a terrestrial immortal. Then, with the strength of a terrestrial immortal, use other means to kill Ning Bufan, and great things can be accomplished. Wei Shangnan was momentarily stunned but quickly came to his senses. The Heartless Elder was Ning Bufan's master. Back in the day, the Heartless Elder made a deal with Wei Shangnan to help Ning Bufan master the Ruthless Sword of Slaughter, and the absorption technique was one of the conditions of that deal, which Wei Shangnan would naturally use. Over the years, he had hidden well as a hunter of the strange, using the despised absorption technique to siphon off the power of many people. His strength had quietly surpassed that of a demigod without anyone knowing. Unfortunately, he had never had a powerful expert to absorb. Now, with 6 quasi-gods available for him to absorb, it was like a pie falling from the sky. Of course, being as shrewd as he was, he understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The master of the Temple of Strange Gods must have some ulterior motive for being so generous to him. But now that he had fallen to such a state, it didn't matter. Enhancing his strength was the way to go. He expressed his gratitude and immediately thrust his iron hand into a person's heart. The strong man let out a terrible scream, feeling his power surge wildly toward Wei Shangnan. No! The desperate scream rose to the heavens, echoing over the sea, lost in the mist. A day passed. Xiao Bai had been wandering in the mist with Ning Bufan for a whole day, making it seem as if they were lost. The mist had no effect on Ning Bufan, but it was crucial for Xiao Bai. With its heavenly level strange beast abilities, it couldn't see more than a kilometer ahead, which was incredibly difficult.
The strange beasts leading the way, realizing they were being followed, scattered in all directions, leaving Xiao Bai utterly confused. "Didn't you say you knew the way?" Ning Bufan asked coldly, his tone laced with dissatisfaction as he turned to Mu Qinghan. Mu Qinghan felt a bit ashamed. It had been a while, and with the mist over the sea being so hazy, without high-tech instruments to help, relying solely on her memory was indeed. Just as Xiao Bai was blindly flying over the sea, Ning Bufan suddenly sensed something and immediately commanded, "There's a ship 5 kilometers to the left, head that way." Xiao Bai immediately flew in that direction. Mu Qinghan was puzzled, how could there be a ship in such sea conditions? Could it be a peerless master? Soon, they found the ship. When Mu Qinghan saw it, she was taken aback. She had expected a large vessel, but it was just a small fishing boat, the kind rowed by hand. Such a small boat would be finished with just one giant wave in the ocean. It was very strange. "Jump!" Ning Bufan disregarded all of this, ordering Xiao Bai to fly above the fishing boat before leaping down, landing firmly on the deck with a thud. The water below rippled immediately. Mu Qinghan broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't he afraid of danger? But thinking about it, Ning Bufan was the most dangerous person, and she understood. She steeled herself and jumped off the boat. Xiao Bai transformed into a small white bird, perching on Ning Bufan's shoulder, too tired to move, needing a rest. "Who are you? Do you want to ride my boat?" A child's voice rang out. From the cabin, a boy who looked about 8 or 9 years old came out with a grin. Ning Bufan's expression remained indifferent. Mu Qinghan, however, couldn't believe it. She had thought it was a peerless master, but it turned out to be just a little boy. A child, a small broken boat in the vast ocean shrouded in mist, and they just happened to run into it. Something was off, very off. Mu Qinghan was no fool. She watched the boy warily and quietly whispered to Ning Bufan, "This boy is suspicious, be careful of tricks." Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the boy, her wariness growing stronger, one hand discreetly gripping the hilt of the short knife behind her. "Hee, beautiful sister, no need to be nervous," the boy laughed. "Are you two adults really afraid of a little kid like me?" "Start the boat," Ning Bufan said coldly. Mu Qinghan was taken aback. "Hey, where are you telling him to take the boat?" Ning Bufan ignored Mu Qinghan and found a place to sit down, casually taking out some dry food to eat slowly. Mu Qinghan was at a loss for words. The little boy didn't ask where they were going, he sat in the driver's seat and began to row the boat. The small boat moved through the mist in a certain direction. Seeing that Ning Bufan was unperturbed, Mu Qinghan could only sit beside him with a feeling of unease. She now realized that being with Ning Bufan required an incredibly strong heart. Ning Bufan handed a piece of biscuit to Mu Qinghan, "Supplement some energy, you'll need it when we fight later." Mu Qinghan shook her head, "I have no appetite, I'm worried." "There's nothing to worry about, just kill." Ning Bufan's tone was calm, his expression indifferent. "If you don't even have this little courage, then your Dragon Guard pavilion is just that. Stop looking down on people." Mu Qinghan was provoked and took the biscuit, eating it in big bites. "Let me ask you something." Ning Bufan suddenly remembered, that Ning Tianjiao from the Ning family, who said he was a warrior of your Dragon Guard pavilion. "Stop right there." Mu Qinghan interrupted, "He's just an outer member still under evaluation, boasting without a script. Someone like that doesn't deserve to be a warrior of our Dragon Guard pavilion." Ning Bufan paused, "Got it." An hour later, the small boat docked at the edge of a small island. "We're here." A strange smile appeared on the boy's face. Mu Qinghan looked at the island with confusion. The island was long and narrow, shrouded in mist, and she couldn't see the other end from this side. But she could sense that something terrifying seemed to be hidden in the fog. "Where is this?" Mu Qinghan stared at the boy. "Beautiful sister, this is naturally the place you came to, haha." The boy laughed heartily. Swish! Suddenly, a flash of swordlight shot from Ning Bufan's hand, slashing towards the laughing boy. Bang! The boy turned into a shadow and vanished. The sword struck empty, piercing the bottom of the boat, and seawater immediately rushed in. Ning Bufan frowned slightly, somewhat surprised that the boy could escape from his sword. It was not simple. "Get on!" Ning Bufan leaped onto the small island. Mu Qinghan tightened her grip on the short knife and followed closely. "Did you notice that little boy had a problem early on?" Mu Qinghan asked curiously. "That's not a little boy, it's an old guy who has lived who knows how many years." Ning Bufan's voice was flat. "Ha, Ning Bufan, you're impressive." Laughter came from the mist. Ning Bufan gripped the hilt of the sword on his back, and in the next second, the sword was drawn. Slash! 100-foot sword light pierced through the mist-covered sky, cutting straight down towards the direction of the island. However, from the other side of the mist, another 100-foot sword light slashed out, colliding fiercely with Ning Bufan's sword light. A thunderous roar erupted. The two sword lights clashed, and the powerful shockwave sent towering waves crashing onto the sea, then splashing down. This strike was actually blocked. Ning Bufan paused slightly, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Ning Bufan, long time no see. A figure emerged from the mist, standing not far opposite Ning Bufan, gazing at him from afar. He held a sword in his hand. This proved that the previous sword strike had come from him. When Mu Qinghan saw this person, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints, her pretty face filled with horror. You are Wei Shangnan? She truly did not expect to see Wei Shangnan here. Even more unexpected was that Wei Shangnan was such a powerful sword cultivator. Mu Qinghan, seeing the president of our association, are you very surprised and awakened? Wei Shangnan smiled proudly. However, your arrival has also given us an unexpected surprise. The daughter of the first vice president of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, capturing you would be like catching a big fish. Mu Qinghan's pretty face was filled with anger. Wei Shangnan, as a former high-ranking member of the Hunter Association, you actually colluded with the Ghost God Temple. Being an enemy of humanity, you will not have a good end. Even if you die, you will become a historical sinner despised by all. Ha ha ha. Wei Shangnan laughed heartily. History is written by the strong. When I and the Temple of Deception invade the human world, who would dare to say otherwise? I will not only avoid becoming a sinner but will also become a hero. On the contrary, you two have come here to die today and will become stepping stones for my great achievements. Ha ha. Swish. A beam of sword light suddenly brightened. Ning Bufan drew his sword and slashed fiercely. The terrifying sword light once again tore through the mist, striking down hard at Wei Shangnan. He did not want to listen to the old man ramble on. In an instant, Wei Shangnan was engulfed by the dazzling sword light. A strange scene unfolded. Wei Shangnan stood there, not dodging or counterattacking, a peculiar smile on his lips. Boom! The sword light fell, striking Wei Shangnan. Another strange scene appeared. When the sword light dissipated, Wei Shangnan stood there, completely unharmed. A faint sword aura still swirled around him. Mu Qinghan's eyes widened, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. When did Wei Shangnan cultivate an immortal body? No wonder he was so arrogant earlier. It turned out he possessed an immortal body, making him invincible. Mr. Ning, we should retreat. Mu Qinghan had already lost hope. Ning Bufan's expression remained calm. Ha ha ha. Wei Shangnan laughed. Ning Bufan, your greatest strength is your sword, but now your sword is useless against me. What will you use to kill me? Indeed, you have blocked his sword. A boy's voice rang out. The little boy who had been rowing the boat stepped forward, standing beside Wei Shangnan. Beautiful sister, it's too late to retreat now. The boy grinned lewdly. Ning Bufan, it's my turn to strike now, Wei Shangnan said, putting down his sword and drawing a large knife from behind his back. He knew Ning Bufan was also a natural sword body, so using a sword was ineffective, hence he switched to a knife. Xiaobai, transform, Ning Bufan suddenly commanded. Xiaobai swiftly flew off Ning Bufan's shoulder, transforming into a large bird. Up! Ning Bufan leaped into the air. Mu Qinghan instinctively followed and jumped onto the bird's back. Ha ha ha, want to escape? Can you? Wei Shangnan laughed, swinging the large knife in his hand, the violent blade light accompanied by a tearing howl surged toward Xiaobai. Ning Bufan thrust his sword out, the sword light shooting forth like a thunderbolt. This sword light was actually golden. Bang! The blade light shattered, the golden sword light only dimmed slightly, continuing to strike towards Wei Shangnan. The boy's pupils suddenly constricted, sensing something was wrong, he shouted, be careful. Wei Shangnan frowned, seemingly realizing the danger, and hurriedly dodged. Swish! The sword light whizzed past, taking a bloody arm with it. Ah! A piercing scream cut through the misty sky. Ning Bufan smirked, effective. With a whoosh, the wooden sword returned to its sheath. In the next breath, he drew his sword again. Sword draw slash. Boom! This time, 100-foot-long golden sword light spanned the sky, turning the surrounding mist into gold, carrying the aura of death, and crashing down from above Wei Shangnan's head. Not good. Wei Shangnan's old face lost all color under the reflection of the golden sword light. Golden sword light, this is the holy sword immortal? The boy shouted in horror, run! Before he finished speaking, he crashed into the still shocked and helpless Wei Shangnan. Boom! The sword light fell, slicing through the boy's body, the golden sword light exploding along with a pile of mechanical parts. Wei Shangnan was just knocked away, crashing into the misty sea and disappearing from sight. Copy? Ning Bufan frowned slightly. It was the same when he killed Dao Yangzi's avatar in Kyoto. Rumble! The island below emitted a thunderous roar. The entire narrow island was forcibly split in two by this sword, and the surging seawater immediately rushed in through the gap. A small island was divided into two small islands.
Mu Qinghan was stunned, her heart shaken to an unimaginable degree, and for a long time, she couldn't react, looking at Ning Bufan as if he were a monster.
Ning Bufan gripped the wooden sword in his hand, his brow furrowed. The wooden sword had cracked. This was its limit. However, that was a minor issue. The key point was that after Wei Shangnan fell into the sea, his aura had vanished. Ning Bufan was not afraid of the thick fog, but he feared not being able to sense any aura, then it would truly be impossible to find him. Unfortunately, his perception could not penetrate too deep into the seawater. Ha, ha. At this moment, Mu Qinghan finally calmed down, gasping for breath as she looked at the island below, split in half by the fog. She was the daughter of the first vice-master of the Dragon Guard Pavilion and had seen countless grand scenes. Yet at this moment, her worldview was completely overturned. Even the immortals on land weren't this terrifying. In the end, she was still a frog at the bottom of a well. Ning. Mr. Ning, did Wei Shangnan die?
Mu Qinghan hadn't clearly seen what had happened in that instant.
Ning Bufan shook his head, his expression indifferent. He ran away. Mu Qinghan was taken aback. Then what do we do next? That depends on you. Ning Bufan suddenly faced Mu Qinghan. Find the lair of the ghost god temple. They can escape, but the monk cannot escape the temple. Mu Qinghan felt a headache. Don't tell me you don't know. If you don't, then bringing you here is meaningless. It would be better to throw you into the sea. Ning Bufan's words were cold, scaring Mu Qinghan into a cold sweat. She rubbed her forehead vigorously and said, "Don't rush me, let me think, let me think." She widened her eyes, scanning the surroundings, then closed her eyes, trying hard to recall past memories. Unfortunately, the fog here obscured communication signals, otherwise, she could have sought help from headquarters. Now she could only rely on herself, otherwise, she truly feared Ning Bufan would throw her into the sea. Go this way. Mu Qinghan pointed in a certain direction. Are you sure? Ning Bufan's expression was serious. If you go the wrong way, do you know the consequences? Mu Qinghan struggled for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Alright, if it's wrong, you can throw me into the sea. Xiaobai, go. Ning Bufan commanded. Yi Xiaobai let out a long cry, flapping its wings to stir the fog, flying towards the direction Mu Qinghan pointed. As they flew over the small island, Ning Bufan suddenly raised his hand and grabbed downwards. Whoosh, a beam of sword light shot up from below. In the next moment, Ning Bufan caught a sword in his hand. This was the sword Wei Shangnan had just used. Buzz, buzz. As Ning Bufan grasped the sword, the sound of the sword echoed all around. The sword is barely usable, I'll make do with it. Ning Bufan prepared to throw away the cracked wooden sword. Wait. Mu Qinghan hurriedly said, if you don't want it, how about, give it to me? Ning Bufan was surprised. What do you want it for? In your hands, this sword is just an ordinary wooden sword, it has no meaning. Anyway, just give it to me, it would be a pity to throw it away. Mu Qinghan looked at the wooden sword eagerly. Ning Bufan, too lazy to argue, handed the wooden sword to Mu Qinghan. She hugged the wooden sword as if she had obtained a treasure, very excited. Although it was just a wooden sword, it was capable of withstanding the terrifying power of Ning Bufan, far from being an ordinary sword. Whoosh, Ning Bufan inserted the picked-up sword into the bamboo sword sheath on his back. The three of them, 2 people and 1 bird, flew deeper into the fog. At this moment, in the human world, the ghost beasts suffered a catastrophic defeat, completely driving all those who had suffered under the ghost beasts into madness, celebrating all night. The Dragon Guard Pavilion suddenly gained immense fame, becoming the savior that rescued humanity from peril. Especially Mu Qinghan, who was heavily promoted by the Dragon Guard Pavilion, reached the peak of her fame, becoming the contemporary Hua Mulan admired by countless young people, especially women. Some businesses saw the opportunity and quickly printed posters of Mu Qinghan, which sold out immediately. The young man bought her poster and hung it by his bedside, worshipping her as his life idol every day. Then, news broke that Mu Qinghan had single-handedly stormed the headquarters of the mysterious god temple, which sent the young people into a frenzy. Her popularity quickly surpassed that of all the current stars. Master, 3 days have passed, and we still can't contact the young lady. At the headquarters of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, in an office, Mu Changshan was listening to his subordinates' reports. At this moment, Mu Changshan was truly in power, his authority at its peak. The Hunter of the Mysterious and the Inner Court were both under his control. Except for the Dragon Lord, he had become the person who stood above all others. Although there was still a master above him, that master was elusive, hardly ever seen, and did not manage affairs. As long as he was willing, the entire Dragon Kingdom would be within his grasp. Master, I suggest sending strong individuals to the mysterious god temple to support the young lady. We have done this before, and we can certainly find her this time as well, someone suggested. Mu Changshan was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I cannot use public resources for my personal matters. Let's put this aside for now, just send someone to guard the seaside. Ah, his subordinates were a bit confused. Mu Changshan had not been like this with his daughter before. When Mu Qinghan was kidnapped, he had knelt to plead with the master for help. Now, he seemed like a different person. Finding the old master is your main task now, Mu Changshan said sternly, a barely perceptible cold glint flashing in his eyes. Although the master did not manage affairs, he was still a mountain pressing down on him. To completely take control of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, he needed to overturn this mountain. Once a person has too much power, they can lose themselves, seeking to control even greater power, even aspiring to the position of the supreme ruler. This is an unchanging aspect of human nature. Master, we have received news that the old master's whereabouts have been found, and we will soon have definite news, a subordinate reported. You all can leave now, Mu Changshan waved his hand. Everyone retreated. With a whoosh, a decorative painting at the back of the office was suddenly pushed open, revealing a hidden door. A figure cloaked in a large black robe, with a low-brimmed hat obscuring their face, stepped out slowly. Have you made up your mind? The voice of the figure was somewhat deep. Mu Changshan turned around, looking at the figure with a serious expression. Whether I can make up my mind depends on your attitude and ability. Is your Yi clan truly willing to support me? Of course, the figure's tone was unequivocal. Besides you, we cannot find a more suitable spokesperson, can we? But the old master above me is a seasoned land immortal. Are you confident in dealing with him? Mu Changshan still had some concerns. A mere land immortal can be extinguished with a snap of the fingers. Why worry about that? The figure scoffed disdainfully. You just need to find out his location, the rest is up to us. What about the other hidden ancient clans? Will there be any issues? Mu Changshan was a cautious person, he wanted to eliminate any potential threats. Ha! The figure coldly laughed. My Yi clan is the foremost among the hidden ancient clans. The unparalleled talents that emerge from our family are all destined individuals, the protagonists of the universe. Yi Chen, Yi Fan, Yi Feng, and so on are countless. Any one of them could annihilate other clans hundreds of times. With our support, why worry about other ancient clans? If you remain so indecisive, we will immediately seek others. The last sentence was clearly said in anger. Mu Changshan apologized. I'm sorry, I just want to ensure everything is foolproof. One last question, how will you handle the unstable factor, Ning Bufan? Kill. The figure responded with a single word, resolute and filled with murderous intent. Killing Ning Bufan was non-negotiable for the Yi clan. The destruction of the Lingnan Yi family had severely slapped the Yi clan's face. This grudge was irreconcilable. Could he be recruited? Ning Bufan is actually quite a rare talent. Mu Changshan had thoughts of bringing Ning Bufan under his wing. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow his daughter to follow Ning Bufan on an adventure. If Ning Bufan became his son-in-law, he would have a sharp knife in his hand, and even the hidden ancient clans could be challenged. With his ambition, he would never long endure beneath the Yi clan. Give up on that thought, the man in black said coldly. The Yi family of Lingnan has been wiped out by him, how could there be any survivors? Besides, our Yi clan has never lacked talent. Mu Changshan sighed helplessly and could only express his regret. Our peak experts have already been sent to the temple of the mysterious god. This time, the one with the surname Ning will definitely not return. This statement from the man in black made Mu Changshan's heart skip a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Don't harm my daughter." The man in black snorted, "I can't guarantee that. She's just a daughter, if she dies, she dies. As far as we know, you still have an illegitimate son, so your line won't be cut off." You. Mu Changshan's face turned ugly. Mu Changshan, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff, you must learn to be ruthless. Understand? Take care of yourself. With that, the man in black turned and left, the hidden door closing with a whoosh. At that moment, in a misty sea, a large white bird carried two people, flying endlessly through the fog. Miss Mu, have we arrived? Ning Bufan's face was as cold as frost. At this moment, he truly felt the impulse to throw this woman into the sea. It had been 3 days, 3 whole days of flying, and Xiaobai was about to collapse, yet they still hadn't found the temple of the mysterious god. Who could endure this? Mu Qinghan's face was deathly pale. Although it was cold here, her back was already soaked with sweat. Just hold on a little longer, it should be just ahead. We should be close. Mu Qinghan said nervously, her voice trembling. Ning Bufan was not angry, but even Xiaobai was about to curse. Should be? It had already heard those 2 words so many times. You can't be this unreliable. It's not like you were the one carrying 2 people, right? Women are just not dependable. A master shouldn't bring a woman along. How nice it would be to be a single man. Someone's coming. Suddenly, a voice from Ning Bufan rang out. Mu Qinghan's eyes lit up with excitement. We've arrived.
No, someone is charging at us, they must be here to kill us. Ning Bufan sensed the murderous intent from the figures appearing in the distance. Xiaobai, there's a small island ahead, land and rest. Ning Bufan knew Xiaobai was about to give out. Yip, Xiaobai called out excitedly and flew towards the small island. It was a tiny spot just above the sea, barely the size of a palm. 2 people standing there would be a bit cramped. Fortunately, Xiaobai could shrink down and directly burrow into Ning Bufan's coat pocket to sleep, completely unconcerned with the fighting outside. It was truly exhausted. As soon as Ning Bufan landed, 3 powerful flying monsters surrounded him and Mu Qinghan. The flying monsters beneath them were all of the heavenly grade. The aura emitted by the 3 was even more powerful, far from ordinary land immortals.
1 woman and 2 men.
The woman led, holding a large bow, clearly a master of long-range attacks.
Is he Ning Bufan?
The woman at the forefront, with sharp eyes piercing through the fog, looked down at Ning Bufan.
Blind and missing an arm, it must be him.
The girl beside him should be Mu Changshan's daughter, Mu Qinghan, a man replied. Elder sister, Mu Changshan is now our ally, his daughter.
Oomph, what ally? The Yi clan is just a dog, the woman said disdainfully. The daughter of a dog, why should we care? Kill. Understood.
The 2 men accepted the order. 1 man with a knife charged above Ning Bufan, shouting, Ning Bufan, I am from the Yi clan. Swish! A sword light suddenly shot up into the sky, heading straight for him.
Bastard! The man with the knife was furious. He hadn't even finished speaking. How outrageous! Slash!
The man suddenly drew his knife. But the sword light had already reached him, moving at an unbelievable speed. Elder sister, save me! The man shouted in terror. Whoosh! A sharp arrow transformed into a streak of light, shooting out as fast as lightning.
Bang!
The arrow collided with the sword light. The arrow shattered, and the sword light dissipated as well. The man with the knife let out a sigh of relief, but his anger was uncontrollable. Damn it, I will kill you. Slash! The frenzied blade light slashed down fiercely. The thick mist was directly cleaved apart by this strike, crushing down with a momentum of destruction. Before the blade light reached its target, the sea below had already split wildly to the sides, forming towering waves. Ning Bufan and Mu Qinghan, caught in the front, had their clothes and hair wildly dancing. Mu Qinghan was suffocating, unable to make a sound. Almost at the same moment, a woman drew her bow and knocked an arrow, a terrifying shot whistling out with the breath of death. Another man, barehanded, also threw a punch, a terrifying shockwave from his fist instantly piercing through the void, faster than the knife-wielding man who had struck first, arriving above Ning Bufan in an instant.
Surrounded on 3 sides, there was no retreat.
At this moment, Mu Qinghan could only wait in despair for death to arrive.
Ning Bufan's expression was indifferent as a cocoon formed around them from the air swords, wrapping them up. Boom! 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 3 attacks struck the cocoon almost simultaneously.
The island reef beneath Ning Bufan turned to powder, and the 2 sank into the sea, instantly submerged. Above the sea, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky, carrying far and wide. The towering waves stirred up by the sea reached heights of over 10 zhang, truly terrifying.
What's making such a commotion?
In the underground palace of an island, someone felt the ground tremble and couldn't help but be astonished.
Report to the high priest, there are people fighting on the distant sea. It seems someone is besieging Ning Bufan, a subordinate urgently reported.
The high priest was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed, immediately informed the God Lord, command all the strong from the temples to go out and kill Ning Bufan. This opportunity to kick a man when he's down could not be missed.
Understood.
The order was immediately conveyed. In the next moment, powerful auras surged from the mist above the island, riding flying beasts into the sky. At the same time, several heavily armed ships set sail from the port, racing towards the battlefield. On the battlefield at sea, the 3 powerful members of the Yi clan looked at the now calm sea, their brows furrowed.
Sister, that brat won't drown, will he?
Said the bare-handed man.
How could that be? Interjected the knife-wielding man. A powerful being capable of killing land immortals can't drown so easily. That would be a joke. Sister, I'm a good swimmer, I'll go take a look.
Be careful,
the woman nodded slightly.
The knife-wielding man immediately leaped into the air, plunging towards the sea below.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a streak of sword light shot up from beneath the water.
The man, suspended in mid-air, couldn't gather strength to attack or dodge. Sister, save me.
Damn it, the woman cursed, her movements as swift as lightning, shooting an arrow.
Bang!
The arrow collided with the sword light. But this time, the arrow shattered, and although the sword light dimmed slightly, it still shot upwards relentlessly. No, in a desperate scream, the sword light pierced through the man's body from behind. Pain surged, blood mist soared into the sky. The knife-wielding man fell. He was a peak land immortal.
Even among the Yi clan, there were not many like him now. Damn it, kill him, kill him. The woman at the forefront's eyes were bloodshot, roaring madly. However, they could only stare at the sea, unable to find their target. Although they were not ordinary people, the thick mist over the sea, which extended deep into the ocean, greatly limited their vision and perception. At this moment, even filled with hatred, they could not find a target to vent it on. Sister, someone is coming? The bare-handed man suddenly shouted. The woman sensed it too. At least a dozen terrifying auras approached, along with several powerful land immortals. They should be from the Guatian temple. Both were secretly horrified. Was the Guatian temple this terrifying? Several land immortals had already died, and there were still so many left. Retreat! There are too many people on the other side. Even if the woman wants to kill Ning Bufan, she cannot put herself in danger at this moment. Yes. The man responded and immediately commanded the strange beast to turn around and retreat. However, the mouth of the man with the knife continued to circle around the spot where its master had fallen, letting out mournful cries, unwilling to leave. Go! The woman shouted at the strange beast, filled with grief and anger. Yet, the strange beast not only did not listen but suddenly accelerated and crashed violently into the sea. At that moment, a beam of sword light shot up from the seabed. The strange beast suddenly opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a terrifying bolt of lightning. Sizzle! The sword light pierced through the lightning, and the next second, a bird's head soared into the sky, accompanied by a rain of blood. Bastard, die! The woman's eyes turned red as she drew her bow and shot an arrow in the direction from which the sword light had emerged. The sound of the arrow tearing through the air sent chills down people's spines. Whoosh! A beam of sword light shot up from the sea below again, colliding violently with the arrow. Both the arrow and the sword light shattered upon impact. I'm coming! The man with empty hands had already clenched his fists, powerful internal energy gathering at his fists, forming a fist light that resembled a small sun, dazzling and bright. This punch seemed capable of crushing everything. Die! His roar was like thunder as he slammed his fist down. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the sea surface was forcefully dented. The seawater spread wildly, forming a massive whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, a gigantic shark emerged, with a man and a woman standing on its back, Ning Bufan and Mu Qinghan. Ning Bufan and Mu Qinghan were wrapped in a cocoon formed by the sword energy, completely unharmed. Having paid the price of one person and one beast, Ning Bufan was unscathed. The woman was about to explode with rage. Kill him, kill him. At this moment, the woman's mentality was somewhat shattered, screaming madly, completely ignoring that the strong from the temple of the strange god had already rushed out of the mist and approached. Sister, we need to retreat quickly, the strong from the temple of the strange god have arrived. The man with empty hands rushed in front of the rampaging woman, shouting loudly. The woman came to her senses, gritting her teeth and roaring in anger. The grudge of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Her fierce gaze shot towards Ning Bufan, who was standing on the shark's back, emerging from the water. Ning Bufan's response was to slash out with his sword. Boom! 100-foot-long sword light slashed down, golden in color. Bastard, we are leaving, and you still want to kill. This is too much, ah! The woman roared like thunder, no longer caring about the strong from the temple of the strange god, immediately bending her bow and knocking an arrow. 3 arrows were fired in quick succession. However, before her arrows could be launched, the sword light had already crashed down. Sister, hurry and run! The man moved with lightning speed to block the sword light. His fist, which had been charged for a long time, slammed out fiercely, the fist light soaring. However, the moment the fist light made contact with the golden sword light, it was instantly obliterated. How is this possible? The man was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief, as the golden sword light descended, turning both him and his mount into a mist of blood. No, the woman standing behind let out a hysterical wail, but could only helplessly be pierced by the falling golden sword light, transforming into a rain of blood. This scene was just witnessed by the strong from the temple of the strange god who rushed over. The terrifying sword light left them dumbfounded, and they quickly halted their charging flying strange beasts. As Ning Bufan unleashed the sword in his hand made a cracking sound, revealing several cracks. This sword was too powerful, even it could not withstand it. Ning Bufan frowned, thinking how trashy it was, comparable to his wooden sword. In reality, it was not that the sword was trash, it was just that this strike was too strong, and few swords in the world could endure it. At this point, the 3 peak-level land immortals of the Yi clan, along with 3 heavenly-level flying strange beasts, had all fallen. The top experts of the Yi clan were nearly crippled. The next second, Ning Bufan, with his eyes covered, looked towards the approaching strong from the temple of the strange god. Although his eyes were covered with black cloth and he could not see them, the strong from the temple of the strange god felt a chill run down their spines.
They exchanged glances, looking at the golden-robed elder at the forefront, who was the spokesperson of the God Lord. Should they fight or retreat? It seemed like a fight was about to break out, and many people were likely to die. But since they were already here, wouldn't it be embarrassing to leave without doing anything? The priest was also in a dilemma. Lord Priest, how about we strike first? If things go south, we can retreat immediately. Someone suggested. The priest thought for a moment. This was the best plan they had at the moment. Then let's do it. Don't hold back, everyone attack together, strike to kill. The priest roared, raising his staff. Boom! However, just as they were about to move, a terrifying sword light sliced through the thick fog above them and crashed down. No, it was 2. No, 3. At that moment, everyone felt their scalps tingle, their eyes wide with shock. 3 sword lights, all golden. It was an aura of destruction, unstoppable. Retreat! The priest didn't hesitate, turning and running, not daring to think of resistance. Boom boom boom. 3 loud explosions sounded as the 3 sword lights suddenly descended, the golden light bursting among the crowd. The golden sword energy crisscrossed. When the golden light faded, the places where the 3 sword lights fell, including people and fog, were all cleared away. It was terrifying. The priest ran the fastest, already 1,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. When he looked back, he found it was empty behind him. Why was no one following? Where were the experts? Where were the strong ones? After waiting for a while, still no one came. It was all over. The priest's heart bled. These were all top experts from the Temple of Deception, and they had been completely wiped out. With this annihilation, the grand plan of the Temple of Deception to invade the human world was declared bankrupt. No, the priest gripped his staff tightly, his knuckles turning white, his heart in agony. Just then, a rumbling sound came from below. Looking down, he saw armed ships from the Temple of Deception speeding across the sea surface below. Stop! Everyone stop! The priest shouted, his voice echoing across the sea. Ha! One person is still missing? A cold voice came from the fog. Damn it! The priest exclaimed, letting out a frantic roar to his flying beast below. Run! Quickly! Run! The priest urged his mount to flee wildly, no longer caring about the lives of others. Whoosh! However, a sword light shot through the fog like a meteor, closing in on the priest in an instant. Roar! Feeling the breath of death approaching from behind, the priest let out a loud roar, and the staff in his hand burst with blood-red light as he slammed it down behind him. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, the air shattered, and the void collapsed. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the air to ripple and twist wildly. The fog was forcibly dispersed, revealing the terrifying power. Even the seawater 1,000 meters below was sent crashing up in towering waves. However, it ultimately struck empty. No matter how great the power, it was useless. A sword pierced through his body, the bloody tip emerging from the other side. In martial arts, speed is paramount. His speed had slowed. It wasn't that he was slow, but that his opponent was too fast. The priest looked down at the sword piercing through his body, feeling it was somewhat unreal. He was a priest, yet he couldn't even block a single sword. Who could bear that? Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The sword shattered into pieces, leaving a fragment lodged in his chest, unable to be removed. The priest's body slowly fell, ending his mission along with the sword. You threw the sword away. What will you use to fight next? On the back of a shark, Mu Qinghan looked at Ning Bufan's empty hands, frowning as she asked. At the same time, she tightly hugged the wooden sword Ning Bufan had given her, fearing he would want it back. Ning Bufan wore a helpless expression. That sword is already useless. It can only unleash its last bit of residual heat. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen heavily armed warships burst out from the fog ahead. Mu Qinghan was startled, quickly shoving the wooden sword into Ning Bufan's hands. Quick, kill them! Ning Bufan. Target detected ahead, prepare to attack. The leading warship let out a wild roar, and in the mist, the signal lights flickered. Swish, swish, swish. However, before they could get ready, a blinding wave of white sword light had already sliced through the air. In the next moment, the entire sea surface was submerged in sword light. A moment later, when the sword light vanished, only broken corpses and fragments of the ship remained on the water. With this strike, the wooden sword had gained several more cracks. This was just ordinary sword light, and this wooden sword, on the verge of breaking, could no longer withstand it. Mu Qinghan looked on, heart aching. Here, take it back. It can't be used anymore. Ning Bufan returned the wooden sword to Mu Qinghan. Mu Qinghan frowned tightly. You don't even have a weapon now. How are we going to fight next? Why don't we retreat first and come back with a good sword next time? Retreat? Haha. A familiar cold laugh echoed. Beautiful sister, wanting to retreat now is too late. Mu Qinghan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and from the mist, a small wooden boat slowly emerged, rowed by the same little boy.
It's you again. Mu Qinghan's almond-shaped eyes widened.
He should be that deity, Ning Bufan said, causing Mu Qinghan's expression to change drastically, her face filled with disbelief.
Who would have thought that the grand deity would actually look like a little brat? Ha ha ha.
The deity laughed heartily. Ning Bufan, I must say, you are indeed a rare freak among humans.
Someone like you shouldn't exist in our world. He was speaking the truth. It was like playing a game.
Everyone is at a similar level, the differences shouldn't be too outrageous, otherwise, there would be no fun in playing, right? But then a freak shows up, crushing everything in their path, leaving others with no way to play.
So, this belongs to the system, it shouldn't exist in this game. Where is Wei Shangnan? Ning Bufan was actually not interested in the deity, his target was only Wei Shangnan. He has left. The deity said lightly, in the future, he will be the only one in our world who can kill you. Is that why you are so desperate to protect Wei Shangnan? Mu Qinghan suddenly interjected, even if it means the complete destruction of the ghost god temple?
Upon hearing this, the deity gritted his teeth. The priests were all dead, and the top-tier powerhouses were basically wiped out. He was now almost a lone commander. Although there were still thousands of followers and ghost beasts below, it couldn't be expected for him, the deity, to personally command them.
I want revenge, I will kill you. The deity pointed at Ning Bufan and roared, damn it, you don't even have a sword now, let's see how you fight me.
Ning Bufan suddenly raised his hand, fingers forming a sword, and slashed down fiercely. Swish! The air emitted a tearing sound.
This can work too? Mu Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. This sword strike was golden, and even dark golden. The deity's eyelids twitched violently.
Damn it, I forgot this freak has a natural sword body. The deity cursed inwardly. A natural sword body can indeed use one's own body as a sword.
But normal people wouldn't do this.
Using the body as a sword, the moment the body bears the power of the sword unleashed, it is equivalent to self-harm. The greater the power of the sword, the greater the self-harm. Once someone with a weak will is consumed by the sword intent, they could truly turn into a sword and lose their humanity, becoming a numb sword person or sword slave.
The risks are immense.
But Ning Bufan didn't care about any risks, directly using his hand as a sword to strike fiercely. A weaker attack would have no effect on a powerhouse of the deity's level, but the dark golden sword light was the strongest strike he had used so far. Roar! The deity bellowed, and the child's body suddenly swelled to a 2-meter-tall giant. A fist struck towards the sword light.
A direct confrontation. Boom!
Thunder roared, and the wooden boat beneath the deity exploded into pieces. Seawater surged outward, forming waves over 10 feet high, then violently swept back, engulfing the deity's entire body. This sword strike was powerful, and the backlash from the self-harm was equally strong. The fingers that executed this sword strike trembled slightly.
Mu Qinghan did not pay attention to Ning Bufan's reaction but was fixated on the enormous whirlpool on the sea.
The deity had already been swallowed by the whirlpool, and no trace of him could be seen. Ning Bufan lowered his hand and said softly, he escaped. To be able to escape from his subordinates, he truly deserved to be a deity.
Go to the Temple of Deception, Ning Bufan commanded.
With so many powerful figures from the Temple of Deception appearing, it should be nearby. The large shark beneath them was actually a deceptive beast that could understand human speech. This human was too terrifying, and it had no choice but to obey. In the next moment, it took the two of them, cutting through the waves, swiftly heading in the direction where the powerful figures from the Temple of Deception were coming from. Half an hour later, they arrived in front of an island. Stepping onto the island, it seemed there was nothing unusual. Everywhere were dense, tall island trees, nothing more.
Is the Temple of Deception really in a place like this? Did we take a wrong turn? Mu Qinghan asked in confusion. Ning Bufan's face darkened. Haven't you been here before? Why are you asking me? Well, Mu Qinghan felt a bit embarrassed.
At that time, he had been kidnapped and was blindfolded, unable to see what was outside.
It's below. Ning Bufan pointed to the ground beneath them.
In the next second, he raised his fingers sharply.
Wait! A familiar shout rang out.
Mu Qinghan turned his head towards the sound and was stunned when he saw a familiar figure. It's you again. Swish! The sword light suddenly burst forth, and Ning Bufan swiftly slashed out, obliterating the air in mist. What Mu Qinghan saw was that deity again.
Ning Bufan did not give that deity any chance for idle chatter and struck out with a sword.
The deity thought, damn it, and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the spot.
Bang!
A piece of defensive treasure was shattered.
Ning Bufan, wait, let's talk, the deity shouted in fear.
Swish! The second sword was slashed out.
Damn! The deity cursed angrily, only able to flee, disappearing into the mist.
but for someone like Ning Bufan, who did not need eyes, it meant little. He raised his hand again, a ray of sword light appearing at his fingertips, the sword light turning golden. Damn it! The deity's face turned pale, shouting, Ning Bufan, just say what you want, we can negotiate. Hand over Wei Shangnan, or you'll die horizontally. If you can't hand him over, you'll die vertically. Ning Bufan's voice was cold. You bastard, the deity cursed, his face suddenly contorting with rage. You think I'm afraid of you? You're forcing me. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud rumble echoed. The thick mist surged, and the ground trembled. Mu Qinghan almost lost his balance, retreating repeatedly. Roar, roar, roar. A giant beast roared, and the sky darkened. When Mu Qinghan looked up again, his mouth dropped open, and his eyes widened in shock, his skin crawling. Standing before them was no longer that little boy, but a massive creature covered in black fur, towering into the clouds, its head unseen. In the eyes of this monster, Ning Bufan and Mu Qinghan were no more than flies. This deity turned out to be a deceptive beast, a being stronger than a heavenly-level deceptive beast. Slash! Ning Bufan swung his sword fiercely, the 100-foot dark golden sword light appearing terrifying. However, in front of this giant ape, the 100-foot sword light was like a toy, swatted away by its enormous hand. Bang! The sword light was shattered. A rare look of astonishment flashed across Ning Bufan's face. Mu Qinghan was also stunned. Ning Bufan's invincible sword had actually failed. Ha ha ha! A deafening laugh echoed from above. Aren't you here to fight? Come, this deity will fight you, go die. The roar was like thunder, and the sky above them suddenly swirled with wind and clouds. A small mountain broke through the mist, crashing down towards them. No, that wasn't a mountain, it was actually a fist. It was terrifying. Run! Mu Qinghan shouted. Ning Bufan remained unmoved, a fierce look flashing across his face. In the next moment, he stomped his right foot on the ground, sword energy surged, and sword light crisscrossed. Whoosh! Mu Qinghan was stunned. At this moment, Ning Bufan transformed into a sword, soaring into the sky and crashing violently against the terrifying fist descending upon him. The sword light was still a dark golden color. Madman! Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The dark golden sword light pierced through the heavens, creating a massive hole in the fist that resembled a small mountain above him. The ultimate realm of the sword path, becoming one with the sword. Blood rained down, and bones shattered with a chilling crunch. Awoke the giant ape's anguished howl echoed throughout the sea. Crack crack crack. Amidst the wails, the enormous fist crumbled under the remnants of the sword energy, flesh and blood breaking apart. With the final explosion, the small mountain shattered into fragments, blood pouring down like rain. Mu Qinghan quickly dodged the torrential downpour of blood. Using your body as a sword, aren't you afraid of backlash? Madman, you're a madman. The giant ape's furious roar reverberated in the area. At this moment, Ning Bufan had already charged to the top of the giant ape's head. Without pausing for a moment, he transformed again into a beam of sword light, crashing towards the giant forehead of the deity. No wait, the deity let out a desperate scream. It wanted to dodge, but how could such a massive forehead evade? Ning Bufan was like a mosquito hitting a wall, not needing to aim. He could hit the target even with his eyes closed. Whoosh! A whistling sound swept by. Ning Bufan's body, transformed into a sharp sword, pierced through the giant head with a brilliant sword light. Blood erupted in an instant. Awo awo, the heart-wrenching screams shook the heavens, echoing far away, as if the heavens were weeping. The deity's massive body immediately went berserk, uncontrollably trampling around the island. Boom boom boom. The island crumbled under its giant feet. The buildings of the eerie divine palace below ground exploded, debris crashing down with a clatter. Quick, run, it's going to collapse. The people inside shouted in terror, frantically rushing towards the escape exit. Rumble. A loud noise erupted as a grand hall collapsed, and those who didn't escape in time were instantly buried under the rubble, letting out piercing screams. Inside the hall, the cries and shouts blended into a cacophony. The eerie divine palace was finished. It was destroyed by their own deity. On the island, after swaying a few times, the giant head of the deity cracked under the assault of the sword energy, fissures exploding continuously. The fists were as large as small mountains, and the head was even bigger, several times the size of a small mountain. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, and blood mist erupted above the clouds. In the next second, a rain of blood enveloped the entire island, clattering down. Mu Qinghan felt despair, facing the overwhelming blood rain above her. There was nowhere to hide. Even more despairing was the sight of the giant ape's body collapsing, as if the sky were falling. If that massive body truly fell, the entire island would sink, and the people on it would naturally be doomed. Ah! In a moment of crisis, Mu Qinghan shouted and leaped into the sea, swimming frantically towards the distance. Fortunately, she was also a capable warrior, moving at great speed. Rumble. Behind her, the colossal figure crashed down, shaking the heavens and the earth, the sea trembling. As expected, the island was directly crushed, sinking below the sea level. The surging waters instantly engulfed it. The island was gone. Now, the eerie divine palace was truly finished. However, the seawater only submerged half of the giant ape's body, while the other half became an island. A figure lightly descended, standing on the giant ape's body. It was Ning Bufan. Goo 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 goo. Little White excitedly circled around Ning Bufan, chattering non-stop. This was an incredibly powerful eerie beast. Eating its beast core would allow one to soar into the sky. Go get it yourself, Ning Bufan said. Little White dashed over, reaching the giant ape's chest area, searching for a moment before fiercely pecking down with its sharp beak. Clang! Gaga gaga! Little White's cries echoed across the sea. Its beak was crooked, yet it couldn't break through the giant ape's skin. It hurt. Gaga gaga! Little White, in pain, spun wildly on the giant ape's body, looking both comical and pained. It truly hurt. Ning Bufan frowned. Little White was a heavenly level strange beast, yet it couldn't peck open the giant ape's skin, which showed just how powerful the giant ape's defenses were. Ning Bufan felt a bit worried. If Little White really ate that beast core, would the terrifying energy that erupted from it cause Little White to burst? Little White didn't care about any of that. It only wanted the beast core. After the pain subsided a bit, it waddled over to Ning Bufan, cooing and rubbing its head against his leg, trying to curry favor. Ning Bufan, helpless, walked over and with a swipe of golden swordlight, cut open a huge gash in the giant ape's chest, blood gushing out. Little White couldn't wait and rushed over, its mouth growing larger and longer, the sharp beak stabbing into the giant ape's chest. After a moment, a beast core the size of a water barrel was pulled out, bright red in color. It was the largest beast core ever seen. Coo! Little White called out excitedly, its body rapidly growing larger, then it opened its big mouth and swallowed it whole. Wait! Ning Bufan wanted to stop Little White from overeating, but it was already too late. Boom! In the next second, Little White's body exploded, half of it gone. Little White was stunned. Ning Bufan. Little White stood there dazed, its relatively weak lower half gone, yet it showed no reaction, as if it hadn't yet understood what had happened. When it finally came to its senses, a piercing scream shattered the sky, shaking the earth. Caw-caw! At that moment, a wet figure was crawling on the shark's back. Getting closer, it was Mu Qinghan. Hearing Little White's shrill scream, Mu Qinghan was startled. She quickly stood up and looked over, and when she saw Little White, which had only half its body left, she was dumbfounded. They had won the fight, so how did Little White suddenly lose half its body? Fortunately, it was a heavenly level strange beast. As long as its heart and head were intact, it wouldn't die immediately. If it were an ordinary strange beast, it would have been finished. Ning Bufan rushed over, reaching into Little White's body with his bare hands to retrieve the still undigested beast core. Then, he sliced off a quarter of the beast core with a swordlight and stuffed it back into Little White's mouth. He also pulled out a dozen or so pills from his pocket and shoved them all into Little White's mouth. These pills were all from his master's stock. After his master died, they all belonged to him. Ning Bufan didn't know if this would work, but he could only try to save the bird as if it were still alive. After swallowing a quarter of the beast core, combined with the dozen top-grade pills, Little White's body began to change. The broken body visibly healed at a rapid pace, fresh blood and flesh sprouting from the gory wounds. Little White's feathers, which were white and red, began to grow black. It transformed into a multicolored bird. Its aura surged wildly. Caw-caw! Little White tilted its head back, emitting a series of sharp cries. It wanted to stand up, but its legs had been blown off along with its lower half. Fortunately, its wings were still intact. As the quarter of the beast core was digested, Little White regained its vitality. After flapping its wings countless times, it soared into the sky. It looked a bit strange, though. Mu Qinghan watched the half-bird flying in the air, her jaw nearly dropping into the sea. Who had ever seen a bird with only half a body still able to fly? However, what shocked her even more was happening. The surrounding mist was slowly dissipating, and the sea surface was becoming clearer. What's going on? The strangeness is disappearing? Ning Bufan, unable to see, heard Mu Qinghan's exclamation and frowned, asking, what happened? It seems like the strangeness is disappearing? The mist over the sea is dissipating. Could it be because of the destruction of the strange god temple and the god lord? Mu Qinghan spoke as if to herself, or perhaps she was asking Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan fell silent, extending his perception, but he didn't feel any particularly significant impact. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, turned sharply, and a sharp swordlight slashed out. Swish, the swordlight vanished into the distant mist. Mu Qinghan looked in that direction, bewildered. There was nothing there. Was he swinging his sword at the air? She was about to say something but quickly closed her mouth. A surge of emptiness rippled, and a stunning woman in a long black ancient dress, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, appeared as a phantom in midair. Her large eyes, filled with a curious smile, looked down at Ning Bufan, completely ignoring Mu Qinghan. Swish! Ning Bufan unleashed another flash of sword light. The sword light pierced through the phantom and vanished into the distant mist. Ning Bufan furrowed his brows, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Don't waste your energy, I'm just a projection, the woman said lightly, her voice melodious and somewhat enchanting. Who are you? Ning Bufan asked coldly. Well, you can call me the master of the anomalies, the woman replied with a smile. Mu Qinghan was taken aback and couldn't help but interject, isn't the master of the anomalies the deity? He. The woman giggled, her chest heaving, I am the true master of the anomalies, that is merely a puppet of mine. I have millions of such puppets. What? Mu Qinghan was stunned. This universe is vast, with many worlds, big and small, the master of the anomalies continued, ignoring Mu Qinghan's shock. Any world I take an interest in will be subjected to anomalies, and then I cultivate puppets to control that world. Mu Qinghan was so shocked that her mind went blank. If what she said was true, then she had already controlled millions of worlds. If she was boasting, it was still terrifying. If it were true, it was even more so. I didn't expect that among the humans of this small world, there would be such a prodigy as you. Quite interesting, huh? The master of the anomalies showed a deep interest. What do you control so many worlds for? Ning Bufan asked curiously. Good question? The master of the anomalies laughed. But I just won't tell you. Ning Bufan? If you really want to know, come find me in the great world. Maybe I can cultivate you as my successor. He. The woman let out another playful giggle. Suddenly, she stopped laughing, her expression turning serious. Alright, I'm done playing with you. In fact, this world is too small to matter to me. Ning Bufan, I'll give you this face and spare this world. Remember to come find me later, you owe me this favor. I don't need your favor, you can continue your anomalies, it has nothing to do with me, Ning Bufan said earnestly. You don't need it? The woman was somewhat surprised. You went through so much trouble to destroy the anomaly temple, aren't you like the righteous people from other worlds, trying to save the billions of lives in this world? Ning Bufan shook his head. I'm not a righteous person, destroying the anomaly temple was an accident. You wanted someone dead, so I killed him, that's all. Then, Ning Bufan detailed the situation. The woman was stunned, and after a long while, her mouth twitched wildly. 1,000 what the hell echoed in her mind. Ha! After a while, the woman took a deep breath, her ugly expression twisting into a strange smile. Well, I don't care. Anyway, the anomaly temple was destroyed by you, so I'll give you this favor. You have to accept it. Until we meet again. As she finished speaking, the phantom in the air gradually blurred and finally disappeared. Gone? Hey, wait! Ning Bufan shouted, but there was no response. As the master of the anomalies vanished, the surrounding mist dissipated more rapidly. At this moment, the human world also felt the abnormality clearly, especially the coastal cities. The sea, once shrouded in mist, was now rapidly clearing, and the nearby sea surface was becoming visible. By nightfall, people were even more astonished to find that the moon in the sky was no longer red, returning to its original bright color. Countless anomalous beasts hidden in the human world sensed something terrifying happening and frantically fled to the dense mountains and forests. The mutated anomalous beasts stopped their mutations. At this moment, people suddenly realized the anomalies had disappeared. Master, a secret letter from the young lady has arrived. Ning Bufan has destroyed the Hall of the Strange Gods, the Lord of the Strange has left, and the anomalies have vanished. In the Dragon Guard Pavilion's base in the capital city, a subordinate hurriedly entered Mu Changshan's office to report. Mu Changshan, who had been engrossed in reviewing documents, suddenly stood up, snatched the report from his subordinate, and after reading it, his expression became somewhat complex. The anomalies had finally disappeared, and humanity had triumphed. He should have been pleased, but a hint of seriousness crossed his face. Ning Bufan's abilities had greatly exceeded his expectations. A person this strong would be difficult to control for his own purposes. Release this news, emphasizing my daughter's achievements, Mu Changshan insisted. What about Ning Bufan? The subordinate asked. Mu Changshan paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, my daughter Mu Qinghan is exceptionally clever. She used the conflict between the demon Ning Bufan and the Hall of the Strange Gods, meticulously planning and laying out strategies, causing both sides to fight each other, resulting in mutual destruction. Subordinate? In the vast ocean, the thick fog had dissipated, and the long-lost sea appeared before humanity's eyes. The magnificent scene stirred emotions. On the surface of the water, a strange bird was soaring. Its feathers were red, white, and black. The oddest thing was that this bird had no lower body or feet, yet its body was exceptionally large.
On the bird's back sat two people, Ning Bufan and Mu Qinghan.
The strange bird was, of course, Xiaobai. Xiaobai was feeling very sad. Although it had grown stronger, it had lost its lower half, turning into an ugly bird, and it felt too ashamed to face anyone, not that it could face birds anymore.
All the way, it flew in silence, not even making a sound. Ning Bufan did not comfort it, sitting silently on the bird's back. Xiaobai, don't be sad.
Our Dragon Guard Pavilion has many divine medicines, we will definitely find a way to help you recover. Only Mu Qinghan offered comfort.
Xiaobai did not respond, merely flapping its wings vigorously. Fortunately, it still had wings, otherwise, it would truly not resemble a bird. There's a ship ahead, Ning Bufan suddenly spoke, as if in deep meditation.
Mu Qinghan stretched her neck to look into the distance and indeed saw a black dot. Just then, a watch on her wrist emitted a beep-beep signal. Since the fog had cleared, the signal over the sea had also been restored. The watch was, in fact, a disguised special communicator.
Hello, this is Mu Qinghan. Uncle Chen, is that you? I can see your ship. Great, we'll land soon. After ending the call, Mu Qinghan was overjoyed. The people from the Dragon Guard Pavilion are here to pick us up, and it's my dad's most trusted Uncle Chendong. Let's hurry over, we can rest well on the ship. Since entering the sea area until today, they had been drifting at sea for many days without a proper bath or a comfortable bed for a long time. As Xiaobai accelerated, a large ship appeared in Mu Qinghan's sight. Looking at the flag fluttering on the ship, Mu Qinghan excitedly shouted, "That's the ship! Xiaobai, land quickly!" Xiaobai didn't make a sound, slowing down and gently descending towards the large ship. The people on the ship looked up at the strange large bird descending from above, all of them astonished with their mouths agape. Just as someone was about to prepare an attack, a burly middle-aged man called out to everyone, "It's Mu Qinghan back!" Soon, Xiaobai shrank in size and landed on the wide deck, then transformed into a small bird and burrowed into Ning Bufan's pocket, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. "Uncle Chen," Mu Qinghan exclaimed excitedly as she rushed to the front of the burly middle-aged man. Qingdong looked at Mu Qinghan and smiled, "Girl, you've had a tough journey. You've gotten darker and thinner, but as long as you're fine, that's good. Oh, Uncle Chen, don't say so much. Arrange a sumptuous feast for me, a comfortable room, and hot water. Oh, and my friend, Mr. Ning Bufan." Mu Qinghan was completely at ease in front of Qingdong. Qingdong laughed heartily, "Everything will be arranged." However, when he looked at Ning Bufan, a hint of unusual color flashed in his eyes. Then, Mu Qinghan and Ning Bufan rarely relaxed and enjoyed themselves. After taking a shower, they had a big meal, and after eating, they returned to their rooms for a good sleep. After finishing her meal, Mu Qinghan felt very sleepy and collapsed into bed, falling into a deep slumber. She had no idea how long she had slept. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Mu Qinghan opened her eyes wide awake. She still felt very tired, as if she hadn't slept enough. However, the ship was shaking violently. "Have we encountered a storm?" Curious, she hurriedly got out of bed to find some clothes to wear. She found it strange that her clothes seemed to be in the wrong place. But now, with the ship rocking so violently, she couldn't care about the oddity and quickly got dressed and rushed out. As soon as she opened the door, the roar of the sea and the shouts of people on the ship filled her ears, especially the loud voice of Qingdong. "Hurry, stabilize the ship and speed away from the explosion zone. Steady, steady, quickly." "What happened?" she shouted as she rushed outside. The moment she stepped out, she froze. It was pitch black outside. She had somehow slept until late at night. In the darkness, she could see the towering waves crashing violently. To her horror, beyond the distant horizon, there was a terrifying light in the sky, a mushroom cloud hovering in the blinding brightness. The distance was too far, and with the ship moving quickly, her line of sight was soon blocked by the horizon, leaving her only with the blazing white sky beyond. It was night on their side, while the other side of the horizon was a hellish daylight. Uncle Chen, what happened?" Mu Qinghan found Qingdong, who was directing the situation. Upon seeing her, Qingdong hurriedly said, "Girl, why are you awake? It's dangerous here, go back to your room. Someone, take the young lady down." "Yes." Two women rushed in and forcibly pulled Mu Qinghan out. Back in her room, she suddenly thought of something and slapped her forehead. "Ning Bufan." She rushed to Ning Bufan's room but quickly froze. Ning Bufan's room was next to hers, but now her neighbor was not a room at all, but a warehouse. In the next moment, she seemed to awaken from a dream, suddenly realizing that this ship was not the one they had just been on. While she was asleep, someone had quietly moved her to another ship. They had changed ships. So, where was Ning Bufan? She rushed out again, grabbing the female crew member who had brought her in, asking, "Where is Ning Bufan?" Well, we don't know, the crew member replied, looking a bit flustered. Don't know? Mu Qinghan was puzzled. The more she thought about it, the more something felt off. She wasn't a pig, even if she slept deeply, it was impossible for someone to move her without her noticing. Moreover, she was a martial artist, even the slightest noise could wake her up. She recalled how she had felt so sleepy after dinner. Was there something wrong with the food? It suddenly dawned on her, and she turned her head again to look at the distant horizon. The enormous roar produced a dazzling light like daylight, a mushroom cloud, and even triggered a tsunami, affecting them from a distance. What kind of thing could have such terrifying power? There was only one thing. Humanity's super weapon, Black Bomb. Boom! Mu Qinghan's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. A terrifying thought arose in her heart. While they were asleep, someone had swapped her onto another ship, leaving Ning Bufan on that ship, and then detonated the black bomb. Ning Bufan. Bang! Mu Qinghan collapsed to the ground, her delicate face as pale as paper. No, it shouldn't be like this, this isn't real? She hugged her head and shook it frantically. She was unwilling to believe and refused to accept that the truth could be like this. Girl, are you okay? At that moment, the ship stabilized, and Qindong finally felt relieved enough to leave the command room to check on Mu Qinghan. When she saw Mu Qinghan sitting on the ground, holding her head and shaking it wildly, she couldn't help but ask with concern. With a loud crash, Mu Qinghan suddenly stood up, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Qindong. Qindong couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart, instinctively stopping in his tracks with a furrowed brow. Girl, you. What's wrong? Ning Bufan, where are you? Mu Qinghan gritted her teeth, asking this question word by word. Upon hearing Ning Bufan's name, Qindong's gaze flickered slightly. Ahem, girl, Ning Bufan has already left on his bird. Uncle Chun, you should know I'm not a fool. Mu Qinghan didn't believe him at all. From Qindong's unnatural expression, she knew it wasn't the truth. Qindong sighed inwardly. He knew this girl was exceptionally clever and cunning. He, a rough man, was no match for her. Seeing the change in Qindong's expression, Mu Qinghan swayed and nearly fell. She realized her suspicions had come true. Why? Suddenly, her voice turned into a hysterical cry and roar. Why are you doing this to him? Qindong waved his hand, signaling the people around to step back. Some things were not convenient to say in front of too many people. Once everyone had retreated, Qindong said seriously, Girl, Ning Bufan has killed many, without humanity. He is a devil who should not exist in this world. No, he is not a devil, he is a hero who saves humanity. Mu Qinghan's tears blurred her vision, and she suddenly knelt on the ground, wailing, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't want this, woo. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Qindong felt uncomfortable too. Girl, do you really have to be like this? Whether Ning Bufan is a demon or not is not for us to decide, but for the public to determine. Ha. Mu Qinghan laughed loudly, tears streaming down like broken pearls. The public's determination? Ha. To some, he is a devil, but that is also because people like you have forced him to become one. Mu Qinghan gritted her teeth, her eyes red. His life has already been tragic enough, he has lost all hope in this world. But he still retains his humanity. He could have destroyed everyone, but he didn't. Instead, he has destroyed the strange beasts, annihilated the temple of the strange gods, made the anomalies disappear, and restored normalcy to the human world. But this hero who saved humanity not only received no praise but was treated as a devil and ruthlessly erased by you. Is this fair? Is it fair? Tell me. Mu Qinghan's roar was deafening. Qindong opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. After a moment of silence, he helplessly said, Girl, this is a decision from the higher-ups. We just follow orders, and we can't interfere with anything else. Which higher-up? Mu Qinghan gritted her teeth, genuinely wanting to know which higher-up made such a decision. The former president of the Hunter Association, the former head of the inner court. Hadn't the lessons from these people been profound enough? Dragon Lord. Qindong hesitated for a moment before uttering those two words. Mu Qinghan's head buzzed, and her expression froze. But she quickly shook her head. No, I don't believe it. How could such a wise Dragon Lord make such a decision? Girl, you must understand that black weapons can only be used with the Dragon Lord's signed order, otherwise, no one can use them. Qindong's tone was serious and solemn. Mu Qinghan froze again, her whole being in a daze. She couldn't understand why this was happening. Seeing Mu Qinghan stop her roaring and screaming, Qindong breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Girl, both the Dragon Lord and your father intend to make you a hero. You have made the greatest contribution in this eradication of the anomalies, and the report has already been sent out. Mu Qinghan looked up again, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. What report are you sending out? The female hero Mu Qinghan, with unparalleled wisdom and strategy,
took advantage of the conflict between the demon Ning Bufan and the Temple of Deception, meticulously planning and laying out her schemes, causing both sides to fight each other until they were mutually injured. At the critical moment, the support from the Dragon Guard Pavilion intervened, using a black weapon to eliminate them all, saving all of humanity.
Chendong, a rough man, expressed the core idea without any embellishments.
In any case, all the credit belonged to the Dragon Guard Pavilion, and Mu Qinghan was the female hero of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, the hero of all humanity.
Hee, giggle.
Mu Qinghan laughed, her laughter tinged with sarcasm and madness. The true hero has turned into a devil, while I, this bear, have become a hero. How ridiculous, so funny, giggle. Chendong's expression darkened, filled more with helplessness.
The promotion of this matter actually required Mu Qinghan's cooperation.
But if she refused to cooperate, they could only temporarily place her under house arrest to prevent her from speaking out.
With a whoosh, Mu Qinghan wiped away the tears on her face, slowly standing up, her indifferent gaze fixed on Chendong. I don't understand. Since you can use black weapons, why didn't you use them against the Temple of Deception before? Why only against Ning Bufan? Chendong sighed, we have used them before, but that was a top secret, and the lower ranks didn't know. Now that it's been declassified, I can tell you, when the anomaly hasn't disappeared, using black weapons will be neutralized by a mysterious force, like a giant firecracker. This time, it was also to test whether the anomaly has truly disappeared. The restoration of the black weapon's normal power indicates that the anomaly has indeed vanished.
Mu Qinghan shook her head in anger and grief, biting her teeth. So, Ning Bufan has become your test subject, hee.
Chendong didn't want to discuss Ning Bufan any further and said solemnly, girl, I say this again, this is a decision from the higher-ups. We are just executing it. Does this higher-up include my father? Mu Qinghan's question left Chendong silent, unsure how to respond. I understand.
Mu Qinghan shook her head, her silence was an acknowledgement.
Ha! She took a deep breath, turning to gaze at the light on the horizon that had not yet completely faded, smiling sadly. Have you ever thought about what would happen if Ning Bufan doesn't die this time? We will all die. Impossible.
Chendong's words were firm. Ning Bufan is at the core of the explosion. Even if he is a legendary true god, he won't survive. Mu Qinghan was too weary to say anything more, slowly turning away and entering the room like a walking corpse. At that moment, she felt a bit disappointed with this world. Bang! The door closed, isolating her from everything outside. Chendong looked at the tightly shut door, sighed, and turned to leave. Back in his room, he took out a communicator to report the situation to Mu Changshan.
Pavilion Master, Qinghan's condition isn't good. Are we really doing the right thing?
Chendong's voice sounded somewhat confused through the communicator. Old Chen, for those of us in our position, right and wrong no longer matter. Mu Changshan's voice came from the communicator. Often, we are not in control of our own actions. Everything will be judged by history. Of course, history is written by the victors, hee. The sound of Mu Changshan's amused laughter came through the communicator.
The Yi clan wanted Ning Bufan dead. The people of the world wanted him dead too.
For the sake of their grand ambitions, someone like Ning Bufan should not exist.
If he didn't die, many would be uneasy. Therefore, Ning Bufan had to die. He was a system that needed to be eliminated. In Kyoto, at the Dragon Guard Pavilion base, in an office, Mu Changshan hung up the phone and turned to a mysterious shadow beside him. With the trouble of Ning Bufan resolved, our reputation at the Dragon Guard Pavilion has reached its peak. How is it with the Dragon Lord? The mysterious shadow bowed. Pavilion Master, there are no issues with the Dragon Lord. As long as you give the order, he can relinquish that position at any time. Good, then only one last trouble remains.
A sharp, cold glint flashed in Mu Changshan's eyes as he spat out a few chilling words through clenched teeth. Old Pavilion Master, Xiandian. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang.
Mu Changshan picked up the receiver. Pavilion Master, we've found the old Pavilion Master. Mu Changshan smiled. Just as he was about to doze off, someone brought him a pillow. It was fate. Ha, heaven is helping me. What do I have to worry about? Inform the Yi clan, we can take action now.
Understood. The world was about to change. Oh, delicious, delicious. Little girl, your barbecue skills are amazing, huh? It's the first time this old man has eaten something so good. Old man, don't rush. No one is competing with you, it's all yours. In front of a cave deep within a dense forest, a white-haired old man and a young, beautiful woman were barbecuing. The aroma of grilled meat and wild vegetables, mixed with some wild spices, was mouth-watering. The woman was none other than Xia Xinshin. Some time ago, this old man, who was like a child at heart, suddenly barged in here.
Xia Xinshin instinctively felt wary. However, after a few days of getting along, the old man was quite fun, even guiding Xia Xinshin in sword practice. Thus,
the two became familiar with each other. Xia Xinxin's barbecue skills were exceptional, making the old man reluctant to leave.
Old man, it's been so many days, you should tell me your name by now, right?
Xia Xinxin asked with a hint of dissatisfaction. She had already told the old man her name, yet he kept his own a secret. Oh, it's just a name. Why do you care so much, little girl?
The old man said, his mouth full of grease, my name is Xian Dian, Xian for mysterious, Dian for madness.
Ha! Xia Xinxin was taken aback, he really was a bit mad. Suddenly, several gusts of wind howled, and three figures rushed towards them. Xian Dian's eating motion abruptly halted, and the smile on his face vanished. Xia Xinxin also sensed something was off. She was now a sword practitioner too.
Old Pavilion Master, we finally found you. 3 people, a middle-aged man and 2 young men, approached.
The middle-aged man rushed forward excitedly to greet Xian Dian.
Xia Xinxin widened her eyes at the old man. You are the Pavilion Master? Xian Dian laughed heartily. What Pavilion Master? Just consider me an old man. The old fellow put down the barbecue, glaring at the 3 men with displeasure. What do you want from me? Didn't I say that matters of the Hulong Pavilion are entirely under Mu Chanshan's responsibility?
After this year, I will apply for retirement from the Dragon Lord. The middle-aged man immediately panicked. Old Pavilion Master, please don't. The Dragon Lord is in a crisis. The Hulong Pavilion is in danger. We urgently need you to return and take charge.
What? Xian Dian's expression changed. What happened?
The middle-aged man glanced at Xia Xinxin, hesitating to speak.
Xia Xinxin understood immediately. Elder, you discuss your matters, I'll be busy.
With that, she headed straight back into the cave.
Xian Dian's expression grew serious. Speak quickly.
The middle-aged man leaned in closer, his face grave. The hidden ancient clan has emerged. The Yi clan wants to take control of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and they have already taken the Dragon Lord hostage.
With a crack, Xian Dian's fist suddenly clenched, the joints cracking. This Yi clan is becoming more and more overbearing. Have they forgotten the previous agreement?
His voice carried anger. Just then, another howling sound came.
4 figures, as fast as lightning, appeared before them, surrounding Xian Dian and the others.
Xian Dian looked at the 4, his brow furrowing. Yi clan. From their attire, they were indeed members of the hidden ancient clan, the Yi clan. While others had not seen them, Xian Dian had.
3 men and 1 woman.
Leading them was an old man wielding a sword, a terrestrial immortal. The other 3 were peak quasi-gods.
This lineup was sufficient to deal with Xian Dian.
Originally, the Yi clan wanted to deploy more terrestrial immortals to ensure nothing went wrong, but too many had died at Ning Bufan's hands, leaving no extras to spare.
Yi Huai, are you really going to break the rules?
Xian Dian coldly stared at the sword-wielding elder at the forefront, his old face filled with anger. Yi Huai let out a hoarse laugh. Xian Dian, enough with the nonsense.
Today is your day to die. Protect the old Pavilion Master.
A middle-aged man shouted loudly. The 3 of them immediately stood in front of Xian Dian.
Xian Dian was quite moved and shouted, I'm not so weak that I need your protection. Step aside. Poof. Yi Huai sneered coldly, kill them all, leave not a single one. Brothers, charge. Send the old Pavilion Master off. The middle-aged man roared, shaking the heavens.
The 3 of them, filled with a fierce aura, simultaneously struck out viciously.
Puff, puff, puff. 3 sounds rang out as 3 sharp daggers pierced into Xian Dian's body. Xian Dian was stunned, looking at his 3 comrades with disbelief. Ha ha ha. Yi Huai laughed mockingly. Xian Dian, didn't expect this, did you? Mu Chanshan has already led the Hulong Pavilion to ally with my Yi clan.
I came here today specifically to send you on your way, to eliminate you as a stumbling block.
Bastard! Xian Dian roared. Boom!
A terrifying aura erupted explosively. The 3 of them, along with their daggers, were blasted away.
An old land immortal is not so easy to kill. Bang, bang, bang.
The 3 crashed into several trees before falling to the ground, spitting blood, their insides shattered, unable to survive. They paid the price for their betrayal. Kill! The 4 of Yi Huai charged forward in unison. They did not want to waste time, striving to eliminate him in one fell swoop. If Xian Dian had not been ambushed and injured, he might have been able to struggle a bit. But now, he had no way to fight back. Inside the cave, Xia Xinxin naturally knew what was happening outside. She tightly gripped Ning Bufan's sword, wanting to rush out to help, but she knew very well that with her meager strength, going out would be tantamount to seeking death, or even making things worse. But if she didn't go out, once these people dealt with Xian Dian, they would definitely not spare her.
What to do? She couldn't afford to have anything happen to her. If something happened to her, what would Ning Bufan do? Who would take care of him and provide him with recovery treatment? She had to find a way to escape. Old man, I'm sorry, It's not that I don't want to help you, I really can't. Filled with guilt, Xia Xinxing took advantage of the fierce battle between the two sides to carefully slip out, using the cover of the grass to escape. Fortunately, neither side engaged in the fight noticed her at all. In fact, Xian Dian had already noticed Xia Xinxing. He was not disappointed, instead, he intentionally tried to draw the attention of the others away. Even though he was already spitting blood from the beating, he still exerted all his strength to attract their attention, creating an opportunity for Xia Xinxing to escape. After a while, Xia Xinxing finally managed to escape far away, no longer able to see the few people. But the sounds of fighting were still coming from that direction. Old man, I'm sorry. Xia Xinxing gritted her teeth, steeling her heart, and was about to leave with the sword in hand. Suddenly, two figures blocked her path. One was an old woman with a wrinkled face leaning on a cane, and the other was a lewd young man dressed in the same black outfit as Ning Bufan. With a swish, Xia Xinxing instinctively drew her sword and slashed out. The sharp sword light shot forward. The young man also used a sword, thrusting his long sword forward. Bang! Xia Xinxing's sword light shattered, and the young man took a step back, slightly surprised. Grandma, this girl is indeed Ning Bufan's girl, this sword has some skill. The old woman looked at Xia Xinxing with great interest, becoming more and more satisfied. Not bad, a good seedling. It's worth my special trip to find her. Our Yanwu sect needs such talent, let's take her to the great world. He Biao's eyes immediately lit up, his lewd gaze fixed on the youthful and beautiful girl, swallowing hard. Sister, Ning Bufan is already dead. Staying here has no support. Follow your brother, I'll be your strong backing. Come with us. Xia Xinxing's expression changed. What did you say? Ning Bufan is dead? Impossible, you're talking nonsense. Seeing that Xia Xinxing did not believe that Ning Bufan was dead, He Biao took out a mobile phone, opened a video news clip, and turned the screen towards Xia Xinxing. In the video, news is being reported about Mu Qinghan and Ning Bufan attacking the mysterious god temple. Mu Qinghan strategizes meticulously, planning for Ning Bufan and the mysterious god temple to mutually annihilate each other, and then the black weapon of the Dragon Guard Pavilion will take them all away. The human world welcomes the dawn of light. The final background image of the video shows the terrifying power of the black weapon exploding on the sea surface. No, it's impossible, I don't believe it. Xia Xinxing shakes her head frantically, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Child, accept reality, the old woman sighs. To be honest, we are relatives of Ning Bufan. We came to this world to bring him back. Now that he is gone, we cannot return empty-handed, otherwise, we cannot explain to our family back home. So, come with us. The old man claims he wants to take Xia Xinxing away, but his eyes are fixed on the sword in her hand. This sword is their true objective. Taking Xia Xinxing away is just a bonus. The Heartless Sword comes from the Heartless Elder of the Great World, ranked 3rd on the Great World's famous sword list. Indeed, Ning Bufan's master, the Heartless Elder, hails from the Great World. Due to his cultivation of a sinister technique that devours others' powers, countless swordmasters were consumed by him, inciting public outrage. Thus, masters from various sects in the Great World united to besiege him, severely injuring him. The Heartless Elder is powerful and managed to escape from a dire situation, fleeing to the human world where the bazaar had descended, slowly recovering by devouring. Little did he expect to have a setback with Ning Bufan. Get away, I won't go with you. Xia Xinxing screams in grief and anger, pointing her sword at the two, tears uncontrollably pouring out, her voice choked with sobs. I won't believe it until I see his body. He Biao smiles bitterly. Sister, when that thing explodes, do you think he could still have a body? He's turned to ash. Even if he turns to ash, I want to see the ash, Xia Xinxing insists stubbornly. The two are left speechless. If he is really dead, I won't go with anyone. I will slaughter the Dragon Guard Pavilion to avenge him, then take my own life to accompany him. Xia Xinxing cries out heart-wrenchingly, her tears blurring her vision. The old woman and He Biao exchange glances. Grandma, this woman is hopeless, let's use force. He Biao loses his patience. He is actually quite frustrated. He has been impersonating Ning Bufan, creating disasters everywhere, and then ran back to the Great World to inform the fake young master of the Ning Sword sect. He has gone to great lengths to try to kill Ning Bufan. Who would have thought that upon returning from the Great World, Ning Bufan was taken away by the black weapon, wasting his efforts. Now, wanting to take away Ning Bufan's woman, she is so stubborn and unreasonable, which is infuriating. The old woman nods slightly, suddenly pointing out. Buzz. A humming sound resonates through the void. Xia Xinxing senses danger and instinctively reaches for her sword, but the gap is too vast. Before she can raise her sword, it feels as if she has been struck hard in the chest, and with a wow, she spits out a mouthful of blood, collapsing straight onto the grass, unconscious.
The old woman casually beckons, and the heartless sword falls into her hand, excitedly exclaiming, "Indeed a good sword. With this sword in my Yenwu sect, we will surely soar."
However, in the next second, an unexpected change occurs. Buzz buzz.
The sound of the sword ringing suddenly fills the forest, and the heartless sword unleashes a powerful force. The old woman's face changes dramatically, and she hurriedly lets go. Swish, the heartless sword flashes with a beam of light, leaving a trail of blood. Then, the long sword flies into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that disappears into the depths of the dense forest. The old woman and He Biao stare in shock at this scene, more so in frustration and regret.
Damn it, the fat meat they were about to eat has flown away. Grandma, are you okay?
He Biao looks at the blood on the old woman's palm, hurriedly asking. The old woman shakes her head dismissively. "It's nothing, this sword has a spirit, we can't take it away."
What a pity.
He Biao is even more frustrated. If the old woman can't handle it, he certainly can't. "Grandma, to tame this sword, we might need to invite someone stronger.
Let's head back first and take this woman with us for training."
He Biao's eyes were fixed on Xia Xinxin, gleaming with excitement.
"It can only be this way."
"Carry her on your back to the big world," the old woman commanded.
Yes.
After a while, Xia Xinxin was taken away by the two, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. A week later, in the mountain forest, at the cave where Xia Xinxin lived, a disheveled figure staggered and collapsed at the entrance of the cave.
It was none other than Ning Bufan.
At this moment, Ning Bufan's clothes were tattered, his body covered in wounds, and he was charred all over, as if he had just crawled out of a furnace.
Surviving the explosion of the black weapon was a miracle in itself.
He had been sound asleep when he sensed something was wrong and woke up, almost immediately fleeing. But escaping from that thing was not as simple as it sounded. The range and lethality were terrifying. At the moment of the explosion, although he had protected himself with a sword cocoon formed by sword energy, it had been shattered. He didn't know how many sword cocoons had been broken, but he had exhausted all his strength to escape with his life. Unfortunately, Xiaobai couldn't withstand it and turned to ashes. This was the worst experience he had since descending the mountain. Fortunately, he had given it his all and finally returned here.
Xinxin, Xinxin.
He struggled to open his cracked, charred lips, calling out for Xia Xinxin inside. His perception was now extremely weak, and he didn't know if anyone was inside. After calling several times with no response, a sense of foreboding crept in. He gritted his teeth and crawled painfully inside, leaving a shocking trail of blood on the leaves and dry branches. After a long time, he finally crawled into the cave and began to feel around. He found some of Xia Xinxin's belongings and suddenly touched a familiar glass bottle. This glass bottle contained the life spring water he had stolen from the Yi family's sacred ground. He had given it to Xia Xinxin in the hospital. To his surprise, he thought Xia Xinxin had finished it, but upon shaking it, he found there was still a little less than half a bottle left. Given his current condition, he didn't know if the life spring water would be effective. But there was no time to think about that. He quickly twisted open the bottle and took 2 big gulps.
The life spring water was soon gone.
This time, he drank more than twice the amount he had before. The sweet, cool water flowed down his throat, and a comfortable sensation spread throughout his body. The intense pain began to dissipate. For these days, he had been tormented by the rotting wounds on his body, feeling worse than death. Fortunately, his will was strong, and he didn't care about the excruciating pain. Now, feeling suddenly comfortable, he relaxed completely, and gradually, drowsiness overtook him, and he fell asleep.
During his deep slumber, his wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The life spring water truly lived up to its reputation as a life-saving remedy.
For an ordinary person, just a drop could prolong life and rejuvenate aging cells, let alone Ning Bufan, who had taken 2 large gulps.
The next day, dawn broke. When the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cave, Ning Bufan woke up.
Sensing the familiar environment and aura around him, he was somewhat stunned, but more so filled with joy and excitement. He had fully recovered, and even more astonishingly, it felt as if a powerful unknown force was contained within him, a force not cultivated by a martial artist. He quickly sat up, regulating his internal energy and guiding that force to slowly gather in his palm, which bizarrely turned a bright red, like a piece of iron heated to glowing. In the next moment, he suddenly struck out with his palm, crashing into the cave.
Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, shaking the ground and mountains.
He immediately released his perception to observe the effect of this strike. Then, he was stunned. Outside, the area where his palm struck was reduced to ruins within a 10-mile radius, devoid of any vegetation. It was equivalent to the power of a small black weapon.
Is this the power of a black weapon? Ning Bufan was shocked, incredulous. He wondered in his heart, am I still human?
Ning Bufan really couldn't imagine that not only had he survived under the black weapon, but he had also gained its power. The black weapon was not only terrifying in its direct lethality, but the most frightening aspect was its deadly radiation.
A normal human should not be able to withstand it.
He overlooked one of his abilities, the devouring evil technique inherited from his master. At the moment of life and death, his body's self-protection mechanism activated, subconsciously devouring the power that the black weapon unleashed upon him, otherwise, he would have turned to ashes along with Xia Xinxin. Moreover, his physique, a natural sword body, indeed did not belong to normal humans. Buzz. Suddenly, a familiar sound of a sword ringing interrupted his astonishment. Ning Bufan frowned and raised his hand to grab to the side. With a whoosh, a sharp sword was in his hand. It was his own sword.
With the sword present, where had he gone?
If Xia Xinxin had gone out, she should have returned after a night. Filled with doubt, Ning Bufan slowly stood up and walked toward the cave entrance. Halfway there, he suddenly realized that his clothes were burnt and he was basically not wearing anything. Previously, he had been charred black, making it impossible to discern his human form. Whether he wore clothes or not was irrelevant, but now it was different. Ning Bufan sensed around and found a set of clean clothes neatly folded on a stone slab, which were his spare clothes. He had left them here because they were dirty, and Xia Xinxin had already washed them, even mending the torn parts. He picked up the clothes and put them on, the fabric still carrying the familiar scent of a woman.
Xinxin, where have you gone?
At that moment, Ning Bufan became even more worried about Xia Xinxin. After putting on his clothes and picking up the sword, he found the sword sheath and walked out of the cave. Outside, due to the earlier strike, the lush vegetation around had vanished, leaving only a bare ground. Ning Bufan had an idea. He could fuse that power into his sword, and with such a strike, it would be terrifying. However, he had no time to experiment. He needed to find Xia Xinxin first.
He maximized his perception, continuously searching for Xia Xinxin's trace in the surrounding mountains and forests.
Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and Xia Xinxin's familiar aura had dissipated. Even with Ning Bufan's strong perception, it was difficult to sense her. Suddenly, when he searched beneath a cliff, he felt a trace of human presence in a hidden ravine covered by dense bushes.
How could there be someone here?
Curious, Ning Bufan used his sword to cut through the bushes and pulled out a frail old man with white hair, bringing him back to the cave for treatment. Taking a chance, the old man might have seen Xia Xinxin. The old man was severely injured and had likely been lying in the bushes for a long time. The fact that he was still alive was a testament to his resilience. He was no other than Xian Dian, the master of the Dragon Guard Pavilion.
An old land immortal indeed had a tough life.
A week ago, he had been chased here by a master from the Yi clan. After being killed, his body was kicked off the cliff, left to be devoured by beasts. No one expected that he, who had clearly lost his breath, would actually recover, and now he was found and saved by Ning Bufan, proving his extraordinary resilience.
The next day, Xian Dian finally woke up.
He opened his eyes and saw a handsome young man with blind eyes and a severed arm in front of him. Momentarily stunned, "You, who are you?
Where is that girl Xia?" Ning Bufan raised an eyebrow. "You know Xia Xinxin?"
Xian Dian struggled to sit up, glanced around, and then looked at Ning Bufan. "Are you
the Ning Bufan that Xia mentioned?" Ning Bufan was taken aback and nodded.
"Yes, I'm looking for her. Where did she go? She should have escaped." Xian Dian then detailed the situation from that day. Ning Bufan's expression darkened terrifyingly, and a murderous intent spread around him, palpable as if it were a substance. Xian Dian was greatly alarmed. This murderous intent was too frightening, even making a strong person like him tremble.
"Young man, don't get angry.
Given the situation at the time, Xia should have escaped. It's not a big problem," Xian Dian hurriedly reassured.
Ning Bufan shook his head. "If she really escaped, my sword should have followed her."
Xian Dian finally noticed that Ning Bufan was holding a sword, which seemed to be the one used by Xia Xinxin. Thinking that Xia Xinxin might have fallen victim to the Yi clan's treachery, the old man was filled with rage. "Yi clan, Mu Changshan, you all deserve to die. No, I must return to the capital immediately, otherwise, the Dragon Lord is in danger, and my Dragon Kingdom is in danger." Xian Dian struggled to stand up, but just halfway up, he fell heavily back down, coughing violently. His injuries had not healed at all. Going now would only mean death. "Go!" Ning Bufan suddenly grabbed the old man's arm, and before he could react, he was dragged out. The capital was under martial law today.
Once a bustling and prosperous city, it now seemed to have been paused.
All shops were closed, and travel was strictly prohibited. Armed soldiers and war vehicles filled the streets and alleys. In the sky, fighter jets and flying beasts patrolled. The Dragon Guard had taken action.
In front of a solemn and imposing building, the atmosphere was grim.
A dense army surrounded the area, leaving no way in or out. In front of the building, over 300 elite warriors stood at the entrance, their faces marked with the solemnity and determination of those facing death. Mu Chanshan, you are so bold to dare betray my lord's trust, plotting to usurp the throne and become a traitor. Are you not afraid of being infamous for eternity? The leader of the 300 elites was a burly man with a beard, a peak quasi-divine powerhouse. He stood at the forefront, wielding a standard military knife, exuding an imposing presence like a fierce Zhang Fei. Zhang Meng, I know you are a talent and loyal to the Dragon Lord, but given the current situation, why do you insist on stubbornly resisting and making a meaningless struggle? Mu Changshan shouted from atop a war vehicle, those who know the times are wise, just follow me and the Dragon Guard to restore order, and I guarantee your position will be higher than it is now. Ha ha ha. Zhang Meng laughed heartily. Mu Chanshan, you dare to speak of restoring order? You are the one in the wrong, I am the one in the right. Enough of your nonsense. If you want to occupy this building and take the Dragon Lord hostage, you will have to step over my dead body. Mu Chanshan shook his head regretfully. If that's the case, then as you wish. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and shouted, all members of the Dragon Guard, obey my command. The heavens have died, the yellow heaven shall rise. Today, follow me to kill and change the world. You will all become the founding heroes of the new dynasty, forever enjoying wealth and honor. With this one sentence, countless soldiers around him erupted in fervor. Kill! 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 In an instant, the sound of killing filled the air. All members of the Dragon Guard, who dares to move? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, resonating above their heads. The thunderous killing intent immediately faltered. Then, the faces of the soldiers changed. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Meng and the others were momentarily stunned, then filled with immense joy. Because this familiar voice belonged to the old master of the Dragon Guard, Xian Dian. Xian Dian was known for his madness, and he didn't take his position seriously, but at critical moments, he was still quite reliable. Everyone looked up to the sky. Above, a large bird with a fiery red crown was flying swiftly towards them. It was the old master Xian Dian's mount, a quasi-heavenly beast. This mount, like Xian Dian, was usually unreliable, often wandering off to play, but at a crucial moment, it found Xian Dian, allowing Ning Bufan and Xian Dian to have a mount to arrive here in time. Impossible! Didn't the Yi clan say that Xian Dian had been killed? Mu Changshan looked at the beast flying overhead, his face turning pale. However, today the mask had been torn off, and he had no way to retreat. Even if Xian Dian was not dead, he could not stop his advance. Call for Yi clan experts for support. Mu Changshan urgently ordered his trusted aides nearby. Fortunately, the Yi clan experts were hiding nearby in case of emergencies, which would not shake the overall situation. However, as the beast flew closer, he vaguely saw two people sitting on its back, and the person behind Xian Dian. Mu Changshan's pupils suddenly constricted, and his scalp nearly exploded. He saw that behind Xian Dian stood a blind, one-armed man. No, my old eyes must be playing tricks on me. Mu Changshan rubbed his eyes fiercely, and when he opened them again, the figure was closer and clearer. Ning Gufan? Boom! Mu Changshan's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. Although he had never seen Ning Bufan in person, he had seen countless images and photos of him. This person looked very much like Ning Bufan. No, it can't be, absolutely impossible. Mu Changshan closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously. It was completely unscientific, completely unreasonable. Ning Bufan couldn't possibly still be alive, and even less likely to be mixed up with Xian Dian. There had to be some mistake. Suddenly, he thought of something and opened his eyes wide. The next second, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He understood. Xian Dian had survived a great disaster, and now that he held great power, the only way for him to turn the tables was to use Ning Bufan. This Ning Bufan was a fake. In fact, there was indeed a fake Ning Bufan. Gao Sanfeng had specifically investigated the impersonator and reported it to the Hulong Pavilion. At that time, he was also curious, so he sent someone to verify it, and that was how they found out that someone was impersonating Ning Bufan, creating massacres and harming innocent women. The destruction of the Shenlong Villa was also the work of that impersonator. He never expected that today, the impersonator would come to him. Mu Changshan sneered inwardly, the fear he felt earlier dissipating without a trace. Lord, they are coming down. Should we attack? At this moment, a trusted aide nervously asked beside him. Let them come down. Mu Changshan was confident, it didn't matter. Soon, in the central square, the flying bird carrying Ning Bufan and Xian Dian landed. When Xian Dian got down, he staggered as he walked. His injuries had not healed, and now with the cold wind blowing in the air, he felt very weak. But at this moment, he had to hold on. Seeing Xian Dian's unsteady walk and pale face, Mu Changshan felt even more assured. At this moment, even if Xian Dian was alive, he couldn't stir up any trouble.
Surround them, we are going over. Mu Changshan commanded. A dense crowd surged forward, surrounding Ning Bufan and Xian Dian. Mu Changshan stepped down from the war chariot, surrounded by a group of loyal guards, and walked towards the two. Old Pavilion Master, it's been a long time. Mu Changshan entered the encirclement, looking at Xian Dian, and sighed regretfully, it's been a long time, I didn't expect you to end up like this. Xian Dian's old eyes widened in anger. Mu Changshan, you have disregarded the trust that I and the Dragon Lord placed in you. How dare you openly rebel? Who gave you the courage? Naturally, it was my Yi clan. A voice took over. The crowd parted to make way. 4 people walked in, 3 men and 1 woman, led by an old man holding a sword. Xian Dian was very familiar with these 4. They were the ones who had surrounded and killed him. Xian Dian, I didn't expect you to have such a strong life. You actually didn't die. The old man with the sword walked over, looking at Xian Dian's survival with some astonishment. He had not believed it when he received the report earlier. If he had known, he should have crushed Xian Dian's body back then. But it didn't matter. Looking at Xian Dian now, a single slap could kill him. However, the blind man with a severed arm beside him. The old man with the sword seemed to realize something, his pupils suddenly widening, his face filled with shock. Pavilion Master Mu, that person is Ning Bufan? Boom! The 3 words Ning Bufan undoubtedly exploded like thunder above everyone's heads. Earlier, someone had suspected that the person beside Xian Dian was Ning Bufan, but it seemed too unbelievable for anyone to dare say it out loud. Now that the old man with the sword had said it directly, everyone was shocked. Clatter, clatter. Almost instinctively, the surrounding crowd stepped back several paces. Now, the power of the name Ning Bufan was, for the people of the Hulong Pavilion, comparable to a black weapon. One person had buried 1,000,000 strange beasts and destroyed the temple of the strange gods. Ordinary people were kept in the dark by the Hulong Pavilion and did not know it was Ning Bufan's doing, but those within the Hulong Pavilion were well aware. Isn't Ning Bufan dead? How could this be possible? Everyone's faces were filled with horror and questions. A few days ago, the news was everywhere, reporting that Mu Qinghan from the Hulong Pavilion had taken advantage of the conflict between Ning Bufan and the Guatian Temple, letting them tear each other apart, and then took away all their black weapons. How could they suddenly come back to life now? It's completely unscientific. Elder Yi, it's just a fake, no need to worry. Mu Changshan looked at Ning Bufan with a disdainful sneer, speaking each word clearly. Some time ago, someone impersonated Ning Bufan and continuously created massacres, harming young girls. But at that time, Ning Bufan was already at sea and was not in the mainland at all. This impersonator of Ning Bufan must be you. The crowd was stunned, then suddenly enlightened, each one letting out a heavy sigh of relief, their fear vanishing. The top experts of the Yi clan also felt reassured. If it were really Ning Bufan, they would have no choice but to flee. Against someone whom even black weapons couldn't kill, they had no option but to run. He is real. Xian Dian gritted his teeth, speaking with determination. Mu Changshan, your conspiracy will not succeed. You will pay the price for your actions. Then, he angrily glared at the people from Hulong Pavilion. Everyone from Hulong Pavilion, listen up. As the Pavilion Master, I now command you to stop and capture Mu Changshan to atone for your sins. Otherwise, you will face death and carry the stigma of rebellion for eternity. Xian Dian still held some prestige in Hulong Pavilion. As soon as he said this, the people from Hulong Pavilion exchanged glances, their faces showing difficulty. But in the current situation, anyone with eyes could see that capturing Mu Changshan was impossible. Xian Dian was also powerless to turn the tide. He. Mu Changshan sneered disdainfully. Xian Dian, you are no longer the Pavilion Master. Of course, if you surrender, I can give you a chance. Once I ascend to the throne, the position of Pavilion Master in Hulong Pavilion will still be yours. How about that? Ha 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 ha. Xian Dian laughed loudly. Mu Changshan, you are just a dog of the Yi clan, a puppet. You think you are worthy of that throne. These words struck a nerve in Mu Changshan, and he immediately roared with a twisted face. Xian Dian, you are asking for death. Today is your end. Someone, kill him. With a whoosh, Xian Dian hurriedly hid behind Ning Bufan, pointing at the people from the Yi clan and Mu Changshan. Young man, it was them who kidnapped Xia girl, killed them. Ha! Mu Changshan laughed heartily. Xian Dian, you really place your hopes on a fake. Today, I will send you all on your way, kill this impersonator, and rid the world of harm. Kill. However, the people around did not move. After all, he was the former Pavilion Master, and they felt a bit guilty. What are you doing? You useless fools. Mu Changshan scolded angrily, casting a pleading glance at the sword-wielding elder of the Yi clan, whispering, Elder Yi, Xian Dian still has some residual power, so I trouble you to take action. Be careful, that fake Ning Bufan is very strong. Back then, the Shenlong Villa had no power to resist under his hands. The strength of Shenlong Villa was naturally scoffed at by the sword-wielding elder. With his strength as a land immortal, Shenlong Villa would also have no power to resist. Are you sure he is a fake? The sword-wielding elder was very cautious. Mu Changshan looked at the silent Ning Bufan and nodded with absolute certainty, 100% sure. If it were Ning Bufan, with his character, he would have drawn his sword and started killing long ago. He wouldn't be listening to us talk so much. Now that he hasn't moved, he is undoubtedly a fake, guaranteed by my head. Hearing the words guaranteed by my head, the sword-wielding elder felt reassured, and with a whoosh, his sword was drawn. Shen Dian was anxious, the other side had drawn their sword, yet Ning Bufan still hadn't moved, completely unlike the legendary killing god who would draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. Could it really be a fake? At that moment, he even began to doubt. However, he did not know that a force within Ning Bufan was about to erupt, and it took a great effort to suppress it just in time. Just a moment ago, he almost had the impulse to destroy everything here. But this is the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. If it were truly destroyed, everything, including the Dragon Lord, would turn to ashes. In the end, his ruthless path was not entirely devoid of compassion. There remained a trace of humanity. However, this wicked fire within him was destined to find a target to unleash itself upon. Swish! At that moment, the old man with the sword had already struck sharply. The sword light was like snow, fiercely slashing at Ning Bufan. Be careful! Shen Dian shouted in terror, but it was utterly meaningless. Ha ha ha! Mu Changshan laughed heartily. Shen Dian, is this the strength of the fake you invited? Can't even block a single sword. Ha ha ha! Puff! The long sword suddenly pierced through Mu Changshan's chest. The laughter came to an abrupt halt. It happened so suddenly that no one reacted, including the nearby experts from the Yi clan. By the time they realized, blood was already gushing from Mu Changshan's chest. You! Mu Changshan looked at Ning Bufan, his eyes filled with disbelief, and more so with fear of death. You're actually fine? The old man with the sword widened his eyes, even more incredulous than Mu Changshan. He still didn't know that Ning Bufan's innate sword body was immune to sword energy attacks. Swish! Ning Bufan swung his sword at the old man. The old man's face changed drastically, and he retreated frantically while shouting, "Charge!" The other experts from the Yi clan instinctively rushed forward. Chop, chop, chop. 3 swords swept across, and 3 heads flew into the air. Blood sprayed from their necks, staining the sky red. 3 quasi-deities, killed in a second by a single sword. This left everyone stunned, including Shen Dian. Was the fake Ning Bufan this formidable too? Protect the pavilion master. At this moment, Mu Changshan's personal guards finally reacted. Some hurriedly took Mu Changshan away, while others bravely charged towards Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan swept his long sword. The sword light sliced through the bodies of the guards like the Grim Reaper's scythe. In the next moment, countless people were cut in half, their severed ends perfectly aligned. A killing god, a merciless machine of slaughter. The old man from the Yi clan was terrified and turned to flee like a streak of light into the distance. He couldn't understand why his sword energy couldn't harm Ning Bufan, but he knew that staying behind meant certain death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a howling wind rushed past him from behind. Then, a cold figure with blind eyes and a severed arm stood in front of him. Gah! The old man with the sword urgently halted, looking at Ning Bufan with a face as pale as paper. He swallowed hard and managed to utter a pleading voice, "Young friend, you are not truly Ning Bufan, so we have no enmity. Spare me today, and my Yi clan will surely reward you. Where is Xia Xinshin?" Ning Bufan couldn't be bothered to respond to the old man's words, only coldly uttering a few words laced with chilling killing intent. The old man was somewhat confused. What's Xia Xinshin? Slash! The violent sword light suddenly erupted, golden in color. Ja! The old man with the sword had no choice but to shout loudly, unleashing his strongest sword with all his might. The dazzling sword light burst forth like the sun, even more brilliant than that golden sword light. Unfortunately, it was merely for show. Bang! The golden sword light struck, the dazzling brilliance shattered and vanished, blood mist exploding, staining the air red. A land deity, annihilated. Those who were about to charge forward all halted, their terrified gazes fixed on Ning Bufan. The land deity was the strongest presence among them, a godlike figure. Yet at this moment, he was taken down by a single sword. What difference was there between them charging in and sending their heads to the guillotine? At this moment, the morale of the troops collapsed. You are good. My Yi clan will not let you go. The old man stammered out these words, when suddenly, with a crack, his forehead split open. In the next second, his entire body was cleaved in two, collapsing. Blood gushed forth. The horrifying scene frightened those behind him, causing them to retreat in panic. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Dian shouted, "Everyone listen to me.
Now you must rein in your horses, eliminate the traitors, and you can still redeem yourselves. These words had no effect before, but at this moment, someone responded. Brothers, we cannot be rebels, we will redeem our sins and capture Mu Changshan and the other traitors. Redeem our sins, capture the traitors. Charge. In an instant, the situation turned, and they all redirected their weapons. However, Ning Bufan's terrifying sword light swept across like a tidal wave. In the next breath, flesh and blood flew, and the screams pierced the sky. Xian Dian was dumbfounded, watching his men fall apart, and he shouted hysterically, Ning, my friend, stop, stop. They have come to their senses, give them a chance to redeem themselves. Unfortunately, his cries were quickly drowned out by the deafening screams. Ning Bufan's sword light was like a merciless reaper. Today, anyone who participated in the rebellion, regardless of whether they had come to their senses, was indiscriminately harvested. The elite 300 protecting the Dragon Lord, led by Zhang Mang, were stunned by the scene before them. How could there be such a fierce person in this world? Fortunately, they were not their enemies. Now, the Dragon Lord was safe. A moment later, the overwhelming sword light disappeared. In the square, the once crowded rebels had been almost entirely cleared out. Most of the elite from the Dragon Guard Pavilion were here, and they were all gone. The losses were comparable to those of the Hunters Association back then. Xian Dian looked at the corpses strewn across the ground and collapsed onto the ground, his old face ashen. Although they had rebelled, some were coerced by Mu Changshan. They were all his subordinates. Seeing them die so tragically pained his heart. Ning Bufan, however, remained expressionless, his perception extending outward. Suddenly his ears twitched. With a whoosh, his figure vanished. Xian Dian was startled. Was he going to kill again? He hurriedly got up to chase after him. On a street, Mu Changshan was being carried by a dozen loyalists, fleeing frantically. Although Mu Changshan had been stabbed once, he was not dead yet. His heart was somewhat peculiar, located on the left side, unlike ordinary people. Therefore, the sword did not pierce his heart. However, even though he was still alive, he felt as if his heart was dead, filled with despair. After killing a real Ning Bufan, another fake one appeared. What he did not expect was that this fake was just as fierce, like a land god slaughtering chickens. Lord, where do we go now? Although the loyalists had rescued him, they were now at a loss. They had failed in their rebellion and would surely become the rats everyone wanted to beat. In this vast world, where could they find a place to hide? Ha! Mu Changshan laughed, a bitter laugh. Blood gushed from his mouth. Spending a lifetime chasing power, only to end up defeated by a counterfeit, such as fate. He sighed, let's go, take me home. The loyalists were momentarily stunned. Returning home at this time was like walking into a trap. Some loyalists felt despair. They were loyal, but not mindless. They instinctively resisted such self-destructive actions. Thus, many began to leave the group. In the blink of an eye, the dozen loyalists were reduced to 3, including the one carrying Mu Changshan. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Mu Changshan understood, let them go. In the end, 3 people escorted Mu Changshan back to the Mu family villa. Everyone get out of my way. I need to stop my father from doing something foolish. His actions are treasonous and will bring chaos to the entire world. Our Mu family will become historical criminals, infamous for eternity. At the Mu family villa, Mu Qinghan was screaming in anger. She had been placed under house arrest by Mu Changshan and was not allowed to leave. Several family members stood firmly at the door. Miss, please don't make it difficult for us. The master has given us strict orders. The family members were also in a difficult position. Just as Mu Qinghan was about to scold them again, she suddenly looked up and saw Mu Changshan being hurriedly carried in, and she was instantly stunned. However, when a figure with a severed arm and blind eyes appeared behind Mu Changshan and the others, her mind went boom, as if struck by lightning, and she was petrified on the spot. Ning Bufan? Mu Qinghan's brain malfunctioned. It took a long time for her to recover. Ning Bufan was not dead? It was too unbelievable. If he was alive, that would be wonderful. Unconsciously, Mu Qinghan stared at the familiar figure, her eyes welling up with tears. Get away! Suddenly, she erupted with terrifying power. With a loud bang, everyone blocking her was blown away. Mu Qinghan rushed out the door and collided with Mu Changshan. Girl! Mu Changshan, seeing Mu Qinghan, let out a weak cry. Dad! Mu Qinghan saw Mu Changshan covered in blood, then glanced back at Ning Bufan who had followed. She had already guessed the situation. Ultimately, the thing she feared the most had happened. She didn't want Ning Bufan to die, and she certainly didn't want her father to die. But in this situation, what could she do? Yet, in the end, she still risked her life and rushed out to stand in front of Ning Bufan. Ning Bufan's expression was cold, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, looking at Mu Qinghan with icy disdain.
He actually wanted to ask if she had conspired with the Dragon Guard Pavilion to set him up for death when she had shamelessly followed him to the Ghost God Temple, but now he felt that it didn't matter anymore. Mu Qinghan was now a hero in the eyes of the world, the biggest beneficiary. She couldn't escape her involvement. With a thud, Mu Qinghan knelt before Ning Bufan, leaving everyone present stunned. Mr. Ning, you're alive, I'm so glad. Mu Qinghan looked up, tears in her eyes, her voice choked. I know, we wronged you, it's too late to say anything now. But I still beg you, spare my dad's life, I can trade my life for his. Daughter, no. The originally weak Mu Changshan's potential erupted as he shouted, quick, carry me over. His subordinates dared not disobey and carried Mu Changshan over. Mu Changshan struggled to get down from their backs, leaning on someone to stand beside Mu Qinghan, daughter. He is not Ning Bufan, he is the imposter. No, he is Ning Bufan. Mu Qinghan's tone was resolute. She had spent many days with Ning Bufan. The aura he possessed was something no one could imitate. Mu Changshan's mind went blank, his face twitching involuntarily. He could doubt others, but he could not doubt his daughter's words. How? How is that possible? How could he still be alive? Mu Changshan collapsed to the ground, unable to be helped by those around him. Crack, crack. The sound of the ground shattering echoed as Ning Bufan's sword sheath plunged into the earth. His long fingers gripped the hilt, slowly drawing the sword, producing a chilling scraping sound that sent shivers down spines. Mu Qinghan knew what Ning Bufan intended to do. She hurriedly stood up, arms outstretched to block Mu Changshan, with a tragic determination. Mr. Ning, I won't allow you to kill my dad. He was wrong, he truly knows he was wrong. If you must kill him, then kill me first. As long as I am alive, I will never allow you to kill my dad. Puff! The sharp blade pierced through her chest, blood gushing out from her back. Ah! The Mu family members let out piercing screams at this sight. Daughter, no! Mu Changshan cried out in anguish. He no longer cared about his status or image, collapsing to the ground like a dog, kneeling before Ning Bufan, pleading loudly, Ning Bufan, my daughter knows nothing, it was all me, it has nothing to do with her. If you want to kill someone, kill me, let my daughter go. Ah! Mu Qinghan's throat moved with effort, her dazed gaze fixed on Ning Bufan. Don't you have any human feelings? I wish I did, but you won't allow it. Ning Bufan's voice was indifferent, tinged with a hint of loneliness. Feelings are a luxury for me. With a whoosh, the long sword was suddenly pulled out. Blood gushed forth. With a bang, Mu Qinghan fell to the ground. Mu Changshan hurried to embrace Mu Qinghan, tears streaming down his face. Daughter, I'm sorry, it's Dad who harmed you, it's all my fault. It's all because I didn't listen to your advice. Dad, I knew this day would come. Mu Qinghan parted her pale lips. I will. Go ahead. After uttering the last word, she slowly closed her eyes. She knew she could not change the outcome, all she could do was leave. No, no. Mu Changshan held his daughter, crying inconsolably, filled with grief and anger. Suddenly, he raised his head fiercely, glaring at Ning Bufan, and roared, Ning Bufan, aren't you capable of killing? Go ahead, if you have the guts, kill my whole family, ha ha ha. Swish, swish, swish. Ning Bufan slashed several swords in quick succession. In an instant, the sword light crisscrossed, engulfing everyone from the Mu family, including the Mu family villa, in a sea of swords. Boom, boom, boom. The Mu family villa collapsed amidst the roaring sounds. Run, the house is collapsing. Countless people screamed in terror as they fled from the villa. But as soon as they emerged, they were pierced by the sword light, collapsing in a burst of blood mist. Mu Changshan's eyes widened in horror as he watched the destruction of the Mu family unfold before him. Stop, Ning Bufan, you stop right now. Mu Changshan shouted with a heart-wrenching cry, his eyes nearly bursting. However, Ning Bufan paid no heed. In the end, only Mu Changshan remained of the Mu family. No, Mu Changshan cried out in despair, inconsolable. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry to you all. He crazily knocked his head against the ground, his forehead bleeding. Ning Bufan, you are so ruthless, why do you have to be so extreme? Why? Mu Changshan howled at Ning Bufan with a twisted face. Put. The long sword suddenly pierced Mu Changshan's throat. All cries ceased abruptly. What you demand has nothing to do with me. Ning Bufan slashed with the sword. A head, accompanied by a spray of blood, flew into the sky. The first vice-master of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, who held power over the world, was decapitated, leaving no complete corpse. When Xian Dian arrived with his men, the entire Mu family was already finished. Looking at the fate of the Mu family, Xian Dian could only sigh. Ning Bufan turned around and suddenly appeared in front of Xian Dian, startling the latter. His speed was so fast it seemed as if he had materialized out of thin air, enough to scare someone to death. Ning, my friend, we
We are on the same side, calm down. Shen Dian felt the overwhelming killing intent from Ning Bufan still lingering, making even the dignified Earth Immortal tremble. Have you been to the Yi family? Ning Bufan asked coldly. Shen Dian instinctively nodded. I have been. It's in the territory of the hidden ancient clans. Lead the way. The two words left no room for refusal. Shen Dian hesitated. Well, Ning, my friend, you need to stay calm. I've heard that the Yi family has true gods. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Not only might you not be able to save Xia Girl, but you could also endanger yourself. Moreover, I have a lot of matters to attend to here and can't go for a while. How about we wait a bit? Swish! The cold long sword was pressed against the old man's neck. Go, you live. Don't go, you die.